After being blind for 18 years, you opened your eyes for the first time and found out that your wife who shared the same bed with you was actually the reigning empress. Even the maid who you bullied by pinching her cheeks every day turned out to be the unparalleled sword immortal in the world. Even the big yellow dog wagging its tail at you at home was a primordial demon who had lived for 300,000 years. It was all because the empress was afraid that you would be manipulated by malicious people, so she had the people in the palace pretend to be ordinary citizens. However, what he never expected was that you were not truly blind, but voluntarily sealed your eyes and consciousness because you awakened the blind sword saint system from the book you transmigrated from. By sealing your eyes, you could continue to grow stronger and even draw top-tier rewards from the system. When you first went blind, you almost starved to death on the street due to the lack of adaptation and cultivation. It was at this time that you met a girl from a wealthy family who claimed that in order to deal with the pressure of marriage from her family, she asked you to fake a marriage with her to appease her parents. Being on the brink of starvation, you naturally agreed, and thus began a happy life being supported by a wealthy woman. This day marks the 10th anniversary of your blindness. Unexpectedly, your luck has turned around, and you have drawn a reward of immortal quality, the sword intent of time and space. The surging sword intent within your body, like a tsunami, tightly diffuses a hint of it, unfolding the vast sky, breaking through the sky with a single sword. You quickly suppress the overwhelming sword intent, not yet reaching the invincible status. It is necessary to keep a low profile. At this moment, the maid Su Qingqiu rushes over in a panic and asks, "Master, are you okay? What could happen to this young master?" You pinch her smooth and tender cheek, feeling its elasticity. Suddenly, you ask, "Qingqiu, do you want to learn the sword?" Su Qingqiu covers her blushing face and nods, saying, "Yes, I want to learn the sword to protect the lady and the master." You stand with your hands behind your back, a nostalgic expression on your face. "Once there was an old man with a white beard who said that my bones were amazing and that I was a rare talent in martial arts. He passed down to me a swordsmanship classic called 5 years of sword practice, 3 years of simulation. He claimed to be the leading figure in swordsmanship, Li Chungang, and boasted, if Li Chungang were not born, swordsmanship would be eternal darkness. I thought he was just a con artist, so I used the book as a table leg. However, there were some insightful teachings in the book. Let me share them with you today." Su Qingqiu knelt down and looked up. Initially, she was just pretending to be interested, but as she listened, she became more and more amazed. Eventually, she entered a state of enlightenment without realizing it, and around her body, the dense insights condensed into lotus flowers. After a while, Su Qingqiu woke up, feeling deeply moved. These insights unexpectedly helped her break through to a higher level and reach the Tingyun realm. What she didn't know was that these insights were her own realizations after receiving system suggestions. "I remember many such insights, so feel free to come back often in the future." Su Qingqiu was stunned by the words. Her breath suddenly stopped. The emperor was truly unfathomable. You stretched and decided to go out to buy some groceries. In fact, the place you lived in was the Taiji Palace, the empress's bedroom. To conceal her identity, the empress had it demolished and rebuilt as a small village. At this moment, the people in the village were all looking up at the amazing sword intent above your house, filled with suspicion. Just then, they saw you walking over with a cane, and the Prime Minister Zhang Sunhai, who played the role of the village chief, warmly greeted you. When you saw the village chief, you suddenly remembered the reward you had received before, the dragon-seeking and bone-touching hand. According to the introduction, it is used for fortune-telling, so you directly slapped the Prime Minister's face and touched it randomly, making Zhang Sunhai almost explode with anger. He is superior to one person and above 10,000 people, and no one dares to treat him like this usually. Unexpectedly, the next moment, you looked puzzled and said, "You, old man, have an extraordinary destiny. You should have been wealthy and noble, serving as a minister in the court, but you are hiding here as a small village chief. You need to find your own reasons. Have you seriously worked all these years? Has your salary increased or not?" The village chief Zhang Sunhai's forehead veins bulged, about to explode in anger. Unexpectedly, you intensified by grabbing his nose and scolded, "Don't move, I see that your forehead is dark, indicating an imminent disaster." The military commander next door who sells wine had no expression on his face. "We have received strict training. No matter how funny it is, we won't laugh unless we can help it. Ha ha, it's unexpected that even the capital, which dominates the world, will one day be scolded and grabbed by someone's nose." In the study room on the other side, Su Qingqiu appeared silently behind the empress, informing her that the intent of the soaring sky sword had not been found, and also recounting the process of breakthrough that she had told him about. The empress did not expect that you had this ability. Originally, the marriage between Dongfang Liuli and you was just to silence the courtiers, but now you have aroused his curiosity, and he is ready to go and find out. On the other side, you finally let go of the village chief, walked to the vegetable stall to buy some vegetables. At this moment, the crown prince Zhao Guo, disguised as a vegetable farmer, squatted in front of the vegetable stall, pondering how to stir up chaos in the great Jin dynasty. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Zhao Guo's thoughts. "Vendor, do you have garlic sprouts here?" Zhao Guo impatiently waved his hand without looking up. "Can't you see for yourself?" Pointing to the black silk ribbon covering his eyes, he said. "Indeed, I can't see." Hearing this, Zhao Guo was stunned. "Looked up and saw you." His face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He had dreamed of marrying the empress after a successful rebellion. "Do you have a grudge against him for stealing his wife?" With a dark expression, Zhao Guo threw the vegetables at you and said, "Brother, judging by your accent, you are from the Shu region. I advise you to quickly go back and bring your wife and son here. Don't stay in the Shu region." Zhao Gong wondered. Why? The feudal king of Shu is about to start a war of rebellion, and his good oldest son, Zhao Jiao, has traveled thousands of miles to the capital in order to stir up the wind and rain, creating chaos within the great Jin dynasty so that his father can take advantage of the opportunity to plot a rebellion, Meng Qingzhou said with conviction. At these words, Zhao Gong's face changed dramatically, almost lifting the table, pulling out the long sword hidden in the dish, killing people and escaping. "Nima, I haven't even cast the plan yet. Where did you kid get the information?" The most crucial thing was that Meng Qingzhou had said something with a nose, and the information was roughly correct. Fortunately, reason prevailed. Zhao Gong suppressed the inner restlessness, did not dare to act rashly. "What's the situation?" Zhao Gong's cold sweat rubbed off furiously. His brain went into overdrive, and all sorts of speculations floated to the surface of his mind. Meng Qingzhou didn't know he was an emperor and thought he was a son-in-law living in a remote village flunky. "It's impossible to swindle me for no reason." Moreover, Meng Qingzhou was a blind man with no cultivation, and could not recognize his true identity at all. So, Zhao Gong's eyes snapped into bull's eyes, and a small heart thumped wildly. There is only one possibility, and that is that the news of the Zhao family's conspiracy to rebel has already spread throughout the court. Hoping that he is the heart of Zhao Jian Road people know? How do you know that the feudal king of Shu is trying to plot a rebellion? Zhao Gong held onto the only remaining hope and looked at Meng Qingzhou with a nervous face. Meng Qingzhou smiled mysteriously. "Because I'm a seer." Zhao Gong almost did not bring up a breath. Suffocated, almost sprayed old blood. Immediately broke out. "Get out! Get the hell out of here, or I'll kill." Words have not finished. Negligence of fragrant wind came to the face. Zhao Gong line of sight appeared in a magnificent red woman. His lotus steps come. The person who came was precisely the great Jin Empress Dongfang Liuli, who had taken off her coronation ring and gorgeous clothes, and Su Qingqiu, who had followed behind her like a shadow. Zhao Gong was immediately ashen. His expression grayed out. It was over. What he said just now must have been heard by the Empress. "What brings you here?" Meng Qingzhou smiled warmly back across the distance, even without using her eyes to see, just by smelling a little aroma. Meng Qingzhou knew who had come. Dongfang Liuli maintained a distance from Meng Qingzhou and indifferently said, "Walking around everywhere. I happened to bump into them." As he spoke, Dongfang Liuli's phoenix eyes stared coldly at Zhao Gong and asked in a calm tone, "You guys just said that the feudal king of Shu is trying to plot against us? What's going on? I want to hear about it too." In an instant, the whole street became calm. The marketplace, whether pedestrians, picking vegetables, farmers or intentionally or unintentionally cast a line of sight. Su Qingqiu silently hung her head, her fingers rubbing the hilt of the sword hidden in her inner thighs, and a strand of icy cold killing chance locked Zhao Gong. Feeling the change in atmosphere, Zhao Gong was practically about to explode. However, Zhao Gong quickly calmed down. Meng Qingzhou empty mouth without evidence. Red mouth and white lips touch can be convicted of him. It's just gibberish. He said that he can foretell the future and predicted that the vassal king of Shu is going to rebel. So he told me to hurry up and flee Shu with my family. Zhao Gong shook his head and lost his smile. As the words fell, the atmosphere in the bazaar became relaxed once again, and some people silently rolled their eyes. This harem lord, who was really unaware of the fearlessness of the people, had even casually flirted with a vassal king in public. Many other courtiers, their foreheads veined up, secretly transmitted their voices to communicate. "When the morning court meets tomorrow, I will definitely take the emperor to task. To arbitrarily label the vassal king of Shu with the charge of rebellion, even if he is the emperor, it won't work. He must be severely punished." That's right, demonic words can confuse the masses. If we don't give the emperor a little color, he really will be lawless. It's best to take this opportunity to pull him down. Remove the emperor position. He's simply not virtuous enough to deserve it. "Oh yeah," Dongfang Liuli nodded her head, not seeming to care very much. Meng Qingzhou, however, shook her head and fussed. "Who said I was babbling? I'm in a good mood today. so I'll have a good talk with you guys. Zhao Gong looked at Meng Qingzhou, a deep sneer in the depths of his narrow eyes, and said, slander and rumor against a highly decorated feudal lord. Regardless of your intentions, no one can protect you from this crime alone. Speaking here, Zhao Gong's gaze full of desire, not easy to detect scanning some oriental lily scourge face, cannot help but swallowed his saliva. At that time, if Zhao Gong pushed the issue and asked the court ministers to pressurize the female emperor to remove Meng Qingzhou as the emperor, it would surely lead to chaos in the political affairs of the great kingdom of Jin. In this way, not only can he accomplish the task explained by his father, but also gives him the opportunity to take advantage of, to enter the harem, and sit on the top of the power pyramid of Jin dynasty women. Dongfan Mioli is arrogant and domineering, like a flower on the other side of the world. Without any statement, emerald red eyes contain calm raging. She understands in her heart that Zhao Yuhuan does not obey her, even though he is a vassal king and sits on the 10,000 mile territory of Shu. He has always coveted the throne of the 9-5. Zhao Yuhuan, the feudal king of Shu, is unwilling to give up his kingdom to a little girl. Once Zhao Yuhuan knew that the great Jin emperor, the empress' only husband and son-in-law, had openly created a rumor that he was plotting a rebellion and insurgency, he would definitely use this matter as an excuse to put pressure on her. Dongfan Liuli swept a glance at Meng Qingzhou and did not speak. She wanted to see what other cards this Jin emperor had. Meng, never start rumors. Meng Qingzhou's lips sketched out a confident smile that was within his grasp and said blandly, since you want to know why I am so certain that Zhao Yuhuan, the vassal king of Shu, must be plotting a rebellion, I will tell you. Meng Qingzhou's posture was upright, her long hair fell, and her voice was not big but loud. The world situation will be divided for a long time and unite for a long time will be divided. The country's divided and mixed up for hundreds of years, countless lords and masters to rise up. Just a few years, the big wave eliminated how many heroes? But anyone with a discerning eye can see that the unification of the 8 wastelands is imminent, and none of the kingdoms want to be a stepping stone, so they must prepare for war. And Zhao Yuhuan doesn't believe in Her Majesty, the Empress, and doesn't think that a single woman will be able to lead the great Jin dynasty to victory. Since the female emperor ascended to the throne as emperor 3 years ago, Zhao Yuhuan began to canton his troops to expand his territory and recruit cultivators on a large scale. Isn't it obvious enough that he's not ambitious enough to show his ambition? The bazaar was silent, and the crowd stared dumbfounded at the black satin-wrapped youth who spoke so eloquently. What a bold statement from the 9 clans of elimination. Astonishment flashed in the eyes of Jiang Songhai, the head counselor of the dynasty, and he couldn't help but murmur, divide and conquer, divide and conquer. Well said. The commander of the Forbidden Guards also followed over to watch the fun and couldn't help but softly applaud, full of admiration, living in a corner but knowing the world's affairs. Although his body is disabled but his ambition is firm, the emperor has great wisdom. It can't really be a legendary saint. Jiang Songhai said, I don't know. Saints regardless of cultivation level. Anyone who can realize the heavenly Tao can be called a saint. In the eyes of this saint, there is no secret in the world. The commander of the Forbidden Guards poured out a breath of cool air and said in shock, that powerful? Are there really saints in the world? In historical records, only one bull-riding saint has appeared in the 3rd millennium, and it was still a mortal who passed away with a lifespan of 100 years. Jiang Songhai shook his head. However, no matter how articulate Meng Qingzhou was, Zhao Gong remained calm without the slightest panic. Zhao Gong, dressed as a vegetable picker farmer, said disdainfully, what does that tell us? Can the cantonment and expansion of land conclude that the king of Shu is plotting a rebellion? Meng Qingzhou laughed. Hold on. I'm not done yet. King of Shu, Zhao Yuhuan, did not leave Shu, but his own son, Shitzi Zhaoju, wasn't it already in the capital 10 days ago? Speaking here, Meng Qingzhou's tone lurched as she looked sideways at Zhao Gong, her vision seeming to be able to lock onto Zhao Gong through the black satin. In an instant, Zhao Gong felt like he was being stared at by a prehistoric flood beast, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Zhao, what happened to Zhao Gong? The villagers of Incheo village have been doing their best to play their roles, so the world's events have not been deliberately hidden. Meng Qingzhou every time he goes out to buy food, through the sound of pedestrians exchanging voices, and then compare it with the plot of the novel in his mind, he will be able to know the status quo. Meng Qingzhou tilted her head at a 45-degree angle, the sunlight spreading on her side face, and said, Zhao Gong has entered the capital this time with the simple purpose of trying to find ways to disrupt Jin's internal affairs, and a team of assassin killers, led by him, has infiltrated the capital. Zhao Gong is the trigger that set off the rebellion. I'm sure vassal King Zhao Yuhuan has already staged millions of troops, gathered somewhere, and is waiting for Zhao Gong to create the moment for them. The words fell. Zhao Gong has been completely numb. His pupils suddenly contracted into the size of a needle, and cold sweat flowed from his forehead. What the hell? Zhao Gong was a bit skeptical. Previously, Zhao Gong still held a hint of luck that Meng Qingzhou might have extraordinary insights and be able to surmise the signs that the vassal king was about to plot against him, but that alone is simply inconsequential to Zhao Gong. But Meng Qingzhou's next word was like a heavy hammer, hitting his mind hard, because what Meng Qingzhou said was not at all wrong. It was basically the rough shape of the plan. There are traitors. This was Zhao Gong's first reaction, but soon he was confused again. The whole plan was known only to him and his father. Could it be that I'm the traitor? Zhao Gong was filled with bewilderment, only feeling that the sky was spinning. Empress Dongfang Liuli's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing Zhao Gong's abnormality, her heart was highly shocked. She couldn't help but look at the confident and flying Meng Qingzhou. She wouldn't really be hit by him. The atmosphere of the bazaar once again dropped to freezing point. The court officials present. That is not as wise as a demon. A glance can see Zhao Gong's trepidation. In the end, you still don't have evidence. Zhao Gong wiped a handful of cold sweat from his forehead and laughed stiffly and dryly. Meng Qingzhou was speechless, puzzled. It's none of your business. Why do you have to have evidence? This picker is quite nosy, and he's trying to break the ice. Dongfang Liuli spoke in a solemn tone and said softly, Meng Qingzhou, I also want to know if you have any evidence to show that Zhao Gong came to the capital in order to assist the king of Shu in his rebellion. Meng Qingzhou was surprised, not realizing that his cheap daughter-in-law was also a curious baby, and immediately laughed. Okay, since you're curious too, I'll tell you. Hearing this, Zhao Gong drummed a gulp of saliva. Suspicious look at Meng Lightboat. UTM really have evidence? Everyone in the fairgrounds cast their eyes. Meng Qingzhou said blandly, according to my speculation, the assassins led by Zhao Jiu have quietly sneaked into the residence of Jiang Sanhai, the head minister of the current dynasty, and are preparing to assassinate the head minister. Prime Minister Jiang Sanhai's old face suddenly sank. Did not expect to eat melon also ate to himself. The people present all silently looked at the village Yangtze with shock written in the bottom of their eyes. Zhao Gong dares to assassinate the chief minister of the dynasty? Jiang Sanhai quietly waved his hand at the commander of the Forbidden Guards and wordlessly spat out two words. Strictly investigate. Seeing this, the commander of the Forbidden Guards was clear about the seriousness of the matter and left with a quick step. Then I will wait and see. Dongfang Liuli smiled sweetly, but the pupils of her crimson eyes did not have a trace of temperature. What is there to look forward to? In a few days there will probably be news. At that time you will see if it is consistent with what I said. Meng Qingzhou laughed carelessly. Within a few moments, the commander of the Forbidden Guards returned silently, his face grim and solemn, nodding gently towards Empress Dongfang Liuli. Needless to say, the killer definitely caught it, which showed that everything Meng Qingzhou said was true. Zhao Jiu really led assassins into the capital, and also prepared to ambush and assassinate Jiang Sanhai, the chief minister, in an attempt to set off civil strife in Jin. Did you ask who ordered it? Jiang Sanhai inquired with a voice transmission. The commander of the Forbidden Guards glanced at the dumbfounded Zhao Gong and transmitted, back to the first minister. My subordinates searched the soul memories of those killers, and they are indeed under the Shitzi Zhao Gong. Everyone couldn't believe it, and their eyes gathered on the barricaded youth in the field standing with Her Majesty the Empress. Someone's eyes widened and their voice trembled. Saint, saint, just a few words make the first grade break through to the clouds. Living in a corner can deduce the world's affairs. What is this if not a saint? Dongfang Liuli was even more incredulous and couldn't help but turn her eyes away and carefully survey Meng Qingzhou. My husband is actually a saint. Zhao Gong in any case did not expect. Planning for many years of planning. The implementation of not long by a blind man in a few words to reveal. Ridiculous, too ridiculous. Zhao was laughed at. His expression was hideous. The rich and noble temperament that was cultivated by living in a high position for a long time dissipated, turning into an evil ghost that seemed to choose people to eat at any time. What the hell? Who can tell him that this Meng Licho came out of nowhere, slipped over for no reason, opened his mouth and blah blah blah, and ended up overriding a battle for the throne? Zhao Gong wanted to laugh maniacally, and was about to cop out and fuck Meng Qingzhou to death, but only to see the female emperor with cold killing intent. Lazy nonsense a sentence. Turn palm suppression. Zhao Gong detained his whole body's spiritual energy. The originally spirited Shurji of Shu, Zhao Gong, immediately looked like a dehydrated catfish, collapsing limply on the ground, writhing and struggling unwillingly. Some of the ministers in the court who secretly support Zhao Jiu see this situation as deeply saddened by the death of the rabbit, the back of the spine of the cold. Anyone with long eyes can see that Seiji Zhao is finished. The commander of the Forbidden Guard sighed lightly. Don't look at the Empress as a daughter body, but the degree of ruthlessness, enough to shoulder than the famous killing god in history, or a fluctuation? Meng Qingzhou sensed something, but unfortunately, This aura fluctuation quickly disappeared without a trace. Meng Qingzhou shook her head, thinking that a cultivator was passing by and didn't take it to heart. Listen to my advice. Hurry up and leave Shu with your family. Although Zhao Yuan has great ambition, but the depth of Shu is too shallow. Want to fight against a whole dynasty? You must conscript soldiers, no matter whether they have cultivation or not, no matter whether they are men. Women and children will have to participate in the war. At that time, 1,000,000 households in Shu, hanging a white damask in front of every door. Miserable. Meng Qingzhou faced Zhao Gong, who was lying on the ground and couldn't even open his mouth, and exhorted one last sentence. He still does not know that because of some of his own remarks, the son of Shu Di has fallen from the horse, and is now reduced to a prisoner unable to move. Meng Qingzhou was doubly proud. Not bad. One good deed a day saves another today. Zhao Gong was so angry that his chest was about to explode. His eyes stared at Meng Qingzhou with hatred, itching to bite him to death. Damn blind man is still pretending to care, but do not know. It is because of his kind exhortation. Let Shu years of planning to go up in flames. If his mouth wasn't sealed, Zhao Gong would have cursed Meng Qingzhou's ancestors for 18 generations and then revealed the empress's identity. Many of the courtiers in the bazaar who were straining their ears to eavesdrop were shocked at the words. Another sage prophecy? King Zhao Yuan of Shu wanted to drain the entire land of Shu and compete for the throne without depleting the population and resources? Even Empress Dongfang Liuli, who was also in deep thought, had to pay attention to this issue. I'll take my leave first. Farewell. Meng Qingzhou courteously arched his hand towards Dongfang Liuli, and Sure carried his vegetable basket and was about to leave. Go back together. The Empress gazed fixedly at the former for a few seconds, a hint of probing desire surfacing under her eyes as she followed a few steps behind and blandly said. Meng Qingzhou nodded her head sideways. Also, let you taste my handiwork. Good, Dongfang Liuli said sparingly. The two were walking side by side in a harmonious and cordial atmosphere, looking like a couple. Zhao Gong, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, had his mouth stuffed with dog food, and his eyes were bursting out, making a whimpering sound of grief. The courtiers, eunuchs, and palace maids playing the role of the villagers eyed Meng Qingzhou, more or less mixed with some awe, the opposite of the disdainful attitude they had previously had towards Meng Qingzhou. Take away. Old me wants to interrogate in person. Zhang Songhai waved his hand. Immediately, a group of soldiers of cultivators cloaked in toughness emerged from all sides of the street, escorting the world's son, Zhao Gong, to the Ministry of Punishment's prison. Zhang Songhai, on the other hand, stood still and watched Meng Qingzhou go away, stroked his beard, and stared. The chaotic world has arrived and the saints will come out. Does it mean that the destiny of heaven is in my great gene? Nope. Perhaps there's another way of saying that it's because great gene has Her Majesty, the Empress, that it attracts the saints that come out once every 3,000 years. The Minister of War, who was also the great general of Jinguoqin Beaconfire, stepped out from the folds of spatial turbulence and said, according to historical records, saints sense the way of heaven, so they must act in accordance with heaven, and cannot become cultivators who act against heaven. If the emperor is truly a saint, he will only have 100-year lifespan. Qin Fenghuang's character is straightforward and thunderous. While the emperor is still alive, hurry up and start the war. Use the saint's prophecy to sweep the kingdoms and be done with it. Zhang Songhai was quite impressed. He didn't even think of using the saint's prophecy to fight the war. This mangaka actually thought of it in advance. So he said, some more verification is needed, and after it is fully confirmed that the emperor is a saint, the battle of unification can be fought. Qinghua Xiaozhu is also known as Taiji Hall, the bedchamber of the empress of the great Jin dynasty. The chimney on the roof of the kitchen rises in curls of smoke, and in a few moments, a strong aroma wafts out. Although Meng Qingzhou was blind, her hands were extremely dexterous, gently weighing and accurately scooping out the right amount of oil, salt, soy sauce and vinegar. Taste it. Meng Qingzhou served the last plate of braised pork ribs and handed it to the table, smiling and wiping her hands with her apron. Dongfang Liuli looked at the table of colorful and fragrant dishes, blinked and Su Qingxiu exchanged glances. This type of cooking, I've never seen before. Saying that, Dongfang Liuli picked up chopsticks, picked up a piece of steamed pork and put it into her sandalwood mouth. Her cheeks masticated twice, and the moderately fat and thin steamed pork melted into her throat. So fragrant. Oriental Lioli's eyes lit up, and her already gorgeous face became even more bright and glowing, just like a blooming begonia flower. It was just that such beauty. Meng Qingzhou was unable to witness it with his own eyes, and until now, he was not sure whether Dongfang Liuli was ugly or beautiful, so he would not be formal in front of the empress. What is the name of this dish? Dongfang Liuli's phoenix eyes were bright as she tasted a piece of reddish pork ribs and couldn't wait to ask. braised pork ribs. Meng Qingzhou said graciously, if Miss Dongfang has a craving in the future, feel free to tell me. Good. Dongfang Liuli took out a handkerchief and wiped her mouth. Realizing that she was a bit out of character, she coughed and resumed her cool and dignified posture. Dongfang Liuli had tasted countless delicacies made by the imperial chefs with great effort, but none of them were as delicious as Meng Qingzhou's few plates of home-cooked food. It was just that this type of cooking technique was unheard of, even for Her Majesty the Empress, who was honored as the 9 to 5. Gore. Su Qingqiu stood staring blearily at the meal on the table, her stomach rumbling indisputably. Sit down and eat together. There's no need to care about rules in private. Meng Qingzhou couldn't help but be dumbfounded and beckoned Su Qingqiu to sit down and eat. Su Qingqiu shook her head in a panic, still trying to step back. If I tell you to sit, you sit. Meng Qingzhou pulled Su Qingqiu's sleeve, forcing her to sit beside her, and thoughtfully added a set of bowls and chopsticks. Eat, don't be formal. Su Qingqiu secretly raised her eyes to measure Dongfang Liuli. Seeing the latter nodding, she was slightly relieved, silently tasted a mouthful of the dish, her eyes shining straight up as she gave a thumbs up to Meng Qingzhou. Seeing Meng Qingzhou's lack of reaction, Su Qingqiu reacted to the fact that the other party was blind, playfully spat out her pink tongue, and mumbled in a low voice, "It's delicious." In about half an hour, the two women swept away several plates of food with dignity and elegance. Su Qingqiu patted her round and bulbous little stomach, revealing a satisfied and cozy smile. Lightship. Dongfang Liuli sipped her tea and said, I'd like to know what insight you have into the future of the Great Jin, and what do you think of the current emperor, Qin Liuli? Meng Qingzhou served a plate of after-dinner dessert and said, don't know, don't care, don't judge. Occasionally discussing national issues is fine. Remote townships, news flow blockage, will not attract the attention of the people, at most by the neighbors' crown bragging about the king of the name, but to idly predict future trends all day long is not tap dancing on the edge of the fire. Dongfang Liuli seemed to see Meng Qingzhou's concerns and laughed lightly. Don't worry, it's just small talk. I won't say anything out loud. Meng Qingzhou pinched up a piece of honey osmanthus cake, placed it on the edge of her mouth for a long time in the air, and then put it down, saying, strike that. There's no harm in talking to you, seeing as you've treated me well in your day. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Liuli and Su Qingqiu immediately sat upright. The latter even secretly took out a pen and paper, ready to record at any time. Meng Qingzhou tilted her head, recalling the plot in the novel. In the original novel, Zhao Jiao, the son of the king of Shu, as the only male lead in the novel, rushes to the capital with great fanfare in order to help the king of Shu, Zhao Yuhuan, to plot against the king, secretly followed by 100 assassins. Zhao Gong attended various banquets on the surface, but behind the scenes, a group of assassins with high cultivation levels sneaked into the residence of Zhang Songhai, the chief minister, and almost assassinated him. But Zhang Songhai was seriously ill because of this. Without Zhang Songhai's assistance, the empress was clearly unable to handle her political affairs. Subsequently, Zhao Go enlisted the court ministers to have the female emperor appoint an emperor on the grounds that there was no master in the harem, then let the great army of Shu, which had been ambushed all over the Great Jin, disguise themselves as stragglers and bandits and start a war. Under the triple oppression, Empress Qin Liuli was unable to support herself, and chaos began to emerge in the internal affairs of the Great Jin. In just half a year's time, the territory of Great Jin was split into two halves, and the court was also divided into two factions, with one faction supporting the Empress Qin Liuli, and the other faction supporting the king of Shu, Zhao Yuhuan. In the end, the Empress Qin Liuli still lost to Zhao Gong's protagonist aura, and the Great Jin changed its name to Zhao. Zhou constitutes the crown prince, and Qin Liuli, with her heavenly and earthly cultivation, killed her way out of the thousands of troops, and has since transformed into an evil villain, bent on seeking revenge on Zhao Gong. Nay, Zhao Gong is the protagonist of the Dragon Ao Tian. Qin Liuli is not an opponent at all, and eventually lost to Zhao Gong, who grew up in the later stages. Zhao Jiao wanted to take her as a harem. Qin Liuli character chastity, rather than die, chose to wield the sword to kill himself. The military disintegrated in heaven and earth. To put it simply, the Empress Qin Liuli is the villain of the novel. Zhao Gong is the dragon pride male lead, and the Empress is destined to have no chance of winning. Thinking of this, Meng Qingzhou sighed slightly and said, the Great Jin's fortunes are prosperous, and in the future, it may be able to go to the 9 states and unify the world. Dongfang Liuli's brows stretched and smiled. Isn't that good? Why sigh? Meng Qingzhou said, it's not the Jin I'm sighing for, it's the current Empress Qin Liuli, and coincidentally, you're also called Liuli, and the Empress is also called Liuli. Dongfang Liuli ignored the latter half of the sentence, and with a vague sense of ill will in her heart, she pursued, what happened to the Empress? Even Su Qingqiu was nervous. Is it possible that the Empress is doomed to a miserable end in the eyes of the saints? Meng Qingzhou said. The Empress is certainly a good emperor in terms of her civilization and cultivation, but she's in too much of a hurry. Unbeknownst to me, the real big trouble has been lurking around. Great Jin's fortunes are as prosperous as fire. But if we don't pay attention to the jackal sleeping soundly on the side of the collapse, the one who will unify the world in the future may be Great Jin, but it may not be surnamed Qin. Meng Qingzhou stood up with a long body, using his walking stick as a sword, pointing in the northwest direction, and said aloud, Zhao Yuan's wolfish ambitions are clearly revealed, and extremely tactical. The standing military force in Shu is only 500,000 on the surface, but the elite troops hidden in the shadows amount to 1.5 million. Not only that, Zhao Yuan has been enlisting court officials over the years. He's very smart. He's determined not to draw in ministers above the 3rd rank. He's only focusing on those below the 4th rank, the county magistrates and governors who are guarding the various regions, etc. So that once the civil war is fought, a large portion of the cities, except for the capital city, will instantly turn against him. Meng Qingzhou looked towards Dongfang Liuli and asked, if you were an empress, how should you resist? A few words that caused Dongfang Liuli to freeze on the spot, causing Su Qingqiu to be shocked and speechless. They didn't expect that Meng Qingzhou, who was plain and ordinary except for her good-looking skin and dusty temperament, knew so many hidden secrets. Dongfang Liuli, who had never believed Meng Qingzhou's comments about being a saint, was now shaken. Meng Qingzhou said these hidden secrets, as long as Dongfang Liuli is willing to pay manpower and resources to investigate, in less than 3 days' time, the water can come out. Is it hard to believe that the person she randomly chose is a legendary saint? Dongfang Liuli's eyebrows knitted slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, she said, declare a holy decree. Order the border troops to enter the capital to serve the king, and then let the pillar general Qin Fenghua lead an army of 500,000 men to charge straight into the Yellow Dragon towards the land of Shu, attacking it to save it, and Zhao Yuan will surely be disorganized. Meng Qingzhou nodded her head in praise. Brilliant. A perfect answer. If I didn't know your roots, I would have suspected that you were the empress of the dynasty. At those words, a strange feeling rose in the bottom of Dongfang Liuli's heart, and Su Qingqiu on the side couldn't help but cover her mouth and snicker. Meng Qingzhou turned her words around and asked again, what if Shitzi Zhaogui, who is wreaking havoc within the capital, abolishes Jiang Songhai, one of the empress's right-hand men, the chief minister, and then uses the fact that the empress has not yet established a husband as a reason to force himself on the empress? But, Su Qingqiu finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. The empress already has a good match and is not without a master. As for the chief minister Jiang Songhai, he's safe. It's rumored that a lurking assassin was discovered. Dongfang Liuli coughed, rather embarrassed. Meng Qingzhou opened her mouth and didn't say anything for a long time. What the hell? The script isn't right. How can an empress take a husband? She's supposed to be the demoness who is alone for the rest of her life. It is even more unlikely that Jiang Songhai would have discovered the assassin in advance. Otherwise, how else would the protagonist, Zhao Gong, be able to carry out his plan? You're not kidding, Meng Qingzhou asked with a serious face. Nope. Why lie to you when you can just find someone to inquire about something you know? Oriental Liuli said. Meng Qingzhou was messed up and rubbed her temples. Don't talk, allow me to organize my thoughts. Dongfang Liuli didn't bother, resting her hands on her cheeks, quietly gazing at Meng Qingzhou, her amber-red pupils flashing with other emotions. It was the first time since she was born that she felt secure and relying on someone else. If it wasn't for Meng Qingzhou's deductive prophecy, Dongfang Liuli simply wouldn't dare to imagine. The land of Shu was heavily fortified with millions of troops, and more than half of the counties within the Great Jin dynasty had secretly defected to the king of Shu. Then, in conjunction with Zhao Gong's actions, he abolished the chief minister Jiang Songhai and forced the female emperor to set up an emperor. Zhao Gong, Zhao Yuhuan father and son inside and outside. In the internal affairs, external war double oppression. Dongfang Liuli just think about it is difficult to breathe. Extrapolate further. She felt that if nothing unexpected happened, she would last at most 3 years, and the Great Jin River and Mountain would be renamed Zhao. Thank you, Oriental Liuli said softly. Meng Qingzhou dislodged her cluttered thoughts and shook her head with a smile. What's there to be thankful for? I just satisfied your curiosity. Dongfang Liuli had no reason to give birth to an impulse and asked, what do you think? How is the empress as a person? She wanted to know what kind of evaluation she could actually obtain in Meng Qingzhou's heart. In terms of cultivation talent, there are only a few people in the world who can reach it. At only 21 years old, he has a lunar flare realm cultivation level, a rarity in the ancient world, Meng Qingzhou said. Of course, no matter how awesome the empress's talent was, it wasn't as awesome as him. Meng Qingzhou had only been cultivating for 3 years and was already at the early stage of the mountain-moving realm. Meng Qingzhou continued. On the subject of warp and webtoon tactics, at the age of 13, the Empress led only 50,000 troops and defeated the Lulan Kingdom, which had an army of 300,000. In terms of talent, she is proficient in all kinds of poetry and song, and in terms of looks, she is considered to be a beautiful and unique woman. There is no doubt that the Empress is a flawless woman. Meng Qingzhou spoke to herself. These descriptions, all from the narrator inside the novel. When she first read this novel, half of Meng Qingzhou rushed to the Empress, but it turned out that after half a day, the Empress was the villain rather than the protagonist's harem. Aren't you blind? How do you know that the Empress is good-looking? Su Qingqiu was puzzled. I'm also a man, and just hearing about those legends of the Empress is enough to brainstorm her stunning appearance. Meng Qingzhou did not shy away at all and said frankly. Oriental Lioli kind of wanted to laugh. Even if you are truly a saint, so what? Don't you know that the flawless Empress in your mouth is sitting right in front of you at this moment, and is also your apparent wife? Then how about giving you a chance to enter the Empress harem? Dongfang Lioli blandly said. Hearing this, Meng Qingzhou shook her head like a rattledrum. No, that's better. Nothing else, just valuing life. Following the evil villainous Empress. Is not it against the male master of Long Ao Tian? Meng Qingzhou said that she would like to live for a few more years. Lord Yi is a good dragon. Dongfang Lioli's face was cold. Meng Qingzhou Jiang pushed over the pastries on the table and said, without talking about that, how the Empress is, it doesn't have much to do with me. I'm more curious. You just said that the Chief Minister Jiang Sunhai found the assassin lurking in the residence. What about the son of the Shu land? Zhao Jiao, was he not found? Meng Qingzhou's heart was suspicious. It is reasonable to say that the plot of the novel will not be deflected. The head of the protagonist aura of Zhao Gong. How can he be out of the division before the first death? Just rushed to the capital. The plan failed in advance. Since the assassins have been discovered, what about Zhao Gong? Something can't have happened to him too. The son of Shu land, Zhao Jiao, is said to have committed the crime of rebellion, and was suppressed into prison by the Empress herself. Now you should feel relieved. Oriental Lioli twisted a piece of pastry, savored a bite, could not help but eat the fingers, simply a whole piece of all thrown into the mouth. Meng Qingzhou helplessly held her forehead and laughed bitterly. The Empress is foolish. The remaining smile at the corner of Dongfang Lioli's mouth became stiff, and he said dryly, what makes you say that? Su Qingqiu, who was playing a transparent person, silently gave a thumbs up in admiration, calling the Empress stupid in front of the Empress and the Empress not daring to snap on the spot. You are the first person in the ancient world. Meng Qingzhou angrily slapped her thighs and painfully said, of course stupid. Surprisingly, she let go of a great danger in her heart. She also did not think about it. Zhao Jiao, who is king of Shu Jia Yuhuan's only first son, flown into the capital to incite a rebellion plan. The king of Shu had to rest assured that he used his real body to commit a risk. Dongfang Lioli's phoenix eyes dramatically shocked, suppressing the emotion of shock and anger, pretending to be light and breezy, blandly said, do you mean to tell me that the Zhao Gong in the capital is just an incarnation? Meng Qingzhou spread her hands and said, yes, king of Shu, Zhao Yuhuan, spared no expense in spending countless heavenly materials and treasures to create a perfect avatar capable of connecting with Zhao Jiao's mind, and unless a lunar flare realm powerhouse probes the internal structure of the avatar bit by bit, it would be difficult to discover the end of the story. In other words, Zhao Yuhuan had already planned everything in advance on the day he was preparing to launch his rebellion. It's just not clear what went wrong and Zhao Gong was actually defeated in advance. This point was confusing even to Meng Qingzhou, who was familiar with the plot of the novel. It's hard to believe that the plotline is starting to go off track. Who on earth is up to no good? Don't let me catch you, or I'll make you suffer. Meng Qingzhou was so angry that her heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys hurt together and she lost interest in chatting. So what? I still have some things to do, so I'll go first. Dongfang Lioli hurriedly got up and offered her resignation to Meng Qingzhou. Take your time and don't see me off. Meng Qingzhou waved her hand. Su Qingqiu owed a bow and said with shyness and timidity, Master, slave girl will leave. Meng Qingzhou immediately smiled with an amicable smile and said, it's okay to come and play often, haha. In the meantime, a mountain peak far away from the capital city of Great Jin. This mountain looked lush and uncharacteristic on the outside, but in reality, the interior had long been hollowed out and crafted into a war fortress. In the dark stone room, a youth with a basilisk and gold robe and a plain appearance steeply opened his eyes, and his throat knots wriggled up and down to let out a mournful and miserable scream. Ah, no, damn Meng Qingzhou, I, Zhao Gong, will not share the same fate as you. The young man in Xin clothes is the real body of the son of Zhao Jiao. Because the distance between the incarnation and the real body cannot exceed 200 kilometers, he let the incarnation into the capital. The real body is hidden in a mountain range outside the capital, and everything that the incarnation experienced was perceived by the real body. Zhao Gong calmed down for a long time, slowly returning to normal, and then pulled out a palm-sized antique round mirror from his bosom. Using his aura to catalyze the 1,000-mile communication disc, the circular mirror was dotted with starlight, gradually coalescing the appearance of a middle-aged man who was not powerful but angry. What is it? Zhao Yuan's tone was indifferent. Father. Zhao Gong lowered his head in shame and bit his lip in death. The plan failed. The avatar has self-destructed. Zhao Yuan's blade-like angular sharp eyebrows were immediately inserted into his brow as he said angrily. Waste. If you can't even handle this, what use does the king have for you? Zhao Gong said reluctantly. You can't blame it all on the child. If you want to blame it on Meng Qingzhou. It's like he has precognitive abilities. And in front of me, he accurately stated our plan, causing the incarnation to be directly arrested. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan said in astonishment, Meng Lightship? What a familiar name. The female emperor's new emperor half a month ago? It is precisely this person. Zhao Gong was filled with murderous intent and said, Father, I think this person is too demonic, and letting him go is bound to lead to endless trouble. My child thought that Meng Qingzhou should be strangled in advance. Killing Meng Qingzhou can be said to kill two birds with one stone, not only removing the latent threat and preventing him from doing bad things again, but also triggering civil unrest in the court. Zhao Yuan stared at him for a long time, clear of a little bit of Zhao Gong. It's just a matter of coveting the empress and hating Meng Qingzhou. As for the prophetic ability, Zhao Yuan took it as a joke and didn't take it seriously at all. Zhao Yuan didn't bother to break it down, warning in a stern voice. Aloud, only success not failure. Remember to do it cleanly and don't leave any traces. Once you've killed Meng Qingzhou, come back immediately. During this period, I will incite the county guards and magistrates from all over the country to start a war on the Great Jin territory to distract Qin Liuli. Zhao Gong was overjoyed and said, Thank you, father. My son will live up to his expectations. Aha! Looking at Zhao Yuan's figure slowly dissipating in the 1,000-mile communication disc, Zhao Gong's smile tightened and he drank in a cold voice. Noonday. In the depths of the dark grotto, a crisp sound of stepping on the ground abruptly rang out, and a shapely figure with a convex front and curved back slowly entered Zhao Gong's field of vision. The coming person, a purple dress, tightly fitting chest land high, outlined a reverie endless water snake waist. The woman's skin white skin in the candle flame illumination, emitting fluorescent luster. The corners of Wu Dai's mouth carried a charming and seductive smile as she bowed slightly. What does the world sun command? Zhao Gong's pair of narrow eyes hid a desire like fire, swallowed his saliva and beckoned. It's been a hard few days, having you guard the pass for me. Come on, let my son see if you've gained weight again. Midday Butterfly took a catwalk, her voice empty and cold. The slave is covered in poison, more terrible than the mandrake flower. The hair strands are attached to the bone-etching and heart-rotting poison. The slave dares to give it. Does the world sun dare to touch it? Zhao Gong's complexion changed imperceptibly, and he took a step back very consciously, and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Slut. Show not eat. Wu Dai's deep purple pupils shifted downward and saw Zhao Gong take a step back, a hint of sarcasm and disdain flashing in the depths of his eyes. Calling you out is something to command you, Zhao Gong said. Kill someone for me. Emperor Meng Qingzhou of the Great Jin. Wu Dai laughed softly. Yes, but your highness, how much can you pay your slave? Zhao Gong said blandly. Complete the mission, and this son promises to reunite you with your brother. Upon hearing this, Wu Dai's breathing suddenly stopped and she said in a trembling voice, Really? This Shitzi has always said one thing. Zhao Gong narrowed his eyes slightly and added in his mind. Unfortunately, your brother died a long time ago. When you come back from your mission, this world's sun's heavenly exorcism pill will more than likely be completed. At that time, whether you demon girl is round or flat, won't it be at the mercy of this world's sun? P.S. Join the author's homepage group chat. The update will be reminded ding. Successfully suppressed the Heavenly Fate protagonist, Zhao Gong. Cutting the Heavenly Fate protagonist, Zhao Gong, by 500 chi values. Heaven's Destiny protagonist, Zhao Gong, has a chi value of 4,000-500 is equal to 3,500. Obtained reward 1, Heavenly Spiritual Herb. 9 Suns Blazing Heart Lotus. Qualities of Gongfu, Physique, Weapons, etc. Yellow. Xian, Earth, Heaven, Immortal, Emperor, Great Emperor, Supreme. Obtained reward 2, 100 kilograms of immortal dog food, tastes so good and inexpensive that licking dogs eat it all the time, and godly beasts eat it all the time, wagging their tails. Meng Qingzhou, who was lying on a chair basking in the sun, Was throwing Earth-grade spirit pills into her mouth like she didn't want any money? When a system beep suddenly came to her ears, Meng Qingzhou was startled and casually threw the Earth-grade spirit pills in her hand into the chicken coop to feed the chickens. What do you mean? Does it have a damn thing to do with me if the Heaven's Destiny protagonist is being suppressed? Why should I be rewarded? Meng Qingzhou was clueless under the clueless tree, and you and I were clueless under the clueless fruit. After thinking for a long time, Meng Qingzhou came to a conclusion. That is, as long as Zhao Gong was suppressed and made Long Aotian proud, he himself would be rewarded. The good man who persecuted Zhao Gong. I misunderstood you before. Now I sincerely apologize to you. You are a good man. Meng Qingzhou silently sent a good person card to the unknown good person and tearfully received the system reward. After looking at the system rewards again, Meng Qingzhou smacked her lips and was suddenly disillusioned. Another pile of crap. The heavenly grade 9 Yang Scorching Heart Lotus was a treasure, but it was useless to him. 100 kilograms of immortal dog food. Even more so. Meng Qingzhou called out fuck you. Immortal products ah. He only signed out an immortal product in 3 whole years. Is it too much of a waste to give dog food? 9 Yang Scorching Heart Lotus. Sounds familiar. Meng Qingzhou rubbed her chin, suddenly remembering why it sounded familiar. In the original novel setting, the empress, in order to stabilize the throne, not hesitate to enter the 10,000 years of extreme Yin Tianqi cultivation. Although successful breakthrough Yueyao realm, but also as a result of the contraction of cold disease, every night have to endure the pain of Yin cold and bone. 9 Sun's Scorching Heart Lotus, the very same heavenly spirit herb that could cure the empress cold sickness. The empress had gone to great lengths to find the 9 Sun's Scorching Heart Lotus. Offering it to the empress has disadvantages and no benefits, and it's also easy to get involved in the main plot line, so it's better to give it to your own daughter-in-law to enjoy. The 9 Yang Scorching Heart Lotus had infinite wonderful uses, and Dongfang Liuli, who was just an ordinary person, would at least extend her life by 100 years after taking it. Do it if you want to. Meng Qingzhou took out the 9 Yang Scorching Heart Lotus in the system warehouse, plucked a petal, mashed it into juice, and then put it into the heavenly spiritual treasure, 10,000 beasts pot, to simmer it, and then supplemented it with neutralizing herbs, so that the medicinal liquid would no longer be violent and would become softer. The other side, Qiankuan Palace. The empress sat in front of the table, her fingers gently pressed down on her eyebrows, and left the stack of intelligence papers in her hand aside. Pillar State Great General Qin Beihongguo was also a collateral relative of the empress. Qin Fenghuang immediately rushed over after hearing about it, and immediately, his tiger's eyes rounded up as he angrily said, as expected, Zhao Yuhuan, the old thief, really harbored evil intentions and pretended to let his youngest son, Zhao Jiao, go to the capital, or an incarnation. Your Majesty, let the old minister lead the troops and clear out the rebels. Just a moment ago, the empress personally went to the Ministry of Justice's prison, and Zhao Gong, who was imprisoned in the deepest heavenly prison, was already lifeless. It was only after careful investigation that the empress was finally convinced that Zhao Gong, who died in the prison, was only an avatar. Until now, Meng Qingzhou's prophecies had been fulfilled one by one. Dongfang Liuli had to believe that Zhao Yuhuan, who had never been on her mind, would become the biggest obstacle on her road to unification. Imperial uncle, go back and rest first. I have my own measures, Dongfang Liuli blandly said. Qin Fenghuo was so anxious that a figure unconsciously surfaced in his mind, and he couldn't help but blurt out, how about, ask the emperor if he can have a plan to deal with the counter-rebellion? Dongfang Liuli hesitated for a while, but still shook her head. Let's talk about it. Just then, report. A general stumbled into the Qiankuan Palace with hurried steps and flung himself on the ground and said loudly, Your Majesty, there are reports from all over the Great Jin. 32 counties and 108 counties have been alarmed by a large number of bandits. The total number is over 100,000, and many counties have been paralyzed. Saying so, this general presented the tip-off jade paper. Although this world does not have technology, it is the heyday of everyone cultivating immortality. With incredible transcendent means, thousands of miles of communication and even 10,000 miles of communication. It is not a matter of course. The bandits had just been born, and the report was in the hands of Dongfang Liuli. Ha! After a cursory scan, Dongfang Liuli threw the jade paper on the table and smiled contemptuously. It's true that the emperor has hit the nail on the head. Zhao Yuhuan has enlisted a large portion of the nation's high officials from the counties and counties, otherwise the banditry couldn't have suddenly taken shape. There is also no bandit that would gather 100,000 people in a vast manner as if they don't want to die, the vast majority of which are cultivators, and also head straight for the weapons depots, granaries, and treasure buildings of the major towns. Zhao Yuhuan, it's me who has underestimated you. If not for Meng Qingzhou's prior prediction, Dongfang Liuli would probably be confused at this moment. It will not be so easy to suspect the head of those county officials, not to mention the importance of Zhao Yuhuan. Let it develop. I'm afraid to fulfill Meng Qingzhou's prophecy, Jin's fortune is still there. Just this unification of the world's people. No longer surnamed Qin. Dongfang Liuli closed his eyes and opened them for a long time, filling them with lingering killing intent. Imperial uncle, you personally go. Focus on cities with banditry. Thoroughly investigate county guards, county magistrates, inspectors and other officials of the 7th rank or above, and those who refuse to cooperate will be directly searched for their souls. Anyone who dares to collaborate with the enemy will be copied and exterminated. On the other hand, issue a diatribe to announce to the world that King Zhao Yuan of Shu is plotting to rebel, and that he failed to assassinate Chief Minister Jiang Songhai, and set off bandits to disrupt people's livelihoods. When these words came out, even Qin Beaconfire, who was known for his short temper, was dumbfounded and listened in disbelief. Your Majesty, is it too exuberant? Dongfang Liuli smiled. Bloodthirsty and cold, Zhao Yuan ate that I won't pay attention to him. That's why he will be unscrupulous. If I don't be more decisive and ruthless, won't I be playing right into the hands of the king of Shu? Dongfang Liuli stood up and looked in the direction of Imazumi village and said blandly, stand down. I'm going to meet the emperor. After saying that, the empress with the red phoenix robe instantly disappeared into the Qiankuan palace. Present-day village, Taiji Hall. Meng Qingzhou simmered a bowl of medicinal porridge. Don't look at a small bowl, which adds at least 4 or 5 kinds of heavenly herbs, and a flavor of the world's hard-to-find 9-yang scorching heart lotus. The value alone is enough to buy a small to medium-sized city. Bad. I don't know where Liuli lives. Meng Qingzhou held the bowl and slapped her head. Suddenly a fresh breeze blew. The willow branches swayed gently, accompanied by a creak. The courtyard door was pushed open from the outside. Dongfang Liuli carried a wisp of a smile and said, it's only been half a day since I've seen you, but husband misses me? Meng Qingzhou raised her eyebrows, knowing that this woman was deliberately teasing herself, and immediately smiled and carried the bowl of porridge and handed it over. You're back. Come, have a bowl of porridge to relieve your fatigue. This scene, as if the ordinary life of a small couple, the husband to work a day dragging a heavy body pushed open the door, a door to see. White skin and beautiful long legs of the small daughter-in-law tied apron, fried a good meal, turned back to say a sentence. Hurry up and wash your hands for dinner. Ordinary and cozy, plain and simple, yet a beauty that is hard to find in countless people's dreams. The corner of Meng Qingzhou's mouth rose, and she said, little boy, just you still want to molest me? Don't you know that in his previous life, he was known as the Grandmaster of Relationships? There is a saying that if she is not deep in the world, you will take her to see all the world's prosperity. If she reads the world, then take her to ride the carousel. Dongfang Liuli froze woodenly, looking at the bowl of porridge that was handed to her, and then looking at Meng Qingzhou, who had black-wrought eyes and a light temperament. For a moment, her heart seemed to be struck. Only after a long time, Dongfang Liuli silently took the bowl, sipped the clear porridge, and suddenly her eyes widened. Well, it's, boom! Oriental Liuli's heart set off shocking waves as the 9 suns scorching heart lotus. This feeling is like, searching hard for years of unsuccessful things, suddenly look back, found it into a bowl of light porridge, holding in the hands of that person, so plainly handed over. Oriental Liuli savored the clear porridge in small bites, and her bored mood became relaxed and happy in an instant. Is it good? Meng Qingzhou took the empty bowl of the finished ground and took out a handkerchief to wipe the corners of Dongfang Liuli's mouth. Dongfang Liuli's head was blank. The continuous bombardment had made her forget her empress status and her best skill of mastering people. For the first time, I had the cozy feeling of being home. For the first time, someone had taken her worries away. The first time someone wiped the corners of her mouth. Feeling the warm and soft comfort from all the limbs and bones, a ray of scorching yang qi dissolved the cold disease in the meridians. When she looked at Meng Qingzhou, she suddenly realized that this man had been born with a good skin, broad shoulders and tiger back, long body, face like a crown of jade, elegant and easygoing temperament. How to see how to look at it. Not bad. Dongfang Liuli didn't ask how the 9 suns scorching heart lotus and the porridge came to be, and pursed her lips and smiled. Hearing the tremor in Dongfang Liuli's words, Meng Qingzhou was inwardly pleased that he had won this round. Little man, still want to with a deeply baptized by the internet of modern people, who is more good at flirting with people. It is simply the Guangdong door to play big knife. Oriental Liuli looked at the person in front of her. A thought was born in her heart and said, all this time, I haven't told you what the Oriental family does. Aren't you curious? Meng Qingzhou said, curious, but I won't ask. After all, you and I aren't a true couple. There's no need to look deeper. In the past, When Dongfang Liuli heard such words, she would definitely not care. But now, for some reason Dongfang Liuli's heart was abruptly empty and she forced a smile. It wouldn't hurt to tell you that the Oriental family has been a courtier of the great Jin dynasty for generations, and I am a female official near His Majesty. If I ask you to serve His Majesty, will you do so? Meng Qingzhou refused without hesitation. No. The three words were said with finality and without the slightest hesitation. Dongfang Liuli tilted her head, frowning in confusion. Why? A good man's ambition is to serve for His Majesty. Shouldn't it be an errand that every man dreams of? I'm diffident. Not that material. Meng Qingzhou politely refused again. You can talk all you want, but I won't do it anyway. Seeing him so resistant, Dongfang Liuli has no reason to be angry. Why? I am a jackal, wolf, tiger and leopard, and will not eat you. Okay, you're not going to do it, are you? I have a way of making you do it. With this in mind, Dongfang Liuli pushed the door open, leaving behind a sentence. As you wish. I'll leave first. Even the questions he wanted to ask before, Oriental Liuli couldn't care less. What the hell is Zhao Yuhuan? Today, I have to be capricious. Meng Qingzhou touched his head and wondered. What's the situation? Botched it? Feeling that it was a failure to flirt with a girl, Meng Qingzhou, self-conscious and uninterested, threw the porcelain bowl. Sure enough, I'm still not cut out for this game. For the next day, until the following evening, Meng Qingzhou had never seen Dongfang Liuli. A woman's heart is a needle under the sea. The ancients are sincere. Meng Qingzhou couldn't figure out how to figure out where the whole thing went wrong. Well, that's what the textbooks say. Just as Meng Qingzhou was bored with her thoughts, a sharp and piercing voice resounded throughout the village of Imazu. The emperor has arrived. Clothier Meng Lightning Zhou has come to see the saint. Meng Qingzhou, who was in a kudzu lying position, a black question mark slowly appeared on her brain. What? Your Majesty. Misheard it. Meng Qingzhou turned around on the bed and scratched her butt. Then there was another sharp, thin voice. Clothier Meng Lightship, come quickly to face the saint. Crap. It's not a hallucination. Meng Qingzhou's back felt like it had been installed with springs and popped up straight. The capital is 100 miles away from here. How could the empress come to the remote countryside to meet a flunky? Weird. Too weird. This plotline isn't right. Meng Qingzhou was so anxious that she was running around in the yard. His intention was to refuse to participate in the main plot. Whether villain or protagonist, it was best if none of them came to be involved. Most likely, it was a divine prophecy that had circulated to the empress's ears a few days ago, and that was why she had come to solicit her. Then once he went out to meet the empress, it meant that he would be joining the empress camp and going against the protagonist of Long Ao Tian. Reject it. It's not good either. This is not the same as disobeying the holy will, openly flipping with the emperor, invariably becoming the protagonist's teammate. Meng Qingzhou's scalp fluttered at the mere thought of the evil empress who was bent on revenge in the later stages of the novel. As the saying goes, whitewashing is 3 times weaker, and blackening opens the door. The empress is also the same. After the blackening of her, several times will be Zhao Gong shot on the spot. If not for the protagonist aura, Zhao Gong would have died 800 times. Even the protagonist couldn't carry the woman. Meng Qingzhou estimated that he was more than likely also bad enough. Boom! The courtyard door was pushed open. Su Qingxiu held back her laughter, holding her pretty face red, and also pinched her throat hard to pretend to be terrified. Master! His Majesty is here. Come out quickly. A group of villagers gathered in front of the door of the small green tile building. Everyone's face was filled with the word speechless. Lord Chief Minister, what do you think His Majesty is trying to do with this whole mess? The commander of the Forbidden Guards squeezed in front of the crowd to eat melon online. Zhang Sanghai stroked his beard and pondered for a long time under the former's expectant gaze. And he, who was known as the Great Jin's think tank, finally uttered 3 words. I don't know. The commander of the Forbidden Guards secretly rolled his eyes. Under the bizarre gaze of the crowd, Su Qingxiu dragged the stubborn donkey-like resistant Meng Qingzhou out of the courtyard door. Hey! It's a blessing, not a curse. It's a curse that can't be avoided, Meng Qingzhou silently chanted. Although he couldn't see and couldn't use his divine sense, there was no difference between him and a normal blind man. However, Meng Qingzhou could sense that a few meters away directly in front of him stood an aura as vast as a sea of smoke. The abyss is as terrifying as it is. Needless to say, it must be the current Empress Qin Liuli, heretic Meng Lightship. Greetings to your Majesty. Meng Qingzhou immediately prepared to kneel. One of the eunuchs rushed forward to assist him and prevented him from kneeling. Just kidding. You are the emperor. How can I really let you kneel and worship the emperor? Dongfang Liuli head wearing a coronation ring laced bead curtain, crossing her legs, leaning lazily on top of the dozen-meter-high imperial carriage, emerald red eyes looking down. The corners of her mouth sketched out a smirk. Mr. need not be polite. I have come on this special trip to hand Mr. an olive branch. I do not know if Mr. is willing to take it. Meng Qingzhou did not hear the difference in the voice. After all, when Dongfang Liuli played the role, she used a fake voice. The majestic and unrivaled her at this moment was the true full-bodied Oriental Liuli. Grasshopper's ability is weak. I'm afraid I'm not up to the task. Meng Qingzhou arched his hand and bowed. Dongfang Liuli didn't say anything and glared at Su Qingqiu, who was standing by the side. Su Qingqiu understood, stepped forward and said with an ear, "Master, don't refuse. His Majesty has come this time and is bound to take you away. Miss has also gone to the capital and won't be back for a short time. Don't you want to see her again? Besides, His Majesty is ruthless. If you refuse again, Master, I'm afraid you'll upset His Majesty, and I'm afraid you'll be beheaded." Meng Qingzhou thought for a long time, then let out a long sigh with a grave and sad expression. I can follow His Majesty to the capital, or I can report on my duties, but I only wish to hang on to an idle name, and if His Majesty doesn't agree, I'd rather die. It would be impolite to reject it again, and when the time comes, the long Aotian protagonist and the Empress will not be pleasing to both sides, and the trouble will be even greater. Plus, the plotline is already starting to fall apart, and defecting to the Empress is mostly fine. The big deal is to be a little more meticulous and try to be a transparent person. There are so many capable officials and fierce generals under the Empress. Are all of them enemies of the protagonist of Long Aotian? Dongfang Liuli, who was on top of the imperial carriage, heard the satisfactory answer and could no longer suppress her smile, saying, "Yes, I promise. Meng Iching, hurry up and pack your bags. I will wait for you to return to the capital together." Anyway, Meng Qingzhou was not expected to do anything, and working for the Empress was just a way to bring the two of them closer together and pave the way for exposing their identities in the future. Small sample. If you don't pull out your vest, you can't be subdued. Today, I'm going to be a bully. The more you resist, the more excited I'll be. First counselor, tell everyone who has seen the Emperor to shut up and never allow the news to leak. Dongfang Liuli's red lips slightly opened as she transmitted her voice. Zhang Sanhai folded his hands into his sleeves, glanced deeply at Dongfang Liuli, and nodded wordlessly. When Meng Qingzhou packed her bags and boarded the flying exotic beast in company with Su Qingqiu, then the Empress's imperial carriage rode up in the wind and disappeared into the sky, chasing the remnants of the setting sun. For a long time, Zhang Sanhai marveled. Emperors are not allowed to interfere in politics. Furthermore, it is feared that the Emperor's identity will be exploited by those with an axe to grind. Then please ask the Emperor to change his face and return in a different identity. With a sage entering the court, chaos will rise. Your Majesty is really good at this. In order not to arouse Meng Qingzhou's suspicion, the group of foreign beasts that followed behind the imperial carriage had been circling around the capital for a long time before slowly falling into the palace. Meng Qingzhou, who was sitting on the back of the flying exotic beast, took a deep breath of the palace air and muttered, "Worthy of being the supreme temple of converging power, the smell of monetary extravagance is in the air." On the imperial carriage, Dongfang Liuli, who was silently eavesdropping, skimmed her mouth at the words. Su Qingqiu could not help but look at a few eyes of Meng Qingzhou, wanting to say but not daring to say, "Where is the taste of money? We just circled around and ran back." The only difference is that the imperial carriage stopped at the Hall of the Golden Emperor, not the Taiji Temple, today's Chaochun, which was knocked down and rebuilt. The village has been sealed off this morning, and no one can trespass without an order from the Empress. "Iching, come here." The Empress stepped out of the imperial carriage and hooked her finger. Meng Qingzhou stepped forward. "Your Majesty." Dongfang Liuli looked at Meng Qingzhou, who looked like an aggravated little daughter-in-law, unable to speak of her complacency and excitement, and laughed lightly. "Your loving secretary has ordered you to change your name, and in the capital, you will be called Meng Qin. Do you understand?" Meng Qingzhou wondered in disbelief. "Why change your name? Is my minister's name unseemly?" Dongfang Liuli was dumbfounded and directly dropped a sentence. "No means no. Where are the many whys?" Only Meng Qingzhou was left alone in the wind. "What the hell? Why should I be incognito? Also, why was there a hint of petulance in the Empress's tone? Messed up. Completely messed up," Meng Qingzhou muttered. Inside the Golden Palace was not a rich gold color, but a simple and atmospheric black. Internal space is very large, the depth of a few hundred meters. Casting materials is the world's hard to find 10,000 years of superb spiritual jade. Ordinary people come here to breathe a breath can prolong life. 9,981 deep black dragon pillars on both sides, leading to the highest female emperor's throne. There were also hundreds of imperial guards at the peak of the Tangyun realm who were cloaked in toughness, as if they were wooden statues made of clay, and they could only see a pair of icy eyes through the cracks of their helmets. Majestic, lofty, and mighty to the highest. Under the imperial seat, The civil and military officials are neatly arranged with jade fluorine in their hands and have been waiting here for a long time. Meng Qingzhou, dressed in python dragon black clothes with black satin covering his eyes, leaned on his crutches and lightly tapped the ground, making a crisp duck-duck sound. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of the public ministers and officials, he slowly passed through, stood at the forefront, and arched his hand in a salute. I, Meng Qin, see your majesty. The imperial seat was covered by a side of vermilion veil, and the empress raised her hand and blandly said, "Stand up." Empress Dongfan Lioli blandly said, "Minister Meng's talent is so high that it is rare in the world. I have decided to promote you to the Ministry of Rights as a minister. Are there any objections?" Meng Qingzhou's eyelids fluttered wildly. Oh, what an official. It's a step straight to heaven. If the Sangshu is a minister, then the Sangshu's attendant is equivalent to a vice minister. The Sangshu is of the second rank, while the Sangshu's attendant is of the third rank. Zhang Songhai, who was located at the forefront of the civil officials' ranks, glanced at Meng Qingzhou, who was at ease, and did not speak. Not bad. The person who is the Minister of Rights and the Chief Minister today is none other than Zhang Songhai. Zhang Songhai's heart was as clear as a mirror, and he was one of the few people who knew Meng Qingzhou's true identity, so he wasn't the least bit surprised, and naturally didn't have any objections. But very few people had seen the emperor's face, and of the 100 officials present, only 2 were present. One was Zhang Songhai, and the other was Lin Killing, the commander of the Forbidden Guards. The ministers who were unaware of this, their tired drooping eyelids snapped wide open, and they all turned their heads to look at Meng Qingzhou with an expression as if they had seen a ghost. A no official background, did not make an inch of merit of the cloth white body. The first day into the courtroom, directly promoted to the third-grade Shangshulang, off the mark. There was even speculation that this Meng Qingzhou could be a face head bred by the empress. The eyes of some young and strong military generals flickered. The empress seems to like blind men. Rumor has it that the emperor is a blind man, and now there is another one. Why don't we destroy our own eyes as well? Maybe we'll be favored by the empress. The 100 officials who were extremely unbalanced in their hearts were instantly triggered emotionally and all stood out in protest. No, your majesty, you are abandoning the system of the country in disregard. If they all act like this, who will delve into building the country's society in the future? Meng Qin? I've never heard of this person. Not a famous tiger general, not the top scholar, no official endorsement, no merits and achievements. How can he be directly promoted to the third grade? A mere grasshopper? Even if he has sky-high talent, a reward of a 7th grade official body would be more than enough. A wild boy who popped out of nowhere. Your majesty, don't be fooled by this man. Dongfan Lioli smiled and sat diagonally, propping her cheek with one hand, not stopping the group of agitated courtiers, disobeying the holy will. This is your punishment and of course a test. The depths of her eyes were tinged with anticipation, and it would be best if Meng Qingzhou could convince the group of ministers. Instead, send him back to the village of Imazumi as a carefree blind flunky. Meng Qingzhou had a lot of fire, and her words were very sharp, waiting for the public minister to slap her in the face. He was originally unwilling to get involved in the temple, to give the female emperor a face, patience reluctantly into the capital as an official. Meng Qingzhou didn't get angry. A group of clowns disliked him instead. Meng Qingzhou frowned and turned around, facing Gun Gun, and said, I was originally a man of cloth, fortunate to have His Majesty's favor. Not hesitate to recruit me from a long distance. Originally thought to be able to stand in this golden palace on the Secretary of State Duke of the country. Are all people in the Dragon and Phoenix? I didn't realize it was all a bunch of bullying people. Arrogant, unbridled. What are your skills? Show them to this king. If it's just a reputation, don't blame this king for beheading you. A king with a black beard and clad in a 4-clawed golden dragon robe coldly snorted. Meng Qingzhou followed the voice and looked at that marquis and asked, Dare I ask, who are you? King of Longshang, the third rank. Surname Ouyang, single name a Shang character. Ouyang Shang smiled contemptuously. And a cripple. How can such a person want to rise to the top and be equal to the king? Joke. Meng Qingzhou's brows tightened as she searched for memories in her mind and sulked for a long time. Seeing this, Ouyang Shang revealed an expression that was not what the king expected, concluding that Meng Qingzhou did not have any real skills. Just as Ouyang Shang showed a victor's smile, Meng Qingzhou's lips lifted a cold arc, and his cane pierced the ground heavily, causing the cacophony of the golden palace to disappear before he opened his mouth. Although my eyes are blind, I can see through heavenly chances, and just now I measured your destiny and finally caught a glimpse of a hidden corner. Ouyang Shang put his hands behind his back, his eyes narrowed slightly, implicitly sneering as if he was watching a clown show. Ouyang Shang, a native of Longshang County in Qingzhou, his family was poor when he was young, and he enlisted in the army relying on a pile of military merit books to change his destiny against the odds and become a marquis of the third grade. It's all news that's known to everyone, and you have the nerve to say it? Ouyang Shang laughed. Only Jiang Sunhai and Lin Killing, the commander of the Forbidden Guards, were secretly alarmed and glanced at each other, knowing what Meng Qingzhou was doing. The saints prophesied. Meng Qingzhou ignored it and continued on her own. In the middle of the year before last, there were 10 counties in Qingzhou where nearly 100,000 people died from infection with a strange poison. A shocking catastrophe that ultimately ended without a source being found. Speaking here, Meng Qingzhou's words paused. His expression was gloomy like water, wrapped in monstrous killing intent. And the truth of the matter is that Ouyang Shang, the Marquis of Longshang, in order to break through the mountain-moving realm, he did not hesitate to cultivate the forbidden method of sacrificing and poisoning 100,000 people, a crime beyond pardon. Ouyang Shang's expression changed slightly. His pupils suddenly contracted as he rebuked. You dare to slander this king, believe it or not. This king will behead you. Meng Qingzhou leaned on her crutches and approached Ouyang Shang step by step and said coldly, do you want proof too? Well then, I'll give you proof. After saying that, Meng Qingzhou opened her mouth and murmured, spitting out a string of awkward and twisted incantations. In the next instant, the original elegant Long Shang Wang, his throat issued a painful hiss, his pupils turned into a black, and his vertebrae were like razor blades that bulged high. The ministers were shocked and could not believe the scene they saw before them. This is an ancient spell for summoning demons. King Longshang, how did he fall into the devil's path? The Minister of Rites is not talking nonsense. Ouyang Shang, the son of a chaotic courtier, was actually the culprit of the Qingzhou disaster 2 years ago. 100,000 people said to be sacrificed. What a cruel heart. The civil and military officials see the wind to make the helm of the skill, can be said to be perfect. See the Long Shangwang fell into the devil. The board is 2 years ago. The dominant leader of the great disaster of Qingzhou have jumped out to accuse. The empress waved her hand and said solemnly, drag him down and lynch him. Sacrifice the blood and flesh of the Longshang king to the 100,000 souls of the unjustly killed in Qingzhou. Love. Go on. Everyone in the room was aghast at these words. Meng Qingzhou smiled and said in her heart, Empress understands me. Everyone who questioned me before, stand out and line up. I'll show you one by one. Meng Qingzhou smiled warmly. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and no one moved for half a day. Move, Oriental Lioli said blandly. The 100 officials of the Golden Palace lined up, wilting and drowning, their eyes averted, as if they had a ghost in their hearts and were afraid of being seen by Meng Qingzhou. The main reason was that the hysterical hissing outside the temple was too ominous. Your Majesty, I'm innocent. Meng Qing's youngest child is spitting blood. Please investigate severely. Your Majesty, the unstoppable Long Shangwang, with a mere question, was stripped of his underpants by Meng Qingzhou. His spiritual power was sealed by the Empress, and like a dead dog, he was about to be lynched. Who doesn't have some dirt under their ass? Some people were shocked and afraid, but since the Empress was too prestigious and her cultivation had reached the lunar flare realm, they didn't dare to protest even if they wanted to. Who would have thought? This Meng Qing can actually spy on the heavens. Is the Empress trying to purge the dynasty and invited a dragon slayer? Some ministers regretted it. As the saying goes, don't be the head of the pack. I've lived half a lifetime, but I've forgotten such a simple truth. Dying old man, cloudy eyes with tears. A handsome-looking young civil official said blandly, don't be too pessimistic. How could anyone be able to spy on the heavens? Besides, I just probed this Meng Qing. There's no fluctuation of spiritual energy at all. He's just a mortal. In my opinion, the Empress wants to support Meng Qing, and there is no good reason to convince the ministers and officials. So she pushes the king of Longshang to come out as a scapegoat. No need to worry. Upon hearing this, the people who were waiting in line silently nodded their heads, quite agreeably. That's the point. It seems overly concerned. It's just a pity that the king of Longshang, less than 40 years old, gave Meng Qing, who popped out of some nook or cranny, as a scapegoat. By this time, it was the turn of the handsome and dapper young civil servant. The young civil official took a look at the ministers who were in front of him in line, wiping their cold sweat and crying out that they had escaped, and none of them stormed out. This increased the young civil official's bottom line, and his head held out his chest and his confidence soared. What's your name? Meng Qingzhou asked. Liu Beichuan, the young civil official said calmly. Meng Qingzhou hummed and said, well, Liu Beichuan, the scout of the imperial examination 3 years ago, the imperial examination fraud. Evidence, your father sold all his assets and purchased a heavenly spirit knife to bribe the examiner at the time. But you may not know that your father was worried that the examiner wouldn't know who sent the gift, so he sealed your name on the hilt of the heavenly spirit knife. The young civil official's confident and soaring demeanor suddenly disappeared, and his lips brushed to lose their blood color. Ha! How could he know such a hidden secret? The young civil official gulped down his saliva, his legs shook like chaff, and a chill went straight from his spine to the sky. 2 words bubbled up in his mind: it's over. Investigate thoroughly. If the situation is true, punish them for their crimes, Dongfang Liuli said in a cold voice. She had great faith in Meng Qingzhou's prophetic ability. If she didn't have to do it for others to see, she would have wanted to carry a machete and pestle next to Meng Qingzhou. Meng Qingzhou would have just called the names and she would have been responsible for chopping people up, and that would have been the end of it. The young civil official flopped down on his butt and mumbled something. No way. I'm the hope of the whole family. I can't be okay. However, the Imperial Guards don't want to talk nonsense with you. The shackles that confine spiritual energy are cuffed and directly dragged out. Without any compassion, Meng Qingzhou finished her roll call and continued to wait for the next lucky winner. Of course, he can't predict everyone's black history. He is reminiscing on how well he knows the plot of the novels, recalling the setting of the supporting characters who are heavily inked in the books. For example, the King of Longshang, who is being lynched. In the middle of the novel, rebels against the court to join King Zhao Yuan of Lishu, and becomes a famous lord of the Devil's Path. There was also the young civil official sitting on the ground trembling in fear, a future great corrupt official of the great Jin dynasty. As for some small caramels, Meng Qingzhou had never even heard of them. Forget it, it's not a big deal. Change to the next one. Meng Qingzhou waved her hand, pretending to be generous and letting nobody go. This passerby minister, who doesn't even have a name in the novel, gave a grateful look on his way out. Retaliation to retaliation. Establish prestige to establish prestige. Since in the temple to mix, surely cannot be the civil and military officials all offended to death. It's time to show mercy, or to show mercy. Prime Minister Jiang Sunhai. When it was Jiang Sunhai's turn, Meng Qingzhou frowned and realized that things were not simple. Immediately shot like lightning, palms on Jiang Sunhai's old face for a while groping. Jiang Sunhai. It's a familiar feeling, a familiar recipe. What a love affair you have with the old minister's face. Why do you always jerk off when you meet? Meng Qing, overdoing it. Jiang Sunhai tried to peel away his claws several times, but was persistently caught up with them, and helplessly said with a dark face. But gradually, Meng Qingzhou looked grave and solemn. Seeing this, everyone raised their little hearts and stared in disbelief. Could it be that the chief counselor also has a dark history? Even Dongfang Liuli, whose posture was lazy and casual, sat up straight in fear, holding her breath and waiting nervously. Jiang Sunhai is one of the pillars of the great Jin dynasty. He has serious problems. On behalf of the kingdom is completely hopeless. Do not think of the world. Wash your hands off while you can. Old man, what's the problem? Jiang Sunhai was made to feel unsure of himself, racking his brain to recall his experiences in the first half of his life. Deterred by Meng Qingzhou's still debatable saint status, Jiang Sunhai had to pay attention. Only, Jiang Sunhai thought about it for half a day, and the parties involved were all confused. Can't it be that the old man did something unseemly while sleepwalking? Right away, Meng Qingzhou opened her mouth seriously. Mr. Chief Minister, do you have a long-lost twin brother? 100 officials? Empress? Jiang Sunhai? What do you mean? Jiang Sunhai's head was full of confusion and asked in doubt. Meng Qingzhou solemnly said, truth be told, there was a village chief named Jiang Dahai in my hometown whose birth date and destiny were extremely similar to yours. No, this can't even be called similar. It's almost like a person. I suspect he's your long-lost twin, don't you? Jiang Sunhai almost failed to bring up a breath and suffocated a violent cough. Good man, that's what you're talking about. Of course it's similar, because I played Chung Hoi Tai in the village. You felt my bones and read my fortune twice. Jiang Sunhai was angry enough, but had to lie behind his conscience. It's true. I know the Jiang Dahai you're talking about. It's the old minister, my own brother. We recognized each other a long time ago, so I won't trouble Minister Meng to worry about it. At these words, Meng Qingzhou touched her nose and was secretly surprised. There really is a twin? How come it's not in the novel's plot? The dog author is being lazy again. Jiang Sunhai's resentment was almost overflowing as he silently looked back at the Empress, his eyes seeming to say, Your Majesty, take a look at what you've done. The old man didn't even lie when he was in his open pants, and it's not fucked up that he's forced to lie when he's old and looking at half of his body buried in a coffin. Oriental Liuli rarely showed a look of weakness, scratching his forehead, his eyes fluttering, just not to look at Jiang Sunhai. Hearing the chief minister personally admit that there is another twin brother, the group of ministers exchanged words and vaguely heard some people discussing how to find that Jiang Dahai, so that they can conveniently pat the leader on the back, and at any time, they can go to sympathize with the chief minister's own brother. Jiang Sunhai closed his eyes and nearly shed 2 lines of tears. Old man's reputation, ruined. This anti-corruption and anti-gang operation lasted until the early hours of midnight. After the king of Longshang and the young civil official, 2 more officials of the 5th rank have fallen into the net, both of them being villains whose crimes are unforgivable. Under the comparison of the 2 pictures, the others, while celebrating, were instead grateful to Meng Qingzhou, believing that Meng Qingzhou was taking the initiative to show goodwill and let him off the hook. Unbeknownst to him, Meng Qingzhou didn't know these nobodies at all. With the end of the purging operation that swept over the 5th grade and above, no one dared to continue to pursue Meng Qingzhou's promotion to the 2nd grade of the Ministry of Rights. No Ben retires from the court. The empress waved her large sleeves and rose to leave with a flourish. The courtiers bowed and knelt, and walked backwards out of the golden palace. Congratulations on Meng Qing's high promotion. More help and care in the future. Squire Meng, take it easy. The steps are high. Watch your step. Squire, stay and have a drink at the shelter? I've recently found a gorgeous beauty, and coincidentally, her surname is also Meng. I think you might be separated siblings. Why don't you take her back and ask her more carefully? Is Squire Meng not a man who covets beauty? There is an ancient treasure in my family that has been passed down for 1,000 years, rumored to be the legacy of a supreme power in the Chaohui realm. So please palm your eyes. Along the way, many people shamelessly ran to flatter and lick their faces, itching to hold Meng Qingzhou's feet and lick them. Thanks for your love. I have a wife waiting at home, so I'll take my leave first. Meng Qingzhou hurriedly arched his hand and prepared to wipe the oil from his feet and bolt. Just then, a shadow obscured the stars and bright moon, and everyone only felt a blackness before they saw the Empress' imperial carriage descend from the sky and hover over the crowd. The Empress stood in the wind, her hands closed in front of her body, coiling her soft hair into a bun, her posture dignified, looking down on Meng Lightship below, and said, Meng Qing, you don't have a residence in the capital, so why don't you return to the palace with me and stay for a while? The Empress was very satisfied with Meng Qingzhou's performance today. Even she didn't expect that sage prophecy could still be played this way. It really opened her eyes. In a good mood, the Empress decided that she would be capricious one last time, take Meng Qingzhou back to the palace. Anyway, he is the emperor. It is reasonable to live in the emperor's chambers. I have not violated the ethics. Meng Qingzhou said dryly. This isn't right. What's wrong with that? In Great Jin, no one dares to chew on my tongue yet. Dongfang Liuli opened her mouth blandly. Meng Qingzhou was somewhat speechless and patiently said, the microcosm has a wife waiting at home, and I'm afraid that if I come home late, I'll make her worry. Pulling the tiger's skin to make a big banner. As long as I don't say anything, who knows, Dongfang Liuli and I are a fake couple. So it is. Dongfang Liuli was silent for a long time, carefully chewing on the word wife. An indescribable strange feeling surged to her heart. Her red lips slightly curled. I'm a little curious. Do you like your wife very much? Meng Qingzhou was helpless. Why is this female emperor so wordy? Not at all like the ancient emperor in the novel who was so cool and absolute. All of them, Meng Qingzhou said vaguely. Be specific, Dongfang Liuli pursued. Mang Lightning, what the hell is wrong with you? In fact, there is no feeling, and then the beauty is irrelevant to a blind man. If I have to say something, Meng Qingzhou recalled the earthy love words of her previous life and said in a loud voice, there are many things in the floating world, but there are 3 things I love. 1 for the day, 2 for the month, and 3 for the secretary. The sun is the morning, the moon is the evening, and the secretary is the evening. The Empress shuddered, her phoenix eyes glaring round as she asked, is there more? Meng Qingzhou raised his jaw. Bright moonlight spread on the angular side face, his voice deep. Dawn looks at the sky and twilight looks at the clouds, and I think of you when I walk, and I think of you when I sit. Go on. At first sight, I was surprised and delighted, but for a long time I was thumped. Dongfang Liuli's red lips slightly open, half a day to cough, slightly hasty waved his hand, said, I understand. You can go back. After saying that, Dongfang Liuli disappeared in the imperial carriage in an instant, as if she was running away. The surrounding people looked at Meng Qingzhou with strange gazes, all of them not saying a word. The words are simple yet every sentence pokes at the heart. It doesn't need too many gorgeous words to pile up. It's just as plain as life, but also contains sincere emotions. Squire Meng is truly a great talent. A civil official gave a thumbs up. He was once a top scorer in the imperial examinations and also gave such an evaluation. The official who was ready to send a beauty bride before immediately realized something and said, just now it was me who was rash. I didn't expect the squire and your wife to have such true feelings. I'll host a banquet to make amends on a later date. Meng Qingzhou slapped her head and realized that modern advanced love words were still too advanced for the people of this world, equal to a downward strike. Farewell, farewell. Meng Qingzhou had 2 big heads and left quickly. By the time he left the palace, it was late at night. The streets were so clear and cold that it was hard to find a hotel to rest in. Meng Qingzhou let out a long sigh, deeply feeling that life is full of trials and tribulations. and prepared to casually find a broken temple to nest for the night, and then find a way to find a place to live tomorrow. Suddenly the breeze came, carrying over a familiar scent. Outside the palace gates, Dongfang Liuli, who had changed back into plain clothes, held his sword and relied on the wall, quietly gazing at Meng Qingzhou. Su Qingqiu, dressed in a plain white dress, followed behind Dongfang Liuli and poked her head out to survey him. Just now, Su Qingqiu was also hiding in the imperial carriage and clearly heard the entire process of Meng Qingzhou confessing her love for Dongfang Liuli. A blank sheet of paper. Su Qingqiu, which has seen this kind of battle. Until now the head is still dizzy. Meng Qingzhou's confessional love words were still echoing in his ears. At first sight, I am surprised and happy, but for a long time I am also thumped. There are thousands of things in this world, and 3 of them I love. 1 for the day, 2 for the month, and 3 for the secretary. The sun is the morning, the moon is the evening, and the secretary is the evening. Plain and shocking. Ha, why are you here? Meng Qingzhou was surprised. Waiting for you. Dongfang Liuli's cheeks burned a little and said with a hard voice. Meng Qingzhou remembered. Before Su Qingqiu had said that Dongfang Liuli had also come to the capital and would not leave for a short time. Looks like she got the message and waited here specially. Go home. Dongfang Liuli turned around and walked away, her tone raw and cold. But Meng Qingzhou noticed that she was deliberately slowing down her footsteps to wait for him, and deliberately stamped her footsteps very heavily so that he would hear the sound and know where there were obstacles and where he could get through unhindered. That said, I haven't seen aunt and uncle since I joined the family. Should I pay my respects? Meng Qingzhou had no words. Dongfang Liuli said, fatherless and motherless. The Dongfang family only has me and a clan uncle. Meng Qingzhou was silent. Sure enough, I'm not good at flirting with girls, only good for saying acidic, earthy things. Walked for about 10 minutes. He came to an ordinary mansion with a Qin character written on the door plaque. In the inch of land in the capital, there is still a mansion. Quite uncomplicated. It can be seen that the Oriental family is powerful. What he didn't know was that this wasn't just an ordinary mansion, but the ancestral home of the imperial family of the Great Qin. It is a building of more significance than the palace. Meng Qingzhou pocket is cleaner than his face. Naturally marveled. Woof woof woof. A dog in the courtyard came over and barked furiously at Meng Qingzhou. Go go go. Meng Qingzhou was not spoiled and kicked away this ungrateful sinful animal. Can't you see it's the man of the house coming home? Don't you have any eyes? Su Qingqiu pursed her red lips, glanced at the Jinghua divine beast that was kicked out, and hurriedly retracted her gaze again. The great Jinghua divine beast rolled 2.5 times on the ground, lying on its back and falling into contemplation, then thinking that something was wrong. I'm a beast of burden, and this blind man really thinks he's a dog. Bluff. The big yellow dog showed its teeth and was ferocious. Meng Qingzhou slightly sidestepped, sensing a threat from nowhere, and his temporal sword intent slightly released a hint of probing. The big yellow dog's fur suddenly exploded and his pupils suddenly dilated. Supreme killing sword intent. This blind man is a sword saint. The night was silent. Next morning, Meng Qingzhou pushed open the door of the second bedroom and saw that the door to Dongfang Liuli's boudoir was closed. So she put a dog chain on the big yellow dog and tied it to the stone pier. Then he took out the flowers and plants from the system storage and planted them in the courtyard. All of these things were from the first 3 years of sign-in rewards. The divine medicines and spiritual treasures were piled up in the system warehouse, but they were dispensable to him. After half a day's work, Meng Qingzhou was even ready for breakfast. Big yellow. It's time to eat. Meng Qingzhou pulled out a bag of heavenly grade immortal beast feed, poured it into the dog bowl, and pushed it in front of the big yellow dog. Obsidian goddess. I am the great Jin state supporting divine beast, with a lifespan of 300,000 years. I have followed the first founding emperor, and I have saved the people from destruction when the country was in ruins. Now it is being fed dog food fodder? If it hadn't once made a big mistake, had its realm decimated, had taken the form of a dog, and couldn't even speak or transmit its voice, it would have been the strongest person in the Great Qin. I am not to be insulted in this way. Sure enough, it's better to bite this blind man who doesn't see eye to eye. But on second thought, this blind man was a sword saint, and the obsidian godly monarch decided to spare his life for now. Suddenly, the obsidian divine monarch's nostrils flared as he smelled the tantalizing aroma and picked a dog food feed with his paw and put it in his mouth to taste it. This dog food. It actually contains 10,000 kinds of spirit beast bloodlines. The obsidian godly monarch savored it. His heart shook, and his dog's eyes blossomed with divine light. It's also mixed with a hint of divine beast blood and flesh. The obsidian divine monarch opened his mouth wide and froze for a long time, then fiercely buried his head into the basin, puffing and puffing furiously to show off his dog food. Yummy! Yummy! What bullshit divine beast majesty was worthless in front of food. Squeak! Oriental Lioli was mentally tired and went out in her pajamas. she tossed and turned last night. The words of love kept swirling around in my head. At first sight. I was surprised and happy at first sight. But I also thumped when I have been with him for a long time, Dongfang Liuli reminisced, still unable to calm down for a long time. In the side room, Su Qingqiu walked out fully dressed, her dark hair draped over her back, her temperament cool. She quietly bowed towards the empress. Just when he was about to finish cooking for Dongfang Liuli as usual, he saw the meal on the stone table in the courtyard. Su Qingqiu looked around and saw competing flowers and grasses, shaking off dreamy and gorgeous particles of light. That's Nine Suns Scorching Heart Lotus? Dongfang Liuli nearly exclaimed in shock as she noticed a flame-like lotus in the lake in the courtyard. Pixie Emperor Grass, Pure Sky Buddha Hand Flower, Tao Heart Tree Sapling. Su Qingqiu's apricot eyes went straight as she glanced over, clearing out the Heaven Grade Extreme Spirit plants, a hall full of spring colors, casually pulling out a plant, in the outside world can cause the cultivation world bombardment robbery. Here, it's just a speck in a sea of color. I'm not dreaming. Su Qingqiu rubbed her eyes, thinking she hadn't woken up. Dongfang Liuli took a deep look at the Nine Suns Scorching Heart Lotus in the pond. In the past few days, Meng Qingzhou had refreshed her perception time and time again. To this day, she suddenly realized that she couldn't actually see through this man. Ah, divine monarch! Su Qingqiu exclaimed in shock and covered her mouth, her high-cool aura gone. Dongfang Liuli looked sideways. His eyes went black. His feet stumbled and almost fell flat on the ground, only to see that the great Jin's divine beast of suppression, the obsidian divine monarch, was tied to a dog chain, and at this moment was a dog's head sticking into a dog bowl to show off furiously. After showing off a pot of dog food and still not satisfied, the obsidian divine monarch squatted and sat on the ground, spitting out his long tongue and looking expectantly at Meng Qingzhou with his doggy face. Also, Kamijin hasn't had enough. The obsidian goddess licked the tube of her mouth with intent, her paw nudging the dog bowl and grunting a few times as if she were pampered. Eat again in the evening and control the amount of food you eat, understand? Meng Qingzhou admonished. Dongfang Liuli and Su Qingqiu glanced at each other. Both of them could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. This is our great Jinstown beast, the obsidian divine monarch? Master, how can you feed it fodder? Su Qingqiu stomped her foot and said urgently, it's not feed, it's dog food. It's very nutritious, Meng Qingzhou explained. Su Qingqiu snatched the dog basin and threw it to the side, then took out a piece of foreign beast blood and meat from her storage ring and placed it on the offering table. Divine monarch, you can't eat fodder. This has the meat of exotic beasts specially raised by the ranch. Su Qingqiu unlocked the leash for the big yellow dog and said, step aside. The big yellow dog anthropomorphization floated an expression of disgust, casting a sidelong glance at the exotic beast meat on the offering table. Ugh, trashy stuff. It's not as exciting as the fresh stuff on the blind man, 99%. Rare. Afterwards, the big yellow dog took the initiative to put a dog chain on itself, licked its face and came over to Meng Qingzhou's feet, twisting its buttocks to be pampered. God Kuan can't take it anymore. Give a little more. Meng Qingzhou, you gave God. What kind of mesmerizing soup did rhubarb pour? Dongfang Liuli asked in confusion. The divine beast of the town was only transformed into the form of a dog, not a real dog. Only one night had passed, so why had the divine beast that bore the Taotai bloodline and the Phoenix ancestor bloodline become like this? What's wrong? Meng Qingzhou was puzzled. Oriental Liuli rubbed her eyebrows with a headache, and not knowing what to say, she helplessly said, forget it. It's fine. Then I'll ask you again. Where did you get the spiritual grasses and plants in the garden? Dongfang Liuli couldn't suppress her curiosity. Su Qingqiu similarly looked over, holding questions. For this question, Meng Qingzhou had thought of a good speech early on and pretended to say it casually. Oh, those were given to me free of charge by a gray-haired old man I met by chance when I was traveling in the Jianghu. When things are not decided, they are pushed to the nameless old man. There are not so many wise in the world of immortal cultivation. Asking is opportunity. Su Qingqiu blinked her eyes. As I recall, those sword Dao books of master were also given to you by an old man with white hair, right? Is old grandpa so generous? Giving away so many things. Dongfang Liuli held her forehead. Nice perfunctory statement, but she wasn't going to ask. After all, both sides were hiding something. Because Dongfang Liuli plays the role of a Hanlin Academy chief bookkeeper. After eating breakfast hurriedly went out. Su Qingqiu followed, ready to go to the Ministry of Rites to pay a visit to the Chief Minister Jiang Sanhai. Master, someone from the palace sent the court dress yesterday. Do you want to wear it? Su Qingqiu poked her head out of the room, holding the official third-grade augur suit. Meng Qingzhou thought of the new official and had to pay a visit to his superiors, so he should always be more formal. The first rule of King Go's law, never be special, never be detached from the masses. The more disciplined and polite you are, the less noticeable you are. Wear it. Meng Qingzhou nodded. Su Qingqiu dutifully played the role of a maid and personally changed Meng Qingzhou's clothes. The small hand that was as soft as boneless unraveled Meng Qingzhou's clothes, and the fingertips inadvertently touched the sturdy chest, and the cold sword immortal's pretty face reddened, and she retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. Why don't I do it myself? Meng Qingzhou was a bit squirmy and wasn't used to being waited on by others. No, I can do it. Su Qingqiu flatly refused. Only the dressing process was very difficult. Meng Qingzhou felt like a cable wire stripped of its insulation, and every time she accidentally touched his body, Su Qingqiu would shrink her hand. It was hard to take off her clothes. Su Qingqiu saw the topless Meng Qingzhou in front of her, knife-carved hard muscles, perfectly proportioned body. Looking at Su Qingqiu almost turned into a steamy G. And then, Su Qingqiu, who overcame her shyness, held the genuine third-grade augmented dragon court dress and was again in trouble. It's a very delicate thing to wear, but she doesn't know how to do it at all. Master, you wait. I'll study it, Su Qingqiu said, her expression serious. Good. Meng Qingzhou's heart was tired. Enough to work for an hour. Finally barely completed the dressing session. Meng Qingzhou stood with a sore waist and knees. Su Qingqiu was also tired of sweating and panting. Rested for a few moments. Let's go and pay our respects to Lord Prime Minister. Meng Qingzhou lifted her cane and laughed. Su Qingqiu's fair face with two blushes had not yet faded. Not daring to look at Meng Qingzhou, mumbling, yes, the capital. The residence of the chief minister, as a country's first minister, also served as the minister of rights, responsible for helping Her Majesty's advice, sharing the pressure of political affairs, but also to organize rituals, ceremonies, and even the selection of the imperial examinations, have to go through the Zhang Sunhai approval. The Great Qin dynasty had two main pillars, one of which was the Great General Qin Beacon Fire, a half-step Chao Hui realm powerhouse, and the other was Zhang Sunhai. However, in the minds of the people, Zhang Sunhai's reputation far exceeded that of Qin Fenghua. The first pinnacle of power under the empress is not something to be trifled with. Every day gathered outside the chief minister's residence a group of heavy gifts carrying countless officials, all thinking of a step to heaven. On the thigh of Zhang Sunhai, Meng Qingzhou hiked all the way over and heard the people on the street discussing the big event that happened in the Golden Palace yesterday. Have you heard? The empress has a fetish for the blind. It is said that yesterday at the Golden Palace, the empress recommended a blind man with no cultivation to serve as a third-grade minister, encountering fierce opposition from the ministers. But this blind man is not ordinary, able to spy on the heavens, pointing out a group of corrupt officials on the spot, and also kill a prince. On your first day as an official, you slaughtered a prince? I wonder how the only and rightful emperor in the palace should feel when he hears this news. What can one think? Your Majesty is the king of a country. Is it possible that you really want to be monogamous with the emperor? So what if you accept another favorite? Would the emperor dare to object? Fair enough. Not only that, but Meng Qingzhou also heard that some of the gentlemen who thought they were handsome were ready to find a wooden stick to stab their eyes and play the role of a blind warrior. A trend was set in the capital, and blindness was no longer a disability, a despised existence, but a key to the empress's heart. Su Qingqiu, who was wearing a bucket hat, almost rolled her eyes in spite of her image. What the hell? Who said that His Majesty has a fetish for the blind? These people are really fed up. From beginning to end, the newly promoted favorites and the emperor are one and the same. Instead, Meng Qingzhou fell into deep thought and muttered, the empress likes blind people? That explains it. I say, why does the unrelated empress look at me differently? That's right, Meng Qingzhou took it seriously. At the same time, I felt a deep sense of malice. Asshole. The dog author didn't say that the Grand Empress still has this kind of strange fetish. Raoul doesn't want to be a dead ringer for the empress. Always remember the truth that Dragon Aotian is called Dragon Aotian because he doesn't follow the rules. The rules are restricted to the supporting characters. The protagonist is responsible for breaking the rules. So Meng Qingzhou didn't want to mess with the protagonist Zhao Gong at all. Of course, the biggest reason is that there is no benefit. I can now lie flat. Early retirement life. Why bother to fight with others head to head? Su Qingqiu wanted to say something. She wanted to say that His Imperial Majesty wasn't like that. You don't misunderstand His Majesty. The pedestrians on the road discussed it while they were there, and then they saw a blind young man, dressed in a black and gold augmented pilgrimage suit, rubbing shoulders with them on his crutches. That's proper third-grade official uniform? Blind. Youth. Still handsome. Could it be? At once, the whole street became silent. The crowd parted a path on its own, allowing Meng Qingzhou to pass through smoothly. Who understands? The situation is like a group of street people bad-mouthing Papa Ma and suddenly turning around to see that Papa Ma is standing behind them with a smile on his face. It's so creepy. You guys continue. Don't worry about me. Meng Qingzhou noticed the difference and nodded with a smile. Crowd. You should go now. Master, who dares to speak ill of you to your face? You're the one who lynched a prince on your first day on the job. And we're just ordinary people who are tired of chewing on you. The king of hell? Walk faster. Don't cause trouble for the masses, Meng Qingzhou said, then walked away quickly. Su Qingxiu hugged her sword and followed closely behind him. Soon, the chief minister's residence arrived. Meng Qingzhou stood in front of the gate of the mansion and politely saluted the guards at the entrance. Please inform them that Meng Qin has come to pay his respects. The guards were impatient with the afterglow, and habitually uttered a rebuke. Get out! Get out! Lord Shofu is not available. But when the guards saw the court dress the visitor was wearing, they turned pale with fear on the spot. I have eyes to inform. The guard stumbled and pushed his way forward to report, leaving only a confused Meng Qingzhou. He touched his face. Is it that scary? It's not like I'm the black and white irregular. Why is it that when everyone sees me, it's like they've seen a ghost? Su Qingxiu attached her ear and whispered, you killed a prince on your first day as an official. Just this? Meng Qingzhou cocked her head, puzzled. Ms. East said nothing yesterday. Not surprised at all. I thought it was common. Su Qingxiu was speechless. Nonsense. Because Miss Dongfang is the empress of the dynasty. The death of a sinful and righteous third-grade prince is nothing. Not long after, the guards respectfully invited Meng Qingzhou and Su Qingxiu inside. After walking around in circles in the large mansion for 10 minutes, he finally came to the door of a study. Lord Prime Minister is inside. Please come in, both of you. Meng Qingzhou nodded and flexed her fingers to knock on the door. Enter. Zhang Sanghai's mellow and gentle voice came from inside the house. Meng Qingzhou pushed the door to enter, but realized that Zhang Sanghai was not the only one inside the study. There were also several officials from the Ministry of Rights, standing in front of the desk, who were looking back at Meng Qingzhou. Greetings, Lord Chief Counselor. Meng Qingzhou wanted to bend down and bow. Zhang Sanghai hurriedly got up, came over to hold Meng Qingzhou, and smiled. Squire doesn't need to be polite. Please sit down. Just kidding. Your old man's proper identity is an emperor. How dare I allow you to pay your respects? If His Majesty finds out, will he not wonder if Lao Fu was trying to usurp the throne and plot treason? Meng Qingzhou didn't have any formalities, and sat across the desk with a flourish, arching his hand. I have just taken office and have come to pay my respects to the Minister of Rights. If there are any dispatches, feel free to command. Zhang Sanghai waved his hand and said, idle. No work. I wouldn't dare send you on a job. Meanwhile, a few officials of the Ministry of Rights on the side were exchanging words and whispering. One of the women, whose white civilian clothes couldn't even cover her enchanting figure, asked quietly, and this is? An 8-bearded old-looking civil official. Surprised, the newly promoted Minister of Rights, Squire Shangshu, doesn't even recognize? I don't know. Tell me, the enchanting woman asked. The 8-legged beard glanced at the other party's face and figure, swallowed his saliva, and softly said, this lord's name is Meng Qin. He just took office yesterday, without any meritorious resume, and without having participated in the imperial examinations. He was directly promoted to a full 3rd rank. Of course the civil and military officials disagreed and protested, and then this lord slaughtered a prince. According to the rumors, he might have something to do with the empress. Maybe he's a facehead kept by the empress. Upon hearing this, the enchanting woman's eyes lit up, the corners of her mouth leaving no trace of a smile. When it really is God's help. When I was looking at a way to get closer to the great Jin Emperor, this way came to my door. The enchanting woman was the assassin sent by the Prince of Shu's son, Zhao Jiao Wu Dai. Midnight Butterfly pondered in his mind. One could approach this Shangshu squire first, and an ordinary person without cultivation would not be able to resist her seduction techniques. Controlling this minister of the Shangshu, with his ambiguous relationship with the empress, it certainly wouldn't be difficult to mix into the harem. The two of them worked together and would be able to successfully assassinate the emperor. I'm such a genius. Midnight Butterfly was ecstatic. The old man can be busy alone. Squire, go back and rest, Zhang Sanhai said. Meng Qingzhou was naturally delighted and satisfied, and did not hesitate to get up and take his leave. In that case, my humble servant will not bother. It's best if you don't have a job. Go home and walk the cats and dogs. Wait. The afternoon butterfly made a sound to stop it, and the gelatinous soft razor rested on Meng Qingzhou's shoulder, her fingertips brushing over her chest as she softly said, how about Squire Meng stays for a while and listens to my words? Meng Qingzhou did not leave any traces and took a step back to get rid of this woman who had no sense of boundaries. However, after prancing around several times in a row, the afternoon butterfly was always close to his side, and the soft razor was still at his shoulder. Helpless, Meng Qingzhou had to ask, may I ask your honor? Wu Dai, a minor official of the 6th rank, holds the position of the Ministry of Rights Palmistry. Wu Dai smiled lightly. This scene caused Jiang Sunhai's eyebrows to furiously jump as he watched. Seducing the emperor in public. Do you want to test the sharpness of His Majesty's sword with your neck? Su Qingqiu's pretty face was even colder like snow, her eyes brewing thunderstorms as she stared indifferently at Wu Dai. Just as Meng Qingzhou's heart grew impatient, Wu Dai smiled and let go of her hand, backing away to keep her distance. The first meeting, active physical contact, can make some of the green ignorant teenage boy heart like swing? In your reverie suddenly left, causing a sense of discrepancy, the usual means of scum women. Meng Qingzhou was reticent, but it was already clear how the demoness operated. He came to the conclusion that the woman was very good at playing with people. Unsurprisingly, Wu Dai changed to the tone of a calm workplace person's tone, looked at Jiang Sunhai, and said, Mr. Prime Minister, Wu Dai has a suggestion. On his first day in office, Squire Meng firstly fought with his tongue and killed princes and lords, and secondly rumors circulated in the community that the Squire and His Majesty would have nothing to do if the Ministry of Ceremonies opened up its privileges once again and left Squire Meng idle at home. Wu Dai is worried that it will not be good for Squire Meng's reputation, and it is even more damaging to the national system. Jiang Sunhai nodded and said blandly, So what? What do you want to do? Nutty Butterfly was inwardly delighted, but the surface was unperturbed, and said, Didn't the First Minister just give my subordinate a task that I would like to accomplish with the Squire? In this way, in the future, if anyone dares to gossip and think that the Lord Squire has no real talent, they can use this matter to shut their mouths. Impeccably said. Perfection. Meng Qingzhou couldn't help but lament. He had seen a lot of this kind of routine in his previous life, and if he wanted to achieve a certain purpose and couldn't state it directly, he might as well do it in a different way. For example, when you're in a crowd, don't say you're in a hurry. Please move over. Surely no one will pay attention to you. You're going to say, I'm holding 1,000 degrees Celsius iron in my hand. If you don't want to get scalded, get out of the way. The demoness is likewise this trope. Every sentence and every word said that it was for Meng Qingzhou's good, but in actuality, he didn't know who he was doing it for. Jiang Sunhai let out a light laugh, glanced at the afternoon butterfly, and then looked at Meng Qingzhou, seemed to have thought of something, shook his head and lost his smile. Fine, as you say, you and Wu Dai will organize His Majesty's birthday banquet together. Squire Meng, is that okay? Organize a banquet for the Empress' birthday? It's such a big deal. It's just the two of us? Meng Qingzhou was so angry that she almost slapped a cane on Wu Dai's head and said sullenly, No problem. The afternoon butterfly is not clear about Meng Qingzhou's thoughts. The heart is invigorated beyond measure. Secretly the first step of the plan is completed, creating an environment where the two were alone. When the time came to perform the charm technique, they could slowly manipulate Meng Qingzhou, leave the chief minister's residence. 2 men and 1 woman walking on the street. Meng Qingzhou borrowed a bucket hat from the chief minister and put on a green cloak, this time not attracting the attention of the pedestrians on the road. Afternoon butterfly smiled, took catwalks, and her voice was soft like a big sister who knows what she's doing. Lord Squire, there are less than 7 days until the Empress' birthday banquet. I think we should find a secluded and undisturbed place to discuss this carefully. What do you think? Saying that, Wu Dai glanced at Su Qingqiu, who was emitting an icy chill, and her eyebrows slightly knitted. This maid's cultivation level was not low. If she kept following her around, it would not be easy to start. She had to be detached. Miso, Su Qingqiu noticed, side head looks, eyes indifferent ice cold, thumb lightly buckle sword boring, cold light out of the sheath more than a foot, threatening meaning is self-evident. A woman's sixth sense was the most accurate, and ever since Su Qingqiu saw Wu Dai for the first time, she felt very uncomfortable. Slutty hoof, are you trying to seduce the emperor to get a high position? How dare you? If it wasn't for the fact that Her Majesty, the Empress, had urged her to not allow her to expose her cultivation in front of Meng Qingzhou, otherwise, with Su Qingqiu's temperament, the blade of the sword would have long been on the neck of the Wu butterfly. Nutty Butterfly smiled sweetly, undaunted as she stared over at him. The 2 women's eyes exchanged glances, rubbing sparks off each other, and Meng Qingzhou walked in the middle, not noticing it in the slightest. Pedestrians on the street were looking sideways. The men are envious and the women are jealous. Envy is envious of Meng Qingzhou's left and right, blessed with great fortune, being suspected of having saved the world in her previous life. Jealousy, on the other hand, was jealous of the 2 women's absolute woeful looks. Work is important, but it's lunchtime, and the sky's the limit until I'm well fed and rested. Meng Qingzhou shook her head and refused. He's a solid character who doesn't want to get involved in the main storyline and thus get into trouble. Not a coward. Dare to disturb his resting time, and do not smell. The sword of the cheap saint is not unfavorable. That's just right. Wu Dai first arrived in the capital. There is not yet a place to settle down. Want to taste Lord Squire's handicraft, okay? Wu Dai said softly, with a bit of pettiness. Su Qingqiu coldly said, no, the squire already has a wife at home, so please respect yourself. Nutty Butterfly blinked innocently, just rubbing my nose in it. It's not like I'm looking for anything else. This, maid, what are you thinking? Wu Dai bit the word maid especially hard, deliberately choking the fire. Alright. Meng Qingzhou waved her hand. Even a fool could hear the gunpowder flavor of the two women's rivalry, so she opened her mouth. I'm a flunky who joined the family. I don't have much say in the family. You can follow me here first, and if my daughter-in-law's lord blames me, please ask Miss Wu Dai to leave on her own. Upon hearing these words, Wu Dai's head went numb and she was a bit dumbfounded. The third-ranking minister is actually a son-in-law who eats soft rice? No problem, Midnight Butterfly said back with growing curiosity. Just what kind of strange woman was it that could subdue this ruthless man who had slaughtered the king on his first day in office? Master, Su Qingqiu was indignant and wanted to speak. No harm done, Meng Qingzhou said indifferently. Suddenly, a breathless hiss came from the crowd, along with cheers of clapping and cheering. Meng Qingzhou was puzzled. What happened? Su Qingqiu glanced sideways and replied, it's King Ouyang Shang of Longshang. He's being lynched in front of the vegetable market. It's been a whole day and it's still not over? Meng Qingzhou said in surprise. Seeing this, Wu Dai hurriedly interjected. Lord Squire do not know. The Jin law. The death by lynching is generally for the most serious crimes. Need to be lynched for 3 days and 3 nights. Each cut off a piece of flesh as thin as cicadas. You have to sprinkle a handful of salt in the wound. Wait for 10 minutes. And then cut the second knife. And so on for the third night at midnight before the end of the prisoner's life. Meng Qingzhou nodded, her heart becoming more and more firm in her conviction that she absolutely could not offend the empress. Offend Dragon Ao Tian protagonist. In order to pretend. People at most a knife cut you to death. Offend the empress. Will be lynched for 3 days and 3 nights. Cannot beg for life and cannot beg for death. Qingqiu, let's go. Meng Qingqiu's face was expressionless. There was no fear or pity. Killing 100,000 innocent people. Today, you, King of Longshang, deserve what you get. Wu Dai, who had been observing Meng Qingzhou, heard the word Qingqiu and couldn't help but look at Su Qingqiu. Ice-cold sword intent. Absolute fairy. Qingqiu. Su Qingqiu. Wu Dai stumbled and almost fell, looking at Su Qingqiu in disbelief. She was the cold sword immortal whose fame had spread throughout the world. And wasn't it said that Su Qingqiu had been following the Empress Qin Liuli? Why are you working as a maid for a Meng Qin? Soon, Meng Qingzhou and her group returned to the Qin residence, only to see a plainly dressed Oriental Liuli in the courtyard, dressed like a human wife, tying an apron, was bringing out steaming meals from the kitchen. Hurry up and wash your hands for dinner, Dongfang Liuli said with a sideways glance, but her gaze lingered on the Wu Dai who had an enchanting figure and exuded a seductive aura. She is? Serving in the same dynasty, having a casual meal together, Meng Qingzhou replied. A trace of displeasure flashed in the depths of Dongfang Liuli's eyes, but he didn't say anything and smiled. Okay. However, Wu Dai had fallen into a state of downtime, as if there was heavenly thunder rolling in his head. His eardrums were about to be blown through. His 2 eyes were dumbfounded, and he stared at Dongfang Liuli with a face of incredulity. Female 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 emperor. Qin family mansion is the ancestral land of the imperial family of the great Jin dynasty. Hidden Tongshan Grand Formation. Jinhua divine beasts sit in the town. Seemingly mediocre courtyard small lake. In fact, the depth of a few thousand meters. And from time to time you can see under the surface of the water there is a scaly dragon figure floating. Because of historical reasons, only the Empress Qin Liuli and the great General Qin Beihongguo remained of the great Jin Qin clan's royal family. Nowadays, this Qin clan's ancestral mansion had become the Empress's private chambers, and almost no one knew about it except for the 2 great pillars. Table. Afternoon Butterfly couldn't sit still. Her thoughts were on overload, and a cold sweat oozed from her glossy forehead. The ancestral home of the imperial family of the great Jin has been no one knows where it is. Even the king of Shu, Zhao Yuhuan, is not clear. It must be a hidden secret, deliberately hidden by the Empress, now that she had accidentally crashed through the truth. How should she save herself in case the Empress wanted to kill and silence her? Wu Dai is very calm. She is clear about the gap between her own strength and that of the Empress. Just like the difference between a dragon and a mole cricket, hard fighting is purely looking for death, and there is a ray of life in a wise way. Majesty, the afternoon butterfly's red lips had just opened. Shoo! Dongfang Liuli's slender index finger was pressed against her lips as she glanced at Meng Qingzhou next to her. Nutty Butterfly immediately reacted, busily nodding her head, not continuing to speak, shutting up and eating quietly. So it is. The virtuous daughter-in-law in Squire Meng's words was actually the Empress, and Squire Meng Qin himself did not know the truth. I'm probably going to die. Midnight Butterfly's brain cooled down to think about one thing. Just half an hour. Crashed through the Empress of several piles of heavenly secrets. This is not killed to silence cannot be said. Wu Dai's chopsticks were holding the fish, hanging hesitantly at the edge of her mouth, when a lightning bolt crossed her heart. She suddenly figured it out. The Empress secretly raised a little white boy outside the palace, and deliberately concealed her identity, dressed up as an ordinary couple, and then allowed Emperor Meng Qingzhou to attract the eyes and malice of the entire world, facilitating this pair of dogs and men to live a carefree and shameless life. No wonder there were rumors that the Empress rarely returned to the harem, and that she was in the Shangshu room on her wedding day, reviewing her papers, hoping that the Emperor was a clown. He probably hadn't even touched a finger of the Empress. What a poor Emperor, can't even bear to kill. What to do? Wu Dai sighed softly and sent a small piece of fish held by her chopsticks into her mouth. Put! So bitter, so spicy, so salty, so fishy. Midnight Butterfly covered her mouth and almost spat in one gulp as a blackout erupted in front of her eyes. What the hell is this? How come it's so unpalatable? Does the Empress know I'm an assassin and purposely set up a hangmen banquet to hurt me? Wu Dai quietly raised her head and looked around the circle, realizing that not only herself, Squire Meng and Su Qingqiu were also blushing, straining their necks and swallowing hard. Is it hard to eat? Dongfang Liuli's eyes were full of anticipation, and realizing that something was wrong, she voiced an inquiry, almost at the same time. Very hard to eat. Meng Qingzhou nodded sincerely. Delicious. Nutty Butterfly gave a thumbs up. It feels alright. Su Qingqiu silently picked up the tea and rinsed her mouth. Dongfang Liuli nodded and glanced at Nutty Butterfly's front and back devilish figure, especially lingering on the breast position for a long time, then pushed a whole plate of fish over. Eat more if it's good. Wu Dai opened her mouth and looked at Meng Qingzhou in a daze, wanting to ask, are you a straight man? How can you honestly say it's hard to eat? Eat? Dongfang Liuli spoke again. Good. Wu Dai's eyebrows twisted into a ball, her seductive eyes filled with the color of resistance, repeatedly taking deep breaths and exhaling several times. It was hard to close her eyes to dazzle a plate of fish. Wu Dai seemed to see her grandma full of kindness to pick her up. Results. Look at you wolfing down your food. Don't worry, there's more here. Dongfang Liuli laughed softly and pushed the remaining few dishes over. No, can't eat anymore. Sigma_angle, vomit. Midnight Butterfly covered her mouth and dry heaved, crystallized saliva dripping from the corners of her mouth as her white eyes rolled up. I would rather die than resolutely stop eating. Meng Qingzhou couldn't listen any longer and collected the remaining few dishes away, saying, I'll help you recook and process them. This is my first time cooking, not allowed to live up to it. Dongfang Liuli was displeased, his tone unconsciously mixed with a few points of majesty, his phoenix eyes rounded. Meng Qingzhou smiled warmly. Wrong. What's wrong? Oriental Liuli froze. I'm just helping you revise the deficiencies, correct the mistakes, and refurbish it on the original foundation. How can I say that I've failed? Meng Qingzhou said as she once again exerted her great lulling aptitude. For example, the Emperor and his subjects. The Emperor is responsible for pointing out the direction and writing the grand blueprint, while the subjects tinker with the Emperor's ideal blueprint ship. Who do you think has failed whom? Rather, it's complementary to each other, and you can't have one without the other. Meng Qingzhou's voice was mellow and gentle, and the corners of his good-looking lips always had a shallow smile. As the words fell, the courtyard fell silent, and the Empress fell silent. The Obsidian Divine Monarch woke up with a start. The Cold Sword Immortal's chopsticks fell to the ground, and the Enchanting Killer was greatly shaken. What a revealing statement. Is this a confession? Afternoon Butterfly secretly surprised. Good literary style. The way a reader confesses is really different. No wonder the Empress didn't hesitate to take the risk of losing her reputation by secretly harboring a little white boy. Now she understood. Who wouldn't be touched by a sweet-talking, sweet, handsome husband? Emperor and subject? Dongfang Liuli was nonplussed and gazed closely at Meng Qingzhou. The situation at hand is not the right response to the Emperor, Empress, and the Minister, Retainer. It's just a metaphor. What's wrong? Meng Qingzhou said. No, it's fine. Dongfang Liuli coughed and waved her hand. As you wish. Repair and go. The big yellow dogs lying on their backs in the sun at the door all opened their sleepy eyes and cast admiring glances. Young people nowadays are just fierce. molesting Her Majesty the Empress in front of the ancestors at the Qin clan's ancestral home. Su Qingqiu, on the other hand, was like a curious baby, hastily pulling out a small notebook to record, her mouth reciting the words, as if she was silently reading and reciting. That's okay? Nutty Butterfly was as surprised as a native old man entering the Grand View Garden. The afternoon butterfly glanced at the Empress, shocked to find that the Empress' milky white compact ears had become red at the moment. Then look at Meng Qingzhou with a smile on her face. Her expression was frank and comfortable, and she didn't even realize that she had invariably ruffled the Empress again. Midday Butterfly felt a violent shock to her worldview. TMD Empress and Squire Meng Qin Meng are a pair of pure love warlords. Su Qingqiu also discovered the Empress's reddish compact ears, and muttered straight in her heart, His Majesty seems to be in a self-rating. Is this what people call unrequited love? It was the Emperor's fault for being too good at flirting with girls, even though the Empress was a civil and military ruler who was powerful in the land of the 9 states. In the final analysis, the Empress was still a girl who had just reached the age of 20. She is not afraid of imperial mind games, power struggles, and even killing battles, but she knows nothing about love. Meng Qingzhou, who knew nothing about this, returned to the kitchen with several plates of vegetables, blanching and reprocessing them, and was busy. The scene seemed eerie and quiet as the 3 girls at the table each had their own thoughts. The Empress glanced in the direction of the kitchen and thought, could he have known my identity? If not, then what did he mean by what he just said? Was it a casual remark? Su Qingqiu drooped her head, her big eyes gurgling. Bad. His Majesty is faking it. Wu Dai peeked at the notes in Su Qingqiu's hand and sighed, the Empress has unrequited love? Servant Meng is really a strange man. How dare he play with the feelings of the female emperor? I admire him. When Meng Qingzhou cheerfully came back with a few dishes, she keenly smelled the unusual flavor in the air. Immediately, he collected his smile and sat down carefully. What's going on with the gods and demons? Meng Qingzhou scratched his head and asked in confusion. The Empress shook her head. It's fine. Then she picked up a slice of meat and put it into her sandalwood mouth with dignity and elegance. Instantly, a flavor never tasted before stimulates the taste buds. She shivered, feeling a little hungry on rare occasions, wanting to claim more to fill her. The Emperor and his subjects. Perhaps you really are a saint. And even thoughtless words may harbor a hidden providence. You're right. It is indeed delicious. The Empress smiled brightly. For the first time in more than 20 years, she blossomed into such a bright smile. Meng Qingzhou always felt a bit out of place, an indescribable sense of incongruity, but still smiled and agreed, then eat more. The Empress showed her teeth and smiled. 2 playful little tiger teeth glistening in the sunlight, her almond eyes fluctuating in waves of light staring straight at Meng Qingzhou, saying, sure, I haven't had enough. Su Qingqiu deflated her mouth and didn't dare to say anything, but in her heart she secretly poked and prodded thinking, Your Majesty, you are finished. You are going to fall in love. After eating, Meng Qingzhou fed some dog food to the rhubarb and lay down on the chair to leisurely drink afternoon tea. After another small half-day, the Empress finally left and went back to busy herself with Zhao Yuhuan. Su Qingqiu, on the other hand, carried her longsword like a thief and stared at Wu Dai without moving an inch. The afternoon butterfly was again compacted around Meng Qingzhou, and refused to leave, knowing that the Empress did not dare to expose her identity in front of Meng Qingzhou, so it was equivalent to a gold medal to avoid death. Anyway, after the assassination mission, she took her brother away and fled the capital overnight, heading overseas to live in seclusion, no longer caring about the trivialities of the Red World and practicing meditation, but waiting left and right. Meng Qingzhou was hesitant to leave. Lord Squire, it's time for us to do the task given to us by the First Minister, Midnight Butterfly urged. There's no rush. Meng Qingzhou stood up and held the dog leash. Big Yellow, go, take you out for a walk. Obsidian God. Meng Qingzhou tugged hard and found Big Yellow squatting on the ground and refusing to get up, kicking it without mercy. Take you out to poop. Get up. The Obsidian Divine Monarch pulled 3 black lines down his forehead. Mud. It's better to fight with this blind man. I'm a divine beast of Jinhua. I wouldn't shit and piss on the side of the road. Furthermore, divine beasts don't need to defecate. Count to 3. If you don't get up, you won't have dog food to eat in the future. Meng Qingzhou said. The Obsidian Goddess decisively took her butt off the ground, spat out her tongue to catch her breath, and rubbed his ankles to be pouty and cute. Dad, fun is fun. Don't joke about dog food. Elbow. This god Kuan also experiences the joys of being a dog. That's a good boy. Meng Qingzhou nodded in satisfaction and led the big yellow dog out the door, carrying the walking stick in her hands. Su Qingqiu wanted to say something several times, but finally acquiesced. The 2 women had no choice but to accompany Meng Qingzhou in walking the Obsidian Divine Sovereign. Until now, Su Qingqiu couldn't figure out why the former domineering and mighty Obsidian Divine Sovereign, who had followed Meng Qingzhou for just one day, had become a licking dog. Thinking back, the divine beast bearing the Taodai bloodline and the immortal fire phoenix bloodline, the obsidian divine monarch, roared the mountains and rivers. How mighty it was! More so, in the early days of the founding of the Great Jin, the first emperor and the obsidian divine sovereign went on a joint expedition to suppress countless great powers, leaving behind many legends. If the founding emperor knew about it, I'm afraid that he would be so angry that he would crawl out of his coffin and then point at the big yellow dog and spit on it. Good, you a shameless sinful animal. I wanted to ride you a little bit in the beginning, cannot. Now others walk you like walking a dog. You have no opinion? Wu Dai had been paying attention to Su Qingxiu's complexion and saw that she frequently looked at the big yellow dog, her gaze tinged with entanglement and incomprehension, which could not help but arouse her curiosity. This dog, it can't be. Nutty Butterfly's jaw nearly dislocated. Her beautiful eyes abruptly contracted with a terrified expression. Legend has it that the Great Jin dynasty has a Zhenghua divine beast with a lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years, who once made a great mistake and had his realm decimated, and also has a peak cultivation at the overwhelming sea realm, which exploded in a deadly outburst, and could even cross over to fight with lunar flare realm powerhouses. Later, when the Great Jin dynasty gradually stabilized and became stronger and stronger, that divine beast of subduing the state returned to hiding within the ancestral mansion of the Great Jin imperial family, holding down the fort in the Qin clan's ancestral mansion. The afternoon butterfly looked back and saw an ancient seal character engraved on the side of the mansion's door, Qin, and then associating it with the empress, and Su Qingxiu's unspeakable eyes. The dog that Squire Meng is holding, could it be the Great Jin subdued divine beast? Wu Dai opened her mouth so wide that she could swallow an egg, and didn't return to her senses for a long time. Suddenly, the big yellow dog that took the initiative to walk in front to lead the way jerked its head, scowled towards the afternoon butterfly, and two pillars of fire erupted from its nostrils. Really? Ouch! Midday Butterfly's brain was empty, and she accidentally stepped on the ground, stumbling forward and falling to the ground. Outrageous! It's outrageous! It was so light and strange that Nutty Butterfly wondered if she was under an illusion. It wasn't until the sound of Meng Qingzhou's inquiry came that she was awakened. Is everything okay? No, it's fine. Wu Dai hurriedly climbed up, patted the dust on her body, and the way she looked at Meng Qingzhou clearly changed. This man is by no means as simple as he appears to be, with a virtuous empress wife, cold sword fairies as maids, and walking dogs that are all divine beasts of the town. If there is no cultivation and no background, set out Wu Dai himself do not believe. In the meantime, the Pillar State Great General Qin Beihongguo had returned without attracting anyone's attention. Inappropriate son of man. No son of man. It's really as Emperor Meng predicted. Half of the officials managing the states and counties within the Great Jin have secretly defected to Zhao Yuan. It's a good thing we found it early, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. Qin Fenghuang couldn't help but start to be glad that if it wasn't for Meng Qingzhou, a saint, he couldn't say that he really had to raise a tiger. Sensei, no matter what other people thought, Qin Beihongguo was already convinced of Meng Qingzhou's saintly identity. Meng Qingzhou's status in his heart skyrocketed, second only to the empress. Qin Beihongguo shook his arms, a little tired, and once he returned home he slumped in his chair and drank. Men, fetch a pen and ink. For 3 whole days, Qin Beaconfire ran hundreds of thousands of kilometers and traveled to and from several large states, relying on his half-step Chaohui realm cultivation. More than 5,000 mutinous officials were seized, and more than 2,000 were slaughtered with their own hands, making a total of nearly 7,000. With such a huge amount of data, Qin Beihongguo's back broke out into a cold sweat as he hurriedly put pen to paper, summarizing everything that had happened in the past few days and reporting it back to the empress. Zhao Yuhuan must not be underestimated. This Feng is a wolf with the ambition to swallow the world. Deliver the letter to His Majesty. Qin Fenghuang finished writing the letter and folded and delivered it to one of his inner circle. Promise. The beloved secret guard silently stepped into the darkness and disappeared. After doing so, Qin Beaconfire was finally relieved. I'm done with the fighting and killing, so I'll leave the rest to this old stickman Zhang Sunhai's headache. Qin Beihongguo smiled brightly and strutted out the door. He was going to pay a visit to Meng Qingzhou to see if he could obtain a way to crush Zhao Yuan through the sage prophecy. Qin Beihongguo changed into civilian clothes and walked down the street, with words such as King of Living Hell and Female Emperor's face head coming out of his ears from time to time. You, come here. The more Qin Beaconfire heard, the more wrong he became, randomly selecting a lucky child who was saying something bad, grabbing the collar of his shirt and questioning. What's this talk about the head of the female emperor's face? The newly appointed king of the living hell? What the fuck? I've only been gone for 3 days, but it feels like I haven't been back in 3 years. Which little white boy has the audacity to seduce His Majesty? Isn't this destroying the relationship between the emperor and His Majesty? What if the emperor gets angry and stops giving prophecies to the saints? I'm not too sure. I just heard, the passerby stammered. Although he didn't recognize Qin Beihongwo, he was forced by the great general's oppressive power to be too strong, and honestly told him everything he knew. Qin Fenghua frowned tightly, put down the roadie who was about to pee in fear, and waved his hand. Get lost. In the future, if I hear you maliciously speculating about His Holiness again, beware of having your head moved. Yes. Roadrunner A is not good to say a word of no. His heart secretly hated, thinking of 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river, so he ran away in ashes. Only Qin Beihongwo was left standing in place, deep in thought. His Majesty actually has a fetish for blind men? Qin Fenghua muttered. A blind man who peers into the heavens. Meng Qin. No way. Old me will not allow anyone to destroy the Emperor and His Majesty's relationship. The mistake must be corrected. What's a peek into the heavens? At best, a high-powered version of a fortune teller. Where is it as awesome as the saints? As long as there were emperors sitting in the great Qin dynasty, unifying the world would no longer be a dream. Don't worry. In front of people, a king is a king and a servant is a servant. And after people, I am a royal uncle. I am Dongfan Liuli's elder. Don't worry, Lightship. Imperial uncle will do it for you. Qin Beihongwo held his head high and was about to talk to Dongfan Liuli when he suddenly glanced at his afterglow and saw a familiar figure. Emperor, lightning boat. Qin Beaconfire greeted loudly. Not far. Meng Qinzhou was holding the big yellow dog and was urging. Hurry up. After skating for half a day, haven't you found a good feng shui place yet? The big yellow dog is not tired of it and can't pull himself together to squat by the curb to defecate. Hurry up. Meng Qinzhou chided. The obsidian godly monarch let out a sigh, thinking that there were no acquaintances anyway, and that Su Qingxiu, the girl who didn't know any better, might forget about it in a few days. As for the afternoon butterfly, finding an opportunity to swallow it, Meng Qinzhou is more harmless. He doesn't know his identity. With that in mind, the obsidian godly monarch lifted his hind legs at a large tree with a cruel heart and closed his eyes. Zip! Just then, a calling voice came, Light boat. Hearing this voice, the obsidian godly monarch instantly mourned and closed his eyes in pain. Done. It's completely over. A life ruined. At this point the brakes are off and you have to wait quietly for the release to finish. Then, the obsidian divine monarch shivered and calmly lowered his hind legs. Only his doggy eyes lost their vigor, as if he was a Buddha who had seen through life, and he indifferently looked back at the shocked and inexplicably wide-eyed Qin Beaconfire behind him. Yao Zhiyu. Qin Beihongwo's mouth was open and he didn't know what to say. What an amazing scene. The grand obsidian divine monarch was squatting like a dog on the side of the road marking a large tree. It's horrible. Is the world coming to an end? For a moment, Qin Beihongwo wondered if he was suffering from dementia and hallucinating. The obsidian divine monarch twisted back and pretended not to recognize him. Years of old friendship. At the moment you saw my black history, it was a complete friendship. Get lost. Beacon King. Obsidian godly monarch? Qin Beaconfire's lips moved slightly as he transmitted a voice to inquire. The big yellow dog pretended to be deaf and dumb, looking like I don't know you. Don't talk to me. It's still true. As if suffering from 5 thunderbolts, Qin Beaconfire saw big yellow dog's proud, ashamed little expression, confirming the identity of the obsidian godly monarch. Just as he froze, Meng Qinzhou tugged on the leash and led the big yellow dog to meet her, and was pleasantly surprised that this bright and bold voice was extraordinarily familiar. Blacksmith, aren't you in the village? Why have you come to the capital? Qin Fenghuang's face twitched as he suddenly remembered that he had made a cameo appearance as a blacksmith in Imaza village, and Meng Qinzhou did not know the pillar general, only knew the iron store Qin Sunhua blacksmith. Old man, came to the capital to visit my relatives. Qin Beaconfire laughed dryly. The most delightful thing is nothing more than meeting a friend in his hometown. Meng Qinzhou wrapped her arm around the head of Qin Fengshua's shoulder and laughed. Go, treat you to a drink. Don't get drunk. Qin Beihongwo's eyes kept looking at the big yellow dog next to him, and his mouth mumbled in response. Woody, who did not slow down, turned around and saw Meng Qinzhou and General Zhu Guo hooking shoulders and talking happily with each other, and once again, like being struck by lightning, the whole person was thunder outside the scorched tender, called the sharpest butcher's knife of the great Jin dynasty. He once overthrew 6 countries in one battle, and alone faced 3 enemy countries' lunar realm late-stage old ancestors, killing them all in one battle, directly laid the map of the great Jin dynasty today. Qin Beihongwo, who was vaguely the number 1 powerhouse of the great Jin dynasty, and whom even the reigning empress didn't dare to slow down. How could he appear so humble and formal in front of Meng Qinzhou? Naked Butterfly was going numb and whispered to herself. Illusion. It must be an illusion. Master. Su Qingxiu tugged on Meng Qinzhou's sleeve and said softly, aren't you going to organize His Majesty's birthday banquet? Meng Qingzhou slapped her head and said, I forgot. It's not a good day. Brother Qin will get together again sometime later. After saying this, Meng Qingzhou held the dog leash and prepared to go home. Light boat, stay back. Qin Beihanhuo remembered the matter at hand and said in a hurry, Old me took the liberty of asking, you and your wife, how is your relationship with your wife these days? Talking about this matter made Qin Beaconfire uncomfortable and squirmy. Your wife? Oriental Lioli. Meng Qingzhou rubbed his chin, pondered for a long time, and said, It's not bad, it's just that there's a shitstirrer wreaking havoc on the dynasty, and my lady is a bit busy because of it. Yeah, that's you, King Zhao Yuan of Shu, the shitstirrer. Although it is only a fake couple, but for so long, Dongfang Lioli cared for him in every way. Meng Qingzhou is not a wolf heart and lungs, naturally heart. Dongfang Lioli worked part-time as an errand boy for Empress Qin Lioli, and she had suddenly gotten busy recently, so it must have something to do with Zhao Yuan's rebellion. Love the house. Naturally resentful of the king of Shu, Qin Beaconfire was shocked. A spoiler of the dynasty, and the empress is busy because of it? Isn't this an allusion to a vixen seducing the empress? There really was a rift between the emperor and his majesty, and it was all because of that damned Meng Qin. If the emperor was just a mortal, it wouldn't be a big deal for his majesty to marry more beautiful men, even if he had a harem of 3,000 beauties. Unfortunately, whoever called the emperor a saint, don't worry, old me will do it for you. Qin Beaconfire patted Meng Qingzhou's shoulder in a serious tone, then disappeared into the crowd, leaving a dumbfounded Meng Qingzhou, alone in the wind and confused for half a day. She turned her head to look at Su Qingxiu. What does the blacksmith mean? Do what for me? Su Qingxiu spread her hands and said, the slave girl doesn't know. Just then, a system tone came from Meng Qingzhou's ears, causing him to freeze on the spot. Ding. Successfully suppressed the heavenly fate protagonist, Zhao Gong, cutting the heavenly fate protagonist, Zhao Gong, by 800 chi values. Heaven's destiny protagonist, Zhao Gong, has a chi value of 3,500 minus 800 is equal to 2,700. Obtained reward 1, immortal grade extreme technique. One breath transforms 3 purities, qualities of Gongfu, physique, weapons, etc. Yellow, Xian, earth, heaven, immortal, emperor, great emperor, supreme. Receive reward 2, 10 years of experience value, blind sword saint. The longer you are blind, the stronger you are. The host has been blind for 3 years. This reward automatically adds 10 years of experience. In an instant, Meng Qingzhou felt that the aura in her body was boiling and roaring like a mountain. 3 inches below the navel at the Dantian location, a swirl of aura exploded, and the escaping aura formed an ocean. The aura transformed into a sea, the iconic symbol of a sea-covering realm cultivator. At the same time, overwhelming the sea also represented that cultivators in this realm possessed the strength to overturn mountains and seas. Meng Qingzhou, due to the system, as long as he didn't make a move, even if a prime realm powerhouse visited, they couldn't see through his realm. So even standing in the street where people were coming and going, not a single person noticed anything unusual. Breakthrough. Middle stage of the mountain moving realm. Breakthrough. Late stage of the mountain moving realm. Breakthrough. Peak of the mountain moving realm. Breakthrough. Half-step sea covering realm. Breakthrough. Early stage of the sea covering realm. Breakthrough. Late stage of the sea covering realm. After a long time, Meng Qingzhou eyeshade black satin closed eyes before slowly opened. Godless hollow pupil depths have a stern sword intense surging. His realm was firmly established at the late stage of the sea covering realm, and if he wasn't afraid of realm instability, he could have broken through to the peak of the sea covering realm in one go. At this moment, Meng Qingzhou felt that a single finger could poke through the sky, and a single sword could kill the world's enemies. Of course, this was the aftermath of the burst of strength, and it wasn't as exaggerated as he had imagined. But crossing the ranks to fight with an average early lunar flare realm cultivator, it wasn't difficult to kill them, and when they met an intermediate lunar flare realm, even if they were undefeated, there was a 1/3 probability that they would be able to counter-kill them. The reward this time, it's too generous. Meng Qingzhou couldn't believe it, and no matter who was suppressing the heavenly destiny protagonist Zhao Gong, in Meng Qingzhou's opinion, it must be some kind-hearted stirrer, and when we meet in the future, we must wine and dine and thank him properly. But the rewards that popped out this time were more than the rewards that Meng Qingzhou had triggered in 3 years of suffering and blindness combined. Therefore, Meng Qingzhou came to a conclusion. The dog system is luring him to fuck the divine right protagonist, Zhao Gong. Why bother? I have no grievances or hatred with Zhao Gong. Why do you have to die for me? Meng Qingzhou sighed. Then he scrutinized the rewards. Immortal grade Kung Fu. 1 Chi transforms the 3 purities. The Dao Ancestors Gong method. Meng Qingzhou's scalp went numb. The Gong method of the three Qing Taoist ancestors and the flood myths. What a heavenly chance. No less than the time and space sword intent. Just what kind of saint is it that took out Zhao Gong's 800 fortune value in one go? Moreover, this Zhao Gong, it's simply a multi-treasure rat. Meng Qingzhou was a bit impressed. Even the cleanest and most upright person can be impressed by benefits. And if they can't, it means that not enough is being given. If you have the chance to wool gather again, just once, never be greedy. Meng Qingzhou secretly made up her mind. Ding! Detecting that the host has an unlearned technique. Automatically assembling and learning the immortal grade extreme technique. 1 Qi transforms 3 Qing. Assembly study in progress. Congratulations to the host, who has successfully comprehended the immortal grade extremity technique. 1 breath transforms 3 purities. Meng Qingzhou felt the extra information about the feats in her mind. Worthy of being a Tao ancestor technique. If I were to slowly enlighten myself, I don't know how long it would take to get started, let alone become proficient in using it. Split into 3 in a bilocation with 60% of the strength of the main body. And each bilocation and the main body have a common mind. Against all odds. It's so anticlimactic. Meng Qingzhou marveled. In just a few moments, Meng Qingzhou's strength underwent a skyrocketing change. And after assembling the 1 breath transforms 3 purities, his strength went even further from the original foundation, becoming more and more terrifying. When Meng Qingzhou came back to her senses, an anxious voice in her ear gradually became clear. Master? Master? Meng Qingzhou rubbed Su Qingzhou's head and was in a good mood. It's fine. Let's go. The afternoon butterfly sighed with relief, and thought that Meng Qingzhou had a sudden thought and wanted to make a mess again. Finally there was a chance to be alone. As long as she got rid of the annoying Su Qingzhou, she could charm Meng Qingzhou to her heart's content. Slowly controlling this man who made the empress willingly do laundry and cook for him. Why is my heart disturbed and alert? Like it's reminding me that I can't do this. If I really do this, I will definitely die. Wu Dai frowned slightly and murmured, illusion. The obsidian godly monarch, who had suffered a tragic social death, suddenly felt a fluctuation that caused its heart to palpitate, but it quickly disappeared without a trace. Who? The obsidian godly monarch's fur exploded, his waist and back tensed and arched, as if he was in a state of being a formidable enemy. It seems, it's this blind man. The obsidian divine sovereign's eyes slowly moved back, somewhat uncertain. Not long ago, the obsidian godly monarch was still thinking about how to avenge Meng Qingzhou's great revenge for letting him die socially, but now that he had calmed down, his mind was suddenly clear. With its long lifespan, as well as its keen sense of smell, the terrifying fluctuations that had just flickered by were by no means an illusion. The obsidian godly monarch was creeped out. This blind sword saint seemed to have inexplicably gotten stronger again. I haven't seen him practicing. Why is his breath getting more and more terrifying? Could it be that some old monster is recovering his former strength? Forget it, the blind man didn't mean it. Let him off the hook for now. By no means is it wimpy. But this godly monarch is just broad-minded. The obsidian godly monarch consoled himself. Northwest, Shu, suffering from the perennial suffering of war, coupled with extreme weather, resulting in the year-round barren Shu, dry land growth of crops, goosefeather snow and winter to the earth wrapped in a thick quilt. On a cliff bordering the great Jin dynasty, King Zhao Yuan of Shu was wearing a black velvet cloak. His eyes orbits were deeply sunken in, and his deep gaze was looking into the distance. Generals, how rich is the great Jin dynasty? The people live in peace and do not have to suffer from cold and hunger. Do you envy them? Behind them, the setting sun reflects on hundreds of thousands of black armor, reflecting waves of sparkling light, and in the air, hidden in the depths of the clouds, there are vaguely visible densely packed cultivators sinking and floating. Envy. All the hot-blooded men of Shu issued a roar, and their voices ran through heaven and earth, with an aura like a rainbow. A pair of eager gazes converged on the king of Shu's upright back, as if they were admiring the heroic posture of a god. Every one of them knew exactly what they were doing, defying the empress and doing that act of rebellion that all the world had spurned. But no one regretted it, and they were willing to carry eternal curses for the sake of their homes, and for the sake of the millions of lights behind them that would not be extinguished by the storm. Do you want to occupy the great Jin and harvest food and beauty? Think. However, the empress is indifferent to the people of Shu, and lets us live here on our own. So you say, should this king rebel? A smile appeared on Zhao Yuan's furrowed and mottled old face. Stirring up the hearts of the people, performing righteous deeds, and working for the well-being of the people under the banner of justice are timeless routines, but they also work best. In fact, the empress has never given up the people of Shu, and can even be said to be sparing no effort to help. A quarter of the country's financial expenditures have flowed to the Shu. Knowing that the king of the Shu Zhao Yuan Wol's ambitious situation, the answer is only one: the people are innocent. The king of the Shu dares to rebel. I dare to kill. But the foolish people didn't know. Didn't know that the Empress was about to cast an immortal spiritual treasure that could change the climate, make the cold winter recede, and revitalize the soil of Shu. It was for this reason that Zhao Yuhuan felt a sense of crisis, fearing that the Empress would completely gather the hearts of the people of Shu, and then he would have no chance. So he launched his plan ahead of time. Zhao Yuhuan glanced at the group of angry generals and sneered in his heart. Foolish people, thinking that this king is the savior sent by God to save them, not realizing that this king is the devil leading you to the abyss, and that you have mistakenly swung the butcher's knife at the real gods. Report! An urgent message from 1,000 miles away. Suddenly, a mountain-moving realm cultivator shattered the void and arrived with exhausting effort, shouting, "Your Majesty, the vast majority of the state, county, and prefecture officials who secretly rebelled several years ago are dead." It was the Pillar State Great General Qin Fenghua who personally took action, and the banditry throughout the Great Jin was also pacified by the army. What? Zhao Yuhuan instantly broke his defense, grabbing this cultivator by the collar and angrily shouting, "How can that be? No matter how fast the Empress reacts, it's impossible for her to massacre officials without finding out the truth." The summoning cultivator stammered, "My subordinate does not know, but this is a fact. My subordinate personally saw General Qin Fenghua cut off the head of a state official." Zhao Yuhuan staggered back a few steps and viciously flung the cultivator away. He couldn't figure out how. Where did the Empress get the guts to dare to kill officials on a wide scale before the truth was known? Not afraid of causing panic? Furthermore, the Empress had always looked down on him and didn't consider Zhao Yuhuan to be a great enemy of her heart. So she basically took a laissez-faire attitude towards his behavior. So how did she change the norm and become so strange this time? Zhao Yuhuan immediately contacted Zhao Gong and questioned, "Do you know why the Empress suddenly dispatched Qin Beacon Fire and purged the officials I had turned against her?" Holding 1,000 miles of communication jade paper of Zhao Gong, sniffing as if struck by lightning, shocked voice. "What? In that case, wouldn't the first ring of our plan be a total failure?" The so-called first ring of the plan. The general content is, Zhao Zhou into the capital to sabotage, assassinate the female emperor's think tank Zhang Sunhai, so that it becomes a headless fly, and then incited the bandits. Multi-pronged approach, can certainly make the female emperor anxious, Jin dynasty politics into a mess. At that time, Zhao Yuhuan and then set off the bottom card, the hidden 1.5 million troops vastly killing the capital. But now, Zhao Gong was found to have accomplished nothing, not to mention losing an incomparably precious doppelganger. Zhang Sunhai didn't die either. The banditry was even directly pacified, and even the officials who had turned against him died out. This is equal to the first ring of the plan, completely and utterly to the end of the failure. The only plan today can only be broken. Abandon all the conspiracy and trickery. The hall is a big battle. The success rate plummeted by more than 50%. Zhao Gong's heart ached so much that it was hard to breathe, and he said in a grueling manner, "I'm not sure. The Empress secretly dispatched Qin Beacon Fire out." Zhao Yuhuan said angrily, "Impossible. Could the Empress be unforeseeable? Really? Why would this king rebel?" That's right, Zhao Gong's mind flashed, remembering that Meng Qingzhou who had caused him to lose his split painfully, and said, "I remember someone, Emperor Meng Lightning. He has an extremely bizarre ability to foretell the future, and once personally told me that the Shu land was about to rebel, and also accurately stated my plans, leading to my doppelganger being captured." Zhao Yuhuan remembered. Zhao Gong did say it once, just that he didn't take it seriously at that time, and now that he thought about it, he was remorseful. "I regret that I should not have started the banditry and should have strangled Meng Qingzhou in advance. This person is more of a threat than the Empress." "No wonder." I said, "Why did the Empress suddenly become smart?" So there was a demon behind it to guide her. Damn Meng Qingzhou, repeatedly spoiling my king's good deed. This king wants you to shut Meng Qingzhou up completely within 3 days. Can you do it? Zhao Yuhuan said. Zhao Gong solemnly said, "I will certainly live up to my promise." Hanging up the 1,000-mile communication jade note, Zhao Gong expression gradually serious. He really did not expect, just a week time. A plan that had been in the works for many years was all set off by a blind emperor who popped up out of nowhere. A half-step moving mountain realm's noon butterfly can change its appearance at will and mimic someone else's scent. It shouldn't be difficult to assassinate a mortal. Zhao Gong has great confidence in Wu Dai and believes in her loyalty. After all, her brother, who is not necessary, is still in his hands. With that in mind, Zhao Gong arrived and took out a bizarre eyeball that emanated the strongest and highest fluctuations from his storage ring. This eyeball was the leftover metamorphosis of an Asahi realm powerhouse who had once crossed heaven and earth and claimed to be an invincible person with heavy pupils. As long as a person was marked by this eyeball, no matter how far away they were, no matter how powerful the surrounding prohibitions were, they could be watched through the air. Naked Butterfly was naturally tagged by him as well. Zhao Gong inspired his eyeballs, and a dazzling light blossomed within the blackened cave. With that, a curtain of light was projected from the location of the eye. Zhao Gong looked over with anticipation, and then he saw, in a courtyard planted with all sorts of exotic spiritual plants, under the peach blossom tree, a handsome young man in a green shirt with black satin wrapped around his eyes, and the Wu Dai, who had already changed his appearance and breath, were sitting opposite each other. "Sir, what gift are you going to give for the Empress birthday banquet?" Wu Dai cupped her small face, her arms supported on the table, gazing intently at Meng Qingzhou. Meng Qingzhou laughed. "Haven't thought about it yet." Wu Dai asked again. "Then, sir, how did you train the big yellow dog?" Meng Qingzhou answered seriously. "If you don't listen, you'll be beaten. If you listen, you'll be fed." The two of them asked and answered questions, and the colorful and rosy peach blossoms fell, reflecting the charming scene. Handsome men and beautiful women. The atmosphere is harmonious, like a couple flirting. Holy shit! When Zhao Gong saw this scene, his eyes went black and he fell straight back. Nutty Butterfly doesn't dare to betray me. There must be something else in it. Right, it should be charming Meng Qingzhou and controlling his thinking mind. Zhao Gong hung a far-fetched smile, but his face became more and more gloomy, and he finally couldn't help but break out in curses. But the target of the assassination is sitting in front of you so defenselessly, and there's no one else around, so you're charming the shit out of him. A knife to seal the throat, carry the head and leave. Zhao Gong was uneasy in his heart, his eyes glowing with blood, like a manic beast, staring at the light screen image. Picture. Meng Qingzhou was oblivious to the fact that his divine sense was blocked. His perception ability was no different from that of an ordinary person. When a cultivator stood in front of him and exposed his strength, it was difficult for him to judge the exact realm. Sensei, a Chaohui realm powerhouse eyeball gazing across the sky. "Sir, how do you think the Empress birthday banquet should be arranged?" Wu Dai cupped her face, her soul-stirring eyes blinking. Meng Qingzhou said blandly, "Simple. Is not the company's reunion well, the first notification of the world, meaning universal celebration, and then invite the big shots from all walks of life to get together for a meal. After the meal, then a whole little program, all the people lined up to give gifts, and finally a martial arts competition, poetry and songs, dancing and singing all over again. Zippy." Saying that, Meng Qingzhou caressed his chest with his palm and took out a jade slip from the storage pendant hidden in his clothes and handed it to Wu Dai. "This is something I've been preparing for a long time. Just set it up according to the program above." In fact, this was secretly burned by Meng Qingzhou just now. See covering realm cultivators. A single thought can write millions of words. A reunion potluck program couldn't be easier for him. Wu Dai picked up the jade slip and pasted it on her brow to check it out, and after about half an incense stick of work had passed, she let out an exclamation of surprise. "Mr. Great Talent, the invitation is a gilt jade post, carved with a phoenix bathing in fire and shining brightly in the 9 states, signifying that Her Majesty the Empress is destined to unite the rivers and mountains, and highlighting Her Majesty's honor. Eating can't be too casual. It's divided into 3, 6, 9 classes, either powerful or prominent." The afternoon butterfly gave a slight beat, searching for words of praise, smiling sweetly. And this martial arts competition is also laid out with great care, such as listing the rankings, one-on-one matches by drawing lots, and the top 10 bestowed with corresponding rewards. The afternoon butterfly rambled on for half a day, and through countless winks, but Meng Qingzhou froze and didn't react at all. She rubbed her dry eyes and couldn't help but feel bitter in her heart. This was really winks thrown to the blind. This person's mind is like iron. I just secretly used my divine thoughts, but I couldn't even break the threads of his emotions. An ordinary cultivator, even if his realm is a bit higher than mine, I can easily play with his emotions on a plate. But just now, it was as if I was in the Lao's iron pillar, which in turn shocked me. Waves of shock rippled inside Midnight Butterfly. There were only 2 possibilities for this to occur. First, either the other party's cultivation was much higher than hers. Wu Dai is the peak cultivation of the Tangyan realm. Gong Fu, talent are first class, but also practiced the spirit of the road, able to easily control the emotions of others, unless it is the peak of the moving mountain realm, or else it is impossible for her to not be able to break a little. Second, the other person's heart is as hard as iron and has experienced countless trials and tribulations. For example, in the ancient mythological era, there was a class of eldritch species that had no cultivation and no realm, and were as weak as ordinary people, but they have millions of years of life, witnessing the vicissitudes of the sea, the change of dynasties, washed away by the river of years. Their hearts and minds have long been turned into a stubborn stone. It is just that the eldritch species cannot be cultivated, and mortals can be hacked to death by lifting a kitchen knife, so they gradually withdrew from the stage of history. Not even the slightest fluctuation in cultivation, So what exactly has he gone through to hone a mind of steel? Midnight Butterfly was hard to imagine. The deeper you get to know this man, the more you feel that you can't see through him, as if he is covered in clouds and mists and plunged into the depths of a labyrinth. The lull. Meng Qingzhou opened her mouth to inquire. Your name is Yudi, right? Without giving it much thought, Nutty Butterfly said. Yes. Meng Qingzhou frowned slightly. Just now there was a moment when his emotions were rattled by an external force. Fortunately the caster's realm was not high, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking about it, Meng Qingzhou placed the target of suspicion on the afternoon butterfly. In the plot of the novel, there is no character Rain Butterfly, but there is another female counterpart named Noon Butterfly. But Noon Butterfly is the assassin of Dragon Pride's protagonist. Therefore, a tentative question was asked. What do you think of Seiho Chun? Wu Dai was first shocked, then said with contempt and disdain, high-minded second-generation ancestor, relying on a good father, bullying men and women without any evil, living to waste the air maggots, mongrels. Speaking here, Wu Dai's tone paused and looked at Meng Qingzhou, softly saying, this man, Zhao Jiao, can't compare to a hair of Mr. Not to mention that Mr. has a handsome face. Zhao Jiao is ugly like a toad. Meng Qingzhou nodded silently. It's confirmed. With such strong hatred, it must be a good afternoon butterfly. What does Zhao Gong mean? I have no grievances with him. What's the point of sending an assassin to lurk by my side for a good reason? Not being able to figure it out, Meng Qingzhou didn't bother to think about it. Woody, this woman is not simple. Spiritual soul, a super genius, in the late novel, and even become a Chao Wei realm power, bringing great help to Zhao Gong. He was an indispensable sidekick for Zhao Gong to dominate the world. Just Wu Dai life miserable. Pro brother has long been dead. Wu Dai still do not know. Stupid for Zhao Juqing murder and sell their lives. Didn't even know the truth about his brother's death until he got his box. In the meantime, inside a cave 100 kilometers away from the capital. Snap. Zhao Gong was so furious that he broke a bottle of valuable 9 Dragon Cup in a violent rage, and the wine pulp was scattered all over the place. Bitch. Zhao Gong squeezed out 2 words through his teeth. His hair stood on end, his raging aura swept over him, and he roared. Sword Elder, kill this pair of dogs for me. Zhao Gong knew that the Empress had enthroned a minister of the Shangshu, but he would not deliberately investigate such a trivial matter, so it was not known that Meng Qin and Meng Qingzhou were, in fact, one and the same person. Thinking that Nutty Butterfly had betrayed him, Zhao Go thought that he was furious and roared loudly. A dry and thin old man wearing a black and white yin and yang fish Taoist robe, carrying a copper-rusted ancient sword on his back, appeared noiselessly and silently said, including the Noon Butterfly? Right, Zhao Gong said indignantly. This bitch, after 5 or 6 years of following him, he hasn't even touched his hand. He has to speak 5 or 6 meters away from each other, and he hasn't said a single word of compliments or flattery. Whenever she saw him, she would deliberately run her poisonous power and defend herself against him like a thief. But when it comes to Meng Qingzhou, the attitude is diametrically opposite, and he can't wait to wash himself and send him to bed. No. Zhao Gong changed his mind and laughed fiercely. Kill Meng Qingzhou, nullify Wu Dai's cultivation, and bring her back. I forgot to let her know the price of betraying this Shitsi. Good. Sword Elder nodded, unassuming, no sadness or joy in his narrow eyes. In the next moment, Sword Old Man disappeared in place. After a long time, Zhao Gong remembered something and rubbed his chin. It's not possible that Woody doesn't know Meng Qingzhou. After all, Woody had never met Meng Qingzhou either. Forget it, Zhao Gong shook his head. Anyway, he was just craving for the body of the afternoon butterfly. If the soft one doesn't work, then come to the hard one. It doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. The other side. Meng Qingzhou's ears once again sounded the system beep. Zhao Go is furious and suffers a mental shock, and has lost his mind. The Heavenly Fate protagonist's chakra value is weakened by 100. 2400 minus 100 is equal to 2300. Dash, reward obtained, celestial grade extremely high grade technique, Zhou Gong Meng Dai. Ooh, another gear explosion. Meng Qingzhou raised an eyebrow. Just what kind of ruthless person is it that has a continuous Euler output on the protagonist of Long Aotian? The Spirit One Dharma is of little use to me. Meng Qingzhou was slightly disappointed. Rather a perfect fit for the afternoon butterfly. Evening. Meng Qingzhou made the meal in advance and heated it in the pot, lying on the rocking chair to enjoy the sunset. Not long ago, Wu Dai left in a hurry, afraid of encountering the Empress again, and as she left, she asked a question that caused Meng Qingzhou to think deeply. She asked, Mr. Meng, do you know the Emperor? Coincidentally, Mr. and Emperor have the same surname, and both are deeply favored by the Empress. Meng Qingzhou naturally said that he didn't recognize him, even though he was very curious about this strange man. Whether this person was stunningly handsome or had an unparalleled talent, how else could the plot be rewritten so that the empress, who is a loner, would have thoughts of having a family? Meng Qingzhou thought about it again and didn't look deeper. Supporting characters and passers-by often just know too much, get involved in unwarranted turmoil, and die in a fight between the main group and the big bad. Two ears don't listen to what's going on outside the window. One heart only reads small H books. And what's the matter with me when it comes to yo-yo trivia? Meng Xianyu, in a rare moment of interest, opened his mouth. Qingqiu, let the master give you a lecture on the Sword Dao scriptures. Su Qingqiu, who was secretly cultivating, heard this and hurriedly jogged over, saying joyfully, "Thank you, master." The little greedy cat who had tasted the sweetness, now smelled the flavor, immediately couldn't wait to bring a small bench, and looked at Meng Qingzhou with bated breath. "Let me pass on to you a heaven-grade extreme Sword Dao text." Of course, it was passed on to me by a kind old white-bearded grandfather. Meng Qingzhou coughed and said. Su Qingqiu bristled. "What a white-bearded old grandpa. You really think I'm stupid?" Su Qingqiu didn't doubt it. Saints knew everything about the world, including cultivation techniques of course. His lordship is a saint. It makes sense. The obsidian divine monarch, who was on a leash, was lying on the ground lazily opening one eye with a doggy face of contempt. Ugh, pretending. Bullshit old white-bearded grandpa. Clearly a sword saint himself. The obsidian godly monarch had a vicissitude of expression and a deep look, feeling that he had seen through everything. It's a pity that this god sovereign killed too many people in the past, forging unforgivable sins, and can no longer speak, or else I would definitely expose you. Two couples, an empress pretending to be a virtuous wife and a sword saint pretending to be a blind flunky. The divine monarch was exhausted on their behalf. Gradually, the setting sun fell below the horizon, and a bit of starlight dragged the full moon up. Squeak! The gate of the courtyard opened, and Dongfang Liuli was wearing a plain white dress, her eyes full of fatigue. "Back, Qingqiu, heat up the meal and then bring up the silver ear and lotus seed soup I prepared." Meng Qingzhou heard the commotion and said with a wave of her hand, "Yes." Su Qingqiu, who was still sitting on her knees on the ground and sensing the Sword Dao cannon, heard the words and got up and owed a bow before going back to the kitchen to serve the dishes. Dongfang Liuli glanced at Su Qingqiu's back and was slightly surprised. If he was right, Su Qingqiu's sword intent had been refined again, and her realm had broken through to the middle stage of the Tingyun realm. That's a little too much progress. When Su Qingqiu brought back the meal and the three of them sat around a table, Dongfang Liuli transmitted a voice to inquire. "Light Boat explained the Sword Dao canon to you?" "Yes." Su Qingqiu was overjoyed, her cold face displaying a lovely smile. "The canon that Emperor has imparted this time is endlessly mysterious and has inspired me greatly." Dongfang Liuli silently looked at Meng Qingzhou, and secretly said in her heart, "This guy, just how much else is hidden? It's always elusive, like lasagna, uncovering one layer and then another. Silver ear and lotus seed soup, clears the heart and nourishes the lungs, and is best for relieving fatigue." Meng Qingzhou pointed to a bowl and said. Dongfang Liuli smiled lightly, casting aside the doubts in her heart and enjoying this precious time of tranquility. Unconsciously, she suddenly realized that since Meng Qingzhou's arrival, she would seldom fall asleep on her back in the mountains of volumes and folders. Every time he returned to the small home, Dongfang Liuli's sense of urgency would always inexplicably disappear. "Idle position. Not tired," Dongfang Liuli said blandly. "You can hide it from others, but you can't hide it from me." Shitstirrer Zhao Yuan is ambitious, stirring up the chickens and dogs of the great Jin, and as a subject of the Empress, your workload will naturally increase, Meng Qingzhou said. Dongfang Liuli took a sip of the lotus seed soup and realized that the lotus seeds in the bowl were actually the lotus seeds produced by the Nine Suns scorching heart lotus. The silver fungus was also a heavenly spiritual plant. "Do you know the value of this bowl of soup?" Dongfang Liuli raised her eyes and asked. Meng Qingzhou shrugged his shoulders and said, "A heaven-grade extreme spirit plant. I'm afraid it can buy the life of a mountain-moving realm cultivator. But a piker is not a piker. So I'm going to trouble you and help me eliminate these hidden dangers." Meng Qingzhou did not want to set up a persona and set off his own bullishness, saying that he could have as many of these things as he wanted. Dongfang Liuli snorted. "You really do have a big heart. In my hometown, people call such people salted fish." Meng Qingzhou spread his hands. Dongfang Liuli giggled. The moonlight spread on her face. At this moment, she was more dazzling than the moon, more brilliant than the stars. Unfortunately, someone was literally blind and had no chance to see this view. "So funny. I'll call you Meng Salty Fish from now on." Dongfang Liuli laughed. Meng Qingzhou smiled faintly and said, "Whatever makes you happy." Dongfang Liuli smiled lightly. After drinking the lotus seed soup, she felt much better from the cold sickness. The coldness within her meridians dispersed a lot. "Master, the Nine Suns scorching heart lotus is good for Miss can we? Su Qingqiu took the initiative to speak. Dongfang Liuli couldn't pull her face to beg, but Su Qingqiu was heartbroken that she had to endure the pain caused by the cold sickness every night, and wanted the empress to be cured as soon as possible. Yes, then I'll boil it for you every day from now on. Meng Qingzhou agreed in one bite. Aha! Oriental Liuli held the bowl, her head buried into her high chest. Just then, an uninvited guest visited, only to see Qin Beacon Fire furtively probing at the door. The sharp sense of smell of the obsidian god immediately ripped off the dog leash. The person stood up. Didi assisted a flying kick, precisely hitting Qin Beihongwu's head. A dog leg was so powerful that it sent Qin Beihongwu flying out. Roll, old man. You're not going to stop making fun of me, are you? Godly monarch. The old man came to find the empress. Qin Beacon Fire deliberately didn't hide, knowing that the godly monarch had lost face today, letting it take the piss. But as a result, this dead dog opened its mouth and wanted to bite him. Qin Beacon Fire immediately transmitted his voice to explain. What? The obsidian godly monarch became even more angry, his nostrils spewing pillars of fire and his doggy eyes carrying a ferocious hostility. And you're going to share with Her Majesty the Empress that this goddess squatted on the side of the road to pee? An uncle can tolerate it, but an aunt can't. See if I can't bite you to death. God King. It's not that you're squatting on the side of the road to mark a big tree. There are other important matters. Qin Beacon Fire once again transmitted his voice to explain. After a while, Qin Beacon Fire was so bruised and battered that he was on the verge of being bitten out of rabies before he barely managed to quell the god sovereign's anger and limped into the mansion. Your Majesty, girl Liuli. Qin Beihongwu opened his mouth to shout out a word and realized that Meng Qingzhou was also there, so he quickly changed his face and laughed aloud. So what? Light boat, you're here too. Ha, ha ha ha. Meng Qingzhou had an odd expression. This is my home. Shouldn't I be there? What do you mean, old man? There's a certain flavor between the lines that's very strong. Slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. Qin Beihongwu laughed dryly and said, actually, I'm girl Liuli's cousin's uncle. Uncle? Meng Qingzhou hurriedly got up, surprised. Good son-in-law. Sit down. Qin Fenghuang's head was covered in cold sweat, and his mind was a mess. Originally, Qin Beacon Fire was prepared to come and admonish the empress not to be double-minded, to hurry up and tell that Meng Qin to get lost, and to live a good life with Emperor Meng Qingzhou. Unexpectedly, Meng Qingzhou was also here. It couldn't be that he could say in front of Meng Qingzhou, Your Majesty. Hurry up and repudiate Meng Qin. Don't put a green hat on the emperor. Dongfang Liuli looked askance at Qin Beihua with a scrutinizing questioning look in her eyes, as if to say, disturbing my purity. If you either don't give me a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Watch yourself. Qin Fenghuang was drenched in cold sweat, and after a long time, he stifled a sentence. I'm just recognizing the door, and there's not much to do, so I'll go first. After saying that, Qin Beacon Fire ran away in a puff of smoke. After running out for a full 3 miles, Qin Beacon Fire finally came to his senses. His Majesty is a great man. How can he be persuaded by others? The only way to force His Majesty to make a choice. The corners of Qin Beacon Fire's mouth rose as he thought of a brilliant solution. Wait until the Empress' birthday banquet. The old man will come forward in public to question the young white boy Meng Qin's shallow qualifications, and then come up with a difficult problem. As long as he can't solve it, then the little white boy, Meng Qin, must get the hell out of the capital and leave office to return home. The old man is so smart. How can the likes of Jiang Sunhai be compared to the old man? For the next few days, Meng Qingzhou's days were very full. Getting up in the morning to cook, feeding food and walking the dog, watering flowers and planting vegetables, and having the time to give Su Qingqiu a lecture on the sword Dao canon in senses. At noon in Dongfang Liuli gathering, Meng Qingzhou found that she went home more and more often. As long as there was free time, she would run home. In the afternoon, he discussed with the afternoon butterflies to perfect the ceremonial system of the female emperor's birthday banquet. Just don't know why. Wu Dai is always asking about the empress. Whenever this time, the enthusiastic Su Qingqiu will always be busy to solve the problem. Do not let Wu Dai continue to ask. In the blink of an eye, there were only 2 days left before the birthday banquet of the empress was held. Meng Qingzhou's task was basically completed, and the general matters of the banquet were arranged. But the afternoon butterflies would still keep coming to harass him, finding all sorts of excuses to take the opportunity to spend more time with Meng Qingzhou. Is my charm that great? Meng Qingzhou stroked his face, causing him to swell a little. I don't know. Nutty Butterfly was even more depressed than he was and almost went crazy. It had been several days, and not only had she not been able to move Meng Qingzhou's emotional threads, she had also failed to figure out a way to infiltrate the harem. Sir, Wu Dai has an ungrateful request. I would like to ask for your help. Wu Dai's tone was shy and timid, especially easy to arouse a man's protective desire. Meng Qingzhou was iron-faced and immediately waved her hand. Since it's an unkind invitation, then don't invite it. His intuition told him that Nutty Butterfly was working for Zhao Gong, or a very important task. This kind of plot is placed in the novel. The proper mainline mission. Supporting characters are cautious to enter. Otherwise when there is a bloodbath. Wu Dai choked, not expecting the other party to reject so decisively, but still said with a thick skin. I'd like to ask for your help in getting me into the harem. I'd like to meet the emperor. Is that possible? Meng Qingzhou was puzzled. What do you want to see the emperor for? Wu Dai wiped her tears in a pitiful manner. I'm not hiding it from you, sir. I'm the wife of the current emperor. He abandoned his family for the sake of his future. I want to see if the negative man has a conscience or not. How dare you let us mother and daughter fend for ourselves? Oh. Speaking, the afternoon butterfly whimpered and cried out. Crying sound, heard the sadness of those who see the tears. Meng Qingzhou rubbed his eyebrows. Of course he didn't believe the words of the Wu Dai. If he didn't know the true identity of the Wu Dai in advance, he might have believed it. So, Wudi's target is the current emperor? Then associating it with Zhao Gong and King Zhao won a shoe. Meng Qingzhou figured out the causes and consequences and knew what Wu Dai was going to do. Wudi wanted to assassinate the emperor, causing civil unrest in the dynasty. Sure enough, it's the main plot. Luckily, I was smart and alert, and I almost fell for it. This episode is not in the novel. It should be a butterfly effect from the plot falling apart. Meng lightly sighed and said, it's not that I won't help you. I can't help it. His Majesty's bedchamber. As a subject how can I trespass? Midnight Butterfly could barely resist rolling her eyes. Anyone can say that but you. Seducing the female emperor's lasso pole man. You are so mighty and majestic. Pampering and selling to the female emperor. She can pick all the stars in the sky and give them to you. And vassals can't trespass. Are you a decent minister? You're a rebellious courtier who rushes the emperor. So, sir, can you accompany me for a walk? Midnight Butterfly said. Meng Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, but still nodded her head and agreed, saying, yes, it can be. It can't be too long. By no means will I delay, Mr. Wu Dai laughed, a flash of guilt flashing deep within his eyes. Since he couldn't control his mind, he had to play hardball, controlling Meng Qingzhou by force and forcing him to take himself into His Majesty's chambers to meet the emperor. Since getting along these days, Wu Dai did not have a bad view of Meng Qingzhou and could be said to have some admiration, so he did not want to hurt him. But there's no way around it. For the sake of her brother, Wu Dai must kill the queen. Go. Meng Qingzhou stood up long. Qingqiu, you stay and watch the house. Su Qingqiu hesitated, but Miss commanded the slave girl that she must keep master safe. There's no harm. Miss Wu Dai won't harm me. Meng Qingzhou glanced sideways, looking at the afternoon butterfly. You're right, aren't you? It's a blessing, not a curse. It's a curse that can't be avoided. Girl, I hope you make a wise choice. I really don't want to hotwire it. Nutty Butterfly lowered her head and said, of course. Then the two of them, one after the other, strolled around the capital, listening to songs in the theater, riding horses and galloping horse farms, watching flowers and koi carp in the garden of Guan. The afternoon butterfly has never been so relaxed and happy, lively and happy quite a lot, no longer deliberately exudes a flirtatious atmosphere, like a nimble elf. But gradually, the afternoon butterfly's heart was also more low. Mr. treats her well and cares for her in every way, while she harbors evil intentions and tries to use him to kill the emperor of the great Jin dynasty. Throughout the half-day, the two were tired of playing. Wu Dai proposed to go to the southernmost Qinglian mountain in the capital to blow the wind. Meng Qingzhou didn't say anything, nodded silently, and sighed in her heart. Is it going to come to this after all? The reason why he spared no effort in taking Wu Dai on a tour of the capital was that he wanted to make one last effort to see if he could awaken Wu Dai's compassion. Not surprisingly, it failed. The southern outskirts of the capital. The top of Qinglian Mountain. Sir, can I ask you a question? Wu Dai stood at the top of the mountain, overlooking the view of the capital. Meng Qingzhou nodded. Why don't you take Su Qingqiu with you? With or without a heart? Wu Dai asked. Meng Qingzhou stood with his hands behind his back, facing the wind, and said blandly, with a heart. He intentionally didn't bring it with him. In the meantime, a raincoat and bucket hat guest, standing under the gazebo, his hands hanging down, his figure as thin as a sword. The old man in the straw raincoat held his bucket hat in his hand and raised his eyes slightly, and across a distance of several hundred meters, his gaze penetrated through the obstacles and landed on the green shirt and blindfolded youth. This place was sparsely populated, far away from the imperial city of Great Jin, at the southernmost part of the capital. It is a sightseeing spot called Siriozan. Looking down from the hill, you can see the entire capital's topography. A smirk remained on Wu Dai's face. but it gradually solidified, turning her back to Meng Qingzhou and whispering, "Sir, I know you're a good man, and you're so smart that you should have guessed that I was plotting against you, so why did you follow me out? No one can protect you here. Aren't you afraid?" Meng Qingzhou leaned on his blind cane, letting the mountain wind blow his thick black hair, and said, "Since it can't be avoided, it's too lazy to hide." He was afraid of trouble and spoiling a rare moment of peace and quiet, but he wasn't afraid of things when he met them. Otherwise, what's the point of cultivating a body? Without waiting for Wu Dai to continue speaking, Meng Qingzhou blandly said, "You are not called Wu Dai. Your real name is Wu Dai, and you are not a 6th grade palmistress of the Ministry of Ceremonies, but an assassin of the world Sun Zhaoju, Peak Tangyan realm cultivation, specializing in spiritual and poisonous feats, can be considered a heavenly talent. You should have changed your appearance, wanting to borrow my hand to blend into the palace and assassinate the current emperor," Meng Qingzhou said. "Am I right?" Wu Dai's pupils abruptly contracted, with an expression of having seen a ghost, shocked and inexplicable looking at the former. "How do you know in such detail? My true name has never been told. Few people know, even my cultivation technique." At this moment, Wu Dai truly felt the sense of oppression from Meng Qingzhou. When someone speaks of your latent secrets as if they were in a book, invisible to the world but as if they could see through everything, such people are undoubtedly the most frightening. "Sir, and why bother? Pretend you don't know. You and I can still be friends in the future." Wu Dai was both ashamed and humiliated, not daring to look directly at Meng Qingzhou. "I'm sorry, sir." She condensed the divine spirit needle, flexed her fingers and flicked it, and an invisible and faceless divine spirit needle instantly pierced into Meng Qingzhou's brow. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you." The divine spirit needle enters your head and transforms into a silk thread that wraps around and controls your soul. "Afterwards, I'll eliminate all traces and won't slow you down." "Sir." Meng Qingzhou had her hands behind her back and didn't move as if she was being controlled. The afternoon butterfly was like an enemy, observing for a long time before he breathed a sigh of relief. "What a way to give me a hard time." Suddenly, Meng Qingzhou leisurely opened his mouth, still maintaining his upright standing posture, leaning on his blind cane, standing at the top of the mountain by the cliff, and said, "Killing you and getting involved in the storm. Not killing you is tantamount to harboring you." "You said." Meng Qingzhou turned her head, revealing her cool side face, and murmured, "What should I do?" As if struck by thunder, the afternoon butterfly was horrified and staggered back a few steps. She tried to recall the divine spirit needle, but the connection had been lost. And after the divine spirit needle entered Meng Qingzhou's brow, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, instantly losing its trail. "What exactly are you?" Wu Dai's pretty face went pale and her voice trembled as she asked. Meng Qingzhou said blandly, "A lazy idler who doesn't want to stir up dust." Just then, the old man in the straw raincoat and bucket hat took a step out. The space rippled with water waves, and in the blink of an eye, he shattered the void and came close to Meng Qingzhou. "Are you done chatting?" Sword old man opened his mouth indifferently, took out a jar of wine from his storage ring, then a wine glass, filled it up, and handed it to Meng Qingzhou, saying, "Wine for the road. Drink it and forget your sorrows in the Yellow Springs." Wu Dai turned her head openly, and the moment she saw the visitor, she couldn't help but say in shock, "Sword old man, why are you here? What's the situation?" As the protector of the world's sun, Zhao Gong, how did he come to the capital? The sword old man didn't pay attention to the afternoon butterfly. His arm straightened and handed out the drink. Meng Qingzhou took it, shook the syrup in the wine glass, and laughed. "Burial mourner, sword nameless. The strongest undercard under Zhaojiu, half-step overwhelming sea realm cultivation. Likes to pass a farewell drink before killing someone. Strange fetish." The sword old man slowly pulled out the ancient copper-rusted sword on his back and carefully wiped it with a handkerchief without answering. Meng Qingzhou was a little curious. If he was dead set on not drinking this cup of wine, would sword elders still kill him? After thinking about it, Meng Qingzhou tilted her head back and drank it all in one go, casually dropping the glass and blandly saying, "That's just it. Let's indulge for once today. Drink, kill, and cheer up." "Elder Sword, why are you here?" The afternoon butterfly for the first time showed a look of fear, staring blankly at the demoiselle elder, and was about to speak when he realized that Meng Qingzhou had finished the send-off wine, and was also talking loudly about killing people to help the fun. "Sir, leave this place and seek refuge with His Majesty." Meng Qingzhou smiled at the corner of her mouth and shook her head. "There's no need. Half-step overwhelming sea realm cultivation. A thought can travel thousands of miles, turn rivers at every turn, and be omnipotent with great powers. So where can I run to?" At those words, Nutty Butterfly became anxious and pleaded, "Elder Sword, please spare Mr. Meng. In the Great Jin Dynasty, the 9th grade realm could be called a martial arts master. The 1st grade realm was a land god in the eyes of mortals. the Tangyun realm was able to traverse a party, and the mountain-moving realm could start a sect and become the head of a small to medium-sized sect. As for the sea-covering realm cultivators, they were the living gods in the eyes of the world, the mysterious existence of the gods and dragons. The half-step sea-covering realm sword elder was already comparable to a godlike powerful being in the eyes of Wu Dai. The sword old man poured the remaining wine syrup from the wine pot onto the copper-rusted ancient sword, and said indifferently with an organized and unhurried manner, "His Highness the World Prince has asked me to kill this man, and to abolish your cultivation to bring him back. So I think that you should plead for yourself first." When these words came out, both Woody and Meng Qingzhou froze, their faces full of bewilderment. Ha! Meng Qingzhou was shocked. Long Aotian protagonist is crazy. Such a helpful arm. The future giant of Chaohui realm. You even want to waste her cultivation? You're out of your mind. What do you mean? Afternoon Butterfly was confused and puzzled. Sword Old Man said, "I don't know and I don't care. Are you scrapping your own cultivation? Or are you asking me to help you?" The Midday Butterfly Man was dumbfounded. "I've worked my ass off to help you kill people, and I haven't even completed my mission yet. So you send someone to hurt me instead? Backstabbing your teammates and thrashing your comrades is right. There is enough shamelessness." Wu Dai was desperate, but without losing her poise, her clear cold eyes gazed at Sword Old Man and resolutely said, "Sir, you hurry down the mountain. I'll hold him off." When Meng Qingzhou saw the situation, his heart was relieved. He was originally a little upset. After all, it was this bitch who involved herself in the main plot, but she also can't help it. Dying at the time of such a bearing, showing that the character is not bad. The Bones are a kind and gentle woman. Gossip ends here. Elder Sword's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Meng Qingzhou and said leisurely, You can be on your way." Wu Dai crossed her body to block in front of Meng Qingzhou and smiled back, saying, "I'm sorry, I'm the one who got you into trouble. Sir, run away." As the words fell, Wu Dai bit through the tip of his tongue and burned his essence blood to forcefully raise his strength, preparing to try to delay Sword Old Man's footsteps by exchanging his life for his life. Ta-da! 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 The Sword Old Man walked towards the two of them unhurriedly, and with every step that fell, Xingliang Mountain trembled with the rhythm, as if the Earth Dragon had rolled over. Clank! Sharp and ear-piercing sword chirps resounded, and the bronze sword, whose body was covered with patches of rust, was wrapped in lingering sword intent. Around the Sword Old Man, the void was cut into small pieces, and the turbulence that lurked in the void whistled, lining what appeared to be an emperor of the Sword Dao, like he had returned from the ancient times. Pust! Wu Dai coughed up blood, and before they even formally exchanged blows, just a hair-thin sword intent heavily injured her through the air. So strong, Wu Dai sat disheveledly on her knees, her almond eyes filled with helplessness and despair as she murmured, "Brother, sister can't save you." Suddenly, a vigorous sword intent rose up to the sky, and the lightly caressing breeze turned into sharp sword marks. Wu Dai first froze, then looked back in shock, looking up only to see Meng Qingzhou standing behind her, his posture erect, facing forward with an icy expression. "Sir, the Afternoon Butterfly lost her color. She is very intelligent and associates many things in a flash. Mister is not a mortal without cultivation. You feel that the victory is assured, don't you?" Meng Qingzhou opened her mouth with a solemn tone. "Old man, you must know that there are people outside of people and there are heavens outside of heaven." Meng Qingzhou's mouth contained the heavenly constitution, and every word was transformed into a lofty sword flow, suppressing all of Jian Lao's sword intent. "I have given you a chance, but you don't appreciate it." Elder Sword's eyes narrowed slightly and his footsteps came to a violent halt as he looked at Meng Qingzhou in surprise. "The information was wrong. You are a sword cultivator? The attainment is not low. Interesting." Meng Qingzhou's killing intent was intense and she gradually lost her patience. He's already obscene enough to join the family and pose as a bad guy in order to avoid getting involved in the main plot line for fear of inviting the Dragon Pride protagonist and the big villain. But after only a month of peace and quiet, Zhao Gong sent someone to look for trouble for no reason. "What the hell did I do to you? We haven't even met." Meng Qingzhou laughed contemptuously, maintaining a master's demeanor even at the end of death. "Old man, I think you've overdosed on brain platinum. Dukes." After saying that, Meng Qingzhou lifted her blind staff and lightly tapped the void, and immediately, all the broken space and raging turbulence all retraced their steps. The surrounding landscape loses its color and turns black and gray. It's like a black and white camera photo, with the flying and swooping birds going backwards frame by frame, and the falling leaves rejoining the branches in a jaw. The Sword Elder froze and looked around blankly, his expression gradually becoming grave. "Sword word truth. Break." The Sword Elder's mouth rebuked as his sword came out like a dragon. A sword light as majestic as an ocean surged towards Meng Qingzhou, and the terrifying might was enough to overthrow everything. The corners of Meng Qingzhou's mouth rose as she indifferently said, "Town." For a moment, it was as if the sword intent had encountered the world barrier, and was invisibly hindered, no longer able to advance the slightest bit. Immediately afterward, the oceanic sword intent shattered. It turned into countless fragments and returned to the sword elder's body. Meng Qingzhou once again spat out a word, "Trace." Then heaven and earth lost their color and turned black and white. The landscape was going backwards, like a train ride, and the scenery around them flew back. What is this? The sword old man could no longer remain calm, and he was shocked to find that the aura that had been emitted earlier was slowly returning, and the void that had been cut and shattered by the sword intent was reorganizing. Laws of time. The sword elder stumbled backward uncontrollably to his original point and said, "This is impossible. The integration of the laws of time into the sword Dao is unheard of. Simply ridiculous." Chop. Meng Qingzhou spat out a single word. In the next moment, a memory appeared out of nowhere in Sword Lao's mind. It was 10 years ago, the day he broke through the half-step sea-covering realm. The image of him then and the current sword elder hadn't changed much. Sword old man sat cross-legged inside the cave, his head covered in cold sweat. He was in the critical period of breakthrough when suddenly a light shone into the dark cave. It was a short sword condensed by a time tributary, chopping off one of his arms with a brush. At the same time, the disturbed sword elder failed in his breakthrough and his realm fell to the peak of the mountain-moving realm. Illusion? Sword elder came back to his senses, unimpressed, but when he looked down he realized that one of his arms had disappeared. A cross-section of the broken arm wound made an ugly scar. Not only that, but sword old man inexplicably and marvelously fell into the peak cultivation of the mountain-moving realm. Your sword intent, capable of marking a target, backtracking time to interfere with the past, becoming a given in the present and future? The sword old man's face was filled with fear and trepidation, his teeth chattering as he spoke. Damn Zhao Gong, what kind of people did your grandma mess with? And the intelligence organization are all shit-eaters. Such a terrifying sword saint. You're telling me he's immortal? The old man is being screwed by his piggyback friends. Zhao Gong, you've caused me a lot of trouble. The sword old man decisively begged for mercy, saying, "Senior, spare my life. I'm willing to pay everything." Meng Qingzhou showed her teeth and smiled. "Knowing my cultivation, you are already guilty of unpardonable offenses. As a sword cultivator, witnessing this time sword intent, you have no regrets in dying. Have the decency to hit the road. I give you my utmost respect." Upon hearing this, the sword old man's forehead beaded with cold sweat as he gritted his teeth and said, "Senior, don't force me. If I'm pushed, even if I have to pay for one of my lives, I can still replace you with a serious injury." Meng Qingzhou smiled without saying anything, and her killing intent grew stronger. "Death for injury? I'm sorry, but you're underestimating the power of temporal sword intent." Suddenly, sword old man's eyes went into a trance, patting his head, dumbfounded. "What am I talking about? What interfering with the past? Time sword intent. I've always been at the peak of the mountain-moving realm. I've tried to break through the half-step sea-covering realm before, but unfortunately I failed. As for the arm, can't remember, probably due to injuries sustained in one of the battles." Meng Qingzhou smiled radiantly, revealing a row of large white teeth, and said warmly, "You're right. This smile, but let the bystander Wu die." Scared red lips bloodless, eyes stagnant looking at Meng Qingzhou. For the first time, she felt what it meant to be truly terrified. Great Jin Dynasty Palace, Shanshu Room. The female emperor Dongfang Liuli was in the process of reviewing the Zhang folders, and opposite to her sat Jiang Sunhai, the chief minister of the current dynasty. Oriental Liuli said, "The banditry has basically been pacified. The counties and counties have suffered great losses, and thousands of officials of the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th grades have fallen into the net, either captured or killed, and there is a deficit of personnel. These issues must be resolved as soon as possible." Jiang Sunhai nodded bashfully and said, "The old minister is clutching a list in his hand. All of them are corrupt officials, and there are also the handles of the sectarian forces within the Great Jin Dynasty. The financial losses can be made up from them. As for the official deficit, the old minister is prepared to implement the biannual imperial examination system, which is divided into the spring examination and the fall examination." The old minister also urged the supervisory manufacturing division to create a number of spiritual treasures, ready to monitor the scene of the imperial examinations to prevent fraudulent situations, and to wait until the end of the fall exams. The selected talents, all of which will be transported to various places. Kneeling on the ground, a group of Ministry of Rights officials heard the words or in the heart secretly marveled. The head of the Lord is worthy of the name of the great Jin think tank. Standing on the side like a mud sculpture of Qin beacon fire. Couldn't help but give it a sideways glance, couldn't help but ask, "Sour scholar, you wouldn't have predicted today's situation, would you?" Jiang Sunghai said blandly. Ever since the emperor gave the saint's prophecy, the old man has been on guard and prepared precautions in advance. Pitbull, do you really think that the old man eats dry rice? Sheen Beacon Fire bristled. In the end, it's still not relying on the emperor's prophecy, so you're of no use. You, Jiang Sunghai was exasperated. Seeing this, Dongfang Liuli waved her hand and said, alright, just do what the first minister said. In addition, the border between Great Jin and Shu, abnormal fluctuations have been detected. I suspect that it is the hiding place of the rebel king Zhao Yuan. Send someone to keep an eye on it. Dongfang Liuli paused, killing intent flickering in her phoenix eyes. Xin Fenghua, I order you to find Zhao Yuan within 7 days. I will personally cut off his head to honor the innocent people who lost their lives. Xin Fenghua gathered his playful expression and solemnly said, yes, alright, all go down. Dongfang Liuli waved her hand. Just then, Su Qingqiu hurriedly rushed over and attached herself to the empress's ear and said, Your Majesty, the old master was taken away by that demoness, saying that she went on a tour to spread her heart. The group of courtiers present who had yet to walk out, with the lowest cultivation level being the peak first-grade realm, all clearly heard Su Qingqiu's words. You're talking about the 6th-grade palmistress of the Ministry of Ceremonies. You die? Jiang Sunghai stopped and turned back to ask. Su Qingqiu nodded. Right. Jiang Sunghai frowned, glanced at the empress, and said, there's a bit of a problem with you Dai. I suspect that someone has impersonated her and changed her appearance in disguise. At these words, the empress rose to her feet and said angrily, then why did you know and not report? I want to cast a long line to catch a big fish and fish out the person behind the curtain. Jiang Sunghai flopped to his knees and said, I'm guilty, but I also ask your majesty to hurry up and investigate where you butterfly went. The rest of the officials of the Ministry of Rites, see this situation is not light, look at each other are very puzzled. Who was the master Su Qingqiu was talking about? It actually caused the empress to become furious and terrified the first minister to this point. In the face of the rebels and the strife of the countries, the empress has not been agitated anger. Before being entrusted with a heavy responsibility of the chief minister of the Lord, the credit has not yet covered the heat. Immediately kneel down to confess. It could be imagined how much the Lord in Su Qingqiu's mouth weighed in the empress's heart. The empress closed her eyes and her divine sense spread out, covering and scanning the entire capital. Enough for half a cup of tea. The empress opened her eyes and drank. There are signs of temporal and spatial disorders at Qingliang Mountain on the outskirts of the southern part of the city. The other party is prepared. Immediately mobilize the army to blockade Qingliang Mountain. The rest of you, follow me there. Time sword intent. Chop. Meng Qingzhou's expression was indifferent as he put his fingers together and pointed a finger down at the sword elder from afar. The time sword intent went back once again, reversing the flow of the long river of time and traveling to the period of the sword elder's Tangyun realm. The next instant, the sword old man's other arm was also missing, and his cultivation had fallen to the late stage of the mountain moving realm out of nowhere. Midday Butterfly's eyes were full of horror, and she couldn't help but take a step back. This is simply the cruelest criminal law in the world. The most horrible means of killing the enemy, against the flow of the river of time, chopping into the past and swinging his sword into the future. Even after being decimated of all the fruits of hard cultivation, when he came back to his senses, he still foolishly mistook it as a problem with his memory. Since you arrived with killing intent, you must be prepared to be killed, Meng Qingzhou said blandly. The sword old man froze in place in a daze, and his ancient copper rust sword fell to the ground with a bang, laughing helplessly. People are getting old. Their brains don't work anymore. The old man stopped at the late stage of the mountain-moving realm in his life. Where has he seen the higher scenery? He actually fantasizes that he is a half-step sea-covering realm powerhouse. It's laughable. Hearing this, the afternoon butterfly became more and more creepy, and goosebumps rose on her pale skin. Meng Qingzhou continuously dropped her fingers. The time sword intent traces back to sword elder's youth. The sword old man's cultivation also fell rapidly with it. 100 years of cultivation, scattered at once. The middle stage of the mountain-moving realm. Chop. Early stage of the mountain-moving realm. Chop. Peak Tangyun realm. Chop. Late Tangyun realm. A few moments later, the sword old man turned into an early Tangyun realm cultivator with 2 empty sleeves and dull, wooden eyes. Has the old man lost his mind? A mere early stage of the Tangyun realm, running to kill the peak of the Tangyun realm. And a great power who can't see the depths. The sword old man was no longer as arrogant as before, and with a face of fear and trepidation, he flung himself on his knees and cried out with a handful of snot and tears. 2 seniors, I have no eyes and have offended the 2 of you. I beg seniors to let me have a dog's life. Meng Qingzhou didn't say anything and said with a sideways glance, the choice is yours, whether to kill or keep, as you wish. The reason why he indulged the Wu Dai and didn't let her follow the sword old man into ashes was that he wanted to pull the wool over the long Aotian male lead's eyes. Other than that, the chi value reward was so fragrant that even the most meticulous people couldn't help it. The one that the anti-noon butterfly wants to kill is the emperor. It has little to do with him, and whether the emperor dies or not, does it have a dime's worth of relationship with me? Meng Qingzhou? The sword old man immediately looked at Wu Dai and kowtowed as if he were pounding garlic. Thumping his head at Wu Dai, his brain bloodied, and humbly prayed, "Please spare my life. I don't want to die yet, please." Afternoon Butterfly was as dizzy as in a dream, looking at the half-step sea covering realm powerhouse that she had feared a second ago. In the blink of an eye, she became a woeful, dog-like junior at the early stage of the district Tangyan realm. It's too dreamy to seem real. I choose. Wu Dai took a deep breath. Her eyes became decidedly cold, and said, "Kill. Keeping it will only be a scourge." Meng Qingzhou nodded without commenting and waved his sleeve. And the sword old man's expression of fear stagnated and stiffened as his body turned into flying ash and drifted away in the wind. Looking at sword old man dying, one second he was a half-step sea covering realm powerhouse like the sun, the next he was a begging harpy on his knees. Woody deeply felt the cruelty of the immortal cultivation world. Any you cross the party, cultivation through the sky. In the eyes of the higher place, you just wave the hand can be destroyed ants. No wonder Mr. is so powerful, yet he is incognito and disguised as a mortal. I think Mr. has understood this for a long time. After this incident, Wu Dai suddenly felt that it is not bad to retreat to the field, and when the cultivation level is raised, then go back to find Zhao Gong revenge. Still smart, Meng Qingzhou said blandly. Is it hard on the heart? Wu Dai nodded his head honestly and said, there is a point that the sword old man was just following orders and shouldn't have been humiliated like this. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou smiled. I'll tell you one thing then. Just don't blame me for not letting you kill Sword Elder yourself. Midnight Butterfly cocked her head. Curious, what is it? Meng Qingzhou collected her laughter and said blandly, your brother, in fact, died 3 years ago, decapitated by Sword Elder himself, and Zhao Gong did not dare to tell you, fearing that he would lose the handle to check and balance you. What? Nutty Butterfly looked like she had tinnitus and forced a smile. Sir, what did you just say? You didn't hear it wrong. Recognize the reality. Meng Qingzhou said, I know it's cruel, but to break the fluke, the bloody truth must be uncovered. As you can see, I can go back in time and cut through the past with a sword. I once deduced the heavenly chance and broke the life and death of the king of Longsang in 3 words. You know, I don't have to lie and have the ability to peek at the truth. Wu Dai's beautiful eyes straightened. Her eyes lost their color. Her pupils were crimson, and a tear of blood slid down her cheek. Tick-tack. She didn't make a fuss or cry. She just stood still and let the blood and tears fall. Thank you, sir, for informing me. I'll leave first. Wu Dai wiped away her tears and laughed softly. Want to be strong? Meng Qingzhou didn't hold back and said, I have a heaven great extreme spirit 1 divine power. Learn this and you can take revenge on Zhao Gong or use it to defend yourself. But I'll advise you one thing. Zhao Gong has a heavenly destiny attached to him. If you want to kill him, the success rate is very slim. Woody paused, suddenly turned around and hugged Meng Qingzhou's waist, no longer able to suppress her emotions, and let out a loud cry. Tears stained the lapel of Meng Qingzhou's coat. Not. Meng Qingzhou almost blurted out a sentence. Fairy, please respect yourself. But after thinking about it, he also patted her back and comforted her. Condolences. You, sir, have shown me great kindness. I would like to serve you as a slave and a servant for the rest of my life. I only ask that you help me to cultivate, so that one day I can kill the Zhao Gong dog thief with my own hands. Wu Dai was filled with hatred, her silver teeth clenched. Meng Qingzhou was about to speak. Suddenly, a cold and majestic voice came. I didn't disturb your good deeds. Southern suburb of the capital, Xingliang Mountain. Lin Killing, the commander of the Imperial City's Forbidden Guards, led an army of 3,000 peak first-grade realm cultivators to blockade the entire mountain. The Empress Oriental Lioli and a group of courtiers crossed the void and arrived over Qingliang Mountain in the blink of an eye. Qin Fenghuan could see that the Empress was uneasy in her heart and persuaded her. Don't worry, this is in the capital. The thieves won't dare to be reckless. Dongfang Lioli didn't say anything and hurriedly dispersed her divine sense, scanning Qingliang Mountain. Then he saw the scene of the afternoon butterfly jumping into Meng Qingzhou's arms and crying with snot and tears. All of a sudden, the air fell into an eerie silence. Qin Fenghua opened his mouth, his bull's eyes glaring, half unable to say a word. You couples are too good at this. The old man was wondering how to remove the cuckold from the emperor's head not long ago. Results. The emperor played it even harder, backhandedly throwing the empress a green hat. Your Majesty, there must be a hidden agenda here. Don't be in a hurry. Let's take a look and see. Jiang Songhai's forehead veins jumped violently. wiping cold sweat, dryly smiling. Ra was known as the first think tank of the Jin dynasty, but also numbclaws when he met this situation. The emperor cheated on his wife, and Her Majesty the Empress was miserable as a green turtle. But any emperor with a little temper, do not pull out the sword to behead this pair of dog couple cannot say it. The few remaining uninformed ministers looked down into the clouds, seeing a pair of Squire Mang and Noon Butterfly embracing each other at the top of the mountain. The ministers applauded and laughed, and there was a lot of discussion. So it's him. I had heard that he has a virtuous and beautiful daughter-in-law, and it's true today. What a blessing. The Lord in Miss Sue's mouth is actually him? I didn't expect His Majesty to hold him in such high regard, so take it easy in the future. Don't offend him easily. Qin Beihonghua coughed, his tiger's eyes wanting to spit fire as he glared at a group of fools without eyes. Have you no sense of humor? This is the Emperor. In front of His Majesty, you praise the Emperor and the third party as a good match, and you think it's too tiring to carry your head on top, so you want to take it off and play with it, don't you? Oh, you guys also think they're a good match? The Empress was expressionless, with raging waves lurking deep within her eyes. The ministers looked at Qin Beihonghua strangely. The Pillar General, how to grow chicken eyes? Why are you always staring at us? What does it have to do with you if we praise Squire Mang and your wife? Of course it's a good match. It's almost like a man and a woman were born to be together. The group of ministers hurriedly gave a thumbs up. It wasn't until someone had the hindsight to suddenly remember the day Meng Qin was enthroned that someone suspected him of being the female emperor's facehead. There was also the sound of the empress's personal maid, Su Qingqiu, saying "Master." The ministers were all shocked. Their backs were chilled. They looked at each other, and a large number of them poofed into the air. Your Majesty, I didn't know he was The group of ministers stammered, not daring to say the word facehead in public. Qin Beihonghua clasped his hands on his chest, his eyes contemptuous, only now reacting to the fact that this is the current emperor? A bunch of pig brains. Only Jiang Sanhai was a silent spectator, glancing at Qin Beihonghua and then at the group of ministers kneeling in the air. Jiang Sanhai rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. It always feels like there's a mismatch of information on both sides of the fence. Hey, 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 hey. Go to the Ministry of Punishment yourselves and receive a set of thunder penal laws. Now, the Empress indifferently said. The courtiers didn't complain. Instead, they were a little excited in their hearts, and the fire of gossip welled up in their eyes, that Her Majesty the Empress had really adopted a little white boy. The hammer is solid. Meng Qin is Her Majesty the Empress' young lover. The Emperor has been cuckolded. His Majesty is also cuckolded. Moreover, the Empress greatly valued Meng Qin, and the depth of her affection was estimated to exceed that of Emperor Meng Lightning. Then, a group of ministers who were about to be punished by thunder secretly transmitted their divine sense fluctuations, excitedly discussing the gossip about the Empress and Meng Qin. This scene looked at Qin Beihonghua with a foggy head, scratching his head. You've been reading stupidly. Are you so excited about being struck by lightning? Finally, the Empress couldn't bear it anymore, waved her hand to disperse the clouds, turned her back to the sun, like an emperor in the dust, and said in a cool and majestic manner, I'm not interrupting anything, am I? On Qingliang Mountain, Meng Qingzhou looked up in surprise and heard a familiar voice. Empress. Wu Dai panicked and pushed Meng Qingzhou away, wiping away her tears, not daring to look up at the Empress, lowering her head as if she had been caught stealing meat, her fingers gripping her green silk and wrapping it around and around. She knew that Dongfang Liuli was hiding her identity as an empress and was actually Meng Qingzhou's virtuous wife. Running off into the middle of nowhere by yourself, hugging someone else's husband and crying, whether or not you have any thoughts in your mind. You're going to have a weak heart. Greetings, Your Majesty. Meng Qingzhou arched her hand and bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty. Midnight Butterfly owed a bow along with it. But this scene, in the eyes of outsiders, is a harmonious scene of a husband and wife. Qin Fenghuang's eyelids jumped and he sucked in a breath of cool air. Emperor, what are you doing? Provoking His Majesty? Caught in the act of adultery on the spot. Aren't you ashamed and shouldn't you get down on your knees and apologize? Why are you acting so openly and seemingly upset? Are you blaming us for disturbing you? It's rampant. Don't forget that the Emperor doesn't know Your Majesty's identity, nor his own. Jiang Sanghai could see what was going through Qin Beihon's mind and transmitted his voice. Qin Beifan raised his eyebrows and silently looked at the Empress. The more I felt the play, the more exciting it was getting. Qin Beaconfire's divine sense transmitted his voice and said, the situation now is that the Emperor doesn't know that the one who came to catch the adulterer is his own daughter-in-law. The empress is unwilling to reveal her identity, and it's not a good idea to get angry and question her. So how do you think it should end? Jiang Sunhai returned. The initiative is in your majesty's hands. If your majesty suspects that there is something different about Yu Dai's identity and questions it, the emperor will surely explain. As long as the emperor himself admits that he is cheating on his wife, your majesty will win for sure. Qin Fenghua immediately picked up the story and said, then when his majesty changed back to Lady Meng's identity, he could say that his majesty, the empress, had told her the truth, and the emperor would be miserable. The two old men immediately felt the pleasure of eating melon and discussed it. In the end, the two deduced a conclusion: neither of us knew how his majesty would lose. The emperor is going to be tortured. May I ask your majesty what is so important about coming here? Meng Qingzhou asked. Dongfang Liuli's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, brewing a thunderstorm as she blandly said, I received a tip-off that Yu Dai, a sixth-ranked palmist in the Ministry of Rites, was impersonated and suspected of being a traitor? So why are you with her? Meng Qingzhou said, Your Majesty, Miss Yu Dai used to be one of the rebel King Zhao Yuan's subordinates, and because her brother was taken hostage, she had no choice but to follow orders, but recently she suddenly learned that her brother had been killed 3 years ago, so she was bent on revenge and wanted to bring down the rebel King Zhao Yuan. Therefore, I have infiltrated the capital to bring a piece of information on the rebel king, in the hope that I can help your majesty. Midnight Butterfly's eyes blinked. I know you want to help me, but I don't have much information to offer. Zhaogong hiding place every 7 days. Counting the time. The first 2 days just Zhaogong change hiding place time. If it is 2 days earlier, she can still be a bandwagon party. Live to capture the world's sun Zhaogong. Oh, tell me, Dongfang Liuli blandly said, indifferently gazing at the pair of dogs and men below. Meng Qingzhou bowed and clasped his fists. Speaking aloud, Yu Butterfly, formerly known as Wu Butterfly, an assassin under Zhao Jiao. She brings a very important piece of information. Before I say anything, I hope that your majesty can promise the microminister that you will spare Wu Butterfly's life, and I would like to take her in. The empress' eyes grew colder and colder as she laughed softly. You still want to take her in? Yes. Meng Qingzhou bowed in an unassuming manner and firmly said, Anyway, I have long wanted to Zhao Gong's wool gathering. Since this old boy sent to the door, he had to accept it as it is. I'm sure that losing a big helping hand in the future will cause Zhao Gong's chi value to fall miserably. Ha ha ha. Wu Dai didn't know what was in Meng Qingzhou's mind, and froze as she looked at the blindfolded youth who straddled in front of her, who had gone out of his way to confront the empress for her sake. Not long ago, when he learned of the loss of his family, Nutty Butterfly instantly seemed to have found a place to belong to and rely on. Sir, Wu Dai's eyes were mesmerized, and her foxy eyes became more and more seductive. No way. I won't agree. The empress glanced at Nutty Butterfly's infatuated expression and decisively refused. Meng Qingzhou resolutely said, If your majesty doesn't agree, I won't say anything. I'll remind you that the information brought by Woody is the hiding place of King Zhao Yuan of Shu. The moment these words came out, Qin Beaconfire was the first to become nonplussed. Excited, Qin Beaconfire hurriedly asked after him, Really, if one were to say who hated traitors the most and wanted to fuck Zhao Yuan to death the most, other than the Empress Dongfang Liuli, the second highest ranked person would be Qin Bei Wang. Seriously, Meng Qingzhou said, Your Majesty, the greater good is important. Qin Fenghua looked at Dongfang Liuli and advised, After all, they are emperors, and by the looks of it, they haven't cuckolded you, and they've done you a big favor. And look at you. You're bagging a gigolo and leaving people out in the cold. So who are you to say no? Oriental Lioli asked. Are you bargaining with me? I'm curious. Didn't you say that you love your wife deeply? Why are you entangled with another woman and not trying to protect her to the death? Meng Qingzhou laughed lightly. His Majesty and Wu Dai have no grievances. Not to mention that Wu Dai has a great deal to show for it. Even if I don't protect her, will His Majesty really kill her? It's almost like saying, I figured you wouldn't get real, so I had the guts to race you in the face. The Empress pursed her red lips, her cool eyes dimmed, and said, Then how do you explain your betrayal of your wife and your entanglement with another woman? She knew that she shouldn't ask. She was not qualified in either capacity. The Empress was a monarch-subject relationship, and Dongfang Liuli was an employment relationship, playing the role of a fake couple only. Oriental Liuli's heart was conflicted, recalling the scene of Meng Qingzhou and Wu Dai embracing each other, as if pins and needles were painful, and a sour feeling welled up inside. Meng Qingzhou? I have nothing to explain to you, Your Majesty. This matter is all the fault of the culprit Wu Dai. The culprit learned of the news of his brother's death. It was difficult to calm his emotions for a moment, and he wanted to seek a hint of comfort. But Mr. Meng and I are innocent. Wu Dai took the initiative to come forward and said. Hearing that, Dongfang Liuli carefully recalled some associated with that scene really does not look like a young couple rendezvous. Somehow relieved, a big stone fell to the ground. What's wrong with me? I should have noticed it earlier. The Empress propped up her forehead, unexpectedly losing her sense of proportion in a moment of impulse. I know. Oriental Lioli nodded and said, aloud, if the information is true, I will agree to your request to spare Woody from death and let her become your maidservant. Meng Qingzhou was unassuming, arching his hand and blandly saying, I thank your majesty. Seeing that the conversation was almost over, Zhang Sunhai coughed and said, also, return the real rainfly. The real midnight butterfly is fine. She just fell into an illusion and was hidden by me. The afternoon butterfly was elated and couldn't help but look at Meng Qingzhou, swirling with an intoxicating smile. This scene fell into the eyes of Dongfang Lioli, and she immediately had a bad feeling and some regrets. Meng Qingzhou sidestepped, his blind staff pointing to the south, and blandly said, King of Shu, Zhao Yuhuan, with 1,000,000 troops, ambush the burial immortal mountain range, and the remaining 500,000 troops, stay in Shu to prevent anyone from sneaking in to cut off the resource supply lines. Zhang Sanhai furrowed his brows and said in astonishment, the burial immortal mountain range adjacent to the Great Jin border defense line. That's an ancient forbidden land. Since ancient times, countless cultivators have gone in to search for immortal treasures, and few have come out alive. How is it possible to hide 1,000,000 troops? Meng Qingzhou said, Zhao Yuhuan has a lordly spirit, often do things that the world dare not think of. Millions of troops are too conspicuous. He spent several years, regardless of the cost, regardless of manpower, but also personally went deep into the burial immortal mountain range to open up the land, and ultimately, succeeded in opening up a piece of area that is large enough to accommodate 1,000,000 troops. Zhang Sanhai pondered for a long time, deducing and judging how likely this was. For a long time, Zhang Sanhai looked at Dongfang Lioli. Your Majesty, I think the possibility is 90%. The forbidden places that the world fears and dreads are precisely the places that people don't normally think of. Wonderful places to hide. Otherwise, the Empress sent countless cultivators to inspect the Great Jin Kingdom day and night, and froze without finding a trace of Zhao Yuhuan, like he had evaporated. If he was hiding in the burial immortal mountain range, it would make sense. Xin Fenghua, Dongfang Lioli decisively ordered, saying, rush to the burial immortal mountain range immediately, and you'll be given 3 days to find out where Zhao Yuhuan is hiding. Qin Fenghuang was instantly excited and cupped his fists. Yes. After saying that, Qin beacon fire tore through space and shuttled away. Let's go. Back to the court. Dongfang Lioli turned around, and suddenly her brows knitted as she looked toward a certain spot on Qingliang Mountain. Immediately afterward, Dongfang Lioli waved her veiled hand and took in a trace of Time's sword intent in an empty space across the air. This hair-thin sliver of Time's sword intent was like a maggot on a tarsus, slightly staining and instantly drilling into Dongfang Lioli's body. Your Majesty, Zhang Sunhai was shocked. No harm done. Oriental Lioli raised her hand, staring sideways at a strand of crystalline red hair fading to a transparent color at her shoulder. Oriental Lioli looked solemn and said, a sword intent that involves the Time Avenue. Judging by its power, the caster's realm should be around the lunar flare realm, and with just a trace of sword intent left behind as a remnant, it was able to traumatize me. I'm afraid that this person's strength is not below mine. Zhang Sunhai was puzzled. A sword intent involving the Tao of Time has never been heard of since ancient times, and all cultivators above the mountain-moving realm have been recorded within the Great Jin. So where did this person come from? At this point, the two fell silent in turn. Wu Dai heard all the conversations and realized that she had still underestimated Meng Qingzhou's power, and that the Empress had even found it tricky to consider it a great enemy, a sword saint strong enough to stand up to the king of a country, but also low-key, warm-hearted, family-oriented, not a bully. And well, the looks are even top-notch. How in the world could there be such a perfect man? Wu Dai's eyes were mesmerized, gazing intently at Meng Qingzhou, which led to his only disadvantage, blindness, all of which became the greatest advantage. After all, flawless beings are gods, and it takes a flaw to be called a human. Light boat, have you ever seen a sword-using cultivator who should have passed through Qingliang Mountain? Dongfang Lioli said seriously. Meng Qingzhou rippled and blandly said, no, I'm just a blind man with no cultivation. And rightly so. Oriental Lioli sighed. The situation is getting more and more grim. In the past, there was a war between all the countries, and the world was in flames. The existing king of Shu raised his flag in rebellion, and now there is a sword saint whose name is unknown. The road to unification is full of ups and downs. Oriental Lioli's heart was tired and waved his hand. Let's go. There's no need to look deeper. Just pretend that you haven't discovered that nameless sword saint. Zhang Songhai still wanted to advise. Your Majesty, the nameless sword saint's stay near the capital threatens to cause trouble. since the nameless sword saint is unwilling to reveal his identity, then if we pursue it without authorization, there is a possibility that we will offend the other party and invite enemies to us for no reason, Oriental Lioli said. Meng Qingzhou nodded silently as she listened. Tweedledums, if you dare to trace it, this sword saint will knock you in the middle of the night to see if you are still naughty. Moments later, Mao Qingliang was unsealed. The female emperor returned to the court. Meng Qingzhou took the afternoon butterfly to release the real 6th grade palmistry rain butterfly. Sincerely apologized. Meng Qingzhou attached a ground grade sword pill. Rain butterfly only subsided the fire. Next, all that was needed was to wait for Qin Beacon Fire to investigate the buried immortal mountain range and confirm that the information was true, and Wu Dai would be free. On the way home, sir, are you deducing the heavenly chances and knowing where the king of Shu is hiding? Wu Dai inquired curiously. Meng Qingzhou smiled but did not answer. A profound image. In reality, it's just a big chapter in the plot of the novel. In the original, Zhao Yuan's first step in the plan was successful. The Jin dynasty was shaken by the storm and plunged into chaos. Zhao Yuan took the opportunity to send troops to the capital. Millions of troops appeared without warning, attacked the city and stormed the city, and attacked the capital as if it was broken. Until late in the novel, the empress of the great power has gone, but also found the king of Shu Zhao Yuan, a lone visit to the funeral mountain range, alive to kill through the entire forbidden land, will be hiding somewhere in the king of Shu, a slap near death. At the critical moment, the protagonist of Dragon Aotion shows up in a domineering manner and saves the king of Shu. Since then, the empress has become a loner, transforming into an evil villain and vowing to kill Zhao Gong's family. The forbidden land that is claimed to be able to bury immortals was killed through by the empress alone. Terrifying as it is, Meng Qingzhou muttered. When Qingliang Mountain was banned, the empress was furious and led her troops out of the city, with the pillar generals and chief ministers accompanying her. This matter caused a great deal of commotion. 3,000 forbidden guards flew in the air and blockaded Qingliang Mountain with great vigor, and countless people in the city witnessed it with their own eyes. Some news naturally could not be hidden and circulated, but various accounts differ. Some say the empress cuckolded the emperor, who retaliated by returning the favor with a cuckold. Some people also say that Meng Qin, the newly promoted Minister of Rights of the Ministry of the Third Grade, is solidly the head of the empress's face, but he ran out to steal fish today and was caught by the empress. Among them, the most widely rumored was an unnamed sword saint, who surprised Qingliang Mountain. The reason why it was most widely circulated was, of course, the fact that the empress was seen to have a strand of her crystalline red hair turn white, which was the ironic proof of the nameless sword saint. For a while, the streets and alleys of the capital were buzzing about the mighty name of the nameless sword saint. There were even a large number of sword cultivators who gathered at the bottom of Qingliang Mountain, hooting and hollering as they knelt down in a large area, calling out under their breath, "Please ask the sword saint to show up and bestow the law. Please sword saint interpret the sword Dao avatar." Stretching across the southern part of the Great Jin map, adjacent to a mountain range in Shu, all year round by the mist shrouded, there was a mountain realm cultivator, want to use the great power to blow away the fog. The result was swallowed by the fog, life and death unknown. For 1,000 miles around, creatures are extinct, and no cultivator dares to approach. Zhao was alone, following a special route, and even if this was a safe way carved out by the king of Shu, it was equally free from crisis. I don't know how many light and weird shenanigans I encountered on the way, and I killed countless demons. Finally, Zhao Gong saw a large teleportation array and was so moved that he almost burst into tears. With a flash of light, Zhao Gong passed through the teleportation array and arrived at the inner ring of the burial immortal mountain range, and saw the black armored troop that was resting in King of Shu, Zhao Yuhuan, who was standing at the edge of the cliff, counting the time. Sword Elder should have killed Meng Lightning. Thinking about it, Zhao Gong thought that this trip mission, although not a great success, at least got rid of the heart of the big trouble. Moreover, once the empress is dead, the dynastic government of Great Jin is bound to be in chaos. "Father, my son has returned." The process was a bit choppy, but fortunately the result was good. And Empress Meng Qingzhou is presumed to be dead. Zhao Gong laughed. Just thinking about Meng Qingzhou, Zhao Gong hated his teeth. This dog thing, cross-cutting, robbed his dream girl not to mention, but also several times to assassinate him. It was simply too cheap to kill him so easily. When the Great Jin dynasty collapses, this son will search the world and recall Meng Qingzhou's 3 souls and 6 spirits, and put them into the soul-refining furnace to be tortured for life and death. In order to eliminate the great hatred in my heart, Zhao Gong laughed sorrowfully. Zhao Yuhuan, who had been reticent, sparingly looked back and angrily slapped Zhao Gong in the face. There was a loud pop, like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. The entire forest was shaken, and Zhao Gong flew straight out horizontally, and half of the mountain next door was collapsed. Zhao Gong coughed up blood, covered his chest and climbed out of the ruins with great difficulty, and hurriedly ran to kneel in front of the king of Shu and said in fear, "Father, why?" He didn't understand. He returned triumphantly. Even if he didn't have a commendation, why did he still beat him to death? Zhao Yuan's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water as he coldly rebuked. "Who told you Meng Qingzhou is dead?" Zhao Gong was startled and exclaimed. "I sent out Sword Elder to assassinate Meng Lightning Zhou. It doesn't make sense that he would fail. The Sword Old Man is a half-step overwhelming Sea Realm cultivator, searching for the day. Even the world's son Zhaojiu did not dare to be slow, respectfully called a senior. Moreover, Jian Lao was also a capable general under King Shu and was trusted by him." Zhao Yuan said coldly, "The emperor is not dead, but Sword Elder is. You explain the explanation to me." Saying that, Zhao Yuan threw out an innate jade tablet that had shattered into 2 pieces with the word sword written on it. "What?" Zhao Gong changed color, stood up fiercely, involved in the injury, and fell to his knees again, full of pain. Said, "The Sword Old Man is good at hiding his breath, never leaving a living soul when he strikes, and never revealing himself in front of people. The great Jin court doesn't even know that this person exists, so how could he be killed?" Seeing this situation, Zhao Yuan knew that it was futile to ask. Waste. Not enough to accomplish anything, but more than enough to fail. Zhao Yuan's whiskers and hair danced wildly, his eyes almost ready to spit out fire as he heckled. "I entrusted you with such a heavy responsibility, and this is how you repay me? Well now, the situation is completely reversed. The offense and defense have changed shape. After years of patience and planning, we were defeated by you in one day. From now on, we'll have to endure the Empress's thunderous retaliation." Zhao Yuan's face was suffocated red, puffing out a mouthful of blood. His breath instantly withered, his black hair at the temples turned white, and his appearance aged dozens of years all of a sudden. The generals under King Shu's command exclaimed in shock and rushed to assist Zhao Yuan. Zhao Gong was completely dumbfounded, sitting on his butt on the ground, limp and weak. The offense is changing shape? The rebellion ended before it started? All the generals present looked at Zhao Jiu, their eyes filled with disappointment. Spit on the color, no longer the same respect and worship before. Exactly which step went wrong? Why? Why did it come to this point? Zhao Gong stared blankly at the sky. "Thief god! You're unfair!" Zhao Gong roared up to the sky. He felt like he was being targeted by the heavens since he raised the banner of rebellion, and whatever he did would be thwarted. When the plan first started, he hadn't even begun to act yet, when a Meng Qingzhou suddenly appeared, pointing at his nose and saying that the king of Shu had rebelled. Within 2 days of the banditry, the empress immediately realized everything and, with a thunderous force, killed the rebel officials and gathered the army to suppress the banditry. Sent Wu Dai over to assassinate Meng Qingzhou, but Wu Dai had a brain fart and turned against the water. Send the Sword Elder over again, and the Sword Elder will be killed directly. F***CK. Zhao Gong also spurted out a mouthful of blood and fell on his back. Just then, a Tangyan realm centurion rushed over in a panic, kneeled down and said loudly, "It's not good. The scouts have observed that the Great Jin army is gathering towards the burial immortal mountain range. Dozens of mountain-moving realm cultivators and 5 sea-covering realm cultivators are leading them, and the commander-in-chief is Great Pillar State Qin Fenghuang." At these words, the entire room fell silent as a pin dropped. Everyone panicked. The Shu generals were in a state of disarray, and the army was filled with an atmosphere of panic. Why did the Great Jin Dynasty Hall gather an army to come to the burial immortal mountain range? The commander-in-chief is still Qin Beaconfire. It can't be to find us? It's absolutely impossible. We opened up a safe area in the burial immortal mountain range. Who could have guessed that? Yeah, I guess it's an expedition to a neighboring country that happens to be passing through the burial immortal mountain range. Even if the so-called wise man Zhang Sanhai thought about it, he couldn't possibly think that we dared to hide 1,000,000 troops in the Forbidden Jedi. No matter how much the generals tried to comfort them, all of them could not laugh. Seeing that the army was cowed before the battle and was about to give birth to the trend of mutiny, King Zhao Yuan of Shu stood out. "Don't panic," Zhao Yuan said as he suppressed his anger and tried to look as calm as possible. "The burial immortal mountain range is easy to defend and hard to attack. Even if the Great Jin Dynasty Hall knows about it, we have nothing to fear. Of course, it's impossible for them to know." The burial immortal mountain range was Zhao Yuan's greatest base. For so many years, Zhao Yuan had spent most of his time on the burial immortal mountain range, exhausting his manpower and resources. If it was so easily known, he would be too much of a failure. "Look guys, what's that?" Suddenly, someone pointed at the sky with a trembling voice. Wow! The 1,000,000-strong army looked up in unison and then saw the scene of a lifetime, only to see that a 1,000-foot giant stood up in the middle of heaven and earth, with eyes like the sun and moon, a mouth and nose like a mountain range, holding a halberd that was erected in the sky and the ground, and spewing out world-destroying lightning around his body. The giant stood outside the burial immortal mountain range, bending his body down, his sun-like eyes scanning the entire forbidden area, lining up the past inch by inch. Boom! A ferocious demonic bird unfolded its sky-hanging wings and swooped down to kill the giant. Its wings suffused with pitch-black light, and it looked like a demon king. Die! The giant opened his five-fingered mountain and pinched the demonic bird's neck as if it were a small chicken, and with a single grasp, the annihilating thunder directly crushed the demonic bird's flesh and soul. The loud sound of the sound reverberated through the heavens and resounded through the burial immortal mountain range, causing some ancient beings deep within the forbidden land to silently open their eyes. For a time, the burial immortal mountain range was filled with a strange mist, and the atmosphere became more and more treacherous and ghostly, as if a flood beast had awakened. Great General Qin Fenghua of the Great Jin Dynasty is under orders to capture the rebel king, and any living creature that dares to obstruct will be beheaded without mercy. Qin Fenghua took out a golden holy decree and said, "Read the holy decree," and the beings of the Forbidden Zone kneeled to hear it. Qin Beihongwo, who had executed the Dharma heavenly avatar, stuck his prime halberd into the ground, unfolded a scroll of holy decrees, and majestically recited them. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, the rebel king of Shu, Zhao Yuhuan, has raised an army to plot a rebellion, a crime that cannot be pardoned. I hereby announce it to the world. He who harbors a defender is as guilty as he is of treason against the king. He who obstructs the way is guilty of the same offense as a traitor to the king. Whoever provokes a rampage is guilty of the same offense as the rebel king. Anyone who incites a fire will be guilty of treason against the king. Chin up! With the sound of Qin Fenghua's reading, one character detached from the holy decree and rose against the wind to become a golden rune the size of a building. 60 to 70 golden characters spread across the sky, brilliantly powerful, covering the entire burial immortal mountain range. Countless living beings were scared out of their wits and their livers. For a time, the burial immortal mountain range, which was still in agitation, quieted down in an instant. A pair of eyes like torches in the dark night closed noiselessly. The Geisher Demon King silently retreated back to the cave, and the closed human cultivators put down their knives in their hands. An ancient forbidden land in a sacred town. Qin Beaconfire, his head dangling the holy decree rune and holding a heavenly halberd, looked down on the forbidden area Jedi and contemptuously said, "What a bullshit burial immortal mountain range. A forbidden area for living beings." Qin Beaconfire was the first to arrive at the burial immortal mountain range. Hundreds of golden light runes opened the way, and there were some bold bizarre and forbidden zone beings that attempted to sneak attack, but they were all blasted to death by the holy decree runes. A Sex Mountain moving realm sovereign, stepping out of his cave, looked up at the holy decree runes suspended in the sky and marveled. Worthy of being a supreme genius rarely encountered in 1,000 years, the Empress cultivation is becoming more and more unfathomable. Next to it, a large transformed demon, bare-chested, said with his hands clasped over his chest, "Just now, there was a head of Peak Mountain moving realm bizarre beings that was shot by a single rune. Pen and ink writing has such power that it can suppress the burial immortal mountain range. I'm afraid that the Empress is close to touching that realm." When talking about that realm, the human cultivator's eyes were filled with hopefulness and yearning. In the immortal cultivation realm, the sea-covering realm was enough to command a party and become a hegemonic giant, and the lunar flare realm could be the head of a country or invincible to a party. The Chaohui realm, one would not even dare to think about it. The patriarchs who were able to start their own sects in the Great Jin country would only be addressed with that realm, an imperial decree suppressing the forbidden zone. How domineering! If nothing goes wrong, the Empress is about to write an invincible myth. A great powerhouse lamented, at a young age. His elegance is no less than that of an exiled immortal, and is no less than that of the ancient teenage gods, a foreign race leader said. About half a day passed. The army arrived at the burial immortal mountain range one after another. 33 imperial divine boats stagnated in the sky, and hundreds of thousands of cultivator armies, clad in golden armor and holding spiritual treasures, were scattered in the sky and underground, forming an ancient formation that covered the entire forbidden area. In addition, there were dozens of mountain-moving realm and 5 sea-covering realm cultivators, each leading an elite team to probe deeper into the forbidden area. Qin Beaconfire, on the other hand, unfolded his Dharma heavenly palace, constantly monitoring the forbidden area, and if there was any movement, he immediately waved his halberd to suppress it. In the meantime, deep within the immortal burial forbidden zone, on top of a certain ancient divine mountain, millions of troops stood in a forest, with the Zhao character's big banner fluttering in the wind. Zhao Yuhuan was on the verge of violent rage, staring dead on at the huge figure that seemed to be holding up the sky and earth through the concealment formation. 3 words bursting out from between his teeth. Qin Beacon Flame. Who can tell me why Qin Beaconfire led a huge army to besiege the Forbidden Zone and brought the holy decree of the Empress? Exactly which step is problematic? As if invisibly there is a pair of eyes have been staring at them. All schemes all fall into that pair of eyes. Otherwise, how could the Empress find them? The stance wasn't even like tracking them down. It was more like someone had tipped them off. Meng Qingzhou. It must be him. Zhao Gong clenched his teeth in indignation. Then, the rumors that he is a contemporary saint are also true? Zhao Yuan's face was cold. Zhao Gong lowered his head and whispered, "In the past, my son didn't take it seriously. But now, have to believe it. Who would have thought that the legendary saints who foretold the events of the world, who were able to deduce the mysteries of the heavens and peek into the future in the past, would actually exist?" Well. Zhao Yuan laughed back in anger and said word by word, "The thieving heavens have treated this king unfairly, allowing a saint to descend beside the female emperor. But this king doesn't believe in evil. If the heavens want to take my life, I will fight the heavens. How about a saint, or a female emperor? None of them can stop this king." Looking at the king of Shu, who had fallen into a frenzy, Zhao Gong's face was bitter. And then he looked at the vast and overwhelming golden-armored divine soldiers. Zhao Gong's feelings cannot be described in words. What on earth is wrong with me? My heavenly destiny is added to my body. I should have lived a life of glory, crushed the great Jin smoothly, then embraced a beautiful woman, killed my love rivals, and then united the world. How did you become a fugitive? Zhao Gong hated that one. The plot was broken. The Shu king and the empress were going to fight to the death in the immortal burial forbidden area. He was only at the Tangyan realm cultivation. His development time was too short. He simply couldn't carry the two bigwigs to kill each other with their red eyes. The future is gray to the naked eye. In the meantime, Great Jin Dynasty, capital city Qin Mansion. Meng Qingzhou leisurely sipped a small tea and listened to Su Qingqiu's report. According to the latest news, Great General Qin has arrived at the Burial Immortal Mountain Range. An imperial decree to suppress the Burial Immortal Forbidden Zone. All the countries are abuzz with speculation that the Empress is probably going to touch the Chaohui realm. The Golden Armored Divine Army, consisting of 300,000 cultivators, has also arrived. It's searching for the whereabouts of the rebel king, Zhao Yuhuan. Su Qingqiu clutched a bunch of envelopes in her hand, all of which were news coming back from the border. And when she tore open the last letter, Su Qingqiu was pleasantly surprised. Bad lord, there's good news. A general under rebel king Zhao Yuan's command was spotted trying to sneak up on the Golden Armored Army, and was discovered by Great General Qin, who killed him with a halberd. Meng Qingzhou looked sideways at the afternoon butterfly who was ambling and kneeling at her side peeling oranges and said, "The discovery of the rebel king's trail proves that Zhao Yuan is in the Burial Immortal Mountain Range. You can stay by my side. Don't cultivate poisonous techniques in the future. It's easy to backfire on yourself." Wu Dai smiled sweetly, delighted in her heart, pinched the peeled tangerine and handed it in front of Meng Qingzhou's lips, saying, "Thank you, master." Meng Qingzhou opened his mouth to hold the orange, not expecting Wu Dai's fingers to reach forward a little, and his warm fingertips touched the corner of his lips. Midnight Butterfly contained her finger and smiled playfully. Seeing this, Su Qingqiu quit, glancing at Fox Meizi's proud capital and said, "Master, she's seducing you." Meng Qingzhou waved her hand and said, "Exaggerated. You're too sensitive, little comrade." Woody hooked her chin as if provocatively, pinched up another grape and gently passed it into Meng Qingzhou's mouth. Su Qingqiu stomped her foot and spat. "Rebel King's henchman. You still have suspicions on you that haven't been washed away. Don't be too arrogant." "Where am I arrogant?" Wu Dai's tone was pitiful, aggrieved and deflated. "Slaves are thankful for Mr. Great Kindness. Willing to serve as slaves and servants, has always been honest. I do not know why Sister Su wrongly accused the slave girl." Meng Qingzhou snickered in her heart and said with her face as usual, "Qingqiu, don't bully Sister Wu Dai. She's just arrived and doesn't know many rules. So give in." Su Qingqiu's angry pretty face was iron blue, and she turned around in a negative manner. But on second thought, isn't leaving just like that the same as admitting defeat? Dead green tea. How can this immortal lose to such a person? Thinking of this, Su Qingqiu followed suit, ambling and kneeling on Meng Qingzhou's other side, pinching up a strawberry and sending it into Meng Qingzhou's mouth. "Master, eat my strawberry." Not to be outdone, Wu Dai sent in a raisin. "Master, eat my raisin." Su Qingqiu glared at Wu Dai and sent in a cherry. "Master, eat my cherry. Eat my orange. Eat my banana. Eat my bitter melon." Originally just want to watch a good show, Meng Qingzhou finally realized that something is wrong. Stuffed mouth full of fruit, whimpering and waving his hand. "Hold, I 7-step shrimp." At that exact moment, Dongfang Liuli came back, and when she entered, she saw the two women kneeling on Meng Qingzhou's side, scrambling to pass the fruit. Dongfang Liuli clasped her hands on her chest and relied on the doorframe. sneering. Servant Meng is so blessed, do you need me to serve you as well? After all, your official position is bigger than even mine, and it's too much of a commission to be a flunky. Don't you think so? Meng Qingzhou is not a straight man of steel, and immediately heard the coldness in Dongfang Liuli's tone, immediately pushed away the two women, and sat upright and blandly said, there's no need to serve or anything, you've also labored all day, why don't I give you a massage? The obsidian goddess opened an eye slit, glanced at the fake couple, and rolled her eyes. Don't look at the big yellow dog all day long except eating or sleeping, but the world affairs basically can't hide from his ears, including that day on Qingliang Mountain, when Meng Qingzhou had shown great power in time Sword Intent had decapitated Sword Elder. It had seen it all, because it was there to witness the entire process. From then on, the Obsidian Divine Monarch had a vague judgment of Meng Qingzhou's strength, properly the fourth person of the Great Jin dynasty, an invincible person under the Lunar Flare realm, in the case of a burst of seeds, could harden against an early Lunar Flare realm cultivator. The first and second ranked combatants were yet to be known, but anyway, it was between the duo of Qin Fenghua and Qin Liuli. The third in the rankings was naturally it, the Obsidian Divine Monarch. The fourth place is Meng Qingzhou. Wu Dai also wilted, did not dare to continue to make trouble, lowered his eyebrows and did not dare to look at Dongfang Liuli. These two couples are one more than the other, and both have created big stories that have been blowing up the world recently. One was the mysterious and unpredictable nameless sword saint, and the other was even fiercer, writing an imperial decree to suppress the burial immortal Forbidden Land. I just don't know what the problem is. They all like to pretend to be newbie village rookies. Nutty Butterfly didn't want to break it down. After all, it was more fun than watching a theater piece. A massage? What is it? Oriental Lioli asked with a cute tilt of her head, puzzled. Simply put, it's to help you unclog your muscles and bones and relieve fatigue. Meng Qingzhou smiled sincerely. Oriental Lioli came to be interested and said, then try and see what to do. Meng Qingzhou said, simple, you come and lie down on the recliner, just leave the rest to me. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Lioli had no doubts and honestly lay down on the recliner, her chin resting in her armpit, and said, I'm ready. Then, Meng Qingzhou put her hands on Dongfang Liuli's back and slowly pushed and nudged. In the past few years of traveling through the world of the book, he had not learned anything else, but he had learned a lot of strange skills and tricks. Wu Dai and Su Qingqiu stood on the side, probing their heads and watching curiously. As Meng Qingzhou became more and more forceful, he pushed and held from the shoulder blades all the way to the spine's large dragon, and then to the pelvis. Well, for the first time, Dongfang Liuli was touched by a man's body so recklessly and so bold. In an instant, her pretty face was suffocatingly red, her crystal earlobe turned into a red agate, and wisps of white smoke rose from the top of her head. How dare you? Dongfang Liuli said angrily, about to climb up. However, Meng Qingzhou held down her shoulder, and a soft voice came out, don't move, it's not ready yet. Dongfang Liuli was so mortified that she wanted to hit the wall, but she was afraid that resisting with force would inadvertently hurt the weak Meng Qingzhou, so she could only speak kindly, I don't want a massage, you quickly let me up. The first experience does hurt a bit, when you get used to it you'll be comfortable. Meng Qingzhou comforted, concentrating on the push massage. Dongfang Liuli still wanted to argue a bit. A mouth. To say something turned into an unstoppable gasp, subconsciously covered his mouth, glaring at the side of the Su Qingqiu. Unbeknownst to them, Su Qingqiu and Wu Dai both had a curious baby look on their faces, covering their faces shyly before peeking through their fingers to see Meng Qingzhou's massage techniques, completely oblivious to the empress eye gestures. Even the well-read Obsidian Godly Monarch was taken aback by the steepness. Good fellow, labor underestimated you kid after all, holding the emperor down on a recliner and forcibly molesting him. You are the first person to open up the heavens. I, Obsidian Godly Monarch, will not obey you without pissing on my little brother. The Obsidian Divine Monarch cast a gaze of admiration towards Meng Qingzhou. My old man has lived for tens of thousands of years and has never seen a young man as refreshing and unassuming as you. Show. Slowly Dongfang Liuli also did not say anything, her cheeks buried into her arms. The white smoke on top of her head kept rising, and every now and then her delicate body trembled a little. After a full half hour had passed, Meng Qingzhou shook his arm and patted Dongfang Liuli's shoulder, confidently saying, well, isn't it especially comfortable? Feeling like the depressed energy in your heart has dissipated most of it, and your aching muscles are much relieved? I'm not going to lie. I'm quite confident in my massage technique, and ordinary masters won't be able to catch up with me without practicing for decades. Saying that, Meng Qingzhou smiled and looked at Woody and Su Qingqiu, saying, how about it? Do you guys want to experience it? Su Qingqiu was so scared that she took a step back, her head shaking like a rattle drum. No. Nutty Butterfly, however, raised her hand, I want it, I want it. You want a fart. Su Qingqiu held down Wu Dai and covered her mouth. Just as Meng Qingzhou was still immersed in his maneuvers, he was unaware that a figure stood behind him. Meng Qingzhou rubbed his fingers and marveled in his heart. Didn't even notice. This fake daughter-in-law of mine has a nice touch. It feels like I can pinch out water. Suddenly, an angry voice came from behind. Doesn't it feel good? Not bad. Meng Qingzhou nodded honestly. This couldn't be cheated. The feel of the hand was simply marvelous. Meng Qingzhou suddenly realized something and a cold sweat broke out on her forehead. This world doesn't seem to have the concept of massage. The fake daughter-in-law wouldn't think she was molesting her. Would she? Injustice. Listen to my explanation. Meng Qingzhou exclaimed, pulling her legs out and running. Dongfang Liuli was quick, grabbed Meng Qingzhou's ear, and dragged her to her boudoir, saying, there's nothing to explain. The family law will serve. Immediately afterward, miserable screams came from the empress boudoir. Courtyard. Midnight Butterfly asked in a small voice, what are the punishments in the family law? Su Qingqiu counted with her fingers and said, bamboo strips quenched with salt water to whip the back, hitting sandbags, hitting the hands with whips engraved with Leidao runes, the illusion of despair. Then won't the old master be miserable? Nutty Butterfly muttered in a small voice, a little worried. Su Qingqiu also couldn't bear it and said, who let the master molest the young lady? We are too small to stop it. Qin Mansion, lit up at night. Someone's pig-killing screams rang out all night. Until noon the next day, Meng Qingzhou appeared in the courtyard intact, still feeding and walking the dog and watering the flowers and planting vegetables as usual. Wu Dai watched in wonder. Didn't he say that he would be served by the family law? But the master seems to be fine. Su Qingqiu was also puzzled. She remembered that after she had been served by the family law in the past, her pretty face was swollen and she lay in bed for 3 days unable to get off the ground. It wouldn't have enforced any special family laws, would it? Midnight Butterfly had an odd look on her face, revealing a bad smile. What does it mean? Su Qingqiu asked. Wu Dai leaned on Su Qingqiu's ear and said quietly for a while, and the latter retreated several steps in shame. Spitting? You womanizer. Why are you full of dirty words? Che, I'll tell you if I guessed right, Midnight Butterfly said. Meng Qingzhou rubbed her lower back. In fact, last night, Dongfang Liuli only symbolically taught him a lesson twice, lightly hitting the palm of his hand twice with a bamboo strip. And then Dongfang Liuli seemed to be quite heartbroken, and coated him with medicinal water. The reason why he was screaming miserably was because Dongfang Liuli was not willing to do so and wanted to return the favor, forcibly holding down Meng Qingzhou lying on the bed. Violent push massage, almost pushed Meng Qingzhou bones to break, and that's when it happened. The belated system beep finally sounded in Meng Qingzhou's ears. Dash, ding, successfully suppressed the heavenly fate protagonist Zhao Gong, cutting the heavenly fate protagonist Zhao Gong by 1,000 chi values. Heaven's destiny protagonist, Zhao Gong, has a chi value of 2,700 minus 1,000 is equal to 1,700. Obtained, looted, reward 1, Empyrean physique, heavenly Dao Hong luck body. Qualities of Gongfu, physique, weapons, etc., yellow. Xian, earth, heaven, immortal, emperor, great emperor, supreme. Hint, Heaven's Destiny protagonist Zhao Gong's chi value has fallen below 1,000, and will lose the blessing of the heavenly Dao. Meng Qingzhou's tiger body shook, and then his tendons and bones roared. The power of his bloodline was like a rushing oceanic cross-current, and his entire body's human orifices rotated crazily, devouring heaven and earth's aura in a black hole. Even the sun's daylight was intercepted and forcibly transformed into cultivation. Heavenly Dao Hong Yun body. Meng Qingzhou revealed a shocked expression for the first time. Her excitement was beyond words. Emperor-level physiques are rare in the ages. The heavenly Dao Hong Yun body could not only drastically increase its combat power, easily doing so by crossing the ranks, but also help in cultivation. Even when lying still, the body was absorbing aura all the time, transforming the power of the Taiyin and sun, turning it into cultivation. In other words, Meng Qingzhou would only need to bask in the sun and bathe in the moonlight in the future, and her lying flat and swinging cultivation was also whooshing up. Coupled with the passive skill given by the system, become stronger when blind. The two together. Meng Qingzhou didn't dare to imagine how fast his cultivation would improve. It's not in vain that I made a lot of effort to deliberately keep Wu Dai by my side and risk leaking King Shu's hiding place. It's worth it. Meng Qingzhou clenched her fist in exhilaration. The first time he tried to fight hard with the protagonist of Dragon Aotian, he achieved significant results. It seems that this so-called protagonist, it is just like that. No wonder it has been repeatedly Ola by a certain unknown well-wisher. Crazy burst equipment. The reason why Zhao can become the protagonist of the Dragon Aotian, hanging all the strong enemies of the ancient and modern times, all the way sparks with lightning. Meet God to kill God, meet Buddha to kill Buddha, is to rely on the heavenly Dao Hong Yun body. It was only on that day that Zhao Chengnian had awakened the heavenly Dao Hong Yun body, so he had only barely cultivated to the peak of the Tang Yun realm so far, but if he gave Zhao Gong 3 more years, he was going to become the youngest Chao Wei realm giant in history. Can't wave. Can't wave. Meng Qingzhou immediately calmed down and repeatedly recited the Go character truth silently. Always keep in mind the hard lesson of the 30 years east of the river and the 30 years west of the river. Perhaps the heavens just saw that Meng Qingzhou was too meticulous and decided to give a little reward to cheer him up. Make him swell, make him crazy, and finally make him perish. In that case, if Zhao Gong has the heavenly Dao Hong Yun body, I also have it, so why should I be afraid of him? Frontal confrontation. Unwise. A roundabout blockade is a good idea. Meng Qingzhou sketched a curve at the corner of his mouth. Anyway, he defected to the villainous Emperor Qin Liuli, and leaked a bit of information when something happened to trip up Zhao Gong. When his Qi luck value dropped to 1000 points and he lost the blessing of the heavenly Dao, he would be no different from an ordinary cultivator at that time. Meng Qingzhou would be able to follow the Empress around in peace. The current him could clearly feel the increase in his cultivation, and maintaining this progress, within half a year, he would definitely be able to break through the lunar flare realm. Cool. It's so cool. Meng Qingzhou was in a very beautiful mood, humming a song, and took out a bag of dog food and decided to give the big yellow dog an extra meal. Then right before the horrified and uncomprehending gaze of the obsidian divine monarch, a large bag of dog food was poured over the dog bowl and piled up in a mountain. Eat. Meng Qingzhou held a smile and tenderly stroked Big Yellow's doggy head. The obsidian divine monarch took one look at the dog food that was piled higher than it was, and then took a look at Meng Qingzhou's chilling smile, and the dog's face instantly collapsed. Is this godly gentleman making some kind of mistake? Is this the last meal of dog food? The dog is panicking. Somebody help me. Blindness seems to be different. Meditatively, as if the level of life makes a leap and becomes a high-latitude being, the obsidian godly monarch looked at the black-forged blindfolded youth in front of him who had no cultivation fluctuations and was plain as day, but he actually felt a pang of hair. Memory pulls back to the ancient times, awakening the era of the gods, where there was a true dragon soaring beyond the sky, where the stars accumulated and piled up to become palaces, and where even the heaven and earth avenues had to be subjugated as the palms turned and flipped. Vaguely, the obsidian godly monarch perceived that the youth in front of him seemed to bear a slight resemblance to the ancient true dragons, a resemblance of the characteristics of high-level beings. No way. Haven't seen this guy cultivate. Why is he progressing so rapidly? The obsidian divine monarch didn't understand. Originally judging Meng Qingzhou to be the 4th battle force of the great Jin dynasty and it to be the 3rd, but at this time, it was a bit confused. Can I really beat him? The obsidian godly monarch fell into deep self-doubt. After a long time, Meng Qingzhou finally fused the heavenly Dao Hong Yun body. His cultivation level was still at the late stage of the sea-covering realm, and his overall combat power had at least increased by a few times. If before, he was barely able to break his arm with an early lunar flare realm cultivator, nowadays, he could easily blow up an early lunar flare realm cultivator. As for the middle lunar flare realm, it was hard to tell. Escaping should not be a problem. It's a pity that even after fusing the Empyrean physique talent, you can't use your divine sense and are no different from mortals. Meng Qingzhou shook her head and sighed lightly. In the meantime, border of the great Jin dynasty, burial immortal mountain range, Qin Fenghua performed the Dharma heavenly ability and led his army to break through the periphery of the immortal burial forbidden zone. Hundreds of thousands of armies with cultivation, like divine soldiers and generals, slaughtered all the way. No matter if it was a weird being or a reclusive master, anyone who disobeyed would be killed. For an entire day, the periphery of the immortal burial forbidden zone had completely fallen, and the golden light holy decree runes suppressing the ancient prohibitions of the forbidden zone almost called it a turtle in a jar, hidden somewhere in the inner circle of a hidden area of a teleportation array. Suddenly flashing light, bathed in blood, Zhao Gong's chest was penetrated by a lance, and his internal organs were nearly shattered. What's going on? Zhao Yuhuan looked sideways. Seeing this, he hurriedly took out an extremely expensive elixir and gave it to Zhao Gong. Zhao Gong's breath is atrophied, and with the aid of the healing holy medicine it is much better, and for the time being, there is no fear of life, and it is difficult to say. Father, it seems that my 1 in a million physique. It seems, Zhao Yuhuan said suspiciously. Go on, Zhao Jeru, his eyes almost bursting, said angrily. My physique is gone. I was ordered to lead the troops out to block the enemy and slow down the court's advance, and while fighting with the enemy, the Heaven's Path Hon luck body that I awakened when I was 20 years old disappeared out of thin air. In an instant, my combat power was reduced. I was heavily wounded by the enemy, and the soldiers I led out were all wiped out. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuhuan was also confused. After living for so long, this was the first time he had heard of the bizarre incident of a gifted physique disappearing out of thin air. Zhao Yuan's face looked odd as he said, "You wouldn't have made up a reason to cover up the shame of being out of the division, would you?" In the past, Zhao Yuan unconditionally believed in Zhao Gong, but now that Zhao Jiu frequently misses, he has long been labeled incompetent in Zhao Yuan's mind, and it is estimated that he can do the same thing of making up lies in an attempt to save face. Zhao Gong's eyes widened, seeing the misgivings in the bottom of Zhao Yuan's eyes, and immediately coughed up a puddle of essence blood and hissed, "Am I so bad in your mind?" Zhao Yuan was silent, looking at him askance, his eyes filled with suspicion and scrutiny. It seems to be judging whether Zhao Gong is lying or not. Pooh. Zhao Gong's eyes stared straight as he opened his mouth and spat out 3 liters of blood, planting himself on his back in anger. Cultivation was even slipping extremely fast, from the peak of the Tangyun realm, all the way down to the middle of the Tangyun realm. On that day, a message went viral, spreading throughout the Zhao family rebels. The world's son, Zhao Jiu, is seriously ill and unwell. His cultivation has plummeted, and it is suspected that his strongest gifted physique has been stripped away. Zhao Yuan is so anxious that he decides to fight to the death with the imperial besieging armies and sends Zhao Jiu away from the great Jin dynasty to search for a renowned doctor. King Shu has decided to detonate the immortal burial forbidden zone 7 days later, on the day the Empress birthday banquet ends. 7 days from now, the day of the decisive battle, the whole army is recuperating. The war, which had been planned to be delayed for several years, took a complete turn the moment Zhao Gong fell ill. In an instant, the rebel hordes from Shu were in an uproar, but no one was afraid. Each one was excited and roared up to the sky, vowing to pull the emperor down and let the people of Shu enter the land of Great Jin. 1 day later, the first female emperor of the Great Jin since the founding of the country, Qin Liuli's birthday banquet was on schedule. All kinds of resources were issued throughout the country. All the people of Great Jin had a share, from cultivation techniques and cultivation resources, down to food and clothing. The country was full of joy, a scene of prosperity. Not only that, the empress also issued an edict that during the period of the birthday feast, except for the battle of the burial immortal mountain range, those who will die for their sins will be postponed, and the matter of killing and war will be stopped. Garrison generals return home to visit their families and friends in change of guard, and the nation-serving generals are paid their salaries in advance. The neighboring countries had sent their ambassadors, either in imperial airships or riding huge demonic beasts that covered the sky, into the Great Jin dynasty and hovered around the capital to congratulate the empress on her birthday. As the empress' only harem, and the empress mother Meng Laichou, who was in the main palace, was unable to attend the meeting due to illness. This was a great disappointment to many ambassadors from neighboring countries who had a heart of gold. After all, who wouldn't want to see what Meng Qingzhou, who was rumored to have no cultivation and was still disabled, actually had the ability to capture the empress's heart. The capital, the palace, the Golden Palace. Today's female emperor, changed into the majestic 9 dragons and 9 phoenixes' imperial robes, the tail group dragged the ground, like a flaming heavenly ladder, straight and well-proportioned white long legs, not in a hurry to ascend to the imperial throne. Once turned, Shirshu sat down. Dongfang Liuli's cold phoenix eyes scanned the civil and military officials kneeling on the ground at the temple, and a group of ambassadors from neighboring countries kneeling in the center. Her red lips lightly opened. Level off. Scanning around, but finding no trace of Meng Qingzhou, Qin Liuli felt slightly puzzled. Is it hard for this guy to still be sleeping? How dare you not attend my birthday banquet? That's right. Meng is a salted fish. Other than Dongfang Liuli, who can make him care? How the empress is, how Qin Liuli is, he doesn't care at all. Thinking of Meng Qingzhou, Dongfang Liuli was inexplicably in a much happier mood. The civil and military officials also noticed the absence of Grand Squire Meng, but no one dared to question it, and each of them watched with their eyes and noses, pretending not to see it. Some old foxes who had plowed deep into the temple for many years exchanged eye contact and finally came to the conclusion that Squire Meng had been drained. Empress face head well, bedridden on the day of the birthday feast, combined and then think about it. The answer is obvious. Can understand. Su Qingqiu, the female emperor's personal maid, dressed in a white plain dress, stood next to the emperor's throne and opened her mouth. Envoys of all nations, step forward for an audience with His Majesty. I greet His Majesty of the Great Jin. The envoys of the various countries didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly kowtowed and saluted. The prestige of the Great Jin dynasty has been growing more and more in the past few years, all thanks to the female emperor's civil and military achievements. Many of the neighboring countries were almost all beaten up by the empress. The empress was known for her reputation for ruthlessness and her preference for wars to feed wars, and the army of the Great Jin was either at war or on its way to war. What do you mean? There's not enough money for the military? Destroy the country. Loot the treasury. What? What do you mean? What if the generals are lost? Collect the surrendered troops and send them back into battle. What? What if the country is too small for the dead? Continuing to expand until the world is united and the land is king as far as the eye can see will naturally be enough. This kind of domineering lordly figure, ask who dares to take it lightly, let alone a group of ambassadors, envoys of the kingdom of Yong, at the behest of His Majesty, presenting the Empress of the Great Jin Dynasty with 10 pieces of heavenly grade extreme spiritual treasures, 10,000 first-grade realm-tamed foreign beasts. Congratulations on your birth, envoy of the Spirit Camel Kingdom, receiving His Majesty's decree to see 3 cities and 1 Aura Lake. Congratulations on your birth, envoys of the Wanshi Kingdom, by His Majesty's decree, presenting 10,000 hectares of grain and grass and 3,000 pairs of earth-grade armor to the Great Jin Empress to congratulate her on her birth. In the courtroom, the congratulations continued. All the officials of the Jin dynasty were arrogant and looked down upon these small neighboring countries, and no one even looked at the gifts they sent to them, not to mention Her Majesty, the High and Mighty Empress. But just then, the daylight in the sky above the capital was abruptly obscured, and the sky and earth were plunged into gloom as people looked blankly into the sky. There were countless strong people who rose up in the air from all over the capital, as if they were meteors rising from the ground and staring angrily at the sky. Only a beast that covered the sky and the sun was seen breaking through the clouds and poking out a hideous turtle head. Just one head is the size of a city, and the body is even more boundless, so it can only hide in the void sandwich, and the neck is full of void fragments. This is the Jinhai pack. It is recorded to have a trace of Xuanwu bloodline, but didn't the Jinhai pack clan go extinct a long time ago? Sea-covering realm-grade demon. What a terrifying aura. Look guys, there's a person standing on the Jinhai pack head. Just who is this person? Traveling with the sea-covering realm demon king, the faction is pulling out all the stops. The Jinhai pack is proud and violent by nature, and if that person didn't have true strength, he certainly wouldn't be allowed to stand on his head. Countless strong people who rose up in the air were sprayed down by one of Jinhai pack's spewed-out nostrils, falling down like raindrops clattering down. A black-clothed youth stood on the head of the sea-covering realm demon king, Jinhai pack, and said with a bland smile, No wonder. I, Wang Tran, Minister of War of the Dacian dynasty, have heard that the female emperor of the Great Jin dynasty is organizing a birthday banquet, and I have come here to congratulate her. The moment these words came out, the original righteous indignation of the group of ministers instantly fell silent, and the mighty and powerful people who were ready to strike also stopped their hands. The Dacian dynasty, likewise, was an incomparably strong kingdom. In some ways, it vaguely surpassed the Great Jin dynasty, except that the two countries were so far apart that there had been no conflicts or interests for many years. It said that the lord of the Great Qin dynasty, who closed his life and death pass a few days ago, managed to break through the half-step Chaohui realm before his lifespan expired. Half-step Chaohui realm. Wouldn't it be equal to the Great Jin's pillar general? Not to be underestimated. Then you're wrong. The Dacian dynasty has more than one half-step Chaohui. Rumor has it that the previous 2 state lords are not dead, and they are also half-step Chaohui, hidden somewhere in seclusion. Ooh, 3 half-step Chaohui. The Great Jin dynasty can't even compare. The ambassadors of the various countries murmured quietly, their tones filled with awe. Wang Tran, who stood on the head of the Jinhai pack, pierced through the void with his gaze and landed directly on Dongfan Liuli, who was on the throne, and then he waved his big hand and said aloud, The Dacian dynasty has also prepared a generous gift. So I ask Her Majesty the Empress to smile. 1 copy of the drawing of the ancient forbidden god formation, 1 half-immortal great ancient halberd, 33 peak mountain moving realm demonic beasts, and a bottle of Qiankuan vitality liquid. Wang Tran's voice exerted an aura, and his voice spread to every corner of the capital. The whole city fell into silence, and then resounded with a terrific clamor. Crazy! What is the Dacian dynasty doing? Just a birthday banquet. How to send so many thick gifts? To pick out any one of them and call it a rare immortal treasure, and just give it away casually? Qiankuan vitality liquid, Jiang Tsunghai muttered, glancing at Wang Tran in the air and said blandly, What exactly is the Dacian dynasty trying to do? A minister said in a shocked voice, Qiankuan vitality liquid is a priceless treasure that can't be measured, capable of extending longevity. The reason why the 3 lords of Dacian, who died but never fell down, relied on this treasure. This kind of heritage, how can it be casually sent out? However, the female emperor, Dongfan Liuli, who was sitting on the imperial throne, but her eyes were cold, and she glared at Wang Tran through the air. Then he saw Wang Tran stifle a grunt as blood seeped out of his eyes. The king cannot be seen. Do you not understand this point? Dongfang Liuli said in a cold and solemn manner. If you dare to look directly at me again, I will definitely behead you. Wang Tran wiped the blood from the corners of his eyes. His face was as normal, and with a slight arch of his hand, he said, "I respectfully comply with the will of the Empress." Dongfang Liuli waved his hand, his voice carried out of the Golden Palace. "Gifts accepted. Enter the palace, and let your turtle shrink its head back. Don't scare my people." Soon the chaos subsided. The Jinhai Pack's huge head shrunk back into the void as Wang Tran landed in the capital and entered the Golden Palace. The Golden Palace. Wang Tran smiled and said blandly with his hands behind his back, "I'm sure your majesty has seen the sincerity of the great Qian dynasty. I've come here not only to congratulate the birthday, but also," the words were not yet spoken. A rushing sword intent pierced through the 9 heavens, seeming to split the sun in two, and the rules of heaven and earth were disturbed and thrown into disarray. Only 100 feet long bronze ancient sword was seen stretching across heaven and earth, and a white-haired middle-aged man said aloud, "A visit from the hidden sword forbidden region. I am the personal disciple of the Lord of the Forbidden Region, Sword Inquirer. I present Her Majesty, the Empress, a calligraphy and painting in the handwriting of a Chao Hui realm sword cultivator to congratulate her on her birthday." Before the aftermath was over, another movement came. At the end of the sky and the earth, someone from thousands of miles away transmitted a majestic blood chi, and his voice filled the capital. Mo Wui, the third prince of the Blood Sea Empire, presents 10 blood puppets at the early stage of the sea-covering realm to congratulate the female emperor on her birthday. About a minute later, a topless young man with long, cloaked hair arrived over the capital city. His majestic blood aura like a sea was breathtaking. That's not all. The arrival of Wang Tran, the minister of war of the Dacian dynasty, was like starting a chain reaction. In the 4 directions of the capital, 4 young supreme beings descended at the same time, all of them coming from various powerful kingdoms, or a certain great power. The 4 young supreme beings who came late, their breath was equally terrifying, no less than the Forbidden Land Sword Cultivator, and the third prince of the Blood Sea Empire, great general of the Orai Kingdom, Sun Baishang, presenting, chief elder of the Endless Sky Sect, Broken Woe, presenting, third leader of the 5 Spirit Clan, Huang Hao, presenting. For a time, the strong and unrivaled aura over the capital city spanned heaven and earth, and forces from all sides came to the city. The 7 young supreme beings, the oldest was no more than 50 years old, the youngest was only 30 years old. For cultivators, no more than 100 years old was considered young. They were all gifted. All of them had a clear overwhelming sea realm cultivation, definitely called a demonic posture. Capital city, Qin family. Meng Qingzhou heard the commotion, lying in a chair leisurely drinking tea, pursing her lips and spitting out the tea leaves, disdainfully. "Che, they're all hot chickens. In my hometown, you're supposed to have grandchildren at 50. Goddamn young to the core." He knew all too well that these people were scheming. Nothing but thoughts of the Empress. Qin Liuli looks beautiful, talented and good. Only 20 years old, moonlight flare realm power. A while ago a holy decree to suppress the forbidden area. But also some people say she touched the threshold of the Chao Hui realm. The most crucial thing was that Qin Liuli was still female. A marriage is definitely the best option. As long as we can join forces, the gifts we give out today will, on another day, be doubled back. Want to marry the Empress? All save your breath. The book is written very clearly. The Empress hates pretentious boys the most, and you all still one by one overpower the capital, scaring the people to close their doors. I guess at this moment, the Empress wants to kill you all. Ha ha ha. Meng Qingzhou couldn't help but grin with joy as she ate melon and recalled the plot. Wu Dai stood on the side holding a fan and gently waving the wind. Hearing Meng Qingzhou's self-talk, her gaze was strange. The heart muttered, if Mr. knew that the female emperor of the dynasty was his own daughter-in-law, would he be so angry that he would angrily behead the young supreme beings from all sides? Hesitating again and again, Nutty Butterfly silently dismissed the idea. With Mr. Killing and decisive character, it is not possible to be angry at the crown for the red face, slaughtering the various young supreme beings, and attracting trouble to the great Jin dynasty. Scumbag! The obsidian godly monarch changed his posture from that of a lazy salted fish, arching his back and showing his teeth, his mouth and nose gulping the essence of the sun's fire, and revealing his killing intent. Snap! Meng Qingzhou slapped the obsidian divine monarch on the door of his head and chided. What's with the grunting? The obsidian godly monarch dog-faced helplessly, glanced at the former, and silently slumped down. Fine, fine. This godly monarch wants to help your daughter-in-law out, and you, a husband, still don't agree. Anyway, if the sky collapses, you tall ones will take the top, and this god sovereign will sleep again. Meng Qingzhou had a rare moment of elegance, sprinkled a pot of wine, and drank alone. Although he could not see with his eyes or use his divine sense, he could feel the ravaging aura of the heavenly visitor. Inside the novel, on the day of the Empress' birthday banquet, young supreme beings from all walks of life visited. plotting against the Great Jin dynasty and the Empress' supreme battle power, trying to force the Empress to marry them. In the original plot, the Empress approves the 7 young supreme beings to participate in the birthday banquet competition. The 7 young supreme beings crushed the Great Jin dynasty's heavenly pride and made a spectacle of themselves at the birthday banquet, clamoring that none of the Great Jin's lifting countries were male, and that no one was worthy of the female emperor. And then one by one, they proposed a marriage. Just when the ministers and the Empress had a headache, the protagonist of Dragon Aotian Jiajiao makes a shining appearance and asks the 7 young supreme beings to suppress their realms to fight with him, resulting in a crushing defeat for all 7 of them. But now that the plot is collapsing and Zhao Gong and the King of Shu are both blocked in the immortal burial Forbidden Land, who will be able to save the Empress Qin Liuli? So much to look forward to, Meng Qingzhou thought in her heart. In the original plot, Zhao Gong defeated the 7 young supreme beings at the same realm, thus gaining the female emperor's reward and the favor of the courtiers, successfully making a wave of fame and paving the way for his future hegemony. Now the plot is collapsing. Zhao Gong is as scared as a lost dog, not to mention saving anyone. He himself is a clay bodhisattva over the river. In the meantime, the great general's residence, a pillar of light rose up to the sky. A horrible and appalling pressure filled the capital, and when the light dispersed, only a figure stood in the sky. The man was 9 feet tall, his messy hair tied up with a hairpin. His appearance was rough, and his wide court dress could not cover his explosive muscles. When the 7 young supreme beings saw the visitor, their faces changed. Qin Beacon Flame? Aren't you traveling to the burial immortal mountain range? Why are you in the capital? Qin Fenghuang snorted coldly, his tone solemn, taking advantage of the old man's absence. A group of jumped-up clowns want to get their hands on the Great Jin. Are they tired of living? The Minister of War of the Dacian dynasty, Wang Tran, his eyes narrowed slightly as he lightly laughed. So it's just an avatar, with an early lunar flare realm cultivation at best. Upon hearing this, the other several young supreme beings relaxed. A mere incarnation was not enough to worry about, and they thought that their heavenly talent, fighting for their lives, could cross over and kill lunar flare. Huang Hao, the third leader of the 5 spirit clan, had a pair of golden horns gleaming on his forehead, and he was a golden ant-transformed demonic beast, a great demon at the late stage of the sea-covering realm, who was trying to marry the female emperor and encroach on the human race's territory. We brought our gifts and came here to congratulate the human race's female emperor on her birthday. So why should General Qin get angry and look like the human race has a small temperament? Huang Hao said with poise. The 100-foot ancient sword under Jian Wentian's feet emitted a trembling sound as he coldly said, "An incarnation also dares to show off. Have you forgotten the hidden sword prohibited, Lord? In the past, one person and one sword struck across the world, making all the countries bow to the ear, and none of the strongest people in the world dared to disobey?" The great general of the Ai kingdom, Sun Baisheng, stroked his beard and let out a loud laugh. As a general, it's not good to be driven to reason by anger so easily. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting stiffer and stiffer, the aura emanating from Qin Beihongwo condensed into substance, pressing the space to tremble and chirp. The entire imperial capital's aura became disorganized and wild due to Qin Beihongwo's anger. Qin Beaconfire's eyes were filled with intense killing intent as he coldly said, 7 mongrel rats, under the pretense of celebrating, wanting to do something untoward. Do you really think that old me is a fool? If you want to fight, then fight. The old man's one incarnation is equally invincible. The 7 young supreme beings looked at each other, their eyes filled with sneering disdain. Any of them, with forces behind them that surpassed the Great Jin, had come from thousands of miles away, and only for the Empress alone. Does the Empress have the courage to offend the 7 top powers all at once? Brainless and reckless, the endless sky sect's chief grand elder, Broken Woohoo, laughed coldly. Just then, a soft shout came out from the imperial city's golden palace, the sound transforming into a prohibition, blocking off the imperial capital's wildly agitated aura and instantly suppressing everyone. The 7 young supreme beings' faces changed, only to see Jian Wuming lose control of the 100-foot ancient sword under his feet and tear through the space barrier to vanish. No! How come my innate spirit sword is out of control? Jian Wentian was so shocked that he was no longer calm. Mo Wui's blood and she rushed through his meridians. His face flushed red, and he couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of blood. Flesh, qi and blood are incompatible with each other, and the foundation of many years of hard cultivation has been shaken. Empress, you dare to harm me! Huang Hao held his head in pain, and the 2 golden horns on his forehead clanked, nearly shattering his person and revealing his original appearance. Stop! Stop! Huang Hao hissed. A young supreme being dribbled blood, and the pressure that hung over the capital gradually receded until it disappeared. A clear shout from that empress on the Golden Palace, but it was able to suppress 7 coverage realm powerhouses, the public officials of the Great Jin Dynasty Hall, or the people of the imperial capital, let out exclamations of surprise, filled with fervor, as they shouted, "Long live the Empress! All of you, immediately dismount your armor and step up to the hall for an audience with the Empress." A eunuch spoke aloud. The 7 young supreme beings curbed their arrogance and no longer dared to be reckless. Wang Tran, the Minister of Military Affairs of the Qin dynasty, his eyes flickered as he whispered to himself, "It seems that the rumors are true. The Empress has taken that step, a half step to the Chaohui realm." Wang Tran immediately knelt down on one knee and respectfully bowed his head. "Great Qin Envoy Wang Tran, meet your Majesty, the Great Qin Female Emperor." "Level off," the Empress said blandly. As Wang Tran bowed his head, the remaining 6 young supreme beings, no longer holding their status, all dispersed their auras and walked up to the hall as if they were ordinary people, respectfully kneeling down to worship the Empress. As for the gifts they brought, the Empress didn't even look at them and directly asked the Internal Affairs Bureau to put them into the treasury. Qin Fenghuan's doppelganger followed closely to the Golden Palace and stood at the forefront of the military generals. "Your Majesty the Empress, I have traveled thousands of miles not only to congratulate the birth anniversary, but also to spar with the young generation of your country. If I win all my matches without defeat, I hope that your Majesty will grant me a wish." Wang Tran smiled. Dongfang Liuli lazily lay behind the curtain tent, her phoenix eyes slightly condensed, and said, "You want to be part of the birth feast?" Several young supreme beings spoke up. "We also have this wish." Su Qingqiu, who was serving the sword on the side of the female emperor, shook her head towards Dongfang Liuli and transmitted, "Your Majesty, these people have malicious intentions. They cannot be agreed to." Dongfang Liuli frowned slightly. How could she not be clear about what Wang Tran and the others were thinking? From the desires lurking deep within their eyes, she was able to get a glimpse or two. It was only by the order of the major powers, who came to propose marriage, and then seeing Dongfang Liuli's stunning beauty, all of them got excited. "I'll allow it," Dongfang Liuli said blandly. "Thank you, Your Majesty, the Great Qin Empress." Wang Tran couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth as he hurriedly arched his hand and bowed. The 7 young supreme beings sized each other up. In their minds, the younger generation of the Great Qin dynasty was not enough to worry about, and the ones that were truly worth paying attention to were only among these people. However, Dongfang Liuli continued, "With a full victory and undefeated, I can fulfill a request from the undefeated, but if any of you loses, you will have to give Dejin 10 million extreme spirit stones to authorize bartering. For example, the city land, immortal spiritual treasures, and sect-supporting techniques." Words. The 7 young supreme beings were aghast in their hearts. The Great Qin Empress is good at math. There can only be one winner, and no matter who the winner is, the Great Qin is a sure thing. "I promise," Wang Tran said without hesitation. Several other young supreme beings nodded their heads in agreement, who were not masters of the world and had absolute confidence that they wouldn't refuse this offer. Then, Oriental Liuli opened her mouth. Suddenly, Qin Beihongguo stepped forward and interrupted with a voice, "Your Majesty, I have a request. Please, Your Majesty, let the Minister of Rights, Minister of Honor, Meng Qin, come up to the palace, to the birthday banquet." The corners of Qin Beifong's mouth rose. "Little Meng Qin, how dare you destroy the relationship between His Majesty and the Empress? Let's see how my old man's skillful hands can save the newlywed couple's emotion." The Golden Palace. Dongfang Liuli was silent, her fingertips tapping on the dragon head armrest, her face unchanged, but a touch of annoyance flashed across her brows. What a mess the old general is adding for good reason. Is it not a deliberate attempt to make things difficult by allowing Squire Meng Qin to come to the temple? A mere mortal, even a saint who was claimed to be rare in 1,000 years, would find it difficult to resist the 7 young supreme beings. Squire Meng's cultivation is minimal. It's hard to take on a big job. It's not allowed, Dongfang Liuli said. Qin Fenghua was determined to purge the harem, adhere to the monogamy system, and hold on to the emperor's thigh, and immediately kneeled on one knee and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, Squire Meng has been appointed as the official third-grade minister without any warning, and even if he has the slightest ability to uncover the evil cultivator Longshan Wang, he will not be able to convince the public. I am not convinced either. I ask your Majesty to summon Squire Meng Qin into the palace for an audience to participate in the birthday feast assembly to fight the ambassadors of the nations." The word male and female was bitten very hard by Qin Beihongguo. Little white boy dares to compete with the emperor for favor. "I won't be able to fix you. I'll write the word Qin upside down." Qin Beihongguo's expression swirled uncontrollably with laughter. When Lao Fu solves Squire Meng Qin, the empress is sure to be delighted. And she doesn't even need Lao Fu to claim credit. Once the empress is happy, she can't help but spit out the sage's prophecy again. In Qin Beaconfire's heart, leading the Great Qin dynasty to rise was more important than anything else. Undoubtedly, Meng Qinzhou, a saint, would be a crucial link on the path to the unification of the Great Jin. The courtroom fell into a brief silence. The civil and military officials looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. As the right-hand man of Her Majesty the Empress, why does Great General Qin have to go against His Majesty's wishes and keep on singing against His Majesty's wishes in public today, before the eyes of the ambassadors of all the countries? Great General, a heartfelt military general couldn't help but transmit his voice, trying to exhort him to take care of His Majesty's face. The ambassadors are watching. Don't make a fool of yourself. Don't talk nonsense. For the sake of the Emperor's and His Majesty's relationship, and for the sake of the sage prophecy, even if I have to risk my life, I'll drive that little white boy away. Qin Fenghua glared and transmitted his voice. Words. The heart of the military general was first shocked, and without hesitation immediately followed by kneeling, loudly said, Your Majesty, I am also not convinced. Please ask Squire Meng to enter the hall for an audience. The female emperor's face was as heavy as water, her cold eyes gazing downwards, not saying a word. Qin Beihongguo sighed softly and lowered his head, not daring to meet his eyes. Your Majesty, don't blame the old minister. If you want to blame me, I should blame you for being too philandering. It's not enough for you to have an emperor. You even secretly keep a gigolo. The military generals, who were divided into 3 rows, saw that the Grand Pillar State, who was also the top boss, looked as if he had sworn not to obey, and they also had a bottom line. Being a bloodthirsty martial artist, no one looks down on a white boy. I've been looking at him for a long time. Followed the big pillar country did. Something happened to taller top. Your Majesty, I am not convinced either. Your Majesty, I am not convinced either. Your Majesty. For a while, all the military generals fell to their knees with a clatter, their expressions grave and looking at death as if they were at home. The civil officials hesitated and looked at Zhang Songhai in unison, somewhat uncertain as to whether they should follow the fire. Zhang Songhai silently shook his head before closing his eyes and letting out a long sigh. Seeing this, the civil officials who were originally prepared to kneel straightened up and looked at the dome, not caring about the matter. Old Qin Na, in the future, whenever something happens, remember to discuss it with me. Qin Beaconfire's voice transmission from Zhang Songhai resounded in his ears. Kneeling on the ground, Qin Beihongguo looked up at Zhang Songhai in confusion, silently typing out a question mark. What do you mean? Zhang Songhai glanced at Her Majesty the Empress, who was on the verge of a violent rage, and gently shook her head to stop transmitting her voice. The matter had come to a head. The emotions of all the officials had been stirred up, and in front of the ambassadors of all the countries, today, Meng Qin had to appear. Inexplicable. Qin Beihongguo rolled his eyes and transmitted his voice. The harem is on fire. His Majesty and the Emperor are emotionally ruptured. You, as the Great Jin's think tank, did nothing, and in the end, it's still not by the old man's power to save the day. Rubbish. And watch. The old man is going to start the show. Zhang Songhai turned his head, pulled the corner of his mouth with a leathery smile, and threw Qin Beihongguo a pitying look. The ambassadors of the various countries were like badgers in a melon field, secretly transmitting their voices to the hidden stakes ambushed within the Great Jin dynasty to investigate the deeds of Squire Meng Qin. It's a shock not to find out. Good man. In a day's time, he transformed from a mortal in cloth to a minister of the 3rd rank. On his first day in office, he verbally executed the princes and purged the dynasty. It is even rumored to be inseparable from the Empress, suspected to be the only face of the Empress, and highly favored. Wang Tran, the Minister of War of the Dacian dynasty, received the news and his eyes turned green. Your Majesty the Empress, the strange man who claims to be able to peek into the heavens. Why don't you please come out and take a look? Are you not allowed to see people? Wang Tran laughed dryly. Huang Hao said coldly, Great Jin has really fallen. The reigning Empress favors the blind. The Emperor and the head of the face are still both mortal. Ridiculous. As the 3rd leader of the 5 spirit race, Huang Hao had the courage to call out the female emperor. It was not a human race after all. The Empress' stunning face was certainly heartwarming, but what Huang Hao valued more was the Empress' demonic talent. Huang Hao was not more than 100 years old, counting as young among the 5 spirit clan, and naturally craved for a similarly gifted Tao partner to give birth to stronger offspring. Therefore, Huang Hao didn't care about the female emperor's face in the slightest, and directly spoke out in mockery. Unbridled, Qin Fenghua angrily shouted, rolling sound waves transforming into ripples in the void, forcefully suppressing Huang Hao. The Great Jin's ministers were outraged and agitated, and they exerted their might, wanting to teach the young supreme being who didn't know the heights of heaven a lesson. Huang Hao's face changed slightly, and before he could resist, he was shaken back dozens of steps, a splash of bright red blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth. Is this the Great Jin's way of hospitality? Huang Hao's 5 fingers clenched in vain, condensing a heaven-level spirit treasure long soared out of thin air. Wang Tran smiled. His expression grew colder as he blandly said, all of you should think clearly. This is in the capital of the Great Jin. Once there is a great battle, I'm afraid the entire capital will be ashes in an instant. Besides, none of the forces behind us are weaker than the Great Jin, or even better. Qin Fenghua was furious, and immediately took out his weapon from his storage ring, ready to behead these so-called young supreme beings with his own hands. Rampant, Qin Beacon Fire was murderous, saying, the Great Jin does not fear any enemy. You provoked me first, so I have a reason to take action, and even an avatar can decimate you. The atmosphere became solemn, and the courtroom was divided into 3 factions. The weak neighboring envoys hid in the corners and shivered. The 7 young supreme beings shared the same hatred, and the Great Jin courtiers were even more filled with murderous intent. Dongfang Liuli's pretty face was icy cold, and she was preparing to personally strike out and quickly obliterate Wang Tran, Huang Hao, and the others with a thunderous force. Just then, outside the Golden Palace, the mountain-moving Realm Watch eunuch saw an upright figure, leaning on a blind cane, walking step by step from the Imperial Road. The eunuch who watched the door looked over and saw the visitor, who was the newly promoted Minister of Rites, Meng Qin. Minister of Ceremonies, Squire, Meng Qin. Squire Meng has arrived, the eunuch said aloud. The atmosphere that had originally climbed to the extreme instantly loosened, and everyone turned their heads to gaze at the figure outside the hall. A green dress, eyes covered with black satin, looks great. Meng Lightboat finally came late. Meng Qinzhou arched his hand in a bow and bowed. I, Meng Qin, see your majesty. Meanwhile, Qin Beihonghuo's brain went into downtime when he saw the visitor. A long time. Qin Fenghua opened his mouth wide, twisted his head woodenly, and locked eyes with Jiang Songhai, his face full of tears. Old man, did you get into trouble? Servant Meng Qin is actually the emperor's vest. The Golden Palace was quiet as a pin drop. The 7 young supreme beings cast their gazes, their eyes scrutinizing the black satin-covered youth. Mortal, Broken Vengeance said indifferently. Jian Wendian shook his head. Not even worthy of me drawing my sword, so weak that it can be crushed into dust by blowing on it. Only Wang Tran maintained his poise and laughed. Squire Meng Qin is truly handsome. No wonder Her Majesty the Empress is so favorable. As he spoke, the depths of Wang Tran's eyes were wrapped in thick killing intent. Since seeing the Empress's beautiful face, Wang Tran has completely fallen. Even if not for the Daqian dynasty, it is worth Wang Tran's pursuit of all. Shady, are you the Minister of War of the Deqin dynasty or the Chief of the Great Interior? Sun Baisheng said contemptuously. The ministers of the Great Jin were equally surprised, each looking at each other and discussing quietly. Meng Qin is too unlucky. I'm afraid he doesn't know yet that the Great Pillar State and the ambassadors of all the countries are targeting him. I've told you before, a positive third-ranked hood without any roots will sooner or later be taken off along with his head. Meng Qin has also lived long enough to enjoy His Majesty's favor and die without regret. Everyone felt that Meng Qinzhou was going to have bad luck and was kept in the dark about the situation. Schadenfreude is in the majority. This kind of relying on looks captured the emperor's heart. Sooner or later become a hidden danger. As soon as possible to eradicate. To the Great Jin dynasty benefit and no harm. Qin Fenghuang secretly grumbled and chided in a low voice. Shut up, all of you. It's over. Meng Qin is Meng Qinzhou. It's a big mistake. Old piker, why didn't you warn me? Qin Fenghuang glared and sent a voice message to Jiang Songhai. Jiang Songhai rolled his eyes. You didn't tell me that you would pull this whole thing off either. Who would have thought? Qin Beihonghuo slapped his forehead and remembered that in Qingliang Mountain, the 100 officials wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh. Everything made sense. A bunch of fools. Don't even kneel. Get up for the old man. Qin Fenghua looked towards the martial generals who were kneeling on the ground in a great number, hating the iron and scolding angrily. The military generals were a bit baffled and couldn't figure out why Qin Beihong was furious, but they all stood up honestly. Be free. Dongfang Liuli was extremely surprised, not expecting Meng Qinzhou to come, or using Meng Qin's false identity. For some reason, once she saw Meng Qinzhou, the rising and spreading killing intent in the Empress's heart gradually cooled. Dongfang Liuli glanced and scanned Huang Hao, the third leader of the 5 Spirit Clan, silently sidestepping his head and giving Jiang Songhai a meaningful gaze. Jiang Songhai nodded, his eyes cold. The Queen's birthday banquet is a day of great joy for the nation, so it is not appropriate to see blood, and when it is over, it can be cleared up. If you dare to insult the Emperor of Great Jin with your words, no matter who this person is, he or she will die. Thank you, Your Majesty. Meng Qinzhou leaned on his blind cane and walked towards the civilian queue in a rather despondent mood. Thinking back to the time he had traveled so far, he had gone to great lengths to develop obscenely and avoid getting involved in the main plot as much as possible. I didn't realize that I couldn't avoid it in the end. Half an hour ago, Meng Qingzhou executed a seldom-used peeping aptitude, which made her realize that she had somehow been honored to be on the blacklist of Pillar State General Qin Beihanguo. He was also slandered by the courtiers and the people for having an affair with the empress. Don't let me know who is spreading rumors, otherwise, I will definitely cut them into 1,000 pieces. Meng Qingzhou secretly ground her teeth. I'm having an affair with the empress? You're an immortal's ass. I don't know whether the empress has a tendon in her head wrong. Thousands of miles. Take the imperial carriage to visit the village of Jinchao. Hard to pull him back to the capital. And then hoofed on the official title of the 3rd grade. And these young supreme beings who don't know how to die. Thinking that the empress is like a good person who lets you bully her? Please. The great Jin Empress is the biggest villainous boss in the first and middle stages of the novel. And a few of you supporting characters and passers-by are not enough to be killed by others even if you are tied up in one piece. Knowing that she couldn't avoid it, Meng Qingzhou had no choice but to leave the Qin mansion and come to the palace. Are you Meng Qin? Huang Hao clasped his hands on his chest, squinted his eyes and snorted disdainfully. Indeed it is a blind man. No spiritual power fluctuation. Simply a mortal. The great Jin dynasty actually reused this person. Deserves to fall. Meng Qingzhou looked back, smiled politely, and said, Your Excellency? Huang Hao raised his chin and said proudly, Huang Hao, the 3rd leader of the 5 Spirit Clan. Knowing my name is your lifelong honor. So it's you. Meng Qingzhou came to a realization. I once traveled in the 4 directions and accidentally heard a rumor that there was a big man in the 5 Spirit Clan who was greedy and lustful, addicted to human wives, and specialized in picking on the wives of his friends and family. Having been hunted down by the entire clan for decades, the 2nd brother was all but decapitated by a crippled immortal spirit treasure, and the heavenly medicines couldn't even restore him. Meng Qingzhou lamented. That adult object turned grief and anger into power, completely cut off love and desire, and concentrated on cultivation, and from then on the road to rise was out of control, gradually becoming the 3rd pillar of the 5 Spirit Clan, winning back the respect of the clan. Coincidentally, this person is also named Huang Hao. Cutting the 2nd brother to make a point is truly heroic, and admirable. Saying this, Meng Qingzhou gave a thumbs up with a derisive face and raised his eyebrows towards Huang Hao. Guy Juice. You had a million options to line up against me and chose hell mode. In terms of being clever, a certain person walking the world has always been the only one who can do it. Junior. What are you babbling about? His Taoist friend Huang not. Broken Woohoo frowned, halfway through his words of reprimand, when he suddenly saw Huang Hao's unsightly expression with his remaining light, choking the words he was about to say into his stomach at once. Broken Woohoo coughed and looked at Huang Hao, asking tentatively, could it be? Fart. A bunch of nonsense. Huang Hao interrupted with a stern voice, saying angrily, scumbag, you dare to slander this seat, thinking that I don't dare to kill with my hands. Broken Woohoo breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. You, Taoist Huang, are a hero. Your cultivation is unfathomable. Wouldn't you be the generation of Broken Tail's lewdness? Sun Baixing's mouth was very poisonous and he attacked nonchalantly. Is the great Jin dynasty so hungry? How dare this yellow-mouthed child be entrusted with an important position? The remaining few young supreme beings did not speak, their eyes filled with contempt. The great Jin dynasty, which stretches for tens of thousands of miles, can really enter their eyes. Only the female emperor Dongfang Liuli won. A civil official of the great Jin felt his face was dishonored and couldn't help but say, Squire Meng, distinguish the occasion. Nonsense is prone to cause conflict. Meng Qingzhou smiled and was about to speak. Suddenly, a figure as fast as lightning, swish sound flashed in front of Huang Hao, only to see that person bending down. The dragon claw hand ruthlessly pulled out Huang Hao's crotch. A thunderous laugh ensued. Ha ha ha, a great demon of the sea-covering realm, the 3rd leader of the 5 Spirit Clan, without a small penis, still a hero and heroine. I poo. Everyone was dumbstruck, and the 7 young supreme beings had their mouths wide open, shaken to the core. Even the empress couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth, wanting to laugh, but fearing to lose her authority. She forced herself with difficulty. Huang Hao woodenly lowered his head. A big thick hand held his empty crotch, and in front of him stood the Iron Tower figure, which was clearly the pillar general Qin Beihanguo. Deceitful, deceitful. A pair of golden horns on Huang Hao's forehead bloomed with mysterious Tao light, emanating the sound of Sakya's Zen voice. His eyes filled with blood, his neck veins bulged, and his skin cracked inch by inch, like he was going to manifest his own body. Having one's black history picked out and having one's crotch tragically ripped out. This was a great shame for a young supreme being. It must be cleansed with blood. Want a fight? Come. Qin Beihanguo leaped forward, his battle spirit flourishing. Knowing that Meng Qin is Meng Lichou, Qin Beacon Fire unconditionally believes in him. And since Sage Grandmaster said that Huang Hao does not have a little Koan, then he definitely does not have one. As it turns out, there really isn't. The remaining few young supreme beings looked at Huang Hao with strange gazes and some contempt. Without Quin, what are you running to propose marriage for? Sun Baishan was blunt and sneered. The corners of broken Wu Hu's eyes twitched as he said, "You, Daoist Huang, are so heroic, cutting away the roots of your worries and firming up your cultivation path. You are worthy of the name of a man of honor." Huang Hao took a deep breath and glanced at the red-clothed emperor above the imperial seat, suppressing the anger in his heart. It was obviously unwise to cause trouble here, and this shame could only be placed entirely on Meng Qin's head. Dare to participate in the birthday feast competition and I'll teach you to be a man. Huang Hao stared coldly at Meng Qinzhou, his eyes unkind. The 7 supreme beings looked at the empress with derisive teasing. It shouldn't be too much to give up. Sun Baishan laughed. Wang Tran also spoke up. Your Majesty the Empress, the ministers of your country and the Great Pillar State, all of them requested an order just now, wanting servant Meng to participate in the grand competition to compete with us. Qin Fenghuang was sweating in a hurry. The old minister did not mean that. Dongfang Liuli looked at Qin Beihua with cold eyes and said, "Then what do you mean?" Qin Fenghua's mouth was open and his eyes looked towards Zhang Songhai for help. Old friend, hurry up and save me. We mustn't let the queen go to her death. The saints can't be lost. It's a key factor in the rise of the great Jin dynasty. Man, it's your show. Zhang Songhai coughed and said, Your Majesty, I thought that it would be unfair to compare force when Squire Meng has no cultivation. Why don't we do it the other way around, and compare the highs and lows just as well with literature? Qin Beaconfire was overjoyed and nodded his head repeatedly, saying, Right, that's what I meant. Even in the face of countries surrounded by powerful enemies, suppressing the immortal burial forbidden land and eliminating the rebel king all by himself, Qin Beaconflame had never been so flustered. This time, Qin Beihongwo really panicked, sweating in fear, and his mood fluctuated greatly. Civilian and military officials are full of fog, do not understand why the big pillar country to go back on their words, changed so quickly, before and after the reaction like a different person. Meng Qinzhou surprised, cannot feel the Qin Beihong fire temperament. The book said, Qin Beihong fire of this person's temperament, all to the national affairs first. How does it look like an old codger when you look at it today? Dongfang Liuli's willow brows stretched, quietly relieved, nodded and said, Granted. The 7 young supreme beings frowned, but they were helpless. They couldn't pull their punches and ask a weak civil minister with no hands to compete in a contest of force. Wang Tran smiled sorrowfully and said, It's just as unfair to make us and the scribes meet in writing when we're not good at poetry in our lives, and only cultivate and kill people. Qin Fenghuang couldn't wait to pull back the performance points in the empress' heart and immediately raised his hand, saying, I'll fight for servant Meng. The ambassadors of the various countries and the civil and military officials of Great Jin looked on in disbelief. Some people cannot help but sigh. Squire Meng's life is really good. The situation of certain death, hard to stir into chaos. Qin Beihongwo, who vowed to put Meng Qin to death, suddenly turned against the water and tried to protect Meng Qin, seemingly taking the wrong medicine. Zhang Songhai also spoke for Meng Qin, and even the empress was siding with the defense. It's really hard to beg for death. Cultivating for a lifetime is not as good as cultivating a good skin. A minister of the 2nd grade sighed softly. Huang Hao became enraged and rebuked. Meng Qin, this seat is not sure how you learned about my past, but if you dare to publicize it, you must be prepared to bear the wrath of this seat. How long are you going to be a shrinking turtle? Have the guts to come on stage and fight. Meng Qinzhou leaned on his walking stick and lightly tapped the ground, and then the void trembled, and the heaven and earth pulsed to form a consistent rhythm with that loud, silent sound. Thirsty for a fight? I'll satisfy you. I have a disciple with a warlike and murderous nature. Late coverage realm cultivation. Sword cultivator. Age just in his early 20s. Any of you, who can last 10 strokes under his sword, I will stretch out my neck and let you cut me down. At the same time, Meng Qinzhou was silently operating the immortal great divine power. One breath transforms 3 purities. Split. Out. Meng Qinzhou sketched a warm smile at the corner of her mouth. How about it? Do you dare to fight? Huang Hao agreed decisively, saying, Why don't you dare? Call your disciples to die. The remaining few young supreme beings were all fearless, their confidence soaring. Daring to call yourself a sword cultivator in front of the hidden sword forbidden land. Good guts, Jian Wenian said coldly and arrogantly. I'll last him 10 moves? Let's see if he can resist a stick of labor. Sun Baishang shouted. Wang Tran chuckled. Your disciple? What kind of goods can a mere mortal teach? Ridiculous. The civil and military officials of the Great Jin looked at each other in disbelief, their hearts in shock, judging the truth of Squire Meng's words. A mortal with no cultivation can teach a covering realm sword cultivator? Bullshit. Really think that the sea covering realm is a cabbage? not afraid of cowhide blowing to the sky. Squire Meng, why don't you just let Qin Zhuguo fight for you? Why bother? Someone advised out of the goodness of his heart. Others shook their heads and sighed, disappointed in Meng Qin. 3 times to beat his face up. For the sake of a little face. He even abandoned the face of the country and his own life. This kind of person, what exactly does His Majesty see in him? Is it hard to be particularly good at something? Old thing, driving a broken car in front of His Majesty. Aren't you afraid of losing your head? Even Su Qingqiu, who was standing next to the emperor's imperial seat, couldn't help but mumble in a small voice. Your Majesty, hurry up and think of a way to save the empress. Where does he have any sea-covering realm disciples? Seriously speaking, Wu Dai and I are considered half-disciples. After all, we have endured the favors and the divine powers and techniques, but we're all at the Tang Yun realm cultivation level, so we can't send me up to put on an act. The more Su Qingqiu thought about it, the more likely it was. The empress's disciple. Wasn't it her, Su Qingqiu, who had borne the benefit of countless Sword Dao texts and the insights and perceptions of Sword Dao greats? Sending me up there. There's no other possibility other than sending me to my death. Su Qingqiu's eyebrows knitted slightly as she fell into a tangle. After a long time, Su Qingqiu was enlightened and tapped her head. Could it be that the Empress is thinking that she wants the 7 young supreme beings to suppress their realms and fight me in a fair battle? Turning them into stepping stones and becoming the tool people for me to make a name for myself in the world? Dongfang Liuli, who was sitting on the imperial seat, couldn't help but glance at her and silently transmitted his voice. Look over the capital first. Su Qingqiu scratched her head in confusion and fixed her eyes on the sky outside the Golden Palace, her expression instantly dumbfounded, only to see the sky of the imperial capital, cloudless 10,000 miles of sky, under the clear blue, hanging upside down hundreds of thousands of long swords, paving a thoroughfare through the sky, leading straight to the imperial palace in the capital. A black-clothed young man standing with a negative sword, covered with a smiling mask, his feet stepping on the path of the sword, walking step by step towards the Golden Palace. The black-clothed youth's tone was grandiose and his emotions indifferent as he said, Servant Meng's second disciple, Dao number Qian Yuan, late-stage overwhelming Sea Realm sword cultivator, has come to the meeting. After saying that, the black-clothed youth waved his hand and condensed a temporal sword intent, gently handing it out to be delivered in front of the Empress. A strand of hair-thin space-time sword intent, meek and gentle, landed lightly in the Empress's palm. A strand of immortal great extreme sword Dao laws. Congratulations to Her Majesty the Empress on her birthday, the black-clothed youth said. The Empress looked at the wisp of temporal sword intent in her palm, and suddenly remembered that day at Qinglian Mountain. She had been wounded by a temporal sword intent and lost some of her longevity for no reason. On that day, Meng Qingzhou was also present. Is this your intention? The Empress looked toward Meng Qingzhou on the stage, her phoenix eyes pondering. The people present were shocked. The imperial palace of guns fell into silence, as if the duck was pinched in the neck. The entire capital was in an uproar as countless gazes converged on the black-clothed swordsman. The great Jin revered martial arts, and no matter whether it was a prince, a general, or a peddler, they knew quite a bit about the cultivation world. The strong aura emanating from the black-clothed swordsman, the wisps of temporal and spatial sword intent distorting space and disrupting the flow of time, were all proof that this person was powerful. Squire Meng, who was rumored to have risen to the top by selling his poses, was actually able to teach a sea-covering realm sword cultivator. We're dog-eyed. How can we be mediocre when we're favored by the Empress? Temporal sword intent. Could this person be the sword saint who, on that day at Qinglian Mountain, left behind a sword intent and then vilified the female emperor? It must be him. The world-famous nameless sword saint is actually Squire Meng's second disciple. The imperial capital went crazy as hundreds of sword cultivators rose up in the air, taking the initiative to harness their natal swords and use them as stepping stones for the black-clothed youth. To be able to be crowned as a sword saint, in addition to strength, one also needed to perceive an extremely profound sword intent. Undoubtedly, the black-clothed sword saint's temporal sword intent was definitely one of the top sword intents in the world. The Golden Palace. The group of ministers were horrified beyond words. Compared to ordinary people, they, the cultivators, more deeply understood the terror of the arrivals. Although he was a sea-covering realm cultivator, the rolling pressure he emitted was no less than that of the great pillar state Qin beacon fire. Sword Saint. Broken Wu, whose ugly face stared a bit, feeling tricky. Wang Tran's smile froze on his face, his eyes rounded in disbelief, and his voice was dry. How is it possible for a mere mortal to teach a sword saint? The black-clothed sword saint was absolutely powerful and overwhelming, not weaker than any of the young supreme beings. Young supreme refers to the leading figures of the younger generation in general, claiming to be invincible in the same realm and possessing absolute dominance. It would be difficult to cultivate many such human experts, even if they exhausted a forbidden land. It could be imagined how high and heavy the gold content of a young supreme was, and it was impossible to just casually cultivate it. Worthy of being a saint, possessing eyesight and learning that is unique in the world. Although you cannot cultivate yourself, you can teach a formidable disciple. Sheen Beaconfire unconditionally believed the Empress and let out a marvelous sigh. Zhang Songhai's brows were locked in dark thought as he watched the black-clothed sword saint. Sword saint. The one who reacted the most violently was none other than the hidden sword Forbidden Land's Jian Wentian, who had his mouth so wide open that he could have stuffed down an egg, his expression dumbfounded. Time and space sword intent. This is a supreme sword Dao that even a forbidden lord cannot comprehend. This person, Jian Wentian's Dao mind was disorganized. His eyes were empty, and it was as if thunder was bombarding his head. The terror of the supreme sword Dao was incomparably clear to Jian Wentian. The forbidden master of the hidden sword Forbidden Land had lived for thousands of years, reaching half-step Chao Hui realm in cultivation. The hidden sword Forbidden Lord had closed his doors for hundreds of years in pursuit of the supreme sword Dao, hoping to break through to higher realms with the supreme sword Dao. However, after 300 years of seclusion, the hidden sword Forbidden Lord suddenly went off the deep end, receiving a heavy blow from the great Dao and damaging his foundation. From then on, the hidden sword Forbidden Lord had no hope of ever reaching the realm of Asahi again, and suffered from the pain of a heavy wound to the great Dao for the rest of his life. That was why the hidden sword Forbidden Lord had put aside his sword cultivator's pride and sent sword asking Tian to propose marriage, hoping that the female emperor would become the successor of the hidden sword Forbidden Land and guard the hidden sword Forbidden Land. I don't believe it. Jian Wentian closed his eyes and opened them abruptly, releasing a divine light that shone through the black-clothed sword saint. I created my own divine ability to observe the age of a person's bones. I don't believe you're 20 years old, Ryoko. Jian Wentian's face gradually became unsightly, blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth, and his expression grayed out as if he had been thwarted. There's no lie. It's really only 20 years old, Jian Wentian murmured in pain. How could there be such a demon? At this moment, Jian Wentian's prideful spirit was shattered and ground into pieces. At only 20 years old, the sword saint, while Jian Wentian was already 53 years old, so far he hadn't even touched a single hair of the supreme sword Dao, not to mention comprehending and integrating it. The rest of them were shocked when they saw Jian Wentian's reaction. The hallowed personal disciple of the hidden sword Forbidden Land Forbidden Lord's Land was struck into this hellish state just by taking a look at the black-clothed sword saint's elegance from afar. Su Qingqiu was full of admiration. Looking at the temple, leaning on the crutches rippling Meng Qingzhou, quietly said, "Your Majesty, the Emperor is so powerful." One sentence really called in a sword saint. And it's also the nameless sword saint who had made a stunning appearance on Qingliang Mountain. The one who had hurt your existence with a wisp of sword intent. The Emperor is truly unfathomable. Oriental glaze. The Empress wordlessly glanced at Su Qingqiu, somewhat speechless. Just be glad that Lone is a saintly emperor. If you were the previous kings, I could have punished you with 60 large boards just based on your words. Ass knocked out of the way for you. Su Qingqiu shrunk her neck, spat out her pink tongue, and made a face. Slightly. Dongfang Liuli held her forehead and said helplessly, "Just which ungrateful bastard gave you the name of Cold Sword Immortal and spread it all over the world?" Speaking here, the Empress's words stuttered as she looked deeply at Meng Qingzhou and murmured, "My husband, however, is becoming more and more uncomplicated." In the meantime, the black-clothed sword saint stepped through the heavenly path made up of 100,000 spirit swords, and was finally sent out by the countless sword cultivators of the imperial capital to form a throne of swords, smoothly entering the golden palace. My name is Qian Yuan, a hidden cultivation swordsman. I met my master by chance when I left home at a young age, so I was enlightened by my master, and I have supported him all the way to this day. To me, Master Meng still has the grace of rebirth, which I can't repay with everything I have. Chen Yuan walked through the middle of the civil and military officials, carrying a long sword and walking at a steady pace. His flat voice was not loud, but it resounded through the imperial capital. It rumbled and exploded in everyone's ears. Now that someone is bullying Master Meng, forgive me for not being able to tolerate it. Saying that, Qian Yuan's tone became stern and indifferent like a cold winter month, and like the September-autumn wind sweeping away the leaves. Spatio-temporal sword intent filled the air and wrapped around Qian Yuan. The black-clothed sword saint took his body as the center, and within a radius of tens of meters, all the colors turned gray and white, and the flow of time became slow and was even flowing backwards. Qian Yuan came to Meng Qingzhou and bowed respectfully. "Apprentice brother is late. Please punish master." Meng Qingzhou laughingly said, Not too late. It's just that someone's hands are itching for a fight, and you're a good fighter by nature, so I specifically called you over." Qian Yuan nodded his head. His expression could not be seen with his smiling mask, but everyone could feel his strong killing intent. Greetings to the great Jin Empress. Chen Yuan nodded slightly to the Empress above the imperial seat without much indication. The Empress didn't count on it and waved her hand, signaling to just feel free. Thank you, Your Majesty. Only the black-robed sword saint slowly turned around and faced the 7 young supreme beings. Gentlemen, are you all going together, or are you coming one by one? Chen Yuan said as he gripped the sword on his back. What's the difference? Qin Beacon's eyes were shining straight, and it was a good time to pick up the slack and be the comic relief. This is a sword saint. I didn't realize the queen had this card. Must dig over and come to serve as an official in the great Jin dynasty. Chen Yuan laughed, coldly and incomparably, and said, the difference is that the 7 of you will go together and then be picked over by me with a single sword, losing both face and making it difficult to save your lives. Because there were so many people, it was hard for me to gather my strength. Going up one by one and then getting picked over by me one by one would be easier on the face, but the process would be agonizing. P.S. Please finish reading. Don't jump chapter I begged. Looked at the data, how someone is jumping chapter to see. Each chapter has content and explosive point. Do not jump, do not jump. In addition, please ask the Grandmaster's point to urge more. Send some free small gift. Rampant. Huang Hao laughed angrily. The black history had been raked out by this guy's master, causing its reputation to fall to the ground, and it still dared to make a big deal out of it. Chen Yuan said indifferently, you want to fight me? Huang Hao viewed himself as no weaker than anyone else, and immediately drank. Battle! A eunuch led the 2 of them, towards the outside of the Golden Palace. The wide imperial road stands a building up to tens of meters high, the body of dark gold, 4-square pointing platform. Chen Yuan's eyes flickered as he was amazed in his heart. Ancient pointing platform. At the beginning of the founding of the Great Jin dynasty, the first emperor had spent a great deal of resources to build and seal a half-step Chaohui realm demon emperor's soul, which had reached an astonishing pseudo-immortal grade in quality. Unless an Asahi realm powerhouse made a move, it would be hard to leave a mark. Hard enough. Moreover, the ancient pointing platform formed its own heaven and earth, and once you entered it, you would find yourself in another heaven and earth, where you could indulge in your means. The 2 of them, Chen Yuan and Huang Hao, entered the pointing platform one after another. In an instant, the scenery around him changed, and Chen Yuan looked around and saw vast and boundless mountains and rivers. A silver river flowed in the sky, with countless stars sinking and floating in the Great Jin has a deep heritage. It's not worth my personal walk. Huang Hao said, growing more and more excited. The remaining 6 young supreme beings, the envoys of the various countries, and the 100 officials of the Great Jin were all watching the battle from a long distance away. The Empress sat lazily with her posture slightly raised, a temporal sword intent draped around her fingertips as she stared unblinkingly at the pointing platform. Your Majesty, the Chen Yuan sword saint is so generous, directly sending out an immortal grade sword intent. Su Qingqiu looked blearily at the time and space sword intent, her big eyes written with longing. This spatio-temporal sword intent possessed a fatal allure to any sword cultivator. Even the chief personal disciple of the hidden sword Forbidden Land, Jian Qiantian, glanced back at the spatio-temporal sword intent from time to time, his throat knots rolling as he gulped. The Empress laughed softly. Immortal grade sword intent is a supreme treasure of immeasurable value to sword cultivators, but anyone who can learn a thing or two from it can benefit for a lifetime. But it's useless to me. With that, the Empress flicked her fingertips and sent a strand of temporal sword intent in front of Su Qingqiu. Take it. Su Qingqiu was shocked, and although she was eager, she still firmly shook her head. No. This is a gift from the Sword Saint to His Majesty. The Empress smiled bashfully. You're wrong. This was given to you by the Emperor. I don't cultivate swords. It's useless to me. At those words, Su Qingqiu's pretty face was bewildered and filled with disbelief and confusion. The Empress said, Meng Qingzhou wants to press the 7 young supreme beings into the limelight. From the way they appear, the congratulatory birthday rites, their aura, and their strength, he wants to crush them on all fronts. But Meng Qingzhou seemed unwilling to give me a gift in person, and pretended to give me a precious, unusual, and useless gift by the hand of his sword saint disciple. Su Qingqiu came to a sudden realization, and then became confused, saying, why is the Emperor unwilling to give His Majesty a gift? The Empress shook her head and closed her eyes, thinking for a long time, then suddenly opened them, her red lips sketching a smile that she couldn't help but smile. Narcissist, afraid that the Emperor of the Great Jin will be impressed by his charms. So he made this move. Hearing these words, Su Qingqiu was first stunned, then her eyes widened and she exclaimed in shock. The Emperor doesn't know that he's an emperor and doesn't know that Your Majesty is his own daughter-in-law. So he'd rather cause displeasure to Your Majesty than to let the rumors circulating about the name of the female emperor's facehead sit in truth. Su Qingqiu's cold and pretty face brushed red and murmured dizzily, Emperor is so good at teasing people now. Empress Dongfang Liuli's delicate body trembled. Her cheeks were covered in red, and her hard voice lightly rebuked. What nonsense! How precious is the temporal sword intent? Why don't you hurry up and comprehend it? The ancient ordering board, the small inner world, Qian Yuan Sword Saint, that is to say, Meng Qingzhou's 1 qi, 3 qing split, possessing 70% of the strength of the main body. I hope the Empress won't mistake it as a gift from my main body. The recent period of time has been too much wind. In the final analysis, it all depends on the Empress too much reliance. Next I'm going to go to work to touch the fish, be late and leave early, linger in the greenhouse hookahs, and don't even send a gift on my birthday. Let's see if you're angry or not. Better get pissed off one day and just send me into exile. The Qian Yuan Sword Saint's stance was upright, like an ancient divine sword. His aura was in full swing, his sword intent clanging and rushing to the sky. But in his mind, he was wandering around, thinking of a plan to touch the fish. The plan to escape the Empress is being prepared in earnest. Qin Beacon Flame Split acted as the referee and bellowed. Great Jin Emperor's birthday banquet, the first of the ceremonies to be observed. The martial arts fight. It's officially begun. The ancient pointing stage will suppress the participants' realms to the same level. Absolutely fair. This martial arts competition had invited countless strong and talented people from numerous forces, who would duel one-on-one by drawing lots. The one who wins all and is undefeated may ask the Empress for anything within her power. The 7 young supreme beings were looking at this, and did not hesitate to travel thousands of miles to the imperial capital of the Great Jin. As long as they can win over everyone, they will propose peace and name the Empress. And with the backing of the top major powers, they are not afraid that the Empress will not agree. Of course, the 7 young supreme beings and the Qian Yuan Sword Saint were not ranked inside the draw duel. After all, they possessed absolute dominance amongst their realm. The rewards for the undefeated who won all the matches could not even be the turn of the others, and could only be born among the 8 of them, and the rest of the contestants were either hobnobbing, wanting to use this as a way to become famous, or wanting to grab the top 10 rewards. Patriarch, do you think the Qian Yuan Sword Saint can win? A Holy Land elder who had come to watch the ceremony asked the Holy Land Patriarch. The Holy Land Patriarch shook his head. The Sword Saint is certainly powerful, but these 7 young supreme beings are by no means easy to deal with. Let's just say that Huang Hao, the 3rd leader of the 5 Spirit Clan, has an ancient divine beast bloodline and cultivates the 4 directions divine beast skill, which is capable of summoning a trace of the 4 divine beasts of the green dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and Xuanwu that are left behind in the heavens and earth to aid in battle. Not to mention, there's also Broken Wuxiu who killed 3 Moonlight Glory realms by crossing the ranks, Wang Tran who has the luck of 10 nations added to his body, Jian Wenian who once forged the sword of 10,000 spirits in the sea of the extreme south, and Sun Baisheng who cultivates the battle spirit skill. It's hard for the Qian Yuan Sword Saint to win all the way and not lose. Many people murmured, their eyes glowing with anticipation, witnessing a fight between young supreme beings. What kind of dragon fights were going on? Even though the Qian Yuan Sword Saint was terrifyingly abnormal, many people still didn't think highly of him. There was no other reason, simply because the achievements of the 7 young supreme beings in the past were too dazzling, crushing the spine of their contemporaries, as if a lofty godly mountain was suppressing on the backs of the younger generation. Soon the battle was fought. Huang Hao roared out as golden liquid flowed all over his body and a pair of golden horns glittered on his forehead. Divine beasts of the 4 directions, add them to my body, descend to heaven and earth, and intimidate the Yufeng. As the words fell, a channel of clear air appeared out of thin air, as if incense had been lit, and curls of smoke coalesced into the green dragon, vermilion bird, Xuanwu, and white tiger. The 4 divine beasts raised their voices to the sky, and countless spectators were shocked. Even some lunar illumination realm powerhouses frowned, sensing the threat. I didn't expect that Huang Hao had already cultivated the 4 directions divine beast skill to great completion. The Qian Yuan Sword Saint lost. If the Sword Saint was given another 20 years, he would definitely be able to win with ease. But he's too young. His seniority is still shallow. It's a pity. Someone shook his head inside. Everyone had a number in mind. And Qin Beacon Fire, who had always been very confident in Emperor Meng Qingzhou, couldn't help but be shaken at this moment. Worrying for the Qian Yuan Sword Saint, Qin Fenghuan's body was taut, ready to break into the point of view to save the others. The invincible one is the sage prophecy, not the Qian Yuan Sword Saint. My confidence comes from the Emperor, not a sword. It's the old me who is too blind. Qin Beacon Fire sighed lightly, but just then, a sudden change occurred. Only a clang of a sword could be heard. The Qian Yuan Sword Saint drew his sword, then a shocking sword light was seen splitting the sky and the earth. It wasn't an illusion or a vision. It was real, cutting open heaven and earth. The sword light illuminated the night sky of the capital, and the stars and moon were eclipsed. All of a sudden, The night of the prosperous imperial capital was as bright as day, and millions of people looked up and paid attention to the direction of the imperial palace. Gradually someone realized that something was wrong and let out a cry of alarm. Heaven and earth have split, only to see the entire night sky wrapped in the moon and stars, seemingly fleeing, gradually shrinking until it becomes distant. The sky is gone, separating a gully in the middle of the sky and the earth, as if cut off for ages, is appalling. The small world inside the point guard. The sword light broke through the small world barrier, cutting a wide and long opening hard, and the sword light that illuminated the night sky poured out from this opening. The space and time sword intense spatial togetherness has such attainments. The depth of the Qian Yuan sword saint's cultivation is far beyond our imagination, Zhang Songhai said with his hands behind his back. Someone was shocked and asked, is the Qian Yuan sword saint really able to split heaven and earth with a single sword? Is this something a covering realm cultivator can do? Zhang Songhai's cultivation was average, only at the early stage of the mountain moving realm, but his eyesight was different from normal people, and he blandly said, nonetheless, this sword of the Qian Yuan sword saint does not cut through the heavens and earth in a material sense, but rather, it cuts through the spatial laws of this region. A visitor from the Forbidden Land looked grave, staring closely at the Qian Yuan sword saint and muttering, where on earth did this person come from? A sword saint at only 20 years old. In time, he may not be unable to ask for a glimpse of the Chaohui realm and take a look at the scenery over there. Even the Empress Dongfang Liuli, who was in the Golden Palace, was positively glowing as she stood up, her eyes gazing through the dome at the scene that was splitting the heavens and the earth. Originally, I thought that the Qian Yuan sword saint's sword intent was dominated by the laws of time, but now it seems that with his sword, both space and time have reached their peaks. Dongfang Liuli couldn't help but look at the handsome youth in the hall with a blind cane. Meng Qingzhou, this kind of demonic talent is enough to rival me. How exactly did you teach and cultivate it? Is it? Dongfang Liuli's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. Her heart was very unsettled. Are you really a saint? Once upon a time, no matter how Meng Qingzhou spoke out of turn and performed incredible feats, Dongfang Liuli didn't quite believe in sainthood. According to the royal secret scrolls, there is only one saint, who is the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, walking the earth, preaching and spreading the Dharma, enlightening the people. A saint is also not rumored to be devoid of cultivation, but does not need cultivation, because he is a saint. Every move contains the laws of the heavenly Tao. Ask who can resist a blow from the heavenly Tao? The death of a saint represented the silence of the heavenly Tao, and in the future, it would be impossible for a saint to appear again. Huang Hao stared incredulously, watching the condensed four-elephant divine beast fall apart. The four-elephant divine beasts once reigned supreme. Being able to summon a strand of their essence is enough to support you to walk out on a path of invincibility. But you've got one thing wrong. You're just an ant. How can a mole cricket summon a god? The Qian Yuan sword was sharp, and his mouth was poisonous, destroying the four-elephant divine beasts with a single sword, and still attacking verbally, shaking Huang Hao's Tao heart. I am a golden ant, and in ancient times, I have wrestled giant dragons, Qilin, and other existences, not weaker than the four elephants, and it is their honor to be summoned by me. Huang Hao was shocked and angry, but his Tao heart remained solid. Say it. Rip. Huang Hao decisively tore through his person. His body size swelled, his face became hideous and horrible, his height was dozens of zhang, and his body was golden all over, looking extraordinarily godly. Raising his hands and throwing his feet caused the space to tremble, and his battle power soared in a straight line, causing countless spectators to cry out wildly. Golden skyhorn ants. Fight again. Huang Hao roared, instantly disappearing from his original spot and arriving in front of Qian Yuan with a punch without any warning. Qin Fenghuang's heart clenched and he held his breath, ready to strike to interrupt the duel. It doesn't matter if something happens to Qian Yuan, but don't involve the emperor. Previously, Meng Qingzhou had proposed a bet that if Qian Yuan lost, he would go to his death. The Golden Heavenly Horn Ant Clan is extremely tough, claiming to be invincible in the same realm, and their physical bodies at the sea-covering realm can fight and kill human cultivators at the lunar flare realm. Qin Beacon Fire muttered to himself. Lin Killing, who was standing on the side holding his sword, had his earwing slightly moved and his eyes showed astonishment. The Great Pillar State has such a high opinion of Huang Hao, then wouldn't Qian Yuan be in danger? Lin Kuei worried. Qin Fenghuang nodded and was about to say something when he suddenly heard a mournful and miserable scream. The crowd's eyes converged over to see the oozing scene. Only Qian Yuan drew his sword and slowly swung it down through the air without any wind or waves, causing no ripples. However, in the next moment, one of Huang Hao's arms swelled violently, veins bulged, and golden scales fell off. With a bang, Huang Hao's arm burst open, spattering blood and chunks of meat suspended in the air, as if they were given life, wandering in the air. Meridians, blood, bones, chunks of flesh, and other parts of tissue that seem to have a great hatred for each other and are separated from each other by a great distance. Huang Hao covered the location of his broken arm and said in a grueling manner, what means is it? It's like a repulsive reaction in my arm. My golden skyhorn ant clan, born with a fleshly body that has become a saint. How could? The Chen Yuan sword saint's clothes fluttered as he collected his sword in a dashing manner and blandly said, spatial sword intent. Space exists anywhere within the universe, and the same is true within living beings. Only the size of the space is different. My sword intent merges into the spatial interlayer, sneaking into your body, mobilizing the laws of space, and enlarging the tiny spaces within your body, such as the compartments of the cell walls, the pipes of the capillaries, and so on. Halfway through speaking, Chen Yuan sword saint suddenly held his forehead inside. I'm so stupid. What am I doing talking about this with an illiterate like you who hasn't had 9 years of compulsory education? In short, Meng Qingzhou's spatial sword intent took the gaps between particles in the body and continuously enlarged them. For example, the gaps between cells and cells, making tiny spaces expand, such as blood vessel pipes, expanding to the thickness of an arm, naturally could not be accommodated by the body. The wonders of the temporal sword intent are far more than that. The Chen Yuan sword saint laughed lightly. Next, I will experiment on you one by one. Huang Hao's pupils contracted violently, fear from the unknown taking over his mind. He couldn't understand what the Chen Yuan sword saint was saying. The unknown, the greatest terror. I won't fight. Huang Hao wanted to admit defeat and opened his mouth to speak. Just after the words came out of his mouth, Huang Hao realized that he couldn't speak anymore, and once he touched his mouth, the mouth is gone, turning into light and floating in the air. All living things are made up of matter, and my spatial sword intent can grant freedom to matter. The Chen Yuan sword saint indifferently said, want to admit defeat? Sorry, it's so late. A tear flowed from the corner of Huang Hao's eye, and it was only at this point that he finally came to his senses. The black-clothed masked youth in front of him was by no means something he could deal with. This was a complete and utter demon. You can still think. It's not right, the Chen Yuan sword saint murmured softly, so he reached out and pointed. The spatial sword intent penetrated into Huang Hao's head without a sound, separating a section of his brain. Huang Hao's body stiffened, his eyes straightened, he hemmed and hawed and giggled, and he also had a crooked mouth and slanted eyes, as if he was crazy. Obviously, Huang Hao, who was known as the supreme person of the young generation, was demented. Please, give me a pain. Huang Hao retained his last shred of clarity, remorseful and agonized, pleading. As a young supreme, he had pride that belonged to him. I would rather die than be humiliated. Who asked me to be handsome and kind-hearted? Satisfy you. Chen Yuan sword saint sighed. A sword was handed out, the blade passing through the skull, yellow and white things dripping down. The rare golden heavenly horned ant in the world, a supreme being who was claimed to be invincible in the same realm, fell just like that, and even left a smile of relief before his death. In the meantime, the golden palace, above the imperial throne, Empress Dongfang Liuli leaned forward and stared dead at the Chen Yuan sword saint as she said to Su Qingqiu, do you feel that this Chen Yuan sword saint is familiar? A cynical tone, inexplicable words, and an indefinable air of serenity. Su Qingqiu blinked her big budding eyes, and her afterglow quietly surveyed Her Majesty the Empress. Your Majesty, didn't you say you would never marry for life? All your life you fought only for the goal of unifying the world. Are you alone with your sword and need no man's company? And now to know so much about a man. You're finished. You're falling in love. Asking you. Dongfang Liuli's crimson eyes looked at Su Qingqiu. Seeing that the other party didn't speak for half a day, and also peeked at her with thieving eyes, she couldn't help but ask strangely. Su Qingqiu hurriedly put on a straight face and said, ahem. The slave girl also feels that this Chen Yuan sword saint is very much like the emperor. Perhaps it is because the emperor was taught from a young age, so certain habits of the two are similar. Dongfang Liuli fell into deep thought and muttered, yeah, why do I get the feeling that they are simply the same person? Su Qingqiu was puzzled. Your Majesty, why would you think that? The emperor has no cultivation. This is something you have repeatedly confirmed. Otherwise in the first place, it wouldn't have been established as an emperor. Oriental Liuli was dumbfounded and failed to answer. Don't ask. Asking is a woman's intuition. Author's note, ask for hypes, gifts, and completion rates. Don't skip chapters. Don't skip chapters. I'm sorry, but I don't know what to say. The Chen Yuan sword saint was dressed in black, carrying a 3-foot sword with golden blood dripping from the blade, his eyes indifferent as he walked out of the pointing platform, looking around and pointing his sword at the remaining 6 young supreme beings. Next, who? In a split second, thousands of spectators lost their voices and changed their colors in horror. Huang Hao's fall was too sudden. 1 second the golden heavenly horn ants show great power, The crowd for the Qianyuan Sword Saint worried. The next second golden heavenly horn ants have been dead soul. Even the 6 young supreme beings hadn't reacted, and at this moment, they were shocked and speechless, a sign of great accomplishment in the cultivation of temporal sword intent, touching the threshold of immortal grade sword intent. No, this is immortal grade sword intent. Jian Wentian's lips lost their blood color and staggered back a few steps. Jian Qitian's pride was gone. His Dao heart was impacted, and the sword Dao that he had always believed in was shaken at this moment. Cowardice before battle is a taboo for sword cultivators. Sword Asker's heart of sword Dao. Broken. Wang Tran's face was as blue and bloomy as water. A sword saint who is 20 years young, and his sword intent has even reached the peak. Did this demon start cultivating from his mother's womb? A 20-year-old overwhelming Sea Realm sword saint couldn't even be said to be young. It should be said to be young. When a cultivator breaks through the first grade realm, his lifespan is extended by 100 years, and when he breaks through the Tong Yun realm and officially steps into the cultivation world, his lifespan is 500 years. The mountain-moving realm could become the backbone of the sovereign with a lifespan of 800 years, and the sea-covering realm was known as the Mighty One with a lifespan of 1500 years. It could be said that a mortal's 30 years of age was equivalent to a sea-covering realm cultivator's 500 years of age. Translated, the sea-covering realm's Qianyuan sword saint was equivalent to a swaddled baby. Wang Tran had thought that such a young overwhelming sea realm sword saint would still have a shallow understanding of sword intent, and his cultivation roots must also be vague and indistinct. But the truth responded to him. Not only was the Qianyuan sword saint's foundation as solid as iron, his perception of sword intent surpassed the vast majority of sword cultivators in the world. I don't believe that a demon like you would be taught by a mere mortal. Wang Tran gritted his teeth. The courtiers of the great Jin dynasty looked at each other in dismay and murmured quietly. Yes, Squire Meng Qin has no cultivation, no contact with cultivation, so how can we talk about teaching? Could it be that Squire Meng has begged for outside help, pretending to be a disciple to fill the doorway? If he can eat soft food and sell his color to seduce his majesty, what else can he not do? I think it's a big possibility. Such a heavenly genius, easily killing a young supreme being in seconds. There was no doubt that the Qianyuan sword saint was a cultivation demon that could be called a female emperor. The master of such a character was actually a mortal? Who would believe it? However, Qin Fenghuang jumped out at just the right time and laughed aloud. Little Wang Tran, you're underestimating Squire Meng. Although he has no cultivation, he knows all about the cultivation world, all kinds of magical powers and classics, and the hidden secrets of the world. Since knowing that Meng Qin was Meng Qingzhou, Qin Beihongguo immediately changed his attitude and understood why His Majesty abandoned his chaff wife and turned to favor a blind man of unknown origin. Since it was Emperor Meng, it all made sense. Saints, no matter how good they are, they take it for granted. A saint should have sparks and lightning all the way, otherwise how can he be called a saint? What real skill can a soft bone who relies on his color to get to the top have? Wang Tran snorted. Right now, no one was willing to meet the Qianyuan sword saint's 3-foot sword head-on, and Wang Tran only wanted to find an excuse to drive away this variable. It doesn't matter what the truth is. Qin Beaconfire gave a mysterious and unpredictable smile and slowly spoke. Seeing the situation, Zhang Sunghai inexplicably tightened his heart. Had a bad feeling, had the intention to stop, but it was too late. I only saw Qin Beaconfire's arrogant demeanor, looking as if it was my honor to saddle the sage empress, and said, "You guys don't know. Squire Meng knows the ancient and modern future and can overlook the long river of time." Some time ago, when banditry broke out in the Great Jin, the court quickly suppressed it, and it was Squire Meng who mentioned it. And when Zhao Yuhuan of the northwestern Shuland rebelled, it was also Squire Meng who was so ingenious that he saw through all of the old thief's plans in advance, including a few days ago, when Zhao Yuhuan sent someone into the capital to plot against him. And it was then that Squire Meng rushed there with the Qianyuan sword saint, and obliterated the assassin just in time. Squire Meng also helped the chief minister of the Great Jin to avoid the danger of killing himself, rooted out a hidden disease for the empress, and in a few words once allowed a first-grade realm cultivator to break through to the Tangyun realm. Qin Beaconfire said proudly, "What do you say? Does Squire Meng have the qualifications to be the Qianyuan sword saint's master?" At these words, heaven and earth were silent. The entire palace became eerily quiet. All forces were shocked beyond words, and the murmurs of the civil and military officials of the Great Jin instantly disappeared. All along, except for the ministers who had guest starred in the role played by the village of this dynasty, and the rebel kings Zhao Yuhuan and Zhao Gong, almost everyone was unaware of how the imperial court of the Great Jin had actually turned danger into danger on many occasions. Time and time again, the first person to recognize Zhao Yuhuan's scheme, as if there is heaven's help. Great General Qin is arrogant by nature. If it weren't for Squire Meng's true talent, it's unlikely that he'd be willing to be a green leaf to accompany him. So, the strange man who has been pointing out the way forward for Great Gene and hiding behind the scenes to give advice is Squire Meng Qin. We even misunderstood Squire Meng before. I really deserve to die. No wonder His Majesty, despite the opposition of the group of ministers, resolutely promoted Squire Meng. All sorts of favoritism and shelter. With this kind of merit, not to mention the district of the third grade of Shangshu Squire, even the second grade is more than enough. We are denigrating the one who loves us the most, wrongly feeding our true hearts to the dogs. Squire Meng, we have misunderstood you. Why Squire Meng never explains. How can he endure, worrying for the country and the people, and as a result, he is still spurned by the nation, walking alone in the darkness, lighting a bright light for the Great Gene. Squire Meng's great righteousness, the light shines through the ages. We are simply beasts. In vain. I will build a temple for Squire Meng. Repent day after day. The civil and military officials of the Great Gene dynasty were in an uproar, and then they were moved to tears, and some of the aged and old ministers were even teary-eyed and quietly red-eyed. For a time, Squire Meng Qin's popularity reversed bipolar. Others were unwilling to believe it and looked at Zhang Songhai, inquiring, Lord Chief Minister, what Great General Qin said, is it true? Only with Zhang Songhai's approval and the guarantee of the two great pillars could these words be recognized. Zhang Songhai's head was too big, angrily glaring at Qin Beihua. A pair of cloudy old eyes hate to spit out the samadhi fire, burning this old bastard with a mouth without a door. Zhang Songhai was tempted to deny it, unwilling to have Meng Qin topped and targeted by someone with a heart of gold. But Qin Beaconfire was right. These credits belonged to Meng Qingzhou, and likewise to Meng Qin. Today he, Zhang Songhai, denied it, and down the road, if he then reversed himself and admitted these feats, no one would believe it. Framing the emperor for nothing Wind Review. Thinking about it, Zhang Songhai sighed deeply and nodded helplessly, saying, Qin Beaconfire didn't lie. Everything is true. Wow. Zhang Songhai also admitted it. Solid hammer. The lone traveler who has been lighting the bright lights and walking the dark alleys alone for the Great Jin is Squire Meng Qin. Qin Beacon crossed his arms, smug, and hooked his eyebrows provocatively at Wang Tran. As for Meng Qingzhou's safety, will she be assassinated? Qin Fenghua idea is very simple. As soon as possible to beat down the forces of all parties, sweep away the countries, so that the Great Jin dynasty as soon as possible to unify the world. There will be no opponents. If someone really doesn't know how to die and wants to assassinate Meng Qingzhou, it's the same as touching Qin Beihongguo's reverse scales, so he'll just shoot him directly. Anyway, Qin Fenghua just wanted to give Meng Qingzhou a proper name, so that the people of Dijin would know that the little white boy that you have been spitting on has actually made what kind of contribution to Dijin. However, Meng Qingzhou, who hadn't said anything, was dumbfounded. Ha, so I'm so great? I'm so great. Why am I the last to know? Meng Qingzhou's head was full of fog and she felt that all the malice in the world was pouring in. Old man Qin, I don't know you. I don't know you. I don't have any grudges. Why are you always targeting me? Earlier, he had intentionally pulled hate on himself, causing Meng Qin, his false identity, to be targeted by everyone. It was so hard to create a Qianyuan sword saint and attract all the attention, but it turned out that old pitiful Qin wailed and pushed him into the limelight again. Old piker, I'm going to fight you. The Qianyuan sword saint suddenly turned around, drawing his sword and pointing it at Qin Beihua. The anger between his words could ignite the sea. Mud, since you old thing won't let me live, I'll hack you to death first. Qin Fenghuang, the old man helped your master clear his name. How come being a disciple is still not happy? Meng Qingzhou held her fire. Pit bull, are you helping me? It's clearly hurting me. Do you understand the reasoning of wood show in the forest wind will destroy it? No, do not know why the supporting characters die fast? Because you are too good. Dragon Aotion protagonist to step on your head to make a name for yourself. Ahem. I don't remember doing so many feats. You guys remembered wrong. Meng Qingzhou said with a clear cough. I walk my dog in water flowers all day long, and drink a little tea for nothing. So where's the time to pacify the bandits and outwit Zhao Yuhuan? And I'm a mundane man of cloth. I don't know how to cultivate, and it's even more nonsensical to point a product to break through the Tang Yun. Meng Qingzhou was busy waving her hands and denying it. He said it with a straight face, without any half-heartedness. And what is not justified, of course, cannot be recognized. Qin Beaconfire smiled inscrutably and said, Squire Meng, don't be modest. The first minister and I jointly vouch for it. Can it be false? Emperor, sooner or later, you'll thank me. At that time, you will realize how great you are and how many afflictions you have survived for the Great Jin dynasty. Holy shit! Meng Qingzhou burst out, angry and wanting to hit someone. The Qianyuan sword saint spoke in a solemn tone and chanted, I respect you as a senior, only to talk to you so politely. but you dare to impose some unfounded things on my master's head again, and ask my sword to answer or not. If it were not for the fact that he was an official in the same dynasty, Meng Qingzhou would have killed him with a sword. The old bastard definitely did it on purpose, trying to screw him. The Qianyuan sword saint turned his words to face Zhang Songhai and said, "And you, as the head counselor of the dynasty and a wise man of the country, how can you also follow Qin Bei Honghuo's nonsense?" Zhang Songhai's eyes narrowed, staring suspiciously at the Qianyuan sword saint, sizing him up, and spoke after a long time. "Then why are you so sure that your master has not done these things? Your most recent appearance was on Qingliang Mountain 2 days ago, and you should have been away from Squire Meng before that, or you would have been discovered." At these words, Meng Qingzhou was startled and quickly interrupted. Hey, that's what? This disciple of mine is good at everything, but he's just a stick in the mud, and he never doubts what the master says, so no offense." After saying that, Meng Qingzhou reprimanded, "Qianyuan, why don't you hurry up and shut up?" The Qianyuan sword saint was helpless, indignantly snorted coldly, put his sword back into its sheath, and stopped speaking. A farce ended hastily, and the ending turned out to be Qin Beacon and Zhang Songhai, the two pillars of the dynasty, unveiling Squire Meng's great unknown past, and Squire Meng, unwilling to accept a false name, shrugged it off again and again, perfectly fitting the image of a sage. For a time, the eyes of the court changed, and when they looked at Meng Qingzhou, a hint of respect and admiration lurked in the depths of their gazes. "Squire Meng is virtuous and has great talent. I used to go up to the table to attack you, now I think about it, I'm ashamed." A minister of the second grade, bowing with his hands together, respectfully said, "Please accept a bow from the old minister to make amends for his previous actions and to honor Squire Meng's virtue." Meng Qingzhou gave a sharp jolt of fear and was about to help the other party up when the sound of mountains and sea suddenly came to her ears. "To Squire Meng! To Squire Meng! To Squire Meng!" Full of civil and military personnel, gun and public officials, bowed 90 degrees. Long worship. The scene was exceptionally grand and magnificent, silencing the various forces on the sidelines. Even Meng Qingzhou quietly used her eavesdropping power to hear a certain head of a holy land, saying to the elder next to him, "Record it and raise Meng Qin's threat level to the same level as Qin Beacon Fire and Zhang Songhai. Focus on it." More than that, a certain list writer, transmitting to his subordinates, said, "The sage list has been updated. Meng Qin is ranked 11th, just behind Zhang Songhai, the chief minister of the Great Jin." A certain assassination building owner stared, revised the bounty amount. Meng Qin's amount has been changed to 100 million inferior spirit stones, 5 celestial extreme spiritual treasures, and 1 celestial divine power. Meng Qingzhou helplessly stroked her forehead and let out a long sigh. Dark currents are surging. I wanted to throw out an insignificant Shen Yuan sword saint to attract the attention of all the forces and extract and preserve Meng Qin's identity. How's that for botched? The Qianyuan sword saint has nothing to lose. The big deal is that he disappears forever. A Qi transforms 3 Chang wonderful use is infinite. Can arbitrarily pinch the face, change the temperament appearance, turn back to change a face, change the name of Qiu Mingshan sword saint. Once again the world who do not know the gentleman. Meng Qin's identity was different, which was given by the villainous Emperor Qin Liuli, and there were quite a few people who knew about it. It was conceivable that after today, the entire Great Jin dynasty would recognize Meng Qin, and his fame would reach its peak. In the metaphysical world, living is king. We must find a way to make Meng Qin die. Meng Qingzhou rubbed her chin and fell into deep thought. The 6 young supreme beings had ugly faces. The current situation, equal to the hammer Meng Qin and Qianyuan sword saint master and disciple name, and then questioned. It seems like a sophistry. They don't bother with such machinations. What should I do? You can't fight, but you'll lose face if you admit defeat. The farce is over. I'm in a hurry, so why don't you all go together? The Qianyuan sword saint's fingertips lightly wiped the blade of his sword, and his voice was as cold as it could be under the mask of his smiling face. The Qianyuan sword saint indifferently said, "Hurry up and make a decision. I'm in a bad mood. You guys are called Young Supreme, so you must be very resistant to fighting, so please help me out. I'll give you guys a hard time when my breath clears." Halfway through his speech, the Qianyuan sword saint paused slightly, turned his head sideways to face the direction of the Golden Palace, and said aloud, "Your Majesty the Empress, if I kill all of these people, the trouble I cause will be covered by me, the Qianyuan sword saint, and I won't invite trouble to Great Jin. Rest assured, kill must be killed. Since the decision to do it, make sure to cut off the roots and eliminate all supporting characters with hate value, so as not to be in the gutter at some point in the future as a result." The Empress smiled playfully and took a deep look at the Qianyuan sword saint before her gaze turned to Meng Qingzhou and she laughed lightly. "There is no need. I'll take the fall, and I'll snuff out any trouble with my own hands. Dominance, simplicity, absolute confidence. If the forces behind the 7 young supreme beings dare to retaliate, I will slaughter them all. Those who are emperors are atmospheric and majestic. Dongfang Liuli's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. There was another sentence she didn't say. If her guess was true, Qian Yuan Sword Saint and Meng Qingzhou were one and the same. That's a family matter. Does it matter who's going to cover it? Thank you, Your Majesty. The Qian Yuan Sword Saint was magnificent, pointing his sword at the 6 supreme beings and chortling. Weak in the legs? Where's the arrogant swagger from before? The Qian Yuan Sword Saint slashed his sword into the sky, and the 10,000 miles of night sky tore through an irregular spatial crack, from which a pouring rain of blood sprinkled down, clattering and coloring the great Jin rivers and mountains red. Then, a huge, hideous turtle head crashed down, collapsing a mountain range. Wang Tran's eyes instantly reddened as he hissed mournfully. No, Shanhai Pak, how dare you behead the divine beast that the lord of the great Qian kingdom lent me to subdue the country? Wang Tran was furious, his monstrous aura spreading across heaven and earth. His face twisted as he said, Kid, you're dead. Since you have to ask for death, I will fulfill you. I have stolen the fortunes of 10 nations and harvested the chances of billions and billions of living beings. My blessings can overwhelm the heavens and overturn the seas. Every word and action is like a prophecy from the heavens. Today, let you feel it. In a flash, the wind and clouds changed. The stars became incomparably bright, and their color changed from white to purple, which represented Qi. It was as if there were countless purple stars, woven into a side of gauze, suspended behind Wang Tran, majestic and sacrosanct. It is as if the son of the heavens is on a personal expedition to the mortal world, vowing to stain the mountains and rivers with blood. The Qian Yuan Sword Saint's old mind was pleased and smiled as he stroked his palm. Worthy of being the second most powerful king after Long Ao Tian Zhaojiu, my son Wang Tran has the posture of a great emperor. P.S. Please finish reading. Don't skip chapters, please. Every chapter has content and explosive points. Don't jump. In addition, please ask the grandmasters to point to urge more. Send some free small gifts. Let's go together. I'm in a hurry to go home, the Qian Yuan Sword Saint said, simple and domineering, looking askance at the 6 young supreme beings. Mo Wui, the 3rd prince of the Blood Sea Empire, with clear eyebrows and an evil and impetuous temperament, blandly said, killing just one ant made you float? How dare you fight against 6 young supreme beings all by yourself? Sun Baisheng, the great general of the Ao Lai kingdom, took out a coiled dragon stick with a high level of wariness. A top demon that is comparable to the son of the immortal god and the first generation of the supreme being? I was just about to try to see how strong it is, and you've become a wedding stone for me. The Qian Yuan Sword Saint was pleasantly unafraid, taking the lead and walking into the pointing platform, pointing his sword back at the group of young supreme beings. Come in and suffer death. The 6 young supreme beings looked at each other and put aside their pride for the time being, deciding to make a common cause and kill this temporal sword saint. With this in mind, the 6 young supreme beings no longer hesitated and entered the pointing platform one after another. The chief elder of the Endless Sky sect, Broken Wao Xiu, with a decrepit face and a wisp of black gas wrapped around his brow, held 3 incense offerings in his hands, and his voice was low and weak. The old man observes your face, belongs to the phase of early death, both destined not to live a long life. Then let the old man send you a ride. 3 joss sticks in my hand. The first one is called the life-burning incense. When the incense burns out, the person's life will end. The second is named soul-sending incense, which opens the bridge between life and death, extraditing souls to fall into hell for eternity. The third one is named burial incense, also known as burial township. The ancient gods had suffered plagues in their later years, leading to the twilight of the gods, and you will experience the horrible plagues of the gods before their deaths. Broken Wu-Hu's eyes were cold, as if he was looking at a dead body, and said indifferently, the old man has lived for 300 years, and is cautious by nature. These 3 incense offerings have been collected for more than 100 years, and I have never met any opponents worthy of me to take them out, and you are honored to have made the old man feel the crisis of death for the first time. 3 incense offerings to send you to the afterlife. When these words came out, everyone was shocked and looked with horrified faces at the incense offering in the hands of Broken Wao Xiu. Qin Fuma's face suddenly changed as he said in a low voice, boundary extinguishing incense. This kind of forbidden thing, disappeared for tens of thousands of years. How come it still survives? Jiang Sunhai's figure shifted and instantly came to Qin Beaconfire's side, saying, isn't it a legend that an evil cultivation powerhouse, who sacrificed hundreds of great worlds, used the dust from the world's burning embers to create the 3 boundary extinguishing incense? Qin Fuma's expression grew colder as he nodded. Yes. However, the boundary destruction incense has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and many scourges in history have been caused by it. and I don't know how many people have used it, so the power has greatly diminished, and it is estimated that it can only be used once. Qin Beaconfire said flatly. Not even once. The Empress' life is staked on this battle. The Saint cannot afford to make a mistake. Interrupt the match immediately. Qin Beaconfire no longer hesitated and was about to forcibly terminate the battle when a voice transmission suddenly rang in his ears. District boundary destroying incense. With me here, the Qianyuan Sword Saint will be fine. Qin Fenghuang's face instantly became extremely brilliant as he turned his head openly and looked in the direction of the Golden Palace. His eyes filled with a color of exhilaration. Your Majesty, could it be that you took that step? In the transmission, the Pillar General's voice was trembling, unable to hold down his excitement. The Empress did not respond. The knots in Qin Beaconfire's throat rolled. His fists clenched, and he fiercely stared at Zhang Sunhai, saying, Did you know this already? Know what? Zhang Sunhai played dumb and blinked in confusion. Your Majesty, Chao Hui Realm. Qin Fenghuang nodded out two keywords, his excitement unbearable. Zhang Sunhai rolled his eyes and continued to play dumb. Sorry, haven't read the book, can't understand. On the viewing gallery, some of the old antiques rose up in a frenzy, their eyes as bright as electricity, locking onto the incense offering in Broken Vengeance's hand. The legend of the world's extinguishing incense is too long ago, and the only words are those of the 1,000-year-old kings ate 10,000-year-old turtles that die but never fall down, or the top forces with a long inheritance that have passed down records. At this moment, the appearance of the boundary destruction incense shook many giants. I'm afraid that the 3 boundary extinguishing incense on Broken Woohoo's body are the only ones left in the world, and to use them to deal with a sea-covering realm cultivator is a waste. An old monster of the lunar flare realm hidden in the crowd said bitterly. There were also supergiant crocodiles that hated the Great Jin dynasty. Their gazes were grim as they snorted. Although it's a pity, once the boundary destruction incense comes out, no matter how heavenly talented the Qianyuan Sword Saint is, he'll still have to drink his heart out. Great Jin has sorely lost a top genius. Wonderful. The small world inside the point guard, Jian Wentian, Mo Wui and the others were startled and hurriedly pulled away from Broken Wuhao for fear of being affected by the boundary destruction incense. Wang Tran, however, did not move, still standing side by side with Broken Wu Xiao, carrying the 10,000 violet microstar diagram on his back, as if he was a god of qi, and laughed. Very well, in that case, the Qianyuan Sword Saint will definitely die. Broken Woohoo glanced at him and said, You're not afraid? Wang Tran smiled indifferently. I have monstrous luck added to my body, and I am blessed by the will of heaven. As long as you don't directly unleash the boundary extinguishing incense on me, I will be unhindered. Upon hearing this, Broken Wao Xiao stopped inking and used his heart's blood as a fire to light 3 boundary destruction incense, holding 3 incense offerings in his hand. He bowed to the Qianyuan Sword Saint. A bow to send you to the end of your life. As the words fell, the Qianyuan Sword Saint's black hair turned white, his skin instantly wrinkled, and his waist and back hunched, all of a sudden aging, burned thousands of years of life out of thin air. Awesome. There are really countless heroes in the world, not to be underestimated. The Qianyuan Sword Saint looked at the dried-out palm and lamented. The novel also didn't write about Broken Wuhao possessing 3 boundary-destroying incense, mainly because in the novel's plot, the protagonist of Long Ao Tian only defeated 7 young supreme beings, and didn't rise to the level of life and death combat. In the final analysis, it is still the author's old man forced to lower the wisdom. Supporting characters meet the protagonist, actually willing to haul a battle, and do not find fault afterward. After this incident, Meng Qingzhou became even more determined to go on. A random passerby who pops up, a supporting character who is sparsely skimmed over in the book, hides 3 sticks of boundary-defying incense. Second bow. To send your soul back to the bridge to the past life, and to the palace of Hades with honor. Broken Woohoo bowed once again. The Qianyuan Sword Saint's body shook and froze in place, his entire body stiffening as if his 7 souls and 6 spirits had disappeared. Seeing this, the young supreme beings looked at each other and all revealed easy smiles. Jian Wentian was so excited that he couldn't hide his smile, the corners of his mouth grinning to the back of his ears, secretly saying, Die, die, when you die, I will dissect your corpse and observe your temporal sword intent. I will inherit everything from you. Qin Fenghuang, on the other hand, rounded his eyes, almost failing to control himself and directly tearing apart the world barrier of the Point General's platform and rushing in to save the people. The viewing gallery was silent. Everyone didn't dare to utter a word, their eyes not blinking for fear of missing a single detail. Could it be that the Sword Saint is going to fall? A sword cultivator who worshipped the Sword Saint of time and space trembled, his expression sad. Thousands of Great Jin sword cultivators, furious, loudly rebuked. Cheating. Using a forbidden object. The victory was not a victory. The Sword Saint didn't lose. It was you rats who cheated. Please, your majesty, kill them with your hands and avenge the Qian Yuan Sword Saint. Revenge cannot be tolerated. The Golden Palace. Dongfang Liuli cast her eyes toward Meng Qingzhou, who was leaning on her crutches in the middle of the hall, and softly called out, Meng Iching? Meng Qingzhou froze woodenly and did not answer. Meng Iching? Dongfang Liuli's tone was a bit sharper, and her pupils widened slightly. You're right. The Qian Yuan Sword Saint is Meng Qingzhou. The boundary destruction incense was forged by sacrificing hundreds of great worlds and was classified as an ancient forbidden object, so its power naturally went without saying. Even if it was a bilocation, the boundary destruction incense could trace back to the origin and follow the line of cause and effect to kill the main body. Meng Qing. Dongfang Liuli slammed the table and drank. Meng Qingzhou had a jolt, as if waking up from a dream, and hurriedly stepped out, arching his hand and saying, I'm here. I fell asleep just now. Sorry. You can fall asleep while standing? Oriental Liuli said suspiciously. The ministers have cast their gazes. Their eyes are strange. Your disciple is fighting with the strong enemy on the general's platform. Now his life and death are unknown. But you, the master, are standing and sleeping? A little too nervous. Dongfang Liuli became more and more confused and had a dark headache. Could it be that he was overly concerned? There is no doubt about the power of the boundary destruction incense, and the fact that there have been several catastrophes in history that have caused hundreds of millions of living beings to perish is proof enough of it. In front of her, Meng Qingzhou looked like she was waking up from a nap, and she was fine. Not affected in the slightest. Yes, I'm so gifted that I can fall asleep while standing. Meng Qingzhou nodded. Dongfang Liuli's eyes were deep, still skeptical. The appearance of the Qian Yuan Sword Saint was too abrupt. The character's personality was the same as Meng Qingzhou's, and most crucially, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity and affinity within her, which was only felt in Meng Qingzhou, but the Qian Yuan Sword Saint also had. Your Majesty, we can't wait any longer. Strike! Qin Fenghuang anxiously transmitted his voice. The Qian Yuan Sword Saint's head was full of white hair, and his hand holding the sword was trembling as his vitality was rapidly draining away. Dongfang Liuli slowly got up and said in her heart, Good thing. I'll unmask you myself after I wipe them out. Qian Yuan is dead. The victory is set. Broken Woohoo breathed a sigh of relief. There was still one boundary destruction incense left, enough to deter those who coveted it. Wang Tran laughed out loud. The Qian Yuan Sword Saint is nothing more than that. Brother Wu Qiu alone can defeat it. Why do you need our assistance? Several young supreme beings looked at each other and laughed, but one gaze lingered on the only remaining boundary destruction incense in Broken Wu Qiu's hand, mixed with emotions of greed and longing. Broken Woohoo blandly said, As a reminder to all of you, this one boundary destruction incense is called the Burial God Incense, and it is the most powerful. And even after being washed by the River of Ages, it is like slaughtering a pig or a dog to put to death an ordinary lunar flare realm cultivator. Wang Tran laughed dryly and said, Brother Wu Qiu's words, how could we covet the boundary destruction incense? No is best. Broken No Hatred coldly snorted. Jian Wendian took a few steps forward and said as he walked, Let me have this corpse. I will no longer participate in the next battle. Wang Tran and the others nodded and said, Ask Brother Tian to make himself at home. Who in the audience was not clear about what kind of mind Jian Wendian held. It was nothing more than coveting the Qian Yuan Sword Saint's temporal and spatial sword intentions and wanting to borrow the corpse for a moment of enlightenment. However, Wang Tran and the others still had misgivings in their hearts, worrying that the Qian Yuan Sword Sage would die without being dead and would swindle the corpse. So Jian Qiantian went ahead to find out. Why didn't Jian Wendian understand? He condensed his entire body's sword intent, then scattered a heavy sword formation to surround the corpse of the Qian Yuan Sword Saint, cautiously approaching. The 99 heavy god exorcising sword formation wrapped the Qian Yuan Sword Saint, who was standing on his sword, in an airtight manner. It should be fine, Jian Wendian muttered to himself. Just then, a sudden change occurred, only to see the Qian Yuan Sword Saint, who originally had his breath broken and his lifespan ended, raise his head violently. Put! The sword blade pierced through Jian Wendian's heavenly aura. The boundary extinguishing incense is worthy of being a forbidden item that has shaken an era. It took me a lot of effort. The Qian Yuan Sword Saint laughed softly. In the next moment, his white hair turned black, and his skin filled up to become white with divine charm, as if it were jade. Jian Wendian Yuanshan detached from his body, and the Yuanshan villain's eyes were horrified with an unbelievable expression, saying, You're not dead. The realm extinguishing incense couldn't even kill you. The Qian Yuan Sword Saint smiled without saying anything. In fact, at the moment when Broken Wao Xiu unleashed the boundary destruction incense, Meng Qingzhou's main body directly disconnected from the One Breath Transforms 3 Qing bilocation. Fortunately, the quality of the One Breath Transforming 3 Qing was extremely high, and once he disconnected, It was impossible to track down his main body unless it was a brand newly baked boundary destruction incense. Subsequently, Meng Qingzhou once again condensed a second incarnation, replacing the dead Qian Yuan Sword Saint. Steal the beam in front of everyone for the perfect damage transfer. An inconsequential doppelganger blocked 2 boundary destruction incense. A very good deal. Next, it's my turn. The Qian Yuan Sword Saint solidified space, reached out to hold the escape-unable Yuanshan villain, and crushed it without mercy. The sword asks for the sky and dies. Time flow. Slow. The Qian Yuan Sword Saint lightly drank. The entire world of the Point Guardian instantly turned black and white, like an old-fashioned camera photo, jamming frame by frame. Colorful fallen leaves solidified in the air, falling at an extremely slow speed. The frequency of the bird's wings, as if playing slow-motion acrobats. Several invincible young supreme beings in the same realm felt their minds slow down, and the flow of aura in their bodies was like a tortoise crawling. The Qian Yuan Sword Saint's spacetime domain could actually cover an entire small world. Broken Woohoo's face turned pale as he tried to light the burial incense, but the flow of time was too slow. You, no, can, kill, me, wait. Broken Woohoo opened his mouth with difficulty and said word by word. The back, the power, the force, will not, will, let go of. Great Gene. The Qian Yuan Sword Saint came walking idly and took the burial god incense from Broken Wuxiu's hand and casually threw it into his storage ring. Sooner or later, the Qian Yuan Sword Saint said indifferently. In the middle of the novel's plot, the forces behind the young supreme beings would attempt to invade the Great Jin, plotting to take over the Great Jin's territories, and the Great Jin's female empress. For various reasons, no amount of forbearance will help. The real goal of the Endless Sky Sect should be the immortal ancient secret treasure left behind by the first emperor of the Great Jin dynasty, the Imperial True Dragon Pool. The Qian Yuan Sword Saint approached Broken Wuxiu and whispered in his ear. Broken Woohoo's pupils contracted violently, and he was in a cold sweat, with a look of having seen a ghost. This was the highest level of secrecy in the Endless Sky Sect. So why did the Qian Yuan Sword Saint know about it? The Qian Yuan Sword Saint continued to add, saying, not only that, I also know that the Great Qian dynasty is scheming for the monstrous Qi of the Great Jin, and the Blood Sea Empire wants the bloodline of the Empress Qin Liuli. They all secretly harbor evil intentions, and proposing a marriage to the Empress is certainly a great treason. But it pales into insignificance when compared to your true ambitions. Broken Woohoo was completely terrified. In his eyes, the Qian Yuan Sword Saint was like a llama. Do you still think threats are useful? The Qian Yuan Sword Saint was dumbfounded as he pointed a finger at the center of Broken Wuxiu's eyebrows. The temporal sword intent intruded and stirred up the 3 souls and 6 spirits. Chief Elder of the Endless Sky Sect, Broken No Hatred. Dead. The 3rd Prince of the Blood Sea Empire. Is the illegitimate son of the Emperor of the Blood Sea? His mother died early, and he was not treated well in the palace. Awakened the blood god body on the day of the bar mitzvah, and rose to prominence in the slightest of ways. The proper protagonist template. The Qian Yuan Sword Saint strolled through the void, lifting his finger sword indifferently as he spoke. It's a pity that you're just a passerby after all. Die. The finger sword released a shocking sword intent, sweeping into a tornado of sword intent, living to crush Mo Wui's physical body into air. However, if there was even the slightest bit left behind, even a single drop of blood, this young supreme being with an invincible fleshly body would be able to be reborn with a drop of blood. Mo Wui, 3rd Prince of the Blood Sea Empire. Dead. Sun Baisheng, can you lend me your battle spirit skill? The Qian Yuan Sword Saint stopped in his tracks and looked at Sun Baisheng. Sun Baisheng, who was known to be unafraid of the sky and the earth, at this moment exuded an expression of fear, cried out, and slowly opened his mouth. Then can you, keep me alive? Life? The Qian Yuan Sword Saint smiled warmly, gentle like a big brother next door, and softly said, of course. Sun Baisheng was overjoyed and activated a hidden space at his brow. A golden ancient book was handed over to the Qian Yuan Sword Saint in a card. Thank you, but I haven't finished my sentence. Letting you go. Of course I can't, the Qian Yuan Sword Saint blandly said. Waving his hand, there were thousands of swords piercing through Sun Baisheng, zapping him into a hornet's nest. In the blink of an eye, only Wang Tran was left in the Point Guard's small world. When he came, he was imposing 7 supreme beings, but when he saw them again, 6 of them had already been ambushed, and only Wang Tran was left, plundering the chi of 10 countries, flinging the chi of billions of living beings. The method of plotting the heavens, it's very interesting, the Qian Yuan Sword Saint lamented. This method of defying the heavenly Tao was not inherited from anyone, but was painstakingly researched by Wang Tran himself. Lamentably, there are so many heroes in the world, and Wang Tran definitely counts as a demon. Unfortunately, who told you to mess with me? The Qian Yuan Sword Saint expressed his deep regret and was about to end Wang Tran's life with a sword. when suddenly there was a turbulence in the space of the pointing platform. Wang Tran's feet tore open a space crack. Spatial turbulence wrapped in immobility Wang Tran. To roll away. Before leaving, Wang Tran left behind a sentence. I said that my chi fortune, monstrous, no one can kill me. One day, I'll come back to you, a clean slate. The Qianyuan Sword Saint was dumbstruck and exclaimed, this is even possible? Ridiculously lucky. They were all in a situation of certain death, but there was actually a spatial turbulence that passed by and directly took away Wang Tran. The Qianyuan Sword Saint made several attempts to go back in time, but he helplessly discovered that this small world was stirred into a pot of porridge by the spatial turbulence, with all sorts of law forces entangled with each other. With Qianyuan Sword Saint's strength nowadays, he was unable to force his way back. Xiao Gu, Zhao Gu, you're also worthy of being called the protagonist of Dragon Pride Heaven? It's still not as bullish as someone else's Wang Tran. Meng Qingzhou couldn't help but sigh. The supreme battle came to a close as the Qianyuan Sword Saint turned the tide against the wind, killing 6 young supreme beings and escaping one. This record has shocked the world, and various forces have thrown olive branches. Little friend, you have no clan or sect, a casual cultivator. Why don't you join my Qingtian Daoxin sect? There are sword Dao stone tablets left behind by our ancestors of the Chaohui realm for you to observe, and you will be appointed as the Sword Peak Master, equal to the Patriarch. How about that? A Lunar Flare Realm sword cultivator transmitted his voice. The Qianyuan Sword Saint politely refused. My sword Dao is a great Dao that no one has ever seen before or since. No one can teach me. The Moon Yu Realm sword cultivator sighed regretfully and stopped persuading. A visitor from the Forbidden Land. Transmitted. Qianyuan Sword Saint. My master is a half-step Chaohui realm powerhouse, and wants to take you as a disciple to inherit his mantle. Are you willing? Unwilling. The Qianyuan Sword Saint shook his head and said blandly, give me time. I will surpass the Chaohui realm and step higher. So why do I need to worship another person as a master? Besides, I already have a master. The visitor from the Forbidden Land snorted coldly and said unhappily, don't know what to do. A top-tier power guest sent a message to the Qianyuan Sword Saint, all of which were rejected by him one by one. The chief eunuch of the Great Jin Palace Court bellowed, His Majesty has summoned the disciple of servant Meng Qin, the Qianyuan Sword Saint, to enter the palace for an audience. The Qianyuan Sword Saint secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Dealing with these old monsters' warm invitations was more tiring than bathing in blood. The Golden Palace. The ministers looked back at the Qianyuan Sword Saint, who was dressed in black and wore a smiley mask, and stood in the middle of the hall with a broad stride at the head of the line. Greetings to Her Majesty the Empress. The Qianyuan Sword Saint nodded slightly, his waist straight. After all, the Qianyuan Sword Saint was not a subject of the Great Jin, and with his proud strength and unparalleled talent, no one dared to gossip when he saw the emperor and didn't pay his respects. Previously, I made a promise. Who can win all and not lose? I would like to fulfill one of his wishes. What wish do you have? Tell me. Oriental Lioli, a pair of slender jade legs cocked. Charm and majesty coexist. Crimson eyes contain a hint of consideration. The Qianyuan Sword Saint blandly said, I have only put to death a few rampant curmudgeons. There are so many heroes present today. I have not fought them all. How can I be considered all victorious and undefeated? The female emperor's reward is undoubtedly equal to a paper contract, and if you dare to take it, it means becoming the female emperor's pawn, whether you like it or not, at least in the eyes of the world. That's how it will be perceived. Meng Qingzhou does not want to put all the vests, all bets on the empress. Fools know that eggs cannot be put in a basket. Oh, Dongfang Liuli's soft voice spread throughout the capital, saying, whoever dares to battle the Qianyuan Sword Saint in the same realm will take the initiative to sign up, and if no one dares to answer the battle, it will be considered as admitting defeat. Who dares? The last two words, Dongfang Liuli said heavily, as if mixed with a hint of threatening intent. Some of the original foolish and ruthless people instantly had their heads cleared. Nice guy, naked threats. Meng Qingzhou pondered a little and understood the empress's intentions. She also coveted the Qianyuan Sword Saint's unparalleled talent and was determined to have it in her pocket. Damn evil villain. And trying to wipe out my doppelganger and main body in one fell swoop. Why are you so selfish? For a long time, the entire imperial capital was silent, fearing that they would make a commotion and be mistaken for signing up for the war and turning around to let the Qianyuan Sword Saint die alive. Oriental Lioli smiled and said, Qianyuan Sword Saint is really mighty. The huge imperial capital, the 4 directions of visitors. No one dares to take your sword. Now what? Does it mean that you are all victorious and undefeated? The Qianyuan Sword Saint sighed helplessly and said, Count. Then, it's your turn to make demands. Within reason, I can fulfill them all. Dongfang Lioli said. Meng Qingzhou secretly ground her teeth, her brain aching with anger. What do I want? I want to hold you over my lap and kick ass. Can you fulfill that? Suddenly, Meng Qingzhou had a flash of inspiration and controlled the Chen Yuan sword saint, saying, I implore your majesty to let my master leave the great Jin and travel with me in the clouds. My master is free-spirited by nature and enjoys the life of idle clouds and cranes, and does not wish to be confined to a single place. So I ask your majesty to fulfill this one small request. Chen Yuan sword saint's tone is sincere, can be described as a piece of heart. Filial piety can be seen in heaven and earth. After experiencing life and death tribulations, fighting against several young supreme beings, and even carrying 2 rounds of boundary annihilation incense hard, in the end, he even made only a small request. The group of ministers were talking. People who cultivate swords are indeed open-minded and distinguish between grudges. To pay such a price in order to take their master to travel around in the clouds, even though Squire Meng ate the king's rice, but also performed loyal things, did not owe Great Jin. Chen Yuan sword saint and Great Jin is even more unaffiliated. But on behalf of Great Jin to kill the 4 sides of the enemy, to bear the hatred of the 7 top-level forces, this request is really not too much, more than excessive. It's simply too small, and His Majesty, who is a man of the sea, will surely agree to it with alacrity. Yes, His Majesty is so broad-minded that he will probably still feel indebted and send a generous gift. The corners of Qin Beaconfire's mouth twitched, and he wanted to speak several times. Nima, you stupid 100 officials. Squire Meng is His Majesty's wife. When someone tries to abduct your precious daughter-in-law, do you send them out with a smile and a generous gift? Wouldn't you have to say, there's protection in the bag, so please take good care of him? Qin Fengwo was furious, but he couldn't say anything. Old Jiang, speak up. Qin Beaconfire almost roared as he transmitted his voice. Jiang Sunhai rubbed his ears, spread his hands, and responded, there's no way. Chen Yuan sword saint's request is reasonable and sensible. Refusing it would seem like Dijin is small-minded. Agreeing, it is impossible to agree. Deadlock. Waste. What's the use of having you? Qin Fengwo was furious. In the courtroom, a few scattered people in the know, silently glancing at Her Majesty the Empress with a gloomy face, and then looking at the titanic Meng Qingzhou, they were all somewhat speechless. The Chen Yuan sword saint listened sideways, and after a long time of not waiting for the Empress to respond, he couldn't help but open his mouth to remind her. Your Majesty? Your Majesty! Dongfang Liuli's white 5 fingers clenched into fists, her towering chest rising and falling, her anger rubbing upwards. Good. What a Chen Yuan sword saint. I asked you to make a request and you came up to take my wife away. You're good. You're really good. The Empress didn't know what was wrong with her. Annoyed as hell, like a kitten on the verge of blowing up after being robbed of her beloved toy. Change your request. No matter if it's an immortal spiritual treasure, or a seal of the king, an immortal ancient relic, or an immortal's jade bone, I'll be able to fulfill you. Oriental Lioli did his best to suppress his emotions and calmly said. The Chen Yuan sword saint was decisive and directly shook his head to refuse. Don't. I just want to take my master away and stay away from the red world for the rest of my life. Dongfang Liuli clenched her silver teeth. Her smile stiffened, and said, Chen Yuan sword saint, I am not discussing with you. Don't be ungrateful. I have come today only to take my master away. Even if it means death, I will fulfill his old man's wish. The Chen Yuan sword saint firmly said, his tone sounding out. Dongfang Liuli's forehead pulled down 3 black lines, her scallion fingers rubbing her temples. How the hell did that happen? Originally, she had wanted to test the Chen Yuan sword saint to see what kind of wish he would propose. If the Chen Yuan sword saint is a lion, then it is definitely not Meng Qingzhou, and the guess is wrong, so don't bother to ask for proof. If the Chen Yuan sword saint had nothing else to do and looked like a salted fish, the Empress was about to do it herself, ripping off the smiley mask from the Chen Yuan sword saint's face. Now, they did make a request, but is it a lion's mouth? Say it doesn't count. People are abducting the emperor's wife. Say it counts. The Chen Yuan sword saint didn't even know that Squire Meng Qin was the emperor, and the request made sense. Meng Iching, do you have nothing to say? Do you really want to resign and go into hiding? Dongfang Liuli suppressed the urge to storm out and smiled reluctantly. Meng Qingzhou held a jade tablet and arched his hand. I have meager abilities, and I am afraid it is difficult for me to take on a great task, so I ask your majesty to choose another wise man and release me to return to the countryside. Entering the capital as an official for just 1 month, Meng Qingzhou nearly fell off his horse several times, and if he doesn't run away again, sooner or later he will be exposed. It wasn't hard to imagine that after today, the fame of this pair of master and disciple, Squire Meng Qin and Sword Saint Chen Yuan, would surely spread all over the world. By then, countless pairs of eyes were staring at all times, and with all the forces digging into Meng Qingzhou's past, it would be difficult to hide some secrets. There are also all the things that happened at the birthday banquet that strengthened Meng Qingzhou's resolve to resign. Meng Qingzhou was full of doubts. Why did the two pillars of the dynasty, Zhang Sunhai and Qin Beaconfire, have to bite the bullet and impose some unwarranted merits on his head? For what reason did the empress go out of her way to visit Imazu village from 1,000 miles in the first place, personally handing out an olive branch? And why is it that the empress is able to fulfill any request of the Chen Yuan sword saint but is only fond of him, preferring to pay a great price rather than let him go? What is the use of me being an official in Dijin? These questions, which have always been pressed in the bottom of Meng Qingzhou's heart, suffered from nowhere to ask for proof, so they never bothered to think deeply. Not only that, Meng Qingzhou always felt that Zhang Sunhai and Qin Beaconfire and the female emperor, several bigwigs at the top of the great Jin's power, had ambiguous attitudes towards him. Qin Beihongguo had always been known for his violent temper, and when he encountered bad things, he would swing his sword, but in front of Meng Qingzhou, he was like an amiable neighboring grandfather. Zhang Sunhai's image of sophistication is deeply rooted in people's hearts, but he will not play tricks on Meng Qingzhou. As for the empress, she had carried out her ruthlessness and dominance throughout her life, and in her previous life, she was a proper domineering female president, just such a strong woman, sheltering Meng Qingzhou in every way. Although the exchange is rare, but when it comes to the choice of questions, will not hesitate to choose Meng Qingzhou. Could it be that my charm, my handsomeness, has reached the realm of killing both men and women? I can't figure out when exactly the plot collapsed into this hell. Meng Qingzhou was very confused. For the first time since arriving at the imperial capital of Great Jin, he had the feeling of losing control of the rudder of his life. Hearing Meng Qingzhou's answer, Dongfan Liuli Heart looked disheveled, slightly lost looking at the former, could not help but ask, "What about your wife? She serves the court and the family has been feeding on the king for generations. Are you willing to abandon her?" Su Qingqiu was also a bit anxious and stomped her feet in hatred. "Your Majesty, why did you throw a stone at yourself? Why did you have to ask the Sword Saint Qian Yuan what he wanted?" By virtue of the Qian Yuan Sword Saint's demonic talent, casually to a side of the forces in front of the mountain gate, the other patriarch holding the sect's most precious treasure buttocks to seduce. People have said they don't need it, and you still don't agree. It's over. The wife is going to run away with someone. Meng Qingzhou frowned. This was a problem. Although he and Dongfang Liuli were only a contractual couple, they had been together for a long time, so it was inevitable that they had some unspoken feelings. Of course I can't give up, heartlessly abandoning my family. I can't do it, Meng Qingzhou replied decisively, saying, "The soft and cute Su maid, the spiritual big yellow dog, the painstaking efforts to raise a pond of fish fry, the flowers and grasses in the courtyard, and my beloved wife's knife mouth and tofu heart, all these I can't part with." Meng Qingzhou took a deep breath, made a long bow, bent at the waist, and said, "Therefore, I would like to ask your Majesty's favor to allow me to take my family with me into seclusion." As soon as these words came out, Qin Beihongguo was dumbfounded, his mouth slightly open with a dumbfounded expression. Zhang Sunhai's eyebrows jumped wildly, and he couldn't maintain his serious demeanor from time to time. He couldn't keep it taut. What the hell? Not only does the emperor want to run away, but the emperor wants to take his majesty with him? Two major shareholders of the group's head office have fled, leaving a group of wage earners empty-handed? Steeply hearing the soft and cute Su maid's comment, Su Qingqiu's pretty face abruptly reddened, quietly raising her eyes to peek at Meng Qingzhou, pouting her red lips and muttering, "Counting on you having a bit of a conscience. You didn't forget the slave girl's goodness." Dongfang Liuli stayed, empty and lifeless eyes re-injected into the spirit, surprised and happy, carefully chewing and savoring that sentence, "My beloved wife's knife mouth and tofu heart. So it's not that he hates me?" Thus giving birth to the idea of escape. He was trying to take me with him on his wanderings. Thinking of this, infinite sweetness welled up in Dongfang Liuli's heart, filling it to the brim. "Humph, darn Meng salty, talking in a big breath. Speak clearly, who has a sharp tongue and a soft heart? I have a golden tongue. I say tofu is tofu, and a knife is a knife." Meng Qingzhou bowed and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, I, Meng Qin, will not be an official." Oriental Liuli curved the corner of the lips, hidden in the red curtain tent behind the scourge of the water face more and more bright and colorful. The voice vaguely some light and cheerful, said, "I can only fulfill one request. Either you resign and go into seclusion, never allowed to return to the capital, and it will be difficult to meet with your wife again in this life, or you continue to be an official for a short period of 1 year, or 3 years, and I promise you that I will let you go into seclusion with your wife." Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou made up her mind after a little thought and said, It's better to remain an official. Well, a year and a half should not be a problem. Rush tomorrow, let Qian Yuan Sword Saint, in full view of the violent death, and then learn Sima E pretending to be sick to touch the fish. Paid vacation. Life is all about having something to think about. After traveling through the red dust road, the only tie is the Qin House small courtyard, and the village of the green tiles of the village of the present day. It's not easy to really cut it off. Dongfang Liuli's mood instantly smoothed out, like a kitten that had been rewarded. Incomparably satisfied, she deliberately gave two options to check Meng Qingzhou's mind, choosing to return to seclusion immediately, leaving his wife, Dongfang Liuli, and abandoning his son, Su Qingqiu and Yao Ri Divine Monarch, shows that Meng Qingzhou didn't take them seriously at all. Choosing to stay as officials meant that they were very important to Meng Qingzhou, like true family members. After all, it's not the end of the world that can make Meng Salty give up his idleness. This request is counted as Meng Iching's. I'll make an exception and grant it. Dongfang Liuli was still undeterred, and his gaze turned to the Qianyuan sword saint, saying, Qianyuan, think of another wish and I'll fulfill it. She hadn't forgotten that there were all sorts of suspicions on the Qianyuan sword saint that had to be confirmed or disproved today, or else she wouldn't be able to sleep. The Qianyuan sword saint scratched his head and had a bit of a headache. Your Majesty, you are too generous. How can you chase after someone who doesn't want it? I don't want anything. Just want to hurry up and finish the birth feast. I need to get back to walking my dog. I have nothing else to ask for. The Qianyuan sword saint was cold and lonely, and said blandly. At those words, Dongfang Liuli's crimson pupils steeply lit up, straightening up and staring dead on at the Qianyuan sword saint. What a salty character. Just like Meng Qingzhou. Show yourself. Dongfang Liuli rubbed up and stood up, and at the smiley mask on the Qianyuan sword saint's face, her slender white palm gripped it in the air, only to hear the smiley mask clicking and breaking. In the crowd's puzzled gaze, Qianyuan sword saint slowly raised his head with a blank face, revealing the true face of Mount Lushan. Requests for hypes, catch-up reads, and 5-star reviews. Thank you for all the readers. The Qianyuan sword saint raised his head in bewilderment. With a late-stage cultivation at the overwhelming sea realm, he was actually defenseless and was successfully sneak attacked by the female emperor. The mask, it's broken. The Qianyuan sword saint looked at the smiling mask on the ground that had shattered into two halves, reached out and touched his cheeks, his face changing slightly. Your Majesty, what do you mean by that? Oriental Liuli gazed at the Qianyuan sword saint, her watery pupils reflecting a handsome and extraordinary face. If any of the village people were here and saw the appearance of the Qianyuan sword saint, they would have been shocked and exclaimed, crap, Gu Yuega's version of canopy. Guessed wrong. Dongfang Liuli was stunned. Then her divine sense probed the Qianyuan sword saint, and she didn't find anything strange. The civil and military officials of the court, the ambassadors of the various countries, and the forces of all parties silently memorized the appearance and features of the Qianyuan sword saint, and some people even secretly drew portraits. The crowd was surprised at the Qianyuan sword saint's handsome appearance, only slightly inferior to Squire Mengqin, while wondering about the Empress honeyed operation. Your Majesty, what are you doing? The Qianyuan sword saint is not a subject of the Great Qin. It's too inappropriate for you to be so rude. Su Qingqiu was startled and complained quietly. Oriental glaze. I am not too spoiled this girl. It feels like I am not taken seriously at all. The Qianyuan sword saint's sword brows went up and his anger surfaced as he said, Your Majesty, please give me an explanation. Oriental Liuli eyes flashed a trace of embarrassment. First measured Meng Qingzhou look. Feel the other side seems to not care. Sneak a sigh of relief. Delicate body lazy side lying. Blandly said, I don't like people wearing masks in the temple. Is this reason enough? However, no one had noticed that underneath the seemingly uncharacteristic appearance of the Qianyuan sword saint, a pair of eyes were slightly hollow. The system of getting stronger if you're blind is so overbearing that it not only seals off the main body, but even the doppelganger is blind. Meng Qingzhou was worried about arousing suspicion before wearing a mask. After all, the master and disciple are both blind. The real coincidence is too much. Previously, during the battle, the doppelganger could only release all of his sword intent at any cost, and the sword intent concluded into a spider's web that covered the entire small world, and every move of anyone within the range could be sensed. Qianyuan, don't be rude, Meng Qingzhou chided. Upon hearing this, the Qianyuan sword saint collected his anger, and with a wave of his hand, he returned the smiley mask back to its fullness and put it back on his face, respectfully saying, Yes, Master. Meng Qingzhou secretly cried out for a fluke, completely unconcerned about being angry for one thing. Luckily, he had paid extra attention and didn't pinch his doppelganger's face to look like himself. As expected, the appearance of the Qianyuan sword saint still aroused the Empress's suspicions, and I'm sure that many of the old and sophisticated ones present had suspicions. Coupled with the immortal grade extremely high-grade technique, one breath transforms three purities. It was difficult to detect if it was a doppelganger or not by unusual means. It's too thrilling. Send the Qian Yuan sword saint to the west before it's too late. This identity can't stay for long. A small interlude ended. The Empress did not catch Meng Qingzhou's handle and did not continue to pursue the matter. Go on. The Empress waved her hand and said blandly. As the curtain fell on the battle between the Sword Saint and the 7 Supreme Beings, the female emperor's birthday banquet officially began. The ministers and guests were seated, enjoying the songs and dances, savoring the delicious food, and mingling at the wine table, the most popular being the Qian Yuan Sword Saint, followed by Zhang Sanhai and Meng Qingzhou. The Empress, no one dares to make a toast. Qin Fenghua rude and reckless image deeply rooted in people's hearts. Card face small status of low people afraid of awe. The rights of high strength equivalent to the big brother. Dislike sitting here is only Qin Fenghua a doppelganger. Will be left out. It's really lively. The Empress held a jade calabash, shaking her cup filled with a wine syrup brewed from pseudo-dragon blood, and looked downwards with drunken eyes. Unfortunately, it seems to be out of place with me, and this hilarity does not belong to me. Su Qingqiu, who was stealing fruits from the tabletop, had her mouth stuffed with crystal grapes and whimpered, "Your Majesty, you're 4 not 4 drunk." Dongfang Liuli glanced at Su Qingqiu and shook her head slightly, saying, "Silly girl, it's just deliberately so. With my realm, it's too hard to get drunk once. Take this opportunity to relax a little." After 3 rounds of wine, the guests and ministers at the banquet were all slightly drunk. The next step is to compete for the top 10 rewards for the cultivators below the sea-covering realm. And those with outstanding performance will even be able to be rewarded by the emperor with a higher rank and a higher title. Countless young and hot-blooded teenagers, learning from the style of Squire Meng and Empress Meng, blindfolded themselves, carried a long sword, and dressed up in style. A green-shirted swordsman jumped onto the stage, eyes covered in black silk, and bellowed, "Eyeless sword, mid-Tongyun realm cultivation, please enlighten me." A large man on the opposite side of the room, his muscles nearly bursting through his robes and strangling his face, also wearing an eye patch, responded, "Blind fist, mid-Tongyun realm cultivation, please enlighten me." Then someone on the stage questioned, "Ha, Wu Na Hanzi, aren't you the clairvoyant Lu Ming? When did you go blind?" The big man was furious and stormed, "Get out of here. Labor was born blind. Blind boxing champion understand." A comical scene emerges. With over 10,000 participants, nearly half of the young men are blind and are playing all sorts of tricks on the field. Many of them fought and the ribbons covering their eyes fell off, revealing a pair of copper bell eyes. Many uninformed guests looked confused and couldn't help but look for someone to ask for clarification. The great Jin dynasty honors blindness and takes disability as beauty? No. There are rumors that Her Majesty the Empress has special hobbies and likes blindly handsome men, and the contestants want to use this to attract Her Majesty's attention. But I think it's purely a daydream. They don't look at what kind of frustration they have, and they delude themselves into wanting to learn from Servant Meng and the Emperor. The man replied mysteriously. Qin Beihomuo's face was pitch black. His fists tightened and unclenched, and his teeth grinded and cackled. "It's a disgrace. Your Majesty, do you want me to go down and straighten things out?" Qin Feng's fiery temper rubbed off on him, and he transmitted his voice to the Empress. Dongfang Liuli's drunken eyes were hazy and smiling. "No need. Organizing a birthday banquet is not just to make me happy. I think it's very interesting. Qin Beacon, wine is on the head." Dongfang Liuli pink soft tongue licked her lips, apricot eyes more and more charming and moving. Looking at Meng Qingzhou who is still gorging and clanging to show off the rice. "Come here and drink with me." A voice transmission came to Meng Qingzhou's ears, and he, who was hugging a huge beast's leg and showing off furiously, his tiger body suddenly shook. Who's the woman harassing a good woman and man with such a soft tone of voice? Nakedly seducing, right? Who is it? "Aiqing, come and drink with me." Meng Qingzhou's pupils quaked violently. "I, Her Majesty the Empress?" The majestic, domineering, and unrivaled Empress Qin Liuli had such a side. Meng Qingzhou faced the 9-to-5 throne, pointed at herself, and opened her mouth wordlessly. "Me? Yes, that's right, it is you. Come up and drink with me." Dongfang Liuli was a little impatient. A hand reached out to hold Meng Qingzhou through the air, directly detained through the red curtain tent, came to the emperor's imperial seat in front. See, the empress flushed face, lazy enchanting posture lying on the side of the seat, head resting on the armrests of the dragon chair. Green silk dragged on the ground, spread out into a scroll, clothes half cover, cannot hide the infinite scenery. Meng Qingzhou couldn't see with her eyes, so she naturally felt nothing but bewilderment. What's going on? Aborted. Empress Lord X harasses employees. The other space existed in the world sandwich, with broken spatial turbulence capable of tearing apart lunar flare realm cultivators, a continuation of the dark calamity from history, and the dead bodies of the most powerful people of the ancient era roaming about. Only a Chao Hui realm powerhouse could freely explore within the foreign space without being affected. Wang Tran is covered with blood, ragged clothes, hairpin has disappeared, head of long hair, disheveled cloak, living a beggar image. Meng Qin. Wang Tran abruptly opened his eyes, the whites of which were all bloodshot, and woke up from his nightmare, rising to find that he was floating in the infinite void, alien space. Wang Tran's lips lost their blood color. Even though he was burdened with monstrous fortune, Wang Tran didn't think it was a miracle to be able to float around in a foreign space unharmed and survive until now. If he hadn't seized the 10 countries' chi, he definitely wouldn't have survived until now. RIP. Wang Tran lifted his last ounce of strength and broke the space barrier with a punch, and without looking, he directly drilled out the forbidden land of the buried immortals. The rebels of the Zhao clan in Shu Di killed out from all parts of the forbidden land, and the million-strong army swarmed and battled with the pacification army led by Qin Fenghuang. Shouting and killing sounds shook the sky as thousands of cultivators fell every moment. In the burying immortal battlefield, a grade is worse than a dog. Tong Yun is full of clouds, and the lives of the strongest people in the mountain-moving realm are like grass. Constructor, break out. I'll back you up. Zhao Yuan held a square heavenly painting halberd, his eyes as bright as electricity, his aura astonishing, shaking the entire forbidden land. Zhao Gong, disguised as an ordinary soldier, look, no longer before the spirited, at the moment full of haggard face, murmured, "No, don't." The female emperor's birthday banquet was supposed to be the main venue for me to make a name for myself in the world, but now I've been reduced to fleeing in a sorry state. I'm going to follow you to kill your way into the imperial capital and cut off Meng Qingzhou's head with my own hands. Zhao Yuan angrily rebuked. Idiot! The momentum has already gone. With your humble cultivation in the Taiyuan realm, you're useless to the battlefield. You should keep your life and hibernate to wait for the right moment. What about you? Zhao Gong asked. Zhao Yuan's voice lurched, and his tone turned solemn as he coldly said, "The rebel flag has been set up, and there is no more retreat for my father. And those who wish to become emperors must not leave a retreat either. Either we change the sky and the great Jin changes its name to Zhao, or we die for our father and Qin Liuli is reborn in fire." Zhao Gong is incomparably stifled. He knows that his father holds a death wish. This duel is more than likely to be fierce. If he loses Zhao Yuan, he, Zhao Gong, will no longer have the status of a son, and will be like a lost dog, living under the shadow of Meng Qingzhou, in fear and trepidation. Zhao Yuan took a deep look at Zhao Gong, seemingly to carve his appearance into his soul. Scram! Zhao Yuan turned around indifferently, and with one step, he was 1,000 miles away. King of Shu, Zhao Yuan, greeted the pillars of the empire and took the initiative to kill Qin Beacon Fire, who was vaguely the #1 powerhouse of the Great Qin. Ha ha ha, shrinking head turtle. You finally dare to pop your head out. Qin Beacon Fire laughed aloud. Zhao Yuan was dressed in black. His deep pupils were calm and abnormal as he said, "Qin Beihongwo, you still haven't grown up after so many years." Qin Beihongwo snorted, not bothering to speak. "You're too lazy to listen, and this king is too lazy to say more. Today, you will witness history. The Great Qin will change its name to Zhou. This king is the one who will carry the luck of the heavens." Zhao Yuan's momentum grew more and more majestic, his half-step Chao Wei realm aura sweeping across the 4 fields. The heavens and earth shook, the laws were disorganized, and the space under his feet was shattering like a mirror. Zhao Yuan, who stood in front of the 10,000 feet tall giant, was even smaller than an ant, but the terrifying pressure he released was like the rising sun rising. Qin Beacon Fire was startled and stared wide-eyed. "Half-step Chao Hui, aren't you at the mountain-moving realm? When? Otherwise, why do you think that this king dares to rebel?" Zhao Yuan said. As the words fell, Zhao Yuan snapped. The square sky painting halberd immediately geometrically multiplied to become larger, almost stabbing through the sky dome of the halberd. "Cleave to Qin Beihong Fire, burial immortal forbidden land peripheral region." Directly by the escaping aftermath of the wave torn into 2 halves, the formation of a deep abyss without a bottom. Subsequently, hiding at the edge of the battlefield, scurrying away in distress, Zhao Gong, inadvertently once looked back, saw the unforgettable scene of this life. The great pillar state Qin Beacon Fire, who was invincible on earth for 300 years, flew out horizontally, and the Dharma heaven and earth were all pierced by a halberd. His feckless father, like a demon god descending to earth, ripped the battlefield apart alive, releasing an escape route for Zhao Gong. "Go," Zhao Yuan said wordlessly. "Your Highness, come with us." 4 peak overwhelming Sea Realm dead soldiers escorted Zhao Gong to kill a bloody path. I don't know how long I ran, but Zhao Gong felt like he ran from dawn to dusk, and his essence and blood almost burned out. At first, Zhao Gong could still hear the deafening sounds of killing, and Qin Beihong Fire coughing up blood after the shock and anger roar. Then again, the Shu rebels rang out a cheer. Qin Beifong seems to have lost. The wasteful princes and lords in the eyes of the world. The king of Shu, Zhao Yuhuan, who was despised by the empress and ridiculed by the world, lost hard to Qin Beacon Fire. Father, Zhao Gong's eyes were blurred by tears. His heart throbbed, and his throat felt like it was stuck on something, making it difficult to maintain breathing. He understood that even if he defeated Qin Beihongguo, Zhao Yuhuan would still have a hard time winning, and there was only one thing that traditionally happened when one failed to seize power, and that was death. King Shu will definitely succeed. The four-peak overwhelming Sea Realm dead soldiers spoke with a firm tone. Ha! Zhao Gong cried and laughed, not bothering to say much as he surveyed his surroundings and asked, "Where are we now?" A short old man respectfully said, "Your Highness, this place is tens of thousands of miles away from the immortal burial Forbidden Land, and is in the border zone of the Great Jin." The old man pointed forward and continued to add, "Your Highness, please look ahead." The night stars were sparse, the surroundings were dark, and one could vaguely see the lofty mountains, with a magnificent giant city in the center of the rolling hills. That city is called Taiku Divine City and was occupied by a Chaohui realm flood ancient beast. Even the Empress couldn't gnaw on it and has been letting it go. The Taiku Divine City originated in the age of the opening of the heavens, forged from the first wisp of clear air in the heavens and earth, possessing the power of the gods and devils, and that Chaohui realm flood beast of the ancient beasts, for some unknown reason, never left the Taiku Divine City by half a step. And Empress Qin Liuli put it aside for the time being. A hint of hope lit up in Zhao Gong's eyes as he repeated, "The Empress is unable to chew on it, easily afraid to mess with it. The city of the Swire God, the Chaohui realms flood ancient beasts." Seeing the look on His Highness' face, the old man of the dead soldiers knew that he was thinking of the same thing as himself, so he let out a light laugh and said, "Nowadays, the Taiku Divine City has gathered countless foreign races, and these foreign races are all wretches who were slaughtered by the great Jin dynasty and lost their homes, hiding in the Taiku Divine City to languish." Saying this, the dead old man stopped speaking and silently stared at Zhao Gong, waiting for him to speak. A smile spread across the corners of Zhao Gong's mouth and said, "A group of wretches who hate the great Jin dynasty. Aren't they in the same boat as the son of the world? If I can impress these foreign races, or even invite the flood ancient beasts of the swift god city, what is there to fear from a mere Qin Liuli?" The four dead soldiers immediately bowed and said, "Your Highness is wise." Zhao Gong regained his self-confidence, striding towards the swift god city, saying, "It's not too late. Let's enter the city immediately." Before the confident steps could be taken, there was suddenly a turbulence in the void. A person fell down in midair, accurately smashed on the top of Zhao Gong's head. To ouch! 4 eyes. The air froze for a long time, ringing with audible gasps. The son of the rebel king, Zhao Gong, Wang Tran covered his head, saw the appearance of the person under his ass, and wondered. Zhao Gong gritted his teeth and said indignantly, "Wang Tran, the Minister of War of the Deqian dynasty, get out of my way." Requests for catch-ups, urges, and 5-star reviews. Imperial Capital, Imperial Palace. Your Majesty, the Honorable Empress of the Great Jin Dynasty, I have a question that I would like to ask your Majesty to solve. A certain country's envoy got up and said. From behind the red gauze curtain came the Empress's cool voice, "Speak." The envoy respectfully said, "Your country's most honored and respected Empress, Her Majesty's birthday banquet. Why don't you see Emperor Meng? Does the Emperor not have a congratulatory gift to give?" The eyes of the crowd were abnormal, looking high above the golden palace. The man tent reflected the shadows of several people. The figure serving the sword and standing was naturally Su Qingqiu. The Empress was lying on her side with her palms propped up on her cheeks, her demeanor casual. Yet there was another male figure, sitting restrainedly beside the Empress, Squire Meng Qin. The first thing that many people associated with the words Empress facehead seems to be confirmed now. The Emperor is physically ill and is not in a position to see guests. As for the congratulatory gift, the Empress glanced at Meng Qingzhou, who was sitting upright and covered in cold sweat, and laughed. The Emperor's congratulatory gift has long been delivered. My family affairs do not bother you all. Emperor Meng's congratulatory gift was that today he took the initiative to stand up to the 7 supreme beings with his mortal body and ordered the Sword Saint of Time and Space to suppress the powerful enemies. He did not cower in fear, cowering and hiding under the skirt of the Empress. If so, Dongfang Liuli may not say anything, more or less disappointed in his heart. As the only and rightful husband of the Empress, she must not be a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death. I am very satisfied with your performance today, Dongfang Liuli said to Meng Qingzhou. Meng Qingzhou scratched her head and smiled awkwardly. Me? Have I? I don't seem to have done anything. Dongfang Liuli laughed it off and said no more. Just then, a cry of alarm resounded through the Golden Palace. De Zhugua, what happened to you? The lively atmosphere of the scene came to a standstill. Everyone cast their eyes, only to see Qin Bei Hongwo sitting in the corner drinking mulled wine, not knowing when he spat out blood, his face pale and half kneeling on the ground. The great pillar state of the great Jin dynasty, Qin Beacon, who had claimed to be invincible on earth for 300 years, vomited blood without warning. Thousands of imperial guards were urgently mobilized and quickly surrounded the entire palace. 9 cauldrons Qiankuan formation. Open. The commander of the Forbidden Guards, Lin Kuwei, opened the formation that guarded the palace. For a time, the winds and grasses were all over the place, and an aura of murder filled the air, as thousands of imperial forest troops composed of the mountain-moving realm were in a murderous mood. The guests and ambassadors all looked grave and silently put down their glasses. Great Pillar Kingdom, who sneaked up on you? Lin Kuwei hurriedly stepped forward to assist Qin Beifong and inquired. Qin Beacon Fire wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and waved his hand. Withdraw. It's none of these people's business. The old man's main body has been heavily injured, and it's spreading to the bilocation. Once these words came out, Lin Killing's original slightly condensed complexion suddenly changed. Horrified. The main body has been seriously injured. Grand Pillar Kingdom, your essence. Isn't it in the burial immortal mountain range besieging the rebel king Zhao Yuhuan? Could it be that there is a supreme power in the Forbidden Land intervening? Even the Empress Dongfang Liuli couldn't sit still. Lifting the curtain tent and walking over to Qin Beiwa, Ying pointed a finger on Qin Beiwa's brow, checking for injuries before taking out a heaven-grade extreme pill and handing it to Qin Beiwa. Qin Fenghua's expression was obscure, shaking his head to reject the Empress' good intentions, flopping down on his knees with a heavy tone. I am ashamed of your majesty. Please punish your majesty. Dongfang Liuli vaguely had a bad premonition and said, Speak. Qin Fenghua's head drooped, as if he had been drained of his essence, and he said in a disheveled manner, it was Zhao Yuhuan, who had been hiding his clumsiness, and went out to send his troops to fight a battle against the suppressive army of the imperial court, and then met the old minister. Who would have thought that the world's feckless vassal king, the border emperor of the desolate Shu land, who people thought only had a measly mountain-moving realm cultivation, was a peerless powerhouse with half a foot in the Chaohui realm. This battle almost shattered the burying immortal Forbidden Land. The old minister lost, and his main body was pierced through his flesh by a halberd and nailed in the center of the burying immortal Forbidden Land. In just a few short sentences, it's an explosion of information. Everyone's brains instantly went down, including the foreign guests and the great powerhouses, all of whom were frightened by these Qin Beacon Flames words. The faces of Dijin's ministers suddenly changed, revealing expressions of disbelief. King Shu is a half-step Chaohui realm absolute powerhouse. Just how much more is he hiding? Does he want to overturn the heavens? Impossible. If Zhao Yuhuan is the supreme power. A few years ago, when I publicly mocked him as a black sheep, a rat turd in a rice vat, why didn't he slap me to death? This person is too terrifying. A great power of the world. But he has been hiding for many years. Meng Qingzhou also followed over and heard all the conversations. Even he had to sigh. King Zhao Yuhuan's lordly posture. Put in any book. Proper male number 1 or villainous boss. It's horribly robust. Meng Qingzhou thought back to the plot of the book and sighed languidly, suddenly realizing that the plot had completely collapsed. Inside the novel, Zhao Yuhuan succeeded in his plan and succeeded in seizing the throne without doing anything himself. And then the Empress fled, disguised as an evil villain, secretly cultivated to the peak of the Chaohui realm before coming out of the gate. The evil Empress came out of the gate and rushed to the imperial palace of the great Jin at the first time, slapped Zhao Yuhuan, who was in the dragon robe and sitting on the imperial throne, and caused him to shatter along with the imperial throne of the great Jin. Due to the huge gap in strength, the dog author didn't even say what realm Zhao Yuhuan was in. Now that I think about it, brace yourself for the early stage of the Chaohui realm. 3 or 4 years for the talent of the Empress of the world can complete a complete metamorphosis. For the mortal stream, the qualifications of the ordinary character and meticulous Zhao Yuhuan, 3 or 4 years is too short. From the half-step Chaohui realm to break through the early stage of the Chaohui realm, has been very difficult. Dongfang Liuli asked with a slight frown on her brows. Where is the holy decree that I composed? Torn apart by Zhao Yuhuan, Qin Fenghuang said. Dongfang Liuli closed her eyes and thought briefly before opening her eyes and looking to the northwest. The crimson pupils blossomed with infinite divine light, piercing through the void and looking 100,000 miles away. Ryoko. Dongfang Liuli retracted her gaze and blandly said, Zhao Yuhuan isn't as strong as you think. He should have broken through the half-step Chaohui realm not long ago, and relied on some sort of top-level magical ability, or something that uprooted the seedling and briefly boosted his cultivation, before he quickly defeated you. The Empress smiled coldly, her pupils full of killing intent, and said, the world says that I look down on Zhao Yuhuan, but how does he look down on me? Thinking that I have no one in Great Jin and only rely on the 2 pillars to hold me up, he quickly defeated Qin Beacon Fire, Only wounding but not killing, saving his strength to kill me. Think I'm foolable? The words just fell. The sky came from the magic full of loud laughter. People have not yet come to the sound first. The sound shocked the world, cleansing the 9 heavens. The characteristic flaming clouds at dusk were shaken apart by this loud laugh. Your Majesty the Empress. The guilty minister Zhao Yuhuan has come to the meeting in defiance of the order to congratulate the Empress on her birthday, and also to wish your Majesty to ascend to immortality on the day of the sacrifice today. Sinful minister Zhao Yuhuan, come to regicide. Countless people in the imperial capital looked towards the northwestern sky, vaguely seeing a silhouette of a man standing under the dusk of the setting sun, his monstrous demonic aura blackening the red sunset. King of Shu, Zhao Yuhuan. It's really coming. Zhao Yuhuan walked all the way, taking a look at the great Jin rivers and mountains in passing, occasionally letting out a despondent light sigh. To this day, this king has all his cards, but he has no choice but to come alone to knock at the imperial capital, either to be buried here, or the sun and moon will change to a new heaven. Looking back on his life, the late emperor disliked him as the son of a concubine daughter, refused to recognize the identity of the emperor, and even deposed the Qin surname, so that Zhao Yuhuan followed his mother's surname. His mother died of a broken heart, and his father, the late emperor of the Jin dynasty, did not treat him well, so it can be said that his aunts did not love him and his uncles did not love him, while other children prayed to their parents for love and care. Zhao Yuhuan, carrying a simple long knife on his back, enlisted in the army, 100 years of military career, from a nobody, relying on a sword to kill out of the siege. The achievements of the current king of Shu Zhao Yuhuan. I've been walking on thin ice all my life. I don't have an excessive cultivation talent. I don't have a mind as smart as a demon's, and I've only gotten to where I am today by virtue of step-by-step calculations and hiding my clumsiness for 10 years as if it were one day. If I can't have the coronation ring and dragon robe added to my body, how can I prove to the late emperor that the heirs born to those consorts of yours are all wastes, and that I, Zhao Yuhuan, am not weak? Zhao Yuhuan's smile was reckless, as if he had liberated his nature, arrogant and uninhibited, with a devilish flame that was the real him. Black Star, descend. Zhao Yuhuan's arms were open and his eyes were closed as he waited for something. In the next moment, a shadow appeared on one side of the sun that hung high above the dome, and a round of black pupil sun was born from the shadow. The black pupil sun fell, then dissolved into liquid form and merged into every pore of Zhao Yuhuan's body. Cozy. Zhao Yuhuan opened his eyes. The whites of his eyes were eroded by black, and there was only demonic pure black in his eyes, looking incomparably demonic. His aura followed suit and skyrocketed. The earth underneath his feet was cracking, and the waves of air that rippled out imminently slapped on top of the imperial capital city protector formation. The formation clicked and clacked, the surface cracking with spiderweb-like lines. The Golden Palace. A lunar flare realm powerhouse's teeth chattered, cold sweat wetting his shirt as he said, infinitely close to the Chaohui realm. No, the Zhao Yuhuan at this moment is already a true Chaohui realm powerhouse. The guests were in an uproar and fearful. Zhao Yuhuan is surprisingly hiding so deeply. The Dacian dynasty doesn't even have a Chaohui realm Jedi powerhouse to sit in on the scene. Zhao Yuhuan clearly has the strength, but he's been holding back, so steady that it's outrageous. The Black Star's secret art, an ancient taboo divine ability. Zhao Yuhuan doesn't want to die. It's rumored that once the Black Shadow secret art is cast, it can never be interrupted again until the caster dies, and the Black Star that was summoned will explode. The energy that escapes can even blow up lunar flare realm cultivators. What does Zhao Yuhuan want to do? Burn everything with a stone. Meng Qingzhou's eyelids fluttered and she couldn't help but draw a breath of cold air. What the hell? The Black Star mysterious art would explode, and a lunar flare realm cultivator wouldn't be able to carry it? Wouldn't that mean that Zhao Yuhuan was trying to pull the entire imperial capital to accompany him on this trip? Just who has been interfering with the plot? Living to push Zhao Yuhuan to the point of being at the end of his tether. And now it's okay, it's death to piss off an honest man. Meng Qingzhou shook her head helplessly. Blind for 3 years. The accumulated experience value still retained a portion of it, as well as the 10 years of blind experience that had been suppressed within the body from the last time Zhaozhou Duo Bao Fish had exploded. It was enough for him to break through the lunar flare realm. System, add points. Panic spread in the Golden Palace. Everyone was in danger. No one noticed that Meng Qingzhou was slowly retreating behind the crowd. In a few breaths, he had managed to break through the lunar flare realm. Although Meng Qingzhou was still blind, she could clearly feel that she had become different. The Dantian part of the aura was oceanic and gradually solidified. The aura quality was even thicker, like a round moon being held upside down. The laws of temporal sword intent that ran through the sea of consciousness also grew deeper and deeper, becoming boundless and inscrutable. If someone carefully observed Meng Qingzhou, it is not difficult to find that his entire human state, like a god that cannot be blasphemed, black satin instead of covering the eyes to add a few points of mysterious and sacred. One breath transforms three purities. Triple split fusion. Meng Qingzhou hid her hand in her sleeve and punched out a divine power seal. The Qian Yuan sword saint, who stood in the corner of the crowd, suddenly had a slight tremor in his body, and there were vaguely two identical heavy shadows that combined with him. The counterintuitive nature of the one breath transforms three purities is truly on display at this moment. With three bodies that possess 70% of the body's strength split into a fusion, the realm can actually climb up and surpass the body. Not only that, as long as I'm willing, and the triple split merges into my main body, will I be able to kill Zhao Yuan head-on? Meng Qingzhou fell into deep thought. In fact, the true usage of one qi transforms three purities was to condense three bilocations and then integrate them into the main body, being able to increase strength for a short period of time without any side effects. It was only that Meng Qingzhou had too many tawdry operations and didn't even think about this. Of course, even if she thought about it, she couldn't use it for the time being. Before being truly invincible, it must not be exposed to the sunlight. To learn Zhao Yuan thoughts, and even more so, to surpass Zhao Yuan, to live until the end of the world. The sea withered and the stones rotted, and let's see if the Empress has a solution. If it's not possible, we can only let the Qian Yuan sword saint take action. There just isn't a proper reason to let him die for once. Meng Qingzhou nodded slightly, thinking that this idea was very good. Outside the city, Zhao Yuan made a grip into the void, utilizing the power of the Black Star to forge a square heavenly paint halberd out of thin air, aiming at the imperial capital. His arms spread out like a bowstring pulling a full moon, and then violently disengaged his hand. Boom! A large halberd exploded out, directly shattering the imperial capital city protector formation. Qin Lioli, come out and fight. Zhao Yuan rose up in the air and crashed down in front of the gates of the imperial capital. Grinning, in a flash, countless meteors rose from the ground in the imperial capital. Those were great gene cultivators lurking in the city. After hundreds of years, the imperial capital of the Great Gene Dynasty was once again in a crisis, and there was a loud alarm, with all the imperial guards and forbidden guards mobilizing to protect the residents as they entered the shelters. Qin Lioli, are you afraid of this king? Zhao Yuan laughed out loud. This king presses a city with one person. You can't hide. Dongfang Lioli's pretty face was icy cold. She didn't say anything, but the killing intent in her eyes represented her thoughts. Your Majesty, you cannot. I am willing to fight the rebel king. I beg to differ. The military generals of the Great Gene Dynasty knelt down one after another, their resolute faces filled with the will to die. Dongfang Lioli waved her hand and lightly snapped her fingers, and the dragon robe condensed itself into a suit of armor. There is no need. The guest has arrived. As a host, would there be no reason not to receive him? After saying that, Dongfang Lioli took a step out and instantly arrived outside the city, confronting Zhao Yuan from afar. Zhao Yuan, I have let you go for many years, but I have finally raised a tiger, and you have taught me a great lesson. It's about time, too, for your long overdue destiny. Zhao Yuan snorted. Oh, this king would like to hear. What is destiny? Dongfang Lioli no longer suppressed the pressure, and the supreme fluctuations that belonged solely to the Chaohui realm filled the air, separating it from Zhao Yuan's Black Star shadow. Your destiny is to die. Requests for catch-up reading and 5-star reviews. Outside the imperial capital, Zhao Yuan's face instantly became ugly as he stared dead at Dongfang Lioli and said word for word, impossible. You actually broke through the Chaohui realm? At only 20 years old, the lunar flare realm was already intimidating enough to even attract the 7 young supreme beings to their doorsteps, wanting to propose marriage to the Empress. Now, this myth was once again broken. At only 20 years of age, an absolute powerhouse of the Chaohui realm came out of nowhere. Dongfang Lioli wore onyx red armor that was majestic and set her off like a heavenly god. Yes, I also find it unbelievable that I was able to break through the Chaohui realm, all thanks to the Emperor's help. Dongfang Lioli no longer referred to me. Her tone was bland. In her eyes, Zhao Yuan was already a person who was about to die, and at the same time, he was also her royal uncle who was connected to her bloodline. Sending off a royal uncle on the verge of death. Mundane titles seem insignificant. Emperor, Zhao Yuan murmured in a low voice and shook his head with a bitter smile. It's him again. This king has ended up in the present situation, not because he lost to you, Qin Lioli, but because he lost to the Emperor. I'm curious as to what kind of person the Emperor is. I've never known him, never even met him, and yet he knows my path like the back of his hand, and then dismantles it step by step, plotting to break it down. Oriental Lioli smiled, her expression calm, thinking back to after the marriage. Meng Qingzhou brought her all kinds of surprises, a strain of 9 suns scorching heart lotus, daily boiled into a porridge, and gradually cured her hidden disease, and no more defects, family-like companionship, calm as water temperament, and from time to time nonsense and small love words diluted the hostility in her heart. This is what made her break through the Chaohui realm. Otherwise, without the 9 suns scorching heart lotus, without eliminating the hostility in her heart, relying solely on hard grinding, I don't know how many years it will take to break through. Oriental Lioli said, Zhao Yuhuan, I admit that I underestimated you, and if it wasn't for the Emperor's repeated reminders, the loser of this year's late battle for imperial power would probably be me. You want to be crowned king and carry on the great Jin's ancient fortunes, so I'm sure you don't want to see the imperial capital damaged. Let's go. Follow me to the other dimension for a battle. The winner will return and the loser will die. Zhao Yuhuan laughed out loud and said, that's exactly what I want. With that, the two of them disappeared into the void at the same time. Entering the foreign space, Zhang Sanghai hurriedly took out a heaven-peeping mirror and projected the other space battle projection onto the sky of the imperial capital. This battle is about the ownership of the imperial power of the Great Jin, and it is closely related to the people of the Great Jin, who have the right to know the final result. The foreign space that ordinary Moonlight Yu realm didn't even dare to step into easily didn't feel anything to Zhao Yuhuan and Dongfan Liuli. The broken spatial turbulence crashed into them and directly disintegrated, and a large crack in the void spread out like a sword of judgment, but it couldn't come close to the 3 feet range of their bodies. The battle was almost spied on. You can only vaguely see miles and miles of emptiness shattered, the stars rustling down. The horror of the scene is frightening. Chaohui realm powerhouses can easily capture the stars and pluck the moon, and a single roar can overthrow 10,000 nations. When 2 Chaohui realms fought with all their might, it was hard to imagine how grand and magnificent the scene was. Zhao Yuhuan is bleeding. Someone pointed to a spot in the heaven-peeping mirror and exclaimed in shock, only to see that Zhao Yuhuan staggered backwards in the heaven-peeping mirror, his chest sunken by a punch, coughing up blood, worthy of being a supreme genius who surpassed his ancestor. Qin Lioli, you're good, Zhao Yuhuan unwillingly roared, crazy sick expression suddenly convergence, eyes clear, which has before half crazy. You have not been eroded by the black star, but have fused perfectly. The black star and you are like yin and yang, interdependent. The black star no longer burns the host's lifespan, nor does it kill the host and then explode itself. The black star has become calm. Dongfan Lioli stopped, frowning as she stared at the former. Zhao Yuhuan snapped his fingers and laughed lightly. Qin Lioli, you're still too young. Imperial power struggle? How can there be a fair fight? You think you're reading a novel. Which emperor is not dirty and full of blood and tears behind him? Under the yellow springs, don't you blame me. A majestic, abstruse figure emerged out of thin air and appeared in the foreign space, encircling Dongfan Lioli. These people, all of them, were clear of the half-stepped Chaohui realm, the 4 old ancestors of the Great Qian dynasty, the forbidden lord of the hidden sword Forbidden Land, the 5 spirit clans' great leader and second leader, and the 2 supreme elders of the Endless Sky sect. All are rare guests. Dongfan Lioli looked around the circle with cold eyes and said. The crowd ignored Dongfan Lioli and instead looked at Zhao Yuhuan. Zhao Yuhuan, don't forget your promise. The legacy imperial treasures of the late emperor of the Great Jin dynasty. All of them belong to me. Cede a quarter of the Great Jin's chi to my Great Qian. The 3 immortal great spirit stone veins belong to my 5 spirit clan. The female emperor's bloodline belongs to my Blood Sea Empire. Zhao Yuhuan laughed. Gentlemen, what was promised will definitely be given after Qin Lioli's death and this king's ascension to the throne. Only then did the crowd nod their heads and redirected their gazes to Dongfan Lioli, killing intent undisguised in their eyes. At only 20 years old, the Chaohui realm was too terrifying. If they were not strangled in the cradle before it was too late, sooner or later, they would threaten them and even lead the Great Jin dynasty to devour all forces. Even without Zhao Yuhuan asking for help and paying an extremely heavy price, they would still come today. Dongfan Lioli raised her eyebrows and scolded. Zhao Yuhuan, what are you doing? Great Jin's family affairs. You let outsiders meddle in them, even if it's not enough. But you also ceded the late emperor's legacy of imperial treasures and Great Jin's destiny to jackals. Zhao Yuhuan laughed coldly. So what? When this king achieves greatness, sooner or later, all these things ceded will be returned to their original owners. Qin Lioli, you watch well. I'll let you be the last to die. I'll lynch the Great Jin emperor first, then cut off Qin Beacon's head and carve up Zhang Sanghai. Lingering Meng Qingzhou, the traitor who sells the country, is not to be pardoned. Dongfan Lioli's killing intent reached its peak. No longer having any scruples, his strike was a heavenly collapse, a sea of fire rolling. Everyone watched the battle in the heaven-peeping mirror and couldn't help but worry for the empress. Many of the Great Jin's reclusive powerhouses had come out of the gate, tearing through the void and entering the foreign space to aid the empress. The Qin Beacon flame split was also out in force, his fury raging. Zhao Yuhuan, I swear to kill you. However, the enemies are too many and too strong. Even though Dongfang Liuli was invincible in the same realm, her advancement into the Chaohui realm was too short and without any precipitation. It was difficult for her to utilize the full strength of the Chaohui realm. Oriental Liuli was wounded. His armor in pieces and his shoulder was penetrated by a sword. Qian Yuan, let's go too. Meng Qingzhou sighed softly. The Qian Yuan sword saint didn't say a word as the temporal sword intent wrapped around Meng Qingzhou and entered the foreign space without any hindrance. Squire Meng. No. Zhang Songhai was alarmed and spoke out to dissuade him. The group of ministers were shocked. Squire Meng, you have no cultivation. You can't help His Majesty by going in. Yes, Squire, and believe in His Majesty. He will win. Squire Meng. Meng Qingzhou looked back with a sardonic smile and said, eating the king's salary, being loyal, the empress treats me well. In times of danger, how can I stand by and do nothing? These words come from the heart. A month ago Meng Qingzhou could never have said such words that went against the grain. After a period of time together, gradually, he had a good feeling about the empress, and could not bear to see her perish. The plot is falling apart anyway, so a little indulgence is no big deal. Requests for catch-up reading and 5-star reviews. A shocking event occurred in the imperial capital. The relevant news naturally could not be concealed. Someone threw the summoning jade ultimatum, summarized everything that happened today and notified the world. Revealed. The unknown splendor of Squire Mengqin's life. Don't blacken the squire's name. He's a loyal official. 7 young supreme beings are crushing the imperial capital. Mengqin's disciple, the Qian Yuan sword saint, has killed 7 supreme beings. The great pillar state's Lord Qin Fenghuang was wounded and nailed to the immortal burial forbidden ground. And the rebel army has achieved a milestone victory. Explosive news. Zhao Yuhuan has been hiding for many years, but he's actually a half-step Chaohui realm absolute power. Zhao Yuhuan knocked on the imperial capital, and the Black Star secret technique was revealed. The Empress is also in the Chaohui realm. The Empress shall fight. One piece of news sensationalized the Great Qin, and even the surrounding neighboring countries. Countless people were bombarded with dizziness, feeling that the world had turned upside down and that nothing was real anymore. In just one day's time, 7 young supreme beings had died. The temporal sword saint had shown his divine power. Zhao Yuhuan had knocked down the imperial capital, and the female emperor had been wounded in blood. Hearing the news that the empress was injured, naturally some people were happy and some were sad, and the hearts and livers of the people of the Great Qin pulled up and prayed for His Majesty. The female emperor's achievements in the reign of these years are obvious to all. You can say that he is overbearing, arbitrary and authoritarian, killing too heavy, but cannot deny her credit, reigning for just 3 years, so that the Great Qin song and dance, a thriving. The neighboring countries, on the other hand, were worried and scared, fearing that the winner would be the empress, a brutal woman who had already broken through the Chaohui realm and was enough to crush the neighboring countries. And even the Daqian dynasty couldn't compete with the Dejin dynasty anymore. Although Zhao Yuhuan is also counted as half of the Chaohui realm, and the Black Star secret method is briefly elevated. Naturally, it can only be counted as half, but Zhao Yuhuan's character is prudent and steady, and he will not easily make a move. Of course, once he makes a move, it is a rocky one. This battle is one that can be watched by all. It was unknown how many supreme beings, their gazes spanning thousands of miles, watched the battlefield of the alien space. However, the process was surprising. The military generals supporting the female emperor and the Great Qin cultivators were all blocked by a group of people who were members of the Great Qin dynasty, the Blood Sea Empire, the Endless Heavenly Sect, and other forces that had long been waiting here. I've long anticipated that you girls have many loyal ministers. How could this king not have made arrangements? Zhao Yuhuan laughed aloud as he waved his square sky-painting halberd. Today, the 7 top powers are jointly besieging. I'll see how you can escape. Qin Lioli, it's time for you to be put to death. The old ancestor of the Deqin dynasty, indifferently said. Dongfang Lioli didn't say a word. Her slender jade leg swept sideways and swept across, a powerful whip leg, directly whipping Zhao Yuhuan away. Nay, there were too many enemies, and all of them were old monsters with rich combat experience, and the group looked like monkeys. Only fight a war of attrition, never get tough with you. One person was injured and immediately retreated to the side to recover and heal, and several others took the top, resisting the Empress' fierce attack, and so on and so forth, only to consume the Empress. So strong, the Endless Sky Sect's Supreme Elder coughed up blood, covered his chest and exited the battlefield, took out a healing pill and took it, saying, a full 12 half-step Chaohui realms, plus Zhao Yuhuan, who had been elevated to the Chaohui realm by the Black Star secret method, were actually just barely able to block Qin Lioli, the Blood Sea Empire's prime minister, coldly said. The more this happens, the more important it is to strangle her in advance. When Qin Lioli stabilizes the Chaohui realm, All of us old bones together won't be able to withstand a slap from her. Sheen Beacon Flame Split led a group of martial arts generals anxiously. How could they not break through the defense line? The 7 major powers were united, with a full 30 to 40 lunar flare realm cultivators blocking the road. Deception is too much. Sheen Beaconfire roared in anger and pounced with open arms. Immediately afterward, Sheen Beaconfire's doppelganger, which had been warmed up for hundreds of years, directly exploded with a loud bang amidst the enemy group. 3 early lunar flare realm cultivators were killed on the spot, and more than a dozen were injured. But the defense line remained rock solid. Great Pillar State. The Great Gene cultivators were in a rage. The atmosphere of despair grew stronger, and if it continued like this, the Empress would definitely not be able to hold out. No one can change the ending. Sheen Lioli must die, brutalized and slaughtered the living. The female emperor of the Great Gene dynasty had countless crimes, so for the sake of peace in the world, she had to be erased. The lunar flare realm cultivators in the 7 powers spoke one after another, as if they were deciding. Just then, 2 figures in front of and behind each other were like silhouettes of time as the Chen Yuan Sword Saint led Meng Qingzhou all the way forward. The tributaries of the long river of time flowing under his feet as everything around him turned black and white. The 7 power blockers, seeing the incoming people, wanted to make a move to cut off the way. Stop, it's forbidden ahead. Someone made a vertical slash that ran through the star core, but it didn't hit the Chen Yuan Sword Saint and Meng Qingzhou. The blade light cut straight through them without leaving a trace. Meng Qingzhou was aloof and tranquil. And even when she heard the commotion, she was not surprised at all. After breaking through the lunar flare realm, I have once again comprehended a higher level of spacetime sword intent. I have named this move, time and space shrinkage. The Chen Yuan Sword Saint said softly, the me you see is not the me of the present time and space. I walk in the future past of the long corridor of history. The 7 power blockers didn't believe in evil and took turns bombarding the Chen Yuan Sword Saint and Meng Qingzhou with all sorts of means. There were even people who were proficient in the law of causality and attempted to fundamentally sanction the Chen Yuan Sword Saint. It's a waste of effort. The law of causality can affect the temporal sword intent, but your comprehension of the law of causality together is too shallow. You're still far from it. The Chen Yuan Sword Saint shook his head and raised his right hand, his fingers coming together to form a finger sword. This sword, killing from the future, maybe tomorrow, maybe the next second. There is nowhere to hide. Unpredictable. You can only resist. I'll only make 1 sword per person, and if I can live, I'll live. After saying that, the Chen Yuan Sword Saint continuously tapped, and dozens of temporal sword intent disappeared into the long river of time. The crowd of roadblockers laughed coldly, feeling that the Chen Yuan Sword Saint was bragging. A mere sea covering realm cultivator. How dare you speak so loudly? No, when did you break through? This aura is lunar flare realm. A Bloodsea Empire cultivator was surprised, and just as he finished speaking, a sword intent suddenly attacked him from behind, cutting off his head and churning his soul. It was only then that the 7 power blockers realized it afterward, and for a time, the silence was eerie, and everyone was numb and clawed. How to fight this? Opponents can't be tagged, can't be targeted, and can't be attacked. And the Chen Yuan Sword Saint casually released a sword intent that directly disappeared into the long river of time, ready to kill in unexpected places. Pust, pust. The scene was particularly bizarre as people were constantly being harvested and dying without warning. Even a lunar flare realm cultivator who had lived for 1,000 years and was accustomed to seeing great storms and waves was scared out of his wits at this moment. Devil, devil, escape, hurry up and escape. Gradually, some people fled in haste, thinking that they would be fine if they broke away from this foreign space and stopped facing the Chen Yuan Sword Saint head-on. There's no escape. The time and space sword intent melted into your future and is already waiting at some point in the future. The only way to dodge is to immediately become stronger than me and fight hard against the next sword, or to immediately wipe your neck now and end your life early, so you don't have to take my sword. The Chen Yuan Sword Saint shook his head, and after a few words of explanation, he stopped paying attention and followed behind Meng Qingzhou, continuing to walk further ahead. Extremely far away, there were terrifying fluctuations that were permeating the area, and an ordinary lunar flare realm cultivator would be shocked if he couldn't even get close. In the center of the battlefield, Dongfang Lioli was still strong, without the need for any weapons. Her fists were wide open, as if she was an invincible goddess of war. Your Majesty, I'm late to save you. Meng Qingzhou arched his hand in a distant salute. The serene and peaceful voice reached Dongfang Lioli's ears. Dongfang Lioli's face, which was enough to make any living being go crazy, was filled with hostility, and his pupils were devoid of any emotional color, cold as if he would slaughter all living beings at any time. However, from the moment she heard Meng Qingzhou's voice, Dongfang Lioli had a jolt and her eyes regained clarity. Lightship. Oriental Lioli muttered to herself in a voice that only she could hear. somewhat incredulous, and ignoring the crowd of people surrounding her. She looked back openly. Only a long river of time, like a red carpet spread on the ground, was seen all the way over. Meng Qingzhou walked above the long river of time, approaching step by step. Why are you here? Hurry up and leave. Dongfang Liuli was shocked by this scene to the point of briefly losing her concentration, and then immediately reacted, hurriedly scolding. Zhao Yuan looked over after him and frowned when he saw Meng Qingzhou and asked, "Are you Meng Qingzhou, or Meng Qin?" Meng Qingzhou scratched his head, a little confused, blinked his eyes, and froze and asked back, "What does it mean? Meng Qin and Meng Qingzhou are both me. Ah, you're talking about the cow devil. That's just it. No matter who you are, you're someone this king wants to kill." Zhao Yuan gave a hideous smile. In the nick of time, Zhao Yuan was so anxious that he couldn't wait to race against the clock and quickly kill Dongfang Liuli. Now someone had come to the door of her own accord, or a more important role in the empress's mind. Whether it was Emperor Meng Qingzhou or Minister of the Shangshu Meng Qin, they all had a strong relationship with the empress. Since this is the case, killing it will definitely be able to destroy the empress Dao heart, thus affecting the battlefield. "I'm sorry, you probably don't have a chance," Meng Qingzhou said blandly. The reason why he would take the risk of following his doppelganger into the center of the battlefield was actually because he was worried that the doppelganger alone would not be able to withstand a dozen half-step Chaohui realm cultivators. Only the main body came together, and even if they didn't put up a fight and watched dryly from the side, they could still increase for the temporal sword intent. Qian Yuan, pull them into the space-time domain and return the battlefield back to the Empress and Zhao Yuan. Meng Qingzhou faced towards Zhao Yuan and playfully raised her eyebrows. "Little old brother, it's time for you to bear the wrath from the biggest villainous boss, the first female emperor in history, and a strong woman with talent that boasts the world for ages, Qin Liuli." It's a pity that we can't see Zhao Yuan's brilliant expression. The Chen Yuan sword saint nodded slightly. His arms spread open horizontally before he heavily slapped his palm. The temporal sword intent transformed into a small world and enveloped the 12 half-step Chaohui realm cultivators. "Enter the cycle, gentlemen," Meng Qingzhou said blandly. A long river of time tributary ran through the void, wrapping up 12 major power head-level figures, shrouded in time comprehension. The 12 heads of power, in an instant, entered a time loop, breaking free in a fragment of history, or an experience of a certain period of life. An awkward scene emerged. Zhao Yuan, who had originally led the crowd of bigwigs to beat up the empress, had instantly become a loner, facing the empress alone. Cold sweat rustled and rolled down Zhao Yuan's forehead, and his face stiffened. Dongfang Liuli's cold eyes darkened and indifferently said, "How do you want to die?" Requests for catch-up reading, 5-star reviews, and gifts. The Code of the Royal Roads, the First Pardon of the Imperial Way, Spiritual Power Seal, all laws return to the ruins. Oriental Liuli hand holding a divine power condensed into a heavenly book. Pupil eyes golden light, 3,000 green silk moving with the wind. No superfluous body straight, suspended in the air, mouth chanting true words. Immediately, Zhao Yuan was shocked to discover that the flow of spiritual qi within his meridians had become sluggish and blocked, and his divine sense, which was originally able to cover 10,000 miles, could now only extend out to less than 10 meters. Even the black star, which had fused with him as one, had lost its senses. Imperial Dao Code. Is this your Dao? Zhao Yuan opened his mouth with difficulty, barely fending off a broken spatial turbulence in the alien space. Losing the Black Star's secret art and losing his aura instantly turned him into a lamb to the slaughter. No longer arrogant. Yes, Dongfang Liuli said blandly. I had a feeling when I was young that I would be the only king of the ages, destined to rule the mountains and rivers, recover the kingdoms, and level the forbidden lands. Not only do I want to rule the Tsangshem Huanwu, but I also want to control the 3,000 Great Dao. Therefore, I will call this avenue that is uniquely my own, the Imperial Way. This Imperial Dao Code is the evolution of my Great Dao. This is the first time that the Empress has moved to real anger, and also the first time that she has activated the Royal Road Code. Before this, everyone knew that this is a nuclear bomb, and I'm afraid that the power is not small, but I did not expect that it would be so horrible. 10,000 laws return to the ruins. Ha ha ha, what a great 10,000 laws return to the ruins. This king is still able to fight even though he has no spiritual power and no Black Star secret art. Zhao Yuan tore apart the great garment, his flesh blooming with fluorescent light, and the countless human orifices in his body actually hid oceans of qi and blood, a precursor to sainthood in the flesh. Dual cultivation in physical and spiritual disciplines? Just one step away from becoming a saint in the flesh. You really surprised me. Dongfang Liuli nodded, inevitably with some admiration. Even Meng Qingzhou couldn't help but be surprised. This guy has too many cards. It's like a lasagna, with one layer after another. first incited to turn back half of the officials of the Jin dynasty, stealing and hiding millions of elite soldiers and generals, deliberately set the hiding place in the burial of the immortal Forbidden Land, which is still not assured, specifically to send their own son into the capital to cause havoc, so that the empress will not be suspicious. After the matter was exposed, Zhao Yuan suddenly transformed into a supreme power again. At this point, it is reasonable to say that normal people must feel that the victory is assured. The Empress Qin Liuli is a woman, only 20 years old. Only half a month ago was the peak of the moon flare realm. Who in their right mind would think that the Empress would break through the Chaohui realm? Zhao Yuan thought of it and didn't hesitate to pull in the heads of the 7 major powers to surround him. Even Meng Qinzhou felt that doing this was enough to seize the throne, and Qin Liuli would inevitably not be able to win. As a result, the Chen Yuan Sword Saint pulled a group of half-step Chaohui realm veterans into the space-time loop, and Zhao Yuan suffered a shot of the 10,000 laws returning to the ruins. And he had another card. He was actually a physical Dharma dual cultivator whose physical body was about to become a saint. Wizards! Meng Qinzhou was overwhelmed with emotion, rather feeling like a confidant meeting a confidant and sympathizing with each other. In the path of the Go Dao, only Zhao Yuan is on par with him. It's just a shame that he didn't know who screwed up and overrode all his scheming one step ahead of time. Die for this king. Zhao Yuan's fist ran through the stars and rivers, like a meteor crashing into the earth, smashing into Dongfang Liuli. Dongfang Liuli's eyes were clear and cold, quietly gazing at Zhao Yuan who was killing at breakneck speed, and her sandalwood mouth lightly opened to spit out a few words. The second pardon of the Imperial Way. All 3,000 avenues are vassals, and the Imperial Way is honored. The Tao of flesh is also the 3,000 Tao. You give me. Kneel down. Zhao Yuan, who had a devil god posture and was unstoppable to kill, immediately changed his swooping posture without any sluggishness or hesitation and flopped down to his knees, and due to his speed, he also slipped and knelt in the air for a few hundred meters. Zhao Yuan was dumbfounded for a long time, woodenly looking down at his standard kneeling position, somewhat skeptical of life. What kind of broken path are you on? Saying what you want, does it not follow your words? Is there no fucking limit? Zhao Yuan said angrily. Upon hearing this, Meng Qinzhou nodded with deep approval. Yes, it was too perverted. It felt like it could rival his temporal sword intent. Actually, there are also restrictions. Dongfang Liuli hesitated for a moment and looked at Meng Qinzhou, her pretty face rising in red as she awkwardly said, that, the Royal Dao Code activation conditions are too harsh. It can only be used on cultivators of the same realm, or lower realms. And during this period, I can only recite the code. I can't make a move. Can you get the Chen Yuan Sword Saint to take the time to kill Zhao Yuan? Zhao Yuan? Mang Lightning. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? Please take care of Zhao Yuan's feelings, okay? I won't hide it from your Majesty. Chen Yuan only broke through the lunar flare realm not too long ago, and it's already too strong for him to make a move when he barely managed to exert the space-time domain to hold back the 12 half-step Chaohui. Meng Qinzhou shook his head. Not only that, those 12 half-step Chaohui are just caught in the space-time cycle and can't break free. As time goes by, they will be able to find the pattern and take the initiative to break the cycle. Your Majesty, do you want to recite a few more codes, such as Heavenly Execution, Immortal Execution Sword Formation, or something? Oriental Liuli scratched her forehead with her fingers, actually having a trace of a sense of petulance, and said, this, I'm afraid it won't work either. The Imperial Tao Code currently only has 4 amnesties, one where all laws are returned to the ruins, one where all 3,000 avenues are ministers, and the other 2 are on the side of auxiliary efficacy. Meng Qinzhou was surprised. There is no killing and pardoning text? No, because I haven't thought of what kind of killing pardon text to compose yet. Starting from the Tainyun realm, every time I break through a large realm, I can only add 1 pardon text. Currently the most I can write is 5. If it's not possible, I'll just think of one on the fly. Dongfang Liuli answered honestly. This, Meng Qinzhou went numb. Your Majesty, your persona is crumbling. As the evil empress, the bearer of the killing world, you don't even have killing means in your avenue? Come on, tell me if it's trying to clear your name. Zhao Yuan even knelt in the air with a lifeless face and said silently, I have a suggestion. Since neither of us has any way to do anything about anyone right now, the Chen Yuan Sword Saint is pulling a group of people into the cycle that he can't get out of, and Qin Liuli can't make a move. My legs are numb from kneeling too. Why don't we call a truce and we'll fight again on a different day? Upon hearing this, Meng Qinzhou raised her eyebrows. A truce? No way. Let you old bastard run away. If you don't live until the end of time, I'll take your name. There's no need for that. Killing tactics. I still have one. Meng Qinzhou suddenly had a flash of insight and pulled out an incense offering from her bosom. Yeah. It was the third boundary extinguishing incense, burial god's countryside, that had been seized from broken no hatred earlier. It is said that this one burial god incense, the source of which was made by sacrificing hundreds of great worlds, absorbed the calamity that led to the ancient twilight of the god's tragedy. Meng Qingzhou used her heart's blood to light the burial god incense, cupped her hands, and made a distant bow towards Zhao Yuhuan. A burial god's country sends heir to the afterlife. King of Shu, have a good journey. The funeral incense rose up in curls of black smoke, and in the smoke it was as if there were evil spirits, hissing and trying to rush out of the smoke. Those evil spirits in the smoke. Heck, there are some very famous gods in history. The black smoke from the burning incense offering slowly drifted towards Zhao Yuhuan, penetrating through his pores and even penetrating through his brow spirit platform before corroding the soul. No! Zhao Yuhuan let out a miserable pained roar. He seemed to have seen something, foreseen something, and was scared out of his wits. His Dao fruit was being eroded by the black smoke, and his realm kept falling and slipping. In the blink of an eye, he was transformed into a mortal. Hundreds of years of hard cultivation put to the torch, and his soul body was covered with black particles, like small insects, constantly gnawing at the soul. Zhao Yuan's soul then turned into an irregular shape with a pitted surface that was extremely bizarre. Give me a pain in the ass, Zhao Yuan wailed, rolling all over the ground without any image, reaching out to Meng Qingzhou, praying. Meng Qingzhou shook her head. I'm sorry, I'm just a mortal with no cultivation to kill you. Then, Your Majesty, please, kill me, Zhao Yuan hissed. Oriental Lioli became more and more embarrassed and said, I can't spare my hands either, and I still have to restrict you, or else if you regain your strength, wouldn't this expired burial god incense be an easy solution for Chaohui realm powerhouses? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan even forgot about the pain and stopped screaming miserably, laughing miserably a few times. You pair of crouching dragon and phoenix, how could this king fall into your hands? This king is not willing to do so. Saying that, Zhao Yuan roared, Black Star, explode. This king is going to make this pair of dogs bury me with them. It wasn't until just before he died that Zhao Yuan finally realized who this blindfolded youth in front of him was, with such notable pitiful attributes. It was definitely the great Jin Emperor, hot man behind the Empress. Zhao Yuan had fallen to this point, all because of the Emperor. How could he not hate him? Emperor and Empress, follow me on the road. The black star began to expand and then exploded with a bang. A loud noise shook the 9 heavens. A great earthquake occurred in the foreign space. The stars rustled and fell. The spatial barriers were as if they were papier-mâché, and the spatial barriers of the millions of miles of area were shattered in an instant. For a few short seconds, without any hesitation, Dongfang Lioli chanted out, casting her gaze at Meng Qingzhou, while she herself, unprotected, was alone and exposed at the center point of the black star explosion. The fourth pardon of the code of the royal way. The king's eye is inviolable. Meng Qingzhou's face changed slightly as she hurriedly summoned the Chen Yuan sword saint and lifted the temporal loop. Time and space field. Shelter your majesty. A long river of time tributary flowed from the void and wrapped around Oriental Lioli. He didn't know that the Empress actually had her heart set on protecting herself in a critical situation. The Empress also didn't expect that this courtier and contractual husband, who liked to touch fish, would be the first to think of protecting her in times of danger. As for the Chen Yuan sword saint, naturally, she was ignored by the Empress. A Shirbao male who only knew how to listen to his master was not worth wasting his mind on. I'm the Empress, not your wife. To think of protecting the Empress at such a juncture, do you want to betray your wife? At the critical moment, Dongfang Lioli suddenly thought so, somewhat jealous. Meng Qingzhou, on the other hand, was thinking, the Empress is so powerful, then I'll perform well and try to leave a good impression. Anyway, this laborious black star explosion can't hurt me at all. The big deal is to jump into a certain part of the history of the long river of time and hide, and come out again when the explosion is over. Rumble. The 12 heads of power opened their eyes in bewilderment, and before they could regain their senses from the time loop, they heard a deafening commotion, and as soon as they turned around, they were enveloped in a black star explosion. In the fall of September, maple leaves fall all over the ground like flames in full bloom. Jin Dynasty female Emperor Qin Lioli, standing in the Taiji Hall, that is, today's village of green tiles in front of the door, the eyes far away looking at the sky, the gaze is empty, no spirit. Su Qingqiu was wearing a plain white dress, holding her sword in both hands, quietly following behind the Empress, losing her usual lively and naive behavior, and was silent without uttering a word. Has the Emperor found it? Dongfang Lioli's voice was slightly hoarse. Your Majesty, the day before yesterday, during the battle in front of the gates of the imperial capital, the rebel king Zhao Yuan committed suicide, and after detonating the Black Star, the Emperor and the Qian Yuan sword saint completely disappeared. suspected to have been involved in a spatial node and teleported to a very far place, Su Qingqiu said. Since Zhao Yuan died 2 days ago and the rebellion in Shu gradually subsided, the Empress' birthday banquet naturally could not be organized and was scribbled to an end. Dongfang Liuli's eyes dimmed for a moment, and the corners of her lips pursed up a trace of bitterness. Yeah, that fool, that salty fish, had disappeared for 2 days and 2 nights, and even with all her means, she had not been able to find him. It was like the broken temple on the rainy night when they first met 3 years ago. Meng Qingzhou had burst into her world and now he had suddenly disappeared. At that time, Dongfang Liuli was not yet the great Jin Empress, just a rebellious little princess who fled, wanting to see some of the red dust of the world. Accidentally bumped into a green shirt with an extraordinary temperament of Meng Qingzhou. At that time, Dongfang Liuli ghostly asked, "Do you think a woman can be an emperor?" Who knew that Meng Qingzhou replied decisively, "Of course I can. I'm just very optimistic about Her Highness the little princess. She will definitely be able to ascend to the imperial throne in the future. Her Royal Highness, the little princess Meng Qingzhou, was the Dongfang Liuli of that time. A woman's claim to the throne is unprecedented, and no ordinary person would even dare to think about it. In the early days of Dongfang Liuli's business, even the closest people didn't know her ambition. Only Meng Qingzhou asserted that Dongfang Liuli would claim the title of emperor. This one sentence, which supported her all the way to the present, was also the reason why Dongfang Liuli had set a 3-year contract with Meng Qingzhou in the first place. How is Qin Beaconfire's injury? Dongfang Liuli sighed leisurely, counting a piece of drifting maple leaves and asked carelessly. Su Qingqiu respectfully said, "The Great Pillar Kingdom is physically fine, only that it has been begging to see the emperor." Should the slave girl tell the Great Pillar Kingdom the truth? Dongfang Liuli said, "There's no need to say it. Qin Fenghua has a violent personality. If you talk to him, it's easy to cause trouble." Qin Fenghua's split body went to his death, and his main body was nailed to the burial immortal Forbidden Land until the Empress returned victorious. And only then did she personally go to the burial immortal Forbidden Land to rescue Qin Fenghuang, who had not witnessed the final battle and didn't know that Meng Qingzhou had disappeared. Empress, Su Qingqiu was about to speak, but when she saw the nascent hostility at the Empress's brows, she hurriedly held back the words on her lips. Oriental Liuli suddenly said, "In just 1 day's time, the dynasty has experienced the rebellion of the vassal kings and the siege of the 7 major forces. It is their endless ambition. It is this chaotic world of endless conquests that has caused the disappearance of Lightboat, and to this day, it is unknown whether she is alive or dead. I want to take revenge and wipe out the 7 powers involved in the siege." Su Qingqiu's pupils contracted and silently lowered her head, not daring to speak. At this time, the Empress, after losing Meng Qingzhou in the only place that could give her peace of mind, the hostility seemed to have been rekindled. Summon Qin Beaconfire, Jiang Songhai, and all the 100 officials above the 3rd rank. I want to start a war. I want to make those 7 powers leave no chickens or dogs behind and bleed. I will make them feel the pain and the fear. As he spoke, he filled the air of Jingo killing. The Empress stopped and looked back at the chaise longue that Meng Qingzhou had once loved to sit in, gazing at it for a long time, and when she turned around again, she was already surging with murderous intent. A blueprint for a war on the crusade against the 7 powers was quickly finalized amidst the arguments of Jiang Songhai and a group of other thinkers. Time: 15 days later. The target: the destruction of the country and the destruction of the clan. 15 days? That's too much time. I suggest sending troops north immediately and pointing them straight at the 7 great powers, Qin Fenghuang said. Jiang Songhai stroked his beard and leisurely said, "The dynasty has experienced turmoil in a row and needs time to recuperate, so it can't be rushed." Qin Fenghua said angrily, "What are you waiting for? The 7 powers have also suffered heavy losses in this battle, and many of their top brass have even lost their lives in the Black Star explosion. Taking advantage of his life is the unchanging truth of the ages." At those words, Jiang Songhai didn't say anything and looked at the Empress. Among the courtiers present, only the Empress and Jiang Songhai knew why the crusade had been postponed. Because the Emperor is missing. The Empress was lenient for 15 days, only to find the Emperor at all costs during that time. "Are you guys hiding something from old me?" Qin Beaconfire said suspiciously. Dongfang Liuli said blandly, "I am injured. Is that reason enough?" Qin Fenghua choked and his fire disappeared all of a sudden. Immediately believing it, he hurriedly arched his hand and said, "That's enough. Then your majesty recuperates well. All right, Jiang Songhai stays, the others disperse." After everyone left, Dongfang Liuli took out a jade talisman and handed it to Jiang Songhai. This talisman is called the 10,000 miles teleportation talisman, a treasure bequeathed by the late emperor. If the country is in great trouble, crushing the jade talisman will teleport me back. The 10,000 miles teleportation talisman can only be used once, and if it's not a matter of life and death, You're not allowed to summon me at will. Zhang Sunhai took the jade talisman and looked at the empress, saying, Is your majesty going in search of the emperor? Dongfan Liuli was silent for a long time, glanced at the former and nodded. Nothing can be hidden from you. Zhang Sunhai rubbed his fingertips over the jade talisman and said in a deep voice, I have something to report. Just this morning, more than 10,000 scout pioneers, who spared no effort in pursuing the shattered spatial nodes after the explosion of the Black Star, finally made some discoveries. At these words, the Empress's pupils, which concealed surging hostility in their serenity, instantly lit up and hurriedly asked, How? Did you find the Emperor? Not yet, but the micro-consultant has sifted out a few places, and the Emperor has a high probability of disappearing among these places. After saying that, Zhang Sunhai took out a sand map and placed it on the table, drawing a map of the topography of the entire Jin dynasty. Each mountain, river, and ancient city was standardized. This was Zhang Sunhai's innate magic treasure, a picture of mountains and rivers, which he had traveled step by step through the rivers and mountains of the Great Jin, measuring them with his eyes, and finally refining this immortal spiritual treasure. Your Majesty, please look. Towards the extreme north, near the border there is an ancient divine city. Toward the southeast is where the sects gather, and the incense flourishes. To the west, Buddhism flourishes in what is known as the land of 10,000 miles of Buddhas. Zhang Sunhai said, At the moment, there are only these 3 places of suspicion, and I won't stop your majesty. That's all I can do. Dongfan Liuli nodded his head and said, I know. Stand down and remember not to divulge the news of my departure. Yes. The sun was shining that afternoon. In front of the gates of the imperial capital, a woman in a red dress wearing a bucket hat stood alone in front of the city gates. Pedestrians have been sideways glances, even if the woman is very well covered, still cannot block the unique charm that emanates at any time and any place. Only the woman in red sighed softly, then looked towards the extreme north. Swire God City? The city of the ancient gods, originating from the era of the opening of the heavens. The city walls are more than 10,000 feet high, connecting the green sky to the underworld, mysterious and magnificent, and you can feel the ancient vicissitudes of the atmosphere. There were countless foreigners coming in and out of the city gates, with strange looks, ranging from half-beasts with beast heads and human bodies, to souls with pure soul bodies, to angels with 6 wings on their backs, and to spirits with beauty like flowers. A young man in a green shirt with black satin covering his eyes, standing in front of the city gates with a blind cane, smiling serenely and exchanging friendly words with the soldiers guarding the city. Although I am a human, I am also a foreigner who is alone in a foreign land. We are in the same boat nah. Just let me in. This person was none other than Meng Qingzhou, who had jumped into the spacetime river when the Black Star exploded and accidentally teleported to the vicinity of the Swire God City. After 2 days of skulking around in the wilderness, listening to the sounds of birds and sniffing the scent of scrying flowers along the way, he somehow arrived at the gate of the Taiku Divine City. At first he was confused and couldn't figure out where he was, and after asking around, he gradually realized that this was the Taiku Divine City, the lair of the ancient desolate beast vault. In the novel In the Middle and Late, this ancient city of God can be described as a great show of God's grace. Imagine a city with a consciousness. The crisis can even burst beyond the might of the Chaohui realm, coupled with the Chaohui realm of the late ancient beast's dome. Once out of the world, naturally, the stone breaks through the sky. In the plot of the novel, the protagonist of the Dragon Ao Tian, Zhao Jiao, after successfully helping the king of Shu to seize the throne of the Great Jin dynasty, as expected to be the crown prince, began to tour his own rivers and mountains, discovered the Taiku Divine City, with the protagonist's aura, and the Taiku Divine City to conclude an alliance with each other, watch and defend each other. However, the vast majority of the inhabitants of the city of the Swire God nowadays were foreign races whose homelands had been destroyed by humans, hated the human race, and would not allow humans to set foot on this pure land. The soldier guarding the city is a 6-winged angel, with a convex front and curvy back, a well-proportioned body without any excess, and a sweet and gentle voice. The angel girl stared at the green-shirted youth vigilantly, and whispered a stern voice, "No way. You human scum. Full of lies. Don't even think about deceiving me." There were also 2 human cultivators the day before yesterday, and the same excuse was used to let them muddle through. You human scum. Are you insulting my intelligence by using one excuse twice? Meng Qingzhou frowned. The day before yesterday, there were 2 human cultivators, who entered the Swift God City, using the same excuse as him. However, Meng Qingzhou didn't have to enter the Taiku Divine City. He just felt that this place was very peaceful, no one could find him, and it was very suitable for seclusion. Really not negotiable? Meng Qingzhou confirmed one last time. If you can't, you can go back to the Great Jin. continue to fulfill the agreement with the empress, and become an official for the Great Gene for 2 or 3 years, and then travel the world with Dongfan Lioli. The six-winged angel girl was about to refuse when she suddenly remembered something and said, "Recently, a plague broke out in the city, and more than half of the foreigners have been infected. If you know medicine, you can stay in the city temporarily as a physician, and your honorarium will be settled according to the price of a royal physician." At those words, Meng Qingzhou suddenly remembered something. The plague in the city of the ancient gods seems to involve a pretty important plot point. Ancient desolate beast vault, born a god, long life, but at the same time the breakthrough is extremely slow, cannot be compared with the human cultivators. Every 100 years will also go through a divine plague. Crossover then live, crossover but then die. This time when the plague appeared in Taigushan City, it was actually the dome that was ferrying the divine plague and accidentally leaked the source of contamination, infecting the residents of the city. I know a little about medicine, so I can give it a try. Meng Qingzhou laughed. Isn't it coincidental that, just when he wanted to jerk off what the touch of an ancient beast was like, the opportunity came to him, as if remembering the words in the book describing the ancient desolate beast, dome. The dome has been transformed into a human being after thousands of years, with a delicate body and soft little lowly, white silk and black skirt, arrogant ghosts, and a pair of furry beast ears, with a withdrawn character that is hard to get along with, and once you make friends with them, you will be as sticky as a puppy. In the original, Dome Sister is an arrogant to the point where even the Dragon Pride protagonist can't look down on her. Meng Qingzhou didn't expect anything else, but only wanted an ally. Vault is aloof and doesn't like to make friends with people. If I can heal the residents of the city, I will definitely be able to gain her friendship. And in the future, if the Empress dares to backtrack and forcefully wants to leave me behind, there's still a way back to call on Sister Vault for assistance. With this in mind, Meng Qingzhou decisively agreed to this errand. Just like that, Meng Qingzhou managed to enter the Swift God City by virtue of her status as a physician. Until then, however, the six-winged angelic girl had always followed him every inch of the way, preventing the miscellaneous human from taking bad chances. "Human, I need to check your medical skills, and if you dare to lie to me, I will stick your head in the soil," the six-winged angel girl threatened in a petulant voice. "How to check?" Meng Qingzhou said indifferently. "Medical skills this thing. 3 years ago, point full, walking in the Jianghu, will not be a little medical skills how to do it. Furthermore, he didn't need a particularly impressive level of medical skill. And anyway, the plague in the city wasn't a disease at all, but was caused by the escape of the divine plague. After breaking through the lunar flare realm, Meng Qingzhou's control over the spacetime Tao became more and more profound, and there were many ways to uproot the escaping divine calamity. "Follow me." The six-winged angel girl's eyes were disgusted as she said. Meng Qingzhou couldn't see at all, and of course ignored the contemptuous gazes cast by the other party. Smiling and nodding, "Okay, you lead the way." The six-winged angel girl brought Meng Qingzhou to a medical center along the street. The medical center was run down, cobwebs all over the place. The smell of rotten mold filled the air, and the plaques were rusted. "Please help me clean up," Meng Qingzhou said. "Human, don't you have long hands?" The six-winged angelic girl disliked it without any qualms. Meng Qingzhou pointed to the black satin under her eyes and said, "Please forgive me for being a blind man with no way to do this hard work." The six-winged angel girl froze and looked closer. "Ha! Isn't that a decoration?" Then she was puzzled again and said, "A blind man can be a healer." "Human, you're swindling me." "Absolutely. Don't worry, I'm a doctor with no hands, staying in a foreign city full of human-hating foreigners. Wouldn't I be asking for death by lying to you?" Meng Qingzhou said blandly. The six-winged angel girl turned her thoughts. That's right, this was her home turf, and if the blind human dared to lie to her, she would have the blind man cleaned up and sent to the Unchained House for the enjoyment of the fey females who like to mate with human males. "Wait," the six-winged angelic sister said, and then the 3 pairs of feathered wings emitting holy light unfolded, gently lifting their wings and chanting under her breath, "Oh holy light, please eliminate the filth and staleness." With a flash of light, the medical center was instantly refreshed. Meng Qingzhou sniffed with her nose, and the pungent moldy smell was gone, replaced by a refreshing fragrance. Fingers run over the tables, chairs and benches, smooth as can be, and you can't feel the graininess of the dust. "Not bad, so let's get to the point," Meng Qingzhou said blandly. "How should I test my medical skills?" The six-winged angel girl straightened her chest, her snow-white proud capital extraordinarily eye-catching, and said, "It's simple. I was infected with the plague as well, and healing me back to health proves that you have that power." Meng Qingzhou nodded slightly. "Sure enough, it's simple. This sister's cultivation is good. Early stage of the mountain-moving realm cultivation. She shouldn't be an ordinary soldier guarding the city. It's more like the Wasteland Dome Sisters Angelic Kintetsu Corps, a group of pussy-whipped angelic royals. When the Dome Sister transits, the first to bear the brunt of the first infections will be the angelic close guards. Hold out your hand, Meng Qingzhou said. The six-winged angel girl hesitated a little, her eyes staring at Meng Qingzhou in disgust, but she finally handed out her white jade-like wrist. Meng Qingzhou held down her wrist with 3 fingers, and a trace of temporal sword intent drilled into the six-winged angel girl's body, probing inch by inch. In an instant, the six-winged angel girl only felt as if her body was being stroked by a man with big rough hands. Her delicate body trembled, and her soft white skin flushed with goosebumps. Yikes! Human! Everyone human! What are you doing? The six-winged angel girl's pretty face turned red with shame and hurriedly drew her hand back. Saying that, the six-winged angel girl drew out the angelic greatsword at her waist as she fiercely said, I get it. You're a filthy horny bastard full of filth with an excuse to take advantage of me. I'm going to stick your head in a cesspool. Meng Qingzhou ignored it and calmly said, the cause of the disease has been found. Now take off your pants. I'm going to give you an injection. At these words, the angelic greatsword in the hands of the six-winged angel girl fell to the ground with a clang, frozen in place. Pants off? Lord City Lord was right. Humans are all scum. I'll stick your head up the jackal race's ass. Meng Qingzhou helplessly spread her hands and said, you've got a complicated cause. The source of the infection has eaten its way from your shoulder all the way up to your hip. The infection is piling up in your hip, and to pull it out completely, you'll either have to get a shot or I'll give you a sword. And I'm blind, eh? It's not like I can see. I can't talk about a color demon. The six-winged angel girl held her pretty face red, her fair cheeks a burst of green and a burst of red, tangled for a long time, finally made up her mind, her shell teeth biting her lower lip, her eyes shy and angry, mixed with a hint of contempt and dislike, looking askance at Meng Qingzhou, her voice as if it were a mosquito. Miscellaneous cultivator. Just as the angelic girl's palms trembled, she lifted the waistband of her pants and eased them down. Meng Qingzhou suddenly raised her hand and said, forget it, I'll just give you a sword. It's easier and quicker. As the words fell, Meng Qingzhou's fingertips condensed a space-time sword intent, shooting it through the air into the six-winged angelic sister's body, and the sword intent transported the contamination of the divine calamity from the shoulder and into the other dimension. The temporal sword intent tracked all the way through the meridians, churning out pollution all the way up to the hips. The six-winged angel girl hadn't had time to react since the beginning. Her petite body trembled continuously, and her legs couldn't help but clench. Miscellaneous cultivator. You deserve to die. The six-winged angelic sister's golden pupils held tears as she felt humiliated. Don't be in a hurry to scold me. Experience it carefully. Does it not feel like a weight has been lifted? Like the painful torment of a hawk is slowly subsiding? Meng Qingzhou said blandly. Upon hearing this, the six-winged angel girl froze, and then turned from anger to joy and leaped. Really, eh? I was itching so much before. It was as if there were worms gnawing at my bones, and I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to stand up if it weren't for the amazing perseverance of the angelic race. The 2 humans who had previously hoodwinked their way into the Taiku Divine City. They also opened a medical center nearby, saying that they were able to pull out the plague, but as a result, several days have passed and there has been no progress at all. Physician, you are truly divine. The six-winged angel girl was instantly pleased, plucking a white plume from her wings and handing it to Meng Qingzhou with cupped hands. I have no other honorarium to pay you. This is a sacred plume that I have refined. It can ward off weirdness and nightmares, and when worn on the body, it also has the effect of clearing the mind, making one's mind clear. So please do take it. Meng Qingzhou didn't refuse and gladly accepted the plume. Storing it in her storage ring, the six-winged angel girl was in a good mood. It was both rejoicing that the plague had been extracted and the body had recovered, and also rejoicing that Meng Qingzhou had not been turned away, or else they would have lost a formidable physician. Healer, what kind of trick is that of yours? A swoosh into my PP. Then I feel it tingling. It starts off a bit hard, and then it's only comfortable. The six-winged angel girl asked with curiosity written all over her simple big eyes. Meng Qingzhou couldn't help but hold her forehead, and in her heart she silently recited child's words. Child's words, child's words. Although the angelic girl was not young, at least 100 years old by initial estimation, her mind was not as good as that of a 10-year-old human child. Exclusive secret recipe. Unspeakable. Meng Qingzhou waved her hand, refusing to answer this question. The temporal sword saint was famous to the heavens, and the temporal sword intent was the Chenyuan sword saint's signature thing that could never be leaked. Wow. Okay. The six-winged angel girl was slightly disappointed. Meng Qingzhou said, then I am now qualified to stay in the city? The six-winged angel girl busily nodded her head and said, of course, I will now go back and report to Lord City Lord and then notify the whole city to prove it for you. In response, Meng Qingzhou smiled slightly. It's so complicated to say that it's not just a license to practice medicine. After the six-winged angel girl left, Meng Qingzhou familiarized herself with the layout of the house, then simply tidied up the store and took out some flowers and plants from her storage ring and placed them at the entrance. Well, take this opportunity to feel the customs of Taiku Divine City, and barely stay for half a month. Meng Qingzhou took out another beloved recliner and comfortably lay on it. Aha! That's what it feels like, living alone again after a long absence. However, only just after lying down, the arrival of an uninvited guest broke Meng Qingzhou's tranquility. In front of the door of the pharmacy, a woman in red stood in the doorway, quietly gazing at Meng Qingzhou, and coldly opened her mouth. Servant Meng is so elegant. When he first arrived at the Taiku Divine City, he encountered a girl of the angel race. I didn't quite understand the topic you guys were discussing just now. Can you explain it? Dongfang Liuli, with her Chao Hui realm cultivation, arrived at the Taiku Divine City in just 10 minutes. In the entire city, except for the deep-dwelling desolate beast Dome Sister, almost no one's cultivation was higher than hers, so it could be said that she was in and out of the city freely. After half a day of aimlessly searching in the city, just when Dongfang Liuli was disheartened and wanted to head to the Buddhist kingdom in the west, he heard a familiar voice in front of a medical center. Then the six-winged angel girl's words of tiger and wolf were heard. What swooshes in, it's hard at first, then it gets comfortable. Oriental Liuli has also read the forbidden book, inevitably rising conjecture, coupled with the six-winged angel girl out of the time. Legs soft, pretty face red haze a model, almost equal to the actual hammer. At this moment, Dongfang Liuli's surprise of hearing Meng Qingzhou's voice a few seconds ago had vanished, and a strong sense of sourness flooded her heart. Her eyes reddened, her gaze cold and furious as she glared at Meng Qingzhou. Even in catching adultery, Dongfang Liuli didn't forget to use the fake voice, which is Meng Qingzhou contractual husband and wife identity. Liuli. Meng Qingzhou sat up in shock from her dying illness, as if a spring had been installed under her buttocks. She jumped up with a mischievous sound. Requests for catch-up reading, 5-star reviews, and gifts. The medical center. Meng Qingzhou sat at the table, brewed a cup of tea and pushed it over. Dongfang Liuli, who was sitting opposite, glanced at the ripples in the water in the cup, and her eyes were slightly dimmed. Liuli, did you come to find me on purpose? Meng Qingzhou wore a delighted look on her face. There is no greater surprise in life than meeting a friend in another country. And now, he is unexpectedly stranded in a foreign city. Looking around, there is not a single human being. Even if he is comfortable and undisturbed, it is inevitable that he has some regrets. Now the regret is remedied, for the wife has come. Dongfang Liuli couldn't wait to open her red lips, wanting to say, that's right, this girl is worried about you, afraid that you'll die, looking for you all over the world. You quickly come home with me. But since seeing the previous scene, Dongfang Liuli hesitated again. Ask yourself. She took it upon herself to bring Meng Qingzhou back to Dejin and appointed him as the Minister of Rights without authorization. Is he really happy? The nickname Meng Salty Fish represents his character, right? Moreover, the Swire God City did not welcome humans. This point was no clearer to Dongfang Liuli. Since Meng Qingzhou was able to muddle in, she must have chosen from the heart and wanted to stay here, or to take a break, or to escape. Who to run away from? Oriental Liuli or the Empress, or the tedious official body errands? Then associating it with the six-winged angelic sister with the image of a gentle imperial sister. Dongfang Liuli shook her head and said, No, I was ordered by the Empress to come to Taiku Divine City to carry out a mission. We just met by accident. Meng Qingzhou's black satin I-band couldn't cover her brow and curved her eyes lightly and said, Then it's divine providence, karma, and I'm more than happy. At these words, Dongfang Liuli's heart and liver violently trembled. The hand that picked up the teacup trembled, sipped the tea, only barely recovered a moment of difficult to calm down, could not help but question. Have you always been this good at teasing girls? Do you say that to all the girls? Meng Qingzhou frowned, her tone carrying a hint of displeasure. Who did you listen to say bad things about me again? In this world, the person who knows me best should only be you. If I'm a scum, cough, that is, a love prodigal, flower picker, then let the big trucks of the other world send me to the second world. In fact, in Meng Qingzhou's mind, between him and Dongfang Liuli, it had long been more than a simple contractual couple could summarize. He had long considered Oriental Liuli as his true wife. It is just that Meng Qingzhou is still not clear about Dongfang Liuli's mind, so he has not dared to let his feelings warm up. And even more so, he has not exceeded the thunderbolt by half a point. Now steeply heard Dongfang Liuli a questioning voice. Meng Qingzhou naturally remembered the previous life to persuade the separation and not persuade the peace of the girlfriends. It would not be Dongfang Liuli is also in this situation. Dongfang Liuli lightly bit her red lips, thinking in her heart he and I are just a fake couple. I have nothing to do with him. Why should I interfere in his life? Lightboat is a normal male. It's normal to want a woman. But the words that came out couldn't help but turn into questions once again. I saw with my own eyes, you and that six-winged angel talking about unpleasant love words, and I saw her come out of the healing center with her own eyes. Her face, obviously not normal. Meng Qingzhou slapped her head and came to a realization, saying, "You mean her." Meng Qingzhou then said everything that had happened before, avoiding the importance of it, and about the real identity and cultivation. Through and through. Ryoko, Dongfang Liuli's eyes regained their clarity, resting her cheeks and looking fixedly at how she looked at the handsome Meng Qingzhou, said, "Do you mean to say that after the explosion of the Black Star, you were sheltered by the Qianyuan Sword Saint and were not harmed, but you were accidentally teleported to the Taiku Divine City to avoid being used as a supper by the monsters in the deep forests, and had no choice but to blend into the Taiku Divine City to help the foreigners to pull out the plague and to act as a healer?" Meng Qingzhou nodded. "That's right. That angel girl had nothing to do with me. Just testing my medical skills." Oriental Liuli was half convinced and said, "Really? You didn't lie to me?" Meng Qingzhou drummed up enough courage, decided to take this opportunity to test a wave of Dongfang Liuli attitude, then took the initiative to stand up and took 2 steps forward, unguarded a hand to hold Dongfang Liuli's soft little hand. "Whether you believe it now or not, time will tell you the answer. As it did 3 years ago when I was destitute, and it was you who handed me a lamp in the darkness, and it so happened that I was a long-lasting lamp that would never go out, and would always shine by your side." The black satin covered the eyes, could not see the deep, watery gaze, but could feel the palm of the hand to pass the hot temperature, like a hot heart. The handsome young man's voice was deep, as if he was making an oath. Dongfang Liuli, who has never been in love and has never been ambiguous with a man, has a pair of phoenix eyes that are full of hostility and murderous intent, which are now flooded with watery mist, and her eyes are drawing circles. Dongfang Liuli was dumbfounded and unable to react in half a day. A stunning face was red and purple. What do you mean by that?" Saying that, Dongfang Liuli symbolically struggled a few times, trying to pull her hand back. Meng Qingzhou sensed that the other party was not struggling fiercely, and seemed to be only trying to maintain a little bit of reserve for a daughter's family, and immediately felt great certainty in her heart, and immediately clasped her hands tightly. Meng Qingzhou slightly exerted force and pulled Dongfang Liuli stumbling, moving a few points closer to his body, then gently blowing in Dongfang Liuli's crystal earlobe. "If you and I are married, we are destined to be together for the rest of our lives. Of course it's a husband and wife's boudoir." Swish! Oriental Liuli's thoughts were completely cut off. In a state of downtime, with wisps of white smoke steaming through her hair, and her fair skin reddened. Steamy key. Unfortunately, Meng Qingzhou did not have the chance to see the scene, but just got an inch better. The hands that were tightly clasped, the 5 fingers spread and intruded, changed to 10 fingers interlocked. "We're just a fake couple. We agreed in the beginning not to interfere in each other's lives." Dongfang Liuli's head was almost buried into her breasts, emitting a mosquito-like whisper. Meng Qingzhou smiled brightly. "Fake couple? Then let's fake it." Oriental Liuli completely out of tricks. Let Meng Qingzhou knead her small hands. Had a mess. Both joy and panic. More nervous heart dear collide. Hit her fast breath. Almost fainted. After a long time, Dongfang Liuli eased up a little, stared at Meng Qingzhou with a serious face, and said, "Is that a confession?" Meng Qingzhou smiled and cocked her head, saying, "Isn't it obvious enough? Then let me be more blunt. Miss Liuli, I like you. I want to spend the rest of my life with you, and stick to one heart and never leave each other." One simple afternoon, the two of them were in a foreign country, right in the medical center under the dusk daylight. Meng Qingzhou, who had always been full of passive effects, took the initiative for the first time and was extraordinarily domineering. On the contrary, it was Dongfang Liuli, who lost her former unrivaled majesty and turned into a shy little girl. Dongfang Liuli took a deep breath and said with a serious face, "Are you sure you're not molesting me or trying to play with my feelings?" Meng Qingzhou, I'll give you one last piece of advice. It's not too late to back out now. Otherwise, if I find out that you are full of lies and playing with people's hearts, Dongfang Liuli's voice instantly chilled a few degrees. "It will really kill you." Meng Qingzhou raised her eyebrows. For some reason, at that moment just now, he had a familiar feeling, like the killing intent that erupted on the day the Empress dueled Zhao Yuhuan. An illusion. Meng Qingzhou dismissed distractions. It was a critical time. How could she be distracted? Or another woman? Meng Qingzhou said in a deep voice. "I Meng Lightboat chest no great ambition. Life's biggest ideal. Nothing more than world peace. People live in peace and work happily. Someone to carry the weight for me. And I am at ease with lying down the corpse posing rotten. You and I are small, so we just need a little cozy." And you, as it happens, are able to fill me up. Dongfang Liuli's cold eyes immediately spring snow melted, the eyes back to the temperature. Pupil eyes full of water waves reflecting the appearance of Meng Qingzhou, for a time actually looked dumbfounded. At this moment, the Empress no longer thought about national affairs, no longer had concerns, and no longer hesitated. Sensible and smart all your life. You have to be stupid sometime. Or what a shame. I've completely lost, both physically and mentally to you. Suddenly, Dongfang Liuli wrapped his arms around Meng Qingzhou's neck and took the initiative to kiss it, lips sealing together, and the two rookies nibbled on each other. Meng Qingzhou was first shocked, and then unwillingly pressed down on Dongfang Liuli's head full of green silk, tongue prying open the shell teeth, as if a savage dragon invaded and stirred. Well, Oriental Liuli's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, staring round. Gradually, the shocked look subsided, replaced by a wave of infatuation. The delicate body became limp, outside the door of the medical center. How can father die? How can he lose? Meng Qingzhou, Emperor, I swear that I must kill you by 1,000 cuts. A young man with a tired look and empty eyes walks by, without looking back once. Between the afterglow of a shocking glance, he saw a woman in red initiating a passionate wet kiss with a young man with shaded eyes, the great Jin Empress, and Meng Qingzhou. Zhao Gong opened his mouth wide, clicked, his jaw directly dislocated, his eyes bulged out, and an odd movement came from his throat. What the hell? Saying that the Emperor will arrive. Could this guy be a ghost? And may I ask, how does the titular Empress look like she's completely sunk to Meng Qingzhou? When in a foreign country, the door of the medical center is not closed, and directly intense French wet kiss, Zhao Gong collapsed, let the tears and snot wildly, covering his mouth for fear of leaking. A little noise caused the attention of the Empress, so ran all the way to a corner, disheveled and sat down, gas shaking cold. Goddamn, Meng Qingzhou sticking his face open big. Labor hate. My father died indirectly because of you, and the woman I longed for most, fell to be your plaything. Are you my nemesis? Zhao Gong sadly grabbed the ground with his head. The first half of his life was brilliant, with a bright future, an ambitious and powerful father, and the strongest physique in the world. As a result, a month ago, squatting in today's village vegetable market to play picking vegetables farmers, met a spicy man, and since then the splendor of a go, day by day more miserable and difficult. Zhao Gong peeked his head out from the corner, shedding 2 lines of bloody tears while biting the lapel of his coat and tearing his heart out to peep. But looking at it, Zhao Gong froze. An unexpected and shocking discovery that made Zhao Gong as if he had been struck by 5 thunderbolts and electrocuted outwardly. Heaven, heavenly Dao Hong Luck body? Isn't that my heaven's path Hong Yun body? Zhao Gong saw a ray of almost invisible sunlight rays that transformed into wisps of violet chi as it approached Meng Qingzhou's body and merged into his limbs and bones. One of the iconic representations of the heavenly Dao Hong Luck body is that it absorbs the essence of all things, and the Tai Yin and Sun can all be turned into cultivation, raising the host's cultivation at all times. Many days ago, Zhao Zhou's heavenly Dao Hong Yin body strangely disappeared, for which he was sad for a while, disheartened that God was targeting him, and almost slit his wrists at one point. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Zhao Gong's nostrils spewed fire and anger. Even if Zhao Yuhuan died, he had never been so angry. Taking away someone's cultivation roots is worse than killing their parents. When I gain the trust of the ancient desolate beast, the vault, it will be the time for you 2 dogs to die. An hour later, the lips parted. Dongfang Liuli gasped softly, her delicate body limp like a puddle of mud, lying in Meng Qingzhou's arms, her slender fingertips gently stroking the latter's cheek. My first kiss, gone. You will be responsible for me to the end. And if you dare to change your mind, I will first kill you with a knife, then unify the world, and then kill myself to accompany you. Listening to Dongfang Liuli's softly whispered threats, Meng Qingzhou was not at all accustomed to it. Picking up the other party's chin, without any skill, very roughly kissed again, for no other reason than simply being too delicious. Sweet and savory, soft and silky, more delicious than any delicacy in the world. Cultivation realm beings are really not comparable to the mortal flesh of their previous lives. Don't worry, I've been promised by the Empress that as long as I serve as an official for the Great Jin for 2 or 3 years, he'll let you and I leave, and the world will be as big as you want to roam, Meng Qingzhou said. At those words, Dongfang Liuli immediately woke up. I'm the Great Jin Empress. That's something he'll know sooner or later, but will he be able to accept it? Meng Saltfish is most afraid of trouble in his life, and only wants to keep each other in peace and quiet for the rest of his life, while I am destined to be jingoistic and accompanied by blood and fire. What if Salty knows my true identity and thus becomes disgusted and wants to run away? In that case, I don't even have a reason to retain it. After all, I'm the one who made the mistake in the first place. Dongfang Liuli was caught in a tangle, and had just fallen in love when she was doused with a pot of cold water. Not only her. At this time, Meng Qingzhou also thought of one thing. I am the sword saint of time and space, destined to come out in the future, and at that time, I will definitely astonish the world. Is it Meng Xianyu that Liuli likes? Or is it Meng Qingzhou? These two designations don't mean the same thing. Meng salted fish represents character. Salty fish like swinging character. Meng Light Zhou, on the other hand, represents this person. And no matter what he or she becomes, the love will never change. Headache. Meng Qingzhou frowned. Then a strange scene happened. The young couple who were kissing fiercely one second, tacitly fell into a cold war the next. Request for readers. Please don't skip chapters. Small cucumber to you Kaodao. Readers decide a book life and death. The new book period there is the last week. Mr. Shitwa Screw, please help me. At night stars dotted the sky, and an oil lamp was lit in the medical center on the west side of the city. Dongfang Liuli changed into ordinary coarse cloth clothes, took off her gold and silver jewelry and put it into her storage ring, pulled her green silk into a bun, inserted a wooden hairpin, and dressed up like an ordinary housewife, because she knows that Meng Qingzhou likes to live a peaceful life. In order to avoid trouble, she is willing to accompany Meng Qingzhou to continue to play the role of Mrs. Meng's family in the village of this day. In the past, it was always you who cooked and cooked. Today it's my turn. Dongfang Liuli tied on her apron, rolled up her sleeves, and said with confidence, "Humph, the cooking skills that I secretly learned from the chef of the Imperial Catering House could finally be put to use. Good, then I'll help you cut the vegetables." Meng Qingzhou had a faint smile on her lips. However, just then, a dense footstep came from far and near. Along with the sound of armor clashing, the two of them coincidentally stopped their hands. Dongfang Liuli looked towards the door, while Meng Qingzhou was listening with her side ears. Outside the healing center, dozens of Fey soldiers were divided into two lines, and the six-winged angel girl stood at the front entrance. "Healer Coronet, the lord of the city has asked you for a meeting," the six-winged angel girl said. "Lord of the city, the beast of the wilds, Dome?" Meng Qingzhou frowned and blandly said, "No time, don't go. My occupation is to rescue the residents of the city in exchange for qualifications to enter the city, not to dine with your city lord." Today was the important day when he and Dongfang Liuli had known each other for 3 years, and after a month of their new marriage, they had finally cultivated and finalized their relationship. Besides, doesn't she know what's going on with the Dome Girl? She's a walking, self-propelled source of plague. Meng Qingzhou himself was nothing. The divine calamity that escaped a small amount in the area could not affect him, but Dongfang Liuli present cannot not take it. She is so easy to be jealous. Maybe alone at home and will be thinking, masked quietly wipe tears, can take together, Dongfang Liuli no cultivation, and cannot resist the divine calamity. The six-winged angel girl said with a frozen smile and an unchanged tone, "The Lord City Lord is hosting a banquet to thank the healer Coronet for his help, and there will be a generous gift after the banquet, so please be sure to make the trip." Meng Qingzhou still shook her head with a resolute attitude, always replying with just 2 words, "No go." Even if he wanted to conclude a covenant with the Dome and become a common ally, the reason was very simple. The Dome and the plot of the novel, almost equal to a transparent person. The background plate, all day long, except for eating is sleeping, and occasionally run out to pretend to 13. Such an existence, not involved in any plot threads, not entangled in all causes and effects, was simply the best ally. But for the sake of his wife, Meng Qingzhou gave up this opportunity. "Go ahead. I'd also love to meet the legendary lord of the divine city." Dongfang Liuli suddenly opened her mouth, very naturally wrapping her arm around Meng Qingzhou's arm, smilingly sizing up the six-winged angel girl, focusing on cutting a few eyes at the pile of wobbly sins on her chest. "Slutty vixen." Dongfang Liuli disdainfully skimmed her mouth. Meng Qingzhou pinched Dongfang Liuli's cheeks and said softly, "Don't make a scene. Your man is talking about things." "Alright, as you wish." Dongfang Liuli took the initiative to step back and didn't insist anymore. Only then did the six-winged angel girl notice the woman snuggled beside Meng Qingzhou. "Who are you? I don't seem to have seen you before." The six-winged angel girl's eyes narrowed slightly as she stared at Dongfang Liuli. This woman, the beauty is a bit not close to real, as if the dream of the absolute beauty. Even if you deliberately dress plainly and try your best to hide your amazing face, you can't stop the charm that makes all men fall for you. Did God, in spreading beauty over the earth, install a faucet, water the woman for 7 days and 7 nights, and then give a little of the surplus, at random, to others? Dongfang Liuli leaned her cheek at Meng Qingzhou's shoulder and smiled provocatively. "Isn't it obvious enough that I'm Dr. Meng's daughter-in-law, Mrs. Meng?" Knock. Meng Qingzhou heart missed a beat. Was Mrs. Meng 3 words poked in the bottom of the heart somewhere soft? Could not help but palm around the East Liuli surplus waist. Said, "That's right, My wife watches too closely to be in a room with another woman, so please convey my apologies to the Lord of the City of God for me." The six-winged angel girl grew more and more puzzled, her eyes suspicious. "There are only 3 humans in the city and they are all males. Where did you come from?" Dongfang Liuli's smile stalled. "It's bad. In a moment of complacency, I forgot that I'm black." Meng Qingzhou froze and gently pinched the soft flesh around her waist to express her inner confusion. "Didn't you say you were on a mission by order of the Empress? And didn't you enter the city through the proper channels?" After a few moments of silence, the six-winged angel girl's face changed. Her palm gripped the angelic greatsword at her waist, and she snapped. "I see. You're a stowaway, despicable human. What do you want to do by sneaking into Taiku Divine City?" Instantly, dozens of alien soldiers drew their weapons. The entire street fell into an eerie silence as the eyes of a pair of alien beings focused in, their eyes dripping with indignation and murderous intent. The Fae are too sensitive to humans. The foreign races that gathered in the Taiku Divine City were all rare and protected animals that had been killed by humans and escaped by chance, and they knew too well the horrors of humans, which was why they reacted so greatly. Meng Qingzhou's smile tightened and her expression sank. It seemed that Dongfang Liuli was really smuggling into the city, and according to the rules of the Swire God City, any human who smuggled into the city would end up with only one word: dead. The responsibility for this lies with me. Some time ago, I ran away from home, and my wife was worried and looking around. Then I found the Swire God City, smuggled into the city only to find her husband. I have no ulterior motives whatsoever. Forced to do so, Meng Qingzhou could only make things up. Otherwise, if it was said that it was the female emperor of the Great Jin who had dispatched Dongfang Liuli, things would only get more serious. Human emperors staring at the Taiku Divine City. One could think with one's ass and know that there was a big problem. "Liar," the six-winged angel girl chided. Meng Qingzhou helplessly stroked her forehead. "It's over. It's not good to fool around. In this matter, even the most nerdy girl will become unusually sensitive." However, Meng Qingzhou wasn't scared at all. "If you can't make things right, then take Dongfang Liuli all the way out of the city to kill. The pursuit of cultivation is not for the sake of a sentence, to come and go as I please, heaven and earth to roam." As for how Dongfang Liuli would view him if the Sword Saint's identity was exposed, whether he would think that Meng Qingzhou was a flamboyant liar and subsequently suspect him of hiding more things, leading to an emotional rupture, he couldn't care less. Dongfang Liuli silently looked at the figure that shielded her behind and blocked in front of dozens of swords. "You're the first person in my life, without any intentions, who has actively defended me. A blind man with no cultivation, facing dozens of first-grade realms and a mountain-moving realm powerhouse, yet he is able to be calm and collected, taking the initiative to take the fault on himself. It seems, I didn't look at the wrong person." Oriental Liuli smiled, distinctly gentle. "If it is impossible to make peace, even if the identity of the Empress is exposed today, I must protect him. If you and I end up being strangers because of this matter, then the Taiku Divine City will have committed an unforgivable sin." Same time, a temporal sword saint and a Gaijin Empress were both prepared to expose their cultivation and forcefully kill their way out of the city. 2 killing chances amongst the invisible, locked onto the six-winged angel girl and a group of alien soldiers. "Why is that kind of creepy?" the six-winged angel girl cooed, rubbing her arms that were flushed with goosebumps, thinking it was an illusion. Just as the atmosphere was gradually condensing, the Sword Saint and the Empress couldn't suppress their desire to strike first. A voice came. "Slow down." The visitor's voice was not loud, but it was able to be heard clearly by all. The crowd looked back, following the direction of the voice. Only the six-winged angel girl didn't even turn her head back, directly kneeling on one knee, saying, "Mercy Moon sees Lord City Lord." As one of the angelic close guard regiment, Ranyu was more than familiar with the voice of the Lord of the Divine City. Ranyu perked up and clasped her fists. "Lord City Master, my subordinates have discovered a human who has smuggled into the city. I ask Lord City Master to deal with him." When he saw the visitor clearly, the entire city's alien residents clattered to their knees, their eyes wild, and shouted at the top of their voices, "Greetings, Lord City Lord." To the foreigners in the city, the dome was the sky and a god. As long as the dome was there, no matter who or what force was present, no one would dare to offend the divine city, much less take action against the foreigners in the city. Oriental Lily glanced over and saw a loli with a purple grunge color. "Nope, I can't say it's a loli. It should be a skinny teenage girl with a flatter chest." The young girl tied a high ponytail. Her soulful pupils gazed at Meng Qingzhou, her eyebrows slightly knitted, as if she was thinking about something. "Hey!" Dongfang Liuli crossed the body to block the young girl's line of sight, seemingly smiling, his eyes getting colder, staring straight at other people's husbands. "Is it not too polite?" The young girl was clearly the owner of the Taiku Divine City, the ancient desolate beast dome. Dong glanced at Dongfang Lioli. Her sandalwood mouth slightly opened, and transmitted, "Great Jean Empress, I know you. Your reputation is very loud, but it's not a good one, and I don't think you're willing to expose your identity, and let your husband know that you're a tyrant with hands full of blood, and cruelty and hostility, right? Honestly, stop. I'm not here to pick a fight." Dongfang Lioli's eyes flashed. It was the first time she had seen such a strong woman, worthy of being an old antique who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, a late-stage Chao Wei realm supreme powerhouse. He saw through her with a single glance. "What do you wish to do?" Oriental Lioli transmitted. "I should be the one to ask you that. Human Emperor, what do you intend to do by sneaking into the city of God?" Dome said. "Seeking husband." Dongfang Lioli replied with two simple words. The dome nodded slightly and transmitted. "Interesting. A great Jean Emperor has sought out a mortal as a husband. I'm happy to do it. You don't like it?" Dongfang Lioli nonchalantly disliked back. Even the dome failed to discern Meng Qingzhou's lunar flare realm sword saint cultivation, and the system concealed that even if it was the prime realm provisional that only lived in legends, it would be equally impossible to discern Meng Qingzhou's cultivation. Dome didn't bother with Dongfang Lioli anymore and spoke. "I wanted to invite the two of you to a banquet. Why did Dr. Meng refuse?" "Don't want to go," Meng Qingzhou said blandly. The dome was expressionless as it continued. "How about just accompanying me for a meal and answering a few of my questions, so that your wife's guilt for sneaking into the city of God will be wiped out?" The angelic sister, Ran Yu, couldn't help but say, "Lord City Lord, humans are despicable and insidious. They can't be let off easily." Dome's cold eyes looked askance, his eyes like electricity. "When is it your turn to teach me how to do things?" Angel Mercy Moon immediately knelt down in fear and said, "I am guilty." Seeing this situation, many of the foreigners who wanted to admonish them all shut their mouths. "I promise you, but there's a prerequisite. I'll dine with you alone. My wife can't go," Meng Qingzhou said. "Feel free." The dome nodded in agreement. Dongfang Lioli froze, blinked her eyes, looked at Meng Qingzhou woodenly, grabbed his soft underbelly, and her tone was hard. "What do you mean?" "Disgusted that I am interrupting your rendezvous with the beautiful lord of the city of God," Meng Qingzhou screamed in agony and hurriedly explained. "The heavens have eyes. I never meant to do this. The lord of the divine city, she is sick. I'm afraid that you will be infected if you go." When this statement came out, not only Dongfang Lioli was confused, even the Fae gathered in the streets were dumbfounded, and the angelic girl, Ran Yu, stared in shock. Silently, the dome's grayish-white pupil eyes rose with suspicion and said, "Dr. Meng, can I assume that you were scolding me just now?" Dongfang Lioli also did not expect that Meng Qingzhou actually had so much guts. The world has said that the Empress has boundless ambition and a boldness that could encroach on the world, but now it seems that this comment should be given to you. You're not Meng salty fish, you're Meng fat chicken. No, misunderstanding. Meng Qingzhou hastily waved her hand and said, "Master of Divine City, forgive me for not being able to speak frankly. Your situation, aren't you clear yourself?" Speaking here, Meng Qingzhou's voice sparingly became calm. "My husband and wife have no cultivation. They can't resist the calamity erosion. I went to the banquet to make amends for the lady. There's no need to hitch another ride. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Dome suddenly looked shocked and stared at Meng Qingzhou. The divine calamity had always been a secret. Why did this mortal know about it? And knowing quite a bit, a short sentence not only exposed that Meng Qingzhou knew about the divine calamity, but was also able to deduce that the divine calamity occurred once every 100 years. Otherwise, how could she be worried about the lady being eroded by the divine calamity? "You are indeed very interesting." The dome's lips pursed, and she smiled lightly. "But on this point, feel free to rest assured that the plague has been suppressed, and will not escape again in the short term." Meng Qingzhou's expression loosened and she laughed awkwardly. Hi, then you should have said so earlier. Elbow, wife, you accompany me to the banquet." Oriental Lioli tilted her head. "Wife, what does it mean?" What the daughter-in-law meant. "Oh yeah, what kind of dumb riddles were you playing with the Lord of Divine City just now? It's like a lover's relationship with secret words that other people can't understand. Can you tell me about it?" Dongfang Lioli revealed a dangerous smile. Meng Qingzhou's warning signs were loud and accompanied with a smile. "I'll tell you later at home. In public, take care of the face of the master of God's city. You're sick, you know." Dongfang Lioli pretended to be surprised and hastily raised her volume. "That kind of shameful disease? I didn't realize that the Lord of the Divine City would be so despicable." Frightened, Meng Qingzhou hurriedly covered Dongfang Lioli's mouth and whispered, "Auntie, you can't talk nonsense. People can hear you." The couple stuck together, chatting with each other, and followed the dome with an obscure expression to the city lord's mansion. Neither couple was particularly afraid of the dome, and even if they couldn't beat it, escape was still simple. Of course, it was also certain that the dome would not dare to start a great war in the city, or else a city of living beings would not want to live. Meng Qingzhou understood the dome better and knew that the dome's strength would plummet and become weak during the period of crossing the divine calamity, so the two were very bold in their chats. The dome's pretty face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and after enduring for a long time, he finally came to the banquet parlor of the city lord's mansion. The banquet parlor table was already filled with delicious dishes, all kinds of expensive ingredients that even the great Jin Palace could not see. You two, stop chatting and have some dinner first. Dome smiled stiffly, requesting 5-star reviews, catch-ups, and gifts. Taiku Divine City had a long heritage, and the table manners followed the rules from ancient times. Almost all of the decision-makers in the city were present, although they did not understand why the city lord needed to personally invite an ordinary mortal physician. But everyone had a warm smile on their faces and did not show arrogance in their conversation. Meng Qingzhou had Dongfang Liuli on her left and Dome on her right. Following the rules of the City of God, guests were required to sit at the second seat, which was to the left and right of the chairman. When they were served at the table, Dongfang Liuli was naturally unwilling to separate from Meng Qingzhou and sit with a group of strange foreigners, so she refused the offer and took the initiative to lean against Meng Qingzhou and sit on the side. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. The guests at the table were happy. Meng Qingzhou forced her discomfort. As a modern person, the most disgusting thing is the wine table culture with too many rules. Good in the City of God brewed wine syrup is not spicy, using a kind of fruit called qiong yuzu brewed into wine, sweet and soft. But qiong yuzu fruit is extremely expensive. Only when the feast of the big shots will only be taken out. There are rumors that ordinary people drink a cup of wine will be able to instantly become a realm of the first great cultivator. Dr. Meng. The dome pinched the small and delicate wine glass. Her white face flushed, and she exhaled, saying, "No, I should call you Squire Meng, a full second-rank official of the great Jin dynasty." And there was once a rumor in the community that it only took 1 day for Squire Meng to be promoted to full second rank from the body of a man of cloth. The first day in office, by virtue of the ability to spy on the sky, said broke the black history of the King of Longshang, the King of Longshang therefore by the Empress of the lynching death, a word to determine the life and death of the king and his vassals. On the day of the Empress' birthday banquet, the young supreme beings of the 7 great powers came to visit, and the second disciple of Squire Meng's seat, the Qian Yuan sword saint, appeared out of nowhere, and his sword decimated the 7 supreme beings. Subsequently, the rebel king Zhao Yuan threw his weight around and knocked on the imperial capital, wanting to fight with the empress to the death, not realizing that the empress had been assassinated. And at the critical moment, it was also Servant Meng who brought the Qian Yuan sword saint and broke into the foreign space to assist the empress in destroying Zhao Yuan. What I said, right? Squire Meng. The words fell, and the table was instantly silent. The eyes of the Divine City decision-makers all changed and silently looked at Meng Qingzhou. At first, they were puzzled as to why the dome made a big deal of feasting on Meng Qingzhou, but now they finally understood. As it turns out, Meng Qin, Squire Meng, who has been famous for this period of time as the head of the female emperor's face and the second person in the great Jin civil ministers, is actually this person. But soon, the decision-makers of God's City were again filled with confusion and doubt. Since this man was Meng Qin, who was the woman beside him? God's City is closed to news, as if a paradise. If not for the fact that there are too many things happening in Great Jin during this period of time, there is no way to circulate to the Taiku God City. And naturally, no one knows the true face of the Empress. The faces of some of the higher echelons of the foreign races changed color as they looked at each other. Could it be that the head of the face raised by the Empress is actually a married man? A grand Jin Empress with such peculiar tastes? Meng Qingzhou smiled unabated, tilted his head and drank the wine syrup in the cup, wiped away the residual liquid at the corners of his mouth, and said blandly, "That's right, I've only been in the city for half a day, and my biography has been rummaged through by Lord City Master. It's truly impressive." The dome revealing Meng Qingzhou's identity was nothing more than retaliation against Meng Qingzhou for speaking out about the divine plague and slightly scaring her. This little ninny doesn't look like he's salty and vindictive. Dome propped his elbows on the table, his palms resting on his cheeks, and said, "I have 3 questions that I need to ask Squire Meng, and when I'm done, the squire can go back to rest." "City Lord, please ask." Meng Qingzhou nodded. The dome blandly said, "How did Squire Meng learn of the divine calamity? And how did he accurately guess the time of the beginning of the calamity?" Meng Qingzhou was preparing to use the excuse of snooping on the heavens to get away with it. After all, it was a tried and true excuse. "What? You don't believe me? If you don't believe me, ask God. God told me the answer anyway. Don't use the term peeking into the heavens. I'm a born god. The heavens can't peek into my destiny." Dome added. Meng Qingzhou raised her eyebrows and fell into silence. Done. Pressing the point. Do you want me to say that I know the plot so well that I even know the color of your underwear and that it's a B that has to be tied as an A? Looking at Meng Qingzhou's tangled appearance, the dome's eyes imperceptibly flashed with a hint of anticipation. Did the temporal sword saint tell you that? Meng Qingzhou was surprised and couldn't help but scratch his head, thinking to himself, is there a single dime of relationship with the temporal sword saint? How does this fit together? That's right, it was my disciple who told me, but how he knew? I'm not sure. Meng Qingzhou took the opportunity to go along with the words. The dome's eyes instantly brightened, and his lazy posture immediately straightened, gazing at the former as he continued to ask. Second question. Is the temporal sword saint really your disciple? At those words, Meng Qingzhou once again numbed her claws. He was a little unsure where the dome's intent was in asking this question. However, Meng Qingzhou had a premonition that if she answered improperly, the dome would definitely know that she was swindling her. Yes and no. Meng Qingzhou shook her head. Regardless, since the dome had inquired, it was seeking proof that the temporal sword saint and Meng Qin had nothing to do with each other. The two asked and answered questions, and everyone at the table listened with bated breath. Even Dongfang Liuli rarely became well-behaved and didn't open her mouth to interrupt, but only drilled her small hands into Meng Qingzhou's arms and kept rubbing his fingers. Can you expand on that? The dome rose with some urgency. Meng Qingzhou felt more and more bad. The right eyelid kept jumping. But things have come to this point. Must be hard to bullshit. When I met Qian Yuan, he was already an adult, but seemed to have forgotten his past, only remembering that he had learned the sword before. I saw that he was demented and quite pitiful, so I took him in, and called each other master and disciple, and taught him the art of the sword. Qian Yuan is very competitive. And of course, it's also because he's extremely talented, becoming a sword saint in just 10 years. The dome's breath suddenly caught and he muttered something under his breath. Sure enough, Meng Qingzhou perked up her ears to listen, and then looked confused and unsure. Hey, finish your sentence. I'm sure it's what? I'm sure it's a lot of fun. Third question. The dome's tone intensified, as if it had confirmed something significant, and his voice rose in impatience as he said, tell me, Qian Yuan sword saint, where is it? Meng Qingzhou's right eyelid throbbed violently as her ominous premonition was finally verified. Play crashed. The dome was actually rushing towards the Qian Yuan sword saint. But, Qian Yuan is me, and I am Qian Yuan, so that's why. Sister, are you coming for me? Look at that look of impatience. Do not know that it is thought to hear the fate of his father's enemies, or an enemy who covets the temporal sword intent? Meng Qingzhou's heart sank slightly, has been avoiding the main plot, but of course it is also very successful. So far it has not been missed by the big brother of the positive and negative factions, and has very perfectly played a transparent person. But he didn't expect to be missed by Vault, who is also a character on the fringe of the plot, because of a vest. Thinking about it, Meng Qingzhou changed into a sorrowful expression and lamented. Qian Yuan he died. The gleam of anticipation in the bottom of Dome's eyes disappeared instantly, replaced by a deep void, and he repeated under his breath. Dead? The news of the Qian Yuan sword saint's death had truly shocked many people present. The sword saint of time and space, the first ancient demon to integrate the way of time and space into his sword intent, destined to stand at the end of the river of time, overlooking the vicissitudes of the world, actually died silently. Some of the decision-makers of Taiku Divine City silently exchanged glances and coincidentally revealed a hint of a smile. It's good to be dead. Prior to this, some of the senior members of the radical faction in God City had also discussed how to stifle the temporal sword saint and prevent humanity from having an invincible person once again. Who would have thought that without waiting for them to put their plans into action, the Qian Yuan sword saint would have already returned to the west? How did he die? Dome asked, opening his mouth. Meng Qingzhou sighed alas, pounded her chest, and said, blown up by Zhao Yuhuan igniting the Black Star. Originally he could have left peacefully, and was unfortunately killed in order to protect me. The dome looked like it had been drained of its essence, and hung its head in dismay, saying, I know, you all retire first. Squire Meng, you also go back to rest early. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou let out a long sigh of relief and hurriedly got up and arched his hand. Many thanks to City Lord for hosting a banquet. Then Madam and I will leave first. After saying that, Meng Qingzhou couldn't wait to hold Dongfang Liuli's hand and sneak around on her feet. However, what Meng Qingzhou didn't know was that the moment he turned around, the dome's disoriented look abruptly disappeared, and was replaced by a smirking, playful look. When the Divine City executives and Meng Lightning couple left, the only people left in the banquet parlor were Dome and the six-winged angel girl, Ran Yu. Interesting. Dome cocked his long and slender jade-like legs. The hem of his skirt split, revealing the charming scenery under his skirt. his bare back leaning against the back of the chair, and laughed softly. This Squire Meng isn't simple. In just 2 short questions, he reverse surmised my intentions and knew that I was rushing towards the temporal sword saint. So for the last question, he chose to deceive and deliberately hide the news that the temporal sword saint was still alive. Ran Yu was startled and said, "City Lord, what you mean is that the temporal sword saint is not dead?" The dome glanced at Ren Yu and said blandly, "Of course you didn't die. The time and space sword intent left on your hip is hard evidence." Ran Yu's pretty face turned red with shame, and she hurriedly covered her arse, shyly saying, "City Lord, how can you be sure that this is the temporal sword intent? Maybe it's a mistake." The dome didn't retort, but nodded and said, "To be able to identify the temporal sword intent, I'm afraid there isn't one in all the heavens and all the worlds, and as long as the temporal sword saint deliberately covers it up, almost no one will be able to tell the difference. That's why the temporal sword saint was emboldened to carelessly leave a trace." At that, the dome arched an eyebrow and smiled. "But unfortunately, the only exception is me. No one understands the temporal sword saint and temporal sword intent better than I do." Mercy Moon scratched her head with a bewildered look on her face, seemingly unable to understand, and couldn't help but inquire, "City Lord, you know the temporal sword saint? Besides, the one who cured me of the plague was Dr. Meng, not the temporal sword saint. Could you be mistaken?" Bolt shook his head and grunted confidently, "That's absolutely right. This banquet tonight is to detect whether Meng Qin possesses cultivation or not. And nowadays, in a close-range situation, it's impossible to conceal my senses unless it's a legendary prime realm cultivator. Since Meng Qin is immortal, who was the one who cast the spacetime sword intent to help heal you? There's only one answer, the temporal sword saint, who used some method to hide by Meng Qin's side, and only came to his aid at a critical time." The dome, which thought it had surmised an accurate answer, grew more and more excited. As long as she found out the sword saint of time and space, the divine plague that had haunted her for hundreds of thousands of years would have a solution, and she would not have to endure the agonizing torment anymore. And most importantly, fulfill the promise made 30,000 years ago, with the man. Suddenly, the dome's eyes filled with crystalline tears, letting them cross his cheeks, but his voice remained calm. "Exactly 30,000 years have passed, and you and I meet again. And this time, I won't let you go." Memory deep, the dome recalled that 30,000 years ago, she was still just a desolate beast that had not yet transformed into a form, although she was born a god and was born with the cultivation of the Tangyan realm, and when she met him, her cultivation had already attained the overwhelming sea realm. Born gods have almost unlimited lifespans, but any gift secretly comes with a standard price, and the price of longevity is a once-in-a-century divine calamity and unusually slow progress in cultivation. The memories are fuzzy. Vaguely remember is a long hair fall, back to her back to look up at the sky of the great man. There is a river as wide as the long river of time subjugated to his feet. He is about to follow the long river of time to leave. To do not know when the time of the age of the month. Before leaving, the great man left a sentence. 30,000 years from now, there will be a temporal sword saint who will come out of nowhere. And at that time, you can seek him out to help you with your persistent illness. If you are fortunate enough to live until that day, then we'll talk about it. Goodbye. Xiong Desang. The dome silently wiped away the tears and smiled like a flower, with a little bit of infatuation and intoxication showing in the bottom of his eyes. "Liar! What transverse temporal sword saint? Do you take me for a fool? The temporal sword path has been unique since ancient times. Only one person can be allowed to practice it alone. It's impossible for a second person to appear. Unless you die, then you'll give up your position. But I don't believe you'll die. So, Qian Yuan Sword Saint, it's you, isn't it?" The dome recalled Meng Qingzhou's answer to his second question. "When I met Qian Yuan, he was already an adult, but seems to have forgotten the past." The dome's spirit lifted, instantly figuring everything out. So it is. You lose your memories, your cultivation, similar to shuffling the deck and reopening it to live a second life. But you are still you. Only the spiritual wisdom has not been awakened. The dust of the past is covered with dust. As long as the dust is wiped away, everything will return to the original point. As for how a hot man, 30,000 years ago, would know what happened 30,000 years later, the dome thought that since they were all masters of the time and space one sword Dao great powers, it wouldn't be difficult to foretell some of their future. Their dome. What the hell does that mean? Dome choked back a sob, but burst out laughing. Runya stood on the sidelines and couldn't help but be creeped out as she watched the city lord cry and laugh. What happened to the city lord? Crazy. Ran Yu. I need you to help me and force out the temporal sword saint so that he has to appear, the dome suddenly said. Ran Yu was puzzled. Ha? Me? My subordinate is only at the mountain-moving realm cultivation level. What virtue can force a lunar flare realm sword saint? Ah, the Dome laughed. Don't worry. The time and space sword saint's weakness is Meng Qin. All we need to do is work on Meng Qin and the time and space sword saint will naturally appear, seeking 5-star reviews, catch-ups, and gifts. Early the next morning, Meng Qinzhou went to bed early and woke up early as usual and prepared to cook. But she heard the sound of pots and pans rattling in the kitchen already. Get up. Wash your hands and eat. Dongfang Liuli tied her apron and smiled gently when she saw Meng Qinzhou. She was carrying 2 bowls of thin porridge and the living room table was full of breakfast. Meng Qinzhou was blind and unable to see, but the aroma of steaming dishes and buns on the table froze him for a long time. Just sleep a little more. Why get up so early? Meng Qinzhou slowed down and was dumbfounded. 3 years ago that rainy night, how could he have ever imagined that today? A girl who first came out of the Jianghu pretending to be a ranger would shed her pride for him and willingly do the laundry and cooking and become a housewife. What more could a man ask for in a wife? What the hell is the avenue of eternal life? Sitting in a cave for 100 years is not as good as a bowl of porridge on earth. The two ate in silence, and after the meal, Meng Qinzhou took the initiative to wash the dishes. Although they had confirmed their relationship yesterday and torn up the fake spousal pact, there was always a layer of separation in their minds, so they still slept in separate rooms and didn't go any further. One is Her Majesty, the Empress who is powerful within the universe, and wherever the sword points, thousands of living beings fall. One was a time and space sword saint that was the only one of its kind in all of history, and if he didn't die young, he was destined to become an invincible person overlooking all living beings. They both have hesitations, don't know what to tell, and suffer. Qian, Dongfang Liuli opened her mouth, wanting to ask him the truth about the cause of Qian Yuan sword saint's death, whether Meng Qinzhou was a saint or not, why he was willing to stay in the Swire God City, and other questions. Slightly pondering, Dongfang Liuli was unable to ask after all. He will naturally tell me if he wants to, and if he doesn't, he has his own considerations. At the same time, Meng Qinzhou also wondered how Dongfang Liuli had learned that he was in the Swire God City. Taiku Divine City was tens of thousands of miles away from the capital, and even if they knew Meng Qinzhou was here, how did Dongfang Liuli get here? Strike! Meng Qinzhou shook his head. He was actually very clear that Dongfang Liuli had many secrets. From that time 3 years ago when he left home in haste and randomly chose a wandering blind man on a rainy night as his future husband, it was easy to see that Dongfang Liuli did not seem ordinary. May I ask, which emperor's royal female officer lives in a village 100 miles away from the capital? And which ordinary woman is able to conceal herself from the Taiga Divine City's inspection and sneak in unnoticed? Furthermore, Meng Qinzhou had been an official in the capital for more than a month, but she had never heard of an imperial female official with the surname Dongfang, a loophole-ridden disguise. Perhaps initially, she didn't care if I would be suspicious, so she didn't deliberately hide it. Meng Qinzhou smiled and discarded distractions to stop thinking about it. Never put sincere suspicion. Never put goodness in doubt. This is what Meng Qinzhou has always known. That afternoon, a notice written by the city lord himself was posted in the streets of Taiku God City, which roughly described that a plague had broken out in the city in recent times. So the city lord had invited 2 human physicians, and those who had been infected could go to the clinic for treatment, and the officials of the God City would make up the honorarium for them. For a time, more than half of the foreigners in Taiku Divine City flocked to gather in front of the 2 adjacent medical halls that were only a few dozen meters apart. Meng Qinzhou opened the door of the medical center, and a long line of thousands of foreigners of all shapes and sizes had long formed outside, their calls resounding. Physician, please help me. I'm dying. My flesh is rotting and my yuanshan is on the verge of collapsing. What a horrible plague. A realm below the mountain-moving realm is almost certain to die. What can the healer do to save us? It hurts. My head is about to explode. And it's as if my body's hair and skin have autonomous consciousness and are tearing each other apart. The wails were continuous, and the foreigners infected by the divine plague were all emotionally drained and pale, suffering from inhuman pain. Meng Qinzhou was stunned, followed by a soft sigh. Cannot help but feel some emotion. In this kind of weak world, the fate of the weak will be trampled at any time, just because the dome of the calamity escaped, but make thousands of living beings wandering between life and death. What a sadness. Don't rush. Line up one at a time. Throughout the day, Meng Qinzhou sat in front of the table, receiving and treating patients one by one. After the matter of the dome testing the Qian Yuan sword saint, he was alerted and pretended to use Chinese medicine to look and smell, then boiled the medicine for the patient. But in the process, Meng Qinzhou would carefully probe the source of the divine calamity escaping from the patient's body, and then pull out the threads of the cocoon and slowly weed it out. This was time-consuming and laborious, but it would leave almost no traces of temporal sword intent. Divine plague is frankly a plague of the gods, a collection of countless kinds of plague of the body. The patient will sometimes have a headache and fever. Sometimes the realm falls. Sometimes the physical body festering soul on the verge of shattering. What kind of symptoms are there? Luckily, the temporal sword intent was almost omnipotent, using the way of space to transfer the source of the plague out of the patient's body, and then using the way of time to send it to the middle of the cycle of a certain historical node. After all, this thing, the divine calamity, is almost impossible to be eliminated and can only self-destruct over time. My sickness is actually in remission, and my soon-to-be festering divine soul is slowly coming together. This, unbelievable. The divine doctor who saved us. I thank divine Dr. Meng for his great kindness. In the coming days, if you have any orders, just condemn us and swear to die in return. There are good people among humans, and divine Dr. Meng is not like those sinister and cunning miscellaneous cultivation humans. For a while, a group of foreigners fell on their knees outside the door of the medical center with a hoot and a holler, kowtowing as if they were pounding garlic. This scene really dumbfounded Dongfan Liuli, who was on the side. For the Fae, humans are natural enemies, a natural attribute of hatred engraved in their genes that can never be reconciled. A group of foreign races kneeling down to worship a human. What a shocking scene. Dongfan Liuli looked at sitting in front of the table, always with a soft smile, whispering softly to calm down the patient's mood, and then boiling the soup for the patient to take. From sunrise to sunset, has never shown fatigue, not to mention a trace of impatience. This goes against the Mon's salty character. Compassion? Dongfan Liuli murmured, becoming more and more unable to see through the man in front of her. You really are becoming more and more like a sage. In the meantime, a few dozen meters away from Meng's medical center, another medical center. Hey, dog, why are we wrapping ourselves up tightly? It's not like we can't see anyone, Wang Tran said impatiently. Black cloth covering his face and a hat on his head, only revealing a pair of eyes on the outside. Zhao Gong is even more exaggerated, directly wearing a pair of silkscreen headgear. Eyes cannot see, living like a bank robber, thieves and bandits. Cut the crap. Do you know who lives next door to us? Zhao Gong whispered angrily. Who is it? Wang Tran asked curiously. Zhao Gong's teeth ground together as he cackled, saying, the great Jin Empress and Emperor Meng Qingzhou. On the notice released by the city lord, that Dr. Meng refers to Meng Lightship. When these words came out, Wang Tran's face changed slightly and he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. How is it possible that the Emperor and Empress? Why did they come all the way to Divine City? Did they come to arrest us? At this moment, Wang Tran fell into deep self-doubt. Labor's contrary weather luck, since running into Meng Qingzhou, seemed to not work. I don't know, but what I do know is that it seems like we're going to get beat up. Zhao Gong's voice was low. Wang Tran looked up and was also bitter. Damn, didn't I say that you know how to heal? Or is it the true legacy left behind by the legendary sacred doctor? Zhao Gong collapsed and said, I don't know. I've already used all my skills, but this plague, as if it can't be killed or gotten rid of. The more it is treated the worse it gets, and the more it bounces back. Just outside the door of Zhao's medical center, thousands of foreigners who had been treated by Zhao Gong were rolling on the ground in pain, and what was originally just a headache and fever symptom was hardened into skin ulcers, eyeballs multiplying and proliferating, and dozens of eyeballs squeezed in the eye sockets. The original dying Fae appealed for a life on the spot. Some of the Fae began to question it, chortling angrily. Doggone unscrupulous doctor. NMD, is it an undercover agent sent by humans to take this opportunity to eradicate us? What's the point of talking to them? Look at them. They're sneaking around. They're not good people. Beat them up. The city lord expressly forbade the killing of physicians, but he didn't say that they couldn't be crippled. So I'll rip off their third leg. A group of foreigners were excited, and were about to make a move, when they realized that their bodies were sore and weak, and their spiritual energy immediately collapsed as soon as it was condensed. The serious ones had just mobilized their spiritual energy and immediately collapsed to the ground, their breaths severed. There was even a soul race alien whose formless and insubstantial body actually grew flesh. The giants of the adamantine race, transformed directly into muscular munchkins. In an instant, thousands of foreigners fell to the ground with a crash, dead and maimed. What a horrible tactic. This thief, an undercover agent sent by humans. Poison in shit. Yuck. Medicine laced with shit. Mom was right. Humans are so cunning that they didn't escape after all. Where are my big muscles? Dog, you give labor a whole sex change? Zhao Gong numbly looked at the scene in front of him as if it was a hell on earth. And Wang Tran, who was also dumbfounded, stared at each other. Run away, let alone pleasing the city lord. I'm afraid that he has the heart to kill us. Wang Tran sighed. Zhao Gong shook his head woodenly and looked to the sky. A dozen or so of Divine City's top brass, all of whom were mid to late stage lunar flare realm existences, spewed fury from their eyes as they waved their hands. Take these two human traders. Take them down for me. On the other hand, Meng's medical center. Seeing the sun set in dusk, Meng Qingzhou announced that she would take a break for today and continue the clinic tomorrow. All the foreigners were satisfied and left in gratitude. According to the original plot, Zhao Jiu found out about the plague in the city and reported it to his old man Zhao Yuan. The king of Shu knows a lot of hidden secrets, and at a glance, he knew it wasn't simple and told him to stay out of the matter. And then Zhao Yuan invited a master of formations to isolate the city's lord's mansion, and that's how he mitigated the escape of the divine calamity and thus got a hint of the dome's goodwill. Now that Zhao Yuan is dead, and Zhao Gong lives or dies without knowing, the heavy responsibility of saving Taiku Divine City actually falls on my head. Meng Qingzhou sighed. Dinner. Dongfang Liuli appeared silent and suddenly opened her mouth. Lightship. How long are you going to stay here? Meng Qingzhou froze, then remembered that Dongfang Liuli had left home in a hurry to find him, so she definitely couldn't stay away for too long. It was unclear what exactly Oriental Liuli was doing, but it must be very important. Then let's go back to Great Jin together once I've completely healed the infected residents of the city, Meng Qingzhou said. At those words, Dongfang Liuli wanted to speak. She wanted to say, actually, I don't mean this. I want to hear you say, I hope to live with me for a while longer in this piece of paradise where there is no dynastic yoke, no acquaintances, and no empresses or emperors. Unconsciously, the empress who had always been career-oriented had been subconsciously changed by Meng Qingzhou, becoming aware of enjoying life and knowing to slow down to experience the joys of life. Good. Oriental Liuli pursed her lips and forced a smile. A cozy life is like a dream bubble. We must return to reality eventually. Oriental Liuli thought so. Her chopsticks poked the rice in the bowl, and mumbled under her breath. Stupid salted fish, bad salted fish, stinky salted fish, wooden lump salted fish, elm brain salted fish. Meng Qingzhou's head was full of fog. Scratching his nose, not knowing what to say, the two went back to their respective rooms, each with their own thoughts. At night, when Meng Qingzhou entered her dreamland, a system beep suddenly sounded in her ears. Ding! Successful suppression of Heaven's Destiny protagonist Zhao Gong. Heavenly Destiny protagonist Zhao Gong, 1700 chi value, 1200 deprivation, 500 chi value remaining. Reward settlement in progress. Reward 1, Imperial Grade Realm Breaking Pill. Can ignore any realm obstacles and directly break through to the next realm. Reward 2, Imperial True Phoenix Physique. 300% increase in cultivation speed. 300% increase in battle strength. Probability of dreaming back to ancient times and sensing the true phoenix inheritance of the ancient gods. Inheritance is possible. Meng Qingzhou's breathing became ragged and waves of shock flooded her heart. The system rewards are late but arrived. There are rewards. He is not surprised. After all, Zhao Yuhuan, the old man of Zhao Gong, failed to succeed, and died in the last battle. There is a part of his credit, but I didn't expect the rewards to be so generous. 2 imperial rewards. The Emperor Grade Realm Breaking Pill can be saved for use in the future to break through the Prime Realm. As for the Emperor Grade True Phoenix Physique, it's useless to me. I've already obtained the exact same Heaven's Path Honyun body as Zhao Jiu. It's also an Emperor Grade, but the Emperor Grade True Phoenix Physique can be passed down to someone else. Meng Qingzhou closed her eyes in contemplation, hesitating to whom she would pass on the Imperial True Phoenix. Dongfang Liuli was ostensibly immortal, with no cultivation, and even if she had an Emperor's True Phoenix Physique, it would be of little use. If she is truly mortal, her lifespan will be at most 100 years, and sooner or later she will turn into a red-powdered skeleton. The next moment, Meng Qingzhou made up her mind. If she doesn't know how to cultivate, I'll teach her. And with the Emperor's True Phoenix Physique, Dongfang Liuli's achievements in the future may not be lower than that of an empress. Perhaps I will create a second empress. Thinking of this, Meng Qingzhou no longer hesitated, thinking that she would secretly pass on the Imperial True Phoenix Physique to her and then teach her to cultivate. Meng Qingzhou's breathing gradually stabilized, slowly sinking into dreamland. Although cultivators did not need to sleep, Meng Qingzhou had always maintained the good habit of going to bed early and getting up early. Just then, the door to Meng Qingzhou's room was pushed open a crack, and a pair of cold crimson eyes peered inside. And then the door to the room was pushed open completely, and a beautiful figure, dressed in a sarong robe, tiptoed into Meng Qingzhou's nest, begging for catch-ups, 5-star reviews, and gifts. In the hazy dream, Meng Qingzhou vaguely saw a world and independence of the proud beauty, suddenly fated immortal, fell into the earth, opened his arms around his neck, will be enough to pour the world's face, gently buried in his chest. A shy voice was also heard. Stinking salty fish, you sure do look much better with the blindfold off. Meng Qingzhou woke up with a start and smelled the familiar refreshing scent between her nostrils. This is Oriental Lioli. Then, Meng Qingzhou felt a warm sensation coming from his chest and between his waist and back. It was someone who wrapped his arms around his waist and buried his face in his chest. The sound of calm and quiet breathing came from his ears. Dongfang Liuli seemed to have fallen into sleep. Meng Qingzhou knew that the stunning woman he saw in the dream was the model of Dongfang Liuli that he had imagined in his heart. And that sentence was probably also spoken by Dongfang Liuli herself. At this point in time, as an energetic male, it's natural to react. Meng Qingzhou's heart surged and she repeatedly inhaled and exhaled before barely suppressing the evil in her heart. Feeling Oriental Liuli's delicate soft body, Meng Qingzhou couldn't help but hold her, and gently kissed her on her forehead. As for why not take it a step further and explore the origins of life science and the negative distance physics of the human body while the night is still young? Meng Qingzhou felt that it had only been a short day since they had confirmed their relationship, and to be so impatient to enjoy Dongfang Liuli's ketone body was like a scummy man who was pretending to be deeply in love. And all those lifelong declarations of love were just to get people. Well, suddenly, Dongfang Liuli arched in her red lips accidentally fitting on Meng Qingzhou's jaw. Sip. Dongfang Liuli unconsciously opened her mouth to suck on it, and a pair of arms wrapped around Meng Qingzhou's waist tightened more and more. Meng Qingzhou, test the cadres with this? Can't stand it. I'm not the head of the palace. I'm a horsepole-dropping man of might and strength. Meng Qingzhou climbed up on the proud bosom with one hand and was about to go further when Dongfang Liuli gave a wooing sound as if she was having a nightmare and pushed Meng Qingzhou away to hide to the side. Got it. You're pretending to be asleep, right? Meng Qingzhou's forehead veins popped and she gritted her teeth. Oriental Liuli curled up and did not answer, seemingly sleeping deeply. Demon. The poor monk will take you into the pagoda sooner or later. Let's see if you're still naughty. Meng Qingzhou silently recited the mantra of clearing the heart, thinking to spare her for the time being this account, in the future to find a small Oriental Liuli ruthless revenge back. Second brother, are you still sleeping? Big brother, I can't sleep. My blood is boiling now. There was no talk all night. The next morning, Dongfang Liuli stretched out, full of sleep, and twisted his head to look at Meng Qingzhou who was sitting next to him on the bed as if he were a wooden man. Ha! Why are you in my bed? Meng Qingzhou sneered. Pretend. Keep pretending. Dongfang Liuli looked around and covered her red lips in great surprise, saying, That's not right. How am I in your bed? Said Oriental Liuli onion jade finger pointing at the lower lip, and as if thinking of something, hastily covered the chest. Shame and indignation questioned. Sexy salty, did you sneak me out of my room last night and do something indescribably bad? Meng Qingzhou raised his middle finger and laughed without saying anything. He. Oriental Liuli's eyes flashed with a touch of cunning, lifted the comforter, jumped out of bed, then picked up the clothes placed on the bedside. Sure dressed fully. Anyway, someone is blind, and not afraid of leaking a trace of scenery. Since you didn't give an inch and simply slept around, I'll be generous and forgive you this time. Well, it's time to open the doors and receive the patients. Meng Qingzhou grinned, quite a toothache, and said, Dongfang Liuli, I thought you were a gentle and virtuous wife, but I didn't realize that you were a demoness. Oriental Liuli didn't answer and secretly rolled her eyes. The empress, what's wrong with a little bad? Women are not bad. Men do not love it. Moreover, if I don't take the initiative, when will you realize my feelings? Is it hard for me to play a little love theater with you for the rest of my life? But well, Dongfang Liuli thought that last night. Meng Qingzhou suddenly became manic and ferocious, breathing roughly like a wild beast, and for some reason, she was a little scared at the bottom of her heart, even in the face of the countries surrounded by the battlefield bloody. Have not frowned for a moment the empress. Looking back, the little heart is beating violently. After breakfast, Meng Qingzhou did not rush to open the door to greet the patients, but instead inquired towards Dongfang Liuli. Have you ever felt some special changes in your body? Experience them carefully and tell me. At those words, Dongfang Liuli's pretty face looked solemn as she stared at the former and said, What do you mean? Dongfang Liuli hurriedly covered her belly. Quite serious. Can it be that I'm going to get pregnant? You took advantage of me last night and did beastly things? Then I'm worse than a beast. Meng Qingzhou stroked her forehead, somewhat helpless. Demoness, hurry up and give me back the former Oriental Liuli. Were you taken from your body? How did you come to look like this? Beastly? Oriental Liuli frowned and muttered. Really did it? Why don't I feel anything at all? Could it be, Lightship? Are you the second king? Meng Qingzhou almost a mouthful of old blood sprayed out. More and more regret last night why did not get on base. Adhere to that point of pure love thought for what? Now it's good. By this demon girl a set of moves control cannot move. Not teasing you. Dongfang Liuli spread a smile and closed her eyes to check the changes in her body. At first, Dongfang Liuli was in a relaxed, accompanying Meng Qingzhou to have some fun mentality, thinking that Meng Qingzhou was again worrying about nothing. worrying about her being infected by the plague in the city. However, soon after, Dongfang Liuli's smile converged and his expression suddenly became grave. What the hell? In my mind, how did an additional inheritance mark appear? Dongfang Liuli's divine sense sank into the crimson inheritance mark suspended in her sea of consciousness. Chao Wei realm cultivators. A single movement of the divine mind was comparable to the topmost computer operations. Just a few breaths. Dongfang Liuli opened her eyes. True Phoenix inheritance. The legendary True Phoenix that rules over all races. The complete legacy of the Prime Realm beings. A legacy that can lead straight to Prime. Not only that, Dongfang Liuli also found that the speed of cultivation was more than several times faster, and the Dantian part of the aura sunrise also swelled a lot, which represented that the battle power and endurance had been greatly increased. Overnight, Dongfang Liuli became the Prime Realm's scheduled contestant. No one would believe it when they say it, because it's just impossible, but it really happened. In all seriousness, it can only be described in 4 words, pie in the sky. What exactly did you do to me? Dongfang Liuli's mind could not be calmed for a long time as she looked at Meng Qingzhou. Doesn't it feel refreshing? As if the world is different? Meng Qingzhou laughed. At this time, Meng Qingzhou was still calculating to herself how to guide Dongfang Liuli to step into the cultivation path step by step, guiding her to comprehend the true Phoenix inheritance step by step and opening up her cultivation potential. But he didn't realize that the wife in front of him was the first strongest person in the Great Gene, the Great Gene Empress. It was even more unexpected that Dongfang Liuli had already fully comprehended the true Phoenix inheritance and had turned on the increase of the Emperor Great Physique. It was 3 years ago when I traveled the rivers and lakes and met a white-bearded old grandpa who gave me an elixir, saying that it was marvelous and could help people improve their qualifications and set foot on the path of cultivation. Last night, I snuck you a dose. Meng Qingzhou crossed her arms. Smug. Heck. Compliment me quickly, daughter-in-law. Dongfang Liuli clasped her hands on her chest. Her pretty face was written with the color of mockery. Acting? Continue acting. After a long time, she uttered, I want to hear the truth. A seal of inheritance leading to the Prime Realm was enough to set off a chaotic war between the kingdoms, erupting into an era of bloodshed in which the great powers of the Chao Wei realm collectively came out to fight for it. Now that it was casually gifted to her by Meng Qingzhou, Dongfang Liuli could not accept it for a while. Meng Qingzhou was stunned. The expected scene of Oriental Liuli being struck by a sudden surprise does not occur, but is instead questioned. This confused him immensely, and there didn't seem to be anything wrong with the all-knowing white-bearded old grandpa giving him an elixir. Although Grandpa Whitebeard makes a bit too many appearances is all. Meng Qingzhou sighed and said, actually, it was me who found a seal in an ancient relic that was said to be a certain great person's inheritance seal. I know you have no cultivation, perhaps because of a lack of talent, but I would hate to see that after 100 years. I am the only one left. Meng Qingzhou smiled gently and said, Ruri, I want to share the years with you. These words are sincere, from the bottom of the heart, but Meng Qingzhou skillfully used the principle of avoiding the important and focusing on the cause. For the preciousness of the seal of inheritance and the source of the direct sweeping, you and I share the years. Dongfang Liuli froze. Just a few words, but it was like heavenly thunder rolling and rumbling in her ears. He is also a mortal, and similarly only has 100 years of lifespan. Whereas he, thinking that I am a mortal, ferried the precious and incomparable inheritance seal to me. But what about me? It was always known that he was mortal, but it was never taken seriously. Dongfang Liuli's eyes suddenly moist, biting her lower lip, oozing crimson blood, forcing her heart to say, the preciousness of the legacy mark is known to the world. A cultivation level below the lunar flare realm isn't even qualified to bequeath it, so why can you give it to me without hesitation? Meng Qingzhou was about to explain, and before the words came out, she was interrupted by Dongfang Liuli. Her voice was a little weepy, but instead of being gentle and disheveled, it was filled with questioning. And, you are only mortal as well, and how will you share the years with me when you give up your precious cultivation qualifications to me? Meng Qingzhou, answer me. Meng Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and a bunch of abdominal drafts that had long been prepared were all forgotten and turned into a light sentence. Because you're my wife, is that reason enough? In an instant, Dongfang Liuli's heart seemed to have a certain barrier shattered, and her pupils looked steadily at Meng Qingzhou, unable to tolerate anyone else in her eyes and heart, leaving only this black satin twisted, downtrodden youth, the empress, who had spent her life on the battlefield, suppressing the nations as her first pursuit in this life, at this moment, suddenly felt, perhaps more than the entire world, more than the illusory cultivation path, the person in front of him was the most important. At this moment, Dongfang Liuli's heart was filled with remorse, and the tears could not stop flowing. Why did I go through the trouble of making up a lie? Why didn't I say earlier that I am the Great Gene Empress, and you are the Great Gene Emperor? I don't need the inheritance seal to pursue the path to immortality, even if it will be a bit tougher. At least I have a chance. But now, this only true phoenix inheritance seal has been given to the one among you and me who needs it the least. Lioli, why are you crying? Meng Qingzhou reached out and touched her cheeks, gently stroking away the tears. Dongfang Lioli shrugged her shoulders and choked a little. Her reddish eyes looked at the former and said, Light boat, I regret so much. Really regret. Meng Qingzhou tilted her head in doubt. Regret being married to me? No way. Sir, lifting up your pants and not recognizing me? But, Dongfang Lioli was amused and couldn't help but pound his chest with her small fists, pouting. What nonsense. With that, Dongfang Lioli took a deep breath and said, I'm asking you a serious question. No smirking, got it? Although Meng Qingzhou was puzzled, she nodded and said, Yes, go ahead. Dongfang Lioli took a deep breath, as if making a major decision, and said word by word, What is your impression of the great Jin? Of the Empress? Tell me the truest feelings of your heart. At first, the construction of the village and the concealment of the truth by the ministers was only for fear that Meng Qingzhou would be utilized by the rebellious ministers who harbored evil intentions, so he was simply allowed to serve as a relaxed and leisurely shield to block the mouths of the ministers on behalf of the Empress. To this day, the Empress had gotten to know Meng Qingzhou very well, treating him as an important person in her heart, her rightful husband. Hiding your identity doesn't seem to matter so much anymore, but before the showdown, she wanted to know how Meng Qingzhou's impression of the Empress was, so that she didn't make a mistake and turn into a divorce scene directly after the showdown in seconds, which would be hilarious. At these words, Meng Qingzhou was shocked. Good man, is it finally here? Changing his name to Meng Qin and Dijin and taking up the position of Minister of Rights. Dongfang Lioli had always known about it and had definitely heard about the matter of the female emperor's facehead. A long time ago, Meng Qingzhou was worried about whether this rumor would affect their relationship and was still thinking about how to explain it. Since Dongfang Lioli took the initiative to bring it up, it mustn't be a good performance? Meng Qingzhou cleared her throat and with a righteous face, she said in a loud voice, I don't need to elaborate too much on the Empress's reputation, right? Ruthless and brutal, a strong woman with an overwhelming sense of enterprise, a killing machine with almost no feelings, a nightmare for all the nations, and the creator of the earthly purgatory. If it wasn't for the fact that the Empress had traveled all the way to the village of Imaji to force me to become an official in the capital, I wouldn't have bothered to give a damn about her. This kind of woman, even if she is stripped naked and thrown in front of me, Meng Qingzhou, won't bat an eyelid. The words fell, and silence fell over the room. Meng Qingzhou carefully recalled the rhetoric and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Full marks for reading comprehension come full marks for composition. There is no need to deliberately explain the Empress facehead. Just show my disgusting antipathy towards the Empress, and naturally I can dispel Oriental Lioli's concerns. I'm simply a genius. Meng Qingzhou rubbed her chin. It was a pity that she didn't have glasses, otherwise she would have pushed the frames a little more and the atmosphere would have been drawn out. However, when Dongfang Lioli heard a fierce as a tiger's answer, the expectant eyes suddenly lost their glamour, a look like being struck by lightning. The whole thing was thunderstruck on the outside. It turns out that the image of the Empress is so unpleasant in Meng Qingzhou's heart, stripped naked and thrown in front of the eyes, and the positive eyes do not take a look at it? Which? Dongfang Lioli stubbornly retorted, her pretty face suffocating into a purplish-red color as she mumbled under her breath. Which is brutal and ruthless. People are just fierce. A means to deter enemies and subordinates. Career-minded. Doesn't that just mean that the Empress is a hard-working person? Sort of an advantage. A killing machine without feelings. A nightmare for the nations. The creator of hell on earth. These are even more nonsense. Ridiculous. A joke. Speaking of this, Dongfang Lioli blushed and said with some embarrassment, actually, the Empress is still very gentle and virtuous, and her front and back are so well-bred. Meng Qingzhou pulled out her ears, thinking she had heard wrong. Gentle and virtuous is actually an adjective for the Empress? That Qin Lioli, whose hands were stained with blood, who had personally slaughtered more than 1 million living beings, commanded thousands of battles, and overthrew dozens of countries, still had a gentle and virtuous side? Bullshit. No fever. Why are you talking nonsense? Meng Qingzhou put the back of her hand on Dongfang Lioli's forehead and said in confusion. Dongfang Lioli slapped away Meng Qingzhou's hand and snapped, elfin salty. Seeing Meng Qingzhou's reaction, and her comments about the Empress, Dongfang Lioli knew that it was not a good time to reveal her identity. Once the showdown is over, it's likely that the chickens will come home to roost. When we return to the capital, we must make changes to make Salty feel good about the Empress, or at least less resistant. Oriental Lioli secretly made up her mind. Meng Qingzhou rubbed his nose and wondered in his heart, wondering what kind of attitude Dongfang Lioli held towards the Empress. I've made it clear that I have no interest in the Empress. Why are you still upset? Didn't you hear what I was saying? Ruri isn't that slow. Until a sharp knock on the door interrupted Meng Qingzhou's thoughts. Dr. Meng, open the door. There's a batch of plague-infected patients who have gotten sicker, and even many foreigners have died. A familiar voice came in. It was the six-winged angel girl, Ran Yu. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou hurriedly opened the door of the medical center. Her nose opened and closed. She smelled a strong stench, and her ears resounded with the sounds of screams rising and falling. It felt like entering a copy of Infernal Purgatory. A group of foreigners were filled with black gas. Their bodies were rotting. Their souls were dull. And there were even some foreign beings who had grown 3 heads and 6 arms, and their faces were piled high with 1,000 pupils. Renyu stood on the sidelines, looking anxious and uneasy. What's going on? Meng Qingzhou asked. With an angry look on her face, Renyu said, it's all because of that unscrupulous impostor physician. Yesterday, he treated the residents of the city, and as a result, not only did his condition not improve, but it accelerated and worsened. An impostor physician? Where is he? Meng Qingzhou was surprised. The original story didn't mention this, and even though the plot has now collapsed, the city of the ancient gods is hardly involved in any of the main plot, so it's reasonable to assume that it won't spill over into here. Remembering those 2 impostor physicians who had plagued Divine City, Ranyu was furious and said, they are all humans who blended into the Swift God City 2 days ago, and when they heard that there was a plague in the city, they volunteered to help, saying that they could cure it. It turned out to be 2 liars. They have been arrested and imprisoned in the heavenly prison, to be beheaded at a later date. Meng Qingzhou was shocked. Good man, if you can't cure it, you'll have to be beheaded? That is to say, there is hard work without merit, and at least there is goodwill without hard work. Moreover, the plague of the gods is not a plague at all. It is the plague of the gods, so isn't it normal that it can't be cured? After all of you, the city's domed sisters, are helpless against the divine plagues, fighting them hard with your majestic life force. No wonder it was said that the Taiku Divine City was a forbidden place for human beings. Now it seemed that the ancients were honestly not deceived. It doesn't always feel like a plague, but rather like a kind of divine calamity recorded in ancient texts. Dongfang Liuli frowned and said hesitantly. Meng Qingzhou laughed. You're overthinking it. If it's a divine calamity, wouldn't it be something that a mere mortal like me could touch? Luckily you know a little bit about it. Or else the identity of the Sword Saint might be at risk of being exposed. Dongfang Liuli nodded and said, that's right, maybe I'm overthinking it. By the way, what are the names of those 2 human physicians? Dongfang Liuli suddenly asked. The 6-winged angel girl frowned and thought. One is called Zhao Gong, the other is called Wang Tran. When these words came out, Meng Qingzhou and Dongfang Liuli both fell into silence, both being shocked. What? Renuki blinked in confusion. Dongfang Liuli's star-like radiant eyes suddenly went cold, and she indifferently said, I said that how Zhao Gong and Wang Tran both seem to have evaporated from the earth. So it turns out that they secretly slipped into Taiku Divine City. As for why Zhao Gong and Wang Tran mixed into the City of God, it was easy to guess the unsuspected intentions. It was nothing more than scheming for the terrifying depths of the Taiku Divine City, wanting to utilize the power of the Divine City to fight against the great Jin dynasty and drag the Empress down. 2 idiots, actually playing themselves to death. Dongfang Liuli sneered disdainfully. Meng Qingzhou didn't say a word as thunder rolled in her head. Crap, the fate protagonist is going to die. And a death so nasty and sloppy that he will be dragged to the execution ground and beheaded by the Fae. Suddenly, Meng Qingzhou seemed to think of something and rubbed her chin, secretly saying in her heart, if I remember correctly, Zhao Gong's qi value is only 500. When the value of qi drops below 1000, it will lose the blessing of the heavenly Tao. The system prompted the protagonist yesterday that the value of qi had become 500, and today the death sentence will be announced, and the head will be chopped off at a later date. In that case, the people who fucked Dragon Aotion to death were actually me and an unknown enthusiastic member of the public? Meng Qingzhou's thoughts were empty and she was a little skeptical. Long Aotion is about to mail it. Should the world end next and I have to go along for the ride? No, there must be someone saving people in the torture chamber. Or before dying, Long Aotion exploded and killed all the way out of the city, falling into a slump, suddenly awakening, remembering the bond with a dear friend, and then finally exploding into a backlash and closing out the show with a shocker. That makes sense when you think about it like that. Just then, a messenger came to the 6-winged angelic sister, Ran Yu, and reported softly, handing Ren Yu a piece of jade paper. Ran Yu nodded slightly and waved her hand to signal the herald to retreat. I just received news that 2 unscrupulous physicians have been decapitated and crushed their divine souls. Meng Qingzhou was silent again, her brain completely down. Walt Hare, dead? Ren Yu opened the jade paper and played an image, explaining, "This is the passage left by Zhao Gong and Wang Tuan before they died during the execution." With that, Ren Yu took this image and projected it in the sky, broadcasting it for the foreigners to watch. A group of foreigners who had been victimized by Zhao Gong, seeing the situation, clapped their hands and shouted for joy. Dongfang Liuli cast a sidelong glance, her eyes clear and cold, with little interest. The video screen shows Zhao Go and Wang Tuan, cloaked and withered, wearing white prison uniforms, being dragged to the execution ground by two tall foreigners, two mountain-like tiger head guillotine, exuding oozing biting killing intent. A pair of tiger eyes on the tiger head guillotine looked toward the two. His voice grand, report the name of the person being tortured. Zhao Gu, Wang Tran, Zhao Gong and Wang were bruised all over their bodies, the light of their divine souls on the verge of extinguishing, and their expressions were insane, as if they had suffered countless painful and torturous punishments. The two were held down by the alien soldiers and pressed against the tiger head guillotine. The moment the guillotine fell, Zhao Gong's eyes turned red and he hissed, "Emperor, female emperor, I, Zhao Go, will not let you go even if I become a ghost." Wang Tran's emotions were even more broken to the extreme. Snot, tears, and feces and urine in all four tubes. "Master of the country, quickly save me. I am the Minister of War of the Dacian dynasty. You can't kill me." Then, with the tiger head guillotine falling, the roars and pleas for mercy ended abruptly. Meng Qingzhou concentrated on listening, and when she heard Zhao Gong still screaming about the emperor before he died, she couldn't help but sigh in relief and muttered to herself, "The nameless well-wishers, the ones who have been stiffening the Dragon Ao Tian protagonist and dry exploding him, turned out to be the Empress and the Emperor. Sure enough, I told you it was none of my business. Look, this is hard evidence. Before Zhao died, he didn't even mention my name. We're a salty fish, and we're still doing very well." Dongfang Liuli couldn't help but look at Meng Qingzhou, wanting to say something. Her gaze was extremely strange, wanting to laugh but not daring to do so. Ding! Detected that the Heavenly Fate protagonist's chi luck value is zeroed out. The host obtains a Great Emperor level reward. Time and Space Corridor *1. Time Corridor, wander through the river of time and open a door at random to enter a certain period of history or the future. Stay for 7 days. Meng Qingzhou, who was in the process of removing the divine calamity from the alien patient, had a movement in his hand and his pupils suddenly contracted. The system officially certified that the Heaven's Destiny protagonist, Zhao Gong, was 100% confirmed dead, with no possibility of resurrection. The protagonist died, yet he gave me a Great Emperor level reward. Could it be that he's presenting an award? Great Emperor level to be able to travel back to a certain period of history or the future is simply heaven-defying. But I didn't do anything. I just went along with the lunch butterfly, made a little report, and helped the Empress with a fight. Meng Qingzhou gulped furiously. In this way, the entire half a day, Meng Qingzhou was in a trance, and from time to time asked the East Liuli how the sky, whether there is a gale, dark clouds and so on. Until evening, when the sun sets. There was still an hour to go before Meng Qingzhou got off work at 6 o'clock. However, the calm busyness was broken with the arrival of an uninvited guest. There is no end of the world. In that case, the death of the Heaven's Mandate protagonist will not affect the normal functioning of the world. Meng Qingzhou thought silently, only to see the six-winged angelic sister, Ren Yu, rushing in with a hurried look, clutching Meng Qingzhou's hand in a miserable manner. "Dr. Meng, please save Lord City Lord. She's dying." Dongfang Liuli's eyes were chilled as she stared at Ren Yu grabbing Meng Qingzhou's hand with an unkind expression. However, given that the other party had a reason for what happened, coupled with remembering Meng Qingzhou's assessment of the Empress, killing nature is too heavy to be a wife, the Empress who was determined to change silently held back her stormy emotions. "Meng Qingzhou? Are you talking about Sister Dome, the Lord of the Swire God City?" Meng Qingzhou said in astonishment. "Yes." Ren Yu nodded her head like garlic and eagerly said, "Just a moment ago, Lord City Lord suddenly fainted. His heart stopped beating, and even his divine soul was extinguished." Meng Qingzhou stood up in a huff and said, "So it's not dead?" Ren Yu froze, suddenly realizing that she seemed to have said too much, and hastily remedied the situation. Not dead, probably in a state of pseudo-death. Well, it must be. Meng Qingzhou waved her hand with a tired heart and said, "They have all buckled. They must be dead. I am only a doctor, not a Dala golden immortal. People can't come back from the dead. Hurry up and prepare for the aftermath. Tired. Destroy. What's the situation here?" The impossibly dead Dragon Ao Tian protagonist, who hadn't even experienced a sensational battle, hadn't even broken through the mountain-moving realm, and hadn't even stepped out of the novice village, had been slaughtered by a group of minions. The Dome Girl, a character on the fringes of the plot who doesn't deserve to die, mailed in without warning and followed closely behind with a crane. "No, you're a doctor. At least resuscitate it." Run Yu was in a hurry and said. Meng Qingzhou spread his hands and said helplessly, "Limited ability. Instead of bothering to beg me to do such an impossible thing, why not lie down in your city lord's ear and come up with a sentence that someone is trying to conspire to usurp the throne, and perhaps sit up in shock from a dying illness?" Run Yu's silver teeth clenched. This guy, how the oil and salt does not enter. But the city lord's mission must be completed, or else he will be whipped. Thinking about this, Ran Yu's tears fell all at once and she cried like a pear. "Oh hoo! Physician is so desperate." In vain the city lord some good intentions fed to the dog. If not for the sake of Mr. The city lord would not be beheaded. Wang Tran and Zhao Zhou, two dog thieves, is not just want to for Meng physician out of a mouthful of nausea. "Now, you are dying, city lord, and Dr. Meng is seeing death to save you." Whoops! Meng Qingzhou raised an eyebrow, catching the key word. "What do you mean by killing Wang Tran and Zhao Gong? It's for me to export my disgust. Say it clearly," Meng Qingzhou seriously pursued. Ren Yu choked out a sob. "Lord City Master has investigated your identity and found that Zhao Zhou is the son of a rebel king who wanted to overthrow the imperial power of the Great Jin. And Wang Tran even made a big fuss at the Empress birthday banquet. You are the most loyal subject of the Great Jin. You deserve to feel humiliated. Furthermore, the duo of Zhao Zhou and Wang Tran killed quite a number of foreigners, and for that reason, Lord City Master decapitated the two of them. Just tell me if the Lord of the City has helped you out." Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou's nose almost went askew. "Geneva, don't moralize like that. I don't know Zhao Gong. There is no grievance. Where is the enmity? As for Wang Tran, it was my good disciple Chen Yuan Sword Saint who fought with him, so what does it have to do with me?" Meng Qingzhou? The loyal ministers of the Great Jin are even more nonsense. It is Jiang Songhai, Qin Fenghua, two old pikers who planted the evidence and framed, put a group of unwarranted credit, forcibly put on my head. However, these words could not be said in public. In case they reached the Empress's ears, she would think that Meng Qingzhou had a problem with her. "Forget it." Meng Qingzhou sighed, quite tired, and blandly said, "Then I'll go and take a look. But I can't guarantee that I'll be able to save my life. After all, I'm just a mundane." Ran Yu nodded repeatedly and said, It's okay. Then lead the way." Meng Qingzhou extended a hand as an invitation. At those words, Ran Yu couldn't help but look at Dongfang Lioli, who was standing in silence, and opened her mouth. Thinking about the plot of the mission explained by Lord City Lord, Ran Yu secretly transmitted her voice. "Mrs. Meng, won't you persuade your husband? He is to share a room with an empty woman who longs for love, and a beautiful maiden of great poise and good looks." Dongfang Lioli turned her head in confusion, her eyes perplexed, and transmitted her voice. "Isn't it healing the sick to save people? People are dying. I'm not so narrow-minded. Besides, wasn't it you who ran to beg my family's husband to save people? Is this girl out of her mind?" Ran Yu recalled the mission plot. First, he asked Dr. Meng for help to save the people, and then he tried to make Mrs. Meng jealous by dragging her hard to prevent Dr. Meng from going over. With a lack of distraction, Dr. Meng had only one option, to call on his good disciple to go over and help. But now, instead of being jealous, Mrs. Meng is extraordinarily generous and looks like she doesn't care. Ran Yu gritted her teeth and continued to transmit her voice. "Since that's the case, then I'll take Dr. Meng with me. I'm actually indifferent. It's just that my heart aches for you all." Lord City Lord was born with charming bones, invisibly able to charm men's souls. By the time the healing of Lord City Lord is finished, Dr. Meng is afraid that a heart will be hooked away. Ran Yu pretended to be a T-state, once again voice transmission to make up. Usually, Lord City Lord with strong cultivation, control Mei Bone escape. Now unconscious, Mei Bone is not under control. Even I, a small woman, cannot top it. Dongfang Lioli's eyes grew wider and wider, her breathing became rapid, and she fiercely pulled Meng Qingzhou's wrist, staring at him dead on, and said word by word, "No, granted, go." "Meng Qingzhou?" Meng Qingzhou turned her head, her black satin-covered eyes, looking at Ran Yu, her brows slightly furrowed, always feeling that this ninny was out of place, but she couldn't say where. In the original novel, the Dome Sister had been in the outbreak of the Divine Calamity, by several enemies' sneak attack, have no choice but to be injured in the battle. Even if carrying the Divine Calamity, Dome also can kill all the enemies, and quickly with the majestic life force to recover from the injury. Has there been another accident? Meng Qingzhou was suspicious in her heart and raised her guard. It was a blessing but not a curse. He and Dongfang Lioli were in the Taiku Divine City. If the other party really had something fishy going on, forcefully refusing the request to see the doctor might backfire and enrage the other party. If Meng Qingzhou was alone, it would be fine. The big deal would be to escape into the river of time. But Dongfang Liuli is immortal. For the sake of his daughter-in-law's safety, Meng Qingzhou decided to go and take a look. Don't worry, we're temporarily living in Divine City, and we've also endured the city lord's favors, so it's only right that we return the favor. Meng Qingzhou patted Dongfang Liuli's tight grip on her wrist and softly said. Dongfang Liuli pursed her lips, did not say a word, just tugged Meng Qingzhou's sleeve to death and did not let go. The decisive and domineering character of her, she couldn't say those fleshy words, and even more unlikely to bluntly say I'm afraid you'll be seduced by a vixen. You must stay by my side. She was not able to say those fleshy words, much less say I'm afraid you'll be seduced by a vixen. Meng Qingzhou tried to pull back her sleeve. Feeling the strength exerted by the other party, Dongfang Liuli, her mind was enlightened. Ruri can't be jealous. Imagine, a man and a woman in a room together. The bed is lying on the sickly Shishir-like beauty. Meng Qingzhou sat on the edge of the bed, concentrating on diagnosis for the Dome Sister. The Dome Sister gaunt eyes look at him with deep love. The two asked a question and answered, as if in the words of love. How about this? You follow me along and just happen to be able to help me pass a tool. Meng Qingzhou rubbed Dongfang Liuli's hair in a childish tone and whispered softly. Dongfang Liuli drooped her head. Her pretty face was so red that it was almost dripping blood. She didn't dare to raise her head to look at Meng Qingzhou. She just gave a weak sound. This scene is like a little girl who is giving up her old and disabled father. No, Ranyu interrupted with an untimely voice, her tone serious, and said, while Lord City Lord is gravely ill, no one other than the physician may visit. Meng Qingzhou grinned, rather toothily, not even my wife? No, Ranyu said flatly. For a time, Meng Qingzhou was caught in a dilemma, feeling that the world was filled with full of malice. So why make it difficult for honest people? This is not good. That is not good. Simply let your city masters to fend for themselves count the ball. Ranyu was keenly aware of a faint color of impatience permeating between Dr. Meng's brows, a look of readiness to give up and set up a bad situation, and immediately added, in fact, there is another way. If Dr. Meng can't get away, he can ask a familiar and reliable colleague, and the higher-ups of Divine City will send someone to transport him. What do you think? Meng Qingzhou pondered for a long time. Colleagues, physician? Don't say I don't know any divine doctors. Even if I did, seeing the divine plague draped over your city lord, I guess I would have died on the spot before I could do any sniffing. Further, divine plagues are cured by conventional means, and the dog author mentions 3 methods in the known episodes. First, cultivate a technique called the 10,000 Reincarnations Immortality Sutra. Reincarnate for 10,000 lifetimes, and cultivate a 10,000 Reincarnations Immortality Physique. Second, stepping into the higher realms of the Prime Realm. Third, use the way of time and space to slowly weed out the root causes of divine calamities. The immortal scripture of 10,000 rains had long been lost, and the odds were that it could not be found. As for stepping into the realm above the Prime Realm, it is like a patient asking you, Doctor, I am suffering from a terminal disease. What medicine should I take to slow down my life? You say, no need to take medicine. First of all, you have to become a cosmic Superman. Strong immune cells will be able to kill cancer cells. Pure bullshit. In other words, the only person in the world who could heal Dome Sister was Meng Qingzhou. Wait. Meng Qingzhou suddenly recalled that at yesterday's dinner party, all 3 of Dome Sister's questions seemed to be side questions asking for news about the temporal sword saint. Combine that with today's circumstances and the truth emerges. So that's how it is. Sister Dome's target is the Qian Yuan sword saint, and she deliberately put on a show to lure the snakes out of their holes. Meng Qingzhou mentally laughed. Female brat, you underestimate Onaizen's wisdom. Everything in your path is within Onaizen's prediction. With this in mind, Meng Qingzhou silently operated the One Breath Transforms 3 purities, erasing the Chen Yuan Sword Saint version of the doppelganger and recompacting a brand new looking doppelganger. The young man was dressed in a flowing black coat. His eyebrows were 3 times cooler and 3 times more vicissitudes, as well as a firm desire for immortality. The cold wind blows in the valley of the fallen. The cicadas sing in spring and fall and the teenagers return. The great love immortal version of the split is freshly released, utilizing the way of time and space. He sent this doppelganger to the midst of the lofty mountains outside of Taiku Divine City. At this point, everything is ready to go. Let's see how the female brat responds. Jia 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 jia. Meng Qingzhou said blandly, it just so happens that I know a friend whose medical skills are not below mine, and he lives near the Taigu Divine City, so I'll page him to come over. A hint of delight flashed in the bottom of Ranyu's eyes. Success! Was she not clear if there were any human races stationed near the Taiku Divine City? It must be that Healer Meng was preparing for his disciple, the Qian Yuan Sword Saint, to step in. The city lord is truly a brilliant mind. Easily pinning down the time and space Sword Saint master and disciples, Renyu perked up and thought in her heart. A few moments later, Two foreign soldiers guarding the city led a cold-faced black-robed teenager to Meng Qingzhou and the others. Ran Yu was dumbfounded, pointing her finger at the Meng Qingzhou doppelganger and said, "He is?" She had seen the portrait of the Chen Yuan sword saint, clearly a graceful classical handsome man. This black-robed teenager, however, was filled with a sense of indifference that cut off love and desire. "My beloved family friend and brother in arms, named Fang Yuan." Meng Qingzhou smiled. "You're too young to play with me, brother Fang Yuan. The city lord is critically ill and is relying on you." Meng Qingzhou patted the Fang Yuan version of the doppelganger and said in a serious tone. Fang Yuan nodded and spat out 3 words succinctly. "Got it." Ran Yu was half speechless, an old groove stuck in her throat that she didn't know whether to spit or not. "No. I'm looking for the sword saint. I'm looking for the swordsman of Xian Yuan." "Who's Fang Yuan? Can he do it? Why don't you change it for another one?" Ran Yu's smile stiffened as she looked at Meng Qingzhou and couldn't help but say. Fang Yuan's eyes were empty, looking as if he saw all living beings as ants. In reality, he was blind, and he blandly said, "Don't worry, just 2 words, no guarantees, but it feels very reliable." Ran Yu vaguely felt bad, but she could only lead Fang Yuan to the city lord's mansion. Requests for 5-star reviews, catch-up reading, and gifts. Taiku Divine City Lord's Mansion. Built in the center of the Divine City, the entire magnificent city in a ring around the city lord's mansion. The middle of the missing piece of a tens of thousands of hectares in circumference of the void, hazy and misty, covering up against the blue sky and the moon's towers. Ran Yu brought Meng Qingzhou's doppelganger, Fang Yuan, in a flying boat and sailed through the air for a long time before gradually approaching the gate of the city lord's mansion. The gate of the city lord's mansion was also not an ordinary portal, but rather, it was connected by the peak tips of 2 lofty divine mountains, forming a fan-shaped portal. Behind the divine peak portal there was a suspended path leading to the tower, and an angelic race, clad in divine armor and holding broadswords in both hands, stood on both sides of the path. These angelic sisters, the dome's close guards, with the weakest cultivation of the mountain-moving realm and the highest even having a peak lunar flare realm powerhouse. They didn't hide the fluctuation of their breath in the slightest, as if a mountain pressed down on everyone who wanted to go to the city lord's mansion. Divine City is really grand. Meng Qingzhou pretended to look around, and although he couldn't see it, it didn't prevent him from feeling a thick sense of recklessness and antiquity. Where your gaze reaches is only the tip of the iceberg of the Divine City. The depths of the Swidden City are far more terrifying than you humans can imagine. Ran Yu smiled softly, appearing to sci-fi but actually showing off her muscles. Meng Qingzhou sighed wordlessly. The extent of the alien race's aversion to humans was far beyond imagination, and it was originally thought that as a friend of Meng Qingzhou identity, Ran Yu, these angelic races, would be more polite to him, but the moment he stepped onto the path to heaven, Meng Qingzhou realized that he was wrong. His shoulders were under mountainous pressure, and even the angelic sister, Ran Yu, didn't show any false colors. Ran Yu was a bit surprised as she deliberately raised her speed to a faster pace, wanting to side-by-side verify the strength of this teenager. The road to heaven had already passed most of the way, the tower of the city lord's mansion was close at hand, and the angelic clan's close guards that stood on both sides of the road along the way had cast their gazes on the black-robed teenager, accumulating a pressure that exceeded the limits that the sea-covering realm cultivators could withstand. However, the black-robed teenager was always walking idly, his face as light as water, as if he was trekking. "I didn't expect you to have good cultivation attainments at a young age. I'm afraid there are few amongst humans who can match you." Ran Yu was surprised. Meng Qingzhou put her hands behind her back and said blandly without slanting her eyes, "There are countless heroes in the world, and there are many people of the same age who are more gifted and powerful than Fang Yuan. It's just that you foreigners live in a corner, peering into the world with the eyes of the bottom of a well, and have become a bit narrow in what you see and hear." Ran Yu frowned and said with slight displeasure, "Are you secretly mocking us as frogs at the bottom of the well? Then tell me, who is better than you among your human peers?" Meng Qingzhou gave a valiant smile. "Ridiculous. Regardless of anything else, let's just say the temporal sword saint. Which of the 7 young supreme beings who died at his hands were not amongst men? Endless heavenly sect broken no hatred. 100 years old at the peak of the sea-covering realm. 3 boundary extinguishing incense is enough to worship everyone below the late Xiaohui realm. It's a pity that he lost to the sword saint by 1 move." Wang Tran, the minister of the military department of the Deqian dynasty, was born in the humble beginnings, realized the Tao at the age of 10, and walked out of an unprecedented path of qi, harvesting the qi of all nations and adding it to his own body, and was innately undefeatable. Mo Wui, the 3rd prince of the Blood Sea Empire. His blood qi is like a sea of ocean. He once fought and killed 3 early-stage lunar flare realm practitioners in a single battle, and killed 3 early-stage lunar flare realm practitioners alive with a pair of iron fists. The 3rd leader of the 5 spirit clan, Huang Hao. Meng Qingzhou's tone changed and said solemnly, each of them has stepped out on a path that no one has ever taken before, and all of them have achieved extraordinary accomplishments, yet they are not the enemy of the Temporal Sword Saint's sword. Don't forget that the Temporal Sword Saint is only 20 years old. The great Jin Empress, at the early stage of the Chaohui realm, is also only 20 years old. There was a change in Rin Yu's face, from the initial questioning, to contemplation, and then a face full of shock. Yeah, don't look at the Temporal Sword Saint's fame, but he was ultimately just a 20-year-old brat. Within the angelic race, 20 years old is even considered swaddling clothes. Meng Qingzhou's tone became more and more biting and intriguing as she continued. Furthermore, do you guess why the Sword Saint has been so infamous in the first half of his life? If it wasn't for the persecution of his master, he would probably still be in anonymity because he knows that there are far more heroes in the world than he imagined. And there are many more who are stronger than him. Ran Yu was completely silent, drooping her head without a word, losing all her pride, and the luster of her 3 pairs of holy feathers dimmed, hanging down feebly. Along the way, the angelic clan's close guards, their eyes all became grave, feeling that this one teenage boy in front of them seemed to be a bit different, and his speech and demeanor were by no means mundane. I'm saying this because I want to caution you that the world is far more dangerous than you can imagine, so be sure to live meticulously and never make a mess. Meng Qingzhou added one last sentence. This end sentence addition was actually what Meng Qingzhou wanted to say. To summarize just one sentence, don't hit the Qian Yuan Sword Saint. Be careful of drawing fire. Ran Yu lifted her eyes absent-mindedly and said disheveledly, Guzhu, what does it mean? Conceal your fronts, don't cause trouble, don't make trouble, don't get greedy, don't cause right and wrong, wait for a certain day to build up a good strength, and then go and amaze the world. Meng Qingzhou said. Meng Qingzhou secretly said in his heart, always remember, don't get greedy and don't stare at the way of time and space. In his opinion, these Grips and Dome sisters were all playing with the idea of the way of space and time, and by saying these words, he thought that it would be able to play the role of shaking the mountain and knocking the tiger. Without realizing it, Ran Yu became more and more silent, extra introverted, and even had a slight inferiority complex. The angelic races on both sides of the road along the way also silently withdrew their pressure. They suddenly felt that living in the Swift God City for the rest of their lives didn't seem like a good thing. A true genius needs to plunge into the waves of the times to fight their way through, to wrestle with the herd and to hone a path that is exclusively their own. Sir, please forgive my daughter's previous rudeness and make amends here. Ran Yu stopped Meng Qingzhou in his tracks, bowing solemnly. Meng Qingzhou immediately smiled in relief and said softly, there's no harm in it. There's nothing better than knowing your mistakes and being able to change them. Sure enough, there is no greater weapon in the world than a mouthpiece. Look, what was originally inevitable to be a lot of hooking up, or even a bloody war breaking out, for the temporal sword intent, was skillfully dissolved by some heartbreaking words. Ran Yu's eyes were firm as she continued. I understand what you mean. Sir, when the plague is all gone from the city, I will leave Taiku Divine City and head towards the real world. Even if I will be subjected to the capture and roundup of the human cultivators, I will go. I'm going to curb my sharpness, not cause trouble, and not be greedy. But if someone wants to kill me, I'm not afraid of anything. In this way, one can walk out a path of strength. The eyes of the many angelic close guards girls flashed. All of them were somewhat moved. And there was also a part of the angelic close guards that directly removed their divine armor, gathered their 6 winged wings and hid them in their clothes, and then directly handed over a letter of resignation, bowed across the air towards Meng Qingzhou, and resolutely left the Taiku Divine City. Meng Qingzhou opened her mouth in confusion. No. It wasn't until Meng Qingzhou entered the city lord's mansion and arrived at the door of the dome's boudoir that she was suddenly awakened. What's the situation? Have they misinterpreted my meaning? I'm only asking you not to hit the idea of the temporal sword intent. Why do you all have to leave the divine city? What Meng Qingzhou didn't know was that it was because of his words that Taiku Divine City was officially involved in the main plot. A group of foreign pride from the Taiku Divine City would become the trendsetters in the future starry golden age, and the person who started it all was scratching his head with a bewildered expression. Requests for 5-star reviews, catch-up reading, and gifts. The bedroom of the dome. The building is similar to the ancient Greek dynasty palace on the earth in the previous life. 9,900-meter stone pillars, holding up the canopy dome. The surrounding walls are carved with ancient mythological totems, and each pattern signifies a magnificent history. You are the Qian Yuan Sword Saint? A fresh and gentle voice came from high above. The dome sat on a throne as big as a 3-story house, and his eyes, which had been half squinted and half closed, slowly opened. My name is Feng Yuan, and I'm not the temporal sword saint, Meng Qingzhou said in a nonchalant manner, and in his heart, he exclaimed in shock that he was. The lord of the divine city had gone to great lengths to prepare to fish out the temporal sword saint. Luckily I'm resourceful, or else I'd really be fooled by you, Meng Qingzhou sneered. It also said that the city lord was critically ill and had fallen into a state of false death. Listen to this neutral voice, which has a little sense of weakness of serious illness. At those words, the dome's gaze condensed and his tone turned cold. Oh, did Meng Qing recommend you? To have the guts to heal a god. You don't have a lot of guts. Meng Qingzhou said blandly. I was entrusted by someone and came to do a favor. I am not related to the city lord. It is only right to help or not to help. Why should the city lord question me aggressively? The dome's pair of golden vertical pupils narrowed slightly, as if they had discovered something, and gently smiled. At a young age, your words are sharp. No wonder you can shake the heart of my Konoha army with just one mouth. Obviously, the words previously spoken on the road to heaven were also heard by the dome. But you're right. The Taiku Divine City has been comfortable for a long time. The foreigners gradually forget about the hatred of their country and the shame of their ancestors in the past. It's time to go out and practice. I'm too lazy to care about this crap. The deaths and lives of low-level foreign races are none of my business. It's you, who's got some skills. May you be willing to join the Swire God City and become a steward of the city lord's mansion. Glory, wealth, and a carefree life. I can give you all of that. The dome narrated the story, speaking at an unhurried pace, but a pair of golden eyes never moved away from observing this doppelganger of Meng Qingzhou. Meng Qingzhou shook her head, very decisively, unwilling. Why? Dome wondered. A good man aspires to be a good man. And stooping to being a housekeeper is detrimental to my morality. Meng Qingzhou said. Joke, the Jean Empress 8 carries sedan chair to invite me. At least is a serious official body. Official title is not low. To put it nicely, it's a steward. But isn't it a slave? The dome didn't force the issue, waving his hand and saying, then the small talk ends here. Heal me. To be ugly. If you can't do it, let Meng Qing get a new one. Meng Qingzhou nodded and walked to the front of the throne, lowering his head to look at the dome. His empty and godless gaze having a very oppressive force. Dome raised his eyes to meet them. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute. Dome pretty face abruptly a red, squirming to sit on the ground upright some. Green jade fingers smooth hair. Expression embarrassed, voice slightly huffy. Why straight hook staring at me? And who gave you permission to come up and lean so close to me? Back off. Meng Qingzhou said indifferently. I'm feeling the divine calamity brewing inside you. Unfortunately, one bad news and one good news. Which one do you want to hear first? At this, the dome froze and casually said, bad news, I guess. I like to save the good stuff for last. Meng Qingzhou nodded and said very seriously, understood. The good news is that the divine plague won't escape for a while, and the number of infected people in the city will slowly decrease. Dome slapped the armrest and yelled, hey, 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 are you deaf? I asked for bad news. To this, Meng Qingzhou continued to add, okay. So the bad news is that the divine calamity is piling up so much that it's about to explode inside you. The dome first glared round almond eyes, about to rebuke. When hearing the second half, turned angry to shocked. Explosion? Yes. Meng Qingzhou had a sincere face and said, but don't worry, I can help you. Saying this, Meng Qingzhou pulled out a bunch of bottles and jars from her storage ring and neatly arranged them on the table, carefully sifting through them, leaving a dozen or so bottles behind. Nah. Look, Meng Qingzhou pointed at the bottles and jars on the tabletop and introduced them seriously. Here we have the refining essence and transforming chi compulsion, snow washing compulsion, golden wind delivering compulsion, flesh and white bones compulsion, self-reliance compulsion, 9 turns of vitality grass, and breath of life compulsion. The dome went from a careless expression, gradually turning into a grave, and then her lips turned white, and her cherry mouth slowly opened into an O shape. These parasites were as small as a fingernail cap, and as large as the size of a millstone, extremely ugly in appearance, either with sharp mouths and fangs, 8 tentacles on their bellies, and black steel hairs standing on end, or with insect bodies and human faces, or emitting a foul odor, ugly and disgusting. The dome's greatest weakness is the fear of bugs, and now seeing the full range of species, and all of them oddly shaped parasites, he was so scared that his toes clenched in death, and the mayfly nymphs moved their asses backward. These parasites were carefully refined by me and have a healing effect, but it's not clear which one is effective on you, so let's try them one by one, Meng Qingzhou said, looking serious, looking as if she was truly a conscientious and responsible doctor. Meng Qingzhou was solemn on the surface, but she was smiling in her heart. Thanks to the novel's plot, he was very clear about the dome's weaknesses. At the time of its birth, the dome was still an unformed desert beast that had been hunted by a spider spirit for several years. The shadow of early childhood eventually covers the dome of adulthood. If I don't give you some color, I don't know how many eyes the Horse King has, daring to count on this sword saint. Go Dao Flow cultivators, preaching stoicism with a degree of patience. A turtle without trying to retaliate. That is the Ninja Turtle. You. Are you sure these things can cure my divine havoc? The dome's teeth chattered, and its golden vertical pupils were quaking. Sure, I'll vouch for it with my head. Meng Qingzhou was very sure. Well, of course it's not curable, but this is just a bilocation. Just throw it at you to kill. Jia. Don't be afraid. They're just ugly. Their hearts are kind. And they're especially warm and have a healing divine effect. Meng Qingzhou held a human-faced parasite and approached step by step. The dome was unable to retreat. Its back against the throne's cushion, shivering as it stared at the compulsion, muttering under its breath. Don't come over. Don't be afraid. They warm and heal. Don't fail. Come on, try it. Meng Qingzhou couldn't suppress her laughter and finally couldn't hold it back. The lord of the divine city was scared and wowed by him. This was a first for the heavens and the earth. Just then, the dome suddenly stopped trembling. His expression returned to normal, and he reached out to hold the human-faced parasite, and threw it to the ground and wrestled it into a pulp. Immediately afterward, a cold and ghostly voice came out. Sword Saint Basilisk, as usual you like to tease people. Do you know how many years I've waited for you? Meng Qingzhou's smile froze and her heart beat like a drum. Requests for follow-ups, 5-star reviews, and gifts. The dome's gaze was grudging, and as she held down Meng Qingzhou's shoulders, she pushed him down on top of the throne, exhaled like an orchid, and whispered in his ear, "The only other person in the world who understands the way of time and space is me, and no matter how much it is hidden, it is like walking by candlelight in my eyes. Sword Saint Grandmaster, slave really misses you." The golden vertical pupils of the dome vaguely flashed with a hint of scarlet. Tens of thousands of years had passed, and she pinched the time every day, waiting for the day of the encounter. No one knew how excited she was when she heard that the temporal sword saint had come out of nowhere and killed the 7 young supreme beings at the female emperor's birthday banquet. In order to wait for this day, the dome snailed in the Taiku divine city and took in countless foreign races so that they would keep an eye out for news of the temporal sword saint. Not only that, but the dome quietly slips out every 7 days and travels around the world poking around. Slowly, the dome gave up, knowing that the man's prophecy might not be a prophecy, but a necessity, for he came from 30,000 years later. Even though the man didn't say it, that's what the dome thought in its heart. Goddess, please respect yourself. Meng Qingzhou was startled, while secretly wondering and pondering the meaning of Dome Sister's words. You used to, knew me? Dome gently stroked Meng Qingzhou's cheek, then gently patted it and said, show me your true face. I'm asking you. Meng Qingzhou put his palm against the Dome Sister's shoulder, but the other party was stronger than him, so he couldn't push. You show the original face first, the Dome girl emphasized again. Hopeless. Meng Qingzhou had to manifest the Qian Yuan sword saint appearance and look at the former, saying, satisfied. It's your turn to answer my question. Have we known each other before? It's been just 3 years since you crossed over, and suddenly you realized that you were suspected of being a scumbag many years ago, provoking the pestering vengeance of a sad, sickly girl? Nima, just outrageous. You're still lying to me. This is not your original face. Dome's tone suddenly chilled, his shell teeth gently biting Meng Qingzhou's earlobe, his breath becoming more and more disorganized. 30,000 years ago, the dome had seen the man with his own eyes, his sideburns graying, his Taoist robes, the image of an elegant and handsome young man. If Meng Qingzhou had seen it, she would have jumped up in shock. Wasn't this the white tofu that became the head of Shushan in Immortal Sword 3? Is there a traveler? Don't go too far. Meng Qingzhou gritted her teeth. If you dare to push me again, I'll blow myself up on the spot and die for you. I'll go overboard. What can you do to me? Dome's hands encircled Meng Qingzhou's neck, and his white slender legs locked around his waist, like a water snake that wrapped around its prey. Feeling the other party's scorching hot spit and the fragrant fragrance that came to his face, Meng Qingzhou's eyes gradually became ferocious, and his time and space sword intent steeply erupted. The majestic sword intent that was as majestic as the sea seemed to pour out rivers and oceans, sweeping through the entire palace. This was the first time Meng Qingzhou had ever struck out at full power, and the power was far greater than before, even capable of threatening early Chao Hui realm cultivators. I was too eager. The dome took a few steps back, caught off guard by a cut on his arm, oozing a drop of golden blood. It's also true that you haven't met me yet, or have lost your memory, or are from the future, and the time for the encounter has yet to come. No matter what, after waiting for tens of thousands of years, it's not that bad. Volk raised his arm, the pink tip of his tongue gently licking the blood, the color of madness revealed in his eyes fading. With this in mind, the dome regained its indifferent demeanor, resumed its seat on the throne, and said, it was just a joke earlier. I like to tease people because you declined my invitation yet. Meng Qingzhou timed Daoyan condensed a sword in his hand and stood in front of the dome, coldly saying, just because I refused to be your housekeeper? Yes. Dome nodded. She didn't tell the truth, fearing that if she did, it would lead to a change in the future plot. Meng Qingzhou continued in a cold voice. Then, continue to answer my previous question. It's just gibberish. I suspected you were an old friend, and now I find out. The dome smiled bashfully. Not really. I apologize. I'm sorry, but you and I are even. Who let you catch me with those parasites, don't you think? Mr. Sword Saint. Meng Qingzhou took a deep breath, pressed down the anger in her heart, and became calm again. It's not worth fighting with this crazy woman. When I break through the Chaohui realm, I will definitely get back with a vengeance. 3 years since her debut, Meng Qingzhou has never suffered such a big loss, and was actually held down and humiliated by a woman. A strange shame. Don't say anything about being taken advantage of by a beauty or not. He's blind. There is no beauty in the eyes. You really are him. The dome stared at the sword in Meng Qingzhou's hand, the familiar temporal and spatial sword intent awakening long-lost memories. Before, I was only 50% sure that you were him. Now I'm 100% sure that you must be him. The dome couldn't suppress a laugh, itching to immediately take control of Meng Qingzhou and stay by her side forever. I'm not willing to treat a guy who doesn't respect his guests. Goodbye. Meng Qingzhou waved her hand to dispel the sword intent and turned around without looking back. Dome tapped his index finger lightly on the table. His other hand propped up his chin, revealing a pair of small tiger teeth, and laughed. Mr. Sword Saint, how about we make a covenant? The watchful kind? Words. Meng Qingzhou's pace slowed down and her speed became a few points slower. I promise I will never offend you like I did today. Meng Qingzhou was slightly hesitant. Come to think of it, we're a man. We should be bigger. After all, his original intention of entering the Taigu Divine City was to establish a friendly covenant with the Vault Sisters, and now flipping out in a rage was tantamount to forming a grudge, which was not in line with the Go Dao ideology. Add one more. As long as you help me heal the divine havoc, you are allowed to make any 3 demands of me. The dome raised 3 fingers, gazed at Meng Qingzhou's back, and added, whether it's within my ability or not, I'll give everything I have and do my best to help. Meng Qingzhou stopped, coughed with his back turned, slowly turned around, and said, really? Sure. Dome smiled brightly. Good then. It's a deal. Meng Qingzhou nodded. Dome stretched out his hand, ready to shake hands with Meng Qingzhou, but realized that the other party walked away without looking back. When her back disappeared, Meng Qingzhou directly drilled into the long river of time to leave, and the dome's eyes once again filled with a mesmerizing color as she muttered to herself. That was close. Almost played it off. But Sword Saint Grandmaster, you're still so charming. Luckily you don't have any dirty women around you. Otherwise I'd be angry. Looks like you're still very clean. Seeking 5-star reviews, gifts, and catch-ups. Time passed and a few days rushed by. Outside the gates of the Taiku Divine City, the great Jin dynasty's military forces hovered in the air on their imperial airships. I welcome Squire Meng back to the capital. The Grand Commander of the Forbidden Guards, Lin Killing, stood on the bow deck of the flying boat, clasped his fists in the air, and laughed aloud. 3 sky-shadowing imperial airships lined up tens of thousands of great Jin imperial court troops, their banners hunting in the wind. Lin Killing turned his head sideways and looked at a small old man dressed as a miscellaneous soldier beside him, and couldn't help but quietly say, First Counselor, according to your request, the specifications are at the standard of an ordinary retainer, and I guarantee that it won't make the Emperor suspicious. At those words, the First Counselor nodded slightly and looked at the man and woman who were clinging to each other under the clouds. The woman was plainly dressed, gauze covering her face, her eyebrows arched, and Meng Qingzhou were talking and laughing. Her temperament was tranquil. Zhang Songhai's eyes were in a trance. Once upon a time, His Majesty's sighs that often echoed in the Shangshu room were no longer hard to hear, and Qin Lioli, who was known as a cultivation fiend and who put pressure on herself all the time, also learned to slow down her life. Even the word domineering that carried out the Empress's life became much softer from the moment she met Meng Qingzhou. Your Majesty, from this moment onwards, you truly have an emperor's weather. Zhang Sunhai burst into tears and silently bowed down. The emperor, when the hegemony and the heavenly way into one, both gentle inch heart, compassion for the suffering of the living, but also one of the king's wrath, dare to call the immortal gods to be put to death. In the past, the female emperor only had a domineering way, but now that she had fused the heavenly Tao, she was a true emperor. The city walls. The dome looked extremely far away to see off Meng Qingzhou and Dongfan Liuli. Only her sight was always searching for someone, until he saw the black-robed teenager who followed behind Meng Qin step by step. The dome lit up in front of his eyes and transmitted his voice. Grandmaster, Are you going to follow Meng Qin back to the Great Jin as well? The black-robed teenager transmitted his voice and replied, yes, the divine calamity will not erupt again in a short period of time after 7 whole days of uprooting. What you need to pay attention to is not to do it easily. Wait for the once-in-a-century divine calamity to be completely crossed, so that you can regain your strength, and the calamity will disappear. During these 7 days, Meng Qingzhou's bilocation had stayed in the city lord's mansion, using the time and space sword intent as a blade, day and night, before barely suppressing the divine calamity. But these 7 days were definitely an unbearable black history in Meng Qingzhou's life. Although the dome kept its word, did not offend with impunity, made intimate oversteps, but from time to time words stimulate, pretend to be inadvertently bumped. In the middle of the night, he always sleepwalks, and when he sleepwalks, he also performs his gong method and slips into Meng Qingzhou's room without a sound, and when he wakes up the next day, he lifts the quilt to find that he is hugging himself like an octopus. For this reason, Meng Qingzhou's original plan to temporarily reside in Taiku Divine City for a month was forced to end. Okay, Dome rested his hands on his cheeks and looked fondly at the black-robed teenager, commanding without looking back. Someone, tell the higher-ups in God City that I'm going to be away for a while, and tell them to keep a low profile and not cause trouble for God City. Yes, an angelic closer clasped his fist. The dome flooded with laughter. You want to get away from me? No way. I'll follow you wherever you go. The city's foreign residents, who had come out of the city to see them off, many of them were in tears and full of gratitude to Meng Qingzhou. The civil and military officials of the Great Jin dynasty also followed the imperial airship to come to a part of the situation, and all of them were a bit shocked to see this situation. Greetings to Divine Dr. Meng. Divine Doctor, we will build a temple of merit for you and set up a monument to spread the praises, and your name will be left in the history books of the foreign races with heavy ink. Don't worry, Divine Dr. Meng, if anyone dares to bully you, Taiku Divine City will be your most solid backing. Come back to visit more often. My Rhino Clan Holy Maiden will always be waiting for you to come to my door to propose marriage, and my holy daughter of the Green Song Snake Clan. Don't forget that the first daughter of my Python Sparrow Clan's matriarch has been secretly in love with you. Meng Qingzhou was sweating as she listened. Her smile stiffened, and the soft flesh on the side of her waist was gripped hard. You're quite popular nah. Did you molest a foreign maiden behind my back? Dongfang Liuli taunted, placing one hand on Meng Qingzhou's waist and violently seizing it. Ouch! 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 Meng Qingzhou hurriedly begged for mercy and whispered, Auntie, I've been so busy these past few days, how can I have this free time? It better be. Dongfang Liuli grunted. If I find out, you estimate yourself. At those words, Meng Qingzhou's back went cold. Can only secretly pray in the heart? I hope that the dome sister this crazy batch of sickly. Don't pester yourself. Otherwise the two Chao Hui great power to tear up. He is sandwiched in the middle, afraid to be immediately split into 2 halves. On the Imperial Air Divine Vessel, Zhang Sunhai's eye showed a strange color, and he was surprised. The foreigners hate humans to the bone, but why are they alone so respectful to the emperor that they want to build a temple and a monument for him? Rao Jin's wise counselor was both shocked and puzzled at this moment. Haven't you and the Great Pillar State always speculated that the emperor is a saint of the world? It's too normal for a saint to bestow kindness on the world and be thanked by the foreigners, Lin Kuwei said rightfully. Zhang Sunhai rolled his eyes and didn't bother to answer. The words of the saints, after all, are just guesses. If the emperor is really a saint, he should know what kind of people he is surrounded by, instead of being kept in the dark all the time. But if the emperor wasn't a saint, how could he explain all those god-awful abilities of his? The reaction of the uninformed Dijin group of ministers was even more intense. His Majesty's palace sent a decree saying that it was Servant Meng, who traveled to the Swire City of the Gods to meet with the Lord of the City of the Gods to establish friendly relations. I thought it was a fake, but I didn't realize that he had convinced a city full of foreigners. Oh my god, how did this happen? The foreigners hate to eat the human race alive, drinking human blood and eating human flesh. Why is Taiku diametrically opposite when facing Squire Meng? Worthy of being a favored minister valued by the Empress, I used to think that the lack of cultivation was Servant Meng's biggest criticism, but now that I look at it, cultivation is Servant Meng's only weakness. Yes, this kind of person then has a strong cultivation. How terrifying should it be? All the kingdoms are afraid that they will not be able to sleep. Lin Kuwei and a group of courtiers greeted him, and the compliments were endless. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that His Majesty valued Squire Meng second only to the Grand Pillar and the First Minister. He has vaguely become the third most powerful minister of the Great Jin. Lord Servant, follow my humble servant to board the divine boat and return to the Great Jin. Lin Kuwei silently glanced at Dongfang Liuli, who had a bird-like appearance beside Meng Qingzhou, and couldn't help but have his eyelids jump wildly. As one of the actor villagers of the village of Incheo, Lin Killing knew very well what Squire Meng's daughter-in-law was really like. Even if he had covered his figure and appearance so tightly that even his cultivation was hidden, Lin Killing was certain that this woman was definitely His Majesty. There's no rush. Meng Qingzhou shook her head and met Lin Killing's puzzled gaze as she walked towards a group of young foreigners in the distance. These youngsters of the alien race, all extremely talented, packed their bags and were ready to go. Standing at the forefront was the angelic girl, Ran Yu, divine doctor. Ran Yu bowed respectfully, then bowed again towards the black-robed teenager on the side, saying, "Sir." The black-robed teenager, Fong Yuan, indifferently said, "Have you really decided? I'll remind you again. That day, everything I said was for you to curb your bullying and arrogant attitude and your greed for wealth. Don't misinterpret the meaning." Ran Yu nodded and smiled. "I understand, sir, but our minds are made up, and a generation has what it needs to do." Another Fey youth took over the conversation and firmly said, "We will break out of the sky and break out of the Fey's shelter." Fong Yuan sighed lightly and said, "I understand. A parting gift for a casual encounter. I hope to have the opportunity to meet again in the future." Saying that, Fong Yuan casually waved his hand, and an additional jade pendant appeared in the hands of each young foreigner. When encountering a life and death crisis, the jade pendant can save your lives. Remember, a jade pendant can only be used once, and it can put to death all enemies below the late lunar flare cultivator. The first volume is officially finished. The next chapter begins. Is the second volume? Volume name, Sword Saint Out of the World. The identity of the big exposure. In this volume, the protagonist of all vests, all will be exposed. The high cost of the Imperial Air God boat, comparable to the half-immortal spiritual treasure. The entire Great Jin dynasty is only a district of 10. The special point is the speed, regardless of the consumption of burning fuel, can carry out the middle and long-distance leap. The God boat is also loaded with a series of defense, attack, auxiliary performance formations. It can be described as a high-powered version of an air and space carrier. In just half an hour, the Imperial Air Divine boat crossed tens of thousands of miles and returned to the Great Jin Imperial capital. Dongfang Liuli had left the capital quietly, and now she was also returning quietly, without causing a stir. But instead, the news of Squire Mengqin's trip to Taiku Divine City had spread, drawing a welcome from the people. "Daughter-in-law, go with me to pay some respects to the Empress. His Majesty has treated me well, especially finding a reason for me to say that I am on a mission to the City of God, and sending a divine boat to greet me, so I should pay my respects." Meng Qingzhou became more and more obedient to the Empress, and had been very slow to resent the repulsion up. But her daughter-in-law was a jealous woman. Praising another woman would inevitably lead to unhappiness, and praising the Empress would probably have the same effect. That's why Meng Qingzhou said it in a very subtle way. "Ha! Worshipping the Empress together." Dongfang Liuli froze, her overwhelmingly cold face showing a rare hint of panic. Sneakily follow the side of Jiang Sunhai, Qin beacon fire, holding his breath, lightly hiding, sniffing, two old men with blue noses and swollen faces. Why the bruises? Because Qin Beihongwo knew that the emperor unexpectedly disappeared. Only he was kept in the dark, and he was furious to find Jiang Sunhai to fight. Neither of the two old men used their cultivation to physically fight each other, causing the two pillars, both of them, to call in early for tomorrow's sick leave. "It's bad. The emperor is going to face the saint with the empress. What's going to happen?" Qin beacon fire transmitted. Jiang Sunhai stroked his beard and pondered for a long time before slowly transmitting a sentence. "Have Su Qingqiu pretend to be the empress. Tell girl Qingqiu to remember the mantra, less talking, more pretending." Qin Fenghua hesitated, squeezing his eyebrows and transmitting. "Can it work? Su Qingqiu, this girl is silly. Don't whole reveal. Don't worry. There's no problem with me watching from the side." Jiang Sunhai gave a confident look. The two old men quickly finalized the details and told the empress what the plan was. Seeing Dongfang Liuli nodding her head, signaling that there was no problem, Jiang Sunhai hurriedly ran to the Golden Palace to set up the scene, while Qin Fenghua hurriedly held a dragon robe and went to look for Su Qingqiu. "That's fine. Let's go together to meet His Majesty." Dongfang Liuli sweated, her toes buckling to the ground in embarrassment. Meng Qingzhou smiled and nodded without surprise. The daughter-in-law was a female officer of the Empress Royal Court, so it was only right to see the Empress, and it was thought that it would be impossible to refuse. Immediately pulled the Oriental Liuli's soft little hand. Fast as the wind rushed to the palace. "Walk slower, walk slower." Oriental Liuli drooped her head like a quail, pretended to cover her stomach, and whispered, "It's menstruation. Don't walk too fast. Going so fast. What if Su Qingqiu and the girls aren't ready yet? They have to delay a little bit." Meng Qingzhou was shocked. "Menstruation, period? Come on." Meng Qingzhou did not hesitate to walk in front of Dongfang Liuli, crouched down, and beckoned with his arm toward the back. "What for?" Oriental Lioli asked suspiciously as she fumed. It's not a short distance to walk into the palace from here. I'll carry you there, Meng Qingzhou said. Ha! Dongfang Lioli's pretty face was red. She couldn't help but look around. This was in the downtown area. Bustling crowds, countless pairs of eyes. She couldn't raise her head in shame just thinking about that image. This era of young girls, regardless of their status and strength, the shame is very heavy, especially when it comes to public displays of love. It is simply shameful. No, don't. Dongfang Lioli backed up repeatedly. All old married couple, but also so raw for what? Meng Qingzhou attitude is strong. See daughter-in-law not from. Directly follow the direction of the sound. Stoop down and wrapped an arm around Dongfang Lioli, leg bends and waist and back. Directly in the arms. Princess embrace form. Stride towards the palace. This scene really looked dumbfounded pedestrians on the street. The people all knew Meng Qin, and for a while the whole street was silent and became pin-drop silent. Didn't you say that Lord Squire was accepted by the Empress as her face? And the one in Squire's arms, who is that? Aren't you afraid the Empress will be furious? Damn you! If you dare to slander the Squire again, watch out, I'll beat you up. It's been clarified a long time ago, alright. Lord Squire is not the head of the female emperor's face. It was made clear on the day of the birthday banquet. So this is the Squire's daughter-in-law? What a blessing. The man is handsome. The woman can't see well with her veil on. However, no one noticed. There was a figure in the crowd, quietly standing still. The light of the young girl's eyes hid cunning. Her eyes were straight up. Squire Meng Qin and the female emperor of the great Jin dynasty. To play with such flowers. The dome was like witnessing a new world. Feeling very new. And his eyes always followed Meng Qingzhou's back. The late Chao Hui realm powerhouse, who slipped into the imperial capital unnoticed. Originally intended to entangle the temporal sword saint. But when she saw such a wonderful play, she immediately changed her mind and decided to have a little fun beforehand. And anyway, the temporal sword saint definitely couldn't run out of the palm of her hand. Su Qingqiu pretends to be an empress, but the real empress plays a mortal couple with Meng Qin. And Squire Meng Qin and the great Jin emperor are actually the same person. The sound transmission between a mere half-step Chaohui and a mountain-moving realm could not be hidden from the dome's ears, and the exchanges between Qin Beaconfire and Zhang Sunhai were all heard by her. Dome, excited as a badger scurrying through a melon field, rubbed his chin and muttered, I want to play too, but how do I join in? There, Su Qingqiu, the dome's pair of small tiger teeth glistened in the sunlight, and immediately stepped into the spatial turbulence and directly disappeared. A few moments later, Imperial Palace, Golden Palace, Su Qingqiu, who was dressed in a dragon robe, sat on the dragon chair as if on pins and needles, her eyes full of panic, looking at Zhang Sunghai, who was hiding behind the curtain, as if seeking help. I don't dare, don't make me act, Su Qingqiu cried without tears. Don't worry, listen to my instructions for everything later. Zhang Sunghai cheered her on. Suddenly, Zhang Sunghai felt a blur in front of his eyes. His vision was blurred for a moment and then returned to clarity. He couldn't help but rub his eyes and looked at Su Qingqiu once again. The other party hadn't changed much. Only the original nervous and panicked expression changed to excitement. A pair of spiritual pupil eyes staring out of the temple. Cannot wait to look. Adjusted so quickly? Zhang Sunghai was surprised and silently gave a thumbs up. Transmitting. Very good. Good performance. A little more restraint would be perfect. Su Qingqiu turned back, glancing at Zhang Sunghai with her afterglow, spitting her pink tongue and smiling playfully. I know. Don't worry. Watch me perform. As he spoke, Su Qingqiu left no trace of an outstretched foot underneath the dragon chair and kicked it in, requesting 5-star reviews, gifts, and catch-ups. My humble servant Meng Qin, with his wife Dongfang Lioli, meet your majesty, the Golden Palace. Meng Qingzhou and Dongfang Lioli stood side by side, their bodies leaning forward to greet them. Behind the vermilion gauze curtain, the empress had a pair of hot gazes, filled with excited colors as she kept surveying the two of them. On the imperial throne, the female emperor's majestic and icy voice came out. Why don't you kneel when you pay your respects to the emperor? Meng Qingzhou raised an eyebrow, feeling that today's empress seemed a bit different from the past. In accordance with the character of the empress, hate these rules of etiquette. In the way of the rules cannot be changed without authorization. The empress also turned a blind eye. The subjects do not kneel. Never blame. Over time, the Jin dynasty hall formed a different landscape, no matter how small or big the official. See the empress, even bowing and saluting, will not be punished. Today's empress, the first words of their meeting, actually forced him to kneel? Subject. Meng Qingzhou lifted her sash and helplessly prepared to kneel and salute. Slow down. The empress suddenly spoke out to stop her, raising her greenish jade hand and pointing at the woman in red beside Meng Qingzhou. Squire Meng has merited the country and the dynasty. There is no need to kneel. I am asking your wife to kneel. The dome pretending to be Su Qingqiu, her hands propped up on the table, her eyes mocking, teasingly looking at Dongfang Liuli at the temple. Emperor of a human dynasty, what choice would you make? Will it be for the sake of imperial dignity, tearing my face from me and then being mercilessly exposed for who I am? Or will it be for the sake of my lover, willingly bowing down? Qingqiu, what are you doing? Qin Fenghuang hid at the side, his eyes glaring into buffalo eyes as he transmitted his voice to angrily rebuke. Jiang Sunhai frowned, gazed solemnly at Su Qingqiu and shook his head. Don't bother. The Su Qingqiu on the imperial throne has been dropped. Swap? Is there someone else on the throne? Upon hearing this, Qin Beaconfire was so alarmed that he was about to pull out his martial arts equipment at once, and transmitted a murderous voice, who was on the stage. Quickly get off the emperor's throne. Don't force me to do it. However, the dome was only a slight lift of the index finger, gently falling. An invisible pressure made Qin Beihongfire unable to move. Noisy. The dome glanced at him with cold eyes and paid no more attention. Late stage of the Chaohui realm. Who exactly are you? Qin Fenghua's face suddenly changed. Leaning on his unsheathed plainsword, he half-kneeled on the ground and raised his head with difficulty to stare at the dome. Jiang Sunhai murmured in a low voice. The lord of the swift god city. A natural-born god. And an ancient desolate beast, dome. Guessed correctly. But unfortunately there is no reward. The dome winked playfully as if, and transmitted. Lord Chief Counselor, do you believe it or not? Your wise and mighty Empress Majesty will definitely stop it and prevent you from making a move on me. Fruity. Even though Dongfang Liuli knew that it was not Su Qingqiu on the imperial throne, but the dome's sister, she still transmitted her voice to the two pillars. Be at ease. Everything is as usual. Meng Qingqiu sniffed out the heavy and anxious atmosphere in the air, mistaking it for Her Majesty the Empress knocking herself out, thus implicating Liuli, and immediately frowned. Your Majesty, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? Do I need to explain to you? The dome crossed its slender jade legs and blandly said, simply bored and wanting to poke fun at the great Jin Empress. I don't have any other bad intentions. After all, mankind is stepping on the bones of the god's rose. As a natural god of the dome, Wen Yang was also the emperor of the human dynasty, ordered to hunt down blood and see hatred. How to forget? Nowadays it's just a matter of getting a little bit of interest back. Sure enough, an overlord is an overlord. Turning the tables without the slightest thought of old feelings, Meng Qingqiu sighed, and her favorability towards the empress dropped a lot at once. A trace of impatience welled up in the corner of Meng Qingqiu's eyes. Bullying me is fine. I'm a salted fish with nothing to lose. But if you dare to target my daughter-in-law, I'm sorry. I'll just turn my back on you. The main character of Heaven's Destiny died when he said so, not to mention a villainous boss. If you really can't beat it, you'll drag your family and run away to settle in Taiku Divine City. Who's afraid of who? Light boat, it's fine, Dongfang Liuli suddenly said, her veiled hand resting on Meng Qingqiu's arm and gently squeezing it, signaling her to fix it. Meng Qingqiu froze and did not hesitate to step back and hand the stage over to Dongfang Liuli. It's not clear what kind of nerve the Empress is smoking, but with her sword saint husband in tow, daughter-in-law, just go ahead and put on a show. Just as Meng Qingqiu was looking forward to how Dongfang Liuli would operate, there was a lengthy silence in the Golden Palace. Meng Qingqiu pricked up her ears and listened for half a day, but realized that the two women did not have a single word to converse with each other at all, while the atmosphere was becoming more and more grave and solemn. What's the situation? Meng Qingqiu was confused. Is it hard to believe that these two are talking in sign language? Kiba village ninjas, forming seals on each other, against wave impacts, right? Dongfang Liuli's pretty face was gloomy, her pupils staring icily at the dome on the emperor's throne as she transmitted her voice. Roll down. If you want to use your life to try to see if I can kill a god, I can fulfill you. The dome didn't care at all, waving his hand bashfully and transmitting, oh, then feel free to give it a try. Dongfang Liuli secretly clenched her teeth and peeked at Meng Qingqiu. How could she really make a move in this situation? If it wasn't for the dome pretending to be the empress and deliberately making things difficult for the whole job, causing Meng Qingqiu's aversion value to the empress to be plainly hung on her face, Dongfang Liuli wouldn't have stepped forward at all. Dome wanted to play, so she went along with it. However, this niece should not have done anything. When Dongfang Liuli was having a headache about how to restore the image of the empress, she came over to discredit her, making her planning even more difficult. Don't forget, the timeless sword saint is Meng Qing's disciple. Aren't you afraid that I'll tell on you and badmouth you in front of the timeless sword saint? Dongfang Liuli transmitted his voice. As soon as these words came out, the dome's eyes abruptly changed, instantly tensing up, his breathing stopped, and his eyes darkened as he stared at the former. How do you know that I am the temporal sword saint? Oriental Lioli crumbled type cold smile and transmitted a voice. That day, Runyu said that you were seriously ill and would not wake up, and after several setbacks, it turned out to be in favor of letting Meng Qin pick a person who was trustworthy around him to help cure you. And then when I think about the 3 questions you asked when we met for the first time, I had my suspicions, and it's not hard to guess that there must be something very fishy about it. See, I just casually tricked you, and your expression has already betrayed itself, and from that, 2 conclusions can be drawn. First, the Sword Saint is not dead, and second, you have a crush on the Temporal Sword Saint. Dongfang Lioli clasped her hands on her chest, setting off the huge fullness of her sin, and continued to transmit her voice. Think again. What kind of attitude should you have to talk to me? Above the throne, the dome's face clouded over, and then his red lips articulated a touch of mockery. Is that so? Meng Qin. Oh no, I should address Emperor Meng. He seems to be very unfriendly to the female emperor. Now, also, please think about whether you should kneel or not. The 2 women went toe-to-toe, their eyes clashing as if they were bursting into flames, and the scene caused the 2 pillars to break out in a cold sweat as they watched. Ryoko. Both women deflated at the same time and regarded each other with an impotent gaze. Since neither you nor I can do anything about it, why don't we make a pact? The dome took the initiative to propose. Dongfang Lioli nodded decisively. That's exactly what I want. Dome added. Treaty 1. You cannot mention any topic about me in front of the Temporal Sword Saint. I will also not mention any topic about you in front of the Great Jin Emperor. Treaty 2. You and I don't disturb each other. No one can disturb anyone. You continue to chase after your husband. I don't see Meng Qinzhou anyway, and of course, you can't disturb me and the Temporal Sword Saint. Dongfang Lioli crumpled style coldly laughed, saying as if I look up to the Temporal Sword Saint. Giving it to me is too much of a dirty hand. Upon hearing this, the dome's anger value pulled up to full capacity and disliked back. A dead blind man. I'm disgusted by the sight of him. It's not as good as a single leg hair of the Sword Saint Grandmaster. After disliking each other for a while, the transmission channel was once again silent. The dome coughed loudly and transmitted a voice to add the last clause. No one is allowed to sabotage, attempt to ruin my relationship with the Sword Saint Grandmaster. Well, in the same way, I can't sabotage your relationship with the Emperor. Dongfang Lioli nodded. Agreed. It is best to make an oath of the Heavenly Tao, and those who violate it will die under the Heavenly Tao's thunder punishment, along with the defaulters Tao couple who are in love with each other. No problem. With this, both women felt satisfied and secretly left the Golden Palace. And in a deserted place, with a blood contract, they made a heavenly oath, requests for follow-ups, gifts, and 5-star reviews. The back garden of the imperial court, clusters of flowers in full bloom, streaming stars, lingering between the petals, forming a dreamy landscape. Oriental Lioli, a plain white dress, picked a flower bone, placed in front of the nose lightly sniffing, restored the original appearance of the dome. Spirituality, full pupil, eyes open, round slip, curious to survey the garden scenery. The hallowed lord of Divine City. How come he looks like a small child who has never seen the world? Dongfang Lioli couldn't help but smile sweetly. Grudges were temporarily put aside, and the 2 women were like a pair of sisters. Their words were no longer tit for tat. Moreover, they were both worldly prides, a born god and the youngest Chao Hui realm cultivator, and they sympathized with each other and valued each other quite highly. The dome froze, forcibly retracted his gaze, held down the restless curiosity in his heart, and showed a lack of interest, saying, Che, I just think your taste is tacky. She will not complain of suffering, even if she has suffered for tens of thousands of years. The waves of life, in addition to once met that Sword Saint Grandmaster, had stirred up a relatively brightly colored wave, and the time after that, only loneliness accompanied. She rarely left Taiku Divine City, and when she went out once in a while, it was to spy on the Sword Saint Grandmaster, never intentionally paying attention to the beauty of the world. Her life, dull and uninteresting, her long-cherished wish was waiting for the Sword Saint Grandmaster. Dongfang Lioli held a smile, did not reveal the broken lie, continued to pick the flower bones, put them into the basket carried, silently calculating. Han Sunshine made some dried flower tea, to Meng Qinzhou. No, it should be for the Empress to give it to Meng Qinzhou. Hey, can I stay in the Great Jin Imperial Capital? Dome asked coldly. Dongfang Lioli stopped and looked back with a frown. What do you think? If you sleep on the side of the couch, how can you allow others to snore, let alone you being a god? Dome, lonely and arrogant, clasped his hands on his chest and said, wherever the Sword Saint Grandmaster is, I am. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm just informing you. However, while the dome said so, the golden vertical pupils fluttered with some concern. As you wish. Oriental Lioli thought for a moment and didn't refuse again. Not to mention the constraints of the heavenly Tao oath. Even if the dome really harbors evil intentions, Dongfang Liuli is not afraid. She has the confidence to kill a god. Phew, Vault quietly sighed in relief, turning his back and secretly patting his chest. Dongfang Liuli asked while concentrating on picking flowers. I'm curious, what is the relationship between the temporal sword saint and you? And why would you call him the sword saint grandmaster? If I remember correctly, the temporal sword saint is only 20 years old. Yet it's too strange to be addressed as grandmaster by a god like you who has lived for tens of thousands of years. At the mention of the word sword saint grandmaster, Dome's eyes changed a little, and his condition nearly seized up out of control. There are two sides to the dome. One side is a haughty little lowly and the other side is a sickly crazy batch. When she is unusual, she is quirky and haughty. And when she has an attack and becomes a sickly girl, the horror quotient will skyrocket. The sword saint grandmaster and I encountered tens of thousands of years ago. He left across time and space, and I waited 10,000 years to meet him again. We are an integral part of each other's lives. You wouldn't understand. Vault cupped his cheeks, his eyes mesmerized and sickly. Seeing this situation, Dongfang Liuli stopped picking flowers and looked deeply at the dome. At this moment, she seemed to feel the lonely emptiness from the endless years of the dome. Rao saw the dome's sickly side. Dongfang Liuli did not feel terrible. On the contrary, felt that she was very pitiful. Perhaps many years ago, the dome is a pure and ignorant little girl, but let the years wash away. A persistent and tough heart, gradually become full of holes. Sickly is so nurtured. Don't worry, even without the heavenly Tao oath, I'm not interested in destroying other people's relationships. As long as you abide by the Dejin legal system, I'll support you and the temporal sword saint, and I don't mind giving you a hand either. Dongfang Liuli blandly said. The scarlet light under the dome's eyes flickered away and returned to normal once again as he proudly said, no need. If you need it, you can come and beg me, as long as you are willing to kneel down and worship. I don't mind being merciful and helping you change the image of the empress in Meng Qingzhou's mind. Dongfang Liuli smiled. Thank you, I don't need it either. To each his own. After a basket of petals was picked, Dongfang Liuli smoothed her hair around her ears as if she was a flower picker. Even the dome sister couldn't help but look dumbfounded and couldn't help but murmur. How could such a beauty look at a mortal blind man? Outrageous. Oriental Liuli glanced at the former and said, to wait painstakingly for several epochs of gods for a division treasure man. I also find it very outrageous. Alright, this is the end of the idle chit-chat. You can leave the palace. The temporal sword saint is not here. After saying that, Dongfang Liuli turned around with the flower basket and left, walking in a hurry, as if she was in a hurry to go back and stabilize the situation, as much as possible to salvage the bad impression in Meng Qingzhou's heart. In front of the Qin mansion, Meng Qingzhou came back together with Dongfang Liuli, and behind them, there was also Su Qingqiu who had a big bulging forehead. My memory is misplaced. Why is it like being knocked on the head? And the head is bulging. It is obvious that I am being assassinated. But His Majesty and the Chief Minister and General Qin, how come they all said it was me who fell asleep? How can that be? I'm not that naive. Su Qingqiu kicked the stones at her feet, indignant, always feeling that there were traitors who were plotting against her. However, when Su Qingqiu looked up and saw a pair of fairy couple-like people in front of her, snuggling up to each other and walking side by side, she immediately felt that all the depression in her heart had dissipated. Your Majesty's smile. It's back. Emperor and Your Majesty. It's really sweet. Su Qingqiu beautifully jogged up and helped push open the Qin mansion's door, then yelled at the inside. Grandpa is back. Lying in the courtyard drowsy obsidian divine monarch, snapped open his eyes, almost in the moment when the Qin house door opened. It stood up, in a lightning-fast momentum, immediately pulled out the dog chain to put on, and then tied the other end of the dog chain to the stone pier. By the time the door was completely open, it was all ready to howl in warm welcome. Woof woof woof. The divine monarch spat out his tongue and stood up as a human, his dog's paws resting on Meng Qingzhou's thighs, licking frantically in an affectionate manner. Oh, my God. Master, you're finally back. These days after you disappeared, I couldn't eat or sleep well, and I dreamed of the taste of immortal dog food. Come on, hurry up and pull out the dog food so I can conk out. Where did you hide it? Is it in your pants? Godly monarch. Su Qingqiu's cold and pretty face darkened all of a sudden. She simply couldn't bear to look at this dog-licking appearance of the obsidian godly monarch. Dongfang Liuli is also holding his forehead. Quite a headache. So far the entire Qin house, no one understands Meng Qingzhou exactly to the god sovereign what enchanted soup. Always a mystery. Requests for follow-ups, gifts, and 5-star reviews. In the third year of the Kaiyuan calendar, since Zhao Yuhuan knocked on the imperial capital, 7 major forces participated in the siege, and the empress was outnumbered and returned with a great victory. Many of the top echelons of the 7 major forces were either dead or disabled, and after being affected by Zhao Yuan's detonation of the Black Star, now, including forces such as the Dacian dynasty and the Blood Sea Empire, they had contracted their spheres of influence and hunkered down in a corner. After half a month, the female emperor of the Great Jin dynasty, Qin Liuli, summoned the civil and military officials, and on the temple, a solemn and murderous atmosphere filled the room, and there was a silence. Dongfang Liuli long body and rise, cold eyes through the coronation ring bead curtain, looking around the full dynasty of civil and military, sleeve robe a wave, said aloud, I wish to swing my division northward, and this campaign is aimed at destroying the Blood Sea Empire, the Dacian dynasty, the Endless Sky sect, the Five Spirit race, the Hidden Sword Forbidden Land, the Ori Kingdom, and the Witch God sect, to avenge the blood revenge of the siege that day. All the ministers, are you willing to fight with me? The factions of the dynasty and the countryside, at this moment, are no longer fighting, and their opinions are united, and they all raise their arms in unison. War, kill a clear sky, Your Majesty Vanguard, the Great Jin will step on the wreckage of the 7 great powers of the universe to unify the world. Your Majesty Vanguard, cultivators of my generation, what fear of a battle, not a single person was afraid of trepidation, and their battle spirit was high. Even Jiang Songhai, who was good at solid defense strategies, didn't have a word of opposition and softly spat out one word, kill. Qin Fenghua was even more exaggerated, pulling out his martial arts equipment, his angry hair and whiskers, itching to let out a long whistle. On that day, Qin Beaconfire suffered the greatest fiasco in his life, first being nailed to the Forbidden Land by Zhao Yuan's halberd, and then being jointly besieged by the 7 major forces of the Moonlight Glory cultivators, resulting in the death of the centuries-old bilocation that had been warmed up for 100 years. This was a battle that Qin Beacon had been looking forward to for a long time. When ministers Q, Meng Qingzhou as the identity of the minister, hands together sleeves, lowered his head in silence. Instead, he was feeling emotional. The Great Qin dynasty with a female emperor ruling it is full of freshness and unlimited potential, just like the Great Qin Empire in the previous world. If the original plot had gone on, the empress would have been doomed to defeat, and the Great Qin would have changed its name and changed its master. However, the loss of the empress of the Great Qin, like being drained of the essence, coupled with the long Aotian protagonist aspirations, like a walking pile driver, after conquering a place, then immediately lost interest. The Great Qin was also abandoned by him as if it were his own, and threw it aside. The State Lord Zhao Yuan, needless to say, is a great master of the Go Dao, and on his first day in office, he dismissed many loyal ministers of the radical faction and made good use of the treacherous ministers of the obscene stream of the conservative faction. In just 2 or 3 years, the Great Jin dynasty has transformed from a warlike country that all countries are afraid of, to a tortoise-like country that lives in a corner and has no fighting spirit. Now that Zhao's father and son have failed and died, the Great Jin is as youthful as ever, and despite the constant inter-party strife, all will be united if there is an external enemy intruding. Dongfang Liuli, voice majestic, sweeping the group of ministers, said, in this battle, not only must we win, and it also has to be a perfect victory that is like a breakthrough. I want the generals of Great Jin to be like a sharp arrow piercing through the heart, stabbing into the far north, wipe out the 7 powers completely. I will let the Great Jin Iron Cavalry rock the entire world. Gentlemen, can it be done? The ministers were silent for a moment, and then they all turned red in the face and shouted loudly in excitement. Yes, Your Majesty, for all eternity. The Great Jin Iron Cavalry will live forever. Dongfang Liuli laughed. Her smile was reckless, evil and valiant. She was enjoying this moment, because she had already been perfected in her heart, crusading against the 7 powers, not only for revenge, not only for unification, but also to end the chaotic war of the kingdoms, and to return Mengxinyu to a world that was forever free of smoke. This was the greatest romance Oriental Liuli could think of. The pre-war declaration was over, and soon after, Dongfang Liuli began to count the troops and choose the leading commander and the pre-frontline military advisor. Marquis of Songhai Jiang Shaoqing, lead the advance battalion and open up the front road for the 3 armies. A beautiful bearded man like early lunar flare realm marshal general stood out and cupped his fists. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will live up to my promise. Whale Chakra Marquis Long Yuan Kong, lead 30,000 heavy armored troops for the left and right flanks of the 3 armies. Marquis of Heavenly Peace Xia Ji, lead 30,000 formation army for rear assistance. Minister of War Subterranean, ride the Imperial Air Divine Boat. Kiriko, lead 100,000 heavenly army. When the battle starts, immediately visit the enemy's head and kill them by surprise. 10 divine generals of the Ministry of War, I order you to lead the Shadow Guard. wandering on the edge of the battlefield. The main duty to kill the enemy's main generals. You are a sharp blade straight to the throat. Make sure to do it in one blow. As a letter of appointment was issued, a general's posture was straightened to receive orders. A strange phenomenon occurred. The more dangerous the task, the generals who received orders would be happy, eyebrows cocked up to the sky. The more simple and not difficult the task, the courtiers who received orders would be sullen, and some people even took the initiative to ask for help, to take over the most dangerous tasks. Meng Qingzhou couldn't help but wait with his heart in his hands, and at the same time was curious as to what the empress would have him do. Soon, the appointment letters were read out on the side of the military generals, and it was the turn of the civil ministers. Most of the civil ministers served as military advisors, or as deputy generals of an army, responsible for coordinating dispatch and changing tactics at any time. Meng Qingzhou pricked up her ears to listen, and she heard one of the civil ministers, who were even smaller than her own official position, have their own mission, except for Meng Qingzhou, who never made any arrangements. When the vast majority of the civil ministers had been appointed, the empress announced that her voice had stopped and seemed to be lost. Meng Qingzhou scratched her head, a little depressed. What do you mean? You look down on me? The civil and military officials had strange eyes and quietly surveyed Meng Qingzhou, and they were all puzzled as to why Squire Meng did not have a mission. Dongfang Liuli paused and continued. Great pillar Qin Fenghuang, unable to hold back his excitement, Qin Fenghua clanked out of the line, flung himself to his knees, and bellowed, I am here. I have appointed you as the deputy commander of the 3 armies. Do not fail me. Dongfang Liuli said so, without even hearing the contents. Qin Beihonghuo directly kowtowed and thanked him for his grace. Yes, I will receive. Vice commander? Qin Beaconfire raised his head with confused eyes and looked at the empress with a face of surprise and incomprehension. I am the head of the military generals. Who is more qualified than me to be the commander of the 3 armies? And who is qualified to make me a chaperone? I am not convinced. Subject. Qin Fenghuang's old face turned red, as if he had been humiliated, and he said loudly, but just as the words were spat out, the empress was heard to give a holy decree. Order Squire Meng Qin to be the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, and to coordinate the millions of troops, and Squire Meng's orders will be considered my will. If you dare not obey, you will be chopped off without mercy. Qin Fenghua froze, then his face changed greatly. Ecstatic, immediately kowtowed and thanked. I submit. I would like to be the deputy commander of the 3 armies. Goodness, how can a saint of the world command a battle and lose? The court was in uproar. Only the black satin-covered eyes of the youth stayed still, a long time to burst out a foul language, crap, playing around, directly hole into the 3 armies commander-in-chief, or command a great battle enough to lay the path of unification of the great Jin dynasty. The victory is the prosperity of the country. The defeat is the destruction of the country and the family. This was a great battle that would go down in history, combining the efforts of the first dozen or so generations of kings of the great Jin, and the revival set off by the empress to bring about the great Jin of today. And now it was about to throw all of its reserves into this battle. Of course, it wasn't these that made Meng Qingzhou feel most fucked up. Rather, no matter whether he wins or loses, his great name will be spread all over the world. And who in the world does not know the king, which is contrary to the way of the Go Dawa? Actually, there's no need to look down on me so much. Meng Qingzhou was incredibly depressed. It's not so much fear as it is trouble. Subject. Meng Qingzhou was about to refuse when she heard the sound of the empress waving her robe, followed by a majestic voice. Retreat from the court and send troops north tomorrow. The empress, who knew Meng's salty character well, didn't give him any chance. Before Dongfang Liuli left, she gazed deeply at Meng Qingzhou and secretly said in her heart, my man will be a great man who will be renowned in the world. Whether you are or not, I will pave the way for you. And you, just follow the path given by me and then pick the glory that belongs to you. Requests for follow-ups, gifts, and 5-star reviews. The ministers were in an uproar. Only a few people, who had participated in the Today's Village project, knew the specifics, and the vast majority of the ministers questioned Meng Qingzhou's assumption of the role of commander-in-chief of the 3 armies. The court meeting dispersed, and the 100 officials walked on the royal road discussing. A white-haired cabinet patriarch, leaning on his cane, loudly rebuked. I recognize Squire Meng's achievements and his position as the 3rd-ranked squire of the Shangshu, but this battle concerns the fate of the nation, so it can't be a child's play. Squire Meng has no experience in commanding troops. How can he be appointed as the commander of the 3 armies without authorization? Marquis of Songhain Zhang Xiaoqing nodded slightly and concurred. Your Majesty is really too trusting of Squire Meng. Commanding troops to fight is not something that can be done on paper. And even if one is as intelligent as a demon, without having been on the battlefield and experiencing countless defeats, How can one be crowned a god in one battle? What's more, it was said with a dark poke, it can only be said that Squire Meng's beauty plan was a great success, and that His Majesty has been overwhelmed by love. Hanging at the end of the crowd, Meng Qingzhou, walking slowly with a blind cane, ignored the words of the group of ministers, as if he did not hear. Actually, not only the ministers and officials, even Meng Qingzhou herself wanted to say, Your Majesty, are you out of your mind? Not confident, but self-awareness. People are not perfect. Meng Qingzhou has never read the Book of War, and has not been on the battlefield, do not know how to arrange the troops, not to mention serving as the commander-in-chief of the three armies, coordinating millions of soldiers and horses, commanding a war of the country's fortunes. To the group of ministers have to say goodbye, parting a sigh, no longer before the fighting spirit. Meng Qingzhou was alone, walking alone on the imperial road, always remaining silent, until, at the end of the imperial palace royal road, a plain white dress oriental Lioli, holding an oil paper umbrella, coquettishly smiling sweetly at the former. What's wrong? The commander-in-chief of the three armies is looking depressed. That doesn't bode well. Meng Qingzhou was surprised. You know all about it? Dongfan Lioli moved closer to Meng Qingzhou and put the oil paper umbrella over their heads, snuggling up to each other and walking side by side. Of course, Dongfan Lioli smiled lightly, because I will also be there, acting as your tent staff for you, Lord Commander, and advising you. At these words, Meng Qingzhou furrowed her brows and a hint of displeasure rose. Seeing this situation, Dongfang Lioli's heart snapped, knowing that Meng Xianyu, who was eager to protect his wife, was cricketing the empress in her heart again, so she hurriedly explained, Don't you misunderstand, it's none of the empress business. Originally I was to be the commander-in-chief of the three armies, coordinating the troops and horses, but His Majesty was worried that I would be challenged, so he pushed you to the front of the stage. And anyway, Squire Meng has a meritorious record, so no one dares to depose you from your position as commander-in-chief, so I had to give you a bit of a hard time. Meng Qingzhou's brows relaxed, and with a new question, she said, You just said, you were originally asked to be the commander of the three armies? What do you mean? Shouldn't it be Qin Beihonghuo or Jiang Xunghai? How can it not be the turn of the district or royal female official, but associating it with some of the secrets Dongfan Lioli might be hiding? Meng Qingzhou did not continue. Dongfan Lioli's tone was full of confidence as she said, I'm not going to hide it from you. Your lady is the most powerful art of war expert of the great Qin dynasty. On the surface it's just a female official, but in reality it's a great killing weapon snowed in the great Qin dynasty. Poof, scared yet? Meng Qingzhou was startled and was indeed shocked. With such bluffing titles, it was surprising that his own daughter-in-law had two of them, the most powerful art of war everyone and the greatest killers of snow. Really? I've never read a book. Don't lie to me. Meng Qingzhou was shocked. In the original, there was no mention of a strange woman surnamed Dongfang. If his own daughter-in-law was so powerful, wouldn't she be unknown? Could it be that? Meng Qingzhou thought of a possibility and suddenly came to a realization, remembering that in the original story, the empress was defeated and lost her empire, and the empress's close friends were slaughtered by Zhao Yuhuan. This shouldn't include my own daughter-in-law. So it was said that Dongfan Lioli was strangled in the cradle before she had the chance to come out and show her talent. Damn Zhao Yuhuan, labor still let you die too painfully. Meng Qingzhou secretly ground her teeth, itching to pull his soul out of the netherworld to whip his corpse. Dongfan Lioli greeted the moonlight. Her exquisite and stunning side face glittered. Her fluttering big eyes gazed at Meng Qingzhou, collected her smile, and sincerely said, Don't be afraid, I'll show you the way. Meng Qingzhou immediately revealed a smile and rubbed Dongfan Lioli's small head and said, What are you afraid of? I just don't want to work for the evil and overbearing empress, but since it's about you, I'm naturally happy to do so. The corner of Dongfan Lioli's eyes twitched, not feeling the slightest bit touched, her heart repeatedly chewing on that sentence evil overbearing empress. After half a day, the empress in Meng Qingzhou's heart impression, still so unbearable. Suddenly, a voice transmission entered Dongfan Lioli's ears. How is it? Are you having a headache on how to salvage the image of the empress? None of your business. When Dongfan Lioli heard the voice, she knew who it was and disliked it back without hesitation. I was in a troubled mood, and this demon girl came to add to the chaos. Don't worry, since the covenant has been made, I won't break my oath. I came here because I want to help you. The dome stood at the top of a mountain outside of the imperial capital with a gloomy expression as it continued to transmit its voice. Help me? Are you that kind? Oriental Lioli questioned. Standing on the top of the mountain, the dome looked up helplessly at the sky and honestly confessed, Of course there is no such thing as a gift without a reason. I'll help you, but you'll have to help me as well. Tell me about it. Oriental Lioli slightly raised a hint of interest. The dome transmitted a voice. I can't find the Sword Saint Grandmaster. He seems to have disappeared. Isn't Meng Qingzhou the Sword Saint Grandmaster's master? He must know where the Grandmaster is. You help me find the Grandmaster. I'll help you redeem the image of the Empress. How about it? Dongfang Liuli hesitated. She had been strong since she was a child. She only wanted to rely on herself for anything, and never relied on others. But this time, she really didn't know how to salvage the image of the Empress in the salty fish's mind. Hesitation. Then I'll back down one more step. I'll help you win this war. Dong made up his mind and said with determination. Halftime. Dongfang Liuli had to nod with difficulty and transmitted. I agree with your request. However, I never take advantage of people. If you can really help me win the war, I don't mind making it known to the world that I will divide an unoccupied territory to give you foreign beings a foothold. If you help me redeem the image of the Empress, I will not only help you find the Sword Saint of time and space, but I will also bring him to you. It's a deal. The dome voice faded until it disappeared. A deal concerning the Sword Saint and the Emperor was reached in such a dignified manner in front of Meng Qingzhou. Meng Qingzhou, on the other hand, pushed open the door of the Qin mansion on her own and met the big yellow dog's enthusiastic pounce, pulling out a pack of immortal dog food. Immediately afterward, the Qin mansion resounded with the terrifying howls of the obsidian godly monarch. Woof woof woof. It's New Year's Eve. It's New Year's Eve. Requests for catch-ups, gifts, and 5-star reviews. The next day, outside of the imperial capital, various princes and lords were gathered. Millions of cultivators and armies were in full gear. 10 gigantic divine boats that covered the sky were hovering in the air, and on the ground stood hundreds of meters tall foreign beasts, formation bases that looked like a mountain range, and shadow guards that walked in the spatial interlayer, and so on. Raising their eyes, all sorts of gut-wrenching great killing weapons were constantly being transported out of the imperial capital city. A number of great powers peered in the dark, triggering a burst of alarm. That's the long-lost Imperial Grade Formation God Execution Formation? No, it's a crippled version of the Emperor Grade God Execution Formation. But even so, it's far more than an Immortal Grade Grand Formation. A full 30 Lunar Flare Realm cultivators, several hundred sea-covering cultivators, and thousands of mountain-moving realm. This reserve is just too exaggerated. Why didn't the Empress take out this reserve when Zhao Yuan rebelled and the 7 powers united to surround her? Perhaps the Empress has been waiting for this day after all. Or perhaps the Empress has the confidence to solve the scourge and slay the incoming enemy. Meng Qingzhou, as the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, naturally pulled out all the stops and directly rode on Jiang Sanhai's original magic treasure, the Emperor's pinnacle mountain and river diagram. The map of mountains and rivers unfolded completely, turning into a complete continent, with mountains and rivers, buildings and pavilions, palaces, they were all there. This completely unfolded, over 30,000 miles in diameter mountain and river map was held by 4,000 of meters tall, Moonlight Flare Realm Cultivation Fey Clan slaves, while Meng Qingzhou herself was sitting in the mountain and river map plate, in the center of a palace. Give the order for the army to start. Meng Qingzhou stood up with a long body, unsheathed the long sword that represented the identity of the commander-in-chief, and shouted in a loud voice. Xin Fenghua stood at the side, and upon hearing the words, he immediately empowered himself with great divine power, his voice spreading throughout the 3 armies. By order of the Lord Commander, the army will start. Woohoo! The powerful sound of gongs and drums were blown, and among the army, a black flag was erected and fluttered against the wind, and all the flags with the word Jin blossomed with light, linking up with each other to form a vast and boundless formation. Immortal Divine Speed Formation, Immortal Spirit Gathering Formation. The moment the formation was formed, all the generals of the 3 armies were given an increase, including the 10 Imperial Air Divine boats that were concealed and hiding in foreign space, ready to descend on top of the enemy army and deal a fatal blow, as well as the shadow guards that were sneaking through the interlayer of space. All of them seemed to have received divine assistance. Their speed of travel skyrocketed by hundreds of times, and their aura recovery speed also became very exaggerated. Rumble. 3 armies out. Jin's reserves pour out of the case. The surrounding neighboring countries scared of the liver. Many of the head of a country directly holding the seal of the state, waiting in the army must pass through the road, kneeling to meet, hands held up the seal of the state, directly surrendered to depend on. The Camelot Kingdom's 1,300,000 subjects, 200,000 hectares of land, 10 titled princes, and more than 10,000 cultivators are willing to surrender to the Great Jin. So I hope that the Lord Commander will not make any rash attempts to use the butcher's knife. The lord of a country, so scared that his 2 shares trembled, led a group of subjects, kneeling in front of Meng Qingzhou, kowtowing as if he were pounding garlic. The world is unaware of the ambition of the Jin dynasty. Now that the Great Jin has smashed out all its cards and the 3 armies are going north to crusade, What about the supply lines along the way? Think back to the great Jin tradition. Running out of resources on the road? No harm in slaughtering a few countries and looting the treasury to replenish resources. What? Too many dead and wounded soldiers. Not enough manpower? No harm done. Slaughter a few nations and capture the strongest men to throw into the meat grinder battlefield. So when the great Jin's underpinnings were exposed and the world saw such a terrifying army, which had previously declared war on the 7 major powers, some countries were still mocking, thinking that the empress was just annoyed and expressing her dissatisfaction in this way. Nowadays, no one is laughing. Meng Qingzhou carried his hands behind his back and pondered for a long time, but in his heart, he was crying out in his sleep. In front of him, dozens of country lords held jade seals and lined up for Meng Qingzhou's inspection. Dongfang Liuli wore a mask and followed behind Meng Qingzhou and said quietly, "Straighten your backs, put Great General Qin in charge of receiving, and then tell them to get lost." Meng Qingzhou turned her head slightly sideways, her facial expression extremely vivid, as if saying, "Ha, are you teasing me?" In this way, all the way to open up the past, just to collect the neighboring countries, more than 100, integration and consolidation of land. The Great Jin version of the territory once again doubled the wealth. Mountain and river map. Central Hall. All are some handful of small countries, one by one to clean up too troublesome, ignore and like raising parasites, small countries eat each other, and eventually raise a fierce tiger. Oriental Lioli blandly said, borrowing the shock and awe approach and collecting the smaller neighboring countries along the way can be a double whammy. Meng Qingzhou casually played with a state seal in his hand, gently threw it into a sack, lifted the sack and shook it, clattering sound. It was full of state seals. Was it your idea? Or was it the empress? Meng Qingzhou asked as she casually tossed the sack aside. Dongfang Liuli smiled and said, "Of course it's Her Majesty the Empress. Only Her Majesty who is wise, divine and unrivaled can think of such a scheme, deliberately degrading yourself and elevating the Empress. Trying to test me? In my heart, the Empress is no match for our daughter-in-law." Meng Qingzhou wrapped her arms around Dongfang Liuli's surplus waist, picked up her chin, and her lips met. After many days of busyness, he finally stole half a day of leisure. Even at the front line of the war, it is still considered to have a chance to be alone. Until almost suffocating, Dongfang Liuli's pretty face was flushed, her body was soft and collapsing. She pushed and shoved Meng Qingzhou's chest, and whispered shyly, "What are you doing? We're in a war. It's about the fate of the country, and you're still in the mood to bully me. Who made you so jealous that I had to put you at ease?" Meng Qingzhou grabbed Dongfang Liuli's agitated nose and said, "Complimenting another woman so recklessly in front of your husband, do you really think I, old Meng, am a straight man, must be jealous? It's a yin and yang, oriental glaze, scratch that, //////. Who's jealous? I'm serious, okay? Am I being self-mutilating? Going through all the trouble of making my own husband fall in love with the reigning empress, a disguised way of finding a proper wife for her husband and a love interest for herself? No, I'm the empress. How can I divide you and me?" Dongfang Liuli's eyes circled, feeling on the verge of schizophrenia. Wanting to correct Meng Qingzhou's prejudice against empresses was really too difficult. Just then, a familiar majestic voice came from a familiar voice, and with it, the breeze sent a fragrant breeze, and a silhouette suddenly appeared in the middle of the hall. "If I've heard correctly, Secretary Meng, you're saying that I'm no better than your daughter-in-law?" Meng Qingzhou looked up brightly, her mouth slightly open. "Empress? It's a death sentence. Why is she here?" The empress walked with her lotus steps, as if she was a goddess, radiating light all over her body, and directly in front of Dongfang Liuli, she hooked Meng Qingzhou's chin, and her voice became seductive and majestic, making people's bones crispy. "What do you say? What is it about me that is not as good as your daughter-in-law?" Requests for catch-up reading, gifts, and 5-star reviews. Meng Qingzhou's brain fell into a brief downtime, and then snapped awake, hastily taking a step back to avoid the empress picking his chin hand, and arched his hand in a salute. "My humble servant, Meng Qingzhou, meet your majesty." Saying this, Meng Qingzhou bowed slightly, raised his head, and said, "Why is your majesty personally present at the battlefield? Didn't you assign the Weichen and the Inner Circle to command this battle? Could it be that your majesty is preparing for an imperial expedition?" The person who was disguised and dressed up as an empress was clearly the Dome Sister, and at this moment, she was so playful that she couldn't help but want to tease Meng Qingzhou, and purposely got close to him, hooking Meng Qingzhou's chin once again and surveying the other party's angular and handsome face. No wonder the empress was so seductive. It's all because of her face. It's simply not as good as our sword saint master. The Dome retracted his hand in disgust beyond measure and gave a clear cough. "That's right. This battle is about the fate of the country. I can't live in the big backyard at a snail's pace and watch the frontline generals give up their lives to die. But well, I want to take the 7 powers by surprise, and the news of my personal visit should not be circulated for the time being. Meng Qingzhou frowned, somewhat disgusted with the Empress's teasing several times, but seeing as she had withdrawn her hand in time, she didn't take it personally, nodding her head and saying, "The micro-minister understands." In fact, the Dong playing the role of an empress personally visiting the battlefield was part of her agreement with Dongfang Liuli. Since he wanted to help Dongfang Liuli win the war, of course he needed her, a Lei Chao Wei realm deity, to personally assist him. The identity of the Lord of the Divine City was obviously inappropriate, and it would easily cause trouble for the foreigners in the city of the ancient gods. From this, it evolved into Dong pretending to be an empress, and Dongfang Liuli becoming a staff member in front of the tent. Meng Qingzhou, however, was suspicious in her heart. Strange, then what is the use of my status as commander of the 3 armies, when there's really a lack of a shield? Qin Beaconfire is more suitable than me. On the surface, Great General Qin is more resistant to beatings than I am, and also more convincing, and I was chosen in favor. Meng Qingzhou pondered for a long time and shook her head with nothing. In any case, since the daughter-in-law's wife followed him here, he must not hesitate when it's time to take action, and must protect Dongfang Liuli's safety. If Dongfang Liuli really met danger, even if the 7 powers were combined, he alone would dare to pierce them through. The Go Dao of Go lies in stoicism, secretly storing up the power to amplify the move. Forbearance is for the greater good, and Meng Qingzhou's greater good has always been only the word family. Whoever dares to harm his family, even if the heavens are unjust, he dares to cross his sword and strike the heavens. Liuli, together with the war, make sure you stay close to me, Meng Qingzhou admonished. Dongfang Liuli pursed her lips and nodded her head obediently. Aha, I will definitely follow you every inch of the way. After all, my salty husband, a weakling with no cultivation, how can I rest assured if I don't personally shelter him? Meng Qingzhou did not speak again, silently calculating the footsteps in his heart. According to the army's current marching speed, combined with the time of departure, he could probably calculate that he had already advanced 10,000 miles into the far north. The 7 powers are not far behind. In the meantime, 2,000 li away from the Great Jin's crusading army, within a cluster of sword-blade-like peaks shrouded in year-round mist, 3,000 sword mountains, like 3,000 divine swords with their blades pointing to the sky, the endless frontier of the hidden sword Forbidden Land was inserted with an endless number of famous swords, and each of the worn-out sword blades eaten away by the copper rust once followed a famous swordsman all over the world. These masters of the sword had persevered in challenging the hidden sword Forbidden Land from ancient times to the present day, only to fight in style and be recognized by the hidden sword Forbidden Lord, so that they could become disciples of the Forbidden Land, or even become the Forbidden Lord's personal heirlooms. The dead sword, asked the sky, is a living example. This is a Jianghu swordsman, in the deep mountain cultivation for 10 years, out of the world shocked the world, and then non-stop challenge hidden sword Forbidden inner disciples. The battle and win, attracted hidden sword Forbidden master personally solicit. For thousands of years, there have been hundreds of thousands of people who have knocked on the door of the mountain, but only a few have been able to pay homage to the master. This shows the high lintel of the Hidden Sword Sanctuary and the high level of vision. Hidden Sword Sanctuary. At the 3,000 sword peaks, the district's dozen or so disciples were in latent cultivation, while the Forbidden Lord was in closed-door cultivation at the first peak of the Forbidden Land, the questioning peak. But today, the Hidden Sword Forbidden Lord suddenly came out of the gate and received some strange visitors before gathering a dozen or so disciples. Asked the peak. Banquet parlor. Everyone, I'm sure you all know, the middle-aged man wearing a hemp garment with a plain and unimpressive look, belonging to the kind that could not be found when thrown into a pile of people, was the Hidden Sword Forbidden Lord. The dozen or so inner disciples nodded their heads, their faces grim. Hidden Sword Forbidden Lord's only full-blooded eldest son, Sword Qiankuan, stood up from his seat and reached out his hand to wave a picture floating in the air. The image showed millions of troops starting off in great numbers, as if they were heavenly soldiers, enveloped by several immortal great formations, so fast that it was difficult for ordinary people to capture them with the naked eye. The Great Jin dynasty has already made it known to the world by sending troops to the extreme north, and the target is none other than us, Jian Qiankuan said. The banquet parlor fell silent for a moment. The heads of the 7 powers were indifferent and silent, staring intently at the battle-hardened armies in the picture, their expressions grave. Phew, Endless Sky Sect Patriarch was the first to speak. We should have had this realization long ago, so this period of time has always been on guard. All of you do not need to worry too much. This Patriarch has only one word to inform. The Great Jin dynasty is destined to have no return. The leader of the 5 spirit clan followed and said, Don't worry, Ever since we lost the siege of the Empress last time, the Great Qian Kingdom Lord, the Emperor of the Blood Sea Empire, the Hidden Sword Forbidden Lord, and I, along with the other Taoists, have prepared everything in advance, awakening the underpinnings of our respective forces, and are just waiting for the Great Jin dynasty to throw itself into the net. After saying that, the Five-Spirit Clan Patriarch looked at the several leaders of the forces, his eyes showing a questioning expression. Seeing the Hidden Sword Forbidden Lord, the Great Qian Kingdom Lord, and the others nodding, the Five Spirits Clan Chief said aloud, "Show the underlying strength. Let's show our sons and daughters where our 10,000-year-old legacy forces have their backbone." Immediately afterward, an aura suddenly erupted, running through the universe and pressing across the world. A full 9 Chao Wei Dao Lords of great power shook the 7 powers present to their very core. This is? A lunar flare realm cultivator from the Arai Kingdom said with an excited trembling voice. The Five Spirits Clan Chief stroked his beard and laughed. Our Five Spirit Clan's guardian ancestor, the Tao Wu ancestor, does not have much life left, and hearing that the Five Spirit Clan's great tribulation is approaching, he is unwilling to pass away without a name, and will help his incompetent descendants to fight to the death. The Blood Sea Emperor blandly said, "The imperial-grade blood puppet, which I have been cultivating since I ascended to the throne, now has the strength of the early Chao Wei realm." The crowd was in awe, but they could also understand that the strongest means of the Blood Sea Empire was not the power of the physical body, but the blood puppet method inherited from the Age of Heavenly Opening. It was only the successive kingdom lords who had been able to cultivate blood puppets to stabilize the imperial throne, and often the blood puppets were even higher in cultivation than the kingdom lords themselves. The lord of the Great Qian Kingdom spoke out coldly, hiding grief under his eyes. "My 2 old ancestors, knowing that there is no hope for a breakthrough, within this half a month, relying on the life-burning secret method to break through the Chao Wei, no matter if they win or lose this battle, they will all fall." As one of the speakers took the initiative to reveal the bottom line, the 7 forces present at the top level gradually disappeared with worry under their eyes, and were replaced by ecstatic excitement. 9 Chao Wei great powers. How can the Great Jin Empire stop them? The Hidden Sword Forbidden Lord wiped the ancient sword in his hand. It was an emperor-quality divine sword with self-awareness and cultivation, and with the Hidden Sword Forbidden Lord, it could even explode with Chao Wei realm strength. Only the Hidden Sword Forbidden Lord raised his eyes and said calmly, "Gentlemen, listen to me. Learning from the lessons of the last failure, I suggest that Meng Qin and Squire Meng be executed immediately upon the start of the battle, not to mention what kind of demonic powers Meng Qin has to help the Empress escape from death by means that are incomprehensible to normal people. But this time around, the Empress preferred to appoint him as the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, so there's definitely something fishy going on here." Speaking here, the Hidden Sword Forbidden Lord added with murderous intent, "We have cultivated to this point, and have seen many heaven's destiny-added demons, who are often endowed with great fortune. So even if we have no cultivation, or have low cultivation, we must not take them lightly. Strive to be the fastest, quick, accurate, and ruthless to kill Meng Qin first." There was not a single word of objection from the people present, and they nodded their heads and voted directly and unanimously. First kill Meng Qin, then destroy the Great Jin army, then rush to the imperial capital to besiege the Empress for the second time. Requests for hypes, requests for gifts, requests for 5-star reviews. The far North Prairie, less than 100 miles away from the Hidden Sword Forbidden Land, could be said to be close by for the 2 armies of the cultivation world on the battlefield against each other. Great Jin millions of practitioners cross swords and stand on horseback. The momentum is horrifying. The Black Ocean current is connected to a line, east, west, south, north and south. 4 directions, respectively, stands 1,000 Zhang Beast, the top of the continent over 30,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Opposite shore, 3,000 sword blades were vaguely visible, and the 7 powers poured out their troops and staged them in the Hidden Sword Forbidden Land. The red color represented the chi and blood power of the Blood Sea Empire's cultivators. The colorful colors represented the descendants of the divine beasts of the 5 spirit race, and the invisible waves represented the ripples of the sword path in the Hidden Sword Forbidden Land. On the Emperor's pinnacle mountain and river chart, Meng Qinzhou squatted on the ground, holding her chin and thinking, and did not figure out how she actually came to this point. He said that he would live until the end of time and vowed not to get involved in the main plot, but in the end, he has become the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies in a blink of an eye. You don't need to bother worrying about the strategy to break the enemy. Everything is mine. Leave the battlefield to me. You are only responsible for giving orders. Dongfang Liuli patted Meng Qinzhou's shoulder and comforted him softly. Meng Qinzhou shook her head. "No, I'm wondering who is guiding me step by step, making me somehow become the first clanker of the Great Jin, a model of loyalty, a paragon of morality, and now I have to put a label on it. the commander of the three armies, commanding a battle of national fortunes. If you win, you will directly metamorphose into a battlefield military god, and if you lose, you will be famous enough to go down in history. So, then do you have a clue? Dongfang Liuli's eyes showed a look of anticipation. Hurry up and get your innermost feelings out. That's right, it's me, Qin Liuli, aka Oriental Liuli, the most holy empress of the great Jin dynasty, will make you no longer a nobody, but a world-renowned emperor and favorite, and soon to be a part-time general. To meet such a valuable person in life is simply to recreate God. Need to burn incense and bathe daily. Worship Come on, don't be stingy with your praise. Praise the empress. Got a clue? Meng Qingzhou nodded her head, her face turning blue as she gritted her teeth. It's the empress. That's right. The corners of Dongfang Liuli's lips rose, and her eyes were closed in a cute manner that begged for praise. So daughter-in-law, when this battle is over, we'll have to flee the great Jin no matter what. I'll take you back to Imcheo village. We won't be officials anymore. Meng Qingzhou's tone was resolute and incomparably solemn. Dongfang Liuli's smile stagnated. Her wooden eyes opened and she looked blankly at Meng Qingzhou. Why? Isn't the empress very good to you? What you give is not what I want. I don't need these false names. Even less practical than a bowl of old duck soup. It was not until the battlefield clamor of gongs and drums and the smell of the tense killing atmosphere that finally caused Meng Qingzhou to wake up. If we're going to fight this battle, let's fight it beautifully. Pay back the favor, and then resign and return to the village. Speaking here, Meng Qingzhou exhaled a breath as if she had made some sort of determination. He left Dajin and resigned from his post to return to his village. This battle would be the last favor he returned to the great Jin dynasty and to the empress, sending a national fortune in return for the king's favor. But I, Meng Qingzhou, no longer wish to be an official. Meng Qingzhou said to himself. Meng Qingzhou is afraid of getting deeper and deeper, and in the end he cannot get out of it. And now he is the commander of the three armies, and he does not dare to think about what he will become in the future. That afternoon, the 7 major power talkers appeared one after another, manifesting the Dharma heaven and earth, their bodies standing on the top of the sky, and their loud, imamorous voices resounded through the battlefields on both sides of the river. Qin Liuli, we'll give you one last chance. Retreat immediately and then hand over the temporal sword saint. Otherwise, consequences will be your own. The hidden sword forbidden lord laughed. The dome transformed into the appearance of Qin Liuli, a red-colored glazed robe. His eyes were clear and cold overlooking the past, and he blandly said, You just said, let me hand over the temporal sword saint? Can I know cause and effect? Hidden sword forbidden master seems reckless. In fact, this proposal has done enough homework. Really reckless killing each other to fight for the bottom. On both sides are unfavorable. The true depth of the great Jin dynasty was beyond expectation, so the 7 powers didn't want a war to break out, fearing that the two sides would fight to the end and be picked off by the forces watching the battle down the road. Then it would be best to have Qin Liuli hand over the temporal sword saint to achieve a retreat effect. Anyway, the temporal sword saint was not related to the empress, so it was no big deal to pay out. The temporal sword saint killed the 7 young supreme beings. His crime should be punished. Let him be the victim of this war, in exchange for peace between you and me, the hidden sword forbidden lord said. Speaking of this, the hidden sword forbidden lord laughed. Of course, we still want to satisfy a hint of curiosity. This sword saint, who is only 20 years old, has actually incorporated the 2 supreme laws of time and space into the Tao of the sword. I am very curious and want to study it. At those words, Meng Qingzhou, who was standing on the mountain river continent, nearly failed to hold back his foul mouth. Originally, I was worried that the empress wouldn't go all out, but the hidden sword forbidden lord brought up the temporal sword saint out of nowhere, so he's going to be out of luck. Dongfang Liuli was dumbfounded. Meng Qingzhou raised her eyebrows slightly, a little puzzled, but she also voiced her question and continued to wait and see what would happen. The dome's 5 fingers clenched abruptly, and his eyes showed a fierce light, but his tone seemed calm. I wish to use the temporal sword saint as a bargaining chip, but now that the offense and defense have changed shape, what capital do you have to negotiate? The dome had originally only planned to contribute a third of its strength, muddling through the waters while fulfilling the agreement with Dongfang Liuli. But now it was as if a demon whispered in his heart, so much for killing. Kill someone. So much that he wanted to stick the hidden sword forbidden lord's head up his ass. The hidden sword forbidden lord smiled faintly and said, Qin Liuli, did you think that if you break through Chaohui, you are invincible? Ridiculous. As the words fell, deep within the hidden sword forbidden land, for Chaohui realm Tao implications penetrated out as if they were arrows, straddling the battlefield on both sides of the river. Not only that, several hundred moonflare realms, thousands of sea-covering realms, and nearly 10,000 mountain-moving realms. there were also 10 half-step Chao Hui realms. How is it? Do you have the capital to negotiate now? The hidden sword forbidden lord sneered. On the great Jin side, countless people's faces suddenly changed, feeling an unprecedented pressure. What terrified them was not the number of those lunar flare, sea covering, and mountain moving realm powerhouses, but the fact that the 7 great powers were hiding 5 Chao Hui great powers. Trouble, Jiang Sunghai murmured with a grave expression. One really can't underestimate the people of the world, let alone a power that has been passed down for 10,000 years. Qin Fenghuang was also taken aback, revealing his death wish for the first time, and decisively transmitting his voice to Jiang Sunghai. Old piker, you hurry back to the Great Jin and unseal the Obsidian Divine Sovereign. Maybe there's still a chance for a turnaround. Jiang Sunghai took a deep breath, nodded his head, turned back to take a deep look at Qin Beihong, and without saying a word, he directly disappeared into the foreign space and urgently mobilized an Imperial Air Divine boat hidden in the foreign space. He knew that his old friend held a death wish and was preparing to forcefully burn his lifespan, preparing to fight to the death to stall for time. Any indecisiveness would be sorry for the determination Qin Beihongwo had given. Imperial Air Divine Vessel speed pull full. Make a space leap, Jiang Sunghai said to the pilot of the Imperial Air Divine Vessel. A great battle is imminent. Why are you running away from the battlefield? First Counselor? The general piloting the divine boat asked seriously. Jiang Sunghai's tone was heavy. Go back to the Imperial capital and invite the Divine Lord. However, just as an Imperial Air Divine Vessel within the foreign space silently crossed space to rush back to the Imperial capital, instead, the Great War broke out. As the dome delivered a punch, the layers of space shattered as if they were fragile mirrors that could not be hit. Boom! With just one punch, the hidden sword forbidden lord's fleshly body burst into pieces on the spot, and the divine soul body sitting on the spiritual platform was densely cracked. Late Chao Hui realm? The hidden sword forbidden lord lost his voice in horror, and in just one glance, before he could even draw his sword, he was on the verge of dying. You're not Qin Lioli. Who exactly are you? Ungrateful son and grandson. I'm your father. Dome's pink fists clenched with rage, swinging his arm round to slam his fist over again. Requests for hypes, requests for gifts, requests for 5-star reviews. In mid-air, the Dome sisters' pair of iron fists swung out remnants of shadows. Each punch was powerful enough to collapse the divine mountain, and the hidden sword prohibited lord was being violently beaten as if he were a sandbag. She's not Empress Qin Lioli. The impersonator is someone else. The plan has changed. Surround this person first. The hidden sword forbidden lord roared. Immediately afterward, the hidden sword forbidden lord drew his emperor-grade divine sword and hastily blocked the meteor-smashing earth-like punch, flying out horizontally 100 miles away before barely breaking his vehicle. Drink it! The great Qian Kingdom Lord supported the hidden sword prohibited lord and handed him a bottle of Qian Kuan vitality liquid. Thank you! The hidden sword forbidden lord took it, tilted his head back and drank it all in one go, wiping the residual liquid from the corner of his mouth. Feeling his body's injuries rapidly healing, he couldn't help but laugh freely. Ouch! That's only right. The great Jin dynasty that shoulders the unrivaled fortune of the world. If it disappoints too much, why should we join forces? The hidden sword forbidden lord performed the great Dao sword intent, and with his brilliant prowess, the 3,000 sword peaks rose up out of the ground, and the soil and trees on the surface of the peaks fell down, revealing the sharp and piercing body of the sword. The 3,000 sword peaks in the Forbidden Land are actually all immortal-grade divine swords. No, there's no shortage of half-emperor products among them, someone exclaimed. The battlefields on both sides of the river were in an uproar. The fact that the hidden sword forbidden lord had an emperor-grade divine sword that possessed consciousness and cultivation was surprising enough, but he didn't expect that he still had an undercard, a king who reigns over a party. If he doesn't have a sharp weapon that covers the heavens and the earth, how can he hold power alone? The hidden sword forbidden lord laughed. The moment the words fell, only 3,000 gigantic swords of 1,000 meters were seen, levitating and killing the great Jin army on the opposite bank, like a fuse. As soon as the 3,000 sword peaks came out, the battlefield on both sides of the river immediately erupted with shocking battle intent, and the two battlefields collided at great speed, killing together. Qin Fenghua laughed loudly and with great pride, and was about to burn his life span to the death, when a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Great Pillar State, I'm still plundering the battlefield, and I don't need you to fight for your life yet. Ha! Qin Fenghuang froze, remembering the words of the hidden sword forbidden lord. He snapped out of his senses and turned back to look at the woman who had followed Meng Qingzhou's side to conceal her appearance, and was instantly overjoyed. Good, good, then I'll have a good battle today. After saying that, Qin Beaconfire also killed out. For a time, the battlefield beacons, shouting and killing sounds deafening. 10,000 miles of territory all stained with blood. There are constantly cultivators fell, and even the strongest mountain-moving realm, in this battlefield can only be counted as pawns. Yu Yao was the general, overwhelming sea was the sergeant, moving mountain was the pawn, and Tangyun realm could only be considered cannon fodder here, not to mention below the Tangyun realm. Thousands of people died almost every moment. In the extreme north, there were many forces inside the latent cultivation great powers, silently casting their eyes to watch the battle. Many people were surprised by this grand battlefield. Ungrateful son and grandson, take back the 3,000 swords. Your opponent is me. The Dome Sister stopped the hidden sword Forbidden Lord with murderous intent. A head of power emerged beside the hidden sword Forbidden Lord. 10 half-step Chao Wei realms shared the same hatred, staring at this female emperor in front of them. Fellow Daoist, you are not a subject of the Great Gene. Why do you need to fight for them? Retreat and we will forget about it. The Five Spirits clan chief stroked his beard and calmly said, You're past it? A flash of scarlet flashed in the depths of Dome Sister's eyes and said, Wrong. It should be whether I want to spare you or not. If you want to kill my grandpa, you'll have to score 8 flaps today. Master, who is your senior? The hidden sword Forbidden Lord was filled with confusion. The ones I want to kill are the Sword Saint of Time and Space and the Empress Qin Lioli, and the Shitstirrer Meng Qin. What does that have to do with your master? My master is the temporal sword saint you speak of, the Dome said in a cold voice. The hidden sword Forbidden Lord froze, uncertain. Your family's relationship is quite messy. Meng Qin, who is in a mortal body, accepts an apprentice who is the Sword Saint of Time and Space, and the Sword Saint's maiden, who is a late-stage powerhouse in the Chao Wei realm. The stronger you are, the lower your family status is, right? The hidden sword Forbidden Lord shook his head. So there's no more to talk about? Well, since you insist on seeking death, then you will be satisfied. In the next moment, a group of half-step Chao Wei realm powerheads retreated and disappeared into the void. They tacitly left the battlefield open. Immediately after that was the descent of a figure with a terrifying diffused breath. When I am old, even if I die on the battlefield and leave a legacy for future generations, I will not be ashamed of this life. 2 old men with quite similar looks, their skin dry and shriveled like firewood, but their eyes shining brightly like stars. You guys are? Dome Girl asked, cocking her head. The 2 old men smiled amiably and spoke one after another. Grandfather of the current Lord of Great Qian. The real father of the current Lord of Great Qian. The Dome Sister nodded and said, a handful of years old, and still playing the upfront father-son thing. The whole thing is quite hot-blooded. These 2 old men were both at the early stage of the Chao Wei realm and looked like they had not long broken through. And you? The Dome proceeded to look at a round, chubby middle-aged man who was fat as a ball. 5 Spirit Clan Guardian Old Ancestor Tao Wu. I have been sitting in the mound for thousands of years. My cultivation path ahead is cut off, and I have nothing to ask for in life. I don't know. Little friend, if you can send me to be relieved. Old Ancestor Tao Wu sighed. The Dome was silent, his brows furrowed slightly, feeling a slight hint of trouble. This 5 Spirit Clan's Tao Wu Old Ancestor was actually a mid-Chao Wei realm existence. However, his body was filled with a deadly aura, and it was obvious that he did not have much more life left, and he was sincere in seeking liberation. There's no need to ask one by one. The red iron lump next to me, named Imperial Grade Blood Puppet. I'm sure you've heard of it. The same mid-Chao Wei realm cultivation, the Great Qian Old Ancestor said smilingly. The last one is the former priest of the Witch God sect. Ha, still at mid-Chao Wei realm cultivation. 3 mid-range. Too early. The Dome looked back towards the mountain river continent, which was 1,000 miles away from the battlefield, and his gaze pierced through everything, locking eyes with Dongfang Liuli. I can't reveal my true identity, so I can't use many of my means. Plus the divine lightning tribulation hasn't been completely transited yet, so my battle power will be greatly reduced. I won't be able to kill these old mallets for a while, so you weigh it yourself. The Dome transmitted a voice. Dongfang Liuli's breathing became heavy, her eyes slightly condensed, and she gently nodded. Understood. Not only did the depth of the Great Gene exceed the world's imagination, the hidden means of the 7 powers likewise caught Dongfang Liuli off guard. 5 Chao Wei. What a handful. Oriental Liuli sighed. Suddenly sensed a trace of bad. The underworld seems to have a threat approaching. She turned her head openly, but she saw the hidden sword Forbidden Lord, who was holding an imperial divine sword, and the heads of the 7 great powers walking out of the spatial turbulence. The Empress was startled, her glazed red eyes contracting. How is that possible? How could these people cross the 2 sides of the river, overcoming the obstacles of millions of troops, and the heavy restrictions, and come directly to the map of the mountains and rivers? The Lord of the Great Qian Kingdom laughed loudly. Patriarch Wuya, your clan's treasure at arm's length is really good. The Endless Sky Sect Patriarch put away a piece of ancient compass and waved his hand blandly, saying, much ado about nothing. Squire Meng Qin, where is your disciple? The Temporal Sword Saint, not around? the hidden sword Forbidden Lord said with a smile. At this moment, the hidden sword Forbidden Lord's strength was already able to contend with Chao Hui realm cultivators with confidence. What's the point of talking nonsense with this mortal brat? Kill him and the temporal sword saint will naturally appear, the Blood Sea Emperor said coldly, impatient to strike. P.S. Please urge for more work, ask for gifts, ask for 5-star praise. The endless sky sect treasures were really many, and Meng Qingzhou was all red-eyed and quite moved. First, there were the 3 boundary extinguishing incense of broken vengeance, and now he had pulled out an extremely high-grade imperial treasure, which could be called a distance-less divine weapon, able to arbitrarily travel through any prohibitions, ignoring distances, and instantly spanning across billions and billions of boundaries. Legend had it that by holding the extreme imperial item at hand and activating it with great divine power, one could reach the very ends of the heavens as long as there was enough aura. Junior, suffer death. Without a word of superfluous nonsense, the Blood Sea Emperor held his hand in the air. Although it was a casual move, once it was implemented, all the sea-covering realm cultivators would be injured, let alone the mortal Ming Qin. Light boat, as if struck. Dongfang Liuli's heart stopped beating for a beat and was about to expose her strength regardless of the consequences. It's okay, they can't kill me. Meng Qingzhou heard the call and calmly held Dongfang Liuli's palm and softly smiled. Suddenly, a long river of time tore through the void, as if the Milky Way was falling into the 9 heavens, and all of a sudden, the surrounding scenery turned gray and white. Only a notable blackness stood at the end of the long river of time. Looking back down this way, the man spat out one word softly. Set. Only to see a circle of spacetime ripples, from the end of the long river slowly washing, said when it was too late, just a breath of effort. The ripples rippled to the Blood Sea Emperor, assimilating him into gray-white. The Blood Sea Emperor's pupils shrank, violently recalling the siege of the Empress half a month ago, being pulled into the cycle by the temporal sword saint, and easily disengaging, and then being enveloped by the black star explosion as soon as he turned around. Afterwards, the Blood Sea Emperor was bedridden for 7 days and 7 nights, using all sorts of precious treasures at all costs, before barely recovering from his heyday. Now, that nightmare swept over again. Cold sweat seeped from the Blood Sea Emperor's forehead, and his lips wriggled as he struggled to make a sound. Hurry, move, hands! The sword saint of time and space, who stood at the end of the long river of time, gazed this way, and his feet took a step forward. The river rerouted, the end point became the beginning, and the sword saint of time and space, himself, arrived in front of the Emperor of the Sea of Blood. It's time to be ambushed, the sword saint of time and space said indifferently, reaching out and gently pointing at the Blood Sea Emperor's forehead, the fingertip running straight through his head, piercing through the spiritual platform and annihilating the divine soul body. Mid-lunar flare realm, together with the one breath transforming 3 Qing, triple shadow split fusion. The battle power is directly comparable to that of an early Chao Hui powerhouse. The sword saint clenched his fist and exhaled a cloudy breath. Being burdened with the Emperor Great Physique, Heavenly Daohong Luck Body, and the blind just become stronger system, the majestic aura that had accumulated in Meng Qingzhou's body had long since reached its limit. It seems like there's still power left. As long as I'm willing, I'll be able to break through to the late stage of the lunar flare realm at any time. At that time, I can battle a mid-Chao Hui powerhouse. A crack appeared on the Blood Sea Emperor's forehead, and a gurgling sound of a pumping box pulling was emitted from his throat, the blood clogging up his throat, making it impossible to speak. But his horrified eyes exposed the fear at the bottom of his heart. After only half a month's absence, the temporal sword saint had become stronger again. Previously, the temporal sword saint had dragged down 12 half-step Chao Hui by himself, which sounded like an astonishing battle record, but it was only a momentary reprieve, with no way to kill the enemy, much less consume them. But now, the temporal sword saint was able to kill a half-step Chao Hui in an instant, and it was too late for the others to rescue him. Demon! The Blood Sea Emperor's eyes lost their luster as he threw his head back and collapsed with a loud bang, completely dead. On both sides of the battlefield, millions of cultivators all witnessed a long river of space and time breaking through the universe, visiting the mountain and river diagram, and powerfully destroying the scene of the Blood Sea Emperor. The other forces' latent cultivation powerhouses who were watching the battle from across the sky secretly transmitted their voices and exchanged information. The temporal sword saint is getting stronger and stronger. No one can stop him, destined to become invincible. Unfortunately, the temporal sword saint is too proud. The old man has handed out the olive branch several times, but all of them have been rejected mercilessly, only wanting to guard his mortal master. How foolish! Such a man of honor. If he cannot be admitted to my disciples, he should be strangled before it is too late. On the other side of the battlefield, Volt was alone to fight 5 Chao Hui realm ancestors, but she couldn't reveal her identity and couldn't use her great divine power, so she could only push across the battlefield with the power of her physical body. Because of this, the fierce battle was extremely difficult. Who exactly is this person? The strength of her flesh is comparable to that of a dragon and elephant. A shot of great divine power from the old me struck her in the face, but it bounced back. The great Qian old ancestor cursed in anger and rage. Tao old ancestor's expression was bitter. Looking at the divine soldier that accompanied his entire life had hacked away his teeth, but the false empress in front of him was unharmed, and he still had the leisure to organize his clothes. Who exactly is the divine beast descended between you and I? The old me, with my Tao Tai bloodline, actually lost in a competition of physical strength. The Tao Tai ancestor was a bit skeptical of life. However, the dome didn't pay any attention to them at all, and turned his head to look at the long river of time that ran through the universe for a moment. Master, is that you back? The dome recalled that the first time they met, the Lord was also like today, his feet stepping on the river of time to cross the void, and just descended in front of her without any warning. Only, the sword Saint Master at that time, the long river of time at the bottom of his feet was like a monstrous river rushing endlessly, countless times wider than the goat path in front of him. Suddenly, the dome seemed to have realized something, and his face changed dramatically. Master, look out! The dome was so anxious that it wanted to abandon the Tao old ancestor, the Dacian old ancestor and the others and go to the aid of the sword Saint Master. However, the Tao ancestor and the others could not let go, and relentlessly pestered her. Don't force me. The dome pupils became scarlet, looking as if they were about to choose someone to devour at any time. So what if we force you? We can't beat you, but your fists are also light and can help me. The dome lost patience, not bothering to listen to the end. Fists attached to the shadow of the dragon. A fist handed out as if the heavens are above, only to call the mortal kowtow to see the holy. And under this punch, the Tao old man was clearly that mortal. Rumble, the Tao old ancestor, who had just spoken out loud, had a fist mark sunken into his cheek, embedding himself deep into the ground. Master, in the dome's urgent gaze, she saw the hidden sword Forbidden Lord activate his divine sword, exploding his Chaohui realm strength, and bringing along all the half-step Chaohui to pounce on the temporal sword saint. She heard the hidden sword Forbidden Lord's greedy voice, "Give me your temporal sword intent, and help me break through Chaohui, and even Prime." She also saw the endless Sky Sex Patriarch, quietly activating the extreme imperial treasure at hand. Then, there were 4 Chaohui realm cultivators, visiting the mountain and river diagram, standing silently behind the temporal sword saint, staring down at him indifferently. 5 Chaohui, 7 half-step Chaohui, for the time and space sword saint in the middle stage of the lunar flare realm. It was undoubtedly equal to certain death. This battle, finally in the dome jealous gaze erupted. Time and space sword saint left and right block, but ultimately the force is not enough. A bunch of rats. The temporal sword saint was bathed in blood, coughing up blood and planting himself. The temporal river couldn't maintain and disappeared, leaving him sitting on the ground in a sorry state. The hidden sword Forbidden Lord laughed hideously. Your temporal sword intent. This seat wants it. Pust. A sword penetrated the temporal sword saint's forehead. Blood flowed, and his empty and godless eyes gradually lost their vigor, killing him on the spot. Can say, die. Dongfang Liuli wanted to stop it, but she was held tightly by Meng Qingzhou. Why? Dongfang Liuli's eyes were crimson. She had the ability to stop the tragedy from happening, but she was stopped by Meng Qingzhou and couldn't help but raise her voice in question. That's your protege. Are you so cold-blooded as to sit back and watch your disciple die without a ripple? I'm sorry, Lightship. It was me who caused your disciple's tragic death. But don't worry, the Empress will avenge him, Dongfang Liuli said, but there was a slight flash of disappointment under his eyes. After all, I'm a human being and I'm afraid. It's normal. I've got a heavy filter. I'm always defining others by my own standards. Dongfang Liuli shook her head. Many thoughts flashed through her mind, but the only thing she didn't expect was that today's Meng Qingzhou would be so cold-blooded. Meng Qingzhou. A hysterical roar of rage came from the distance, and when Dome saw this scene, his eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intent towards Meng Qingzhou. The millions of cultivators on both sides of the river were immersed in the great shock of the sword saint's death, unable to return to their senses for a long time, and no one noticed the dome. Meng Qingzhou, I will kill you. The dome seemed to be bewitched, muttering to himself like a maniac. Master, you've misjudged the person. Your master is a complete coward. How can such a person be worthy of being your master? He got you killed, and the 7 powers, female emperors, they are all enemies who killed you. I will definitely avenge you. I've waited 30,000 years, a whole 30,000 years. This scene frightened the Tao old ancestor and the others into looking at each other with extremely strange expressions, looking at each other as if asking, has this bitch gone crazy? Then are we still going to fight her? Take a shit. Can't you see this bitch is going to backfire? Exempt. Sitting back and reaping the benefits. Allies turned into enemies. Interesting. The hidden sword forbidden lord suddenly heckled in astonishment. The temporal sword saint is a fake? Everyone's gazes gathered over, and they saw the dead temporal sword saint. His physical body and Tao actually transformed into dots of light, drifting away into the air without leaving a trace. F***CK. The hidden sword forbidden lord was dumbfounded, fighting to the death. He was doing it for the temporal sword intent. He was about to have a bumper harvest, but the cooked duck jumped and flew away. The Dome sister's crazy eyes regained clarity for a moment, and her crying abruptly stopped, turning into choking sobs due to the haste in which she stopped. The scarlet faded from the bottom of the Dome girl's eyes, and she scratched her head in uncertainty like a two-bit fool. Master Sword Saint, not dead? Ha! Dongfang Liuli was dumbfounded and couldn't help but look at Meng Qingzhou on her side. Where is everyone? Meng Qingzhou, who had been standing beside him just a moment ago, was nowhere to be seen. Just then, a light sigh that spread throughout the entire battlefield. The voice was long and distant, as if it came from the distant past, only to see Meng Qingzhou slowly lifting the blind cane, holding the handle of the cane with his other hand and pulling it outwards. Clang! The sound of the sword was like a dragon's roar, instantly setting off 10,000 waves, and the clear air between heaven and earth split in two. Wow! A wider space-time river, seemingly 10,000 horses, hissed and roared as it crashed through the spatial barriers, like a king's royal road, allowing a black satin-covered young man holding a 3-foot sword to walk calmly with a calm gait. This figure was shaded by time, and in a trance. Looking at this person, it was as if he did not exist in the same space and time, not in the same ancient history. Light boat, countless thunderbolts in Dongfang Liuli's head exploded at the same time. Thoughts were blown into a mess, eyes empty, red lips slightly open. The titular female emperor of the Great Jin dynasty had never been moved at any time, always remaining aloof. Today, however, it was so shocking that his eyes were lost. Dongfang Liuli in these few short seconds, in front of her eyes like flashing lights. Since and Meng Qingzhou met, know each other, companion of the dots and dashes. These images one frame by one frame swept past. The words that Meng Qingzhou had said also rang in his ears. My life's ambition, Meng Lightship, is only to be idle and a mere mortal. You said the 9 suns scorching heart lotus? Oh, that was given by an old white-bearded grandfather. This is my disciple, the Qian Yuan Sword Saint. I'm afraid that 100 years from now, only one person will be left to live alone in the world. Lioli, I want to share the years with you. Liar. Dongfang Liuli staggered back a step, her towering chest rising and falling violently, her shell teeth biting out her lips tightly, seeping out crimson blood. Dongfang Liuli looked up at the figure that caused the battlefield on both sides of the river to completely lose its voice and asked, Who the hell are you? Meng Qingzhou sighed leisurely and said, I am the temporal sword saint, Qian Yuan. It's just a doppelganger of mine. Even if Dongfang Liuli knows it all. But when she heard Meng Qingzhou tell the truth, she still couldn't help but be swayed. The sword saint of time and space was Meng Qingzhou. So, he had never been a so-called saint, not the supreme prophet of legend who foretold the ages. He had always been a monk, and only wanted to live as a common sword saint. Oriental Lioli's little heart fluttered wildly. Her pretty face became more and more red, like a ripe peach, beautifully unlike people in this world. Since you're not a saint, why did you know in advance about the King of Shu's impending rebellion? Dongfang Liuli once again pursued the question. Meng Qingzhou frowned in confusion. A saint? Despite being puzzled, he knew that Dongfang Liuli had a lot of questions right now, so he didn't ask back. The way of time and space, Meng Qingzhou said blandly. Just 4 words. Go ahead and guess. Because I don't know how to explain it. When he first prophesied the plot, it was because he didn't think about exposing his identity. A mortal prophesying the future would at most be treated as a madman, or have some strange abilities that wouldn't cause a trace. Once you reveal your identity, it's a different situation and will definitely arouse suspicion. Dongfang Liuli nodded and continued to pursue the question. So are you blind or not? And is it true that you said you wanted to share the years with me? Are you your true self before me? Or are you hiding a disguise? The rest, Oriental Liuli considered secondary. Only these 3 issues were the most important. Meng Qingzhou said blandly. First, I'm blind. Completely blind. Secondly, I have only promised my true heart once. If there is any falsehood, heaven and earth, man and God will kill me. Third, before you is the real me, a flesh and blood living human being. P.S. Big 2 in 1 chapter. Identity exposed. Requests for gifts. Requesting for a catch-up. Seeking 5-star praise. Some readers may worry that if the identity of the protagonist is exposed, will the follow-up be boring? I can responsibly say, absolutely not. The truth is just the opposite. The real exciting plot is after the protagonist's identity is revealed. Please believe me on this point, my fellow readers. Heartsuit. On the side of the Great Jin, a group of courtiers and military generals, including Qin Fenghua, Lin Kuwei, and Marquis Songhai, were petrified in unison, their eyes glowing straight as they stared at the figure in the air. Sword Saint? Qin Baihomuo was struck by lightning, and he couldn't slow down for a long time. The Great Jin Emperor was not only able to foretell things, but he was also a supreme demon that rivaled the female emperor. Don't be discouraged, Great Pillar Kingdom. Although the emperor is not a saint, but at least the swordway is unrivaled. In time, shouldering a corner of the Great Jin dynasty's pale life is not a problem, Lin Kuwei advised. The two were in a battlefield, surrounded by crises all the time, with people constantly dying. However, the news that Emperor Meng was both the sword saint of time and space was too shocking, causing both of them to be in no mood to fight and kill the enemy. Qin Beifong spat. Fart. The emperor must be a saint. Otherwise how could he have foreseen it? And just because the bull-riding saint in the past didn't have a cultivation level doesn't mean that the saints of later generations can't surpass him. Haven't you ever heard that the blue is better than the blue? Lin Killing asked. What if I were to ask you to choose between the emperor and the bull-riding sage? Qin Beaconfire raised his hand without hesitation, pointing at the figure in the air with a firm tone. Of course I chose the emperor. He's the one that everyone wants. Lin Killing had a strange look in his eyes and did not dare to say much, but in his heart, he was crickets, finished. Great Pillar State. You have been completely brainwashed by the emperor and have become the emperor's most solid supporter. Look down and see how much you've lost. One didn't dare to imagine which side the Great Pillar Kingdom would actually be on if the emperor rebelled one day. The forefront of the battlefield. The Marquis of Songhai twisted his head to look at the sky and said gruffly, Unbelievable. Squire Meng is actually the temporal sword saint. Thinking of yesterday when the Empress appointed the commander of the three armies and handed the burden to Squire Meng, he even questioned it. Now that I think about it, I truly admire your majesty for recognizing heroes with a discerning eye. Only the emperor is a bit flat. Marquis Songhai shook his head. Tianping Marquis Xiaji, holding a blood-stained battle axe, wiped the enemy's blood off his face with his palm in a single gulp, casually said one sentence, and then killed into the enemy pile again. In my opinion, His Majesty and Squire Meng seemed to be a much better match. Upon hearing this, the Songhai Marquis rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought, muttering, That's right, the Emperor has done nothing. Instead, it's servant Meng and the Sword Saint of Time and Space, who have repeatedly saved the Great Jin, and now that the truth has been revealed, the servant is the Sword Saint, and I'm sure no one would disagree if he could become the Emperor. The more he thought about it, the more the Marquis of Songhai felt that it made sense. Since Meng Qingzhou's flash marriage to the Empress and becoming the Emperor of the Great Jin, not many people in the courtroom had seen him. It was ridiculous to say that the Songhai Marquis didn't even know what an emperor looked like. The one who often accompanies His Majesty is servant Meng, the birthday banquet for the Empress in a fierce battle against the 7 greatest supreme beings, which was perilous. Zhao Yuhuan knocked at the capital. The Empress was on the brink of life and death, and again it was servant Meng who stood up for him. And now, in the battle of the Northern Expedition, it is still relying on servant Meng to save the day. With this in mind, the Songhai Marquis had only one thought in his mind, Meng Qingzhou is not worthy of being an emperor. It's time to let Squire Meng come, depose the current emperor and install a new one. After this battle, if I can win, I will push the courtiers and make a joint petition, until the hidden sword prohibited Lord's first eldest son, Jin Qian sneaked up behind him and fended a sword into the waist of the Marquis of Songhai. The intense pain finally brought him back to his senses. How dare you get distracted on the battlefield, looking for death? Jin Qian laughed. Insidious rat, take your life. The Marquis of Songhai covered his waist, annoyed. The reaction on the side of the 7 powers was equally drastic, setting off an uproar. Meng Qin, Sword Saint. The Taowu old ancestor repeated the recitation, somewhat dumbfounded and surging with battle intent. The 2 old ancestors of Deqian were astonished and said one after another, It is rumored that Meng Qin was born blind, yet he is able to glimpse a corner of fate and foretell the future. Could it be that, has he already cultivated the way of time and space to the point where he can arbitrarily travel through the future and the past, and by doing so, learn what will happen in the future? If that's true, this son must not be kept. The imperial-grade blood puppet's scarlet, murderous pupils moved woodenly to look at Meng Qingzhou, and his stiff voice spat out one word, execute. When the Blood Sea Emperor constructed the blood puppet, he had laid out a hunting command that once someone killed him, the blood puppet would automatically lock onto the target and endlessly hunt it down until the target died. In a flash, the 5 Chaohui great powers that had surrounded the Dome Sister had their eyes on Meng Qingzhou, together with the hidden sword Forbidden Lord and the others. the 9 Chaohui coincidentally diffused killing intent and focused their sights over Meng Qin. Is that Master Sword Saint? The dome girl was dumbfounded. Her brain was completely down, and her whole being was breaking down. All along, Meng Qinzhou had been despised by her, spitting in her face from time to time, and more than once comparing Meng Qin to the temporal sword saint in front of many people, purposely belittling Meng Qinzhou. Of course, she did so because she was unwilling to be a time and space sword saint, following a mortal all day and night, as if she were a tool person. It's over. It's over. Dome 10's slender white jade fingers cupped the face, filled with the color of collapse of the pupils, through the finger cracks looking at Meng Qinzhou. It's all over. The dome remembered something. A few days ago had made a heavenly oath with Dongfan Liuli not to compete with each other, each chasing after their own man, and as a result, Emperor and Sword Saint, actually the same person. What about the heavenly oath? You should know that there is a content in the oath that whoever dares to break the oath will be blasted to death by the heavenly punishment together with the beloved one. What should I do? Someone save me. Vault rubbed his face, wanting to cry. His expression was beyond frustration. I'm so accomplished. Silly dome. Stupid dome. Troublemaker dome. All day long you know how to cause trouble for Master Sword Saint. The dome kept knocking itself on the head and banging. Suddenly, the dome's movements in his hands slowed to a halt, as if remembering something, and muttered, no. The Emperor is the Sword Saint, but the Emperor is still the husband of the female Emperor of the Great Gene. Thinking of this, the dome expressionless, empty silent pupil eyes, appear incomparably deep, mouth cold like a dead man, mechanical crooked head. Oh, so I was stolen home. Just then, the 5 Chaohui who had originally surrounded her rushed towards Meng Qinzhou in unison, wanting to capture her as quickly as possible. I'm very unhappy and hard to live with, so do you guys dislike depressed girls too? The dome snapped his head up, no longer deliberately concealing it, and pulled his hands through the air, then yanked back. Get back here, all of you. It's such a simple gesture, but a horrible sight happens, only to see the entire heaven and earth, all with the dome's pull and tug. The space became wrinkled like a curtain, and the 5 Chaohui great powers were uncontrollably torn back. The void dark realm. The dome murmured softly, raised his hand, and snapped his fingers at the 5 Asahi flying backward. Snap! Under the dome's indifferent gaze, a black hole containing thousands of stars suddenly zoomed from the size of a grain of rice to envelop the 5 Chaohui great powers. The Tao old ancestor raised his head in helpless horror, looking at the void dark realm as if a lid was pouring down, and he couldn't help but break out in curses. Crap! It's you! You are born from the same root and you're too anxious to be with each other. With such an iconic great divine ability, the Tao ancestor recognized it with a glance and knew who the one pretending to be the Empress was. A Tao Tai and a desolate beast. Both born gods, only the latter is of a higher rank, and it's not wrong to say they're of the same origin. Mid-lunar flare realm, temporal sword saint, Squire Meng, you're really not simple. The hidden sword forbidden lord's eyes condensed as he said. The remaining 3 Chaohui realm cultivators were silent, but they all looked as if they were facing a great enemy, the entire magnificent and vast battlefield of the national fortune. Because of Meng Qinzhou alone, everyone was unmotivated to fight. Some giants who were secretly watching the battle said indifferently, even if Squire Meng is a temporal sword saint, what can he do? All ants below Chaohui are ants, and even if they have demonic talents, they can't cross the heavenly gap, the owner of the other line of sight from beyond the heaven side. Unfortunately, Meng Qin's cultivation time is too short. If we give him another 10 years, no, 3 years, perhaps it will be the next second young master of the Ji clan. At the mention of the second young master of the Ji clan, the mighty giants who were secretly communicating with each other let out an almost simultaneous gasp. The Ji family of Tianzhou, truly unifying half of the world, becoming a hegemonic level force, a tiger in Tianzhou, whistling at the world. Ji family's second young master, 30 years ago was still a well-known playboy, everyday hook rail listening to music, bullying men and women do no harm, but in 3 years after a sudden boom, the next 30 years, all the way to high, a hair uncontrollable. If this seat remembers correctly, the second youngest master of the Ji family, a year ago, with his late lunar flare realm strength, crossed over to kill a late Chaohui realm powerhouse, reversing a whole great realm, the second young master of the Ji clan. How powerful should he be nowadays? Meng Qin wants to compare to the second youngest member of the Ji family? Ha! Like the difference between a white moon and a glowing fire. Meng Qinzhou was depressed in her heart and still couldn't help but think about it even though she was facing several Chaohui great powers. What will your daughter-in-law think when the identity of the Sword Saint is revealed? What she likes? Is it Meng Xianyu, or Meng Qinzhou? But at that time, the situation was urgent. The doppelganger was not strong enough to reverse the felling of Chaohui, and the Empress was not around. So Meng Qingzhou was afraid that continuing to hide his clumsiness would result in his daughter-in-law being harmed. There was no choice but to strike. Gentlemen, retreat! Meng Qingzhou crossed his arms and also crossed his sword, his stance upright like a gun, his voice mellow and indifferent. You're just driven wretches. Why lose your lives for nothing? Meng Qingzhou blocked in front of Dongfang Liuli, confronting the group of enemies that looked like gods and devils. Her expression was always calm. Even her eyebrows had not frowned. Dongfang Liuli stared blankly at the upright back in front of her, and for a moment she forgot her identity. Forgetting her own invincible self-confidence. Forgetting her identity as a female emperor of the Great Jin. Forgetting the purpose of this battle, and even forgetting that she was in a battlefield. At this moment, Dongfang Liuli only had one thought left in her mind: my husband. He is really the most handsome in the world. The hallowed empress, made a nymphomaniac in public. Her crimson amber pupils filled with the color of ecstasy. Her eyes rippled with water, and she gazed fixedly at Meng Qingzhou. It was a good thing that he had concealed his appearance and obscured his cultivation fluctuations. Otherwise, if he was seen by the Great Jin group of ministers, he would have been so frightened that he would have thought that the end of the world had come. However, the 7 major power leaders, and a group of old undead with their bodies half buried in the earth, heard Meng Qingzhou's words, and their faces changed imperceptibly. You, what do you mean? The hidden sword forbidden lord laughed. The other 3 Chaohui great powers on the mountain and river diagram rebuked one after another. Junior, beware that trouble comes out of the mouth. Looking for death. Dare to insult us. Meng Qin, what on earth do you know about something? Even the 5 Chaohui, who were far away and dragged into the void dark realm by the Dome Sister alone. Among them came the roar of the Taowu old ancestor. Kill Meng Qin. He must have known about these hidden secrets through bizarre means of prophecy. Meng Qingzhou sighed, did not answer positively, and said to himself, hidden sword forbidden lord, let's start with you. Ask yourself, are you really coveting the temporal sword intent, and for that reason you will stop at nothing to kill me? No. Meng Qingzhou spoke in a compassionate tone and said, you are a dog on a leash. Your master told you to stir up the 9th heaven and cut out all the overlords that have hopes of unifying the world, so you diligently abided by your duties in the hope that one day, your master would reward you with a bone. Hearing this, the hidden sword forbidden lord's eyes were as gloomy as water as he sneered. Bullshit. This seat cultivates the sword and would rather die than submit to someone. Who can drive this seat? Meng Qingzhou smiled and said, it's fine to lie to your brothers, but it's stupid to lie to yourself. Ask yourself, after 3,000 years of cultivation, why have you never been able to break through Chaohui? It's because your Dao heart is dusty, and your sword intent, which you would rather bend than bend, has long since knelt down. The hidden sword forbidden lord didn't retort, falling into a lengthy silence, and only after a long while did he slowly open his mouth. Pity. There were only 3 words, and many people who heard them were confused. Only Meng Qingzhou knew what he meant. According to the plot of the book, the former hidden sword forbidden lord was a dignified and incomparably pure sword cultivator. To this day, even after kneeling down, the heart still retains a trace of integrity. The hidden sword forbidden lord's pity was that it was a pity that Meng Qingzhou had been born in the wrong era, an era where the future of cultivators was dark. You are right. The hidden sword forbidden lord suddenly smiled, the hostility and gloominess in his eyes dissipating and becoming clear, and said, my sword is no longer pure. Even if I kill you, I won't be able to sense the temporal sword intent, much less break through Chaohui with it. Meng Qin, this seat has always admired you, but unfortunately, fate is not my choice. In fact, I don't want to kill you, much less strangle any sword Dao geniuses. That's why for so many years, the hidden sword forbidden land rarely accepts disciples, and I'm unwilling for them to step into such ghostly gates. The lingering sword intent surrounding the hidden sword forbidden lord suddenly transformed into a vicissitude, sadness, and despairing sword intent. This was the true sword intent of the hidden sword forbidden lord, and it also represented his heart. But Meng Qin, you're just too dazzling, and even though this seat has gone to great lengths to conceal your existence, it was still known to them after all. For the future of the desolate domain, Meng Qin, please go to your death. The entire heaven and earth, for an instant, were silent, and the cultivators fighting on the battlefield, coincidentally stopped, their eyes focused on the air. The conversation between the temporal sword saint and the hidden sword forbidden lord hides horrifying secrets, but anyone who hears about it is creeped out. The hidden sword forbidden lord who holds a divine sword, his battle power is directly after Chaohui, but such a great power as a dog at someone else's door? What kind of enemy should it be that could make a forbidden lord feel despair, thinking that the road ahead was cut off and that there was no hope for cultivators anymore? Meng Qin, why do you have to reveal the mystery? Or else I'd still have a chance to help you fake your death and get away. But when you say it, the nature changes. You have to die. The hidden sword forbidden lord said, Meng Qingzhou said blandly. No fear. Why aren't you afraid? The hidden sword forbidden lord didn't understand. Aren't you afraid of death? Not afraid means not afraid, Meng Qingzhou said. Of course I'm not afraid. Anyway, when this battle is over, we'll take our wives and go back to the village. With the system masking his cultivation aura, as long as he didn't die and run out to make waves, even the so-called black hand behind the scenes wouldn't be able to find him. I'll wait until I'm invincible before I'm born again. The other three Chao Wei great powers, each of which were the underpinnings of the 7 great powers, were no longer arrogant at the moment, with a sense of despondency and powerlessness lurking in the depths of their eyes. Don't be offended, little friend. When you die, your wife shall be unharmed. We can't help it. If we don't follow orders, the entire 9th heaven will be destroyed. Consider it a sacrifice for the wasteland. The 3 old ancestors said one after another, finally no longer disguised. They lived for countless years. The cultivation path has long been cut off. If not for the heart of the obsession, would have died 100. Meng Qingzhou sighed sadly. The heart is a little nostalgic for the protagonist Long Ao Tian. If he is still alive, how good it should be. The area where the Great Jin dynasty was located was known as the Desolate Domain. The Desolate Domain occupied half of the entire world, and beyond the Desolate Domain, there was a heavenly state. The person behind the scenes who instructed the 7 powers came from the hegemonic family of the heavenly state, the Ji family. The Ji clan drove the 7 powers to target the Great Jin, plotting to destroy the Great Jin and cut off the fire that possessed the hope of unifying the world. And the Ji clan hoped that the wasteland would be in perpetual war and chaos, making it convenient for them to make war money. When he killed the temporal sword saint, he was worried that an invincible person would appear in the Desolate Domain. Tianzhou, the second youngest master of the Ji family, Meng Qingzhou murmured wordlessly. Everything that happened during this period of time was set up in advance by the second young master of the Ji family, locking down the Great Jin dynasty step by step. The first step was to propose marriage at the birthday banquet, in an attempt to dismantle the Jin dynasty from within and cut off the path to unification for the female emperor. The second step was to unite with Zhao Yuhuan to besiege the female emperor and kill this male lord. If the first 2 steps all failed, then the 7 powers would come out in force to wipe out the Great Jin dynasty. Awesome, Meng Qingzhou whispered with a monstrous killing intent held within her chest. Ji Wushuang, you are really powerful, using the kingdoms as pawns. What a great stroke. The sounds of killing on both sides of the battlefield disappeared, and millions of cultivators quietly watched the battle. This was the decision of Meng Qingzhou and the hidden sword forbidden lord. The wasteland has been weak for too long to bleed to death. The hidden sword forbidden lord said softly, Meng Qin, I want to bet with you. Say, Meng Qin spat out a word succinctly. The hidden sword forbidden lord wiped the emperor's divine sword with his fingertips and blandly said, you want to help the empress unify and hold the entire desolate domain hostage, wanting to fight with the heavens for your destiny. We, on the other hand, feel that the way ahead is closed and there is no more hope, so we might as well hold back for a while and fulfill their expectations for the time being. This is a collision of your and my philosophies, a needle point against a wheat blade. Why don't we use this as a bet? You and I will decide life and death with the Tao of the sword. If you win, the 7 powers will become stepping stones on the path of Great Jin's unification. If I win, the Great Jin dynasty and the empress will accompany you to be martyred. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou raised her eyebrows slightly. What? I want to help the empress unify, and I also want to hold the entire desolate domain hostage and fight against heaven? So that's what I thought? I can't believe I didn't notice it at all. You really know your heroes. Hidden sword. Why does everyone think so highly of me? But I'm just an idle Go Taoist. Meng Qingzhou held her forehead, but she was powerless to explain. He could even feel the hot gaze from his daughter-in-law, as well as the exclamations of surprise from the generals of the Great Jin and the cultivators of the 7 powers. Although they couldn't understand what the hidden sword forbidden lord was saying, they could sense something. The 7 powers and Meng Lightning seemed to be seeking a way to save the world. The hidden sword forbidden lord chose to become infernal, while Meng Qingzhou chose to go against the heavens. Emperor, Squire is mighty. Qin Fenghua even disregarded his image and shouted, excitedly jumping up 3 feet high in place, living up to the appearance of a brain-damaged fan. Marquis Sanhai looked at Meng Qingzhou's back, and a great feeling arose in his heart. A great man should be like that. Squire Meng can be a saint. It's a pity for the Great Jin that such a man is not an emperor. At this moment, the idea of the Sanhai princes and marquises to set up another new ruler was unprecedentedly strong, and they could not wait to immediately force the female emperor to abolish Meng Qingzhou and set up Meng Qin as the emperor. This is my man. The empress was immensely proud, but her eyes were a little sore. It turns out you've been carrying so much all along, hiding your sword saint cultivation, preferring to join the family as a son-in-law, all in order to hide an ambition. You often say that you are a salted fish. but you are quietly fighting against fate and seeking a way out for the world. Fight for a way forward for the cultivators of the desolate domain. The salted fish is not you, but your deepest expectations, right? A clear tear fell from the corner of Dongfang Liuli's eye. The wasteland? Oriental Liuli was very intelligent, and only in the mere words of the hidden sword Forbidden Lord, she had surmised the general truth. And it was very close. Light boat, it's me who doesn't deserve you. Dongfang Liuli wiped away her tears and her eyes grew more determined. All this time, my vision has been limited to a single great Jin dynasty in the district, while you, at some point, were carrying the weight of the entire desolate domain. Okay, I promise, Meng Qingzhou said. Since you're bent on death, I'll fulfill you. Dog thing, in my life, I, Meng Qingzhou, must kill all the people who brainlessly brag about me, being forced to add unwarranted merits, also need to carry the expectations of the crowd. But he, obviously, didn't do anything. I sense your intense hatred. Why? The hidden sword Forbidden Lord was puzzled. A titanic battle of ideas involving the unforgiving past of the wasteland, a tragic fate that lasted for 10,000 years. You and I should have laughed so boldly and sympathized with each other that even if the other one had died, there would have been no semblance of joy, or even the urge to cry. That's what fits the plot. How can you be so murderous and look like you want to crush me into mud? No need to talk nonsense. You're the same piss as a certain Grand Pillar State, and a certain chief minister of the current dynasty. Meng Qingzhou said coldly. What do you mean? The hidden sword Forbidden Lord was confused. All damn like to plant evidence. Meng Qingzhou darkened her face. The hidden sword Forbidden Lord shook his head and said, that's just it. Maybe it's because you and I have different philosophies and thoughts, so we don't have a common language. But don't worry, the bet absolutely stands. If I lose, no one from the seven powers will dare to resist. This time it was Meng Qingzhou's turn to be puzzled and asked in astonishment, how do you guarantee it? Losing is the same as dying. With all the people dead, who will listen to you in the seven powers? The three Chao Wei old ancestors, who had been silent all this time, spoke out. We are able to guarantee that if Hidden Sword dies, the bet will be fulfilled by us and the Tao Wu old ancestors, the former priests of the witch god sect, and them. They were all infernal paths walking between light and darkness, flattering the G-clan of the heavenly state while finding a way forward for the desolate domain. This is an honorable group of guardians. Meng Qingzhou didn't doubt it and nodded. Good, then let's begin. At the same time, the Temporal Sword Saint and the Hidden Sword Forbidden Lord both drew their swords, and two distinctly different types of sword intent dowing rushed up into the sky. Requests for catch-up reading, gifts, and 5-star reviews. On the battlefields on both sides of the river, the sluggish autumn wind blows thousands of flags, and the setting sun drenches the earth like blood. The wind was a drum, and the sword was like thunder, playing the prelude to the final battle. Countless people held their breath and stared, especially the sword cultivators, with reverence in their hearts and tears in their eyes as they looked at this scene. In the path of the sword Tao, two of the few great powers, but they are going to duel to the death today. Senior, please. Meng Qingzhou had one hand behind her back and the other as an invitation. The hidden sword Forbidden Lord's face contained sadness, and the Emperor's divine sword trembled, emitting a strange movement that did not resemble the sound of a sword, but instead resembled a zither. He didn't put on his senior stand of courtesy and readily agreed to take the lead with Meng Qingzhou. Clank! When the divine sword was unsheathed, all of a sudden the winds and clouds changed color, and it was as if heaven and earth had given birth to a heart that moved in rhythm along with the sword's chants, producing harmonious and consistent fluctuations. The hidden sword Forbidden Lord spoke in a sad tone and said, although there is no honor in status, no age, and the one who reaches the top of the cultivation path is the first, I'm inclined to give you a few pointers. Meng Qin, your temporal and spatial sword intentions are perfect, and I'm afraid that no one in the ancient and modern worlds will be able to surpass you. But with your sword, you're too cowering, never daring to explode with all your might. Sword, there is more than just sword intent, there is also sword heart. No matter what your way of salvation is, or being honorable, or holding back to wait for the right time, this is your scheming plan, not your way of the sword. The hidden sword Forbidden Lord exposed his own sword path, completely, summarizing his life's experience and expounding the Tao of the sword to Meng Qingzhou, a sword Tao powerhouse who had lived for thousands of years. Despite his dusty Tao heart, his understanding of the sword Tao was far beyond that of Meng Qingzhou. Sword cultivators emphasize spontaneity and spontaneity, open and bright and upright. The sword is not like a sword, spear, axe or halberd. There will always be some bending. The sword body is straight, without the slightest twist. The hidden sword Forbidden Lord was like an old man who was about to die, rambling on for half a day before finally handing out a sword. And look, this sword is named Autumn Falling All Silence. Buzz. Meng Qingzhou's ears resounded with the rustling sound of the autumn wind lifting up the fallen leaves, and suddenly visions appeared in his mind, and in the eyes of a blind man who was restricted by the system, visions of the autumn wind like a knife, silently harvesting a world of living beings, causing a world to break up and die with blood, leaving only dead silence. Pus. Blood? Meng Qingzhou felt a slight coldness in his neck and reached out to touch it, but he felt a trace of wetness and put it between his nose and sniffed it. His face changed. The autumn wind has no trace of killing. Not only that, but this sword intent is also mixed with sadness, so that one cannot help but fall into despair, experiencing the feelings of the hidden sword forbidden lord, so that the enemy has to be distracted. If it wasn't for the hidden sword forbidden lord deliberately withdrawing a few points of his strength, Meng Qingzhou wouldn't have died, but he would definitely have been injured. With this in mind, Meng Qingzhou collected her contempt and did not slack off anymore. In just one glance, he knew Meng Qingzhou was not the only one who possessed immortal grade sword intent. Whoever dared to say that the hidden sword forbidden lord coveted Meng Qingzhou's temporal sword intent again, he would be the first to object. How did you come to have immortal grade sword intent? Meng Qingzhou inquired out loud. Rumor has it that you impacted the supreme sword Dao many years ago and failed and was injured, leaving behind the trauma of the great Dao and no longer being able to break through the Chaowei. The hidden sword forbidden lord laughed, and even as he laughed, he seemed silent and lonely. He said blandly, Meng Qin, never underestimate anyone, and never listen to rumors. This seat has impacted the supreme sword Dao 3 times, all of which ended in failure. However, on the day I took on the responsibility of saving the 9th heaven, I didn't feel any obstacles. It was as simple as drinking water, and I comprehended the immortal grade sword intent at the right time. Even the 3 failures, which left behind very serious wounds of the way, were healed in just a few seconds. The hidden sword forbidden lord shook his head, a few moments of depression, and said, the reason why this seat is unable to break through the Chaowei is simply because the heart of the Dao is clouded with dust, and if this seat wants to make a breakthrough, it's actually quite simple. As long as I no longer kneel to anyone and wash my Dao heart, this seat can instantly break through the Chaowei, and with 3,000 years of strong accumulation, I can even break through to the peak of the Chaowei realm in a single breath. Do you believe it? Meng Qingzhou was silent. At this moment, his mind was touched, deeply shocked, and a true sense of respect rose. Senior, please make the second sword. Meng Qingzhou lowered one of his hands that was behind his back and stood in strict anticipation. The hidden sword forbidden lord smiled lightly and said, good. Accompanied by his vicissitudes and low tones, the second sword is named, Frost and Ash's Dying Layer Forest. The words fell. Meng Qingzhou's body was slightly shaken, and the hallowed lunar flare realm cultivator actually felt an icy, piercing cold. Wisps of sword intent, transformed into fine needles invisible to the naked eye, followed Meng Qingzhou's countless pores, drilled into the skin, penetrated the flesh and blood, pierced through the bone marrow, and embedded themselves deeply into the entire body, piercing through almost every piece of flesh and blood. Meng Qingzhou turned into a bloody man, blood like a waterfall, clattering down the trouser legs flowing to the ground, staining the yellow soil into blood red, responding to the phrase frost and ashes dyeing the forest. My sword Dao is only made for killing, so it's very pure, and the word kill runs through the entire Dao. The hidden sword forbidden lord said, Meng Qin, draw your sword. This third sword melds the blood of this seat's entire life. The 1,000 years of patience, the 1,000 years of kneeling to darkness and injustice. It melts the tragic fate of the desolate domain's living beings. Please give it your all. Make your best effort to meet the silent roar from 1,000 years ago. With that said, the hidden sword forbidden lord chanted leisurely, accompanied by the third sword being handed out. Autumn falls and everything is silent. Frost and ashes stain the forest. Cicadas chirp for a lifetime of autumn. Cicadas chirp for a lifetime of fall. Squeak! The illusion in Meng Qingzhou's mind changed again, seeing a cicada lying on a tree trunk, chirping with all its might. Cicada life has 18 years. The first 17 years by the chrysalis package. Song wake up in the middle of summer. Is its birthday, but also its death. Born in summer, but buried before the fall winds. Z, as the last loud and ear-piercing cicada chirp fell, Meng Qingzhou's inner self suddenly became alarmed. Certain death kills like an on. Time and space sword Dao. Meng Qingzhou steeply drew her sword and exploded with all her might. Heckling. Time. Reverse time. In an instant, time went backward and space rotated. The tributary of the long river of time wanted to penetrate into the life of the hidden sword forbidden lord, to return to his youth and decapitate him in the past. However, when the way of space and time was about to touch the hidden sword forbidden lord, it became extremely slow and blocked, as if it could not be invaded and met a great obstacle. Meng Qingzhou gritted his teeth and once again executed another temporal sword intent, a move that he had once sword beheaded the 7 supreme beings had once used. Space, Songhai stream, Z. The sound of cicadas resounded abruptly, shattering Meng Qingzhou's killing move. Senior, do you really have to ask for death? Meng Qingzhou shouted angrily. Meng Qin, I've gotten a glimpse of your true character from your sword Dao. I know you still have hidden cards. Strike and kill me. The hidden sword Forbidden Lord said softly. Meng Qingzhou sighed. Such a hero. I've only seen it in books. It's not easy to meet. I really don't want to kill you. However, when the hidden sword prohibited Lord's desire to die was felt, whether Meng Qingzhou wanted to or not, she could only satisfy him. Ding. The system warmly reminds, time and space. Reboot. Overpowered. Please use the host with caution. PS. Slightly modified the worldview. If you do not understand, please move back to C. Kneeling thank you. Let's use the sword. The peak of the immortal grade and infinitely close to the emperor grade. To help you free yourself. Meng Qingzhou handed out a sword that was flat and did not make a single ripple. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, this sword was extremely slow, like a turtle crawling. However, the hidden sword Forbidden Lord didn't dodge or avoid, but his eyes widened as if he had seen the only treasure in the world. His breathing became ragged, and a rare and unrestrained smile appeared on his face. The tip of the sword gently touched the center of the hidden sword Forbidden Lord's brow and stopped. Good. Very good. The hidden sword Forbidden Lord's body was falling apart, turning into a wisp of dust that flowed into the long river of space and time, his flesh and soul disintegrating into very fine particles, so tiny that they couldn't even remain in the earthly realm, and could only merge into the long river of time. I am finally seeing your true strength. The hidden sword Forbidden Lord smiled frankly. Meng Qingzhou's lips moved slightly as she transmitted her voice. My name isn't Meng Qin. That's a fake name. My real name is Meng Qingzhou. Senior, you've earned my respect and deserve to be confided in. Have a good journey. What? At the last moment of his life, the hidden sword Forbidden Lord suddenly stared with wide eyes, looking incredulous. Meng Qingzhou? The great Jin Emperor. So you are. Hidden sword forbade the advocate to curse, his expression as ugly as if he had eaten a caddy of Xiang. He actually wanted to say, so you're the hot man behind the empress. The real order from the second youngest master of the Ji clan was actually, kill the great Jin Emperor at all costs and end the path of great Jin's unification. As long as this task was completed, the hidden sword Forbidden Lord would be able to gain the trust of the Ji clan's second young master, and could begin the next step in his plan to save the world. However, over the past month, despite the efforts of the seven great powers, they were unable to find the great Jin Emperor, as if he had evaporated from the earth. As a result, when death is at hand, he looks back and realizes that the person he has been searching for so hard is far away and close at hand. Without even finishing his words, a gust of wind blew by, and the hidden sword Forbidden Lord completely disappeared. What's the point of scolding someone for a good reason? Senior? Meng Qingzhou was puzzled. The three Chaohui realm-old ancestors looked at each other and each nodded their heads, saying, in this battle, it is you who have won. We will fulfill Hidden Sword's agreement, and within 3 days, the 7 powers, excluding those above the lunar flare realm and below the Tingyun realm, totaling 300,000 cultivators and more than a dozen imperial spiritual treasures, including all resources, will be handed over to the great Jin dynasty. Meng Qingzhou smacked his lips a little. Even though my heart had long believed in the character integrity of these seniors, I was still taken aback by the exaggerated numbers. To know the great Jin dynasty in the register of cultivators, full counting is only 1 million, out of which there are half of the 9th to 1st grade. The first to enter the cultivation of the road of cultivation of cultivators, coupled with more than a dozen emperor-grade spiritual treasures, and uncountable resources of all kinds, it was completely unparalleled to the great Jin dynasty. In other words, Meng Qingzhou, by herself, had earned a great Jin for great Jin. It's too much. The original intention was to get out of the great Jin dynasty through this merit, so don't make a mess of it and make the Chuanshan and the empress reluctant to leave, tugging and pulling to prevent me from leaving. Meng Qingzhou felt a slight headache, but in order to maintain her persona, she had to pretend to be bashful. I hope you guys can fulfill your promises and don't fail to live up to the sacrifices made by Senior Hidden Sword. The three Chaohui old ancestors nodded their heads. Don't worry, the Hidden Sword sacrificed itself to fulfill your ambition. We understand that, and we also hope that little friend Meng will always practice the way of salvation and not fail the Hidden Sword. The corner of Meng Qingzhou's mouth twitched at the words. Nima, can't we take this shit off? There is a desire to explain, but how can I say it? Deny it, say that he helped the Empress, but actually wanted to pull the wool over the Heaven's Destiny protagonist. Or did one simply not want to be an official, much less work for the Empress? Believe it or not, the dark-hearted Empress liquidates afterward and ruthlessly retaliates. Left and right had no choice but to choose silence. By the way, an extra question. Why can't the 7 powers above the Moonlight Glow realm be incorporated by the Great Jin? Meng Qingzhou said. The three Chaohui old ancestors replied. Although the great Jin is strong, it is not yet strong enough to completely control all the Moonlight Glory cultivators. They are an uncontrollable factor, and coupled with the frustration of the defeat we just suffered, as well as the fact that you and I have been in the same situation before, it is easy to cause conflicts, which will in turn lead to trouble for the great Jin. Meng Qingzhou stood in awe and said, Elder is well thought out. He didn't even realize that these pioneers for the people of the world had considered this far and were truly looking out for the great Jin. It is also sincerely hoped that Dajin will be able to come out on a different path. By the way, please, little friend Meng, help old ancestor Taowu and the others get out of their trap. The three Chaohui old ancestors pointed into the distance, all speechless, and said, Old me gradually can't hear the screams of the Taowu and the others anymore. Meng Qingzhou slapped her head, then remembered that the Empress had previously been furious and had been violently beating the five Chaohui great powers. Your Majesty, Meng Qingzhou bowed, saying, This battle is over. Please release the Taowu ancestor and several seniors. Your Majesty. The void dark realm was like a dark world that enveloped the earth. That was the dome's signature divine skill, but it was a pity that Meng Qingzhou couldn't see with her eyes, otherwise she would have definitely discovered it. The void in dark realm was torn open. A white jade hand held the nasally swollen, dying Taowu old ancestor and threw him out, then clattered out the two old ancestors of the witch god sect into Qian. Only then did the dome unhurriedly snap its fingers, dissolving the void dark realm, clutching a bunch of parts in its delicate little hands, casually ripping open the space barriers, and throwing the emperor-grade blood puppet parts and components, through and through, into the foreign space to eliminate the evidence. Originally born from the same root is too much for each other. Too much for each other. The Taowu ancestor's beard trembled in anger as he glared viciously at the dome. Dome glanced back and raised his fist threateningly, his other hand holding up an index finger to his mouth mouth and face. The Taowu ancestor held back indignantly. However, when the Taowu old ancestor and the two old ancestors of the great Qian dynasty were told that the hidden sword forbidden lord was dead, they all fell silent. The causes and consequences were all known to them through the mouths of the three Chaohui old ancestors. Don't worry, the two old ancestors of the great Qian spoke one after another. The lord of Qian has managed to retain a life, but he will no longer be an emperor from now on, and we will abolish his empire and cede all of Qian's assets in the little time we have left. Elder Taowu nodded his head as well and said, I still have quite a bit of life left in me. The five-spirit race wouldn't dare disobey me, so feel free to rest assured. Little friend Meng, with an indifferent expression, the former priest of the witch god cult made a promise, I will fulfill my promise, but I also hope that you won't let us down, or else. The old ancestors of the seven powers left, taking a group of their children and grandchildren with them, and had left Meng Qingzhou with a sentence before they left. The gift of destiny has long since standardized its price in secret. We ceded the seven powers to the great Jin, and we will always watch over the great Jin. And if your way of salvation fails to satisfy us, someone will come and collect everything with interest. P.S. The protagonist will soon return to the village. The plot is coming. I'm begging for gifts and followers. The courtroom. Meng Qingzhou, who was wearing a green shirt and leaning on a blind cane, straightened his back and said aloud, Your Majesty, I, Meng Qin, really won't be an official. Since 3 days ago, when Meng Qingzhou exposed the identity of the Sword Saint, he had non-stop submitted his resignation to the Empress on the grounds that he needed to go into seclusion and cultivation, and had no time to pay attention to the imperial government, and that the path of cultivation was the first priority. Of course, all of this was bullshit to cajole the Empress, because Meng Qingzhou had never even properly cultivated once. With the heavenly Dao Hong luck body, sunbathing can also increase cultivation, and with the blind on stronger system, the increase is even more terrifying, and with the two stacked on top of each other, Meng Qingzhou's cultivation is soaring almost every moment of every day. No need for bitter .966 drudgery. Instead of getting angry, the Empress asked in a deep voice as if she had been dealt a great blow, Meng Iching, why do you insist on resigning? Do you hate me that much? As soon as these words came out, Meng Qingzhou's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly arched his hand and bowed, Your Majesty, you must not say anything nonsense. I've already married a wife, and besides, you have the Emperor to accompany you. So don't say these words that are prone to causing misunderstandings. The ministers were equally surprised, not realizing that His Majesty had such deep affection for Meng Qing. That's a good thing. Ahem. Shanghai Marquis Jiang Xiaoqing's eyes lit up, realizing that the time had come. He hurriedly covered his mouth with his fist and coughed heavily. Guys, we're on schedule. It's time for us to go on stage. The group of ministers looked at each other very silently and pretended to talk about it, and even spoke very loudly on purpose. Minister A, I can't figure out why Squire Meng insisted on resigning from his post. Following Her Majesty the Empress, who is both beautiful and wise as well as powerful, is more than a beautiful job. Minister B, the sword saint of time and space is mighty in the world. The name of the Empress spreads far and wide. Such a good person. How can I put it? It's a match made in heaven. Minister A feigned anger, old Yang. How do you speak? The Empress has an emperor and Squire Meng has a wife. Where is the match made in heaven? Minister B slapped his forehead in sudden realization. Yes, extremely. But, it's actually simple. Just repudiate the current emperor and let Meng Qin become the emperor. Isn't it? Minister A pretended to be surprised and smiled as he stroked his palm. Good idea, Brother Yang. I'm impressed. I'm flattered. This proposal is so brilliant that I can't even pick a single fault. Shut up, talking nonsense about emperors. Don't you want your head anymore? Jiang Sunghai's eyes twitched slightly as he chided. These swine. They don't know anything, and they have to jump on the fire. Even Qin Bei Hongfire couldn't help but hold his forehead as he said in his heart. So sometimes, am I so stupid in Lao Zhang's eyes? In the past, no matter how the rumors of the Empress keeping the face of Meng Qin were discussed in the community, the ministers would just remain silent and not ask questions. But this time, the ministers have come out and openly expressed their support for the Empress to pursue love freely, with the implication that, forget about the laborious emperor. That guy is purely for show and is useless. Your Majesty, you should marry Squire Meng and take him home. Your Majesty, marry Squire Meng. Among them, to the Songhai Marquis Jiang Shaoqing the most intense reaction. Excited face red, like a red-faced Guangong, babbling on the stage, jumping up and down, around the arch fire. Keep transmitting the voice of the group of ministers to urge him to follow the advice, requesting that the Empress to choose a different emperor. Repudiation of Meng Qinzhou, to choose Meng Qin. Meng Qin is the one that everyone wants. However, surprisingly, they were clearly a perfect pair and a match made in heaven. But the two of them, as if they had united their caliber in advance, firmly rejected the proposal. The Empress waved her hand, her heart tired and incomparable. I am not allowed. The Emperor has been established. How can I change without authorization? Meng Qinzhou even exclaimed innocence and raised his hands in surrender. Gentlemen, spare me. I'm a wife's wife. I'm afraid of going home and having my legs broken by my daughter-in-law. Upon hearing this, the ministers just looked at each other, surprised at the resolute opposition of these two people, and also surprised that the hallowed sword saint of time and space was actually a wife-keeper. It's hard to imagine what kind of flooding beast Lady Sword Saint should be, making even the temporal sword saint talk about it. A minister stroked his beard and muttered to himself. On the imperial seat, Dongfang Liuli quietly glared at the salted fish below, both a little bit of joy, but also pretended to be reserved cold snort. Heart secretly said, man's mouth, lying ghost, where I wife control over you. Hearing the group of ministers fall silent, as if disheartened and no longer flinging, Meng Qinzhou quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Meng Qinzhou, are you kidding? Who dares to marry the Empress? I'd rather die than obey. If he marries the Empress, his future life can be imagined. When you want to create a small life at night, you are afraid that you will have to deliver a sermon, lay out the cause and effect, and the stakes of doing it, and then wait to be notified. If you agree, then get into bed and undress in a disciplined manner, and then follow the Empress's mantra, Mengiching. Get up, listen to my command and follow the rhythm. 1, 2, 1, just thinking about it makes my head spin, and it fits extremely well with the image of the Empress as a workaholic, domineering Empress, a woman who can take X life and make it work. That's right, Meng Qinzhou is so stereotypical, especially against the Empress. As for the Empress's thoughts, they were even simpler. Female Emperor, repudiate Meng Qinzhou and replace Meng Qin as the Emperor? Is it not farting with your pants down? Too much trouble. No, Your Majesty. The Marquis of Songhai gritted his teeth, extremely unwilling, still wanting to make a last-ditch effort. Shut up, Dongfang Liuli coldly said. Jiang Shaoqing, I've already tolerated you very much. Do you really think that I don't know that today's show of forcing the palace and removing the emperor was planned by you? Marquis Songhai was indignant and said angrily, how excellent Squire Meng is, no matter his character, strength, or contribution to the great Jin, no one can compare. Why do you refuse to accept Squire Meng? I don't understand. Meng Qinzhou called out repeatedly, busily saying, Big brother, you can't ignore my opinion. This isn't a matter of whether or not His Majesty agrees. Even if His Majesty wants to make me emperor, he still has to ask me if I'm willing to do so. Are you people? Are you all bewitched? One doesn't want to marry, the other doesn't want to marry. Neither side has any idea, but it's you matchmakers who are in a hurry. The emperor is not in a hurry, is he? Jiang Shaoqing was surprised. Squire Meng doesn't like His Majesty? You're asking a nonsense question. Meng Qinzhou was speechless. What to do when you want to beat this guy to death with a stick? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoqing said with a serious expression, Squire Meng, the Sword Saint, I know you were born blind and have never seen His Majesty, but I can assure you that His Majesty's face and figure are absolutely stunning. There are 10 degrees of beauty in the world. Our Majesty takes up 99% of it, and the rest is for the others, so it would be a great honor for you to marry her. Zhang Xiaoqing added again with intent, by the way, His Majesty is still the Emperor, the woman at the pinnacle of power in the Great Jin, representing supremacy. You and His Majesty are married, both sexually blessed and doubly dignified. Don't you think so? Meng Qingzhou opened her mouth wide and froze for a long time before silently giving a thumbs up. Bullish. I think, you might be dying, touting the Emperor and selling to Meng Qing. Your old man is also considered the first person to open up the heavens and the earth. You think that the 9 clans are too burdensome, so you reduce the burden in this way, right? Requests for catch-up reading, gifts, and 5-star reviews. The result is not expected. The Empress was furious. Angry straight beat the table. An order called Shanghai Marquis kneeling in front of the food market to be punished. With a thunder whip severely whipped, the executioner was handed over to Qin Fenghuang. The Marquis of Shanghai screamed miserably while yelling his disobedience, as if he was possessed, and was determined to depose Meng Qingzhou and establish Meng Qin as the emperor. The emperor's virtue is not worthy of his position. More than a month has passed since the wedding. The old minister doesn't even know what he looks like, whether he's old or young. He just knows a name, and he even did nothing during his reign. So how can he compare to the temporal sword saint? The temporal sword saint is the one who deserves it. Please, your majesty, Egu, de Jugua, be gentle. Won't you let go of the water? There was an eerie silence in the hall. The courtiers were filled with admiration, and they all expressed the highest respect for the determination of the Shanghai Marquis. Oriental Lioli rubbed her temples, her head aching. If it was not for the loyalty of the Shanghai Marquis, it so happened that Meng Qin and Meng Qingzhou were the same person, and managed to dodge a bullet at the edge of the Empress's minefield. Or else, with the Empress's personality, pulling it to the market would not be as simple as a whipping. For a long time, she slowly opened her mouth, eyed the green-shirted sword saint, and said, Tell me the reason for your insistence on resigning. Meng Qingzhou was not humble, and said blandly, My wife and I, we do not like the dynasty in the field, and we only want the rest of our lives to be as plain as water, and the idle clouds and wild cranes are our biggest dream. My wife again. If this is really what you have in mind. Dongfang Lioli felt like she had been stuffed with a handful of honey-flavored dog food, which was both sweet and bracing, and her pretty face was slightly flushed. In fact, this answer was expected. What really frustrated her was that the Empress' identity was so bad in Meng Qingzhou's eyes, trying so hard for so long with no results at all. Lifting the table. Good. For the contribution you have made to the Great Jin dynasty, I will allow you and your wife to resign. Dongfang Lioli's red lips outlined a shallow smile. Her voice languidly said, Tomorrow, my imperial carriage will send you back. There is no need to refuse. Your merit is so great that I don't even know how to reward you. The imperial carriage is my greatest honor. Let's go back. Let's go back to Umizumi again. Anyway, it's just a trip around the capital and back again. He. Many thanks for your majesty's graciousness. Meng Qingzhou bowed slightly, inwardly amazed at the empress's generosity, that she was really willing to let him go. The faces of the ministers changed dramatically and they clattered to their knees. I thought that His Majesty would definitely refuse. After all, the Sword Saint of Time and Space is too important to the Great Jin, and it is so popular that the people have taken the Sword Saint of Time and Space and the Empress, both as faith totems. Moreover, the duel with the 7 powers had only ended in 3 days. It was during the period when Meng Qingzhou's prestige was at its peak, not to mention his achievements. He was undoubtedly the first powerful minister of the Great Jin dynasty. Even Jiang Sanhai and Qin Beihomuo couldn't be compared to Meng Qin. It turned out that His Majesty actually agreed. Who would have thought? And promised so quickly. Your Majesty, please think twice. Squire Meng is young and strong. How can he retire so early? The old minister is jealous. No, I'm sorry. Squire Meng made a heavenly achievement not long ago, but if he resigns today and returns to his hometown, I'm afraid that the world will criticize His Majesty as a rabbit that died and a dog that was cooked by a dog. I can't agree to this. Please, Your Majesty, withdraw your decree. Dongfang Lioli's ears were raw from the noise. This group of noisy courtiers, all day long idly meddling in her family affairs. My will has been decided. There is no need to discuss this matter any further. Retire from the court. Dongfang Lioli impatiently waved his hand and disappeared in a flash. Su Qingqiu hurriedly followed His Majesty and left together, calling out to the afternoon butterflies hidden in the shadows. Come on. Where's the props team? His Majesty is getting dressed. Coming. The afternoon butterfly held a pile of plain white dresses. A few moments later, Dongfang Liuli reappeared. Is to the identity of the imperial female officer, waiting on the imperial road. Pavilion Jade standing look forward to the posture. The pilgrimage will be dispersed. The ministers were still not dead set on following Meng Qingzhou's ass and exhorting him to stay. It wasn't until Meng Qingzhou impatiently unsheathed his long sword that the minister slammed on the brakes and awoke in a flash. Remembering that this was a sword saint powerhouse who was comparable to Cao Wei, Meng Qingzhou nodded and retrieved the emperor-grade longsword, a relic of the hidden sword Forbidden Lord, named Cicada Sound. He was very pleased with the reaction of the group of ministers. The only good thing about having your identity exposed is that you don't need to ink anyone anymore, much less grovel and make nice with the empress. The bad thing is, there's more and more trouble. But when we get back to Amazumi village, we'll be able to clear the air. At the end of the imperial road, Meng Qingzhou smelled the familiar refreshing fragrance and revealed a smile. Izumi Pavilion, waiting for her husband with eager eyes, saw him come. Plain white dress girl smiled brightly. Go home. Dongfang Liuli naturally took Meng Qingzhou's arm and rested her head on his shoulder. His Majesty has granted permission, so tomorrow we'll take Qingqiu, Wu Dai, and De Huang back to Amazu village together. Meng Qingzhou said as she walked. You and I, freed at last. From now on, we are detached from the temple court, and the great Jin dynasty is no longer involved with us, and the rise and fall of the dynasty has nothing to do with us. Meng Qingzhou lamented, and there was suddenly a trace of frustration in her heart. In fact, he wasn't nasty to the empress. Such a worldly empress would not be disliked unless she was a shriveled man. But Meng Qingzhou is ultimately a pure love god of war, forbidding himself to fail the red face beside him, so he regards the empress as a flooding beast. To truly break away from the great Jin and completely sever the bond with the empress, Meng Qingzhou had some complicated feelings. The empress had a strong personality, and he was deeply impressed and admired the emperor. Unfortunately, the paths are different, doomed to go their separate ways. No more relationship. Oriental Lioli covered her mouth and snickered. Foolish salted fish, not realizing that we have been going round and round in the great Jin, and everything you have done has been given back to the great Jin. I really don't know what kind of expression you will have when you learn the truth one day in the future. Quietly following the duo, there were two sneaky figures stalking around. Emperor and His Majesty are really sweet ducks. Su Qingqiu cupped her heart and looked straight ahead at the backs of the pair of godly lovers. Midnight Butterfly nodded her head in deep thought. Coronation of the Sword Saint and the Empress. And, suddenly, Wu Dai's pupils suddenly contracted, and with a brush, she grabbed Su Qingqiu's shoulders and asked in a shocked voice, You, what did you just say? Emperor. Su Qingqiu at this time is still immersed in the dog food, cannot extricate themselves, dazed and confused, talking without thinking, plus the heart has been the Wu Dai as their own people. They do not think about it. Yes, Emperor and Your Majesty. Well, Su Qingqiu was as steeply sober as a drunken drunkard, then scratched his head in some embarrassment. Only then did it occur to him that Wu Dai had never known that Meng Qingzhou's true identity was that of the current emperor. Anyway, you didn't tell us before, didn't you, that the emperor is actually a sword saint? Su Qingqiu marveled. As the same sword cultivator, in Su Qingqiu's heart, the word sword saint was far more golden and oppressive than emperor. Su Qingqiu, who was already a great admirer of the emperor, now had a feeling of admiration that was as continuous as a torrential river. Wu Dai, however, stayed on the spot. Her mind was undergoing a thunderbolt, and it was as if there were 10,000 thunderbolts bombarding her ears. The emperor, the emperor she wanted to assassinate in the first place had been around all along. Hooray! It's fortunate that Zhao Gong was stupid and didn't give me the emperor's portrait in advance. Otherwise I would definitely regret it for the rest of my life. Wu Dai patted his trembling chest, fearing afterward, staring out a back of cold sweat, requests for catch-up reading, gifts, and 5-star reviews. The next day, in front of the gates of the imperial capital, countless people spontaneously guarded both sides of the street in the absence of official organization, and the crowd was packed, with the imperial guards stopping the frenzied crowd. Over and over again, he chanted Meng Qing's honorific title, Sword Saint of Time and Space. You are my faith. Goose-drop God. How can I live if you're gone? The current emperor is purely a vase for display, which is not as handsome and young as the squire. I agree with Marquis Sanghai's proposal to establish another squire as the emperor. The sword saint is out. So handsome. Worthy of being my husband. Wow. Nosebleed is spurting. Squire's face. It really makes my slave unable to clamp her legs off. With the rising and falling waves of exclamations of surprise, the clusters of people gathered around the spectators, converging their sights on an imperial carriage that was 100 feet tall and carved with dragons and phoenixes. Meng Qingzhou's posture was straight, standing and waving her hand in greeting. Only the smile held at the corner of her mouth was slightly stiff. Daughter-in-law, your husband is a sword saint. There's no need to ride in the emperor's carriage at all. I can take you on a windy ride and instantly return to Amazu village. Now it's too high profile. Meng Qingzhou was extremely uncomfortable, being treated as a universal idol. It was false to say that he wasn't happy, but the first time he stumbled upon this situation, he was more or less a bit awkward. The carriage was roomy enough to hold a dozen people. At this moment, Dongfang Liuli, Su Qingqiu, Wu Dai and a big yellow dog were all gathered in the imperial carriage. The obsidian divine monarch looked like a donkey, carrying a large bag of luggage with a dog's face of helplessness. You two couples are role-playing. Why are you dragging this godly monarch alone? I'm just a dog. Why are you making it difficult for a dog? Wu Dai and Su Qingqiu, on the other hand, wrapped themselves up tightly, living like two mummies. The two of them, one of them a world-famous fairy of the clear cold sword and the other one who had served the rebel king, did not dare to reveal their faces in public. So many people. The emperor's prestige is almost catching up to his majesty. Su Qingqiu's big eyes gurgled as she excitedly looked at the people on both sides of the street and transmitted her voice. Wu Dai looked like she was taking it for granted and transmitted. Nothing strange. This is only in line with the traveling specifications of the Sword Saint coronation. Dongfang Liuli was sitting on the couch, with the image of a virtuous wife, and heard Meng Qingzhou's small complaint and laughed. Oh, does the Sagittarius mean that he will ride the wind for 3,000 miles? His sword will open the way, and return to the village in a majestic manner under the gaze of the 300 or so people of the village of Imaji. That's fine. It's also time to let those stupid people in the village see how that flunky, who was once a flunky, transformed himself into the sword saint of time and space. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou immediately shut up. Gotta. He still wants to live for a while, so high profile back to the village, maybe directly to the village of Changjiang Dahai scared to death past. The corners of Dongfang Liuli's lips curled up in a smile. Che, little salty fish easy to hold. Do you know the route back to the village? Do you know where Imaji village is? And also ride the wind and sword back to the village. Salted fish husband even if he's a sword saint now, he's still quite dorky. The people of the city shed tears and were saddened to see Squire Meng resign from his post and return to his hometown. But who is in a position to retain it? The world has a scale in its heart, and it is clear who is the one who gets the most credit for Jean being able to tide over the difficulties several times. Wait until the imperial carriage leaves the gates of the imperial capital. Meng Qingzhou said aloud. Thanks for the favor. Meng Qin is sincerely terrified. But there is no such thing as an unending feast under the sky. Everyone, please stay. The Marquis of Songhai, who was hiding in the crowd, dragged his bruised and battered body, clenched his teeth extremely unwillingly, and couldn't help but ask, Squire Meng, no, I should call you the Sword Saint of Time and Space. You had an agreement with the seven powers that you would fight for a future for the desolate domain. It is also for this reason that the seven great powers, the old ancestors, have willingly surrendered the powers under their command to add bricks and mortar to the path of unification for the great Jean. But you are now, however, resigning and going into seclusion. And if one day, the old ancestors of the seven powers come back and want to take back the gift, what should be done? Meng Qingzhou did not change her face, and she already had a draft in her heart. He was very familiar with the plot, and despite the fact that the plotline was completely collapsed nowadays, it didn't hinder the world pattern and some hidden things. The point of conflict between the heavenly state and the desolate domain was summarized in 4 words, the path of unification. Whoever could unify the heavenly state and the desolate domain would be unifying the entire world, and the emperor who accomplished this hegemony would receive a human emperor's authority. The human emperor's authority was a supreme law of the heavens and earth, and by virtue of the human emperor's authority, it broke through the barriers of a certain great realm behind the cultivator's prime realm. Throughout history, only one emperor has done so, and he was the primordial emperor of man, who rose to prominence at the end of the human race, hurting the gods, overthrowing the scourge of darkness, and ending the age of the gods, and opening a new chapter for the human race ever since. And the primordial human emperor, even in the novel, can only be considered a backdrop, and in the main plot, it doesn't even appear once until the grand finale. Over in the heavenly state, it was already at the end of the chaotic battle of the kingdoms, coming down to the final round, and was about to give birth to a heavenly state overlord. In this situation, the various forces of the heavenly state, of course, did not want to see the unification of the desolate domain, but was caught up in the quagmire of the war within the heavenly state, so it could only be a bit of intrigue and trickery. But in the near future, in the heavenly state, the only hegemonic level power will be decided. There's still about a year to go until the day when the heavenly prefecture is unified. The world of chaos is coming. Meng Qingzhou shook her head and was about to open her mouth to explain something. Suddenly, Dongfang Liuli stood up and walked to Meng Qingzhou's side, her light veil covering her face, vaguely smiling. Please rest assured, my husband will always practice the motto of salvation even if he leaves the court. I can guarantee that. Anyway, the village is inside the palace this morning, and no matter how much the salty fish Sunga tosses it around, it will eventually be returned to the great Jin. The Marquis of Shanghai looked askance at the former, almost saying, who do you think you are that you dare to guarantee for the Sword Saint? But after enduring it, he finally held it back for the sake of Meng Qing's face. Meng Qingzhou was surprised. I didn't think my daughter-in-law would lie and say it with a straight face. In fact, what he really wanted to say was, I am not on the same path as your majesty's way of salvation, but on the day of the fall of the heavens, I will surely appear. Goodbye, Taekyo. Goodbye, Empress. Meng Qingzhou murmured wordlessly, her mood gradually relaxing. Just then, a majestic voice came from right in front, Secretary Meng. I haven't personally sent you off yet. In a hurry to go home and make out with your daughter-in-law? A red dress stopped in front of the imperial carriage, and the visitor was none other than the Empress. Oriental glaze? Abruptly, Dongfang Liuli's breathing stopped and her eyes widened. The dome actually pretended to be her again, and it seems to be coming from a bad place. What do you want? Oriental Liuli was shocked and furious, transmitting her voice to question. The dome glanced at the Empress, her gaze cold as she transmitted her voice. He's my Sword Saint Grandpa. What do you think I want? Vixen. The next chapter is a little late. Read it tomorrow. Don't stay up too late. Vixen. Dongfang Liuli's eyebrows were slightly raised, and a deep hostility lurked in the depths of her eyes. Exactly who is the Vixen? You have a number in your heart. Somehow saying that the Sword Saint of time and space and you met and knew each other 30,000 years ago. But the truth is that Lightning Boat is only 20 years old. So what? Who is the Vixen talking about? Dome pretty face icy cold apiece. Every time to think of the stupid things they have done. Often woke up in the night, regret straight pat jade legs. He could not wait to travel back to the day when he made a covenant with Dongfang Liuli and made an oath of the heavenly Tao, and ruthlessly give the self of that time an earful of shit. The Vixen speaks of you. The dome was murderous and undisguised. Obviously I was here first. You third party. Interloper. A mistress who destroys other people's happy lives. Dongfang Liuli was not angry or annoyed, her eyes teasing, as if in a jumping clown. Her hands clasped her chest in wordless mockery. Suddenly, the dome smiled morbidly and passed on. Are you being emboldened? So what if it is? Dongfang Liuli scorned. The dome smile became more and more morbid, beautiful and demonic. Don't forget that the covenant is valid for both you and I. You and Emperor Meng Lightship, and I and Sword Saint Meng Qin. Both parties will not interfere with each other, and each will play their own game. But you'll never be able to play with me. Do you believe me? Qin Liuli. At those words, Dongfang Liuli's brows knitted slightly. It was then that she remembered that she had made a covenant with the dome and made a heavenly oath. At that time, the original intention was only to plug Dome's mouth for fear that she would leak the emperor's identity to Meng Qingzhou. But there is another clause in the covenant: neither party can destroy the relationship between Dome and Sword Saint or Dongfang Liuli and Meng Qingzhou. But now that the truth has come out, Meng Qingzhou is the Sword Saint. So that's why the heavenly Tao oath has turned into two women chasing one husband? So it's actually me, who sold my husband to other women for no reason. After a long time, Dongfang Liuli came back to her senses and suddenly her face changed. It's broken. This wave belongs to the wolf in the house, and also not to mention anything about the other person, not to interfere and destroy their emotional problems. Is it not true that this vixen seduced my husband? And I can't have an opinion about it, but can only watch dryly. Oriental Liuli was struck by lightning, the invincible horseback emperor in the sandfield, but lost a chip in the emotional war. Qin Liuli, you sneakily pried away my Sword Saint Grandmaster. I can also pry back. Just wait and see. Dong coldly snorted. Dongfang Liuli's eyes sank, shocking killing intent brewing in his chest and abdomen as he indifferently gazed at the former. Two gazes met, rubbing sparks together. For a while, there was tension in the air. Meng Qingzhou was blissfully unaware of this, and this time did not bow and curtsy, saying in a calm tone, Empress, I am no longer a courtier of the great Jin, so please respect my wife. Speak politely, you overbearing Empress. What do you mean I'm in a hurry to get home and make out with my wife in public? Oriental Liuli gloomy as watery eyes. Suddenly dark clouds scattered to reappear bright. Afterglow contempt sweeping dome. See the form clearly. You're the third party, the junior who interfered in someone else's marriage. Dongfang Liuli transmitted voice. I advise you, don't challenge my patience again. You can't afford it. Taiku Divine City can't afford it all the same. If it wasn't for the fact that you stepped in a few days ago to help Great Jin defend itself against the combined forces of the 7 major powers, and read the credit. Otherwise I wouldn't have been so patient. But you must also know how to restrain yourself. knowing that when the emperor is angry, blood is shed. The dome ignored Dongfang Liuli's words and prioritized replying to Meng Qingzhou with a sincere tone. Sword Saint, I have come here to ask you for one thing. I had conceived a daughter, but I was negligent in disciplining her, so I hope you will take her back and discipline her well. Meng Qingzhou froze, pulling out her ears to make sure she hadn't heard wrongly. Still a little unsure, inquired, you mean to say that you have an illegitimate daughter? Walt Hare, amazing thunder, the Empress is actually having a child. She's not a teenage girl, she's a human wife. No, the dog author didn't write that the Empress has a child. Did the dog author get lazy again? Meng Qingzhou was thunderstruck on the outside and her head was filled with red question marks. It's you and Emperor's daughter? Meng Qingzhou asked carefully. If I remember correctly, it's only been a month since you and the Emperor got married. Well, how can I say? What about the steps of carrying a child to term? And how you've grown into a man all of a sudden? Can it be that there are still childbearing speedy magical powers in the great gene treasury? Because this matter was so explosive. Meng Qingzhou talked more. No, the dome said grimly, it was left to me by a negative man years ago. Meng Qingzhou was greatly shocked and stayed in place for a long time. Not the Emperor's seed. After all this time, the Emperor is the receiver. This. Meng Qingzhou's tongue was almost knotted, stuttering for half a day, barely able to utter a complete sentence. How can your daughter be disciplined for me? It's inappropriate and unsuitable. Please. As soon as Dome took hold of Meng Qingzhou's hand, the scene caused the corner of the Empress's eyes to jump wildly. Meng Qingzhou was sweating profusely and kept wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. It's a big headache to be so big and thunderous and not be prepared at all. Fortunately, there was no one around, except for Su Qingqiu, Wu Dai, and a big yellow dog that couldn't understand human language. Otherwise the Empress's prestige would have fallen in a cliff-jumping fashion. Wait a moment, I'll ask my daughter-in-law for her opinion. Meng Qingzhou apologized, then asked in a low voice towards Dongfang Liuli, what do you think? Oriental Liuli was silent, staring coldly at the dome. Good girl. What? Want to stick with mom and dad so much? Dongfang Liuli sneered. First time in a long time that I've seen someone delivered as a son or daughter. This person was also a natural-born god, a late Chao Hui realm powerhouse. The dome glanced meaningfully at Oriental Liuli and did not answer. Oriental glaze. Surprise. It's not right. Isn't this discrediting the Empress? Divorced with a baby. A man would back off. Not to mention that Lightning Boat didn't treat the Empress well in the first place. What a heaven and earth Tongzo divine ability that damages itself and injures the enemy 1,000 times. Dongfang Liuli suddenly smiled brightly and said, of course, let His Majesty send his daughter here, and I'll take over for His Majesty. Discipline her well. If you send your daughter to be abused, don't blame me for being ruthless. Requests for catch-up reading, gifts, and 5-star reviews. After the Empress left, an arrogant and high-strung young girl boarded the imperial carriage. Are you the daughter of the Empress? Meng Qingzhou hadn't returned to her senses so far, and when she heard the movement of the young girl boarding the carriage, she voiced an inquiry. The arrogant girl's voice was as ethereal as a fairy's voice in the world, very pleasant to the ear. Yes, my name is Infinite. My cultivation level is at the early stage of the lunar flare realm, and like you, I am a sword cultivator. My mother, Qin Lioli, cheated on me with some wild man in the early years and gave birth to me. I hate this kind of woman who has no bottom line, so I don't want to live with her. Of course, I have hands and feet and don't need you to take care of me. Just provide a place for me to live. Meng Qingzhou nodded silently. There are quite a lot of words. Thinking about it a little, it suddenly struck me that there was a huge amount of information in those words. Wait, hold on, let me run through it. Meng Qingzhou raised her hand and couldn't help but say, the Empress is 21 years old. You are 10 at most, and that's counting the fact that the Empress was 11 years old when she fell in love and gave birth to you. So, you are a 10-year-old lunar flare realm sword cultivator. 10. Infinite Lotus said coldly, what's wrong with 10? Besides, who told you that the Empress is 21 years old? She's actually 41. It's just a ventriloquist woman who deliberately hides her age. Keep your ears open. This princess is 20 years old. It's not even illegal to fall in love and get married. You know. Meng Qingzhou was speechless. If he was not a blind man who could not roll his eyes, he would have rolled his eyes into a hangman. Girl, you might actually take me for a fool. Not to mention the fact that it is clearly written in the original story that the Empress was lonely all her life and had no one to whom she belonged until her death. The age of 40 alone sounds like bullshit without a shred of foundation. Stop. Meng Qingzhou said solemnly, I don't care what relationship you have with the Empress. I don't care, but if you come back to the village with me, remember not to bring your domineering, flighty and spirited character to the village. If you disturb the village, you will leave immediately. Do you hear me? Infinite Lotus nodded coldly and proudly. That's natural. As she spoke, the remaining light of Infinite Lotus swept over the frosty-faced Dongfang Liuli, and her red lips hooked up. Slutty fox. In vain I tried to set you up with the Emperor in the first place, but I didn't realize that I was actually stealing my Sword Saint Master. Damn it! I was so stupid back then. In this round, no matter if it was Dome or Oriental Liuli, it was a complete defeat. For this reason, the Dome also completely let go and simply broke the pot, trying to find ways to smear the image of the Empress, invariably suppressing Oriental Liuli. As long as Dongfang Liuli didn't expose the Empress' identity, she would always have a trace of a mustache in her heart, feeling that she was sorry for Meng Qingzhou, and had been deceiving and concealing it, but didn't dare to expose it, for fear that it would be a slap in the face after it was exposed. These are all the words that Oriental Liuli said when she asked for help. Come on, hurt each other. Dome raised an eyebrow, his golden pupils filled with a sense of disdain. Dongfang Liuli said in a cold voice, I'm warning you, you're not allowed to smear Her Majesty the Empress, or else even if I break away from the great Jin dynasty, I can still sanction you. Your Majesty's age is clear to the world. You say you are 20 years old, yet you are only 1 year short of the Empress. Can it be that the Empress gave birth to you at the age of 1? Speaking here, Dongfang Liuli wrapped her hands around her chest, and contempt surfaced on her stunning face. If that's the case, then you're really a freak. Undaunted, the Dome disliked him back. Yes, the Empress gave birth to a child at the age of 1. If I am a freak, is the Empress not a demon? Unbridled, Dongfang Liuli subconsciously chided, nearly using the Empress voice. Almost came to say, someone dragged down. 5 horsebody. Meng Qingzhou was all startled, almost thinking that it was the Empress who had returned. Her expression sunk slightly as she heckled. All right, nobody make any noise. To talk presumptuously about the Son of Heaven is a crime of great disrespect. And even more so, I can't splash dirty water indiscriminately. In any case, I've eaten the salary of the great Jin, and have sincerely benefited from the Empress' gifts. Dongfang Liuli's heart was indignant, but nay, her own husband was angry, and had to hold back her anger. No longer taking care of the Dome, Infinite also closed his mouth, whistled with his eyes and nose. Shoo shoo shoo, it's none of my business. It's all because Qin Liuli's heart is too deep. In Dome's opinion, back when he was in the Swift God City, Qin Liuli had already known Meng Qingzhou's Sword Saint identity, but after hearing the story of her 30,000-year encounter with the Sword Saint Master, he intentionally didn't remind her of it, but instead, he set her up step by step, lured her into making a heavenly Dao oath, and hamstrung and restricted her. That's why the Dome hates the Empress so much. Lord Sword Saint has finally left. I don't know when we'll see each other. A minister with his hand on the canopy of his eyes looked out and watched as the imperial carriage slowly disappeared into the horizon. Zhang Shaoqing sighed heavily and said, the Sword Saint of Time and Space has made heavenly achievements for the great Jin, enough to be crowned a king. Yet His Majesty agreed to the Sword Saint's request for resignation without the slightest hesitation. I really don't know what His Majesty was thinking. Is it just for the sake of the Emperor? Fearing that the Emperor will be overly concerned, so he went out of his way to drive away Lord Sword Saint. Zhang Shaoqing was in pain, beating his chest and tilting his feet up to the sky and roaring, Heavens, you returned that once wise and heroic Empress Majesty back to us, and now His Majesty, how did he turn into a downright love brain? I hate it. Just as the ministers, officials, and people were feeling reluctant to part, and after bidding farewell to the Sword Saint of Time and Space, full of loss as they headed back, an imperial carriage in the air sailed by at an even speed, and ran back again from a distance, running back and forth in circles in the sky of the imperial capital. The ministers? Hundreds of people? Jiang Shaoqing? In the crowd, the only ones who were there were Jiang Sunhai and Qin Fenghuang, who looked at each other, both seeing the color of speechlessness in each other's eyes. Here we go again. Qin Beaconfire looked up and said blandly. Jiang Sunhai was unperturbed and nodded his head in a very Buddhist manner. See, it's getting used to it. Zhang Shaoqing's ears were sharp, and hearing the remarks of the two pillars, he asked in bewilderment, Chief Minister and Grand Pillar, what's going on here? Child, don't meddle in matters between adults. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. I'm afraid your heart can't take it. Qin Beihongwo glanced at the former, as if he saw that self-smart self at the time, and kindly reminded a sentence. Zhang Shaoqing pondered for a moment and suddenly remembered something. Timeless swordsman seems to be a blind. Could it be that the reason why His Majesty readily let him resign and return to his home is actually another arrangement? In the meantime, somewhere in the imperial capital, the Grand Commander of the Forbidden Guards, Lin Killing, exclaimed, Bad, just focusing on eating melons, forgetting to do the right thing. Quickly, turn on the concealment formation to hide the royal carriage's whereabouts. The next moment, The imperial carriage, which was running in circles in the air in full view of everyone, suddenly disappeared. The color of expectation in the eyes of the people instantly dimmed. The Sword Saint shouldn't be able to let go of imperial capital and wanted to take one last look, but he still left. Someone lost their mind. Requests for catch-up reading, gifts, and 5-star reviews. September-autumn. Sycamore tree cover full of gold. Colorful leaves paved court hall. Present-day village with small green tiles. Meng Qingzhou was leisurely lying on a recliner, sipping a cup of heavenly spiritual tea, her face covered with a fan to shield her from the sunlight, and holding immortal dog food in her hands, throwing a handful of it on the ground from time to time. Obsidian divine monarch madly wagging his tail, spitting out his tongue, dog eyes shining brightly, as long as there is dog food scattered on the ground, immediately buried his head to whimper and whimper wildly show off, but also fondly licked the ground, a look of quenching the thirst of the impatient look. Godly monarch, Su Qingqiu squatted aside, holding her chin, her beautiful eyes slightly lost in thought as she stared blankly at the obsidian godly monarch. The previous Jinguo divine beast retired, and now standing in front of you is the famous great tree marker, the emperor's faithful dog licker, the first purifier of earthly divine beasts, and the Jinguo divine beast that throws its head in blood for dog food. Rhubarb is also Emperor. Wu Dai also squatted aside, her hands resting on her cheeks as she gazed straight at Meng Qingzhou. Meng Qingzhou suddenly remembered something and said, "Right, Wu Dai, let me tell you something. Your enemy Zhao Gong died and was killed by the lord of the Swire God City." The afternoon butterfly froze, rubbed up and couldn't help but look back at the bright young girl sitting on the courtyard swing swaying her slender jade legs and said, "Master, you mean the son of the rebel king, Zhao Gong? He's dead." "Yes," Meng Qingzhou nodded. Wu Dai fell into a short period of confusion. Since learning the truth of her brother's death, the goal of the rest of her life is revenge. For this reason, desperately cultivate. With first-class cultivation talent, coupled with Meng Qingzhou bestowed the heaven-level extreme merit method, 3 days ago has broken through the mountain-moving realm. For this reason, the afternoon butterfly often in the midnight dream, are excited to sleep, hate to immediately kill the enemy. But now Meng Qingzhou told her that Zhao Gong was dead and the target of revenge was gone. No need to thank you. The dome raised its eyes to the afternoon butterfly and transmitted a voice. Midday butterfly choked, wanting to say something. Zhao's father and son awarded their heads. Your grudge against him is cleared. And in the beginning, when you wanted to assassinate the emperor and commit misdeeds, I didn't tell the empress. Meng Qingzhou said blandly, no matter what you plan to do next, whether to go or stay, you don't have to tell me. Stay, continue as usual, leave, go quietly. From the beginning to the end, Meng Qingzhou treats the attitude of Wu Dai, only the use of the word, gripping the wool of Zhaojiu's toolman, at most a little sympathy mixed with it. What? Eastern Lioli, who was wearing an apron and carrying a few plates of dishes out of the kitchen, shifted her body and turned her head openly, her eyes staring at the afternoon butterflies in an unkind manner. Assassinate the emperor. The movement of infinite lotus rocking the swing stopped, her original golden pupils dyed scarlet, her hair transformed into white, and her expressionless face at this moment appeared silent and horrible. Wu Dai's hairs exploded, not daring to turn back, only feeling that his back was being cut by two sharp eyes. Meng Qingzhou smiled and pacified Dongfang Liuli, saying, there is no need to be alarmed. When I took in Wu Dai, she has come around. Assassinate the emperor. Although it is a great crime to execute the 9 clans, it is good that Wu Dai hangs onto the cliff and does not cause a great disaster. Dongfang Liuli forced a smile. Also, my stupid husband, do you know that you were the target of her assassination? Why do you still have nothing to do with it? Wu Dai has promised that in return for his favor, he would like to serve his lordship in this life and never leave him in life or death. Wu Dai firmly said, Zhao Gong is dead, the great revenge has been avenged, then she is also relieved, and the rest of her life will only live for herself. The meaning of Wu Dai's life is the blind youth in front of him. Come to the imperial study later. I need to hear your explanation with my own ears. Woody's ears resounded with Dongfang Liuli's icy voice. Wu Dai's pretty face became more and more bitter as she transmitted her voice back. Yes. Oh, the yard is full of fish fry big brother's trumpets. Just her and Su Qingqiu are 2 budding newcomers. This day can't be lived. It's better to find a chance to kidnap his lordship and hurry to escape this place of wrongdoing. In the meantime, 10,000 miles away from the great Jin dynasty, a Rift Valley abyss, all year round not see the sun, dust and clamor and even obscured the universe. The sea realm below the cultivators, cannot stay here for a long time, or will certainly be dead. 10,000 meters below the abyss stood a lofty city. The city was lined with skeletons, armed with divine blades corroded by patina, patrolling the dead city with a flourish. In the open area in the center of the city, only a skeleton throne was placed. the king of the transformed bones, cave eyes looking at the sky, holding a broken knife, seems to have waved the knife towards the sky. A high and lonely atmosphere, even if the silence of 1,000 years still pervades. Click, click. The skeleton on the throne suddenly moved, and the skeleton's cavernous eyes lit two ghostly flames as it stood straight up. The backhand arranged by the patriarch, left behind for 1,000 years, actually worked. A young man's divine thought emanated from the body of the king who had transformed his bones and was muttering to himself, "Resurrection!" With a low roar, blood and flesh were born inside the king of bone transformation and grew crazily. In just 10 seconds or so, a young man with black hair and black clothes and black pupils appeared. The 7 powers dare to betray me. Ha! A bunch of old dogs. Deserve to be killed. The young man was as plump as jade, with an indifferent expression that vaguely carried a hint of condescension, scornfully looking down on the entire desolate domain, as if the desolate domain was the habitat of a group of barbarians in his view. And, time and space sword Saint Meng Qin, his talent is quite good, and he is qualified to be my slave. As for the great Jin Empress and Emperor, either die or submit. Desolate domain. I, Ji Wushuang, have come. Meet your doom. Ji Wushuang took a deep breath and fiercely hammered his fist on the ground. The heavenly abyss trembled, and the deadly city crumbled with a rumble. The ground cracked, and a golden spear shaft drilled out. The spirit harnessing avatar, after all, is not quite complete, only ferrying over 50% of the cultivation, but this 50% is already at the early stage of the Chaohui realm, enough to sweep through the desolate domain, taking advantage of the chaotic war over in the heavenly state. I took the desolate region in advance on behalf of the Ji clan. Who would have thought? Ha ha ha. Ji Wushuan's black eyes were like electricity. His foot stomped the ground fiercely, his body shot out explosively, and he was out of the heavenly abyss in an instant. His line of sight, which could penetrate endless distances, cast its gaze on what was originally the mountain of the 7 great powers, which was now in ruins. A bunch of old dogs, hiding. Do you really think I can't see? I'll roll over for an audience. Ji Wushuang heckled. Then, all that could be seen were the 2 old ancestors of Deqian, with withered descriptions, looking at the end of their lifespan, as the 2 of them came across the void. Right behind them were the Tao Wu ancestor, the former priest of the witch god sect, and so on. A group of infernal Dao old ancestors looked at each other, all of them staring in disbelief. The second youngest master of the Ji clan, Ji Wushuang, had actually visited the desolate domain. It was half a year earlier than expected. Requests for catch-up reading, gifts, and 5-star reviews. Young Ji, aren't you in the process of comprehending the supreme great Tao? Why are you free to visit the desolate domain? The crowd of old bones were nervous, representing the high-end battle force of the desolate domain and the top pillar of a domain. They were even a bit formal in the face of a junior who was only 30 years old. Ji Wushuang's eyes were merciless as she coldly asked, 2 old ancestors of the great Qian dynasty, your longevity has withered and it seems that you don't have long to live. Why don't you? Whoosh, click. Ji Wushuang fiercely probed his hand and removed the head of a Deqian old ancestor, then rotated the head with his index finger on top of it with a teasing expression. Gentlemen, did you think that I was far away in the heavenly state and therefore didn't know what was happening in the desolate domain? A few Chaohui realm old ancestors were startled, staring in disbelief as a headless corpse fell down with a loud bang, its hot blood scorching the earth in a ditch. An early Chaohui stage powerhouse was as fragile as a paperman in front of the Ji family's second young master. The only surviving Ji clan ancestor, whose eyes were bloodshot, burst into a rage. How can you kill someone at the drop of a hat? Ji Wushuang's tone grew cold. It is self-evident what the intentions are attempting to do by collecting resource assistance from our Ji family while at the same time acting in a masculine manner, taking the resources given to you by the Ji family and secretly cultivating experts. And this, your 7 powers lasted for nearly 100 years. These aside, the Ji family is not short of 3 melons and 2 jujubes, nor do they care about the desolate domain having a few more Yu Yao and Chaohui. At the end of his words, Ji Wushuang's black hair danced wildly, just like a Tai Sui demon god. His killing intent was monstrous, just like a bloodthirsty Yama tightly locking a group of old ancestors. The only remaining Deqian old ancestor, whose heart's hot blood was doused with cold water, slowly calmed down and wanted to explain. I'm sorry Ji Xiao. Wei, die. Ji Wushuang's voice was like a thunderous rebuke, and without giving him the slightest chance to react, that Deqian dynasty ancestor's flesh exploded into pieces, turning into a cloud of blood mist. In an instant, the backs of Tao Wu old ancestor, the former sacrifice of the witch god sect, and other Chaohui great powers were covered in cold sweat. The hallowed Chaohui powerhouse had been zapped to death with a single word. Simpler than killing a chicken. It's horrible, considering that the heavens are kind and it's not easy for you to cultivate. I'll leave you with one last option. Sneak into the Great Jin dynasty and kill the emperor. Capture the temporal sword saint alive. Ji Wuxuang said. 5 fingers into a claw, crushing the head in his hand as he breezily said, or else, end up like him. The former priest of the witch god sect suddenly laughed and said, a death is just a death. We have served the Ji family of the heavenly state for thousands of years. The curses behind us threaten to spread for thousands of years, and with the vanity of the name behind us, why would we be afraid of a death? As the words fell, the pair of cloudy eyes of the high priest hidden under the hood became stern. Which god heavenly sacrifice? Sacrifice the 3 souls, sacrifice the Chao Wei Dao fruit, and sacrifice longevity. Black smoke emanated from the entire body of the great sacrifice. His aura was climbing upwards. Having sacrificed his life and cultivation, his strength briefly reached the middle stage of the Chao Wei realm. Without any hesitation, the great sacrifice struck, accompanied by a majestic prophecy. Which god heavenly sacrifice? The desperate killing move went straight to Ji Wuxuang, and the great sacrifice no longer had any worries, revealing a despondent smile. However, before his smile could fully blossom, his head exploded like a watermelon. A blood-colored mandala flower exploded in the air. Ji Wuxuang's expression was indifferent as he calmly retrieved his lance and gently shook his hand to shake off the blood. Stubborn. Ji Wuxuang raised her eyes and looked at the rest of the crowd. Seeing that they didn't say a word and their eyes showed their will to die, she immediately sighed in regret. Sigh at the prospect of losing some dogs that can be driven. On this day, the nameless heavenly abyss issued a terrifying war cry. The great Tao was in disarray, and the rules of heaven and earth were clumped and entangled into a mess. Frequent visions of Chao Wei great powers falling were born, and a supreme powerhouse died without a sound, and the blood that flowed gathered into a river that rushed through the abyssal canyon. Half a day later, the abyss of the moat. In the center of the sea of blood, there was a young man with a jade-like appearance, standing with a gun and lying on a dozen corpses around his feet. Better to die than to give in. Ridiculous. Ji Wuxuang laughed coldly. With this kind of vigor, why didn't you dare to fight 1,000 years ago? Choosing to prostrate yourself under the Ji family's vassal, a bunch of old dogs who are afraid of death, and only remembered to keep the name behind them to do a little bit of righteousness for the desolate domain when their big day is approaching. The hollow voice echoed through the canyon. There were heads as large as mountains collapsing the earth. There were corpses standing until death looking up at the sky. There were weapons wielded until death, and the souls of the people had been extinguished. There were broken swords stuck in the end wall, but the owner of the swords was no longer. The only thing that was left was a hideous beast, which was run through the flesh by a chain, locked up and unable to move. No matter how much the hideous beast struggled, it was to no avail. Taotai bloodline, barely qualified to be my mount. Ji Wuxuang tapped one finger on the forehead of the Tao Wu ancestor, closed his eyes, and muttered, "Let me see, in your memories, the sword saint of time and space and the great Jin empress, who they really are. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself." Ryoko. When Ji Wuxuang opened his eyes again, a hint of fire flashed through his pupils, and he couldn't help but lick his lips and said with an evil smile, "The Daijin empress is truly of unparalleled beauty. Compared to that, what kind of goods are the holy maidens and divine maidens I've played with before? And the temporal sword saint, it's not simple nah. A sword intent that infinitely tends to be of imperial quality. Letting it go on, sooner or later, he'll achieve a party of invincible people." The Tao Wu old ancestor was suffocating. Wanting to burn his lifespan and fight for his life couldn't even do it. Its divine sense was refined and planted with a slave imprint, turning into the shape of Ji Wuxuang. Sword saint, empress, Wei, feel guilty. Failing to stop the Ji clan's footsteps, Wei, are sinners. 2 lines of blood tears flowed from the eyes of the Tao Wu old ancestor, and intermittent divine thoughts emanated out, which didn't last long before the last trace of clarity retained by its divine sense disappeared. The once 5 spirit clan's divine beast of subduing had completely turned into a walking slave. He, get up. Ji Wuxuang snapped his fingers. The chain that bound the Tao Wu old man broke. The Tao Wu old ancestor stood up woodenly and put his head against the ground to show his submission. Ji Wuxuang's pupils shot out 2 divine auras as he looked in the direction of the great Jin dynasty, no longer able to suppress his greed. The great Jin empress and the temporal sword intent. I am determined to obtain them. They will all be in my possession. Such a beautiful person. Such imperial sword intent. It should belong to me. At this moment, Ji Wuxuang was no longer in disguise and his smile was wantonly hideous. Requests for catch-up reading, gifts, and 5-star reviews. With Meng Qingzhou's return, Imazu village was once again unsealed, and the village, Jiang Dahai, simply shifted his office to his residence in the village. Based on Jiang Dahai's several attempts, he came to several conclusions. First, not only was the emperor unable to see, but his divine sense was also blocked. Secondly, the emperor's hearing is extraordinarily sharp. Thirdly, When an emperor releases his sword intent field, he is able to replace his eyes in divine sense and capture where the enemy's location is, but he cannot eavesdrop on voice transmissions, nor can he see the scenery. Zhang Dahai organized these conclusions and reported them to the empress. All of the people playing in the village that day, this morning, received several rules that everyone had to follow, including the empress herself. Rule number 1, topics involving the true identity of the empress and emperor must be communicated by voice. Rule number 2, in front of the emperor, discuss sensitive topics and keep your voice as low as possible. Rule number 3, absolutely no use of cultivation in Imazumi village. Rule 4, participants must be committed and behave in a manner appropriate to the persona itself. Rule number 5, those with busy business schedules may choose to work in the village today, but they must be at home. Avoiding the emperor. Whoever dares to violate the above rules will be permanently expelled from the present village, or imprisoned in the heavenly prison with a sentence of less than 3 years and more than 3 months. But the good thing is that the Sword Saint of Time and Space has a great reputation, and the players involved in the present-day village project know that both Emperor Meng Qingzhou and Sword Saint Meng Qin are the same person, and a few layers of buffs stacked on top of each other make Meng Qingzhou very popular, attracting many ministers to take the initiative to participate in the present-day village project. Of course, the ministers who were able to participate were basically the Empress's inner circle, and their salaries would be doubled. It's fun and there's money to be gained. There's no delay in work, and you can always get closer to the imperial coronet, so why not? Small building with a tile roof. Meng Qingzhou was a bit helpless. That sister who called herself Infinite Lotus had obviously arranged for her to stay in a spacious courtyard next door, but she came to visit her every day. Let's just say that you have nothing to do all day. Meng Qingzhou couldn't help but ask. Infinitely, she said coldly, of course there's something going on, and it's busy. Humph. If I don't come over to defend myself, I won't even know that Master Sword Saint was eaten up by the Empress. But today was strange. The Empress who usually hated to stick to Meng Qingzhou was missing for the whole day. Your daughter-in-law, what about that woman? Oriental Lioli? Infinite asked. Meng Qingzhou rubbed her chin and shook her head. I'm not sure. I said I went to the village market to buy food. Maybe I bought the food and ran off to chat with the others. Well, that's how village life is. Spare and uneventful. When they had nothing to do, the men would get together to brag and play poker, while the women got high on melon seeds in 2s and 3s, discussing that a certain housewife's ass had gotten bigger again, so it was designated to be patted, and that a certain dog had been lost, so it must have been the old king next door who had climbed over the wall to steal from the people, and when the dog found out, he killed the dog with a blow of his stick. Hey, commonplace. Meng Qingzhou was too lazy to discuss this. He was still very relieved about Dongfang Lioli. My wife is stupid, but loyal as a bull. My wife is thin but strong. Oh, like this. Lotus Lin nodded her head in a clear and cold manner, and with some curiosity, she released her divine sense to extend and explore the entire imperial palace. Soon, she saw inside the golden hall. The Empress was discussing with her courtiers, and it seemed that things were very serious, causing everyone to frown. What is it? Let me hear it. Infinity perked up her ears to eavesdrop. The courtroom. Qin Fenghua furious voice like thunder. What? A small country. How dare you speak out? Wanting to propose marriage to His Majesty, and openly announce it to the world? The Marquis of Songhai coldly laughed more than once. Sunless Empire? I've heard of it. The strongest person is a mid-moonlight flare state lord, once affiliated with the Dacian dynasty, but now it's independent. Where did they get the guts? Are they tired of living? Even when the 7 major powers united at the door to find fault, they didn't dare to bluntly propose peace, a minister said in disbelief. The civil and military officials were all excited, and all of them were petitioning the female emperor to send troops to conquer the country and maintain the face of the Jin dynasty. Dongfang Lioli was unperturbed, lethargically relying, her eyebrows slightly raised, and she blandly said, there's no rush. Squire of the Ministry of War, you go and find out what has changed in the Sunset Empire. When things go wrong, they go wrong. The behavior of the Sunset Empire is just too unbelievable. The desolate domain is now in a troubled time, and no one can be sure who the ultimate winner will be. The one who will unify a domain and become a dominant force. Yes, the Minister of War knelt on one knee. Lotus blinked, inwardly amazed. She's still really popular. She's been proposed to a few times, but just thinking about it, Infinite didn't think deeply about it, and her afterglow surveyed Meng Qingzhou who was walking her dog, and her heart was a little depressed. The book says that the more a woman is backward the more worthless she appears. She must be high and cold, forming a sharp contrast, in order to attract the attention of men. I did everything I was told to do. How come it didn't help at all? Thinking about it, Infinite couldn't help it. Still holding her high and mighty posture, she coughed and said, Hey, why are you ignoring Meng Qingzhou, who was walking her dog? suddenly shook her body and hurriedly flung the dog's leash to the side, saying, "Big Yellow, you can sneak yourself around for a while by yourself first. If you have something to say, we'll talk about it later. I'm kind of in the middle of something." Meng Qingzhou hurriedly greeted and busied herself back in her room. Obsidian God. Backrest. Doesn't God have a temper? What's the point of walking yourself? The gas shakes cold. This home can't stay any longer. The godly monarch is leaving home. The obsidian godly monarch secretly ground his teeth. Infinite Lotus opened her mouth and reached out as if to touch his back, deflating in aggravation. Do you hate me so much that you won't even say a word more? Room. A system beep sounded in Meng Qingzhou's ears. Ding. Prequest, defeat Dragon Aotion. Completed. Ding. The main quest opens. Assisting the Great Jin Dynasty to become a hegemonic level power. Progress, 0% to 10%. Reward, Immortal Grade Spacetime Sword Intent promoted to Imperial Grade Spacetime Sword Intent. Emperor's Quality of Spacetime Sword Intent. Comprehension, Spacetime. Sansei Yensho. Comprehend, Spacetime. Projection. Meng Qingzhou's heart thumped wildly, subconsciously lifted the blindfold, then remembered that he was blind, patting his head dumbfounded. Strange. The system's main quest is actually to assist the Empress in unifying the hegemony? Damn it, why not the good life of a temporal swordsman and immortal wife? As for the progress bar growing by 10%, Meng Qingzhou figured it out after a little thought. He helped the Empress to subdue the 7 major powers, greatly enhancing the Great Jin Dynasty's underpinnings, and moving one step closer to unification and hegemony. Unfortunately, I've withdrawn from the Great Jin Dynasty, so I'm afraid this system reward will be difficult to obtain in the future. Meng Qingzhou smiled frankly. I'm lucky to have it, but I'm not. What you can't get means that it doesn't belong to you and you can't force it. Well, at least obtain to make the Immortal Grade Time and Space Sword Intent promoted to the Imperial Grade. This wave is a big profit. Requests for catch-up reading, gifts, and 5-star reviews. The next day, Imperial Capital ushered in a line of uninvited guests, visitors by the Sunset Empire, claiming that their ancestors have the Golden Crow Shelter, thus taking the name Sunset. Ambassadors visit, according to the theory, will be greeted. The current lord of the country personally set up a banquet to talk, but this time, not only no specifications of the grand courtesy, but instead, the whole city people, including the 100 officials, are at every turn to make things difficult. The people of Dajin exploded. The idol and goddess in people's hearts, the Empress Qin Lioli, was actually proposed to by a handful of small countries, and made a big show of it to the world, which was not a clear humiliation. Known as the country of good war, the whole country up and down the whole people advocate the martial arts style of the Great Jin. People are also very hot-tempered, pay attention to a vengeance, never overnight. So when the Sunless Empire envoys entered the capital, they received a warm welcome from the people of the city. Your Excellency the honored ambassador, here are the eggs I bought just this morning. Try them. Baskets of rotten eggs were thrown from the crowds on both sides of the street, hitting the envoys on the head with such precision that the stench was overwhelming. How dare the unruly people! The envoy was furious. Just halfway through his words, he saw the peak lunar flare realm commander of the Forbidden Guards, leading hundreds of black-armored generals, standing in a forest on the city floor, eyeing them down intently. Seeing this, the ambassador of the Sunset Empire knew that it would be unwise to harden the conflict at the moment. Wait and see. It won't be long before you regret what you did today, the ambassador sneered. Ha! The commander of the Forbidden Guards laughed, his tone hard. Really? I'll see what happens then. The ambassadors of the Sunset Empire glanced at the two figures wearing bucket hats behind them, and a sense of confidence arose for no reason. With that lord endorsing and backing it up, the district's Great Jin Dynasty would sooner or later prostrate itself at the feet of the Sunless Empire. Don't take me to my quarters yet. I need to wash up. The ambassador held up a defense boundary to block the fruits and vegetables thrown by the people, and glared angrily at the commander of the Forbidden Guards on the city tower, scolding. The commander of the Forbidden Guards stood on his sword, his eyes mocking. I'm sorry, we can't fit a big Buddha in our small temple. We don't have any suitable accommodation to offer. You'll have to find a way on your own. Just to remind you, if you dare to trespass on people's homes, or buy or sell by force, you'll be beheaded according to the law. No matter who you are, all are treated equally. The envoy was furious, but he was interrupted by the coughing of a figure behind him, and a voice transmission rang in his ears. Until we meet the Empress, do not start a conflict. Everything is based on the second young master's plan. Upon hearing this, the ambassador hastened to curb his temper. The only one who can barely call the shots of the Great Jin Dynasty is the Sunset Empire, which is backed by the second young master of the Ji family. If the second young master is angered, the Sunset Empire in front of the Great Jin Dynasty is just like a baby learning to speak through its teeth. and can be crushed to death by a single finger. Actually, the ambassador had been in a state of trepidation since he had gone in and entered the imperial capital. A random commander of the Forbidden Guards, at best a positive third-rank general, was actually a peak lunar flare realm. It was one realm higher than even the strongest person in their country. With this in mind, the ambassador held his fire and continued. Then, help get some food and hit the ground running. I've been traveling all the way. I'm not good at cultivation. I'm good at debating, and I'm exclusively a man of letters. So I need to fill my stomach. The commander of the Forbidden Guards raised his eyes slightly, raised his eyebrows to indicate the stinky fish, fruits and vegetables all over the ground, and laughed. The vegetables and fish and shrimp given by the people. You take them back and fry them. Enough to fill your stomachs. Don't let the people down. The ambassador's teeth ground. Several times he wanted to speak but stopped, with the second youngest member of the G family in his pocket. It was as if he had turned into a vicious dog that chose to devour others. It was as if he wanted to take a bite out of the great Jin and look at everyone as a small piece of garbage. A commander of the Forbidden Guards. So what if he's at the peak of the lunar flare realm, in front of the G family's second youngest? Everything is dirt, and you dare to speak out against me. Forget it, we have money, we don't need them to arrange it. We can find a place to stay. The person behind him once again transmitted his voice. The envoy nodded silently and glared indignantly at the Grand Commander of the Forbidden Guards before leaving. Bah! What kind of goods? Also dare to propose to His Majesty. His Majesty is still too kind. In my place, immediately wipe out the Sunset Empire. I would have wiped out the empire right away. I would have poured water on the ant holes, and the earthworms would have been split in half. The Golden Crow Patriarch of Sunset. It is said that it is just a stray bird that has become a spirit. It is hard to be touted as a golden crow by them, and they also purposely named it Sunset. Shamelessly. Not as good as a toe of the temporal sword saint. The sword saint of time and space and our majesty are a match made in heaven. These flies and dogs are not worthy. The originally spirited trio of ambassadors gradually became silent as they were sneered at by the crowd along the way. The envoy said indignantly, the prestige of the sword saint of this time and space is too great. It can simply be compared to the female emperor of the great Jin dynasty. This group of fools have eyes but no pearls. Ji Ershao is the one who has the destiny of heaven, which is comparable to the likes of Meng Qin and the emperor. It looks like you're sounding off, but you're just kissing ass. Unfortunately, the two people behind him wore bucket hats to make out their expressions, which made the envoy quite depressed, until the three men filled the streets and knocked on all the doors of the inn. No one even received them. Even if the amount of sky-high prices, the shopkeeper always do not look askance. Do not hesitate to pick up the broom to beat, while beating also scolded, scram. If I receive you today, my name will be scratched from the family tree. A whole day passed. The three were filled with exhaustion, having lost track of how many times they had been evicted, and somewhat skeptical of life. They didn't dare to make a move yet because there were great Jin generals watching all the time. With no choice but to take advantage of the shopkeeper's inattention, the three of them quietly hid in an inn stables for the night. The rain kept falling. The wind kept blowing, and the cold rain slapped on the face, which was very bleak and miserable. One of the bucket hatters sniffed the pungent odor of the stables and took off his bucket hat, revealing a half-compassionate, half-angry old man's face. I have served the G family all my life, half-displaced, half-invincible, until I met the G family master and stepped onto a heavenly path, reaching the Lake Chao Hui realm in cultivation. Never have I encountered such humiliation, Elder Yin Yang said in a cold tone. The other bucket hat guest also removed his bucket hat, and was the image of a young man who looked graceful, but was extremely different from the style of the stables. The young lord anticipated 3 years ago that there would be a change in the desolate domain, and specially dispatched us to guard and secretly observe the desolate domain. And now it is the right time to close the net. Everything is focused on the big picture. Don't let your anger overwhelm your mind, Park Lingzi blandly said. The ambassador pinched his nose and crouched on the ground, rolling his eyes at the smell of horse manure. We are saying that the two big brothers, you want to pretend, or discuss planning, cannot look at the right place before. Doesn't it stink? Park Lingzi suddenly stood up. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the void and looked in the direction of the palace. The great Jin dynasty must not have imagined that behind the sunless empire stood the Ji family, much less that there were two Lake Chao Hui realm powerhouses that had quietly infiltrated the imperial capital. Why don't we sneak into the palace and meet Qin Liuli directly? Upon hearing this, Elder Yin Yang was a bit hesitant. But, young lord told us to be polite first. Isn't doing so against young lord's original intention? Park Lingzi said blandly. Rituals, too, are about showing muscles and showing fists, without letting Qin Liuli know about our latent strength. With her character, will she have a good chat with us? Old man Yin Yang nodded. That makes sense. Then let's sneak into the Taiji Hall, which is said to be Qin Liuli's chambers. requests for continued urges, gifts, and 5-star reviews. The warm daylight shone, and Meng Qingzhou's body was warm, feeling the aura in her meridians and dantian increasing, and her cultivation level rising. The lunar flare realm is at its peak. It will probably take another half a month to break through the Chaohui realm, and then I will be able to utilize the power of the Emperor's spatio-temporal sword intent to a greater extent. Meng Qingzhou was silently calculating in her heart. Crunch! The door to the compound was opened, and Dongfang Liuli dragged her heavy steps. Her slightly tired spirit suddenly dissipated the moment she saw Meng Qingzhou. In Meng Qingzhou, there is a sense of calmness and a tranquil temperament like water blowing in the breeze without changing the color of the face in front of the mountain. It's not something that can be done with a simple disguise, but rather a charm that comes from the bone. Yes, what attracted Oriental Liuli was never the illusory saint's name, nor was it the famous sword saint's strength. It was always him as a person. The place that makes my heart at ease is both my home. Oriental Liuli's eyes were in a trance, murmuring in a low voice. Yo, Lord Liuli finally gave up and came back. I thought you were going to become a heartless man who abandoned his family. Meng Qingzhou followed the sound look and was surprised. Oriental Liuli rolled her eyes and said, in front of the sword saint of time and space, how dare I call myself an adult? My little daughter often lamented that she was secretly glad to have fallen upon the high branch of the sword saint, and my little daughter was even more afraid that the sword saint wouldn't be able to look at the vulgar mortal girl and would want to dump me. It's not just a yin and yang. Who wouldn't be like that? Meng Qingzhou's face stiffened, dryly laughed a few times, and resentfully did not snicker. During this period of time, Dongfang Liuli always brought up the name of the sword saint of time and space, obviously lingering on this matter, not suggesting that Meng Qingzhou hid it from her, but just simply unable to connect the sword saint of time and space with Meng Xianyu, and was shocked and puzzled. The temporal sword saint was sealed by the world. It doesn't have anything to do with me, Meng Qingzhou said, suddenly remembering something. That's right, didn't I bestow an emperor-grade physique some time ago? Let me teach you to cultivate it. Dongfang Liuli's heart snapped and her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. Empower? What do you mean? At first, Meng Qingzhou said that a white-bearded old grandfather had given him an elixir that changed his qualifications. Now that I think about it, it was most likely the chance that Meng Qingzhou got when she traveled the rivers and lakes and obtained the inheritance of the ancient true phoenix. But now, Oriental Liuli questioned this speculation. Award STH. Who can confer an imperial qualification on another person and confer the true phoenix inheritance? Cough. Said it wrong. It's a white-bearded old grandpa who sent me an elixir that changed your physique. Meng Qingzhou exclaimed in her heart that it was not good and pretended to explain in a calm manner. A hint of contemplation flashed in the depths of Dongfang Liuli's eyes. Wrong? No. Odds are that's the truth. At this moment, Dongfang Liuli, who originally felt that she had seen through all of Meng Qingzhou's secrets, suddenly felt that he had become even more mysterious. When you first peek at a mountain, you think the forest is just a little bit bigger, but as you go deeper and deeper, you realize that behind the mountain, there is a continuous mountain range. Alright, then you teach me to cultivate. Dongfang Liuli spread a smile. No matter how many secrets Meng Qingzhou hid, he had always been a salted fish unwilling to stir up dust. That will be enough. After all, I'm also hiding a lot of things. With this in mind, Dongfang Liuli no longer had any concerns, but instead felt that the mysterious salted fish seemed to be more attractive. Meng Qingzhou smiled bashfully and pulled Dongfang Liuli's soft, boneless little hand, leading it towards the room. Let's go. The first step I will teach you to sense the heaven and earth's aura. The second step is to draw the qi into the body. These two steps are very crucial. You must concentrate your mind, so you need to do it in a quiet and undisturbed environment. When you become skillful, you won't need to do so, Meng Qingzhou explained patiently. Dongfang Liuli nodded her head obediently and suddenly stopped and said, Light boat, I seem to have sensed the aura of heaven and earth. Really? So fast? Meng Qingzhou was surprised. Dongfang Liuli covered her mouth with a smile, and then slowly inhaled the aura, knowing that Meng Qingzhou's divine sense might have been traumatized and could not sense it, deliberately letting the aura enter the body when it wandered around Meng Qingzhou's palm for a while, and then in the middle of the two's 10-fingered interlocked palms, inhaling it into the body. Lightship. I seem to have drawn qi into my body. Dongfang Liuli sounded alarmed with a crying tone. Is there something wrong with my body? How can I be so fast? 3 question marks surfaced in Meng Qingzhou's brain and she was silent for a long time. What to say? Is my daughter-in-law a martial arts expert? Even if you have the emperor's qualifications, but you haven't touched the road of cultivation, you always need to play the foundation. Slow and gradual progress is right. Rao Long Ao Tian's protagonist was burdened with the heavenly Daohong luck body, and the first time he sensed the aura of heaven and earth, he had prepared the introductory spell of the Tai Shang sensing chapter. supplemented with the auxiliary spiritual treasure, and spent 10 minutes before he vaguely sensed the aura of heaven and earth. It took 3 days before he could barely draw chi into his body. Barely enough to only absorb a few dozen auras at a time. What's the deal with Oriental glaze? Not too demonic. Daughter-in-law. I suddenly realized something, Meng Qingzhou said with a serious face. Dongfang Liuli heart-happy flowers. The surface pretends to be ignorant obedient daughter-in-law. Star-like bright eyes blinking, revealing a stupid color of curiosity. What is it Then, also with panic added, will not be my body. Really appear faulted. I did not give you a child. Do not want so early to die Ooh-hoo. 3 black lines descended on Meng Qingzhou's forehead, and she nonchalantly gave the empress a chestnut and knocked it on her forehead. What nonsense is this? Hurry up and poo-poo it. Oriental Liuli covered her head, pouting pitifully and spitting out her tongue. Blah blah blah. Meng Qingzhou was then satisfied, revealing a look of relief, and said rather proudly, Daughter-in-law, I think that I may have discovered a supreme genius that dog authors have overlooked, far beyond the likes of Zhao Gong and the female emperor. Dongfang Liuli hurriedly cupped. Who is it? Also, who called the dog author? This is not important. Oh, so tell me who it is. Of course it's you. Meng Qingzhou rubbed her hair and laughed. In front of you, the empress is also worthy of being called the heavenly pride of the ancients? Zhao Gong is also worthy of being called the dragon pride. Ahem. Anyway, your heavenly talent definitely surpasses the ancient and modern world. No need for Kung Fu guidance. Without any assistance, just a second first sense of heaven and earth, and then lead the gas into the body, almost in one go. Counting the history of the great and powerful, no one has this achievement. Looking at Meng Qingzhou hate to fork up the small waist, smug look, Dongfang Liuli cannot help but smile. A moment 100 flowers lose color. Everything is gloomy. Su Qingqiu, who was stoned and quietly eating melon seeds on the side, suddenly let out a long sigh. Your Majesty has finally become what you once hated the most. A little girl who likes to pretend and pamper herself. Qingqiu also wants to pamper herself towards Emperor. But what if she's afraid of being beaten to death by His Majesty? It's urgent, begging to be solved. Requests for catch-up reading, gifts, and 5-star reviews. For the next period of time, Meng Qingzhou Ji was teaching Dongfang Liuli cultivation in addition to watering the flowers and walking the dog. But her progress was so rapid that even the man who was burdened with the system had his jaw dropped in shock. Daughter-in-law, you are truly a demon, Meng Qingzhou marveled. In just 3 or 4 days, Dongfang Liuli actually broke through the 9th grade realm, and then soared all the way up to the 8th grade, 7th grade, 6th grade, 1st grade Grandmaster, until the early stage of the Tangyun realm. Hoof, Dongfang Liuli raised her chin in complacency, a small proud look that begged for compliments and head touches, which is more or less talented than a certain temporal sword saint. When he first entered the path of cultivation, Meng Qingzhou rubbed her chin and said, pretty much. Dongfang Liuli's eyebrows jumped uncontrollably, the corners of her eyes twitching as she said, Really? What? Only you are allowed to be super talented and can't see others as good? Meng Qingzhou splashed a pot of cold water without mercy. Oriental Liuli shocked, was about to speak. Suddenly the heart of the warning signs, crimson pupil depths, the hidden birth of a true phoenix mark, sideways to look at a certain direction, the line of sight through the void, saw 2 extremely unfamiliar breath, broke into the palace, is toward the village of the present day. Someone has infiltrated the palace and is aiming straight for Imazumi village. Dongfang Liuli's pretty face expression changed abruptly. If Meng Qingzhou hadn't bestowed her with an imperial qualification, as well as a true phoenix inheritance that reached straight to the prime realm, it would have been difficult for her to even notice these 2. Late Chao Hui realm. Fortunately, the true phoenix inheritance contains a method for cultivating divine sense, which enables one to remain vigilant at all times, and once an external enemy invades, one will immediately be alerted. Dongfang Liuli was secretly happy and couldn't help but glance at Meng Qingzhou. The cheap husband he picked up was truly his lucky star. Light boat, I suddenly remembered that there are some things that need to be dealt with. You waited home for me to come back. Dongfang Liuli dropped a sentence in a hurry and was about to push the door to leave. Wait. Meng Qingzhou hugged Dongfang Liuli, patted her back, and said, Come back early. Dongfang Liuli froze and said with a faint smile, Good. Present day on the streets of the village. Meng Qingzhou turned on a heavenly grade concealment technique and quietly trailed behind Dongfang Liuli. It's all returned to the field. Liuli is still busy all day. It can't be something else. Meng Qingzhou had a bad feeling and a sense of crisis arose in her heart. Although he did not want to suspect Dongfang Liuli, but the previous life was washed by the scum of the internet, more scum. Plus Dongfang Liuli busy for several days in a row did not return home. Meng Qingzhou want to not suspect are difficult. Thinking about it, He then quietly smeared the juice of a heavenly grade spirit medicine on Dongfang Liuli's clothes before she left the house, which was colorless and tasteless, and had to be sniffed out by virtue of a special method. Meng Qingzhou's nose shrugged, sniffing the special odor along the way, tracking it to a wooden building and stopping in front of it. The home of the village Yangtze. What's Ruri doing here all day? Meng Qingzhou's eyebrows jumped wildly, no longer able to suppress her curiosity. Her feet pointed to the ground, flying through the air to jump to the roof of the building, and perked up her ears to eavesdrop. A certain building in the village of Imazeo. This place was set up by the empress as a temporary shangshu room, which was specifically used to call the ministers to a meeting place. At this point, the villagers gathered together, carrying a hoe. The village has just plowed the field back. Zhang Dahai, with a towel for wiping sweat hanging around his neck. The blacksmith Qin Sanhua, who was carrying a hammer and emitting scorching heat, was sweating profusely and smelled of sweat, smiling as if he were a local businessman. Lin Killing, the owner of the liquor store, and so on. There was also the daughter-in-law of the Meng family, the plainly dressed Mrs. Meng Dongfang Liuli. Your Majesty, so what? What is it that the sister-in-law called us over for? Qin Sanhua wasn't too comfortable with being addressed as a sister-in-law, but he didn't dare to go against the newly enacted rules of the village this morning. Oriental Liuli's pretty face flashed together with embarrassment and said, someone from the next village has infiltrated Imazumi, and I suspect they're coming from a bad place. The village's Zhang Dahai frowned and said solemnly, is there such a thing? Our village is guarded at all levels. It's impossible for ordinary people to sneak in silently, unless the other party is very strong. No. The other party can plow 5 acres of fields a day. Plowing 5 acres of fields. Just which village is it that has such a fierce person? Lin Killing said gruffly. In fact, these are all present-day village blackwords. The village today represents the Jin dynasty, and the village next door represents the countries of the wasteland. Plowing a field equals strength. 1 acre of field is a cloud. 2 acres of field is moving mountains. 3 acres of field is covering the sea. And so on. To be able to plow 5 acres of land and escape the probing of the great Jin dynasty, one must be at least in the late Chaohui realm. I don't know. There are 2 of the infiltrators. They don't look like villagers from the next village. Instead they look like city people. Dongfang Liuli's eyes were stern. Her index finger tapped the desktop. The village of Imaji was her scales, but now someone had put their hands into it, which made her both shocked and angry. City people. Village Zhang Dahai's color sank. The so-called city people referred to the heavenly state cultivators, while the corresponding villages referred to the countries of the desolate domain. Our village is extremely far from the city. How did they get here? Furthermore, what is the purpose of sneaking into Amazu village? Our village is far less prosperous than the city. Is there anything worth their thoughts? Qin Sanhua pondered for a while, vaguely feeling that something wasn't right. Su Qingxiu stood on the side, listening to these black words, silently glancing at Wu Dai who stood on the other side. The 2 of them looked at each other. Both saw the embarrassment in each other's eyes. The 2 women's toes were digging into the soles of their shoes. What kind of encrypted intelligence is this? Even if it's blackmail, it's too black. Who sought it out? That's what I want to know the answer to. But no matter what, if they dare to stick their dirty hands into Amazu village, they must be severely punished. Dongfang Liuli's tone was icy cold, devoid of emotion and very indifferent. Zhang Dahai, subconsciously ready to arch his hand, suddenly remembered that he is the village head, and quickly straightened his body. Blandly said, I have a piece of ancestral drawings at home, the map of mountains and rivers, able to quietly send them into the village of today's dynasty, Shenku and Bagua, shifting shapes and changing places, and then call the villagers to wait for the rabbit, and once they found it, immediately captured alive and forced to ask the mastermind behind the scenes is the next door to the village or the city of a certain big man. Dongfang Liuli pondered over the true meaning that Zhang Dahai's black words implied, and due to the fact that she was not too skillful in using black words for the first time, she reacted only after a long time and nodded her head. Yes, that's it. But don't do it first. Under the rule of the female emperor is a peaceful and prosperous world. Fighting and killing will be arrested by the government and put in jail. We common people still have to be peaceful and peaceful. We should first sidestep and secretly observe them to see if they are good or evil. Village Zhang Dahai slowly nodded his head in an organized manner. This scene made Qin Beihongluo's teeth gnash. Secretly transmitting voice, old piker. I'm going to exchange identities with you. Why is it that when you're the village chief, you can rightfully boss His Majesty around, while I have to stay in the store all day long and work on the iron? It's unfair that we're both at equal rank, yet our treatment is so disparate. The other villagers, too, were envious, casting envious and jealous gazes toward Zhang Dahai. You think it's easy to be a village chief? Zhang Dahai's eyes sneered as he transmitted his voice. To be a village chief, first of all, You have to manage the village and mediate conflicts between villagers, which requires sharp verbal discourse. Do you know how to do that? Then, you also have to know the growth cycle of crops, the management of locust diseases, and when the fall harvest time arrives, you have to help the villagers count the harvest. Do you know all these? Furthermore, the emperor has long since read my destiny for me, so once I change, won't I be revealed immediately? Qin Beihongwo stared with wide donkey eyes and finally sighed as if deflated. Mud. Let the old pikey pretend to be there. Requests for catch-up reading, gifts, and 5-star reviews. The general process has been drawn up. I'll go home and get ready, Village Jiang Dahai said. Just then, the gate of the village headman's house was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and a young man in a green shirt, leaning on a blind cane, slowly paced in. Lioli such a big matter. You actually didn't inform me? The youth sighed. In an instant, inside the makeshift shinshu room, dozens of villagers were so frightened that they backed away, their faces full of panic. Qin Sanhua stared at the former in a state of disorientation, not even realizing that the hammer in his hand had fallen to the ground. Crap! The village Jiang Dahai was even so scared that he burst out in foul language. Emperor, why did he come? Most importantly, how did the emperor find this place? Oriental Lioli's heart snapped, so frightened that her face lost color. Rubbing up and stuttering. Gently light boat. What are you doing here? Everyone quieted down. Their eyes focused on Meng Qingzhou, and they were all a little constrained and scared. The crowd drooped and exchanged glances with each other, their hearts beating faster involuntarily. Luckily, the new rules of Imagima village were enacted in advance. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. And, lightning boat's strength, it seems to have become much stronger again. So much so that even I didn't notice it in the first place. Oriental Lioli wiped the non-existent fragrant sweat from her forehead and gently patted her chest, clearly frightened. Meng Qingzhou said gently, I wanted to see what you've been up to every day, and you don't blame me, do you? Fool, what are you saying? Of course not. Dongfang Lioli laughed. I would only blame you if you didn't care about me. Villagers have closed their ears tightly, looked around, looked at the ceiling, or stared at the floor for ants. That's a ceiling, and this ant has gone nowhere. There were also some new villagers who had joined the Yamazu village, their eyes glittering with excitement. Not only had they learned that the emperor was the sword saint of time and space in Meng Qin, but they had also witnessed his majesty and the emperor flirting with each other in their daily lives. This makes the new villagers cannot help but feel a lot of emotions, said a death without regret. I heard all the topics you just discussed. Meng Qingzhou's tone was calm, and she couldn't hear whether her emotions were good or bad. The hearts of the crowd lifted at once, though it was all too well known that the emperor could not possibly deduce from this the hidden truths of the village of Amazaramura, based on uninformed black talk alone. But in the way of Meng Qingzhou's one more intimidating title, no one could be sure if the emperor was still hiding certain abilities. Then how do you feel? Jiang Sunhai's throat rolled and he swallowed. Meng Qingzhou's eyebrows went up and her face became grave and serious all of a sudden. What feelings? Of course I'm angry. Puff. One of the villagers heard this, and on the spot, 6 gods were lost, and his knees softened as he directly knelt down. Hey, what are you doing? Get up. Qin Sanhua almost jumped 3 feet in the air and hurriedly transmitted his voice to scold. Buddy, it's not even a thunderstorm yet. Why are you pleading guilty early? The villager then reacted, sneaking a glance at the emperor, realizing that he was unresponsive and obviously not paying attention, sighed in relief and quietly stood up, with dozens of pairs of nervous eyes watching. Meng Qingzhou sighed. I thought that living in the same village, you and I would be family members who rely on each other, no matter how poor or rich, neither disliking nor climbing up to the top, but I didn't realize that you guys still treat me as an outsider. When these words came out, even the village Jiang Dahai couldn't help but take out his handkerchief to wipe his sweat. His blood pressure spiked extremely fast, and he opened his mouth, almost about to confess his guilt. Suddenly, Meng Qingzhou's words changed and said, since there are people from the next village coming to pick a fight, we should make common cause. Even if I suffer from an eye disease, my cane can at least break a person's leg if I slap it down. Speak, do the wicked people of the next village want to come and take over the fields, or is it someone who has lost his livestock and is deliberately trying to pick a fight here? We don't cause trouble, and we're not afraid of trouble. So make sure you bring me along on this operation. Meng Qingzhou nodded. Do not say. The mortal world's fight is still quite interesting. Idle days over a long time inevitably feel bored. This time, you need a little flavoring. That's why he had no choice but to join the collective activities of the present-day village, which was just a bunch of mortal friction anyway. The most important reason, of course, was that his own daughter-in-law was involved. His daughter-in-law is out there leveling the playing field. So how can he, the head of the family, hide in the big backyard and spend his days at leisure. Village Jiang Dahai froze, a mouthful of old grooves choked in his throat, wanting to say but not daring to say. Hi, Xian nephew, after a whole half day, you're talking about this matter. Qin Sanhua took a long breath and laughed aloud. We are not intentionally not shouting at you. Such a small matter. Why should we startle you? We all know that you were personally recruited by the great Jin Empress before. Your status is honorable. Meng Qingzhou waved her hand. Very modest. Joking aside, it's all old news. I'm now also a white body of cloth. The Empress felt that I was not talented and learned, so she drove me back. You all know all this. Back to the day of the present-day village. Meng Qingzhou then thought of a good speech, saying that he was serving as a small sesame official in Dejin, and that day, the Empress just happened to pass by the village of Jinchao, and took herself away in passing. Anyway, the one who's famous is Meng Qin, Grand Squire Meng. Does it have anything to do with me? Meng Qingzhou? Ha, ha ha ha, Qin Sanhua laughed dryly and kept squeezing his eyebrows, signaling Jiang Dahai to think of a quick solution. The two thieves who had invaded the village of Inchao were most likely heavenly state cultivators, and the exact strength of the enemy could not yet be determined. So how could they allow the emperor to risk his life? Moreover, in case of a conflict, how are they going to do it in front of the emperor? Should they hold their heads and squat in defense, begging the opposite side not to fight? We are just a group of ordinary people. Well, a bunch of old people who live in the palace and are famous for it. Lightboat. You suffer from eye disease. Still don't let your daughter-in-law worry. Just two thieves. Our village more than 100 people. Still afraid that we can't take it? Jiang Dahai advised in a gentle voice. Meng Qingzhou shook her head categorically, very firmly. No, my daughter-in-law is charging ahead, and you're asking me, a big man, to hide at home and watch the show? Dongfang Liuli was dumbfounded. Her pretty face flushed. Elm lump salted fish. Today is rare. We'll still say something nice, but you do not say it in front of so many people. I'm the Empress, need to maintain the majesty at all times. Then, how about I don't go either? Oriental Liuli asked tentatively. Meng Qingzhou shook her head again. That won't do. Our family is one of the largest in the village. When things go wrong, it's us who should take the lead. Under the same roof, everyone is working towards a single goal, and we're the only ones who are special. In the long run, we'll definitely be ostracized. That's why this group event is a must for our family. Villagers, Empress, requests for catch-up reading, gifts, and 5-star reviews. Dongfang Liuli sat cross-legged on the bed, opened her eyes, and glanced at Meng Qingzhou, who was squatting in the courtyard planting flowers. In her mind, ever since I obtained the imperial qualification and true phoenix inheritance, my cultivation has grown by leaps and bounds. In the past, with my strength at the early Chaohui stage, it would never have been possible for me to discover that two late Chaohui powerhouses had infiltrated the imperial palace. The current me is enough to rival the late Chaohui realm, and if I uncover the prohibition in my body again, I can even fight Prime. Dongfang Liuli's eyes were stern, and he stood up with a long body, sweeping his gaze in all directions. Now the northern countries are all bowing down, the east belongs to the rule of the Great Jin dynasty, and half of the world in the deserted region is in the pocket of the Great Jin. The only thing left was the Western Buddhist kingdom, and the alliance formed by the northern lineage clans. Take them down and the desolate domain would be unified. The next step is to point the sword at the heavenly state and fight the battle of unification for the ages. Since the end of the age of gods and demons, the human race has become the protagonist of heaven and earth. Tens of thousands of years have passed, and the only one who has truly accomplished the great cause of unification during this period is the first-generation emperor of man. I will be the second emperor to unify the desolate domain and heavenly state after the first human emperor. No, it's not enough. With this husband, not only will I become the second human emperor, but I will also surpass the first human emperor and become the most meritorious emperor in all of history. Oriental Liuli was ambitious, and her eyes grew hotter and hotter, setting up a grand wish, opening up a prosperous world, following great deeds, and creating a new era, the only human emperor of the ages, the emperor of the entire divine state. This is what I, Qin Liuli, will accomplish in my exhaustive life. Just in the moment when Dongfang Liuli's thoughts were realized, the Chaohui realm, which had been broken through only a short while ago, actually broke through again in a watery and silent manner. Mid-Chaohui realm. Even the will of heaven and earth have recognized my grand wish? Dongfang Liuli raised his head to look at the sky, his crimson eyes deep and profound. Oriental Liuli is neither happy nor sad. Her expression is always without waves, calmly as if she were a god without sorrow or joy. She silently looked at Meng Qingzhou, which revealed a smirk. Lightboat, when I come to the throne of the human emperor and become the king in the eyes of the world, and you are in the village of the present dynasty, Jin dynasty, The Taiji Hall will be your throne, where I will also be your vassal. Meng Qingzhou finished planting a few saplings. This was a new reward from the system. 3 heavenly spirit plants that were wonderfully useful. He stood up, patting the dirt on his body and smiling sideways. Lioli, 3 months later, let's travel the world. Go wherever you want to go, and take you to see the beautiful mountains and rivers, and the vast sea and sky. How about it? Oriental Lioli muttered. 3 months? That's enough. Within 3 months, the Western Buddhist kingdom will be swept away. The Northern World Sect Alliance will be suppressed, and the desolate domain will be completely unified. Then travel the mountains and rivers with him. And by the way, take a trip to Tianzhou. Good. You are the head of the family. I'll listen to you. Dongfang Lioli smiled sweetly and lightly. Just then, a discordant voice rang out. Oh, traveling the rivers and lakes? Can I also follow? On the courtyard swing. I don't know when a beautiful silhouette appeared, sitting on the swing and swaying. The dome, lotus flower, tilted her head to lean on the swing chain, looking straight at Meng Qingzhou, her eyes as if she was complaining. She hadn't shown up for the past 2 days, while in her mind she was reciting the tutorials written in the talkbook. For example, first you are cold and then you lick the dog. This is the best way to catch a man. If that doesn't work, disappear for a few days and make him think about it all the time. If that doesn't work out, you can just take him by the horns. If none of the above 3 strategies are successful, it is advisable to give up before it's too late and find another good match, or continue to wait. That's what the textbooks say. How come it doesn't seem to help at all? I disappeared for 2 days and Master Sword Saint has almost forgotten about me. It also gave Qin Lioli a chance to take advantage of it for nothing. Damn it. The dome of her nose shrugged, suddenly wanting to cry. Failure. It's a total failure. When did you come? Oriental Lioli was on guard, keeping a close eye on the dome like a thief. The kingdoms are eyeing her to take away the foundation of the Great Jin, while the dome is eyeing her to covet her husband, more threatening than the kingdoms. I'm talking to Master Sword Saint. You're not allowed to interrupt, Dome said. Meng Qingzhou rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, don't call me Master Sword Saint. We're not that familiar. I can't even figure out your true identity, and I don't know if it's right or wrong to bring you into a Mizumi village. So don't turn around and start a fire that burns down the village. After all, you were sent by the empress. A trace of impatience flashed in the dome's eyes. The emotion that had been suppressed for 10,000 years had long since collapsed like a flood the moment she saw Meng Qingzhou, and after pressing on for so long, her patience was almost exhausted. Since you don't believe me, I'll just leave. The dome jumped down from the swing, his emotions extremely stable, just a dangerous glint in the depths of his eyes. Qin Lioli, either you give up the Great Jin dynasty and follow Master Sword Saint every inch of the way, don't give me the slightest chance, or else. The dome's red lips carried an icy shallow smile as a plan took shape in his mind. She didn't stay here and continue to waste her efforts, dashingly pushed the door and left. Before leaving, she glanced back at Dongfang Lioli. Her smile grew cold. Dongfang Lioli's gaze always followed the dome, and seeing this situation, a trace of bad premonition rose in her heart, but it wasn't taken to heart. This was Dejin, her home turf. It was useless even if the dome had heavenly abilities. Moreover, Meng Xianyu himself was a sword saint of notable strength, and had no fear of this natural-born god. Meng Qingzhou shook her head, feeling strange in her heart. Do you feel that this Princess Infinite is a bit strange? As if she is familiar with me, Meng Qingzhou asked. Dongfang Lioli said, maybe people are just craving for your body. Listen to me, Lightboat. The prettier a woman is the more she can cheat. Infinite, this person must not have good intentions. Meng Qingzhou was surprised and said, are the infinite flowers beautiful? It's actually just average. Dongfang Lioli was dumbfounded. Meng Qingzhou nodded and did not pursue the matter. In the meantime, somewhere within Imadeo village, the village Jiang Dahai led a group of villagers and commanded, you guys stay here, I'm going to set up the mountain and river diagram and teleport those 2 people to Imadeo village. The villagers were solemn and went into work, like a group of plainclothes genie, blending into the streets and alleys and playing their respective roles. Jiang Dahai, on the other hand, and Qin Sanhua, came to an uninhabited place to open the mountain and river diagram. Mountain and river shift. 8 trigrams reversal. Spatial transposition. Kai. Jiang Dahai activated the mountain and river diagram's shift shape function. The mountain and river diagram became transparent and hovered over the imperial capital, covering the entire imperial palace. Old Jiang, will it work? Qin Sanhua was a bit uneasy. The other party is at the late stage of the Chaohui realm. Can't you move the movement? Don't worry. With my Empyrean mountain and river diagram, together with the forbidden array in the palace, just a simple shift is definitely possible. Jiang Dahai was full of confidence. The Emperor's mountain and river diagram was a purely auxiliary spiritual treasure. and the only means of attack might be to hit someone with a continent. This purely auxiliary spiritual treasure, in some aspects of the effect, far exceeded that of the same level of spiritual treasure with a single function. Carry! Zhang Dahai shouted lowly. Great Jin Imperial Capital. A certain palace building in the Imperial Palace. The ambassador of the Sunless Empire tugged his robe with a look of disgust and complained. Both of you, your cultivation is higher than that of the Empress, so why should we be afraid of her? And she can't do anything about it if we waltz into the palace. Why do you have to let me pretend to be a eunuch? The envoy quietly surveyed the yin and yang old man's imperial physician robes, and then looked at the Park Lingzi forbidden guard's armor. The only thing he was dressed up as a man not a woman, and could not help but feel a sense of resentment. The old man of yin yang stroked his beard, pinched and measured with one hand, and closed his eyes and said, ever since I walked into the great Jin Palace, it seems as if there is an evil dragon watching from the underworld. I suspect that there is a threat lurking in the palace. It could be an old monster that dies but never falls down, or it could be a certain forbidden thing. All in all, make sure to act with caution. Park Lingzi was quite agreeable and nodded. That's right. I even suspect that Her Majesty, the Empress in the palace, has already discovered us. The two of them looked at the direction of the Taiji Hall with grave expressions. Upon hearing this, the ambassador was creeped out. His back was cold, and a chill went straight from his spine to the sky. I think so. This infiltration is a bit risky. Why don't we go back and make other plans? The ambassador scrunched his neck, somewhat abashed. Park Lingzi and Elder Yin Yang looked at each other and nodded silently. Let's go then. Return to the city, Park Lingzi said. Cultivation attained to Chao Wei, and the premonition in the underworld was like a prophecy. The old man of yin and yang, across the red walls and golden tiles, took a faraway glance at the splendid golden palace, shook his head slightly, and took the lead to turn his feet and walk back from the imperial road. But when he took the first step on his way back, his neck stiffened before he could completely twist it over, and his pupils suddenly contracted as he stared back in death. My lord, what happened to you? The envoy hadn't reacted yet, and when he turned his head to look, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Park Lingzi was the first to notice the difference and had long been standing by, holding a formation disc in his palm and looking around. Just a turn of the head, the original palace compound with high walls, a moment upside-down transformation, turned into a village of strangers, dogs and chickens. What the hell? The ambassador stumbled backward in fear, falling on his butt and staring at the scene in disbelief. Park Lingzi's heart was raging and he was still able to stay awake. His afterglow looked at the old man Yin Yang and said, what do you think? The old man Yin Yang closed his eyes, fingertips pinching, measuring the heavenly chances, for a long time before slowly opening his eyes, said, here the trigrams are disordered and the heavenly chances are not revealed. There are two possibilities. The first is that someone has utilized some sort of auxiliary imperial treasure to block off this heaven and earth. The second is that this is a forbidden place. It's extremely difficult for outsiders to survive if they trespass. Park Lingzi snorted and said, where is the taboo in the great Jin Palace? There must be someone pretending to be a god. When I break this place, I want to see who dares to assassinate this seat. Wait. The old man Yin Yang suddenly raised his hand to stop, his eyes staring straight at the ridge of the farmland, lying on a dog. Look. What's that? Elder Yin Yang pointed at the dog. At those words, Park Lingzi looked around at the sound, frowned and surveyed half a day. And suddenly the corner of his eyes twitched, and said, on that dog, it actually contains an immortal fire attribute, and a gravitational force that devours everything. Sea covering realm great demon. No, moonflare realm, or morning glory, neither. It's realm for when it's up and when it's down, when it's morning glory, and when it's rising clouds. The big yellow dog lying on the ridge, its eyes opened a small slit, glanced lazily at the duo, rolled over and continued to sleep, especially the last glance. Highly humanized, showing a hint of pity, like looking at two poor unlucky eggs. It's a bit like that divine beast of the great Jin dynasty's legendary state suppressor. Park Lingzi said. The ambassador, who was sitting on the ground in a sorry state, climbed up in a single bound and shivered. My two lords, let's hurry up and find a way to escape. Perhaps this isn't even great Jin dynasty territory anymore. Fart, don't talk nonsense. Park Lingzi glared at him, reprimanding. To be able to teleport two late Chao Wei realm cultivators out of 10,000 miles silently and without us realizing it. Unless the Prime Realm Supreme is out to do it. Where did the Great Jin get a prime cultivator? The ambassador cried out. But think about it, lords, a random dog lying on its back at the head of this village is so demonic. If it is really the Great Jin's divine beast of suppression, and this is also within the Great Jin's territory, why doesn't it strike out at us? With these words, Park Lingzi and Elder Yin Yang fell silent. So reasonable, it's impossible to argue with it. Don't panic yet. Let's take a look. Park Lingzi waved his hand and said indifferently, let's take a look at the village first. Elder Yin Yang led the way, taking big strides towards the village with dense houses. The envoy, despite his fear, did not lose his head, and at the moment, he could only hold on to the thighs of the two Chaohues. There was no other way. Along the way, an old rotten scholar with white hair nodded to the three with a smile. The three of you have traveled a long way to welcome us. The old scholar was quite polite. Old man Yin Yang's eyes flashed with a hint of essence. Jiang Songhai, the chief minister of the Jin dynasty? Why is he here? Jiang Songhai? Elder Yin Yang inquired out loud. Nonetheless, I am Jiang Dahai of Imazu village. The corrupt scholar laughed. Yin Yang old man coldly snorted. Naturally 100 do not believe. Really think he is a 3-year-old child? With this in mind, old man Yin Yang was about to make his move and tear through this old man's disguise, when he suddenly glimpsed a slightly familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Mrs. Meng is really hard-working, going to the market to flick cotton in the morning and washing and cooking in the afternoon. Then when she has a child later, she'll have to be even busier. A blacksmith carried a hammer and laughed. A plain white dress. Mrs. Meng, straining to carry a bucket of clothes, returned from the river to wash clothes. Uncle Three Fires, Lightship said to invite you to my house for dinner tonight. Don't forget. Mrs. Meng's pretty face turned red with shame when she heard the words having a baby and hurriedly changed the topic and greeted her. Okay. The blacksmith laughed aloud. Elder Yin Yang's eyes bulged out, his jaw clicked and dislocated, and his throat made a cackling movement as he raised a finger to point at Lady Meng. Isn't this Nima the Empress Oriental Lioli? How did it turn into a village Mrs. Meng? That look of a shy and timid virtuous wife. Is it really the woman who was so decisive in killing and even caused the scruples of all the forces in the heavenly state to be wiped out even at the expense of the layout? Park Lingzi looked at Elder Yin Yang in confusion, then also turned his head. Immeasurable you grandma-legged heavenly father. Park Lingzi immediately chanted a Dao. What brings you here? A youth with shaded eyes appeared beside Lady Meng, with a handsome appearance like an exiled immortal. The youth looked around and sniffed and replied, I'm looking for rhubarb, and by the way, I'm looking for the outsiders who have smuggled themselves into the village. When the three of them saw that youth with no cultivation fluctuation, and the harmonious scene of Mrs. Meng singing with her husband, a layer of goosebumps immediately rose on the back of their necks. Immeasurable heavenly father. We shouldn't, really bumped into weirdness, right? Park Lingzi was a little unsure. Without a word, Elder Yin Yang silently broke his dislocated jaw upright. The breeze caresses the green silk of the willow, the water flowing along the river. The peasant woman coats her clothes. The daytime sunlight is blinding, and the villagers are smiling and laughing. It is like a paradise scene, harmonious, leisurely and desirable. However, Park Lingzi, grew creepier and creepier, and in his eyes, this place revealed a bizarre flavor everywhere. The so-called Mrs. Meng, surprisingly, has exactly the same appearance as the female emperor of the great Jin dynasty, only her temperament is very different, and her voice and style of acting are also very different. Even if Park Lingzi had seen it with his own eyes and seen Lady Meng's appearance, there was no way to associate her as an empress. Do you guys think that this Lady Meng, is she or is she not the current empress? Park Lingzi looked at Elder Yin Yang and the ambassador. Yin Yang old man frowned. Looking around, the surface seems to be lighthearted, but the footsteps hesitate to move. Lips slightly open. Voice transmission. Of course not. We stayed in the desolate domain and lurked for hundreds of years, and since the empress seized the throne and ascended to the throne, every move she made has been watched by us. Old me secretly analyzed the person of Empress Qin Liuli a long time ago. She is an uncompromising emperor. In the world there are both born gods and naturally born emperors, and Qin Liuli is a born emperor. This kind of person is destined to live a lonely life, calling herself a widow, never to be married to a human wife. Park Lingzi deadpanned as she stared at Mrs. Meng, who had returned from raccooning. I thought so too, but she and Qin Liuli clearly look exactly the same. Let's see. You lot, whether it's a human being pretending to be a ghost, or whether we've wandered into a ghostly realm by mistake. Park Lingzi bit his fingers, closed his eyes, blood-stained fingers together in the eyelids of a horizontal wipe, opened his eyes contain that Sanxia thunder, can ward off all evil, can penetrate the reality. Taoist law, the eye of vanity. Break! Park Lingzi scanned the circle, and in his eyes, the entire village had suddenly become different. The villagers, who were originally plain and ordinary, were all furious, as if they were gods and devils. As expected, a group of people are pretending to be gods, wanting to use this to scare us off? Ridiculous. Park Lingzi kindly laughed and laughed, then turned his gaze to Mrs. Meng. Ha! Imperial qualification. True phoenix physique. Park Lingzi was slightly startled and muttered. Impossible. This person Qin Liuli We have already filed a record of parsing through all of it. Where did she get the Emperor Grade True Phoenix root bone? The old man Yin Yang was much more relaxed at first when he heard Park Lingzi's comment about pretending to be a god, but when he heard the comment about Mrs. Meng, he instantly twisted his head around and said in shock and disbelief, Imperial Grade True Phoenix root bone? Qin Liuli's qualification is clearly a peak immortal grade root bone, and in addition, has sensed the Imperial Grade Great Dao, Imperial Dao, standing at the side like a quail-like envoy. Hearing this, his body shook like chaff, stuttering, then, in that case, Mrs. Meng is not a female emperor? Elder Yin Yang was in an annoyed mood and chided in a low voice. Shut up, Park Lingzi. Take a look at the young girl with white hair and golden eyes. Park Lingzi looked in the direction that the Yin Yang old man was pointing to, only to see a pavilion, with a stunningly beautiful appearance and an aura like a transcendent deity. Wherever he went, it was as if he was being illuminated by the spotlight at any time, making it impossible for people to ignore him. The eye of void, piercing through the reality. Park Lingzi repeated his trick and once again opened his eyes to gaze at the golden-eyed girl. Suddenly, the golden-eyed girl turned back to meet Park Lingzi's eyes, which were cold and piercing, as if they were able to freeze the line of sight, and stabbed Park Lingzi along with the source of the line of sight. She found me. Park Lingzi covered her eyes, grimacing in pain, and exclaimed in shock. The old man Yin Yang's throat knots rolled up and down, gulping and gulping as his mood suddenly became tense. As they went deeper, they felt more and more demonic about this village. Two late-stage Chaohui realms. Volt saw three unfamiliar faces and attempted to probe her. Is this the great Qian underworld? Was Qin Liuli sent here specifically to give me a heads up? The dome's thoughts turned over. In her opinion, the village of the present day was one of the hidden secrets of the great Jin dynasty. Even many of the first and second rank ministers had never heard of it, not to mention the other forces. It must be that Qin Liuli sensed a sense of crisis and specially invited someone to shock her. Qin Liuli, you're hiding quite deeply. The dome transmitted a voice. Oriental Liuli was puzzled. What do you mean? She knew that the three Park Rinkos had entered the village, but wasn't sure what kind of tantrum the dome was throwing again. Playing dumb is it? The dome pink tongue licked its red lips, quite a bit of bloodthirsty feeling. Transmitting, a mere two scumbags. I'm a god, invincible in the same realm. When I kill them, see how you can run wild. Dongfang Liuli's eyes suddenly glazed over. Kill who? I'm warning you, if you dare to mess around in Imazu village, no one can protect you. Ha, try it then. Dome shrugged his shoulders. The two people once again crossed swords. A long time, the two women at the same time cold snort. The hearts silently regret the heavenly oath made at the beginning. Otherwise now there is no need to tie their hands. Directly a big battle. Whoever begets who will be able to have Meng Qingzhou. Is that infinite? Why are you here? Meng Qingzhou's nostrils shrugged, smelling the familiar fresh scent and wondering. Dome pretty face abruptly red, saw the movement of Meng Qingzhou sniffing, lifted the wooden box carried in his hand, clear and cold spit out two words. Deliver the meal. Oh, Meng Qingzhou was surprised and said, who is Princess Infinite ready to give it to? Is it possible that she has a favorite? The dome gave a slight lurch and silently handed the wooden box to Meng Qingzhou. The other finger tapped Meng Qingzhou's chest and said, for you. Meng Qingzhou froze, turned to face Dongfang Liuli, and said solemnly, wife, this is a misunderstanding. Believe me, I really didn't hook up with Princess Infinite. We're both innocent, and I'm not sure why she sent me food. The desire to survive is extremely strong. A man who isn't afraid of his wife isn't a good man, even if he's noble as the sword saint of time and space. Dongfang Liuli originally icy cold look, immediately ice and snow melt, becomes sunny and bright, proudly rushing Dome raised eyebrows to show. See, this is the majesty of the court. I don't need to fight with you. The winner is already decided. You are just a defeated dog. Admit defeat. Boy, there's no chance of winning. Master, this is the result of cooking with my own hands and studying for a week. Volt's eyes abruptly reddened, and he aggressively passed the wooden box forward once more. She didn't care about Qin Liuli. She only cared about Meng Qingzhou's attitude. When he saw Meng Qingzhou's busy explanation, his heart suddenly throbbed badly. Like this. Meng Qingzhou went numb and hesitantly picked up the wooden box. Thank you, master. The dome's eyes lit up, which led to a gentle smile. Dongfang Liuli's phoenix eyes condensed, and she calmly said, since it's cooked by Miss Infinite's own hands, let's let everyone taste it together. I'll go and call Qingqiu and Wu Dai. Well, there's also Big Yellow. After all, Big Yellow is also a part of our family. Lying on the ridge of the field, Big Yellow, who was teasing the butterflies, lazily glanced at the Meng couple and the dome sister in the distance. Here we go again. Can you not take this god with you on everything? God eats some dog food only, and is not condemned by heaven. In the farmland, Qingqiu rolled up her sleeves and held a sickle, helping to harvest the golden light wheat, perked up her ears and heard Dongfang Liuli's words. She immediately got energized, dropped her sickle and jogged over. The city lord cooks it himself? Then I have to taste it. The afternoon butterfly, who was hiding under the shade of the tree to cultivate, opened her eyes. She also did not forget to bring the obsidian divine monarch with her, respectfully asking for orders, and getting the divine monarch's deathly nod in response. This only reassured her to boldly lead the dog leash. That blind youth. Just who is he and why is everyone circling around him? Park Lingzi said as he stared deathly at Meng Qingzhou, the big yellow dog whose realm was sometimes high and sometimes low. Lady Meng, whose appearance was exactly the same as that of the empress, the young girl who was able to detect prying eyes. Each of them appeared bizarre and extraordinary, but regarded that blind youth as the backbone. This makes one take it seriously. Park Lingzi, look at that blind man. Elderine Yang also noticed this and said with a grave expression. Park Lingzi nodded and cast his void eyes once again. This time he lifted 100% of his spirit and cast it with all his might, his sight slowly casting towards the blind youth. In his eyes, the blind man, who looked flat and unimpressive, suddenly transformed into an old man with white hair and a twilight look. Old man? Nope. In the field of vision, the blind youth transformed from old age to middle-aged man again. Handsome, like a wolf king, wolf looking at the eagle, lordly. Immediately, the scene of illusion is no longer under control. The blind man is constantly changing shape, falling all the way from old age, middle age, youth, adolescence, boyhood. The change didn't stop until it turned into a straight-up milk-burping bear. Park Lingzi was panting, scared and in a cold sweat. What the hell? The void eye was out of control just now, as if it had been stripped of its control and its body was under the control of another person. And what about those illusory scenes? Yin Yang Zi, this place is not suitable to stay for long. Let's. Park Lingzi opened his mouth in a shocked voice, with the intention of retreating, but when he heard his own voice, his pupils suddenly contracted. My voice. Park Lingzi heard a milky voice, clearly coming from her own mouth. Park Lingzi couldn't help but look back at Elderine Yang, only to find that the latter was looking down at him with eyes that were both strange and terrified. The ambassador of the Empire of the Sunset was even so scared that a bubble of urine ran down his pants leg, covering his mouth and doing his best not to scream out. Park Lingzi, you. Elderine Yang's jaw dropped, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. Park Lingzi raised her hands and saw a pair of baby-like hands with circles of lotus roots. How did I become a baby? At this moment, Park Lingzi finally realized something and her heart was gradually taken over by fear. It was the illusion. More than an illusion. It materialized in me and turned me into a baby. Creepy. It's a spooky village with great terror. Retreat. The three of them no longer hesitated and very decisively tried to leave. The higher the cultivation level, the more fearful of the weird. They understand the world better than ordinary people, knowing that the world left many unsolved mysteries, and has caused many tragedies. However, the envoy, did not dare to move, his face as pale as paper. Shivering, he said, Your Excellencies, we are afraid that we will not be able to leave. Park Lingzi and Elderine Yang's heart snapped, coincidentally stopping their movements and looking back around the circle. He saw the entire village, hundreds of pairs of eyes converging over in unison, staring at the three without a word. Even the birds in the trees, the fish in the river, the oxen in the farmland, the insects and birds in the grass, all cast their eyes. The blind youth was the only one who didn't follow the crowd, but looked around as if he was searching for something. Inside the Great Jin Palace, how could there be a bizarre source? Someone please tell me. The ambassador of the Sunless Empire wanted to cry without tears and sat paralyzed on the ground, looking as if his grief was greater than his heart's death. It was not easy to get on a high branch, came to the Great Jin dynasty to raise eyebrows and show off the majesty of the Sunset Empire, but accidentally encountered a bazaar. For fear of dying. No one knows. What now? Park Lingzi was breathing heavily as if she was on the verge of an attack. Old man Yin Yang looked at the blind youth and said, In the whole village, the blind man is the only one who seems different, so I guess he's the breakthrough. However, what Park Lingzi and the others didn't know was, the villagers of Incheo village were also terrified and have not dared to move. They prearranged everything and sat waiting for the outsiders to enter the village, ready to find out what was going on and then close the door on them. But before the implementation, he saw Park Lingzi turn into an old man with a stooped back all of a sudden, and like an inflated doll, he turned into middle age again, youth, teenager, a child. The most crucial thing was that they didn't feel any divine power fluctuations, which meant that it wasn't a divine power spell. That would be bizarre. In an instant, all the villagers who were sharpening their swords, all of a sudden laid down, and also received an order from the chief commander of this operation, Zhang Sunhai, to stop the operation. Chief Minister, What should we do? These three people look a bit weird. Lin Killing secretly transmitted his voice. Zhang Songhai stroked his beard instead. The old man has lived for so long. Never seen such a strange thing. Do not rule out a bizarre invasion. For the time being, do not act rashly. Observe for a while. Dongfang Liuli's afterglow had been locking onto the Park Lingzi trio, and when she saw this, she froze for a moment, looking towards the Dome Sister and transmitting her voice. Did you just see that? Even if the Dome Sister no longer want to take care of the Empress, but the Sword Saint Master also live in the village of today, the safety and danger of the same system, frowned and thought about it, shook his head. I've seen it, but I'm not sure what's going on. It looks like it's being eroded by the law of time, but in the entire desolate domain, no one has mastered the way of time except for the Sword Saint Elder, and with the Sword Saint Elder staying by our side, there's no way I wouldn't have known if he had struck. At those words, instead of being afraid, Dongfang Liuli was excited and said, oh, could it be a pile of bizarre sources coming to life? Worth studying? Slice and study. The Dome Sister glanced at the former and transmitted her voice. I advise you to put away your small mind. The reason why bizarre is called bizarre is that no one knows where they come from and is not clear about their strength and means. Be careful of drawing fire. It doesn't matter if you guys die. Don't get Master Sword Saint involved. I had a fever 2 days ago and wanted to code, but I'm afraid I'm not in a good state and my writing is not as good as it should be. I sincerely apologize. Ding. Detecting that the host is subjected to mandatory snooping by others, the system feels provoked and will counterattack with self-protection. Meng Qingzhou's ears rang with a system beep, and she was immediately startled. In 3 years, this is the first time the system has been provoked and fought back in self-defense. So who is it? It was important to know that ordinary divine sense probes could not possibly cause the system to counterattack unless someone cast a snooping-type aptitude and paid a great price to do so. Where did a common village get a great avatar? Meng Qingzhou wanted to search out the person, but he couldn't see it, nor could he use his divine sense to trace back along the source of the avatar. Green tile little house. At the patio table. Lioli, have some outsiders come to the village recently? Meng Qingzhou inquired with a sideways glance. Dongfang Lioli held chopsticks in her hands, picked up a piece of fish and gently put it into her sandalwood mouth. Although she didn't want to admit it, the cooking skills were really good. No less than Meng Qingzhou. Not bad. Oriental Lioli looked to the dome in recognition. When she heard Meng Qingzhou's inquiry, Dongfang Lioli said without thinking, there was, as you know, a couple of people from the next village broke into the village. Meng Qingzhou frowned and said, other than that, is there nothing else? No. Dongfang Lioli was concise and very certain. It shouldn't be. Meng Qingzhou put down her chopsticks. A few croppers, no matter what, could not be associated with a great avatar. The dome sitting on the right-hand side had been watching Meng Qingzhou with bated breath, and when he saw him picking up and putting down his chopsticks, never touching the dishes on his plate, he couldn't help but pick up his own chopsticks that he had eaten, and picked up a piece of meat, and then pinched Meng Qingzhou's cheek with the other hand, and stuffed it in with one of his chopsticks. Meng Qingzhou subconsciously chewed a few times and nodded. Delicious. The dome was beaming with joy, gazing at the former with her cheeks full, urging, there's more, try the others. Okay, later. I'm thinking about things. Meng Qingzhou nodded. Su Qingqiu drooped her head and silently dried her rice, raising her eyes from time to time to glance at the two women who were fighting, and Meng Qingzhou who was always unperturbed. Then take your time to think. I'll feed you. Dome clamped food with one hand and placed one hand on Meng Qingzhou's mouth, calling out in a doting manner, come on, open your mouth. Meng Qingzhou was so full of trouble that she didn't have time to pay attention to anything else, and without much thought, she opened her mouth. Snap! Dongfang Liuli's eyes were icy cold as she slapped her chopsticks on the table and said, Princess Infinite, this is my husband, please respect yourself. If you are too lonely, my sister can also take over and help you find a good son-in-law in the village. The dome's big watery eyes were full of grievances, and she said petulantly, Sister said it's too serious. I'm a stranger. I have no one to rely on in the village, and I only want to get close to Master Meng, so that I can have a backer in the future. If sister also minded this, then I'll just leave then. I originally thought that my sister was a generous person, and would definitely be able to be a virtuous wife, but I didn't think, woo. Saying that, the dome didn't hesitate to stand up, and stepped out like an aggravated daughter-in-law. Dongfang Liuli's eyes widened, her trembling chest heaving up and down in anger. When did the hallowed city lord of Taiku Divine City become so be-faced? These words were clearly mocking Dongfang Liuli's narrow-mindedness, not the best candidate for a virtuous wife and mother, and she would definitely be a shrew in the future. You, stop. Dongfang Liuli's pretty face turned white with anger, and as she pulled the dome, she forced a smile and said, whereas sister's words, You have misinterpreted sister's meaning. Come, sit down and eat. The scene watched Su Qingqiu and Wu Dai's starry eyes shine straight, and they even had no intention of drying their rice, like two curious babies sitting in rows and eating melon crazily. In the meantime, outside the courtyard gate of the green tile chapel, three sneaky silhouettes, lying in the doorway eavesdropping. The villagers are all looking strange, but no one reminded, like no one cares. What kind of person is this blind man that he has caused two absolute beauties to fight over their jealousy? Park Lingzi leaned down between the cracks of the door and peeked inside, tisking under his breath. Elder Yin Yang patted his little head and reminded him, don't forget our mission. As a matter of urgency, we need to get out of this bizarre village and return to the Great Jin imperial capital. Park Lingzi said with a bashful smile. Don't worry, I was too startled to think about it before. And now that I think about it, there are quite a few holes. What do you mean? Elder Yin Yang was puzzled. Park Lingzi laughed. Yin Yang Zi, think back carefully. That dog lying on its back at the head of the village. Does it look like that beast that is said to be the state's oppressor in the legends of the Great Jin dynasty? Bearing the bloodline of Tao Wu, an immortal bird. And the cold woman who always accompanies the blind man. Does she look like Su Qingqiu? And the empress, may I ask? Within the Great Jin. If that bizarre one dares to dress up in Qin Liuli's likeness to beckon, is she not seeking her own death? Hearing this, the eyes of the Yin Yang old man abruptly lit up, and he blurted out, you mean to say that this is not a bizarre village, but, Great Jin Palace? The so-called Mrs. Meng is actually the empress? Park Lingzi nodded, his confidence soaring. That's right, but how can this be explained when old man's divine sense covers thousands of miles and is surrounded by rolling mountain ranges? Elder Yin Yang pursued. Park Lingzi snapped his fingers and said blandly, have you forgotten that Jiang Sunhai, the chief minister of the Great Jin, has an imperial treasure named the Mountain and River Map? The old man of Yin Yang was enlightened and slapped his head, suddenly realizing. So it is. Immediately, the Yin Yang old man gritted his teeth and viciously said, a group of bastards, how dare you deceive us, looking for death? The ambassador of the Sunset Empire stopped trembling and looked up sharply, equally humiliated. He represents the face of the Sunset Empire. But the result is in the imperial palace of the Great Jin dynasty was scared to the shit flow. Spread out, not only his life is not guaranteed, and even the face of the empire was also lost by him. My two lords, they must be taught a lesson. The envoy showed his anger. Elder Yin Yang looked grim as he said, that's for sure, but before that, we need to complete young lord's mission. Dare I ask, young Ji's mission is? The Sunless Empire envoy asked cautiously. There's no harm in telling you. Elder Yin Yang glanced at the former and said, the young lord has taken a liking to the Empress Qin Liuli, and wants to take her into his pocket. So this time, he sent us here, specifically to propose marriage. The ambassador of the Sunset Empire was a bit dumbfounded. Ji Wuxuan to support the Sunset Empire, so that the imperial lord issued an imperial edict, notifying the world to propose marriage to the female emperor, together with the person who really wants to marry. Is Ji Shao? What are we going to do with the lord of the kingdom? Fall into a stepping stone? I've heard that Qin Liuli is already married to a man named Meng Qingzhou, who is sealed as an emperor, and that the empress is already a wife, so she's simply not worthy of Shao Ji. The envoy gritted his teeth, still wanting to fight for his own country lord. Elder Yin Yang, however, laughed. It's just a rumor. You really believe it? What kind of person is Qin Liuli and Meng Qingzhou to conclude a good relationship, only to plug the mouth of the group of ministers? I dare to conclude that Meng Qingzhou is only a puppet. Empty identity, but no real power. At that, the ambassador didn't say another word. It makes sense. Just from this period of time, the performance of the empress, no matter how big or small things are not allowed to Meng Qingzhou, and even the world does not know what Emperor Meng looks like. Even Meng Qin, the sword saint of time and space, was ambiguous with the empress, but had he ever seen the emperor stand up and let out a fart? To say it's a puppet is an exaggeration. It's just a tool at best. I have one last question. Old man Yin Yang said, if this is the Great Jin Palace, then who are these villagers? The blind man. Who is he again? Park Lingzi's eyes were calm as he said, Yin Yangzi, the fact that you can ask means that you already have an answer in your heart. That's right. The villagers are the Great Jin ministers, and the blind man is the Great Jin Emperor. It was lunchtime on the pathway, and the villagers, who had finished their farm work, were carrying hoes or driving their cows and horses home. Occasionally, some villagers passed by, and from a distance, their afterimages surveyed the three people hiding in front of the door of the Taiji temple. Two figures, sitting in front of a store selling herbal tea. Chief Counselor, all of our disguises have been seen through by that bare child yet. Lin Kuei came up beside Jiang Sanhai and said in surprise, Jiang Sanhai picked up the porcelain bowl and drank a bowl of herbal tea. Worrying? It's not easy nah. We all underestimated them. That childish boy, knowing our identities, yet not avoiding it and putting it into his mouth in public, shows that he possesses absolute confidence in his own strength. Lin Kuei had a strange look in his eyes and wanted to say, Chief Minister, are you suffering from dementia? Does it matter? Lord Chief Minister, are you focusing on the wrong thing? They are going to marry His Majesty He. The mastermind behind this is not the Sunset Empire, but a young master surnamed Chicken. Strange how someone's last name is Chicken. Jiang Sanhai laughed and said, it's you who are wrong. Precisely this point I care the least. Don't forget, our emperor can't be the soft persimmon in the eyes of the world. Even these three people have not seen the emperor's reality. If they had targeted the great Jin Empire, I would have been troubled instead. But I didn't think that they had targeted His Majesty, so there's a lot of suffering to be had. Lin Killing hesitated, naturally not quite believing it. He didn't understand why the chief minister had so much confidence in the emperor. Even if the emperor was the sword saint of time and space and had great prestige in the hearts of the villagers of Imaji village, but in the final analysis, the emperor was only at the lunar flare realm after all, and the other party casually dispatched 2 of their men, both of whom were at the beginning of the Chaohui realm, so it could be imagined that the person behind the scenes was terrifying in their depths. This kind of person is afraid that they can't even look at a little bit of meager family business in the regional Great Jin Empire. Lin Kuei wasn't the only one who held such thoughts. Other than Qin Beacon and Jiang Sanhai, everyone else was worried. Come on, let's go in, Park Lingzi said. Startled, the ambassador couldn't help but ask, just barge in there in the open? A smile of mastery surfaced on Park Lingzi's tender little face as he said, we entered this village for no reason. Someone must have invited us. Empress, she has long since discovered us. Hiding our heads and tails is no longer useful. Why don't we be honorable and sit down to have a good talk? I think that the Empress is also a wise person. Knowing how big the gap between Dijin and the Ji family is, she will make the right choice. Elder Yin Yang nodded. That's right. To be seen by young Ji is a blessing that Qin Liuli has had the honor to cultivate in her 3 lifetimes. How could she refuse? In the words, it has gradually ignored Emperor Meng Qingzhou, not caring about a tool in the slightest. Just then, Park Lingzi shook his head and muttered, strange, I seem to have forgotten something. When did I become a kid? Creepy. Elder Yin Yang's eyes went into a trance as he looked at Park Lingzi with a surprised gaze. Park Lingzi, what's your look? How come you've turned into a small child? The ambassador was equally puzzled. I don't remember. I should have suffered a backstabbing, but it's no harm. I can feel my body slowly recovering. In a day or 2 at the most, I'll be back to my normal self. It didn't cause me any substantial harm. The 3 men stopped grinding and pushed their way in. Pushed the door of the movement, attracted a few eyes in the courtyard. Lying in the doorway of the big yellow dog, lazy eyes scanning the 3 people, the depths of the gaze vaguely bloodthirsty color. Great Jin lady, Park Lingzi bowed with her 2 small baby hands together. My real name is Oriental Lioli. Dongfan Lioli waved her hand, interrupting him in advance. Park Lingzi's eyes lit up. Oh, is this a sign of goodwill in advance because you know where we're coming from? As expected, the Empress still knew what to do, so the task that the young lord had explained would soon be accomplished. Miss Lioli, I think you know where we're coming from, Park Lingzi said. Dongfan Lioli said blandly. I know, but what I'm curious about is why they sent such a small child like you over. Park Lingzi's expression stiffened, and he cursed in his heart, F***ck. Aren't you guys aware of the fact that I become like this? How much does it mean to ask a question knowingly? An inadvertent encounter with a villain's backstabbing. I'll be able to recover soon, Park Lingzi said. Oh, Dongfan Lioli nodded. Meng Qingzhou turned back and asked curiously, Lioli, is there a guest? Listening to the voice is quite strange. Dongfan Lioli said blandly, they are the outsiders from the next village. I don't know what their intentions are. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou raised an eyebrow. An outsider from the next village? If it were before, Meng Qingzhou probably wouldn't have thought much about it, but now it was different. The system beep was almost explicit. The village was definitely mixed with great magi. It's most likely these out-of-towners. Who was it just now who said that they had suffered a backstabbing? Meng Qingzhou asked. Park Lingzi glanced at Meng Qingzhou. Some impatience. How can you talk so much as a tool person? It is not good to sit honestly and not move. Nay, the young lord had commanded in advance that he needed to give the Empress enough face and not be too arrogant and domineering. Too much strong-arm tactics with a domineering woman will only backfire. Me, Park Lingzi raised her hand. You come forward a few steps. It just so happens that I've learned a little bit of medicine. Simple looking and sniffing is no big deal. I'll help you take a look. Meng Qingzhou beckoned. Smiling warmly, Park Lingzi hesitates, not wanting to waste time. and politely declines. There's no need for that. I can handle this small injury on my own. Meng Qingzhou's face sank. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry over if I tell you to come over. Park Lingzi? You kid. Did I give you too much face so that you don't know who it is? 2 in 1 big chapter. Begging for catch-up reading. Begging for gifts. Begging for 5-star praise. Meng Qingzhou lazy nonsense. Want to verify the conjecture in his heart. Reached out his hand forward to try to touch, but pounced on the empty. Here it is. Dong thoughtfully held Meng Qingzhou's wrist and rested it on Park Lingzi's head. Park Lingzi shook her head, her 2 small lotus-root white hands clapping as she spoke angrily. Meng Qingzhou, how dare you humiliate me? If not for the presence of Miss Liuli, I would have taken your life. Meng Qingzhou's 5 fingers of his palm flew, traveling from the 100 clubs point on top of his head to the 6 lines on his face. Heavenly rank extreme grade technique, dragon seeking bone touching hand. Although it cannot measure cultivation, it can tell the trajectory of a person's life. Purple gold immortal path destiny, a straight path ahead, paving the way with the bones of the same generation of heavenly prides, forging a path of invincibility, and if it doesn't die prematurely, it is destined to ascend to the 9 heavens? Speak up, who are you? Park Lingzi slapped away Meng Qingzhou's palm and laughed coldly. Meng Qingzhou, right? Listen carefully, I am the leader of the human world. One of the 3 major organizations under the second young master of the Ji family. The yin-yang old man clasped his hands on his chest, his eyes showing sarcasm. I am the vice commander of the outer heaven. One of the 3 major organizations under the second youngest member of the Ji family. The district was just a puppet emperor, just a piece of trash that was used as a shield by the empress, and when they met it normally, it wasn't even worth casting their eyes on. Meng Qingzhou frowned slightly. The second youngest member of the Ji family. It's a bit familiar. In the next moment, Meng Qingzhou remembered the name of an organization in the late stages of the plot, Supervisory Heavenly Pavilion, the ultimate big boss of the book. Bar none, the Great Jin Empress could only be considered a pre-mid-stage boss, but the Supervisory Heavenly Pavilion realm was different. It gathered the most outstanding heavenly pride in the entire world, hidden in the shadows, hibernating in order to wait for the right moment, and they had a lofty philosophy, gathering all the celestial pride and raising a compulsion to raise a figure like the primordial human emperor to rule the world. Ji Wushuang, the second youngest son of the Ji family, was a core member of the Supervisory Heavenly Pavilion and was being groomed by the Supervisory Heavenly Pavilion as a successor. If Long Ao Tian's protagonist hadn't died, the biggest obstacle he would have encountered in the future among his peers would have been this second young master of the Ji family. Even within that period of time of the initial encounter, Long Ao Tian could only avoid Ji Wushuang and was crushed on all fronts. With the help of the Supervisory Heavenly Pavilion, the Ji family of the Heavenly State eventually laughed in the end and became the overlord of the Heavenly State. The 3 major organizations they were talking about were founded by the Ji family and now handed over to Ji Wushuang for control. Meng Qingzhou muttered, the world of man, responsible for assassination, looting, seizing cities, and causing conflicts between countries. The Ji family sent the leader of the world of man hundreds of years ago to the wasteland to secretly push the envelope, causing the countries of the wasteland to attack and destroy each other. Beyond heaven, a group of old demons practicing the sideways way gather together. No matter poison, formation, feng shui, wen qi, all kinds of everything. The immortal Ascension K. It is claimed that the 10 young primordial demons of the Ji clan are sitting at the helm, and all of them are under the orders of Ji Wushuang. These 3 organizations can be said to be a large part of the Ji family's heritage. Meng Qingzhou's heart was heavy. I didn't expect that the Ji family in Tianzhou would still be able to find him even after he hid in a remote village. Ji Wushuang, as one of the members of the Supervisory Heavenly Pavilion, must also be collecting young heroes from all over the world. It was assumed that Ji Wushuang was here for him, handing out an olive branch. Geniuses are often so helpless that they can't even keep a low profile if they want to. Meng Qingzhou was dumbfounded. Park Lingzi and Elder Yin Yang looked at each other with some surprise as they listened. I thought you were a frog at the bottom of a well, but I never thought that you would understand my Ji clan so well. A bit of insight. Park Lingzi laughed. Elder Yin Yang followed closely. Since you know the strength of the Ji family, there's no need for us to bother with words, so let's get straight to the point. The 2 of us, Park Lingzi and I, have been ordered by the young master to propose marriage to Miss Liuli. If you know what you're doing, break off the marriage contract with Miss Liuli now, and the Ji family will not treat you poorly, and will ensure that you live the rest of your life in glory, wealth, and peace. Even if there is a prime realm supreme power that wants to kill you, the Ji family will be able to protect you. Park Lingzi added, more than that, as the chief of the world of man, I can recommend you and enter the world of man to mix in a casual position, and if you want to cultivate, the world of man will also provide cultivation resources for free. Meng Qingzhou frowned and her tone became cold. What do you mean by saying this? Park Lingzi grinned. It means that my young master wants to propose to Miss Lioli, and you are somewhat of an eyesore. This statement was made. The big yellow dog lying in the doorway immediately stood up, his eyes full of murderous aura as he coldly gazed at Park Lingzi and old man Yin Yang. Dongfang Lioli didn't say a word, two slender fingers rubbing against each other, her eyebrows lowered, her expression ancient. But Dome covered his mouth with a laugh. He, badass women are so popular. But that's a good thing. Su Qingqiu protect the master eager. Directly draw the sword out of the sheath. Angry pretty face iron blue. But it is Wu Dai sober-minded, pulling Su Qingqiu who wants to kill. Has been in her ear chanting, calm down. Everything has the master. Don't be impulsive. A group of villagers lying outside the door eavesdropping. Originally all in the voice discussion. At this moment all quiet. Surprisingly, it's someone from the Ji family of the heavenly state. I'd say so. How could a mere sunless empire dare to propose marriage to his majesty? Lin Killing was murderous and secretly transmitted his voice. Jiang Sanhai looked toward Qin Beaconfire, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and transmitted his voice. The Ji family of Tianzhou is too huge for us to mess with. The wisest choice is to follow them. Upon hearing this, Qin Beaconfire burst into a rage, glaring at a pair of donkey eyes as he transmitted his voice to angrily rebuke. Old piker, what kind of fart are you making? Really letting Her Majesty divorce the Emperor and marry a Ji family brat? I can't stand such a great insult. Jiang Songhai hurriedly comforted. Hear me out. It's not realistic to ask His Majesty to commit to Ji Wushuang. His Majesty is the one who made Great Jin what it is today. If His Majesty is humiliated, it's no different from the death of the country. Right now, we can't count on the Emperor. We can only fight to the death, and raise the country's strength to immediately start a full-scale war in the desolate domain. And unify the desolate domain in the shortest possible time, so that we can have a chance to catch our breath, and have the strength left over to fight against the Ji clan. Qin Beihongwo fell silent, his fists clenched, and for a long time he slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His eyes revealed a death wish as he looked towards Jiang Songhai and said, I'm going to close my eyes to death. The half-step Chaohui realm is still too weak. Either I break through the Chaohui or I die. 3 days, if I'm not out in 3 days, then I'm dead. Upon hearing this, Jiang Songhai was startled and advised, you suffered a serious injury some time ago. Forcing a breakthrough now would be too risky. Qin Beihongwo shook his head, the corner of his mouth tugging, revealing a smirk. There is no need to worry about me. After I die, the burden of the country will be placed on your shoulders alone, which is even worse than dying. Ha ha, at that time, you can go ahead and curse me. I can't hear you anyway. After saying that, Qin Beihongwo didn't even look back and left in big strides. He just walked away silently, without telling the Empress or the Emperor, and disappeared under the watchful eyes of the courtiers. Qin Beacon's life was permeated by the word reckless, and he was known as the Great Pillar State, with nothing more than the strength to sweep through all the kingdoms. Now, Qin Beihongfire half a step toward the sunshine, simply cannot hold up a piece of the sky in Jin. In the country of no use, either dead, or reborn in the fire, so no one continues to discourage. Old piker. If you dare to take one step ahead of me, when I chase you to the netherworld 100 years from now, I will definitely beat you up as well. Jiang Songhai muttered, his tone filled with sadness. He knew in his heart that Qin Beihongwo was going to die 9 deaths in this trip, and the chances of a breakthrough were very slim. Perhaps this would be the last time they would see each other. Jiang Songhai gazed deeply at Qin Beihongfire's back as he left, wanting to burn it into his head. The group of ministers were stifled to the core, but there was nothing they could do. The shadow from the Ji family in Tianzhou covered everyone's heart. The emperor has been belittled. His Majesty has been proposed to. The Great Pillar State is closed for death. And the turmoil in the country has yet to be completely quelled. Why did the heavens treat my great Jin so badly? An old minister was snotty and in tears. Jiang Songhai looked around the circle of ministers and saw that they were filled with the color of despair. Their faces slowly returned to calm. Since there is no one to carry the banner, I, Jiang Songhai, will be the one to hold up the sky of Great Jin. Jiang Songhai said indifferently. Lin Killing, pass on His Majesty's holy decree. Gather the army, and all courtiers above the sea repeating realm will accompany me on my personal expedition. The old man will personally lead an army and raid the Western Buddhist kingdom, sweeping it away with lightning speed. In addition, gather all the craftsmen from the Ministry of Works to recast the mountain and river diagram, and melt all the imperial spiritual treasures collected from the 7 powers into the mountain and river diagram. Speaking here, Jiang Songhai sneered. I'd like to see who can withstand the impact of a piece of the imperial-grade mountain and river continent. Lin Kuei's breathing almost stopped. His little heart thumped wildly, and he couldn't help but gulp wildly. Chief Counselor, but His Majesty hasn't issued an edict. To do so is tantamount to deceiving His Majesty. It's a capital offense. Zhang Sunhai patted his shoulder and said, "There is no harm. I alone bear all the guilt. If this battle is successful, I do not need any reward. If it fails, I will bring the mountains and rivers of the continent to be buried with the enemy." To retain the vitality for the great Jin, Lin Killing with hot tears in his eyes, could no longer hold back. The great man lowered his head and shed tears, and flung himself to the ground. "First Counselor, even you." Zhang Sunhai tilted his head back and looked at the sky, shaking his head and chanting the verse wordlessly. After a long time, Zhang Sunhai stroked his palm on Lin Killing's head, like an ordinary old man, and smiled amiably. "What's there to cry about? Even Qin Beihongguo, this old piker, has sacrificed his life and forgotten his death. Am I still no match for him?" The Ji clan has their eyes on Great Jin. The original plan to sweep the Western Buddhist Kingdom and the Northern World Sect Alliance plan in 3 months is no longer enough. If we drag this out any longer, the only way for the Great Jin to go is to die. 3 months is too long. The situation in Dijin today must only be fought for. The eyes of the crowd were in a trance as they looked at the dying Zhang Sunhai, looking at the dying old man. The world has always evaluated him as a wise man of the Great Jin dynasty and regarded him as a military advisor-like figure. When could I have imagined that Zhang Sunhai would have such a resolute determination to kill when faced with a crisis? Even at this moment, Zhang Sunhai was more determined than Zhao Yuhuan, who had knocked at the imperial capital in the past, and more overbearing than Qin Liuli, who had been proud of the desolate realm countries. The younger generation of officials were so shocked that they were speechless and lost their voices. This is the old generation of courtiers. This is the big pillar state. A young civil official with hot tears in his eyes, sobbing and choking. His shoulders couldn't stop shrugging, as if raving in a dream. The pillar state bears the love of a nation's people, and at the same time bears the destiny of a nation. It shares the country's fortune, and it also shares the country's survival. Lin Killing wiped away his tears, his eyes firming up, and without hesitation, he turned away and went forward to gather the ministers. Not long after, Lin Killer returned. "Chief Counselor, everything has been arranged. The ministers, feudal lords, and so on, have already come up to the palace with tiger symbols and are waiting for the first counselor," Lin Kuwei softly said. Zhang Sunhai nodded, and before he left, he turned back to take another look at that little green-tiled building. "Ever since the emperor came and the village was established today, I often feel like I'm living in a dream. This life is too leisurely and comfortable to be fond of. It's kinda hard to let go." Lin Kuwei followed closely behind Zhang Sunhai, never saying a word. "What? You want to join me too?" Zhang Sunhai could see his small mind. The rise and fall of the country is the responsibility of everyone, not to mention that I shoulder the rank of a full third-grade general, so I should have this realization. Lin Kuwei smiled frankly. "No more sadness." "Good." Zhang Sunhai hesitated for a moment, nodded, and left Imaza village with his hands behind his back. On the same day, the 2 great pillars of the Great Jin carried the destiny of a country in silence. The subjects outside the village this morning do not know. The people of the imperial capital do not know, and the people within the Great Jin do not know. Only a few hundred people, with respect in their hearts, watched the 2 pillars retreat one after another. Of course, they retired in the village of this day, but they made a magnificent appearance on another stage, wanting to set off the waves of the barren domain. Yet all of this was unknown to the courtyard of the Green Tile Chapel. "No kidding?" Meng Qingzhou's face was completely gloomy. Park Lingzi smiled bashfully and shook her head. "No. So it's not me Ji Wuxuang is after. It's my daughter-in-law. You want to be a chow thief, don't you? Qingqiu, see off the guests." Meng Qingzhou chided. Su Qingqiu had long been unable to endure. Immediately rubbed an arrow step forward. A flying kick opened the courtyard door, ignoring the pile of villagers gathered at the entrance of the courtyard. His eyes sternly watched Park Lingzi. "3 people, coldly said. "Please." Park Lingzi's smile stiffened. His eyes grew cold, and his tone was unkind. "The conditions offered by the Ji clan are generous enough, so don't be ungrateful. Besides, who are you? I'm asking about Miss Lioli. You're a tool, a flunky, and a shield. How are you qualified to interrupt? Believe it or not, this seat will kill you now." Dongfang Lioli, who had always remained silent, suddenly opened her mouth. "You can try as much as you want. The moment you do it, I'll make sure that your head falls to the ground." At the same time, the Don's voice rang out. "You're afraid you don't know how to write the word death." Meng Qingzhou opened her mouth to make a domineering speech, but the 2 women grabbed her first, and she was instantly somewhat helpless. No. You guys should at least give me a chance to perform. I want to know why Ji Wuxuang is targeting me. If you want to hand out an olive branch, just say so bluntly, and use such underhanded tactics. It's not worth it. Meng Qingzhou was somewhat puzzled. His own daughter-in-law was just a mortal. No matter how beautiful she was, she wouldn't be able to attract Ji Wuxuan's attention. Besides, Dongfang Liuli rarely showed her face outside. When had Ji Wuxuan seen her? Throwing you an olive branch? Park Lingzi froze, then laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, you're really cheeky. Where do you get the qualifications that make you worthy of being recruited by my family's young master? My young master has been running towards Miss Liuli since the beginning. That day, Miss Liuli stood on the mountain river continent, facing the 7 forces surrounding her head-on, yet she was unafraid. Quite the woman. And that's what attracted my family's young master. A big 2-in-1 chapter, begging for catch-up reading, gifts, and 5-star reviews. At the mention of the mountain river continent and facing a siege from the 7 major powers straight away, Meng Qingzhou then remembered. On that day, he was ordered to take command of the army, accompanied by his own side, is clearly acting as a wise counselor of the role of Dongfang Liuli. Could it be that Ji Wuxuan had already visited the desolate domain since that time? Elder Yin Yang asked in a voice transmission. Didn't the young lord learn about the empress and the temporal sword saint in the Tao ancestors' memories? And when did he spectate the 7 forces siege battle? The young lord's whereabouts need to be concealed. I will deliberately release false news so that they will mistakenly think that the young lord is secretly observing them at all times, making them fearful and panicked, and it will be much easier to negotiate next. Park Lingzi held a faint smile, extraordinarily calm and confident, as if everything was under control. Speaking here, Park Lingzi gave a slight beat, then transmitted his voice. Find a way to inquire about the temporal sword saint later. Meng Qin's rise was too rapid and his retreat was too sudden. While we were snoozing, Meng Qin disappeared into thin air. We mustn't let the young lord find out that we don't know the so-called temporal sword saint at all. Elder Yin Yang's expression was incredibly grave as he nodded his head. Indeed, the young lord knew about the sword saint of time and space information through soul-searching the Tao ancestor, and mistakenly thought that you and I had been observing the sword saint of time and space as well, so we asked you and I to bring the sword saint of time and space before the young lord, not realizing that we had never seen the sword saint of time and space. Meng Qin. Discussing the temporal sword saint Meng Qin, the duo had quite a headache. Meng Qin's rise to fame in the desolate domain took only a month, and when they heard the news, they wanted to look for Meng Qin's traces, but they found that he had long retired and no longer asked about the world. When Ji Wuxuan projected half of his consciousness into the desolate domain, the first thing he noticed was the extraordinary nature of the temporal sword saint, and had Park Lingzi and old man Yin Yang capture Meng Qin and bring him to him. Just a few people in the courtyard had their own thoughts. After a short silence, Park Lingzi was the first to speak. How's that for consideration? Meng Qingzhou sorted out the current situation. Her expression gradually turned icy cold, her brows flushed with coldness, and she spat out a single word, scram. The voice was not loud, but it was filled with an undeniable flavor. Park Lingzi froze, thinking that Meng Qingzhou hadn't understood him, and reminded him again. My family's young master is the second young master of the Ji family in the heavenly state, named Ji Wuxuan. Haven't you heard of it? Meng Qingzhou no longer pretended to be polite, and her tone was cold and solemn. I've heard of it, claiming to be the reincarnation of the great emperor of the ancients, who has not lost a single battle across the heavenly state, and who has been able to integrate all kinds of great roads just by looking at them, practicing tens of thousands of canonical books, saying that he wants to integrate the world's 3,000 great roads, and walk out of an earthly emperor's road. But so what? You let him come and I'll behead him myself. Damn it, I hate Chow thieves the most. You little pussy, you want me to be the bitter enemy. You as Chow thieves? Go can't move. The cultivation path can be broken. Ji Wuxuan must die. Any longer than that and you're going to get your fucking nose stomped on and your head pooped on. Junior dare to speak out of turn and disrespect the young lord. Looking for death. The old man Yin Yang immediately appeared to have a stress reaction. His 5 fingers became claws and he wanted to strike. Have you forgotten the young lord's instructions? Park Lingzi hurriedly stopped it and transmitted his voice. Wu Dai's eyes were glowing, as if she had once again seen that day at Qingliang Mountain, the scene where the sword had chopped Zhao Jiu's Taoist protector. Master is still so mighty and domineering. Wu Dai cupped her cheeks and blushed. Su Qingqiu glanced at the former with her afterglow and muttered disdainfully, Che, nymphomaniac. Master has always been great alright. A low murmur of clamor resounded outside the courtyard gate. Ooh, bully. The emperor is speaking so wildly. Isn't he afraid of annoying the second youngest member of the Ji family? It is said that the second youngest member of the Ji family has already reached the peak of the Chaohui realm, and is climbing to the prime realm, and if he descends in his true form, the great Jin dynasty won't be able to hold him back. The number 1 person of the younger generation in the heavenly state. I wonder how much chance the timeless sword saint can have of winning. Despite the fact that the emperor has dedicated much to the great Jin and has received much credit, the truth is brutal. The emperor is no match for the two youngest members of the Ji family. The group of ministers outside the courtyard gate communicated with each other by voice, all of them harboring panic and being shocked and afraid. Suddenly, Oriental Lioli opened her mouth. My husband is too kind to kill, much less fight. But I have a word for you to pass on to Ji Wuxuan. Park Lingzi glared viciously at Meng Qingzhou, thinking of Ji Wuxuan's admonition not to open up in front of the empress, so he could only hold his fire and sulk. You say. Dongfan Liuli's phoenix eyes brewed killing intent and calmly said, I'll remember today's insult, and one day, I'll make him beg for life and death. Park Lingzi's color changed dramatically, and his pair of clear eyes became furious. An emperor with no cultivation. He still does not put it in his heart. Just like a mole cricket clamoring for the white moon, vowing to drag the white moon to sink into the sky is generally ridiculous. But the empress was different. She was the woman that the young lord had taken a fancy to by name, and a sincere offer of marriage was seen as an insult? How dare you have murderous intentions towards the young lord? Don't know what's good for you. Do you know how many goddesses and holy maidens in the heavenly state dream of climbing into the bed of the young lord? You actually dare to refuse and speak out of turn. You're really tired of living. Park Lingzi heckled angrily. Before Dongfan Lioli had torn his face off, Park Lingzi was still able to scruple a few moments of face and was unwilling to jeopardize the task given by the young master. However, Dongfan Lioli's attitude nowadays makes it clear that he can't continue to talk about it, so he's still pretending to be polite. Enough said? Meng Qingzhou leaned on her blind cane and slowly stood up. Her voice was incomparably cold, like a frigid pool and a fountain, freezing the bones to the marrow. You are honored to be the first, so far, to give birth to my killing intent. Proposing my daughter-in-law in front of me, aren't you taking me too seriously? Meng Qingzhou heavily inserted the blind staff into the lapis lazuli floor tiles, then backhandedly held the end. Accompanied by the sound of gold and iron friction, the sharp blade of the sword came out of its sheath, and the cold light of the sword poured out onto the ground. Park Lingzi looked at the person in front of him, his green shirt standing, black satin covering his eyes, one person and one sword, as if he was standing on top of the sky. You are the temporal sword Saint Meng Qin. Park Lingzi's eardrums rumbled as if a million thunderbolts had exploded, and his eyes involuntarily widened. The great Jin Emperor is the temporal sword saint. Damn Meng Qingzhou, actually deceiving the whole world. Even the young master failed to anticipate it. Yin Yangzi, hurry up and withdraw. The matter that Meng Qingzhou is the temporal sword saint must be reported to the young lord immediately. Park Lingzi's thoughts turned quickly. The first thing he thought of was Ji Wuxuan. Sometime in the future, Ji Wuxuan would definitely go in search of the temporal sword saint and collect the temporal avenue to incorporate into his own avenue. And at that time, there would definitely be a battle. But who would have thought that Meng Qingzhou was the temporal sword saint? And Ji Wuxuan would most likely fall on his face if he didn't know this news. Elder Yin Yang was also startled, and immediately prepared to tear through the void and jump into the alien space to escape. Just then, a voice came close enough to ring in their ears. Can you walk away? Just as well. Let's take you guys to test the power of the Emperor's spatio-temporal sword intent, and see if I can go against the grain and slaughter my enemies by a large realm. Requests for catch-up reading, gifts, and 5-star reviews. Both of you. The sheltering village is too small to withstand the tossing and turning, so both of you should come with me. Meng Qingzhou's knees were slightly bent, and he fiercely exerted his strength as if he were an arrow off the string. His figure only gradually zoomed in on Park Lingzi and the old man of Yin Yang, and then he chopped down with a sword. Space, stop inch. This sword did not land on the ground, chopping in the void, 100 miles of space in a circle, as if it had been erased by a rubber. In the blink of an eye, when Park Lingzi came back to his senses, the scenery in front of him had completely changed, and he came to the outside of the capital. The sword Dao can actually be played like this. It's worthy of being a great Dao that even the young lord covets. Park Lingzi marveled. Throughout history, all sword cultivators tended to focus only on killing, with the power of sword intent being the highest pursuit. Where there was an all-around sword cultivator like Meng Qingzhou. In the meantime, present-day village with small green tiles, Dongfan Liuli's heart missed a beat, hurriedly unfolded his divine sense, searching for Meng Qingzhou's location. When he saw that familiar figure appearing in a group of mountains outside of the imperial capital, he couldn't help but sigh in relief and muttered to himself. Luckily the teleportation distance is far enough. Su Qingqiu was also frightened and hastily patted her chest and said, if the teleportation distance is too short, I'm afraid it will then descend somewhere within the imperial capital. When the time came, Meng Qingzhou thought that she had teleported outside of the present-day village, only to find that she was surrounded by hustle and bustle and noise. And when she listened carefully, ooh, isn't this the capital city of Great Qin? When did I become so advanced? On second thought, no. Have I never left the capital? Once again, I was shocked to find that my wife was actually the empress of the dynasty. It's over. The sky is falling. The woman I don't want to be associated with has become my daughter-in-law. Divorce. That image is too beautiful to imagine. Su Qingqiu, just think about it on the scalp numb. She still want to kowtow sweet love candy it. Do not want to see pure love couples turned into a large divorce scene. Quickly, instruct Jiang Sunghai to zoom in on the mountain and river diagram and envelop the imperial capital, not to leak a single bit of it. Dongfang Liuli hurriedly heckled. A minister who was eavesdropping outside pushed open the courtyard door and sniffed, his face slightly dark. Your Majesty, Lord Chief Counselor, has led an army out to battle, ordering millions of troops, bringing with him the imperial treasure mountain and river diagram, intending to sweep across the western Buddhist kingdom with a thunderous force. The minister knelt down and wept silently. Dongfang Liuli frowned. Her mind turned to understand why Jiang Sunghai made this move, but she remained calm and asked, and what about Qin Fengwang? Why didn't he stop it? The minister's head buried lower and lower, his voice weak. The Great Pillar State has also closed its death chamber, preparing to break through Chaohui in one fell swoop. Dongfang Liuli was completely silent, not uttering a word for a long time. The two pillars of the Jin dynasty, each in their own way, practicing the responsibility and commitment of the pillars of the country, each embarked on the road of sacrificing their lives for the sake of death. As an emperor, she had no reason to blame, but simply cast her gaze outside the imperial capital. You guys say, am I a failure as an emperor? Dongfang Liuli suddenly became very quiet, his tone as calm as water. The ministers knelt down, bowed their heads, and said in unison, Your Majesty's achievements are worthy of the ages, and your longevity is equal to that of the heavens. The dome impatiently looked out at the back of the sword Saint Master, wanting to go forward to participate in the battle to help. But on second thought, that's not right. Master is running out to fight someone for Oriental Lioli, for a slutty fox third party. Do I, the honorable wife from 30,000 years ago, have to follow Master to fight for a foxy third party? Inappropriate. Thinking about it, the dome more and more suffocated. Steeply heard the East Lioli seems to be a little lost in the question. Nonchalantly said, quite a bit of self-awareness. If there was no sword Saint Master, no Jiang Sunhai and Qin Beacon Fire, the great Jin would have died long ago. And what's the point of talking about uniting the world? The group of ministers immediately angry. Can play villagers in the village of this day? All the ministers are Oriental Lioli's hardcore loyalists, belong to the kind of father, mother, children and daughters cannot want. The emperor's old man must be sworn to death to maintain the people. Hearing the Dome sisters' words, one of them jumped to his feet, pointing at the Dome sisters' nose and cursing angrily. What kind of yellow hair is this? Your Majesty's achievements are obvious to all, when other countries were still practicing the 3, 6, 9 classes. Your Majesty was the first to say, let the avatar be taken from the sky and used for the people, utilizing the great divine power to build the social jigaku, open canals, cast the 9 cauldrons, cure natural disasters, and increase harvests. It was even the first to erase the barrier between cultivators and ordinary people, promulgating cultivation methods so that every citizen of the Great Jin is qualified to cultivate. Having ascended the throne for only 3 years, sweeping away dozens of countries, allowing the originally shaky Great Jin dynasty to come back to life, and even hopefully unify the desolate domain, this kind of emperor is no less than the first human emperor. Shut up if you don't understand. Thanks to you being a courtier of the Great Jin, eating the king's salary and being loyal to him, you don't even understand the most basic gratitude. You don't deserve to be a human being. The Dome sister's original disdainful look gradually became grave, and then she took a deep look at Dongfang Liuli and didn't speak again. Though it's still unpleasant and sour, even if this woman is capable, she can't steal my sword Saint Master, and asking Master Sword Saint to help you go to a fight. Excessive. I'll take a break. Dongfang Liuli was calm and waved her hand. First of all, this girl is not a citizen of the Great Jin, and secondly, she is indeed not human. The ministers? Your Majesty, are you swearing? When we curse, we are justified in protecting our master, but when you curse, it's detrimental to your prestige. Dome sister nodded and said, hear all that? I am truly not a human being, much less have I ever eaten a single grain of rice from the Great Jin. Dongfang Liuli looked sideways at the dome, her red lips lightly opened. Do me a favor, can you? The Dome sister scanned the former in disbelief. Hey, this is the first time a woman has ever bowed down and begged for help. Go ahead, I'll listen before I decide. Dome girl clasped her hands to her chest, her chin puckered. Play Empress, go help Lightning Boat. Oriental Lioli said. The Dome girl frowned and said, why don't you go yourself? Master Sword Saint is fighting someone else for your sake. Dongfang Liuli shook her head and said very bashfully, I can't, maybe because these two are rushing at me. So Lightboat planted a strand of sword intent on me before making his move, and was able to sense my state at all times. So, please, I don't want Lightning Boat to be in danger for my sake. The hallowed Empress, at this moment, spoke sincerely, as if she was a truly virtuous wife and mother, pleading for help to take care of her husband who was working outside. The Dome Sister's smile stalled as her gaze slowly moved, looking up and down at Dongfang Liuli. You're showing off, right? Absolutely. Why is it that Master Sword Saint can care so much about you, while not only am I alone in my boredom and jealousy, but I have to help you fight to the death? Can you stop acting like you're eating me up? It's disrespectful, you know. I'm offended, Dome Girl said with a cold face. Not for my sake, for the sake of your family's Sword Saint Master. Won't you help? Dongfang Liuli asked rhetorically. The corner of the Dome Sister's eyes twitched a few times, and she glared fiercely at Dongfang Liuli. Damn it, sooner or later I'll get my revenge. Requests for catch-up reading, gifts, and 5-star reviews. Late September, early winter. As the first snowflakes fell from the sky and melted on the verdant streets of Imperial City, people changed into their winter clothes. It was on this day that a shocking news came out from the imperial capital that a national war was about to start. I just don't know who to fight with. People saw the feudal kings from all over the world holding tiger symbols and leading their armies to stay outside the city, and the civil and military officials converging on the palace from all directions. Afterwards, only Jiang Sanhai was seen wearing a black cloak, holding the sword blade of the commander of the three armies, and in his body, divided into two rows, were the battlefield generals and the strategists who gave advice. Going on an expedition. Although this is a disgraceful move, for the sake of the great Gene, we will forsake the square battlefield confrontation, and instead, as fast as we can, we will sneak up on the Western Buddhist kingdom, and then head straight for the Northern World Sect Alliance. In this battle, not only should we win big, but we should do it with thunderous speed, before the snow is colorful, before the year is about to end. Send the world a clear winter thunder. With a wave of Jiang Sanhai's big hand, the mountain and river diagram rose with the wind and became a lofty continent suspended in the air. March! The million-strong army stepped onto the mountain and river map with great vigor. And then the people of the imperial capital saw that the continent that covered the sky was hidden into a foreign space and disappeared in an instant. Some people chant Gale songs to send off the soldiers who were going to war, and they look particularly silent and pale against the sparse snowflakes, the snow falls and the wind clamors. The War of Nations. Again! Before the people of the city back to God. Suddenly outside the imperial capital, rang a thunderbolt thunder-like movement. Suddenly the mountains and rivers turbulence, the mountains rustling shaking. Unknown people have gathered in the city gates to watch. In the country where everyone reveres force, the people are more or less some cultivation, ear and eyesight. Vision can vaguely see a blind young man in a green shirt, holding a 3-foot sword, crossbody blocking the two demonic godlike figure. Those two devilish godlike figures had a monstrous aura, much more terrifying than when the Empress had fought Zhao Yuan. One of the figures chortled in a cold voice. Meng Qingzhou, you're too arrogant. Do you really think that I'm the kind of waste that, by virtue of my long lifespan and countless heavenly materials and treasures, piles up hard? This seat was enlightened at the age of 10, crossing the 9th to the 1st grade, directly ascending to the Tingyun realm, and for the next 40 years, the realm reached the late Chaohui realm, and traveled across the heavenly state without a single defeat, until I met the young lord, and finally gained a glimpse of the true great Tao, just by you, a mere peak of the lunar flare realm. You dare to stop the two of us alone? Meng Qingzhou impatiently pulled out her ears. You villains, can't you change your lines before each appearance? Do you have to introduce yourselves? Cut the crap. Just based on the fact that you proposed marriage to my daughter-in-law, you are already guilty of unpardonable offenses. No one can save you today. Give your heads. As the words fell, Meng Qingzhou swept horizontally with her sword as if she was sweeping the snow in front of her door. But soon, a blurred and distorted light shadow was born from that sweep. The images in the light and shadow gradually became clearer. They were a period of past history, characters who had once whistled mountains and rivers in this heaven and earth, pretending to be a god. Some guys who turned into dry bones in a mound. What? You still can't bring them back to life? Park Lingzi was very confident and waited quietly, wanting to give Meng Qingzhou a rout in a dignified manner, letting the people of the Great Gene see the true invincibility, and also letting the Empress Qin Liuli see how deep the strength of the Ji family of the heavenly state was. Meng Qingzhou suddenly laughed and said, You guessed right. I can't do the resurrection yet, but well, bringing back their former elegance to the earth can still be tried. Saying that, Meng Qingzhou put his fingers together into a finger sword, and dropped a finger at the glistening light shadow. All the sages, the late Meng Qingzhou, awakening a wisp of your will that is latent in the long river of space and time. Whoever would like to make a name for themselves again after their deaths, and allow the world to witness your elegance once again, come out and fight. Imperial-grade spacetime sword intent, spacetime, projection. No matter who, no matter how powerful he was in life, after death, his soul returns to heaven and earth, and his essence escapes into the four seas and the universe, and also disappears into the river of time and space. The function of spacetime projection serves the purpose of awakening these wills, reproducing them in the long river of space and time, images from when they once fought in this heaven and earth, and recreating them on earth. As for the willingness to fight, the choice was not in Meng Qingzhou's hands, and he could not force it. Buzz. Suddenly, someone responded, only to see a bit of starlight slowly peeling out of the dappled light of its own accord. A majestic middle-aged man clad in the Nine Dragons imperial costume, slowly opening his eyes. I am the founding emperor of the Great Jin dynasty, and the year number, Taichu, and I am Emperor Taichu, late descendant. Emperor Taichu's figure appeared blurry, unlike a solid entity, as if it was a shadow. He suddenly sensed something and looked back, but he saw the Great Jin imperial capital. This. Emperor Taichu blinked his eyes. A trace of bewilderment swept through the depths of his eyes as his gaze pierced through everything. He saw a picture of peace and prosperity, of people living in peace and happiness. Also saw a cave within the great pillar state Qin beacon fire spelling out a wisp of a slim chance to forcefully seek a breakthrough. Seeing that Zhang Sanhai, the chief minister of the mere mountain-moving realm, led 1,000,000 soldiers and horses, harnessed the mountain and river diagrams, and with the determination of certain death, sneaked up on the Western Buddhist kingdom. Even saw today's village green tile small building. There is a stupid dog stood up violently, staring wide-eyed at him through the air, a look of living ghosts, as if by a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Dumbly did not dare to move. Silly dog. Emperor Taichu was dumbfounded. Finally, he cast his eyes towards Dongfang Liuli, who was haunted by the imperial Dao dragon Qi around him. Surprisingly, it's a female emperor. It was a long story, but in reality, only a few seconds had passed before Emperor Taichu withdrew his gaze. He looked at the Great Jin River and mountain and glimpsed many events from the clues, and could not help but sigh and mutter, "Descendants of the Great Jin, you have suffered. To be met with such a prosperous time is both fortunate and unfortunate, and even more so. I never thought that 10,000 years after my death, I would still have the opportunity to fight for my descendants." Emperor Taichu looked back at Meng Qingzhou and asked, "Who are you?" Late Meng Lightship, who once held the position of servant in the Great Jin dynasty, is now a white man in cloth. Meng Qingzhou was not humble and slightly arched his hand. Emperor Taichu stared closely at Meng Qingzhou, looking at the Great Jin dragon's qi curling up from his head. "Cloth and white? Are you teasing me? Which ordinary person, with a dragon's qi as thick as a bucket on his brain, is on the verge of catching up with the current empress?" Emperor Taichu's gaze moved, once again looking into the distance, casting a glance at Imaza village and locking eyes with Dongfang Liuli. Only Dongfang Liuli shook her head slightly, her eyes mixed with embarrassment, sorrow, and a hint of reverence for her old ancestor. "So that's how it is. Young people play with real flowers." Emperor Taichu suddenly realized and lost his smile. Requests for catch-up reading, gifts, and 5-star reviews. The people of the imperial capital were abuzz as they witnessed the emperor traveling, and although he couldn't see his face, his magnificent stature was so great that he blocked 2 late-stage Qiaohui realm powerhouses. People were talking about it, and the great name of the emperor was being extolled in the streets. Who said that the emperor is a mortal body with no cultivation? Those who spread rumors really deserve to die. It seems that His Majesty issued an edict about the emperor's 3 no's with no cultivation, no official resume, and no merits. The emperor is deeply hidden, and it wasn't until the imperial capital was in danger that he struck out to hold back 2 Qiaohui realm powers for the Great Jin. The emperor is mighty. From now on, whoever dares to question the emperor's virtue is not worthy of his position. Labor will be the first to object. I am emperor's hardcore fan. My son was bad-mouthing the emperor yesterday. This son must not be kept. I'll expel him from the house today. Father, obviously you said it first. I just echoed a couple of sentences, and Grandpa said he'd expel you from the house as well. The Marquis of Sanhai stood on the city tower, looking extremely far away, his eyes revealing an unbelievable look. Emperor, temporal sword saint. Ordinary people couldn't see it, but the Sanhai Marquis was in the moonlight flare realm, and he could really see the emperor's appearance, which was clearly identical to the temporal sword saint. Marquis Sanhai, His Majesty has an invitation. A eunuch came to Marquis Sanhai's side noiselessly and whispered, "What is it?" The Sanhai Marquis took a deep breath and held back his inner shock. The eunuch respectfully said, "His Majesty invites the Marquis of Wang to participate in the village plan this morning." This day village? The Sanhai Marquis was stunned. Isn't that the old home of the temporal sword saint Meng Qin? It is said that the sword saint's seclusion is a return to the present-day village. Suddenly, the Shanghai Marquis figured it out and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. So that's how it is. Thinking back to Meng Qin's first visit to the capital, His Majesty spared no effort to support him, as well as the rumors of flirtations between the Empress and her favored ministers and so on. Life is like a theater. Theater is like life. The Marquis of Shanghai was overwhelmed with emotion and followed the eunuch to the palace with his hands behind his back. Imego Village. Green tile little house. Dongfang Liuli sighed softly and said, "Command that all those who have witnessed the emperor's appearance be allowed to participate in the village of this day through and through. In addition, activate the imperial-grade spiritual treasure to conceal and isolate the imperial capital within a radius of 1,000 miles, so that none of the other forces secretly spying on the emperor can see the emperor's appearance. Emperor likes quietness but not movement. Once the news that the temporal sword saint is emperor is exposed, from now on, emperor will never have peace." One of the ministers received the order, said yes, and then hurriedly set about arranging for the matter. Just then, a gaze swept in. The original dozing obsidian divine sovereign, violently stood up in a single bone, looking around in disbelief, until he cast his gaze outside the imperial capital and saw that a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe. His pupils underwent a great earthquake, a look of a living ghost, and his dog's mouth was wide open. Founding Emperor, Tai Chu, how did he come back to life? Dongfang Liuli also felt it and turned his head back, staring at Emperor Taichu across the sky for a long time without words. The silent stare down between the first founding emperor and the empress of the day seems like a collision of two histories, full of epicness. It caused the villagers of Imazeo village to not dare to breathe, and they all stared wide-eyed, their breathing becoming cautious. Just how powerful is the emperor that he was able to awaken the founding emperor? Simply incredible. This is a miracle, isn't it? A reappearance of the ancient times. Unheard of. I'm now seriously doubting whether or not the emperor is a lunar flare realm sword saint. He shouldn't still be hiding his clumsiness. According to the emperor's character, this probability is very high, and I think that the emperor being so emboldened mostly comes from absolute confidence. And of course, absolute confidence comes from absolute strength. The villagers, despite knowing the emperor's true identity beforehand, were still stunned by Meng Qingzhou's single-handed means of recreating the ancient spirit. Recreating the ancient times is beyond the reach of human power, and neither can the great magi do it. Light boat, you're getting more and more powerful. You're really going to become the top pillar of Dijin, the top pillar of our family. Dongfang Liuli's pink fists clenched as she felt a pressure. Meng Qingzhou was getting stronger too fast, so fast that she became urgent. Dongfang Liuli's eyes were deep and worried for a long time, and he reached out to stroke the position of his forehead, where there was a shallow crescent moon mark. Uncovering the seal will enable my cultivation to skyrocket for a short period of time, but it's only once in a lifetime, and I want to save the opportunity for the most critical moment. The longer I drag it out, the more I'll benefit. Forget it, it's not a matter of life and death yet. Qin Lioli, born with only an immortal talent physique, was able to surpass all the pride of the desolate domain and the heavenly state, becoming the youngest Chao Wei realm powerhouse in history. By virtue of that, was it just immortal talent? No. What really molded her was the divine soul talent. There are roots and bones in the physical body, and there are 3, 6, 9 grades in the divine soul. Divine souls were difficult to cultivate, and the chances of awakening a higher talent were low, even more so than awakening the roots and bones of the physical body. And Dongfang Liuli was a great empress-level divine soul talent, emperor grade and above, great emperor grade. Only, Dongfang Liuli's physical cultivation could not keep up with the speed of progress of the divine soul, thus leading to a high and a low. The divine soul overwhelmed the physical body. Once let Dongfang Liuli fall into a state of near death. As a last resort, Oriental Liuli sealed the divine soul, but the divine soul had been slowly progressing, only dragging down the physical body at a slower rate. To put it simply, Dongfang Liuli had always fought with pure physical strength, and comprehended Tao. Once the seal was lifted and the divine soul was integrated into her physical body, she would see a sudden advancement. Initial estimation, able to become a half-step prime. Your Majesty, look, another ancient spirit has revived and responded to the emperor's call. Su Qingqiu exclaimed in shock. Only then did Dongfang Liuli return to her senses, her gaze looking outside the imperial capital. A starburst peeled away from the dappled light, revealing a distant shadow. These projections, the realms of strength, were not very exaggerated. Meng Qingzhou was the summoner of these projections, so the realms of the projections were the same as Meng Qingzhou, clear of the peak of the lunar flare realm. Old me, the founding emperor of the Diqian dynasty. Year number, Holy Grace. Ha, where is my Diqian? It's dead? Daqian is dead. Damn it, Who did this? Meng Qingzhou heard the thunderous voice of the founding emperor of the Dechen dynasty, his diameter pointing straight towards Park Lingzi and the young old man. Emperor of Sacred Grace? I won't hide it from you. These two are the culprits. Park Lingzi's eyes were heavy and his heart was pounding as he looked at this bizarre scene. And both of them did not respond to Meng Qingzhou's shameless splashing of dirty water. After all, the Daqian dynasty was indeed destroyed by Ji Wushuang, including the two old ancestors and the current emperor of the Daqian dynasty, who all died at the hands of Ji Wushuang. I am shouting Yama. I have committed too many sins in my life, so after I die, I am entitled to do some good deeds for my descendants. I am the old ancestor of the Park family of Tianzhou, whose reputation was forgotten in history during my life, and I want to revitalize the prestige of my Park family even after my death. With a jolt, Park Lingzi twisted his head and looked at that old Park family ancestor with his jaw dropped. Walt sent, my old man, requests for catch-up reading, gifts, and 5-star reviews. The old man of Yin Yang could not help but stagger back a few steps, his turbid old eyes filled with astonishment, surveying one ancient spirit coming out of the dappled light. This kind of tactic is tantamount to necromantic techniques and goes against the heavenly Tao. How is it possible? How could there be such a Tao in this world? The great Jin dynasty is truly blessed with great fortune. First there's Qin Liuli's imperial Tao, then there's Meng Qin's spacetime Tao, and even Meng Lightship's nameless Tao that summons ancient projections. No wonder the young lord didn't hesitate to give half of his divine sense to cross hundreds of millions of miles of territory, with his divine sense possessing the flesh of a half-step prime realm supreme power, to come to the desolate domain. Elder Yin Yang marveled and muttered, if the young lord harvests these 3 great paths, I'm sure he'll immediately be able to cross the threshold to ascend to prime. Suddenly, Park Lingzi's trembling voice came from the old man Yin Yang's ears. Old ancestor, is that you, old grandpa? Elder Yin Yang froze and turned his head to look at Park Lingzi, only to see that the latter's pupils contracted into the shape of vertical needles. Fine beads of sweat flowed from his forehead, and the knot in his throat couldn't stop rolling, with a look of constipation that was like a dog that had died in the sun. Several sages from the spacetime projections came out of the sages, expressing the emotions in their hearts, either recklessly emitting terrifying pressure or whistling mountains and rivers, terrifying as hell. You juniors, how dare you destroy our country's degree? Tianzhou's little child, you are really looking for death. The great Qian founding emperor was incomparably angry, yet his voice was surprisingly calm. Emperor Taichu said in a cold voice, if you want to destroy our country's degree, you should first ask me if I will answer. Shouting Yama is dressed in black, like a night crow walking in the sunlight, surrounded by black gas. He was a desert domain cultivator before his cultivation reached half-step prime. Late in life encountered an unknown, so he went to the sky state alone, committed boundless killings, so he was called Yama. Tianzhou cultivators? Interesting. I didn't kill enough in life, but I can kill again after death. Shouting Yama grinned, the corners of his mouth pulled to the back of his ears, looking bizarre to the extreme. The Park family's old ancestor had crane hair and a short stature, and his appearance was indescribably kind and friendly. At this moment, however, the Park family's old ancestor was filled with rage, looking at Park Lingzi in shock and anger as he asked sternly, you're a descendant of the Park family? Park Lingzi nodded his head woodenly, likewise very stunned. He never thought that Meng fucking Lightning Zhou actually summoned his old ancestor who had been dead for 10,000 years. He had even only ever seen the portrait of this old ancestor in front of his ancestor's tablet. Otherwise he didn't even recognize it. Answer me, why do you have the slave mark of the Ji clan on your body? The Park family ancestor chided in a stern voice. Park Lingzi looked like she was taking it for granted and said, it's a great honor for me to follow the second young master of the Ji family, and it's even a great honor for the Park family to have chickens and dogs and be proud of them. What? Are you trying to praise me? At least being a late-stage Chao Hui realm powerhouse. Park Lingzi still had this quality of mind and quickly accepted the fact that his old ancestor had been awakened. The Park family's oldest ancestor's palms trembled in anger, shivering as he pointed at Park Lingzi and shouted angrily, ungrateful, ungrateful. Do I know that when I was the head of the Park family, the Ji family was a line of servants of my Park family who served my Park family as their own? As a descendant of the family master, how can you submit to the servant lineage? Shame, great shame. Park Lingzi bristled and said disdainfully, old man, the past is the past. The current Ji family has risen to prominence and is expected to unify the heavenly state, whereas the Park family has long since fallen, and the vast majority of the reason why they haven't been extinguished is because I'm the one who's holding them up. And you, a dead man, don't come to plague the Yang, just let me send you back to where you belong. Upon hearing this, the Park family ancestor immediately became furious. It's gone against the grain. Reverse. To dictate to the ancestors and grovel to the descendants of servants. Your kind of descendants, Don't want it. Old me is going to set things right today and obliterate this beastly thing of yours. Meng Qingzhou ate melon with interest, listening to a few people talk. Her heart was overjoyed. So much for idle talk. Sages, since you have answered my call, you must obey my command. Meng Qingzhou's smile tightened and she said in a cold voice, kill these two and wipe out all 7 of their souls and 6 of their spirits, completely uninvolved in the cycle of reincarnation. As Meng Qingzhou's words fell, several peak lunar flare realm temporal and spatial projections instantly pounced towards Park Lingzi and Old Man Yin Yang. Park Lingzi kindly laughed and said in a clear voice, the 3 Qing returns to the origin. His aura began to skyrocket, infinitely approaching the peak of the Chaohui realm as his qi, blood, and divine soul climbed. So what if there are a lot of people? Don't forget, I am the commander of the human world. My main job is responsible for fighting and slaying. The more people there are the tougher I am, said. Suddenly an axe cut off the Park Lingzi head, neck bull-sized scar, blood gurgling and spraying, like a blood-colored waterfall. Just this? Shouting Yama cocked his head, his eyes looking out of the corner of his eye. Suddenly, a voice responded to him. Of course it's more than that. There's no harm in telling you. The attribute of the 3 clear returning elements is immortality. A drop of blood can revive the soul, and even if the soul is crushed, it can be instantly gathered together like flowing water. And, the more I fight, the stronger I get. Every time I die, I will undergo a metamorphosis, only to see that Park Lingzi's severed neck suddenly drilled out a single sprout of flesh, recondensing into a complete head. Gentlemen, please feel free to do as you please. I would appreciate it. The Park family's old ancestor did not hesitate to slap over. This palm contained the silent intent of slaughtering everything, enough to exterminate any living being. Boo! A palm fell and slapped into place, and Park Lingzi was instantly slapped into a bloody mist. I still don't believe it. If your brat is really that powerful, wouldn't you be able to become a G-clan slave? The Park family's old ancestor said in a cold voice. As if in response to the Park family ancestor, the blood mist coalesced without warning, and the Park Lingzi gathered once again, recovering as before, without any injuries, and even a few pounds of breath. How about that? Park Lingzi spread his hands and smiled teasingly. A group of old bones. Dead is dead. Still run out for what? The era is moving forward. All past tense represents decay and outdated. Tens of thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. The Tao you perceived in the beginning is no more than 1,000,000% of what it is today. And still want to defeat me? Emperor Taichu was holding a blood-colored broadsword, and between waving it, the blood-colored blade chi was spreading across the sky, and one blade was like the Milky Way falling into the 9 heavens, smashing at Park Lingzi like a bamboo. With a sideways glance, not even bothering to turn around, Park Lingzi reached out a hand and squeezed the blade with 2 fingers. No matter how hard Emperor Taichu tried, the blade was never able to inch in. Having killed me twice, it's my turn to kill you. Pust! Park Lingzi's finger was like lightning, landing a hole in Shouting Yama's chest. The Shouting Yama, who failed in his sneak attack, stepped back with a gloomy expression and said, Gentlemen, this fellow is a bit too strong. Let's join forces and surround him together. I don't believe it. There really are people in this world who can't be killed. Requests for catch-up reading, gifts, and 5-star reviews. The battle was in full swing when 4 ancient spirits projected and surrounded Park Lingzi alone. The aftermath of the great battle crushed the mountains and formed a huge basin, and if not for the imperial capital's protective city formation, it would have been destroyed into wreckage. Shouting Yama was roaring, drenched in blood, killing red eyes, and axe wide open, no longer in any way. The Park family ancestor smothered his head and swung his slaps wildly. He couldn't figure out why his descendants were so powerful, yet they had to become slaves of the G family, so he had to vent his fury. How is it possible? How is it possible? The founding emperor of Deqian gradually went insane. His body was torn apart. His projection was on the verge of dissipating. He was unwilling and unable to avenge the hatred of Deqian's people. Only Emperor Taichu's battle spirit was always high, and with a wild sword that spanned the length and breadth of the world, he was actually barely able to face off with Park Lingzi. Park Lingzi, stop playing around and hurry up to destroy these shadows in a quick battle. I think the young lord must really like Meng Qingzhou's Tao and can't wait. Elder Yin Yan laughed. Park Lingzi's aura became more and more furious, and although his realm was still in the Lake Chaohui realm, when he raised his hands and threw his feet, it was as if he was able to tear apart the heavens and the earth. Even though the current Park Lingzi was able to easily execute these shadows, he was still slowly grinding them. I have died 4 times, equaling 4 metamorphoses, then seriously injured 11 times, and ushered in 11 new births, and now I am dozens of times more powerful than before. Park Lingzi's black hair danced wildly as if he were a demonic ruler. Several ancient shadows, at this time, are unbelievable, and even feel despair. This kind of immortal enemy, but also with the number of deaths, serious injuries. The stronger, is not standing in the innate undefeated. When I was alive, I was running across the barren domain, and I was so majestic that I never expected that I would meet such a great enemy after death. The Dakian Holy Grace Emperor's silhouette slowly dissipated, finally returning completely to the river of history. Dakian Shingen Emperor, after all, did not personally avenge the hatred. A trace of the will of the dying was worn out. The great Jin Dynasty Emperor Taichu's bloody sword shattered in his hand as he disdainfully said, "If not for the fact that the realm is too low, a mere lunar flare realm, otherwise no matter how many times you revive, I would be able to hack you apart with a single slash." Only the shouting demon monarch did not say a word as he kept attacking, never stopping. "Alright, I won't play with you guys anymore." Park Lingzi lifted his elbow and threw a punch that was as amorous as thunder, directly blowing up the shouting demon monarch and causing him to fly away in ashes. In the imperial capital, the people looked out at great distances, with their hands on their eye canopies, and vaguely saw Park Lingzi's terrifying aura, and also heard the desperate words of a group of ancient silhouettes. The people gradually panicked and negative chatter filled the streets. These two Chaohui great powers, from the heavenly state, are dipping sauces under the command of that second young master of the Ji family, the second young master of the Ji family, who is trying to liquidate the great Jin. Just one person, even several old ancestors tied together are not enough for him to kill. But don't forget that the other old man has been watching from the sidelines and has yet to participate in the battle. Immortal enemies, how should this be defeated? Is Tianzhou really this powerful? That's the founding emperor of the great Jin. He actually couldn't defeat it either, and lost. The great Jin, is it going to die today? The great Jin dynasty has survived 1,000 dangers with great difficulty, but still cannot escape the destiny of destruction. Thief god, how unfair you are. Present-day village with small green tiles. The Dome sister who had changed her appearance and costume was ready to step in to assist Meng Qingzhou, but at this moment, she was frowning, looking at Park Lingzi and muttering, "Immortality, has mankind developed for tens of thousands of years and has already achieved this?" The Dome sister felt an invisible pressure. The speed of human development is too rapid. To this day, even in the deduction of the ancient gods and devils of the Tao, the enemy is too powerful for master alone to handle. The Dome sister couldn't wait to strike. "Don't be anxious." With this look on Lightning Boat's face, it seems, winning. The Empress raised her hand to interrupt her, her phoenix eyes gazing unblinkingly at Meng Qingzhou's back, outside the imperial capital. Meng Qingzhou had a shallow smile at the corner of his mouth, and his voice was mellow and gentle as he blandly said, "A few seniors, take a break for now, and just leave it to the juniors next." "You?" The Park family ancestors' pupil eyes slanted in disdain. "Junior, it's not that I'm hitting you, with the same lunar flare realm. I'm afraid that you're not a match for Park Lingzi, and let's not even delude yourself into thinking that he's already in the later stages of the Chaohui realm and has gone through several metamorphoses." Emperor Taichu did not speak for Meng Qingzhou and remained silent because he also believed that Meng Qingzhou alone could not possibly defeat Park Lingzi. The difference between the two was too great. Meng Qingzhou smiled and said, "What's the harm in trying?" After saying that, Meng Qingzhou no longer paid any attention to the several ancient void shadows and stepped on the void, walking straight towards Park Lingzi. "Meng Qingzhou, have you come to suffer death?" Park Lingzi's smile wreaked havoc as he said sarcastically, "It's to kill you." Meng Qingzhou smiled serenely and said, "Immortality? Heh, I don't believe it. If you were truly immortal, how could Ji Wuxuan let go and allow you to occupy this kind of heaven-defying Tao? Ji Wuxuan didn't take it away. He must have looked down on it and thought it wasn't qualified to be added to his own Tao. Am I right?" Park Lingzi's expression stuttered into silence, not retorting because what was said was the truth. Being under Ji Wuxuan's command, but any Tao that had not been stripped away could only have one possibility, not qualified. Your move shouldn't be called the Triple Qing Return, but should be called Divine Demon Body. Meng Qingzhou continued, "You purposely explained it as the immortality and imperishability Tao, and the more you fight, all of these are true, except for one falsehood interspersed with it, and that is, the divine soul is indestructible. 90% of the truth, leaving one falsehood alone for the opponent to believe." Park Lingzi's face turned completely gloomy, but he still didn't lose his mind and sneered, "Ha, nonsense. I'm standing right here, so feel free to cast the soul destruction avatar and see if you can put me to death." Saying that, Park Lingzi actually did let go of his brow spirit platform. The door was open for anyone to attack. Such a frank behavior, in the case of ordinary people, may shake the heart of speculation. But what is Meng Qingzhou? A man with a script in his hand, only to see him smiling confidently, holding a 3-foot sword, crossing his arms and crossing his sword, the peak of the sword pointing. It was actually old man Yin Yang. "What are you? What are doing?" Park Lingzi suddenly became flustered, her face suddenly changing. Your divine soul is no longer inside this physical body. Right now this divine and demonic body is just a walking corpse. Your divine soul body has been hidden in the old man Yin Yang. Am I right? Meng Qingzhou's smile did not diminish, but this smile, in Park Lingzi's eyes, was like a demon grinning and baring its teeth. Creepy. Pust. Meng Light bowed a sword handed out, piercing the Yin and Yang old man's head, but not a trace of blood flow. The whole person froze, the next moment as if the deflated ball, in vain, leaving a human skin dried up, a fist-sized soul body fled in a hurry. Space-time cage. Detain. Meng Qingzhou waved his hand across the air, and the divine soul body was instantly detained. Requests for catch-up reading, gifts, and 5-star reviews. How is it possible? No one in this world can see through it except for the young lord. So how did you know? Park Lingzi's divine soul body struggled and roared, looking like a madman. Meng Qingzhou detained a small person in her palm, as if there was a pair of compassionate eyes under the black satin, quietly looking at him, blandly saying, Park Lingzi, since childhood family poverty, the Park family splendor is gone. In order to figure out the way out, you resolutely enlisted in the army. In the battlefield human life is like a piece of grass. You have escaped death several times, and finally in the teenage years, break through Tangyun realm when the heart has a sense of enlightenment. Since the creation of the transformation of God-Devil Kung Fu, with this Gong method, you are using war to feed war. Keep sharpening your physical body. In just 10 years, break through the sea-covering realm with the name of Crazy Demon. It was at this time that you met the second youngest of the Ji family. He instructed you to change the Gong method to the Great Tao, and create your own divine demon Great Tao. Since then, you separated your physical body from your divine soul, harnessed your physical body with your soul, created the Tao of immortality, and with the merit of killing undead traits and being invincible in battle, you were promoted by the second youngest of the Ji family to be the head of one of the 3 major forces in the world of man after you broke through the Chaohui realm. Am I right? Meng Qingzhou told Park Lingzi's life experience cleanly as if she were counting. Hearing this, Park Lingzi suddenly stopped struggling. Round jade white villain, a pair of green bean eyes staring straight at Meng Qingzhou, said, You, just what kind of person are you? There are some things that even the young lord is not clear about. Meng Qingzhou showed her teeth and smiled, playfully mocking, and said, A mouthful of young masters, how very kind. So if I say that the above is just the life you think you've lived, and in reality, there's another version of the truth, would you like to hear it? Park Lingzi said in a cold voice, trying to sow discord. You've underestimated my loyalty to the young master. Since I've lost, I'll do as I please if I want to kill or die. Don't resort to some underhanded tactics. Meng Qingzhou's expression was cold. This was the first time he had a strong killing intent. No matter what kind of devious tricks, as long as do not use on his family, he does not matter, as long as the strength is hard, no fear of any conspiracy. However, Ji Wushuang should not have done 1,000 things, but on the contrary, his wife had bad intentions. This kind of person, do not kill to stay in the new year. Since he was determined to be an enemy, none of his forces, his commanders, could be spared. Kill, just kill a clean one. This is also an alternative Go Dao, cutting off the roots and leaving no loose ends. Of course, even if they die, they can't be allowed to die too easily. Destroying their will, collapsing their beliefs, and finally overthrowing their lives is the proper way to honor an enemy. But it's not up to you, Meng Qingzhou said in a cold voice. Her voice slightly paused, recalling the novel's plot in her mind before she narrated. The Park family fell 30 years ago. That was the period when Ji Wushuang, the second youngest master of the Ji family, walked the heavenly state and was honored as the leader of the younger generation. And he stepped out on his own path, a path of plundering the Tao of others. However, Ji Wushuang wasn't satisfied. He set his sights on the Park family, which still had some prestige at the time, and selected a teenage boy. That's right. That young boy was you, Park Lingzi. Ji Wushuang secretly and single-handedly directed the downfall of the Park family. Firstly, to wash away the shame of the Ji family's ancestor and completely leave the Park family in ashes. And secondly, to inspire the fighting spirit in your heart. Going forward, every step you took was in Ji Wushuang's plan. He guided you, step by step, into the barracks, sensed the creation divine demon technique in the sands, and then accidentally met you and nudged you with a single word, causing you to be grateful. Speaking of this, Meng Qingzhou had some pity for Park Lingzi, and took pity. In other words, the current Park Lingzi was created by Ji Wushuang. It's just a pity that you didn't meet his expectations, merely creating only a 4 unlike creation divine demon avenue. The drawbacks were too great, so Ji Wushuang arbitrarily dispatched you to serve as the chief of the human world, which is also considered a waste of time. And you, not only do you have to be grateful to your enemy and worship him as a god, but you have to dedicate your entire life's candlelight and radiance to your enemy. How ridiculous. The cultivation world is truly cruel beyond compare. Even a hallowed Chaohui realm powerhouse is like an ant in the eyes of others. At first, Park Lingzi held a kind smile, believing that Meng Qingzhou was playing a trick. However, when he heard the end, Park Lingzi's expression gradually disappeared and stared expressionlessly at Meng Qingzhou. As the words fell, a layer of ripples actually appeared on the surface of Park Lingzi's alabaster-colored divine soul body, which represented that his spirit had suffered a heavy blow. Recalling the first half of his life, some doubts that were not on his mind in the past surfaced today, like a deep water bomb that resounded in his heart. The Park family was suddenly besieged by various families, from business, fame and prestige, high-end combat power and other multiple siege, almost destroyed the Park family, which had been weak for a long time at that time, in one fell swoop. Years later, no matter how Park Lingzi traced the matter, there was never the slightest clue, and when he sought help from Ji Wushuang, it often ended in nothing. And then there was the line my father had stumbled over, lying in a pool of blood. Before he died, the family dog devours the master, and then there's, when he succeeded in turning the divine demon creation technique into a Dao, he reported to Ji Wushuang on the spur of the moment, wanting to receive some praise, only to see Ji Wushuang's disappointed eyes, leaving behind the word waste, and then whisked his sleeve away. Many unanswered questions, when hearing Meng Qingzhou's explanation, seemed to make sense. Park Lingzi lifted his arm and looked at the one slave mark, and suddenly laughed, a very sad laugh. Young lord, would you go to great lengths to deceive me just to harvest my Dao? Definitely not. What kind of person is the young lord? Like the white moon in the sky and a god in the world. How could a god deceive a believer? Ridiculous Meng Qingzhou, to fabricate a lie in an attempt to hoodwink me. Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. The Park Lingzi divine soul body almost burst into tears of laughter. Laughing hysterically, the last four words, how ridiculous, almost roared out in a snarl. Phew. Park Lingzi gradually tightened his expression and coldly swept a glance across at Meng Qingzhou, as if he had aged in an instant, withered and devastated, and said softly, in this battle, it's you who won, and I, on the other hand, no longer have the courage to live, so please, give me a break. Meng Qingzhou nodded slightly and pointed out a finger, directly shattering Park Lingzi's divine soul body. Under the sunlight, Park Lingzi's divine soul body was like broken streams of light, colorfully floating around. Before dying, old ancestor, I'm sorry. Park Lingzi looked back, his eyes regained clarity, a trace of shame flickered lurking in the depths of his gaze. At this moment, it was as if he had returned to his youth, as if he was a child who had done something wrong, and lowered his head with his hands behind his back when he was chastised by his parents. Youthful and childish, tears welled up in the cloudy old eyes of the Park family's ancestor, and he reached out his hand to touch Park Lingzi's head, but it came up empty, murmuring, silly child. Spacetime, projection, was maintained for a quarter of an hour, and with Meng Qingzhou's strength today, she could project at most 4 people at once, and the projected character is completely random, all depends on luck. If you are lucky, you can even project the first generation of human emperor. Luck was in his favor this time. The 4 ancient era heroic spirits, each and every one of them were top lords that reigned over an era. With only the peak of the lunar flare realm, he was actually able to violently battle the peak of the Chaohui realm, and the best of the Chaohui realm, Park Lingzi, for a quarter of an hour. And although there was a reason why Park Lingzi intentionally let the water out of the water, it also illustrated the toughness of the 4 ancient spirits. Greetings to all seniors. Meng Qingzhou arched his hand and bowed. The only 3 remaining silhouettes nodded slightly, and the way they looked at Meng Qingzhou clearly changed. The district's lunar flare realm, having obliterated Park Lingzi so easily and effortlessly, was a teenage godlike figure throughout ancient and modern history. I am relieved that great gene has you. Emperor Taichu laughed, quite pleased. Meng Qingzhou was a bit puzzled and scratched his head, explaining, Senior, I have resigned and returned to my hometown. I am not a courtier of the great gene, so I have disappointed you. Emperor Taichu smiled without saying anything, but in his heart, he was MMP. Oh, kid, it's true that you're not a great gene courtier, but you're a great gene emperor. What's wrong with the 2 most powerful people in the entire kingdom? His Majesty and the Emperor, one playing the role of a village girl and the other playing the role of a flunky? See you again sometime. Cough. Forget it, let's hope there's no fate to meet again, Shouting Yama said. Shouting Yama very much appreciates Meng Qingzhou. As long as we kill the Tianzhou dog, we are good friends, but unfortunately, there is no chance to talk about wine. We, the dry bones in the mound, are fortunate to be able to go back to the young world and take a peek at the light of the afterlife to fulfill our regrets in life. Thank you, little friend. The Park family's old ancestor looked lost. To say thank you, It is to thank Meng Qingzhou for giving him a chance to lose, and it is also to lose the death of a young handsome man in the Park family. If he had not been guided by Ji Wuxuang and thus stepped on the wrong path, he might not have been unable to lead the Park family back to its former glory. Little friend, I have a question. May I ask if the Park family is really full of people? The Park family's old ancestor was reluctant, and before he left, he turned around and asked. Meng Qingzhou pondered for a moment and answered truthfully, not yet. After all, the Park family has been passed down for 10,000 years, and the successive family masters have left behind countless backstabs, and there is still a branch of the family today. So, thanks a lot. The Park family ancestor nodded, finally relieved. It was so close. I almost lost my head for a moment and snuffed out the Park family's flavor with my own hands. I'm glad I didn't become a Park family sinner. Several ancient spirits have no more regrets and step into the dappled light one after another, returning to the long river of history. Suddenly, a whistling sound that seemed like a wolf, not a wolf, and a dog, not a dog, came out, with a sad voice, as if it was bidding farewell. Simmer oh oh oh. Emperor Taichu smiled back and murmured, silly dog, barking is still so hard to hear. Oriental Lily bowed across the air across the distant distance and transmitted a voice. Greetings, elder ancestor. Emperor Taichu waved his hand without returning his head, and replied with a voice transmission. Free of sending, early for the continuation of the Qin family's fragrance, then the illusory cultivation path, the unification of the world's false name are all important. At that time, take the air to the ancestral hall to burn a stick of incense. I can also smile in the ninth spring. The dappled light contracted and slowly returned to nothingness. The heavens and the earth became silent once again. Oriental Lioli's pretty face is suddenly red. The solemn look instantly breaks defense. Suddenly, she feels a strong vinegar with a line of sight. Cannot help but look back, only to see the Dome sister pouting red lips, eyes unwillingly staring at her. Your Qin family's old ancestor is really lame. Can't you see that I'm the master's rightful owner? Dome sister said sourly. Cut. Dongfang Lioli smiled lazily. The Dome sister clasped her hands to her chest with some regret, saying, it seems that I don't need to make a move. The Lord can easily solve it. This Park Lingzi, why is it so unbearable? At the mention of Park Lingzi, Su Qingqiu on the side fell into deep thought, her gaze confused, and spoke out to inquire. Before Park Lingzi died, did he believe the emperor's words or did he not? It felt like he was so conflicted. Midday Butterfly said blandly, how could he go to his death without believing in it? Only that he didn't want to face the harsh and bone-chilling reality that the only pillar of his faith was the culprit who played with and manipulated his life. Lied no more face, no support and courage to live. Shine a lifetime of white moonlight collapsed. He is the wreckage and the wreckage of the victims. Want to take revenge cannot be done. Only a death can be relieved. Su Qingqiu was surprised and said, you really know Park Lingzi. It's you who has too low of an emotional quotient. What Qingling Sword Fairy is clearly a dull and silly girl. Wu Dai bristled. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqiu was instantly enraged, and opened her teeth and claws to scratch Wu Dai's itchy flesh. The two girls were fighting and joking around, and it didn't affect Dongfang Lioli and Dome Sister's tit-for-tat in the slightest. Master's sword intent seems to have undergone a heavenly change, as if it has gone through a metamorphosis. Dome Sister frowned. This is too unbelievable. In just 1 month, Meng Qingzhou subverted the imagination of people's hearts time and time again. If today's Meng Qingzhou had the same strength as when he fought the 7 supreme beings at the birthday feast half a month ago, then facing Park Lingzi would only result in being crushed to death by a single finger. Imperial-grade spacetime sword intent. It's even more terrifying than ordinary sword intent. After all, it's the only spacetime sword intent in all of eternity. It hasn't existed in the past, and it won't appear in the future. Dongfang Lioli was equally very grave. Even if it wasn't for the Empress and the others, who knew Meng Qingzhou's identity in advance and knew that he was the temporal sword saint, it was simply impossible to recognize that the dappled light, the means of summoning the ancient sages, was actually spatio-temporal sword intent. Associations are difficult, not to mention the others, the entire imperial capital. From this, also completely boiled over. Emperor Meng Qingzhou's name resounded throughout the entire imperial capital, and the news was still spreading, like an uncontrollable virus, frantically spreading towards every corner of the great Jin dynasty. The title of the 3-no disabled emperor had been fermenting for more than a month, and coupled with the sudden appearance of the temporal sword saint, there had long been many people who were dissatisfied, believing that the emperor's virtue was not worthy of his position. Now, the fact that the emperor had broken the life and death of a Peak Chao Hui realm powerhouse with a single finger and summoned the ancient sages was enough to prove his power. The emperor is actually hiding so deeply. Some of the great figures of the neighboring forces, upon hearing the news, immediately sat up in shock from their dying sickness. Shaken, countless cultivators, including some 1,000-year-old kings and queens and 10,000-year-old turtles, had surfaced and were talking about it. What a Meng Qingzhou! What a great Jin dynasty! Just how much more is hidden? Even the visitors from the heavenly state couldn't end the Great Jin's path to unification. If Great Jin hadn't met a life and death crisis, I'm sure the emperor still wouldn't have made a move. He's just hiding too deeply. The emperor really has a deep heart, carrying countless curses but never explaining them, worthy of the emperor's name. For a time, the emperor's reputation showed a two-level reversal pattern. News spread extremely fast in the cultivation world, and when Meng Qingzhou showed up and blocked the incoming enemy alone, the news spread rapidly like a deep water bomb. At this time, Meng Qingzhou put back the sword into the sheath, was about to return to the village of the present day, a majestic killing machine, like a needle blade wheat on in his spine. The crisis omen made, and the enemy, Meng Qingzhou, instantly reacted. His feet suspended in the air stopped, releasing all of his sword intent, spreading out over 100 miles in a radius. All living things had nothing to hide within the field of sword intent. Don't look for it, old man has no intention of hiding. An old laugh came out. Meng Qingzhou rubbed his fingers against the hilt of his sword and said, a very familiar voice, are you old man Yin Yang? The old man Yin Yang held a piece of manhwa formation plate, opened a corner of the hidden formation, strolled out from it, and said, that's right, Park Lingzi delayed quite a bit of time for old me, and his death was somewhat worthwhile. Meng Qingzhou's heart was heavy, and his figure took a step back, stealthily entering the river of time and space, and entering the midst of a period of history in miniature. One breath transforms three purities. Fusion unique. The three doppelgangers reunited with Meng Qingzhou's figure, briefly increasing their strength by a large margin. Not only that, Meng Qingzhou hid inside a section of history in miniature, releasing a temporal sword intent that surrounded old man Yin Yang, blocking all paths. The Yin Yang old man smiled, his gaze calm, as if he was looking at a lamb to be slaughtered, with no intention of stopping it, and his sight moved to a sword intent above the body surrounding it, and said with slight emotion, temporal sword intent, you really are the sword saint Meng Qin, one person playing two roles and deceiving the entire world. Good tactics. In Elder Yin Yang's opinion, Meng Qingzhou was hiding in the palace as an emperor while acting as a favorite minister in the courtroom, deliberately teasing the world. So these words are not only a reminder that I have grasped your secret, and if you are sensible, don't resist, behave yourself and surrender. Otherwise, even if you hide to the ends of the earth, we can still find you. At this time, outside of the imperial capital, Meng Qingzhou was no longer visible, leaving an empty voice that sounded as if it came from the future. Yeah, then you may have overlooked another possibility. This place is deserted. As long as you are killed, heaven and earth will know. How can outsiders know? Meng Qingzhou, who was hiding in the middle of a section of history epitomized by the long river of time and space, sighed. In the end, the villagers of Incheo village were dragged into it. This old stickman. He even threatened him with the lives of innocent villagers. One person playing two roles. Wasn't it saying that he, Meng Qingzhou, was playing the role of the flunky son-in-law of the Dongfang family from a nameless village on one hand, and the famous temporal sword saint on the other? The implication is that you can't run away from the temple. You can either surrender or fight with me, and if you dare to run away, you will slaughter all the villages in the present day. Thinking about this, Meng Qingzhou gasped in anger. The Tianzhou cultivators are really shameless. They should all be killed. What? There is no one. Yin Yang old man froze. Some do not know why, cannot help but scratch his head, side eyes to look in the direction of the imperial capital. Above the city tower, the city gate swarmed with a black press of people, and the army stood, gleaming at this place. Old man Yin Yang couldn't help but ask, are you serious? Of course. Tianzhou cultivators are all shameless. Today, you will definitely die. In the empty void, Meng Qingzhou's voice was heard. Meng Qingzhou thought that Elder Yin Yang was asking him if he really had the confidence to kill him. Then the answer is inevitably yes. Whether we can kill it or not is a toss-up. We can't lose morale. Yin Yang old man rubbed his eyes, fixed his eyes to look at the imperial capital of Dejin again and again to confirm that there was no mistake. Then he felt a chill on his back and muttered, it's hard not to live to see ghosts. Then, old man Yin Yang looked at the colorless and invisible rivers of spacetime flowing in the middle of the air, with a strange gaze, and muttered, or maybe, Meng Qingzhou is crazy? Hundreds of thousands of people, and you actually said no one was there, so it seems 9 times out of 10 you're crazy. Pity, a talented and handsome man. Meng Qingzhou was about to take the lead when she heard this, and immediately her movements lurched. Hundreds of thousands? This old man is not a madman. The village is far away between the mountains. The village is remote. Thousands of miles in the vicinity of the people do not see the people. Where the hundreds of thousands of people? I guess I drilled my brain out by studying formations. He began to recall the plot of the persona of the old man of the yin and yang, the vice-commander of the heavenly beyond yin yang old man, late Chao Hui realm cultivation, majoring in formation. From childhood to adulthood were accompanied by the formation idiot nickname. Give him enough time, and even able to set up a pit to kill dozens of cultivators of the same realm. Even Ji Wushuang, when facing the yin-yang old man, did not dare to be careless, striving for a quick battle, must not give him time to set up the formation. However, while Meng Qingzhou and Park Lingzi were fighting, Elder Yin Yang was already lurking in the shadows, secretly setting up a large formation. That's why he was exceptionally cautious and didn't hesitate to hide in a historical microcosm of the long river of time. No wonder at such a young age he was able to create the spatio-temporal sword Dao that no one has ever seen before or since. So it turns out that he is a sword nerd. Elder Yin Yang laughed, quite emotional. If the young lord hadn't named him, I'm sure, the two of them could have become close friends. A sword nerd and a formation nerd must have a lot in common. Pity. Old me will give you one more chance. Take the initiative to bind your hands and be obedient. I will plead with the young lord on your behalf, and perhaps, you will be able to join my heavens beyond. The old man Yin Yang gave birth to a feeling of sympathy and took the initiative to beg for peace, and the response to him was just one word. Get out, mud. First you proposed my daughter-in-law, then you threatened me with the lives of the villagers. Now you want to recruit me? Late. Meng Qingzhou sneered. In his opinion, Dongfan Liuli was a mere mortal, and Mchao village was just an ordinary village. The only one who could attract Ji Wushuan was the temporal sword Saint Meng Qin. The solicitation was false, and the attempt to deprive the way of time and space was true. In that case, I have no choice but to take your corpse and go back to the young lord, old man Yin Yang said. Immediately afterward, the Bagua formation plate held in the palm of the Yin Yang elder operated on its own, and the number of the 6 lines of Qiankuan rotated crazily. In a split second, the sky and earth changed color, and a formation of the Tao of killing that covered a range of hundreds of miles was clearly revealed. Fortunately, when you fought with Park Lingzi, I vaguely sensed that there seemed to be something like the way of time and space, so I changed the formation in advance. Yin Yang old man's clothes fluttering, dragging the ground white beard windlass automatic, standing in the center of the array of killing road, the momentum of the section high, just like a master frame, only to see him laugh lightly. The way of space and time, which involves nothing more than time and space, is indeed quite a headache for ordinary cultivators and extremely difficult to target. But unfortunately, it was me you met. Perhaps, this is one of the young lord's considerations, saving for a rainy day in advance. There's no harm in telling you. Old me majors in fate and specializes in causal formations, time and space, can't stop karma and destiny. Inside a certain section of history epitomized in the long river of space and time was a mediocre mortal city 2,000 years ago. The streets are bustling with pedestrians, full of smoke and fire. Foot vendors and peasants, morning tea stores, rouge stores, a tea store table. Meng Qingzhou put his blind cane on the table, picking up a cup of tea to drink himself. Entering a section of history in miniature is like peering at the moon in the water, ultimately not interfering with the future and the past. A passerby, and a spectator, temporarily staying 2,000 years ago. Meng Qingzhou shook the cup of tea. Never ripples, light yellow tea as amber as motionless. The pedestrians on the street couldn't see him. The big black dog lying in front of the tea store couldn't smell him. The owner of the tea store ignored him and didn't charge a penny for the tea. And even a bird passed through the hall and even went straight through Meng Qingzhou's chest. If one wishes to manipulate the future and the past in the true sense by virtue of the way of time and space, I'm afraid, one must ascend to the realm after the prime realm. The current me is still far from being good enough. Just some edges in manipulating the way of space and time. Meng Qingzhou form is leisurely and comfortable, as if a passerby in the red dust, but in his heart, he is feeling a lot of emotions. Suddenly, out of thin air, a white mist floated out, covering the entire city in the blink of an eye. The people were so oblivious, going about their lives, that they didn't see the mist. Karma, fate. No wonder you didn't even try to stop me at all when I hid in the river of time. Meng Qingzhou looked up at the sky, and although he couldn't see it, he could vaguely feel that there was a line of sight, through the clouds of the sky, looking down on him from above. Despite the white mist shrouding the surrounding lively atmosphere, completely isolating it, and for a moment it was as if he had been abandoned by the world. Meng Qingzhou was still holding her teacup and still had no intention of getting up. Gather your hands and surrender. I will still leave you alive. If you are obsessed again, I will not blame me for being ruthless. The entire heaven and earth rumbled, and the voice of old man Yin Yang's earth sounded like the creator was speaking, and the sight was appalling. Meng Qingzhou was in single form, alone with tea, tables and chairs, holding a tea in one hand. Sitting in the center of the boundless mist, only the corners of his lips moved lightly, and he blandly said, "Come as you may. I would like to see whether it's you who has a powerful karmic destiny, or my way of time and space that is superior. Ignorant child. Old man, satisfy you. Elder Yin Yang finally became angry, his voice becoming harsh. The two stopped talking and silence fell in the air. Suddenly, Meng Qingzhou frowned, vaguely feeling bad, but not suffering the slightest substantial damage. Old man Yin Yang's killing move had arrived. Dragon seeking bone touching hand. Meng Qingzhou held the calabash in one hand, not moving at all, and with the other hand, he pinched his hand, then pointed his two fingers together at the center of his brow. This was his only gong method involving karma, which he used to play the role of a blind fortune teller in the past, but now he was using it to gauge himself. The path of immortality is vast, and the future remains bright. The Mandarin duck star is flourishing. It means that my wife and I are still in love. The stars flashed with purple light, and there was no killing or calamity to haunt them. The number of hexagrams is normal and has not been tampered with. Meng Qingzhou became more and more alarmed that everything was perfectly normal. There was not the slightest abnormality. But how is that possible? The more normal it was, the more abnormal it became, representing that Elder Yin Yang's killing moves were deeply hidden and poisonous. But, right at this moment, Meng Qingzhou's face flushed, her throat was slightly sweet, and a mouthful of reddish blood was spat out, spraying on the desktop, drops of blood falling into the cup, haloing the red tea. Meng Qingzhou's fingertips wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and placed it between her two fingers and twisted it. How can? My temporal sword intent is so exuberant that even my blood contains an endless amount of temporal Tao. My body is surprisingly unable to withstand it because of this, unable to carry such a dense spacetime Tao energy. Meng Qingzhou's breath grew weaker and weaker, and her face grew paler and paler. He could feel that the sword intent within his body was whistling like a tidal wave, and even with his peak cultivation at the lunar flare realm, he was almost unable to suppress it. The flesh is on the verge of collapse. In the meantime, a group of villagers from Imazeo village, who had exerted their avatar eyes and watched this battle from across the sky, were too weak in their cultivation to help the emperor. The only one who could help was the empress, who also easily dared not make a move. When the crowd saw the emperor spitting out blood, his breath falling in an instant, and the flame of life immediately becoming shaky, everyone was shocked. What's the situation? How did the emperor look like he was heavily injured all of a sudden? I can't see it. Both sides of the emperor and Yin Yang Zi didn't even touch each other. How come they're about to split the winner? What to do? Someone save the emperor. Save? Saved how? I can't even read or even figure out the battle. The villagers were anxious, each one like an ant on a hot pan. Anxious. Su Qingxiu is even more pretty face brushed to lose blood color. Her cultivation is too low. Cannot see the time and space inside the river. Meng Qingzhou stayed how, but heard the group of ministers discussing the voice. The budding big eyes written full of nervousness. Your Majesty, you quickly go save Emperor Ah. Is he dying? Su Qingxiu cried out in fear and hurriedly tugged on Dongfang Liuli's lapel. Dongfang Liuli's face was incomparably grave, and with hardly any hesitation, her finger pointed at her brow, wanting to lift the seal. Don't waste your efforts. Master Sword Saint and Yin Yangzi are playing with each other. This battle is not as simple as it looks in your eyes. The Dome Sister suddenly opened her mouth. Dongfang Liuli's face did not change color, but the bottom of his eyes flashed with worry. His tone remained cold and solemn as he asked, how? The Dome Sister sensed Dongfang Liuli's hidden worry. The corner of her mouth spread out with an implied smile as she explained. They're in a dogfight. The battle of the great Tao between the two of karma and fate in space and time. It's a game. As if two chess players. Elder Yin Yang laid down a formation as a chessboard, while Master Sword Saint used the river of time as a chessboard, with one sitting in the center of the formation, and the other hiding inside the epitome of history, and the understanding of the one they cultivate, as well as the means they have mastered, are the pawns they have dropped. The Dome Sister was worthy of being a born god who had lived for tens of thousands of years, and after spouting off, she continued to add, ever seen a game of chess? See the move. You take a step. I take a step. Your lordship take a move from the old man Yin Yang. If he can crack it, this game is considered a win for your lordship. Next it's time for your lordship to make a move and let the old man Yin Yang crack it. You layman, you don't know a thing about karma and fate, the way of space and time. If you rashly run over to help, you might even harm the Lord. So stay honest. Dongfang Liuli's gaze was surprised, glancing at the former for a long time before nodding with difficulty. Nutty Butterfly leaned behind the Empress, then said boldly, if you know so much, why don't you help? Crap, did you see me move? I'm also a layman. How do I know these complicated Tao rules of spacetime destiny? The Dome Sister shrugged. The sword intent was disorganized and uncontrollable, and was crashing left and right, impacting the meridians in his body. Meng Qingzhou's nostrils are like swimming threads, and the fire of life is getting dimmer and dimmer. like an old man on the verge of dying, exuding decay all over his body. Despite facing a crisis of life and death, Meng Qingzhou remained unperturbed, holding down his brow with his dragon-searching hand and carefully probing his body. Something's not right. The immortal path fade is so purple that it vaguely trends from purple to black. It shouldn't be like this. Meng Qingzhou's brows furrowed as many epiphanies surfaced in his mind, and he couldn't stop them. His sense of temporal and spatial sword intent becoming more and more refined. It was extremely difficult for cultivators to enter the state of epiphany, and most cultivators were unable to have an epiphany even once in their entire lives. Meng Qingzhou, on the other hand, was trying to find ways to interrupt it, and every time she entered the state of epiphany, she would force herself to wake up, but she wouldn't be awake for long before she entered the epiphany once again. Meng Qingzhou had an epiphany at one time and awakened at another, and so on. So it is truly a good tactic. Normally when people utilize karma and fate, they tend to make people bad luck, inappropriate for everything, or cause a bloodbath. You, however, have done the opposite, causing my chi to be overwhelming, causing me to flourish and decline, and, in doing so, cutting off my path of cultivation. Lit. The sun shines and the moon wanes, the sun flourishes and falls. Nothing was proving the truth that unless one was blessed by the heavenly Tao, a person with too much chi would often usher in a backlash. Elder Yin Yang's voice resounded in the heavens and earth, rumbling, have you finally realized it? But this is just the beginning. What should you do next? There are only two paths to take. The first gecko breaks its tail and actively cuts off its cultivation path to save its own life, and the second frankly goes to its death, silencing itself in the river of time. No matter how you choose, you can't avoid death. Meng Qingzhou fell into silence, silently thinking about the solution. Thinking about it, it seemed that it was really as the old man Yin Yang had said, there were only two paths to choose from. Awesome, worthy of being the vice-commander of the heavenly beyond, the Yin Yang Zi who was known as the Half-Life Displaced and Half-Life Invincible. Meng Qingzhou shook his head and said blandly, out of time. Elder Yin Yang presided over a karmic array, and wispy lines, all surging into the void, rooted themselves in a paper-tied villain with Meng Qingzhou's name written on it. The papier-mâché villain was assembled from temporal sword intent, and a strand of Meng Qingzhou's hair was wrapped around its waist. Elder Yin Yang's gaze looked through the river of time at Meng Qingzhou, who was sitting like a pine, and laughed softly. The killing formation has been established. The world's heroes are all like ants in a bag, and can be destroyed with the palm of one's hand. Not to mention you, Meng Qingzhou, a mere peak cultivator of the Moonlight Flare realm. Unless you immediately break through and place in advance to the Chaohui realm, it's impossible to digest such a majestic sword-intense sensation. Elder Yin Yang smiled, but saw that Meng Qingzhou's expression remained calm, as if everything was under control. Could it be that he still has a bottom card? Yin Yang old man did not dare to be careless. A slight hesitation, then a hard look in his eyes. Immediately put up a finger to pierce the chest, take out some heart blood, sprinkled on the paper tie villain, muttering and chanting some sort of tongue-twisting incantation. I will not spare 100 years of my life to add another fire to you, so that the purple energy will turn black, and see how you can break the game. Yin and Yang old man thumb up, casually wiped the corner of the mouth a smear of blood. This is a crane hair, white and flawless face across a few grooves clustered wrinkles, gleaming pupils eyelids drooped down. The gaze became cloudy. Meng Qingzhou, who was sitting in a mortal city in the epitome of history. His chest rose and fell for a split second. His cheeks reddened, and he coughed up a puddle of shocking blood once again, but the corners of his mouth were always hung with a faint smile. Is that all you're capable of? That's disappointing. Meng Qingzhou's palms trembled, and she could barely hold the teacup. The white mist wrapped around the city, like a fog ghost smelled the smell of life, hissed and growled, and did his best to hit the mist, like a white curtain. Someone tightly fit the curtain. The hideous face is visible. A head of fog ghosts surrounded Meng Qingzhou to the left and right, and they wanted to break through the mist boundaries and eat this human alive. The Tao of Karma, the life-eating floaters, targets labeled by the Tao of Karma. Once they die, they will be eaten clean by the life-eating floaters accompanying the Tao of Karma. You, however, are not a causal Tao cultivator, but a formation Tao cultivator. Meng Qingzhou said blandly, aren't you afraid of being revolted by the life-devouring float? Elder Yin Yang frowned, staring intently at those foggy ghost-like monsters and muttered, it's also the first time that I've used the causal Tao killing formation to defend my enemies, and I didn't expect to attract the life-devouring floating slaughter. The next moment, the eyes of the old man of the Yin and Yang resolute up, a clenched teeth and ruthless, without hesitation to reach out and dig into the heart, plucked out a handful of heart blood, clattering and spilling into the paper tie villain. In a flash, the scarlet pulp soaked the papier-mâché villain. Kill you and feed the life-devouring floating buttress, and I'll be safe and sound. Another 500 years of life to hitch. Non-causal Dao cultivators who forcefully borrowed the path with formations would inevitably need to pay an expensive price. The old man of Yin and Yang's face aged in an instant, his cheek flap drooping, his forehead wrinkled, his waist and back hunched like a shrimp, and his eyes squinted into a slit. As long as I can accomplish the task that young Lord has given me, everything that I have given, young Lord will make it up to me. Everything, it's all worth it. At this moment, Yin Yang old man completely fell into madness, and had already half-stepped into the edge of going insane. The violet chi of the immortal path flourishes like a blazing sun, and my sense of temporal and spatial sword intent grows more and more refined. Ha ha ha, finally, Meng Qingzhou made a move, only to see him slowly get up and laugh aloud. Despite the raspy laugh, it was unmistakably bold and frenzied. At the same time, in his ears, the system beep sounded, ding. The host's proficiency in the Emperor's temporal sword intent, promoted to perfection, comprehending a new skill. Time and space, reboot, promotion to the imperial grade. 10,000 ancient lifetimes have passed by with a snap of the fingers, and the light of the day does not change the young man's travels. Note, when the enemy's life, strength, and status are sharply reduced to the red line, the time and space reboot will detonate the timeline in a 100-meter radius, with an 80% chance of instantly killing the enemy. Meng Qingzhou smiled faintly, her heart pleasantly surprised. Spacetime reboot has actually been promoted to imperial. Back then, he had instantly killed the hidden sword Forbidden Lord with this move, when he was still only at the half-step Emperor level. Up to this point, he had 3 great Emperor quality killing moves in his possession. Dash, spacetime, projection, spacetime, currents, spacetime, reboot. Originally, this Emperor grade boundary breaking pill, I was prepared to save it for a future breakthrough to Prime, but I was a bit reluctant to part with it. Meng Qingzhou felt that his state was getting worse and worse, and wool gathering was enough. And it was more than appropriate to hoodwink the old man Yin Yang into hitching 600 years of his life to help him sense the swordway and take this time to break through. Then, today, break through the Chaohui realm. Little brothers and sisters, the beginning of the month, begging for some gift feeding, rushing gift list, the child is hungry and needs to be fed. The imperial capital's population of 1 million, nearly half of its residents, converged in front of the city gates to watch the battle. When Meng Qingzhou took out a round, full, milky white-colored elixir and held it in her mouth, her throat rolled and she swallowed it right down. In a flash, the cloudless sky converged with dark clouds covering the sky. The Emperor is breaking through the Chaohui realm. The heavenly tribulation is coming. What a terrifying heavenly might. My great Jin dynasty, is it about to give birth to a second Chaohui realm powerhouse? Trapping a breakthrough, reversing the situation at the critical moment. The Emperor is gambling with his life. The Emperor is doing this for the sake of the country and the people. Thinking back to the previous spurning of him by the nation, he is doubly ashamed. I finally understand why His Majesty, the Empress, established Meng Qingzhou as the Emperor, and whoever dares to say that the Emperor's virtue is unworthy of his position, I'll slap him to death with a shovel. Imego Village, green-tiled small building. The Dome Sister gazed at the sky and muttered, "Good tactic. Master is deliberately pretending to be helpless, showing the enemy to be weak." Then step by step, he lured Yin Yang Zi to consume his lifespan, adding bricks and mortar to Master's sword intent, and then breaking through Chaohui in one fell swoop, which not only reverses the predicament in front of him, but also enhances his sword path, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No, I should say it's a triple win, with the causal Dao's life-devouring floating buttress. If Master wins, the life-devouring floating buttress will backfire on Yin Yang Zi, which is equivalent to chopping off one of Ji Wushuang's assisting arms, and weakening Ji Wushuang's underpinnings as much as possible. Su Qingqiu's beautiful eyes opened wide and round, somewhat droll, and said, "The Emperor is going to break through Chaohui? Not too far apart in age. Emperor and Your Majesty successively broke through Chaohui and became top-level powers overlooking the desolate domain in one fell swoop. She, on the other hand, only broke through the mountain-moving realm yesterday. I thought it was already fast enough to be called God's speed." Comparing it to Meng Qingzhou, I realized that where is God's speed? It is clearly a turtle's speed. Emperor was only at the early lunar flare realm last month, and in the blink of an eye, he's about to break through the Chaohui? Wu Dai was similarly deeply dreamy and too unreal. Are we practicing the same immortal? Dongfan Liuli's beautiful eyes glittered. Looking around, her slender hands folded in front of her chest, her eyes filled with worry, nervously watching the tiny figure under the heavenly tribulation. Your Majesty has truly been raised by the blind man to be a virtuous wife and mother. With the strength of the dead blind man, spanning a large realm to decimate the enemy, the district heavenly tribulation is nothing. What is there to worry about? Obsidian godly monarch lazily opened his eyes. glanced at Dongfang Lioli, and vividly simulated a snicker on his dog face. Suddenly, the obsidian godly monarch's nostrils sniffed and his face changed slightly as he steeply twisted his head to look into the distant sky, his gaze fixed. This is ancient divine heavenly tribulation. And it's 9 divine heavens. How did the dead blind man provoke such a terrifying heavenly calamity? Even though this god sovereign is burdened with 2 great heaven-defying bloodlines, he didn't incur the jealousy of the heavenly Tao to rain down a calamity capable of killing gods. Dome's sister also looked stagnant and said in a deep voice, the 9 heavy divine heavenly tribulation, ranked as the number 1 heavenly tribulation in the ancient times. It is said to be the heavenly tribulation where the heavenly Tao executes the gods, not for the purpose of sharpening the living beings, but only for the purpose of killing the living beings. The moment these words came out, everyone present changed color. Not many people, including the empress, recognized the ancient divine heavenly hurricane, but they had all seen it in wild stories. It was known as the killing heavenly tribulation, and from ancient times, very few beings had passed the divine heavenly tribulation, not to mention the 9-fold divine heavenly tribulation. Is there a way? Oriental Lioli looked to the dome. Only the dome has lived the longest and has seen the most. If even she can't do anything about it, the rest of the people have no hope. No, the dome's eyes darkened. Under the heavenly tribulation, all beings are equal, and so are the gods. Whoever dares to trespass is equivalent to provoking the heavenly tribulation, and will inevitably cause a fierce counterattack. One can only watch from the sidelines and cannot help the ferryman by any means. Light boat, Oriental Lioli murmured. Meng Qingzhou stepped out of the historical miniature and stood above a tributary of the long river of time, tilting his head to look at the sky with an ancient expression, letting the gusty winds howl, his 2 sleeves fluttering, and his sword intent always clanging endlessly. Imperial-grade boundary-breaking pill. Such a supreme treasure. You actually used it to break through Chaohui. Elder Yin Yang covered his chest, greatly distressed. Even plucking out the heart with my own hands before didn't hurt as much as this moment. It hurt. It hurts too much. That was an imperial-grade boundary-breaking pill. The entire heavenly state could not find a few of them, even in the young lord's hands. There was only one, or he himself had obtained an inherited treasure in a relic. An emperor-grade boundary-breaking pill could even cause countless Chaohui realm powerhouses to chase after it and willingly pay a great price, even if they were to become slaves and servants. So one could imagine how high the value really was. This guy actually used it to break through the Chaohui realm. A waste. Something's not right. Is the old man fucking being teased? The yin-yang old man suddenly thought of something. His expression gradually solidified, a look of constipation, his eyes wanting to spit out flames. In hindsight, I reacted and realized that the clown was actually myself. Originally, he only had 1,000 years to live, but now he had used up 600 years of his lifespan just to kill Meng Qingzhou, only to end up as someone else's dowry. How could he not be angry? Meng Qingzhou, you deserve to die. Elder Yin Yang clenched his teeth, trembling with anger, and the state of mind he had cultivated over the years was broken all of a sudden. Shameless, shameless, Meng Qingzhou, you returned the old man's longevity. Just then, the heavenly tribulation rumbled, the dark clouds pressed down on the city, the sound was spectacular, and in the depths of the clouds, there was a pool of thunder ocean flowing like a sea. There was even a heavenly court-like divine palace that was established above the thunder ocean, as if the heavenly court had reappeared and visited the earth. Ancient divine heavenly tribulation? Thunder sea, ancient heavenly court, this is the 9 divine heavens. Yin-yang old man's eyes abruptly widened in disbelief, his mouth nearly dislocated. Back, when the young lord broke through Chaohui, he only attracted the 8th divine sky, this Mang Lightship's natural talent. Is it possible that he can surpass the young lord? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Elder Yin Yang frowned. Although he was shocked by Meng Qingzhou's demonic qualifications that shook the ancient world, he was unable to affect the young master's position in his heart. For Ji Wushuang, talent, it was just the thing he paid the least attention to. Good. The yin-yang old man's gaze was eerie as he muttered, let's see you die under the heavenly tribulation. In this way, the life-devouring floating slaughter automatically marks the target's death, so it won't backfire on old me. Suddenly, Meng Qingzhou's right foot stepped forward, and immediately the void gave birth to a ladder, as if stepping on substance, step by step ascending the heavenly ladder. The dragon walked straight towards the thundering ocean. A heavenly calamity to cross me? How about letting me ferry the heavenly tribulation? Millions of miles of the sky was flooded with dark clouds. The sky dropping, swore to connect with the earth as if the living beings on the ground are all trembling and trembling. For fear, rolling thunder is hidden, coloring the black clouds into purple black. Above this, the palace is continuous. The ancient heavenly court suppresses the world. and outside the south heavenly gate there are robbing spirits beating drums, rumbling, and the murderous aura shakes the 9 heavens. All of a sudden, countless desolate realm beings saw this rippling aspect. What exactly is it that has provoked the wrath of the heavens? Has the plague of the gods reappeared on earth again? The people of Dajin trembled. The streets and alleys hula kneeling down a peace, have prayed to heaven mercy, do not want to descend disaster. Practitioners with a little bit of insight, they have come out of the closed cave, shocked inexplicably, all looking up at the sky. The ancient 9 divine heavenly tribulations specialize in killing gods and slaughtering those who transcend the laws of the world. Tens of thousands of years have passed. Who on earth is it that caused the divine skyjack to make a special trip to kill? Unbelievable. Under the 9 heavy divine heavenly tribulation, Meng Qingzhou ascended to the heavens step by step, holding a sword and wanting to fight with the heavens. Outside the southern heavenly gate of the ancient celestial court, several lofty mountain-like figures stood faintly waiting for him. Kill the Ling Shao Palace. Today, I will also be the great sage of Qi Tian. Meng Qingzhou grinned. The million-mile range of the apocalypse cloud. What a spectacular sight. If he didn't cross the apocalypse as soon as possible, sooner or later, he would attract the attention of the great Jin official, and even be discovered by the empress. The real body is exposed is still unharmed. The big deal is to change the face and run away again. Once the village enters the eyes of the world because of him, I am afraid that there will be no more peace in this paradise. In the face of the heavenly tribulation, there was only one way to get a quick fix, and that was to overthrow the heavenly tribulation. Rumble. The ocean of heavenly tribulation thunder gathered and suddenly poured out, opening towards Meng Qingzhou, as if the Milky Way was falling from the 9 heavens, smashing straight into the top of Meng Qingzhou's head. Thunder was like a halberd, hissing as if it was going to tear the heaven and earth apart. Space, at arm's length. Meng Qingzhou with his hands behind his back, disappeared in the blink of an eye, and when he reappeared, he had risen another 3,000 zhang upwards, and in the void behind him, the heavenly tribulation thunderbolts shattered the void, and patches of stars within the foreign space were set ablaze, and the explosions formed a single firework. The heavenly robberies seemed to be enraged by Meng Qingzhou's rude behavior, and a tooth and claw crimson heavenly robberies kept splitting down. Time, reverse time. Meng Qingzhou knew that there was no way to avoid it and forcefully backtracked in time. In an instant, within 100 feet around his body, everything turned black and white, and time flowed back again. However, the black and white met resistance the moment it touched the heavenly tribulation, and it was simply impossible to completely retrace the tribulation back to the sky, only to weaken it as much as possible. The heavenly robberies represent the heavenly Tao, like guards with swords holding holy orders, killing people and destroying Buddhas. With Meng Qingzhou's current strength, it was impossible to trace the heavenly tribulation back to the heavenly Tao master's mother's womb. Time and space sword intent. Chop. Meng Qingzhou held her sword in one hand, as if she were a poet immortal writing with a wild grass, waving out countless sword intent wantonly. After being weakened by the time retrogression, the heavenly calamity was torn apart by the sword intent. Meng Qingzhou's figure was like an arrow off the string, breaking through the heavenly tribulation blockade circle and aiming straight for the southern heavenly gate. Forbidden Tao, the way of time and space, the age of the gods ends. After this, it is impossible for the earth to be born again, and anyone who dares to get their hands on it will surely be subjected to 1,000 catastrophes. Outside the southern heavenly gate, a towering figure emitted a vibrating, deafening sound. There were enough 9 ancient-era teenage gods, handsome, a teenage form of the gods located tens of thousands of years ago, who had fought for heaven and earth, and their once invincible postures were recorded by heaven and earth and inscribed for eternity. Pro, soldier, fighting, those who, all, formation, columns, front, march, a black-haired, waterfall-like, gleaming teenage deity made seals with both hands and recited true words, 9 words of truth, the invincible Dharma sect that resounded through the ages, now long lost and lost to history, reappeared here in a frightening manner. A teenage deity evolved great divine abilities, and the scene was magnificent. Sanjiao chopping corpse technique, turning complexity into simplicity, true dragon law, Koan Pang Dharma, true phoenix method, emperor's fist scripture, billions of corpse soul streamers, help me cut down the enemy. Even Meng Qingzhou couldn't help but feel numbness in her scalp at this moment. Her body was a little stiff, as if there were electric currents traveling through her body. 9 teenage gods, each of them had shone for an era, and even though they had all fallen, their light had always shone brightly, and their invincible legends had been passed down to this day. This kind of character, taking out any one of them, would be able to hang a cultivator of the same realm, and the 9 divine heavens heavenly tribulation pulled in 9 teenage gods for him at once. Elder Heaven's way is determined to put me to death. Meng Qingzhou froze on the spot. and then abruptly awoke to the fact that a teenage god's killing moves came one after another, followed closely by an ocean of heavenly tribulation pouring out. You have to be on your toes. One wrong move and you're in a world of hurt. The way of space and time, it's actually a forbidden way. No wonder it's so loud. Then, let's fight to the death. Meng Qingzhou's expression was resolute and fearless. He was seen fluttering in his green shirt, holding his sword in his backhand and pressing it across his ear, the blade pointing straight ahead, muttering under his breath, "Time and space, the ocean flows across the sea." This move had never been used even when facing Park Lingzi and Old Man Yin Yang. The comprehension has never been revealed so far. Break! Meng Qingzhou spat out a single word, then slowly propped up his arm. When a sword is handed out, all laws are put to rest. A bit of coldness from the blade of the sword shone brightly in the heavens and earth, leading to a long river of space and time as wide as a river and sea. The world's long river rushes on, splashing waves that emanate illusory sights, a history of the past. Time is the sharpest weapon in the world, and even the chess player who lives high in the nine heavens and the invincible one who overlooks the epical sinking and floating cannot escape the wear and tear of time. Use the long river of time as a sword and slaughter all enemies. Meng Qingzhou's arms began to dry up and became as thin as dry wood, and his hands gradually couldn't hold the cicada sword. This sword consumed too much. The aura within the dantian was drained in an instant, and even the foundation was almost traumatized. Before killing the enemy, he had already injured himself. The endless heavenly tribulation was like 10,000 arrows, but in front of this sword, it was wiped out without a sound. The killing moves of the 9 teenage gods were blocked one after another. Even, a sword went on to kill a teenage deity holding a 10,000 soul streamer. For a time, the entire heaven and earth fell silent. The people of the imperial capital stared at this scene with their mouths wide open, dumbfounded, with only the remaining color of shock in their eyes. The great gene cultivators were silent. Unlike the mortals with no cultivation, they felt spectacular and felt that the emperor was powerful and incomparable, and the practitioner feels it more truly. If you don't enter the cultivation path, seeing this sword is like seeing the vastness of the ocean, and once you enter the cultivation path, seeing this sword is like an ant seeing the sky. My husband, when did he become so powerful? Dongfang Liuli's beautiful eyes gradually widened round, her breathing stopped, covering her mouth, feeling a burst of dizziness. How? The ambassador of the Sunset Empire sat on his knees with a thud, his eyes empty and stagnant, looking at the sky, yellowish-white material oozing out of his crotch, emitting a fishy odor. Dog fighting things? Pa! When the emperor finishes his tribulation and takes care of the old man of yin and yang, it's time to liquidate your sunless empire. Su Qingqiu spat out her pink tongue and said with a contemptuous bah humbug. The envoy shivered, holding his arms, his lips white, and muttered as if he had lost his mind. Your Majesty, you are confused and gullible to believe in the words of the young master of the Ji clan, but after all, he is only half of his divine soul projected onto a dead body. How many % of his strength can he utilize? If he loses the battle, the second youngest member of the Ji clan can leave at any time, and if he can't, he doesn't have much to lose. It's not like we are the same. Su Qingqiu coldly snorted in disdain, thinking back to this ambassador of the Sunset Empire. When he first came to the imperial capital, he had a high and mighty, dog-eyed demeanor that was so hateful that he wanted to poke a hole in the sky with his chin. It was ironic to see Meng Qingzhou strike now, but she was scared into losing her mind. Just a soft-bone ambassador. No wonder the Sunset Empire can never develop. So it is a group of small people who can only see the wind and steer the ship. Oriental Lioli pursed her lips. She was in a complicated mood. While worrying about Meng Qingzhou's condition and anxious in her heart, she couldn't wait to share with Meng Qingzhou together, while marveling at Meng Qingzhou's strength at this time, which was vaguely catching up with her. If this continues, the heavy burden of reviving the great Jin Empire will sooner or later be wrapped up by the people and the ministers, removing it from the Empress's shoulders and placing it on Meng Qingzhou's shoulders. Salty Fish doesn't like to worry about the country and the world's affairs. If such a day really comes, he's bound to find out the truth. And then, how should I conduct myself? And what will Salty think of me? The Empress's eyes suddenly became resolute, and her fingers slowly reached out to the center of her eyebrows, stroking the crescent-shaped mark. There is only one way out of this situation. Uncover the seal. Allow the return of great emperor-level divine soul talent and break through to the half-step prime realm, regaining the confidence of the great Jin nation in the female emperors. When her finger fell, the crescent moon mark on her brow had disappeared. A palpitating divine soul fluctuation was permeating. True enough, my body can't withstand the strength of my divine soul, and the flame of life is on the verge of being extinguished. But the progress is very obvious. In half a month at the most, I'll break through to the late Chaohui realm, and in a month, I'll be able to visit a half-step prime. Within 3 months, break through the prime realm. Dongfang Liuli stifled a grunt and a touch of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. But she smiled happily with blood hanging from the corner of her mouth. The salted fish was able to make rapid progress, and must have endured unspeakable pressure. She obviously had the talent to transcend the ages, but she didn't dare to utilize it. How foolish. Reward and risk are directly proportional, and to gain something, you must pay the same price. Race against time with your life as a stake. Win and you'll be reborn. Lose and you'll be dead. I hate to see you fight alone again, and I can be your arm, or even, your reliance. No, I should say, Meng Qingzhou, you can only rely on me in this life. Dongfang Liuli once again resumed his former domineering spirit. His phoenix eyes were stern, and he had a great deal of bravado. Within 3 months, if she couldn't break through Prime, her divine soul would definitely collapse and her body would shatter. However, she was confident, as fearless as Meng Lightning, who was facing several teenage gods and a sky full of thunder. Crazy, I like it. The dome girl glanced at the former, her pink tongue licking her red lips, a smirk sketching the corners of her mouth. The obsidian divine monarch, who was lying on the doorway, appeared to be faking sleep, but in reality, he was almost scared out of his wits, trembling with fear, and secretly screaming in his heart. What are these people doing? What are they doing? One by one, they've gone crazy. Qin Fenghua shutting down his death, Zhang Sanghai leading an army to raid the Western Buddhist kingdom, Meng Qingzhou facing off against the ancient gods and demons, and the Empress opening a countdown to life and death. The obsidian godly monarch secretly thought, the 5 top pillars of the great Jin Empire, with only me left as a normal dog, won't be assimilated by them one day. In the meantime, outside of the imperial capital, the fierce battle continued, and after Meng Qingzhou handed out that sword, there were still 8 teenage gods remaining, and even though it was only a heavenly tribulation projection and not a real teenage god, the oppressive force was still strong, not to mention the fact that there was still the heavenly tribulation thunder that was always interfering. Among them, the teenage deity who used the 9 characters of truth was the most terrifyingly strong and could almost be said to be invincible. Being burdened with the 9 words of truth, invincibility was a foregone conclusion. Even though Meng Qingzhou had used all her strength, she had been unable to cause effective damage to him. Monster! Meng Qingzhou coughed up blood, her blouse shattered, exposing her knife-carved and axe-chiseled well-proportioned muscles, her black hair completely draped out, and her imperial treasure divine sword Cicada. Its blade was also gaping with spots. Suddenly, Meng Qingzhou's expression stiffened and she abruptly looked back, stunned and confused. Ruri! At a certain moment just now, he felt Dongfang Liuli's flame of life drop to the freezing point and continue to dim. This was something he had set up in advance when he had met Park Lingzi early in the morning to prevent someone from taking advantage of his defenses and harming Dongfang Liuli. Yin Yang Zi! Meng Qingzhou was furious, and he, who had always been known for his gentleness, roared in anger at this moment. His divine sense could not be utilized, and he subconsciously thought that Yin Yang Zi had assassinated Dongfang Liuli, and immediately his anger rose from his heart, and his evil grew out of his heart. The old man Yin Yang, who was on his knees, silently healing and recovering, looked up with a puzzled face. What's going on? He was still waiting for Meng Qingzhou to be defeated and then collect his body for him and bring it back to the young master to deliver. Why are you shouting his name in such a hurry before the heavenly tribulation is over? I've warned you over and over again that you're not allowed to touch my family, and since you didn't listen, go to hell. Meng Qingzhou no longer had any qualms. His sword intent domain expanded, and his time and space sword intent locked onto Yin Yangzi's position. Space, crossing. Meng Qingzhou fished through the air, separating 2 places thousands of meters apart, with the middle distance compressed and folded. To outsiders, it was as if Meng Qingzhou had wrapped up the heavenly tribulation ocean with a few teenage gods and instantly arrived in front of Elder Yin Yang. Elder Yin Yang's face trembled as he got up in panic and tried to escape. Spacetime, cycle. Meng Qingzhou's face was cold and murderous. A tributary of the long river of space and time surrounded the old man of Yin and Yang, with the ends of the tributary linking head to tail, encircling the old man of Yin and Yang. The old man of Yin Yang had a burst of blackness in front of his eyes and was about to enter dreamland at any time, but he was holding his eyelids and suffocating his roar. Meng Lightship, you want to seek your own death, and you still want to drag Lao Fu along with you. I preach martial virtues and have never interfered. How can you be so unruly? The Yin Yang old man felt the terrifying heavenly Tao pressure, and there were already heavenly tribulation thunder locking onto him, and he was instantly drenched in cold sweat and scared out of his wits. His grandma, the old man is a handful of years old, but he actually followed the robbery, or the supreme version of the Pro Max, the 9 Divine Sky robbery. The great Jin imperial capital urgently turned on the city guard formation, which was enough to defend against the full force of the Chao Hui realm's mighty attack. but it was already shaking after just a little bit of being cut by the aftermath of the sky full of thunder and the battle between the emperor and the 8 teenage gods. The army was mobilized to help evacuate the people of the surrounding towns. The forbidden airfield was lifted over the imperial capital, and countless cultivators rose up in the air like comets from the ground, providing a source of spiritual chi for the city protector formation. Rumble. The sky seemed to have been shattered as the emperor's whistling resounded across the world, and the clanging of the sword was like the roar of a dragon and tiger. Meng Qingzhou, you shall not die. Elder Yin Yang was bloodied and suffered a heavenly baptism, and there were even teenage gods who felt that he was in the way and struck out to greet him from time to time. In a short moment, the old man Yin Yang's body was on the verge of disintegration, and the surface of his skin looked like broken porcelain, with dense cracks appearing. This scene left all the onlookers in awe and shock. Even a hallowed late-stage Chaohui realm peerless powerhouse could only last for an incense burner's time when he entered the range of the 9 divine heavens' heavenly calamity. One could imagine how powerful Meng Qingzhou was at this time. Half a step towards Chaohui. After completing the tribulation, I will completely step into Chaohui. At that time, in the same realm, no matter if it's a juvenile deity or an ancient or modern future enemy, they will not be my opponent. Meng Qingzhou was drenched in blood and severely injured. The emperor's divine sword broke off a section. His breath became more and more withered, and a sun that was already fledgling within his dantian became dim. The enemy is too scary and horrible. In particular, that teenage deity who had cast the 9-character truth was almost invincible in the same realm. Big deal. The fish is dead. Meng Qingzhou ignored Elder Yin Yang. It was hard for this guy to escape death, and the immediate dilemma lay in the attack of the teenage gods. In the next moment, Meng Qingzhou's aura once again regained its fullness. Time and space. The sea flows across the ocean. Spacetime. Reboot. Spacetime. Projection. The 3 great emperor quality sword strokes were instantly launched, and in just a single glance, 2 of the teenage gods couldn't react in time and were wiped out on the spot. Elder Yin Yang gradually couldn't support himself and tried to escape, but he was blocked time and time again by the teenage gods, vowing to bury him here, on the verge of death. The invincible half-life Yin Yang Zi let out his last roar of unwillingness. Meng Qingzhou, you shall not die. Just a few minor injuries, so powerful. Meng Qingzhou was panting like a cow. The hand holding the sword was trembling, somewhat unsteady. However, that teenage deity who had cast the 9 characters of truth remained calm and relaxed, not showing the slightest bit of panic. In the sword intent domain, he could clearly feel that the teenage deity was very subdued and had only been weakened by 1 or 2%. Again, Meng Qingzhou was fuming, once again pulling out a handful of heavenly elixirs and gulping them down into his stomach. The battle of the heavenly hijacking entered a white heat. The titular Yin Yang Elder, the vice-commander of the outer heaven, one of the 3 major forces of the Ji clan, died without a sound, blown to pieces by a random fist print from a young deity who had executed the 9 characters of truth. Before Yin Yangzi's divine soul body shattered, he muttered unwillingly, if it weren't for the fact that I am a formation cultivator and not good at fighting, would I have lost so miserably? Yin Yangzi was very strong and had once brought a deadly threat to Meng Qingzhou, but nay, he didn't have time to prepare at all before he was baptized by the heavenly apocalypse package, and didn't even reap the benefits of Meng Qingzhou's proper attention until he died. Su Qingqiu looked out into the deep sky, her dull pupils flooded with little stars, a face of adoration and fascination. Her hands cupped her chest, feeling the feeling of her little heart thrashing about, and said, the emperor is so domineering, usually unassuming and even gentle and considerate. I forgot that he is a killing sword cultivator. Your Majesty is so blessed. The slave girl is envious. Wu Dai was startled and quietly tugged on Su Qingqiu's clothes, her small face pale as she transmitted her voice to remind her, you don't want to die. Beware that His Majesty's dragon face will be furious and revel you to death. His Majesty is not a small-minded person. He won't care. Besides, I'm telling the truth. It's His Majesty's blessing to be in the company of Emperor. You should know that Emperor is a fallen man that His Majesty casually picked up in the Jianghu 3 years ago. Su Qingqiu was unimpressed. At those words, Wu Dai's eyes were different. The sword saint of time and space, who is now a formidable figure in the wasteland region, was actually a Jianghu grasshopper 3 years ago? And at one time, he was in dire straits? In other words, the Emperor had achieved his current strength against all odds in only 3 years. To say it's a demon doesn't even begin to describe it. Dongfang Liuli glanced at Su Qingqiu, whose pretty face was flushed, and knew in her heart how lethal it was for a sword cultivator to defend herself against 9 ancient teenage gods with her sword path. Thinking back to the past, that Su Qingqiu who only worshipped the Empress alone and dressed up as a high-cooled fairy at all times, could never come back. She could no longer fit only the Empress in her eyes. And now there was another temporal sword saint. Meng Qingzhou, could it be that we can only watch and not do something? Dongfang Liuli opened her mouth, The dome girl shrugged her shoulders in disbelief and said, or else, see what happened to Yin Zi. When a bystander interferes with the tribulation, the only way to go is to die. Just then, Su Qingqiu let out an exclamation of shock. The emperor has beheaded another teenage deity, and now, there are only 6 figures that can stand in front of him. The people present were first stunned, and then fixed their eyes on it, only to see Meng Qingzhou go completely berserk, his sword intent no longer gentle, transforming from a gentle breeze into a tornado tsunami. Treat the bottom kill move, as a flat A, 1 oceanic sea flow, 1 move to reboot spacetime, and in the blink of an eye, 3 more teenage gods were cut down. After half a quarter of an hour, there was only 1 person blocking Meng Qingzhou. Meng Qingzhou entered a state of near death, her divine soul half extinguished, still holding on and speaking. Ouch! If it weren't for the fear of attracting the attention of outsiders, I really wouldn't want to have a quick battle. How I wish to fight with the real and complete you guys. I think it will be even more enjoyable. You guys of the heavenly tribulation replica body are ultimately inferior to the real teenage gods. The teenage deity in front of him who had cast the 9 characters of truth had his black shirt shattered and half of his body broken, but the light of his eyes was always bland. Finally, he opened his mouth and said, this is not the true power of the 9 characters of truth. If you wish to see it, when you break through above the prime, I can fulfill your wish. Meng Qingzhou? Brother, don't fuck around. I'm playing with my mouth and you're still asking for what you want. Meng Qingzhou was creeped out and couldn't help but take a step back. Even when he faced the 9 divine heavens' heavenly tribulation, it didn't make him this terrified. The black-clad teenage god spoke. This meant that he was still alive. A peerless god who had survived tens of thousands of years ago. Perhaps it was the heavenly calamity that replicated his youthful state and drew his gaze. At this moment, it was the present him who spoke. Didn't they say that all the gods are dead? Could it be a lie? Meng Qingzhou took a deep breath, feeling that she had discovered some terrifyingly big event. In the original novel, there was no mention of this at all, and even in the grand finale, no ancient god was ever seen to show up, whether or not the return of the gods is a lie. At this moment, Meng Qingzhou developed a deep suspicion. Otherwise she could not explain the unexpected situation that was happening right now. You are very good. Looking at the ancient and modern future, there are few people who can get a word of praise from me. You and I, we will meet again. The black-clothed teenage deity said softly, then transformed into stars and returned to the ocean of heavenly tribulation. It was a long time before Meng Qingzhou slowed down. Suddenly, I feel that breaking through Chaohui is nothing more than that. Meng Qingzhou felt tasteless and took a step across the ocean of heavenly tribulation, heading straight for the ancient celestial court. Countless celestial soldiers and generals rushed out from the ancient celestial court, shouting and killing to the heavens. Meng Qingzhou, who had killed 9 teenage gods, had received great benefits. Not only had his sword Dao become more and more perfect, but he had also directly broken through the Chaohui realm. Every time I kill a living being transformed by the heavenly tribulation, my realm is compacted by 1 point. If I kill through the ancient celestial court, I should be able to complete my path flawlessly. For the future, there are great benefits. Meng Qingzhou's heart was on fire and he no longer hesitated, killing straight into the ancient celestial court. Half a day later, the bruised and battered Meng Qingzhou, dragging his heavy body and leaning on the broken cicada sword, returned from the void 1 bloody footprint at a time. Behind him, the boundless ocean of heavenly tribulation broke the dike, and the ancient heavenly court's shadow collapsed in an incomparably spectacular scene. But Meng Qingzhou did not return his head. Not that he deliberately pretended. He was really tired to the point of losing consciousness. If it wasn't for his faith and his strong return, he would have drifted off into alien space. Finally, the transmigration has accomplished Chaohui. Meng Qingzhou showed her teeth and smiled, but her smile was exhausted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through Chaohui and gaining an extra reward. Allied Masters decree, create forces, expand forces, and all members of the forces who dare to betray the Allied Master will be punished with the punishment of death. Members of the forces, 1, influence, 0, Meng Qingzhou muttered. It's really like sending a pillow when you doze off. After saying that, Meng Qingzhou couldn't hold on any longer and completely fainted before falling headfirst and crashing straight into the earth. Present-day village with small green tiles. When the empress saw Meng Qingzhou, who had returned from the conquest as if he were a god of war, she had nothing but heartache in her eyes and was about to go to greet him despite everything. Suddenly, the mutation was sudden. A figure took a step ahead of her, taking the lead and crossing the void and grabbing Meng Qingzhou in the air. Dome! Dongfang Liuli stopped walking, her eyes cold. What do you want? The Dome sister's golden pupil eyes flashed through a touch of madness. Her red lips curled up as she sneered. Dongfang Liuli, I've accompanied you for so long in playing house games. Have I forgotten that you and I are in a competitive relationship, not friends? If you weren't afraid of the heavenly Dao oath, you would have deserved to die as early as the moment you learned of Master Sword Saint's identity. Dongfang Liuli coldly said. Coincidentally, what you and I are thinking coincides with each other. If not in the way of the heavenly Dao oath, I would have long ago led an army to pacify the Taiku Divine City and capture you, the undead sinful beast. Will you not be allowed to go freely in and out of the palace and flail about in front of me? The dome's slender jade hand gently stroked Meng Qingzhou's cheeks, her agar nose close to its neck position, inhaling deeply as if she had inhaled immortal breath, intoxicated and letting out a delicate trill. Now that I've torn my face, I'm not willing to put up with it. Dongfang Liuli, open your eyes and take a good look. How much has Master been injured? For your sake, he has been in danger many times. The birthday banquet was swept away by spatial turbulence, and this time, he risked a breakthrough. If you really love him, let go of him and don't let his lordship continue to be in danger. If it doesn't hurt you, it hurts me. The dome pupils became scarlet, his voice was icy cold, and he didn't hide his killing intent. I've been patient enough. Day and night I wanted to take away the old master. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Oriental Lioli, you'll spend the rest of your life in remorse. Oriental Lioli rose up in the air, facing the dome straight on, not retreating a step. Behind her, the great gene cultivators gathered, their armies neatly surrounding the formation, staring intently at the dome. What? You think you can walk? Dongfang Lioli's heart was like a knife. How could she not feel guilty? That's why she did not hesitate to risk her life, unveiling the divine soul seal and opening the countdown to life and death. I no longer want to see Meng Qingzhou repeat the mistakes of today, but, as an emperor, she couldn't put her emotions, in front of her generals, into her mouth, much less reveal the slightest crack in front of her enemies. Let go of Lightboat, and I promise you that you can leave the imperial capital unharmed and that you will never invade Taiku Divine City. In the end, Dongfang Liuli still made concessions. She was afraid that the dome, a lunatic who had been lonely for 30,000 years, would accidentally hurt Meng Qingzhou, and even if the possibility was slim to none, she didn't dare to take the risk. Are you underestimating me too much? Dome tightly embraced Meng Qingzhou, as if she wanted to rub him into her body and never separate. Her pretty face was as bewitching as a flower, her eyes were misty like water, her sandalwood mouth spat out scorching breath, and her mouth and nose wandered over Meng Qingzhou's body, greedily sucking in the fascinating scent. Oriental Liuli looked at this scene, her hands clenched into fists, her petite body trembled, and her shell teeth bit her red lips to death. You, let go of him. In a princess hug position, Dome wrapped his arms around Meng Qingzhou and laughed softly. Beg me, please. Dongfang Liuli's heart was dripping blood, her voice trembled, and she was about to say it. Your Majesty. No. Wu Dai hurriedly interrupted and reminded. The Divine City's lord has always coveted the emperor. There's no way she'll let her go easily. She's taking revenge on you. Oriental Liuli smiled miserably. How could she not be clear about Dome's person, who had spent his entire life searching for the Sword Saint of time and space, and regarded Meng Lightning as his lifelong pursuit? How could she pray for a single word and willingly give up her long-cherished wish of 30,000 years? But this is the retribution I deserve. Deceiving, concealing, and letting Lightship go into danger alone several times. The dome retaliates for the trouble and danger I brought to Lightship. Nutty Butterfly was anxious and bravely admonished. Your Majesty, you are now concerned. Think of it in a different way. The Lord of the Divine City values the Emperor and will surely not harm him. Since this is the case, why don't you just snatch it? This is in the capital of the Great Gene. No matter if she is a god, she will be put to death. The dome looked towards the afternoon butterfly. His pupil eyes narrowed slightly, blossoming into a sickly smile, beautifully stunning and demonic and evil, and said, Clever little girl, but aren't you overlooking something? All know that I am a born god who has lived for tens of thousands of years. Can't I even think of such a simple truth? The moment I make my move, I prepare everything in advance. The dome smiled and said blandly, Today, no one can stop me from taking the old master. The reason why I'm willing to stay and accompany you guys for a few moments of nonsense is purely to get back at Oriental Lioli. It wasn't just to take a bite out of Meng Qingzhou. There was also a small part for herself. Since following Meng Qingzhou into the imperial capital of the Great Gene, she lived every day like a passerby, powerless to watch the emperor and his majesty live in love, while she could only stay humbly on the sidelines, silently watching, forced to intervene due to the heavenly Dao oaths, and was not yet able to intervene. It was not easy to wait until Meng Qingzhou was unconscious. She had the opportunity to snatch someone. How could she leave easily? And it was time to let Dongfang Lioli feel the solid feeling she had felt for so many days. Wow, Darcy, I'm hungry, I'm hungry, I'm hungry, I'm hungry, I'm hungry. Located within the boundaries of the eastern states, close to the Great Jin Empire, a small to medium-sized kingdom that was only 3,000 miles away, the Sunset Empire. The Sunburst Empire's head of state is honored not as an emperor, but as a chief. Residence place, also not called the palace, but called the royal residence, not large, covers an area of several hundred acres, compared to the larger Jin Palace, appears to be like an ordinary family. At this point, the imperial residence was in a state of chaos, with hundreds of slave girls and subordinates carrying all sorts of expensive ingredients, moving in and out of the courtyard, looking terrified. The courtiers all knelt and crouched in front of the main hall door. Even the head of the country, the chief of the Sunset Empire, stood at the doorway respectfully and obediently. It seems that Park Lingzi has already met the Great Jin Empress. Inside the room, a man's lazy voice came out. The chief, named Achu Saburo, who looked to be in his 30s, heard the words and immediately licked his face and agreed, "Your Excellency is a brilliant strategist. How did you know what was going on as far away as the imperial capital of the Great Jin dynasty?" A long-bodied, plump, jade-clad young man lay horizontally on the chief throne, his legs resting on the left armrest, his head resting on the right armrest, and he was allowed to be fed grapes by the two shy princesses. Hearing Achusaburo's words, the youth let out a light laugh and said, "Jiang Sunhai led 1,000,000 troops, urgently pulling away half of the generals and commanders, and raiding the western Buddhist kingdom not far away from thousands of miles. There's only one possibility that can make them so anxious and panicked. That would be the top echelons of the Great Jin, knowing of my arrival, and thus desperately wanting to unify the desolate domain, and by doing so, have the backbone to fight against me." Ji Wuxuang's pair of eyes were golden as he slowly withdrew his gaze to the east. Oki Saburo's face was calm and quiet, pretending to think, and then he suddenly realized, saying, "No matter how divine the Great Jin Empress is, it's impossible to foresee your arrival, my lord." So it was the two seniors, Park Lingzi and Yin Yangzi, who personally met with the Empress before the Great Jin became aware of it. Speaking here, Achusaburo drooped his head, his eyes obscure and unknown, for a long time, before slowly raising his head, collecting the complex color in his eyes, fawning and smiling. "Your Excellency has calculated everything, worthy of being called the first person of the young generation in Tianzhou, wanting both rivers and mountains in beauty, proposing a marriage is for one thing, announcing your arrival to the Great Jin, putting pressure on them to make the Great Jin disorganize themselves, thus revealing a breakthrough, that's the second thing." A group of courtiers prostrate in front of the door raised their heads and silently looked at Oki Saburo, containing emotions of disappointment, disdain, indignation, and anger. What a shame for the lord of a country to grovel to others. Ocho Saburo didn't dare to turn around for fear of seeing the contemptuous gazes of his courtiers. Ever since Ji Wuxuang visited the desolate domain a week ago, his first stop was at the Sunless Empire. At that time, Ji Wuxuang did not report himself, but chose to hit the door. One person against a country. Raw all the peak combat power of an entire country, all put down, which changed the ferocious and hostile, and talk about the main event in a pleasant manner. The moment Tail Chiu Sanlang heard that it was the second young master of the Ji family in Tianzhou, he was immediately overwhelmed by happiness. And then once he heard that Ji Wuxuang wanted to support the Sunset Empire to unify the desolate domain, Tail Chiu Sanlang's brain was hot and he directly agreed to do so. It turned out to be, however, in just a few days' time, the Sunset Empire Senior was a big change of blood. The ruling party all become Ji Wuxuang's cronies, a few irreplaceable pillars of the country, and would rather die than from the courtiers. All of them were Ji Wuxuang under house arrest, all day kneeling in front of the door, prohibited all activities, and Akizaburo himself was completely hollowed out, becoming a puppet emperor. It was only then that Achusaburo came to the realization that the visitors from Tenju were not saviors, but demons, jackals, tigers, and predators of the most ruthless kind. "I know you have a grudge, so there's no need for deliberate flattery. I don't need your fake obedience." Ji Wuxuang glanced at Tail Autumn Saburo, and as he pulled over the two princesses, his big hand reached inside the collar of his coat, and while wantonly playing with it, his words blandly said, "All I need is to use the Sunset Empire as a springboard to help me unify the desolate domain. That's all. After this is accomplished, I can promise you that you will become the Ji family's representative in the desolate domain, with a lofty position no less than the lord of a domain." The corner of the eye of Oki Saburo wildly jumping, the afterglow peeped at his too shy and angry, a few times begging for death of his daughter, hidden in the sleeves of the robe, hands clenched, and gradually loosened, extremely powerless. "Thanks, my lord." Oki Saburo displayed a bright smile and never looked at his two daughters squarely from the beginning, as if he didn't care. Suddenly, Ji Wuxuang inclined her head somewhat doubtfully, her gaze cast in the direction of the Great Jin dynasty, and muttered, "How did Park Lingzi die?" "My eyes, taken from the primordial generation of a born heavy pupil son of the heavenly state, seized his great Tao, and by all rights, are able to penetrate everything? So how can I not see through the imperial capital of the great Jin? Upon hearing this, a sense of pleasure arose in Okiai heart, but he still did not change his face, and surreptitiously surveyed Ji Wuxuan's expression, attempting to see some loss and anger in it. At this very moment, the person Akizaburo wanted to kill the most was right in front of him, the demon he once saw as his savior. If the great Jin dynasty could make Ji Wuxuan turn a big heel, he wouldn't mind falling on his sword a bit, soon. However, Akizaburo was disappointed. Only Ji Wuxuan shook her head slightly and smiled blandly. It's just a matter of being beaten to death by a dog. Akizaburo was in shock. A dog? A peerless powerhouse in the late Chaohui realm. In Ji Wuxuan's mouth, he only got this kind of evaluation? What? Ji Wuxuan spied the hint of surprise that Okiai Saburo had unintentionally leaked out and laughed. In my eyes, talent, good fortune, intelligence, or not, a comprehensive consideration. In order to come up with the true value of a person, such as the barren domain of billions of living beings, can be in my eyes, but only a few dozen people. Other people are no different from livestock. As she said this, Ji Wuxuan swept her gaze over everyone present. Livestock. Achusaburo's forehead was veined. That's crazy. This guy really deserves to be struck by lightning. Just then, the sky, wind and clouds change color. Can still hear the rumbling thunder? The crowd looked at the sound, only to see the dark clouds destroy the city. Black pressure clouds above. There is a hidden ancient heavenly court. A prophecy? A look of hope passed through Okiai Saburo's eyes. Did the heavens have eyes to fulfill his long-cherished wish? A handful of thunderbolts to blast Ji Wuxuan to death. 9 divine heavenly tribulation. Ji Wuxuan's face suddenly changed. Her eyes widened, staring straight at the sky, and she shouted out in shock and anger. How? Years ago, when he broke through the Chaohui realm, he had also only attracted the eightfold divine heavenly tribulation, and at that time, he had also caused countless forces to scramble to curry favor with him, and geniuses from all walks of life had come to join him. Right now, the barbaric and uneducated wilderness domain, which he regarded as a barbarian land, appeared a person whose talent was stronger than his. How could this calm him who was arrogant by nature? My lord, it hurts. The two princesses cringed and cried out in pain. Trembling, Ji Wuxuan's pair of large hands unconsciously exerted force and pinched the two girls painfully. Only after hearing this did he collect his anger and return to calm. The heavenly calamity came from the direction of the great Jin. Who was it? The temporal sword saint or the great Jin empress? The female emperor of the great Jin broke through Chaohui not long ago. Unless she ascends to prime. But that's by no means possible. Is it Meng Qin? Ji Wuxuan pushed the two princesses away and got up to stand in front of the door, looking out into the sky with deep eyes. Not a word was spoken for a long time. Okiai Saburo stood behind him respectfully, a flash of pleasure in the depths of his eyes. Oh, pretenders, can't hold it together after all. The Daijin-friendly army is bullish. Fight to fuck this guy up. Time passed by minute. Ji Wuxuan had not moved as he waited, waiting for Yin Yangzi's shortcut. Since the heavenly calamity came from the great Jin dynasty, Yin Yangzi must also be present. Ji Wuxuan slightly valued Yin Yangzi. After all, his attainments in the art of formations were high enough to threaten him. It is not a matter of abusing the barbarians of the desolate realm. While thinking about this, Ji Wuxuan, through the bloodline sensing of the slave seal, discovered that Yin Yangzi's flame of life instantly declined and withered, then extinguished all at once. Yin Yangzi is actually dead too. Who is it? Dare to kill my people? Ji Wuxuan angrily shouted, no longer able to be breezy. I would like to see who is so bold. After saying that, Ji Wuxuan tore through the void and took a step out, heading straight for the great Jin imperial capital. Achusaburo let out a long breath, his smile radiant as a chrysanthemum. The pretender has broken the defense. My heart is very relieved. The friendly forces of the great Jin are really powerful. Oriental Lioli, let me tell you a secret. In the sky above the imperial capital, the dome's red lips lightly opened and said, my Tao, it's the way of space, taught by the old master himself 30,000 years ago, cultivating the spatial Tao for 30,000 years. No one can stop me under prime. As the words fell, the dome snapped its fingers, and the 100 feet of space around his body turned into darkness, collapsing as much as it could. It was actually defining an entire area for hyperdistance teleportation. And this, just the dome's mind. The spatial Tao has reached the peak. If not born a god's unlimited lifespan, the rate of progress is slow. By virtue of the degree of her perception of the spatial one, it should have broken through the prime a long time ago. The way of space. Oriental Lioli was in a trance, suddenly recalling that time when the dome was true and told of meeting the sword saint 30,000 years ago. Could it be true? However, Meng Qingzhou was really in her early 20s. How could she go back 30,000 years ago? And so on. Oriental Lioli thought of a possibility. The way of time and space. If one cultivates above the prime, is it possible to wander the river of time and return to the past? Dongfang Lioli's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and Su Qingqiu's anxious call rang in her ears. Your Majesty, the Lord of the Divine City is going to leave with his lordship. You quickly find a way to stop it. Hearing this, Dongfang Lioli blandly said, you are rather the emperor is not anxious. Anxious to pass the door as the second house? Su Qingqiu was stunned by what was said, blushing, stuttering to explain. Half a day and could not spit out a word. Don't worry, no matter how strong her spatial way is, she won't be able to escape from me, Dongfang Lioli said. His eyes closed, and the spirit platform at the center of his brow blossomed with a radiant divine aura, a shrunken version of the jade-white oriental glaze. From the brow of the spiritual platform stood up, his eyes through the void, indifferently gazing at the dome, opened his mouth to spit out a word wordlessly. Chaos. Dome's sister, who was about to take Meng Qingzhou to leave the great Jin imperial capital, suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Her soul suffered trauma without a sound. Even manipulating the way of space had a low-level error, and the super-distance teleportation was interrupted all of a sudden. The dome was alarmed and alert. Oriental Lioli closed her eyes, pavilion jade posture suspended in the air. The world and independent, beautiful as if the dream of goddess, calmly said, the imperial way that I have cultivated is divided into two books, one for the divine power and the other for the divine soul. The avatar Dao focuses on defensive aids, and the divine soul Dao focuses on feats of destruction. My divine soul talent is at the level of a great emperor. You should feel honored to be the first to meet the next book of the Imperial Dao Code head-on. These words were in the form of a voice transmission. After all, the depth of the Empress's strength could not be made public. As to whether or not the Dome sister would tell if she knew. At this point, the Empress still believed in her. A god who had been proud for 30,000 years, disdaining scheming, and any fights could only be fought in a dignified manner. The Dome's eyes were heavy and gradually became solemn. I didn't realize that the Mito Code was divided into two books, and you're here as a culture teacher. A bit of fun. A battle then. The winner takes the old master, Dome said. Dongfang Lioli nodded. That's exactly what I want. Go outside the city. The Dome reluctantly put down Meng Qingzhou and wrapped it in a ball of black spatial medium as if it were a cocoon ball, quietly suspended in the air. Whoever wins will drag this cocoon group home. The two women's expressions became heavy at the same time. Neither of them willing to give in. Neither of them willing to lose. The people of the imperial capital and the public ministers and princes were attracted to this scene. And when they saw that Her Majesty the Empress and an unfamiliar woman were heading outside the city unannounced and with an aggressive demeanor, they all froze in their tracks. What's the situation? Are we going to war again? We don't have a single day of peace in Jin. That woman's appearance is very good. Not inferior to Your Majesty. Why is she here? I think I saw the Emperor. Although I couldn't make out his appearance, the clothing was basically the same. I seem to have spied and heard a vague conversation between His Majesty and the unknown woman, as if they were competing for the Emperor. Competing for the Emperor. What unknown woman? That's the city lord of Swire God City. My family's old ancestor once traveled far away and accidentally bumped into one, and to this day, his soul is haunted by it, and he specially drew a picture to hang in his home. One stone set off 1,000 waves, and the imperial capital was in an uproar. Two of the most powerful women in the eastern realm of the desolate domain, equally beautiful and almost fantastic, were fighting over a man. How ridiculous. There were even some teenagers whose hot blood had not yet cooled down, and when they saw this scene, they covered their chests with jealousy and felt like they couldn't breathe. Even if it's an emperor, I'm going to chime in now. I'm going to be treacherous for once. Someone looked up to the sky and cried out in pain. On what grounds? Imego village. The ministers looked at each other in dismay. They were all somewhat speechless. No one had expected that things would develop to such an outcome in the end. Your Majesty, you must win now. Great Jin cannot afford to lose the emperor. Just like Qingqiu cannot afford to lose his lordship. Su Qingqiu clenched her hands and prayed silently. Wu Dai opened his mouth, feeling very childish, but on second thought, quite a sympathetic flavor. Also followed the prayer, the code of the royal way, the soul code. The first pardon, there is no place like home under the sky. The Empress of the Crimson Imperial robes move with the wind. The night falls, back to the full moon, as if the 9 heavenly maidens descended to the earth, Mondi and holy. As the jade finger surged to a point, the half-step prime realm divine soul fluctuations filled the air, rippling out over 100 feet in a radius. The dome indifferently raised her eyes, her heart sinking slightly. She could feel that her divine soul was suppressed, as if she was in a forbidden area of soul power. and her battle power was directly weakened by 30%. Worthy of being an empress who aspires to be able to invade the four seas, the rules she cultivates are overbearing and unreasonable. But don't forget, my Tao is the way of space. The dome voice was clear and cold, and just by moving his feet backward, he folded all the mountains and rivers in a 100-foot radius, as if it were a piece of flat paper that was folded up with his hands. The universal heaven under the sky is not the king's land, field, also was contracted and folded in the inner space, unable to reach the dome. Go on, let me see just how capable the great Jin Emperor who set off the great unification of the desolate domain is. The dome blandly said. Dongfang Liuli closed eyes when the air, not the slightest bit of anger, and the past domineering and ruthless style is very different. One word slowly spit out. The second pardon of the royal road, the great world tumbles and the era falls. All of a sudden, a desolate and reckless atmosphere came to the face, raising his head 3 feet, as if there were gods peering at the earth through the sky, ready to spread darkness to the world. The dome of the eye saw the twilight of the gods, the sky sobbed blood, falling blood-red pouring rain, saw the history of the scroll a little bit of spread, rolling waves of countless heroes, also had the talent is unparalleled, also had the world invincible, ultimately the enemy of the years as a knife chopping the pride of the heavens, to see the hope of a long life, the love of the people back to the family and friends spit on the floor under the sense of desolation and frustration. A vast sea of emotions competed to burrow into the dome's mind, and she was gradually driven by their influence. It's hard to escape death after all. Cultivating and sitting withered for 10,000 years is not as good as a cup of wine on earth. Is it really worth it to cultivate like this? The dome whispered to himself, his eyes filled with despair and confusion, and his onion jade hand slowly raised and aimed at his own brow, wanting to penetrate the spirit platform and sea of consciousness, and cut off his own life. His lordship is married, and has a lover who is companionable and dear to him. I am superfluous. Your lordship has forgotten me, forgotten every bit of what happened 30,000 years ago. And my unwillingness today is just a continuation of an obsession that has been going on for 30,000 years, and I've become stubbornly demonic, since it's destined to be fruitless. How about? Dome's eyes pooled with tears and he mumbled, like an abandoned wildcat, with a look of panic and bewilderment. She had always known, always understood, that Master Sword Saint didn't need her anymore, that her presence was just a hindrance, but 30,000 years was too long, so long ago that the gods had passed away and the human race had prospered, so long ago that one of the Emperor's protective spiritual treasures that the old master had once gifted to her had decayed over the years, and she, harboring an obsession of 30,000 years, finally got her wish. Seeing the Sword Saint Master appear alive in front of her eyes, the obsession instantly into the devil. This has been deep into the marrow of the obsession, even if the memory loss cannot be forgotten, unless this life is dead. When Dongfang Liuli heard these words, her eyes lightly trembled, and she couldn't help but open her eyes, staring at the former in a daze. The second book of the Imperial Tao Code, the Soul Tao chapter, cannot be cast with eyes open during the casting of the spell, otherwise it is equivalent to interruption. That's right, the Empress, who had been ruthless all her life, actually went soft. Seeing this scene, Su Qingqiu impatiently shouted and said, Your Majesty, no, it's about the Emperor's belonging. Don't let your mother's heart overflow. Wu Dai glanced at Bean Sword Immortal and couldn't help but say, Are you so indifferent? Didn't you hear what the Lord of Divine City said? Do you really have no feelings at all? Midnight Butterfly was a little skeptical. Is the title of Cold Sword Fairy taken wrongly? It should be called Cold Sword Fairy instead. Which is not. Su Qingqiu beat her mouth. Some of the bottom is good, delicate and naive, muttered in a low voice, but concerning the Emperor belongs to, I can't care about a lot. We this family, can't lose the Emperor. Midnight Butterfly rolled her eyes and helplessly held her forehead. Are you stupid? The Emperor's belonging is just an excuse to vent the conflicts that have been hidden between His Majesty and the Lord of the Divine City. Otherwise, why wouldn't the Lord of Divine City simply walk away after capturing the unconscious Emperor and controlling the way of space? And why was your Majesty not in a hurry and never snatched the Emperor in the first place? Because the Emperor is free, and is the Sword Saint of time and space, and only a short while ago he sword beheaded two late Chao Wei realm powerhouses. So if the Emperor wants to leave, who can keep him? Su Qingqiu listened to the eye-straight circles, slowed down for a long time, suddenly woke up as if in a dream, and hastily shouted to the sky, Your Majesty, why don't we just forget it? Our great Jin and the Swire God City are neighbors after all. How can there be deep hatred between neighbors? Dongfang Liuli couldn't even help but look back in the direction of Imazumi village, wanting to say something. Why don't we throw this silly girl into the earthly world to experience the world? Stupid straight up. No eyes. The atmosphere had been baked up to here. And after being interrupted by the naive sword fairy, Dongfang Liuli didn't even know what to make of her expression. To be fair, Dongfang Liuli was unwilling to kill the dome. In the end, the dome was just longing to see the sword saint master who had been with her night and day 30,000 years ago, and that was the first ray of white moonlight she had seen when her spirit was not yet enlightened. She had never thought of harming Meng Qingzhou or plotting against Dongfang Liuli, because she knew that once she did these things, that sword saint master who had treated her with nothing but the utmost care, would never come back. Buzz. Just as Dongfang Liuli was about to lift the royal road pardon, at the dome's chest, a rusty green ancient small sword blossomed with glittering light, and the gentle glow enveloped the dome. It was like there was someone, stroking the dome's head, whispering comfort in her ear. Master. Dome's eyes gradually regained clarity, and he looked down at the pendant, frozen for a long time. Her choked sobs stopped and a smirk spread across her lips, her eyes glowering as she muttered to herself, I thought you'd left me behind, but it turns out, you were there the whole time. This is? Oriental Liuli was astonished beyond measure. To be able to break the second pardon of the imperial Tao, this pendant was definitely not an ordinary imperial treasure and likely had some sort of special use. The dome stroked the small sword pendant with a rather proud tone, like a small child showing off, and said, a token from Master Sword Saint. This, you can't snatch it. The dome still had a bad look in its eyes, but its tone returned to normal and blandly said, your Tao is very powerful, and in my long life's journey, it's a Tao I've seen that's good enough to be ranked in the top 5. This is not unlike the Sword Saint Master. The sharpest blade in the world is not as fast as time, and your second pardon of the royal road can make the opponent feel sorry for themselves and thus self-conscious of their lives. Almost got you. Dongfang Liuli didn't say a word and looked at her silently. Forget it, the dome suddenly said. I'm tired. I want to go home and sleep. If there's anything you need to do, look for me in Taiku Divine City. After saying that, the dome feigned spontaneity and turned his head to leave, but after walking not 2 steps, he paused again and turned sideways in a small way, as if he was enjoying the mountains and rivers of the continent under the moonlight, but out of the corner of his eye, he was always looking at the sleeping figure in the distance. Ryoko. The dome's eyes dulled for a few moments, forcing up a bashful expression, and in the blink of an eye, he had traveled 10,000 miles, leaving the Great Jin territory. Is this her true spatial attainment? A lunar flare realm minister's pupils contracted in horror. In less than a second, one step from the Great Jin imperial capital back to the Taiku Divine City, recalling earlier, when the dome captured the emperor. At that time, if she was determined to leave, she would return to the Taiku Divine City in an instant, and with the terror of the Taiku Divine City, even if a prime realm cultivator were to visit, she wouldn't be able to take advantage of it, not to mention the Great Jin dynasty. Oriental Liuli said softly, with her spatial attainments, it's hard for me to even touch her. But from the beginning to the end, she did not strike out at me, and after silently enduring 2 royal path pardons, she decided to leave. She, on purpose. Speaking of this, the empress sighed languidly, bathed in the moonlight and looked up at the sky, as if she had turned into a stone sculpture and remained motionless. At night, the imperial capital was a scene of song and dance, with the people cheering and singing the praises of the emperor and the empress. The body of a king, being the first to defend himself against foreign invasions, is enough to inspire the entire kingdom of generals. However, the village looks quite quiet and silent this morning. The emperor was still unconscious, but his breath was getting smoother and smoother, perfectly passing through the 9 divine heavens. Heavenly tribulation had benefited him greatly, and he had just broken through the Chaohui realm and stabilized his realm. He even unknowingly arrived at the peak of the early stage of the Chaohui realm, and was only 1 step away from the middle stage of the Chaohui realm. Emperor quality sword intent is also perfect and flawless. From the great emperor level space and time sword intent is only a sliver, perhaps an epiphany, a flower viewing in front of the court. The mood of openness and comfort will be able to break through the water to the water. The first minister led the army to go on a journey, counting the time, is about to arrive in the Western Buddhist country. I'm afraid that at this time is hibernating in order to wait for the right moment, ready to launch a thunderous strike. Some villagers are worried and worried. The Great Pillar State is also in the closed death barrier, and has set a time limit for himself of only half a month. This is to prepare to force the barrier in one go. The risk is too great. Some people also look towards the direction of Qingliang Mountain outside the city. That is where Qin Beacon Fire closed his death barrier. The 2 pillars of the Jin dynasty, one immediately after the other to step into the death of the situation. Today, His Majesty and the Emperor is the first to die. They are human subjects, but can only dry watch. How can be happy? Although he had successfully resolved Park Lingzi and Old Man Yin Yang, the situation before him was still not optimistic. The shadow from the Ji family in the heavenly state was affecting all the time. Like a 10,000 000 foot mountain, pressing down on everyone's heart. The two who died were, in the final analysis, just two servants of Ji Wuxuang. Today's front beheading of Park Lingzi and Yin Yang old man, equal to the Ji family completely torn face. No more room for negotiation concessions. The only way to end is for one side to be completely defeated. A cook with a golden juice stretcher, busy with his work, chimed in. Why worry? We have the emperor and his majesty. Why fear the Ji family brat? The district Ji Wuxuang. How can it compare to the emperor's one-leg hair? As for the Tianzhou Ji family, they are busy unifying the Tianzhou. They can't even take care of themselves, and they still have the leisure to worry about other things? The words were filled with infinite reverence for the emperor. The old man sunbathing at the head of the village glared and transmitted his voice to rebuke. Marquis of Songhai, who told you to call the emperor by his title in the village? Go back and copy the rules of the village of this day 100 times as a punishment. Remember, it's handwritten. The Marquis of Songhai, who was playing the role of a gold juice picker, sniffed and his eyes danced wildly. Mud. Another 100 times of penalty. This day is still not over. Penalizing copying is fine. Can you let me play a different role? Is it too insulting for this king? Who is the body of a princely marquis? To pick the golden juice, Marquis of Songhai wanted to give up and quit. Repenting, he shouldn't have run out to watch the battle when the emperor showed up today. He accidentally sees the emperor's true face, gets caught on the spot, and then gets caught playing villager in the village of Imajo. This is His Majesty's decree. The old minister, as the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, has been ordered to supervise the rules of the village this morning, and is only responsible for supervising the villagers' words and behavior. And the rest? I don't care about the rest. The sunbathing boss lazily transmitted his voice. The Marquis of Songhai suffocated. Why did His Majesty choose me for this job? The boss's eyes were half open and half closed. Skimming at Jiang Shaoqing, expressionless laughed and transmitted the voice. Don't you know what kind of stupid thing you've done yourself? You were the one who led the charge back then, clamoring to depose the emperor and install Meng Qin as the new emperor, weren't you? Saying bad things about the emperor from time to time. All of this, His Majesty remembers. Jiang Shaoqing choked and held his tongue for half a day, unable to say a word. Who the hell would have thought that the emperor and the temporal sword saint were the same person? Moreover, a small half of our Jin dynasty court actually participated in the Amazu village project a long time in advance, helping the emperor conceal his identity. Come on, didn't let you pull out a turd. It's already His Majesty's magnanimity. If you keep yakking, beware of letting you go to a greenhouse to be a bod. The minister of the household hemmed and hawed, closed his eyes and continued to sleep. Old immodest. Jiang Shaoqing was so angry that he almost lifted the 2 buckets of gold juice on his shoulders onto this old man's head. The king and Marquis of Songhai, holding a belly full of grievances, picked the golden juice and left angrily. The left eye of the minister of the household opened a slit, looking at the back of the Marquis of Songhai, gloating and happy. Hey, silly fork. I've been looking forward to you joining the village this day. I knew you kid didn't have good fruit to eat. Told you to jump up and down all day. This time honestly. In the meantime, over the imperial capital, an upright figure, his feet stepping on the Qiankuan Big Dipper steps, wandered away into nothingness. Looking down at the capital city, Ji Wuxuang's ears twitched slightly as she listened to the discussions of the people of imperial capital. Half listened, but his expression grew more and more confused. Ooh, the emperor is crossing the threshold today. It's really unprecedented. I've inquired about it. Guess what it's called? Divine Heavenly Tribulation. It's still the highest difficulty of 9. It's said that the first genius over in the heavenly state has only crossed 8, and compared to our emperor, it's simply a firefly and a white moon. Ha ha ha, that's right. The bullshit number 1 heavenly pride of the heavenly state is a pile of shit in a latrine compared to our emperor. Ji Wuxuang's eyes flashed a somber color, and more than anything else, he was surprised and puzzled. The great Jin emperor? Surprisingly, it was different from what he had guessed, and it wasn't the 9 divine heavens heavenly tribulation induced by the temporal sword saint. Wasn't it said that the great Jin emperor was a handless mortal? Are the rumors wrong, or is it that the emperor is deliberately hiding his clumsiness? In that case, it's a bit of a problem. Ji Wuxuang's mood became bad. Originally, he was thinking that since the great Jin emperor was immortal, he thought that Dongfang Liuli was a Muqiang woman, and intentionally made a whole puppet emperor with an empty name and no real power to act as a shield, only to stabilize the emperor's position for a long time. Which is why he dispatched Park Lingzi and the old man of the Yin and Yang to go directly to meet the female emperor, and straightly informed Ji Wuxuang of her name. It was thought that in this way, Dongfang Liuli would still not take the initiative to throw herself into her arms, but now, at a glance, the situation was very different. The emperor was not a waste, much less a puppet. Most likely, the empress and the emperor are a real couple. Pretending to be a fake couple only. Very good. Very good. Ji Wuxuan laughed in anger, killing intent escaping as he looked at the imperial capital at his feet and said, "In 50 years of life, no one has ever dared to tease me like this. Since this is the case, the Great Jin, there is no need for it to exist. The imperial palace of the Great Jin dynasty, the hall of the Golden Emperor." The empress changed the lazy listening to politics posture. Crimson green silk coiled up to wear a crown. Vision through the bead curtain, sweeping lying down the group of ministers, said, Chief Minister Jiang Sunhai led his army on a campaign to falsely transmit the imperial decree. This matter will be put aside for the time being, to be liquidated in the coming day. Report on the current military situation first. Time is short. No need to be polite. Tell us from the start. The Minister of Labor held a jade tablet and bowed. Before the Chief Minister left, he had explained that the microchip temporarily guarded the capital, gave the microchip a communication jade paper. In the last night, the Chief Minister sent back the military situation. The army riding the mountain and river map has arrived in the territory of the Western Buddhist country. But the forces of the Western Buddha kingdom are intricate and complex, and for thousands of years have only been pushing and stirring in the shadows. Even the records of the various countries are vague in their definitions of the Western Buddha kingdom. So the Chief Minister is sending out scout pioneers to investigate the situation. Dongfang Liuli's fingers tapped on the armrests, making a duck-duck sound with a sharp rhythm, highlighting that the Empress was not at peace within her heart either. This is a desperate blitzkrieg, striving to be fast, accurate and ruthless to kill in one blow. The longer the delay, the easier it is to be detected as abnormal. It was impossible for 1 million troops to leave the country and venture past everyone. And once the Western Buddhist kingdom reacted, the consequences would be unimaginable. The distance between the two places is more than 10,000 miles. Jiang Sunhai is leading a lone army into the enemy's base camp. In case of discovery, the Western Buddhist country is prepared. There is a high probability of dragging this million army into the quagmire of the war. And even, the Northern World Sect Alliance will fall on the well and obstruct the support of the Great Jin. The ministers were worried and expressed their opinions. The Western Buddhist kingdom has a vast territory, tens of millions of miles of territory, lined with countless Zen sound temples. Hundreds of millions of people are shaved monks. They only believe in the Zen way. But, strangely enough, these tens of thousands of temples never connect with each other, like a group of scattered soldiers, each sweeping the snow in front of their doors, not caring about the rights and wrongs of others. It may seem like a scattering of sand, but historically, every time the Western Buddhist kingdom suffered a crisis, it would somehow be turned into a safe place. And secretly, the Buddhist kingdom must have a ruler, or a certain side of the organizational forces that manipulate everything. Desolate Domain had given birth to how many hegemony? Many of them declared the slogan of extermination of Buddha, and finally they all ended without any problems, and even suffered a tragic death, died without a sound. The Chief Minister of the Lord in a short period of time. Wada pull out the black hand lurking behind the curtain. Talk about how easy it is. The threat of the Ji family in the heavenly state is imminent. If we don't exterminate the Buddha and unify the desolate region as soon as possible, how can we resist the Ji family's invasion in the future? But the Buddha kingdom is lurking extremely deep. How can we search for it? Why don't we return to the court and sweep away the Northern World Sect Alliance first, and then we'll plan for it later? That's easy for you to say. Lord Shofu was well thought out. Since he decided to fight the Buddha kingdom first, he must have his considerations. What do you know, old piker? How dare you scold me? Go outside the temple. Let's practice. Let's go. Who's afraid? I haven't punched you in how many years? It just so happens that my hands are itching. Oriental Lioli thumb heavy knock desktop. Instantly, the courtroom is silent, previously noisy as if the market scene. Those quarrels, shouting and cursing all of a sudden disappeared. Silence. Let you play your hearts out, not clamor for the court. Dongfang Lioli frowned slightly helpless. Great Jin unification pace is too big, has pulled the crotch. Spare no more intelligent and capable courtier. Suddenly, let him solve a century problem. Is also a strong man. For thousands of years, successive generations of male lords had wanted to sweep away the Buddha kingdom and eradicate this pyramid organization that had taken root in the desolate domain and had always been responsible for brainwashing and spreading its teachings. But no one has succeeded, let alone allowed the group of ministers to come up with a solution in just a few days. It's no less than asking a school bully in an elementary school class to compete in the National Olympiad, then patting his shoulder and saying in a serious tone, I believe in you. You'll be able to win the championship. That's bullshit. Your Majesty, the Emperor is awake. Su Qingqiu came silently and said with her ear, awake? Oriental Lioli eyes bright. Finally heard a good news. Mood slightly better. Immediately cannot wait to get up. Waved his sleeve. Impatient, retreat. There's nothing to be done about it anyway, so it's a pure waste of time to spend time on it. So why not meet the Sagittarius? The group of ministers looked at each other with helplessness. Your Majesty, you haven't had a decree yet. Are you just going to let Lord Chief Counselor fend for himself, not caring if he dies or lives? The Minister of War said anxiously. Dongfang Liuli lifted the hem of his coat and was about to leave when he turned back and said, instead of watching you guys argue, why don't you go ask the Emperor? I'm going to see the Emperor, and it's also a matter of national importance. Ministry of Appointments. So reasonable that I am actually powerless to refute it. When in doubt, ask the Emperor. The vast majority of courtiers present are involved in the project of the village in the present day, know exactly who the Emperor is. The Emperor's Majesty, like the ancient Song of the Dust, was no less than that of the current female emperor. Present-day village with small green tiles. Meng Qingzhou is playing taijiquan in the courtyard to revitalize the muscles and bones, and after a round of punches and kicks, he takes a step and closes his fist. And Qi Dao. The injuries are all recovered. Even the cultivation level is further advanced. The qualification is even experiencing a metamorphosis. The 9 divine heavens heavenly tribulation is really extraordinary. That one imperial-grade boundary-breaking pill wasn't too much of a loss to take in advance. Crunch. The courtyard door was pushed open. Dongfang Liuli carried a tray with a clear porridge, turned back to close the courtyard door and greeted her, smiling coquettishly, saying, you're awake. Meng Qingzhou sniffing. Surprised? Porridge? Don't tell me. I'm really hungry. And some kanji is just right for a first recovery from a serious illness. Dongfang Liuli put the clear porridge on the table and hurriedly supported Meng Qingzhou, saying, slow down. Immediately, the sound of spoon cups clinking resounded in the courtyard. The Empress's gaze was soft. Ying gazed at Meng Qingzhou who was drinking kanji. Recalling that day when she was suffering from a cold illness, Meng Qingzhou captured her heart with a bowl of kanji. And today, as the wind and water turned, it was Salty's turn to heal from his serious injuries, and it was her turn to push open the door to the courtyard and hand over a bowl of clear porridge. Clear porridge, light boat. Meng Qingzhou, for some reason, had a light smile spreading at the corners of her mouth, as if she was thinking of something happy. The two stood and sat, one holding a bowl and concentrating on the porridge, his attention not on the bowl, and the other placing his hands together in front of him, gazing fixedly at the former, his mind all returning to that day when he was secluded in the city of the gods and agreed to a lifelong. How is the injury? Dongfang Liuli bent her head, her green silk hanging down, exhaling her breath like an orchid fragrance, seemingly wanting to caress Meng Qingzhou's forehead. As soon as Meng Qingzhou turned around, it so happened that her cheek met a shockingly soft touch. Well, Dongfang Liuli covered her mouth, and her pretty face instantly flew into a haze. Sorry, didn't pay attention. Meng Qingzhou touched her cheeks, and then she pretended to be puzzled and said, but come on, we're an old married couple, just a kiss and you're still shy? In the future, if I really want you, I'll faint from shame. Requests for catch-up reading, requests for gifts, requests for 5-star reviews, boing boing, requests for feeding ducks. Oriental Liuli froze on the spot, covering the mouth movement stalled, like being held down the pause button. Majestic phoenix eyes straight stars, appearing cute and cute, tongue-tied, stuttering, stupid salty fish. You, what are you talking about? What want me? You mean pointing, caveman? At only 20 years old, the female emperor of the great Jin dynasty, the first half of her life in the palace exterior exercises, killed all the royal crown prince on the throne. 17 years old ascended to the throne as the emperor, set the year 3 months later, then opened the road to unification. It can be said that his life was accompanied by bloody storms, and before he met Meng Qingzhou, he had never felt the warmth and coldness of the world. It was such a cold and overbearing and desperate empress who, upon hearing Meng Qingzhou's words, was instantly put into a state of downtime, with images of forbidden books that she had once peeked at floating in her mind. Well, so scary. The idea of a man and a woman fighting each other naked in bed, often with the man being the stronger and the woman being the weaker, being ravaged and crushed unilaterally. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Meng Qingzhou was dumbfounded. His fingers stroked through the green silk in front of Dongfang Liuli's forehead and softly said, just kidding, when I make up a wedding for you, the one 3 months ago doesn't count. After all, it was a deal agreed upon in advance, with no real feelings and no name. He knew that Dongfang Liuli was a good girl who kept the rules, and since he had decided to accompany each other for life, he should never scribble, which would easily give her a sense of uneasiness. Girls want to feel secure. Meng Qingzhou didn't want her own woman to one day envy another bride. Hoof, Oriental Liuli grunted, pretending to pout arrogantly, but her earlobes were pink as vermilion pendants. By the way, I didn't get seen by the folks on my right and left when I fought with the visitors from the heavenly state. Did I? I deliberately blocked the chi leakage and the commotion was minimal, Meng Qingzhou asked. Oriental Lioli deflated her mouth, looking dainty and cute, and secretly rolled her eyes. Not to mention this village, the entire imperial capital. Millions of people witnessed. The movement simply cannot be a little bigger. But she gave a thumbs up and said in a heartfelt tone, "No, it's not. Sagittarius hides it extremely well. That's good." Meng Qingzhou put down her heart. As long as it wasn't noticed, it seemed like a very good decision to make a quick decision. Tucked away in a side room, 3 heads burrowed out to spy on a man and a woman in the courtyard. "You guys, why isn't His Majesty talking about business yet? Hurry up and ask the Emperor for countermeasures." The Minister of the Ministry of Labor transmitted his voice to the 2 daughters to complain, stomping his feet in a hurry, saying yes for the good of the country. What? Is talking about love a big deal in the Jin dynasty? Well, actually, it's a good idea. It's a way of spreading the royal family's wings. But when it comes to the safety of the chief minister and the fate of the state of Jin, how can there be any sloppiness? Su Qingqiu and Wu Dai's 2 pairs of big eyes fluttered, both showing their aunt's smile. And when they heard the grumbling transmission from the Minister of the Ministry of Officials, they rolled their eyes at the same time. Hey, Lord Shangshu, please get it right. The Emperor is not clear about his identity. Doesn't it feel too deliberate to let His Majesty run straight over and just ask without a little prelude? Su Qingqiu said. An old man is an old man, not the slightest bit uninterested in humor. The Emperor's lifelong matter is the first priority of the great Jin. Wu Dai disliked a sentence without mercy. Hey! The Minister of Labor's pair of old eyes widened as he craned his head to look at the 2 daughters. Su Qingqiu was startled and individually transmitted her voice to Wu Dai, saying, "Hey, this is the Minister of Ministries, not an ordinary little old man. Show some respect." Wu Dai hurriedly apologized, arching his hand in salute. "There are eyes that don't recognize him to tie. Don't blame. The Minister of the Ministry of Justice was tired beyond belief, and casually waved his hand, not bothering to pursue the matter. Dongfang Liuli suddenly made a surprised sound and said, yes, I heard that the great Jin royal dynasty has declared war on the Western Buddhist kingdom, and that Chief Minister Jiang Sunhai is leading an army to march personally. Did you know that?" In the kitchen, Meng Qingzhou brushed the dishes and returned them to their place, shook her hands dry, and said with slight surprise, "Really? Great Jin declared war on the Western Buddhist kingdom? And sent the wise man Jiang Sunhai into battle? Let me think. The Empress is meeting a very strong enemy, looming on the horizon, wanting to unify the desolate realm, so she sent Jiang Sunhai on an expedition to the Western Buddhist kingdom. A very wise decision, but the war strategy was used incorrectly." Meng Qingzhou brewed 2 cups of tea and put in a petal of 9 Sun's scorching heart lotus. The steaming tea was handed to Dongfang Liuli in front of her, and she closed her mouth and stopped talking about matters related to the Western Buddhist kingdom. Dongfang Liuli blinked her eyes, her expectant eyes gradually turned into doubt, and she cocked her head. "Why didn't you say anything? What's there to say? Let them be," Meng Qingzhou said. The Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, who was hiding in a side room, sniffed with a jolt and jumped up 3 feet high, letting out a hint of movement. "Crap. Emperor, don't be like this. Hurry up and say it." "Who?" Meng Qingzhou twisted her head. Dongfang Liuli's smile stiffened. Side head afterglow blared fiercely at the rear. "Regardless of your eavesdropping on the foot of the wall, even if, but also dare to make a demon." "No, a mouse," Oriental Liuli explained, then continued to add, "After all, you once held the position of servant of the great Jin, and I was once a female official of the Queen Emperor's royal court, and now, although I am a recluse, I am also in the great Jin, so it's fine to chat a bit." Meng Qingzhou decidedly shook her head and said, "Don't say." Dongfang Liuli clenched her silver teeth, hesitantly glanced back at the side room, then held Meng Qingzhou's arm with both hands and rocked back and forth, soft and cute and pampered. "Please, Brother Lightship, I'm curious." Meng Qingzhou's scalp exploded, as if she had been given a shot of cardiac stimulant, and she was instantly energized and refreshed. The first time my daughter-in-law was pampered and cute, she simply couldn't top it, and her defense immediately cleared to 0. Well, then let's have a brief chat." Meng Qingzhou sure sat down, took a sip of tea, and said blandly, "The origin of the Western Buddhist kingdom cannot be examined. It is said to be an ascetic monk who once dug up a Buddha statue in the desert, after which there was a Buddhist kingdom that stretched for 10 million miles. After many years of development, the Buddhist kingdom gave birth to a Zen path practitioner, and gradually a Buddha was born, named Pudu Buddha, a Zen Tao mastermind. In a sense, he has cultivated into a Buddha, and he has established a power called the Spirit Mountain." At these words, Dongfang Liuli's phoenix eyes narrowed. "Requests for catch-up reading. gifts, and 5-star reviews. Thank you, thank you. The Ministry of Justice stroked the hand of the beard steeply stiff, froze and tore down a handful of beard, the pain of his teeth, and did not dare to shout out. Endured the pain to the village of this day a Ministry of Justice officials to pass the sound. Quickly investigate a Buddhist monk named Pudu. After the command, the Minister of the Ministry of Justice stuffed the torn beard into his pocket, his brow furrowed as his mood hit rock bottom. The title of Buddha, in the eyes of the world, is just a nebulous great achiever of the Zen path, with a high probability that it does not exist, and is merely a figment of the imagination of that group of bald asses. But I didn't realize that Buddha really existed and created an organization called Spirit Mountain. Pudu Buddha, how powerful should that be? The Minister of Labor said in his heart. Oriental Lioli was equally surprised and asked, is there really a Buddha in the world? Meng Lightboat slightly nodded, mouth sighing, really? 10,000 miles of Buddha. Hundreds of millions of meditation sitting chanting monks, temples are enshrined Pudu Buddha's golden statue, vast as a sea of incense, all converge in the Pudu one person's body, can be said to unify the power of all the people, added to one person, hard to create a god. Hearing this, Dongfang Liuli unconsciously clenched her fists and forced a smile, saying, it is rumored that Chief Minister Jiang Sunhai is leading a large army, sneaking into the Buddhist kingdom, and is still looking for an opportunity to probe the mastermind behind the Buddhist kingdom. Do you think, will he be discovered? Meng Qingzhou raised her eyebrows slightly, quite surprised. Didn't you say that war was declared in a dignified manner? But why did you change your mind and say that it was an infiltration? But he didn't think much of it. He may have slipped his tongue, or he may not have made it clear. The Western Buddhist kingdom is extremely mysterious. Pudu Buddha had already reached the half-step prime realm hundreds of years ago. Chief Minister Jiang Sunhai wants to use the mountain and river diagram as a carrier to sneak in millions of troops. It's not very realistic. According to my opinion. Meng Qingzhou shook her head and sighed softly. I'm afraid that the first minister has been detected by Pudu Buddha ever since he entered the territory of the Buddha kingdom. Don't ever underestimate Pudu Buddha. He's not a normal half-step prime, but rather most of his body is squeezed into the prime realm category. At these words, Dongfang Lioli's eyes condensed. If a cultivator wanted to break through the prime realm, not only did he need to cultivate his senses, but he also needed to thoroughly integrate the Tao of cultivation into himself. Before the prime realm, the cultivation of the great Tao was resonating with heaven and earth, and the Tao did not completely belong to oneself. As for the prime realm cultivator, the Tao that he practiced would be integrated into his body. He or she was the Tao, and he or she was heaven and earth. Prime realm cultivators, even if they died, would leave behind a Tao to exist forever. Pudu Buddha has completed most of the pre-requirements. The great Tao is thoroughly integrated into his body, and only needs to be polished a bit more. Perfecting the cosmic space within his body, then he will be able to break through the prime. Pseudo-prime. Oriental Lioli took a deep breath as 3 words surfaced in her heart. The Western Buddhist kingdom was actually hiding a pseudo-prime cultivator. So it was no wonder Meng Qingzhou had said that Pudu had already cultivated the Buddha's golden body. In ancient times, there was a Buddha who had mercy on all living beings and left a remark that a Zen Taoist practitioner can be called an ancestor if he is in the prime of his life. Meng Qingzhou continued. More than that, the spirit mountain created by Pudu Buddha is also not to be underestimated. The spirit mountain is separated by the 18 Luohan and the 4 great goddesses, all of which are in the Chaohui realm. So, even if Pudu Buddha didn't find out about the army led by the first minister, the 18 Luohan and the 4 great goddesses who are constantly monitoring the 10,000 miles of Buddha kingdom will find out the end sooner or later. Dongfang Lioli said. Then the first minister, wouldn't it be dangerous? Should we alert the empress? Meng Qingzhou smiled and shook her head, stroking her soft green silk and laughing. No need. Jiang Sunhai is able to hold the title of pillar state at a high level with the cultivation of the mountain-moving realm, relying on his knowledge of the ancient and modern worlds and his strategy that far surpasses that of non-human beings. All beings have their own destiny. The great Jin's favor. Your Sangha I have already paid back. The future they can go to which step, how far they can go, and you and I have nothing to do with it. I do not want to see you again, for the great Jin and fall into danger. This time, the sudden visit of the Ji family's commanders in Tianzhou had sounded an alarm for Meng Qingzhou. Previously, he thought that when the protagonist of Long Ao Tian died violently, there was no more threat, and with many less scruples, he acted slightly beyond the standard. If he had been alone, he wouldn't have had to worry too much, but not now. He had a family behind him. There was the dainty maid Su Qingqiu, there was the afternoon butterfly, there was the virtuous wife, and there was De Huang and the enthusiastic villagers, all of whom were so ordinary and commonplace that they could not afford to bear the great winds and waves of the cultivation world. Meddling in the plot is tantamount to saddling oneself with karma. The cycle of cause and effect will inevitably not involve those around you when you taste your own evil one day, which is irresponsible to your friends and relatives. Therefore, Meng Qingzhou resolutely refused to participate. Not at all. And thoroughly acted as a bystander. At those words, Dongfang Liuli cried and laughed, not knowing whether she should be happy or cry out. I know you're doing it for my own good, Dongfang Liuli said in a twisted voice. Being cared for and cherished by one's beloved is certainly warming. But are you being a bit too cold to the Empress? These Buddhist hidden secrets. How many great men and women from ancient and modern times, and how much effort they put in, have yet to figure it out? How do you know? Is it another glimpse from the way of time? Dongfang Liuli was like a curious baby, looking blearily at Meng Qingzhou. Meng Qingzhou was embarrassed in her heart and unconsciously touched her nose, and said inarticulately, sort of. Oriental Liuli marveled wordlessly. The world was ultimately too narrow in their understanding of the way of time and space, and had far underestimated the terror of this forbidden way. He is only at the early stage of the Chaohui realm, but he can see the secrets of the past and the present, and foretell the future. What if we break through the prime? That's not going to be heavenly. Sometimes, it really feels like 3 years ago. That rainy night, you and I's first encounter was like a dream. Dongfang Liuli was suddenly overcome with emotion, wrapped her arms around Meng Qingzhou's neck, sat on his lap, leaned her cheek against his shoulder, and said softly. Dongfang Liuli secretly stretched out her veiled finger to point towards a side room behind her. The trio that was peeping, suddenly felt that their eyes were covered with a black cloth. They couldn't see anything anymore. Even their ears were shielded from hearing. Gada! The Minister of Labor was completely helpless. It's time for His Majesty and the Emperor to say some unseemly whispers. Wow! Is this what an emperor feels like? It's different from what I imagined. It's not a darkness in front of the blind, but a void without any color. Such a suffocating feeling. Su Qingqiu transmitted her voice to Wu Dai, new and somewhat lost. It turned out that the emperor had to endure this ordeal every day. Wu Dai sighed. Perhaps, this is the price of practicing the forbidden way. There is a scale in the world. There are gains and losses. That is the way. Dreams? What solution? Meng Qingzhou was puzzled. Dongfang Liuli hugged him a little tighter, fearing that he was suddenly going to disappear, and murmured, dreams are generally illusory. And it always seemed that I was just too lucky, perhaps, to have used all the luck of my life on that day. Meng Qingzhou laughed and said, ooh, a lifetime of luck? That's a small price to pay, but it's worth it. Oriental Liuli closed her eyes and said gently, requests for catch-up reading, gifts, and 5-star reviews. Light boat, where exactly do you think the Spirit Mountain is? Hidden so secretively. For thousands of years countless people had searched and explored, and never saw a trace. Dongfang Liuli sat on Meng Qingzhou's waist and crotch, her hands wrapped around her neck, the tips of her noses touched together, and she spoke softly. Meng Qingzhou's throat rolled, feeling the warm breath that came to his face, so rich and fragrant that he couldn't help but want to taste it. Spirit Mountain. Meng Qingzhou held Dongfang Liuli's surplus waist and blandly said, far away and near. Not being able to find it doesn't mean that it's hidden deep, but rather that it's invisible and untouchable. The Spirit Mountain is a great emperor-level spiritual treasure, inherited from the Age of Enlightenment, the selfless and undifferentiated Buddha. The selfless and unseen Buddha created the Spirit Mountain and endowed it with only 3 functions. Oriental Liuli curiously said, which 3? Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou smiled without saying anything and tapped her lips with her finger. If you don't give a little taste, then you don't say anything. Salty fish. You have become bad. Oriental Liuli stared straight at him. Under the eyebrow was as if a clear water shy eyes, white cheeks slightly red, closed his eyes, probed and gently touched. Meng Qingzhou was then satisfied and said, the 3 functions of the Spirit Mountain are, no phase, no distance, and no measure. No phase is to make the Spirit Mountain great hidden in the city, even if it is close at hand. If there is no key to open the door, no one will be able to enter the Spirit Mountain unless Optimus Prime himself arrives. Not only that, but no phase also represents the freedom to stretch and shrink in size, able to cover millions of miles, or as small as a speck of dust. No distance gives Spirit Mountain the divine speed of being at arm's length. Immeasurable, let the weight of the spiritual mountain be as heavy as an immortal mountain and as light as a feather. Meng Qingzhou sidled his head. His fingers scraped Dongfang Liuli's agitated nose, and said, now, do you understand? The moment these words came out, a flash of shock flashed through the depths of Dongfang Liuli's eyes. The Spirit Mountain was a great emperor-level spiritual treasure. In the entire desolate domain, counting the ancient and modern times, the number of great emperor spiritual treasures was only a handful. Many of them were lost in the vastness of time. The Western Buddhist kingdom hides deep enough, a great emperor-level spiritual treasure, inherited since the era of the opening of the heavens, surprisingly did not leave just a word of wild rumors and escapades. No phase, no distance, no amount. Oriental Lioli muttered under her breath, repeating it before saying, "So, where exactly is Spirit Mountain?" Meng Qingzhou cocked his head and scratched his forehead, sighing inwardly that his daughter-in-law was really a curious baby. Whenever something big happened, she would always ask him for advice and persistently ask for all the details. No wonder it can be valued by the Empress Qin Lioli. This meticulousness. Which leader will not like it when he sees it? As I said, the Spirit Mountain is far away and near. Meng Qingzhou turned her head sideways, and although a pair of pupil eyes under the black satin were tightly closed, it was as if there was a pair of sights that pierced through the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains, casting them towards the Western Buddhist country, and blandly said, "The 10-million-mile territory of the Western Buddhist kingdom, the piece of pale sky overhead, is the Spirit Mountain that opens the two functions of the undifferentiated and the immeasurable." Anum, rumbling. At that exact moment, a thunderbolt rang out from the clear sky, as Oriental Lioli thunder rolled in her head, but she remained calm, only slightly cold look. Phoenix eyes brewing storm, pursed red lips did not say a word. Hiding in the side room of the Ministry of Justice, the seal has long been lifted. Heard these words, breathing stopped for a moment, a pair of cloudy old eyes filled with shocked color, mouth slightly open wide, eardrums like being pierced, ears ringing current rustle buzzing sound. The whole person is not good. The Minister of the Ministry of Labor immediately transmitted the voice of the Empress, anxiously saying, "Your Majesty, the Chief Counselor is definitely exposed at this moment. The Buddhist kingdom's Tsangtian is where the Spirit Mountain is located. For the Chief Minister's million-strong army to enter the Buddhist kingdom's territory with great vigor is tantamount to sneaking into a bandit's den with a gong and drums beating. So I ask your Majesty's holy judgment to decide on a good plan to save the Chief Minister's pillar state." Dongfang Lioli did not rush to answer, but twisted her head to look squarely at Meng Qingzhou and said, "Light boat, if you were an empress, how would you save Jiang Xanghai?" The Minister of Labor's eyes danced wildly. It was unprecedented for a female emperor to ask the emperor for advice on decision-making. In the past, any decision made by the empress must be thought through by herself, and even the wise man Jiang Xanghai could only offer some advice. Even if Jiang Xanghai's suggestions are good, the empress usually does not adopt all of them, and will certainly add some of her own insights into it. At this moment, the Minister of Mandarin cut through the changes in the Empress. "Empress, it's really different. Overbearing hostility has been worn down a lot, adding a few points of understanding, warm and lovely temperament. Your Majesty." The Minister of Labor tried to seek advice from the two daughters around her, but Wu Dai saw his doubts at a glance, and with a pair of winking eyes that meant a lot, he transmitted his voice. "As long as there's an emperor around, Her Majesty will have a backbone. She won't be lost. And the Emperor is Her Majesty's peace of mind medicine and heart-clearing spell. Now do you understand why His Majesty rushed here in the first place when she heard that the Emperor had awakened?" The Minister of Ministries gulped down his saliva with a gurgle, and tentatively transmitted his voice. "Because His Majesty at that time could no longer suppress the hostility in his heart?" Wu Dai put up an index finger and pressed it against her red lips, signaling that it could not be divulged to the public. It was a hidden secret in the green tile little house. "I understand. I understand." The Minister of Labor nodded his head repeatedly. Never would I have imagined that the Emperor was not only a man of letters and martial arts, and a man of ancient and modern times, but also so important to His Majesty. No wonder Su Qingqiu and Wu Dai were so anxious when the Lord of the Divine City robbed them. For a while, the Minister of Officials marveled in his heart. Just when did the Emperor actually become the top pillar of the Great Jin dynasty? The children of the Great Jin, on the other hand, know nothing about the Emperor, and nothing about his importance. If I were an empress? Meng Qingzhou rubbed her chin and fell into deep thought, recalling the novel's plot in her mind. It was a long time before he spoke slowly. If I were the empress, and I knew the hidden secrets of the Buddha kingdom, of course I would be the first to give this information to Jiang Xanghai, and I choose to trust Jiang Xanghai, since Jiang Xanghai is the pillar of the nation. As an emperor, you should trust him. Of course, I'm not an emperor. I'll make a few preparations in case of accidents. Meng Qingzhou patted Dongfang Lioli's arched buttocks, signaling her to get up for a moment first. Dongfang Lioli obediently got up, and also thoughtfully served a cup of tea so that Meng Qingzhou could moisturize her throat before saying anything. Requests for gifts, catch-up reading, and 5-star reviews. West of the desert, the orange sunlight rendered the yellow sand rolled into the wind. Whistling wind, tearing the miles of desert, as if pulling a curtain, so that the flat surface of the sand ripples, as if the water ripples. 5 words to describe it: desert. A caravan of merchants and travelers, riding camels through the desert at dusk and sunset. The leader of the group was wrapped in a face mask, revealing only a pair of cloudy but sharp eyes, hidden under a wide-brimmed hat. Jiang Sunhai lifted his face towel and lamented. The Buddha's country is desolate, and the people who live here need to fight with the sky and people just to stay alive, and life is hard, so they need a faith that sustains them to live, and this gives the Zen way the soil to take root and grow. Alongside Jiang Sunhai was another camel, Lin Killing, dressed up as a merchant guard, his hand always holding onto the plain sword at his waist, always remaining vigilant, and transmitting his voice. First counselor, my subordinate has been puzzled and would like to ask the first counselor to clear up the confusion. Why did they choose the Buddhist kingdom as the target of the raid? The world knows that the Buddhist kingdom is secretive and has been hidden extremely deeply for thousands of years, making it difficult to find. No matter how you look at it, the Northern World Sect Alliance is the best choice for a blitzkrieg. The World Sect clans are holding together, so we only need to insert ourselves into the hinterland, and then strike a thunderous blow that will cause them to be heavily injured. Jiang Sunhai took off his scarf, stroked his beard, cleaned the sand particles stained in his beard, then took out his water bottle, took a sip, wiped the water stains around his mouth, and said, if you can think of the reasoning, can't the Northern World Sect Alliance think of it, or the Western Buddhist Kingdom? Blitzkrieg mainly lies in surprise, fast, accurate and ruthless one-hit kill. The Northern World Clan Alliance has always been on guard against the Great Gene. The army has planted many eyes, must have already known the news of the millions of troops quietly leaving the country, so there must be some precautions. Jiang Sunhai paused and didn't continue on. Lin Killing also did not pursue the question, knowing that the chief minister of the Lord intends to test, contemplating for a moment, a bright light in front of his eyes, said, therefore, first counselor, you chose to attack the Western Buddhist Kingdom. Firstly, to take the Western Buddhist Kingdom by surprise. I'm afraid that the Western Buddhist Kingdom wouldn't even think of it, so they are negligent and careless. And secondly, to make the Northern Worldly Sect Alliance suspicious and unable to spare their spare energy to cause destruction. Lin Kuei, thumbs up, almost a bull out of his mouth, brewing for a long time, stifled a slightly literal word. The chief minister adult is really a man of God. Jiang Sunhai shook his head with a smile and looked ahead, only to see an ascetic monk slowly walking out of the dusty yellow sand, leaning on a Zen staff and holding a scripture to read with one hand, walking towards the merchant team's side. Seeing this person, Jiang Sunhai's smile slowly converged without any indication, still speaking to Lin Killing on his own. Actually, you're wrong. Lin Killing's plain sword was half-sheathed, staring vigilantly at the ascetic monk ahead of him, twisting his head in slight confusion at the words. What? You're wrong about one thing. Ever since we entered the territory of the Buddha Kingdom, the secret manipulators of the Buddha Kingdom already knew about it. Jiang Sunhai said blandly. Lin Kuei was perplexed, his head full of fog. Lord Chief Counselor, what exactly do you mean? I mean, Jiang Sunhai exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said with an unknown smile, this lone army of ours is not the main force, much less here to fight a laborious blitzkrieg. This is just a smoke and mirrors I'm releasing for outsiders to see. What we need to do is simple and difficult. Lin Kuei looked at the chief minister's smile and suddenly felt a chill rise from the bottom of his heart, and, somewhat alarmed, asked, what exactly are we here for? Jiang Sunhai twisted his head, looking straight at Lin Killing, his smile disappearing, his face serious, and he said word for word, stall the Buddha Kingdom, so that His Majesty can feel free to eliminate the World Sect Alliance. If I were the Empress, of course I would choose to attack the World Sect Alliance, but it can't be too obvious, so I released some fake news to confuse the public. Of course, just fake news isn't enough. Do the whole show. Meng Qingzhou stood up long and hard. His tone was loud and resonant. The world is aware of Great Jin's desire for unification. The Northern World Sect Alliance and the Western Buddhist Kingdom are all wary of us, and they also understand the reasoning that lips die and teeth get cold. No matter which side we choose to attack, the other side will definitely stir up trouble, and it's best to make the warring sides lose both sides, so that he can reap the benefits of the fisherman. Jiang Sunhai pulling out 1,000,000 troops at once seems like traveling quietly, but I think it's more like putting on a show. It can be described as a dish within a dish. Anyone with eyes can see that the Northern World Sect Alliance is the weaker party, so by common sense, we will definitely attack the Northern World Sect Alliance. Therefore, the northern side must be majestically entrenched, with 1,000 defenses. But after a few days, they will realize that Jiang Sunhai did not appear, but instead appeared in the Western Buddhist Kingdom, and the Northern World Sect Alliance will definitely fall off the wagon. Su Qingqiu popped up and raised her hand. Your lordship, how can you be sure that the Northern World Sect Alliance will drop their guard when they see the first minister appearing in the Western Buddhist Kingdom? Meng Qingzhou smiled blandly and said meaningfully, 1,000,000 elites, plus a pillar of the country. Once the money is lost, the Great Gene will suffer a heavy blow. Who could not believe it? Who dares to believe that Zhang Sunhai's poisonous plan can be crazy enough to go this far? Sparing the simple and naive sword fairy, hearing Meng Qingzhou's increasingly cold tone, she felt a burst of creepiness. What a wicked scheme, poisonous to the enemy and even more so to yourself. Dongfang Liuli was silent. The color of deep thought flashed in her phoenix eyes. In fact, Zhang Sunhai hadn't explained anything to her, and she was guessing about Zhang Sunhai's actions. What Meng Qingzhou said coincided with what she had in mind. You continue, Oriental Liuli said. Meng light boat tone slightly a beat, combined with the book for Zhang Sunhai person description, combined with the persona, and then look at the way he acted, and finally deduced the whole plot. The more I think the more horrified. Slowed down for a long time. Before continuing, the Western Buddhist kingdom likewise could not have imagined that the great Jin would be stupid enough to die with them. The desolate domain is now a three-legged tripod, of which, the Northern World Sect Alliance is the weakest. No matter how you look at it, if you want to unify the desolate domain, you should kick this guy out and have a one-on-one Imperial City PK. Su Qingqiu into a small horse zipper sitting upright, like an elementary school student, once again raised his hand. Glutinous, Imperial City PK what means? Meng Qingzhou was dumbfounded and explained. The meaning of duel. Oh, so I went on? Your lordship, please, Meng Qingzhou coughed and said with a heavy voice. Therefore, the Western Buddhist kingdom was likewise caught off guard, thinking that Dejin was going to fight them to the end, and would certainly not dare to bet all of their chips on a battle to decide whether they would win or lose, which gave the first minister enough time to drag the Western Buddhist kingdom into the war swamp. Dongfang Liuli suddenly interjected. What about Pudu Buddha? With him around, Zhang Sunhai's million-strong army is nothing more than a bunch of dirtbags. As far as I know, Pudu Buddha should be in seclusion at this time. After all, he is only a hair's breadth away from the prime realm, and he wouldn't care even if the heavens were to fall, Meng Qingzhou said. Dongfang Liuli nodded, her heart slightly relieved. Finally, I hear good news. Meng Qingzhou took a sip of tea to moisten her mouth and narrated according to the deduction in her mind. With the Western Buddhist kingdom being stalled, everyone will think that that's the main battlefield, and the Northern World Sect Alliance will be misled into thinking that they become bystanders, and they'll probably still be thinking about doing some damage. At this time, it's the turn of the great Jin Empress. Make an appearance. Dongfang Liuli blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Meng Qingzhou. What should the great Jin Empress do? Meng Qingzhou rubbed her index finger with her thumb. Her tone was loose, but it was like thunder. Of course it's to eliminate the World Sect Alliance. Have you forgotten the great Jin tradition? War feeds war. By destroying the World Clan Alliance, we can replenish our military resources and continue to invest in the Western battlefield. And at that time, the delaying battle led by Zhang Sunhai immediately turned into the main battlefield. The final decisive battle can then be opened. The desolate domain hegemon will be decided in the Western main battlefield. Requests for gifts, catch-up reading, and 5-star reviews. The villagers of the village of Imazeo, seemingly busy, plowing the fields, raking clothes, and cooking, were in fact all working on 2 tasks at once, playing the appropriate roles while keeping their ears open to eavesdrop on the conversations in the small green-tiled building. Of course, this was by the Queen's tacit consent, otherwise no one would dare to do so. Over 200 years of age, the Minister of the Household can be said to be the oldest of the 3 dynasties. The power is significant. After listening to the Emperor Ahai talk, cannot help but sigh. Great Jin got the Emperor. As if a fierce tiger adds wings, the dragon returns to the sea. Before the old me also pondered the true intentions of the first pillar. After the Emperor some enlightenment, a clear picture although it's just a guess. I feel that this is the true strategy of the first pillar. The general public cannot understand Zhang Sunhai strategy, even after listening to Meng Qingzhou deduction. Most of them hold a half-believe half-doubt attitude, think that this plan is too poisonous. Hurt people hurt themselves. To use a country's land to fight against both the Western Buddha Kingdom and the Northern World Sect Alliance was like performing on the edge of a fire pit. The slightest mishap was like playing with fire. However, some courtiers who knew Zhang Sunhai knew in their hearts that what the emperor had said was 9 times out of 10 close to the truth. The minister of the household and Zhang Sunhai, the same dynasty as the official for 60 years, know each other very well. He knows that Zhang Sunhai is not as amiable as it seems to be good. Shofu Zhuguo's strategy of governing is often methodical and slow, but once the army is used against the enemy, they will all do whatever it takes to achieve their goals, even to the point of exchanging their lives for their own, the minister of the household said to himself. Just then, a black stream of light in the sky above the imperial capital broke through from the west, cutting through the sky and being seen by everyone. The minister of the household looked up. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he whispered, "Beacons and streams of light, harbingers of great war, from the west. This is a message from the chief minister that they have officially gone to war with the Western Buddhist kingdom." green tile little house. Seeing that black stream of light, Dongfang Liuli sighed softly and wordlessly, saying, "The battle for the unification of the desolate domain has finally, the curtain has been drawn. Who will rule the roost? Let's see the day." Meng Qingzhou thought that Dongfang Liuli was feeling nostalgic for the time when he was an official in the court, so he had some feelings and expressed his feelings. "Don't worry, with me here, no matter how much the floods and the pale yellow overturns, I can still protect you all safely." Meng Qingzhou wrapped his arm around Dongfang Liuli's shoulders. I believe you." Dongfang Liuli rested on his shoulder, her eyes empty. Su Qingqiu sat on the small horse zipper, her hands encircling her slender jade legs, her chin resting on her knees, sighing darkly in her heart. "His Majesty will be busy again. I'll go buy some food and treat you well tonight." Dongfang Liuli got up and pushed the door. The Golden Palace. All the officials above the 5th grade were present, regardless of sick leave or official duties. All of them put off. Thousands of official body courtiers, from the hall all the way to the royal road outside the hall. Su Qingqiu held a sword on the hall, standing on the side of the empress, clear cold eyes looking at the public under the hall. Dongfang Liuli was clad in a dragon robe, his voice solemn. "I'm sure everyone has seen the beacon transmission that the chief pillar leader has led the millions of generals of the Great Jin to officially engage the Western Buddhist kingdom. The emperor and the prime pillar have decided to open the battle for the unification of the desolate realm, and the strategy is set aside for now." The empress's words lapsed, and suddenly the sound of armor clattering and colliding entered the Golden Palace from outside the temple. A team of black-armored soldiers surrounded the entire palace, led by the 10 heavenly generals of the Ministry of War themselves. With lists in their hands, they crashed through a patch of doors without asking why. "Li Fan, the chief eunuch minister, is the secret son of an enemy country? Guilty as charged. Kill without pardon." There was a poof. Blood splattered everywhere, and a good-sized head rolled off with a grunt. The foul odor filled the palace. Not only is the inner courtyard of the palace, even on the throne room, the imperial court near the gun, there are also black armor army surrounded. The courtiers were cold and sweaty, especially some guys with unclear identities. "Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this?" The corner of Dongfang Liuli's mouth curled up with a cold and solemn smile. "Before the national war, purge the traitorous subjects, and the enemy spies. From now on, everyone give me wide-eyed good looks at what happens when you betray Great Jin. 10 heavenly generals of the Ministry of War. Read out the charges according to the list and behead them on the spot. I, today, will use your blood to sacrifice military might." The 10 heavenly generals of the Ministry of War bowed and clasped their fists, looking indifferent as they heatedly said, "I respectfully follow your Majesty's oracles." Immediately, the 10-day general of the Ministry of War pulled out a 3-inch thick booklet of lists and lifted the first page to read from it. The Household Ministry's 4th grade Enkelang, a native of Qingzhou in the Great Jin dynasty, began colluding with the Northern Shirzong Alliance 3 years ago to sell intelligence. A traitorous son of the country. Kill, only to see one of the 10 heavenly generals. Then a movement, erecting a hand blade and chopping downwards. Several black-armored soldiers directly pressed down that official. First a knife through the dantian, abolition of cultivation, then white cloth to cover the face, short blade to cut the throat, and finally a soul-dispersing needle nailed into the heart of the eyebrow. The soul of the gods instantly dissipated. A set of processes flowed smoothly, and killing a minister in front of all the officials in the courtroom was like killing a chicken. No evidence was even required, and no challenges were made, except, of course, for those who had demons in their hearts and were constantly crying foul. Positive 3rd grade Marquis, Go Chi Ho, the original body of white clothes of a small country, took the initiative to throw the city, and then because of numerous merits, promoted to Marquis, after the investigation showed that Go Chi Ho was the enemy's secret stakes. Kill. Go Chi Ho was pressed down, and only heard a snorting sound. The horizontal soared through the dantian. The pain he tore his heart and lungs shouting, "Your Majesty!" Unjustly accused But before he could finish a sentence, his face was covered and his throat slit, and his soul was destroyed. "Your Majesty, at this time of national war, how can you kill courtiers on a large scale? I'm afraid that there is a danger of shaking the military's center of gravity. I ask your Majesty to take back your order." A white-haired old man knelt down and said with tears in his voice. A heavenly general from the Ministry of War patted the white-haired old man on the shoulder and said blandly, "Don't kneel, you're on the list." The white-haired old man was stunned, and when he looked back, he saw a white shaking blade stabbed into the dantian, and the white knife went in and the red knife came out, and his cultivation was completely wasted. From the Golden Palace to the inner courtyard of the palace in every corner, the sound of killing is endless. Only the village of the present day is still transcendent in the world. Just in case the emperor found out what was going on, the empress went out of her way to turn on the formation, shielding the village of Imazu. isolating the sound and the smell of blood from reaching the village. Your Majesty, it's fine to sacrifice military prowess, but is it inappropriate to make such a fanfare? The Minister of the Ministry of Justice transmitted his voice to ask. The Empress, long sleeve flung, got up, pupil eyes cold indifference scanning in front of the eyes as if the human purgatory-like scene, eyes without emotional ups and downs, as if watching a chicken was held down and slaughtered, blandly said, I act. No need to explain to anyone, walk right and sit right, naturally no fear. It is only when there is a ghost in your heart that you will be afraid. Today's scene is also a wake-up call for all of you, so take your time to enjoy it, public ministers. There is no need to be afraid. Those who commit treason and collaborate with the enemy are no different from the enemy, and it is only right that the screams of the enemy should be a wonderful melody to us. The old ministers and the 100 officials in the courtroom, their faces were as usual, and some even looked askance at those who were slaughtered, and let out a heavy nasal cold snort, quite a bit of pleasure. As for those newly promoted officials, they were trembling in fear, living like a quail, in awe, not daring to look directly at the Empress. The newly promoted officials had finally seen what a female emperor was, and what it meant to say, the only one who has appropriated the world from the hundreds of countries in the desolate regions is the Jin Emperor. With such a domineering and overwhelming Empress, I'm afraid that the Emperor's days are also in deep water. The newly promoted officials secretly said in their hearts. A full 2 or 3 hours passed, until the blood dyed the entire palace red. The remaining courtiers only then raised their drooping heads and looked around, suddenly feeling shocked. The infiltration of the countries into my great Jin is so deep. The Minister of the Ministry of Justice was horrified beyond words. The entire palace, no matter how big or small the official position was, a full 1/5 of the people were beheaded. The civil and military officials, holding the jade tablet, stood in the pool of blood that had gathered into a river, surrounded by countless ambushed corpses, but none of them dared to utter a word. The Empress sat on the 9-5 seat and blandly said, Men, give the beloved ministers seats. At the current time of the national war, let's just pillow the sea of blood and discuss the river and mountain. It's not an elegant thing to do. Your Majesty is wise. In just a few short hours, the Empress's Majesty soared in a straight line, and she was respected and feared. Requests for catch-up reading, gifts, and 5-star reviews. The boots and socks of the public officials were soaked and wet with blood. The table was full of dishes and fruits, and there were countless corpses by the legs of the table. A corpse staring with wide eyes, unwilling to die. This is the Empress's warning. The current national war, the odds of victory is extremely slim. There will certainly be those who are not strong-minded to produce retreat. The Empress' meaning was simple. You can be afraid to fight. Someone will carry the weight for you. The big deal is that when the rewards are awarded, you are watching from the sidelines. But there is only one thing. Absolutely no treason. But anyone who collaborates with the enemy and peddles traitors will end up like those lying on the ground. The ministers were aghast in their hearts and looked at each other. They had to marvel at your Majesty's means. No wonder they were so accomplished at such a young age. Although there is no shortage of emperors to assist them, the Empress's ruthless and decisive iron hand is also essential. Oriental Lioli shook the cup of wine syrup, such as blood-colored agar. Ju lips slightly pursed a mouthful. As demonic as possible, tone of voice calmly said, the Emperor and the Chief Pillar have set the guidelines for the state policy, and this time, sending troops to the Western Buddhist countries is just a symptom. The real goal of the Great Jin is the Northern World Sect Alliance. Wow! The ministers were in an uproar, and those who reacted most violently were those officials who were not involved in the village of this morning, completely unaware of the truth. The Great Jin already had a low chance of winning against the Buddha Kingdom, and now they had to attack the Northern World Sect Alliance at the same time. Your Majesty, I don't think it's right. An official stood up and said in an urgent voice, if Great Jin attacks the Buddhist Kingdom and the World Sect Alliance at the same time with 2 lines of troops, it will surely provoke these 2 forces to share the same enemy. In case they unite, my Great Jin, I fear the danger of extinction. Dongfang Lioli's left hand propped up her cheek. Her right hand held up the wine cup, staring at the blood-colored wine syrup inside, and slowly said, oh, how about otherwise? Slowly maneuvering with the Western Buddhist Kingdom, then being interfered with by the World Sect Alliance to sneak in and make a lose-lose, then sounding the retreat, going home to continue recuperating, and waiting for the Ji family of the Tianzhou to visit. What will the Great Jin take to fend it off? Is it going to be the Emperor alone, charging for the country again? Dongfang Lioli's 5 fingers steeply exerted force, crushing the wine cup, the agar flowing down the palm of his hand, his voice solemn. Then what is the use of my raising you? The official who made the remonstrance was dumbfounded, thought about it again and again, sighed helplessly, bowed unhappily, and retreated to the ranks of the civil officials. The commission has had so much going on in the meantime. The mutiny of the feudal king, The siege of the seven forces at the birthday banquet, the king of Shu knocking at the emperor's gate, the battle to set the throne in the extreme north, and the guest from the heavenly state. The people have been numbed by the successive wars and the labor, but these crises, one by one, could not be separated from the help of the emperor and the sword saint of time and space. If not for the two of them, the great Jin dynasty would have died long ago. One of the 10 heavenly generals of the Ministry of War stepped out and said, "Your Majesty, when the emperor and the first minister set the state policy, did they ever talk about how to attack the World Sect Alliance? Since the great Jin has conquered the Shu land and the seven powers, the army has expanded to 2 million, half of which have followed the prime minister pillar state to meet the Buddha kingdom. Even half of the high-end war power has gone. Is it hard to see that the remaining half has also gone out as much as they can? And don't they need people to stay behind in the great Jin?" Some of the courtiers bristled, not looking favorably on this state policy in their hearts. Easier said than done. The desolate domain is a triad, in which the Buddha kingdom is the most mysterious and vaguely the strongest, followed by the great Jin, and the World Sect Alliance, which is ranked at the bottom of the list, is only one step behind the great Jin in modesty. Why declare war on the first and third place at the same time? If you really want to have this strength, you would have united the barren area, but still bother to go through the whole of these false head. Dongfang Liuli spoke in a calm tone, looking straight at the 10 heavenly generals of the Ministry of War, and said word for word, "It's very simple. I'm not just going to march in person." The 10 heavenly generals of the Ministry of War's eyebrows throbbed madly as they exclaimed out in alarm, "Your Majesty, it's absolutely impossible. The great Jin is not unavailable. How can we allow your Majesty to go on an expedition in person?" Su Qingqiu, who was standing on the side of the emperor's seat, heard the words and her eyes revealed a look of anxiety as she hurriedly transmitted her voice to advise, "Your Majesty, your seal has been lifted. Every move you make is equivalent to burning your lifespan. The only proper thing to do is to break through Prime as soon as possible." Dongfang Liuli's face was expressionless, and her peerless features appeared cold. How could she not know how bad a state she was in? Great Emperor-level Divine Soul qualification. Divine Soul body is half-step Prime realm. His own cultivation is only in the middle stage of Chao Wei realm. The Divine Soul body and the physical body, as if it were a million iron weights, were placed on a shelf built up by a few small wooden sticks, and if there was the slightest mishap, the wooden platform would be shattered in an instant. Every hand movement was the equivalent of shaking an already overburdened wooden platform with force. Furthermore, if you are on a royal expedition, how can you have time to practice? One must know that there were only 3 months left in her lifespan, and if she was unable to break through the Prime after 3 months, she would be completely dead by then, and her soul would not even be able to enter reincarnation. I am not asking for your opinions. There is no need to advise those who want to become a hegemon. How can it be possible without paying a price? Dongfang Liuli grinned as she picked up a wineglass anew, poured it full of wine syrup, and raised it high. "Come, before we start the war, I will toast you. I wish the great Jin flag victory and a complete end to the chaotic war between the countries of the desolate domain. You will follow in my footsteps, and your names will live on in history and throughout the ages." The ministers were in an excited mood and stood up, while raising their cups and drinking loudly. "To your Majesty." The next day, a piece of news like a tornado swept through the entire barren domain world. The country's shocked. Countless latent cultivation old demons have come out, set off monstrous waves. Everyone was talking about it, and even some of the smaller countries that were at war with each other had coincidentally signed non-aggression pacts. The great cultivators, those who are waiting for the right moment to make a name for themselves, the great fighters, the deep water crocodiles, and so on, they all came out in droves, sensing that a great world was coming. Following the moment of the final showdown that opened the great unification in the heavenly state, the desolate domain, it has also ushered in the endgame. A latent cultivation powerhouse twisted his head towards the east side of the sunrise and muttered, "It's not wrong with what I expected. Dongfang Liuli is the one who appropriated the world, a rare woman emperor in the ages. Will she become the next human emperor or not?" There was also someone with deep eyes who said in a grave manner, "Great Jin Empress, Great Jin Emperor, Jiang Sunhai, everyone in Jin is really like a dragon, and their luck is so great, so bold, it's so bold. How dare they take the lead in the unification war? It all originated only because of the epic battle that broke out in the Buddhist kingdom of the West. The great Jin led 1,000,000 troops and raided the Western Buddhist kingdom. Beacon fire and wolf smoke have swept through half of the Buddhist kingdom, and it's not yet something that really stuns the jaws of the entire world. The really thunderous news is that Jiang Sunhai, the chief minister of the great Jin, led his army to slaughter a Lohan of the Buddhist kingdom. At this point, the 18 Lohans were reduced by 1 to 17 Lohans. Duanwu on Kong, one more chapter. The 18 Luohan are reduced by 1. Do you know which Luohan died? Meng Qingzhou was also stunned when she steeply heard the news and couldn't slow down for a long time. 18 Luohan, all of them in Shaohui realm. Even if millions of troops surrounded him, Luohan could leave any time he wanted to, not to mention, according to Meng Qingzhou's presumption, Zhang Sanhai leading an army to raid the Western Buddhist kingdom should have only been a delay, dragging it out until the Empress had split her army into two and succeeded in destroying the Northern Worldly Sect alliance before shifting the main battlefield to the Western Buddhist kingdom. But now, Zhang Sanhai had killed a Lohan. Wouldn't this be immortal with the Western Buddhist kingdom? Su Qingqiu shook her head and said, I don't know. It is said that the head pillar hid the mountain and river diagram in a different space, and that he himself, with a few attendants, played the role of a merchant procession, and that he encountered a Luohan blocking the way on the way. Then the Great War broke out. The sound was earth-shattering, and soon after the Western Buddha kingdom was enraged and issued a crusade diatribe stating that a Lohan had fallen and was killed by the Great Jin, and summoned all the followers of the Zen path within the Buddha kingdom to join in the crusade against the Great Jin's army. Meng Qingzhou frowned, feeling more and more confused as to what this Great Jin's number one thinker was thinking. How can the first pillar hold out when a delaying battle turns into an all-out war? Then, in the outside rumors, did it say how many Rohan and Bodhisattvas were sent by the Western Buddhist kingdom to sit in the town? Meng Qingzhou asked. Su Qingqiu raised a finger and said, a Luo Han. 1. Meng Qingzhou was first stunned, and then came to a realization. Worthy of being a great Jin thinker? A risky move, but it works. The first minister has figured out Buddha's urination. Meng Qingzhou was dumbfounded. Wu Dai peeled an orange and sent it to Meng Qingzhou's mouth. Master. Open your mouth. Hey. Why do you always take advantage of His Majesty's absence to secretly molest his lordship? Su Qingqiu indignantly kicked Wu Dai, but the latter easily dodged away, transmitting her voice angrily. Wu Dai blinked and transmitted. Little Qingqiu, sister, I have broken through to the late stage of the mountain-moving realm, so be careful of spanking your ass. Meng Qingzhou ate the orange and leisurely shook his head and said to himself, the Western Buddhist kingdom hides its head and is only good at defending itself, not good at attacking. And the Miles Buddhist kingdom hasn't been at war for many years, so how do they know about tactics of war? How do they know about tactics such as the upper army and attacking the heart? Seeing that the chief pillar had such a strong attitude and had angrily beheaded a Rohan as soon as he arrived, he was frightened and cowed by the thought that the Great Jin was desperate and wanted to fight them to the death. Su Qingqiu's eyes lit up and hurriedly pursued. Then in that case, the Buddha kingdom is no longer a threat. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou's voice was deep and bland. Nonetheless, on the contrary, the first minister has driven himself into a dead end, and it must be known that the Zen way preaches a bodhisattva with a lowered brow, and at the same time a Vajra with a furious eye. It's not true that the Zen path is cautious and conservative, but once the Empress launches an offensive and engages the Northern World Sect alliance, at that time, the Western Buddhist kingdom will definitely react, and at that time, the 17 Lohans will come out in force, the 4 great bodhisattvas will blockade the 4 poles, and the chief minister will have little chance of survival. Su Qingqiu froze and opened her mouth, not knowing what to say between the ups and downs of her mood. Why did the first counselor do this? Clearly he could have fought a circuitous battle and slowly delayed. Su Qingqiu asked. Meng Qingzhou took a sip of tea and said despondently, I don't know. Thinking of the little bits and pieces with Zhang Sanhai, he was a little reluctant to let go of this little old man. It is honorable for a nationalist to serve his country with his life. Light boat, Dongfang Liuli carrying a vegetable basket, green-colored shirt with plain white pleated skirt. A different style of mood. At this time her voice is weak, not like pretending. Without taking 2 steps, Dongfang Liuli stumbled with a twist of her ankle, stumbled forward, fell flat on her face and almost landed on her face, but luckily she was able to stand still in time. Meng Qingzhou followed the sound and turned her head, immediately noticing that the situation was not right, took a few steps forward, took the vegetable basket in her hand and asked with concern, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Speaking in a lack of breath. Listening to the sound of footsteps feel weak, obviously the body to hold the symptoms of the disease. Ahem. I'm sorry Lightboat, all along, have been hiding it from you. In fact Dongfang Liuli covered her mouth and weakly coughed a few times, spreading out her hand. A piece of reddish blood remained in her palm. Meng Qingzhou's thumb stroked over the wetness of her palm and placed it in front of her nose to smell it. Blood. You don't move. Meng Qingzhou put 3 fingers on Dongfang Liuli's wrist to take her pulse, her brows getting tighter and tighter. The pulse floats and the vitality curls. Depletion of the heart and blood leads to a breathless pulse, which is an omen of man's impending death. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Meng Qingzhou was anxious in her heart, and the words of reprimand were as gentle as they could be when they came out of her mouth. Don't worry, with me here, the king of hell won't be able to take you away even if he comes. Meng Qingzhou immediately pulled out bottles of precious pills from her storage ring, and among them, a clear color of heavenly pills. Oriental Lioli laughed weakly. Earlier, I didn't know that you were the temporal sword saint either. Blame me. But don't worry. Your Sangha can do anything. Meng Qingzhou held her hands and tried to look as steady as possible, saying, tell me what's wrong with you so I can mix up a prescription and treat the symptoms. Dongfang Lioli shook her head and said, don't bother. I'm suffering from a terminal illness. Medicine and stones are useless. Unless. Meng Qingzhou perked up and pursued. Unless what? Unless there's an emperor-grade healing effect pill. Dongfang Lioli was like a dying wish, relentlessly stroking Meng Qingzhou's black hair in front of his forehead, gently and slowly measuring his cheeks inch by inch with her fingertips. Imperial healing elixir. Meng Qingzhou was stunned. He didn't have one at all, much less refined pills. Don't worry, there will definitely be a turnaround. Meng Qingzhou took a deep breath. His head was a mess when he suddenly heard the bad news, but he had to be calm. Recalling the novel's plot, where there was an emperor-grade apothecary, which relic had an emperor-grade healing elixir. Dongfang Lioli laughed indifferently. It's alright Lightship, I still have a month of light time. Enough to accompany you to walk around the outside world. Accompany you to travel the red dust and be a divine couple. Meng Qingzhou's fists clenched. A month of light. The time was too short. Those emperor-grade alchemists, or some of the relics that hid emperor-grade healing elixirs in his memories, were either time-consuming and laborious, or were so far away that it was simply too late. Let me think. There must be a way. Meng Qingzhou rubbed her temples and did her best to think back. Dongfang Lioli, on the other hand, winked at Su Qingqiu and transmitted, it's your turn. Su Qingqiu scratched his head awkwardly, pinched his throat, pretended that he had no intention of mentioning it, and said, I remember that Her Majesty the Empress has an imperial healing divine pill, so if Her Majesty is willing to reward it, I guess there will be a turnaround. Meng Qingzhou was puzzled. Is that so? Why don't I remember? The novel's plot didn't say that the Empress was carrying such a heavy treasure. Master, then you must have misremembered, Su Qingqiu said seriously. Really? Meng Qingzhou would be skeptical. Something didn't feel quite right. However, Dongfang Lioli's pulse was indeed very weak, which reminded him of when he had a fierce battle with old man Yin Yang 2 days ago. He suddenly noticed that Dongfang Lioli's flame of life was failing and was almost on the verge of death. Could the disease have gotten worse since then? Why don't you go beg the Empress, Master, and see if you can beg for an imperial divine pill? Su Qingqiu's tone was slightly stiff. Dongfang Lioli hurriedly scolded. Qingqiu, no gibberish allowed. Lightboat is no longer an official of the Great Gene, and the line with the Empress has long been drawn. Suddenly, Meng Qingzhou interrupted and firmly said, no, I'll go, for your sake. Even if it's a mountain of daggers and a sea of fire, I'm willing to break through. Not to mention that the Empress isn't a flood beast, at most a flood beast. The situation was critical, and coupled with the fact that the illness was not false, for a while Meng Qingzhou could not think at all. Without hesitation, he stood up and was about to rush to the imperial capital of the Great Jin dynasty right away. At the entrance of the village of Imazeo, there is a pagoda, and in front of it connects the rolling hills and dangerous peaks, with occasional roars of beasts roaring out of the mountains. Meng Qingzhou packed her luggage and specially brought Su Qingqiu with her. This girl used to follow Dongfang Lioli and traveled back and forth between the imperial capital and the village of Jinqiao all the time, so she must be very familiar with the route. It was a shame to say that since Meng Qingzhou had joined the Dongfang family, he had also held the position of a minister in the imperial capital for a month, but had never personally traveled to the imperial capital. Master, when you resolutely left the capital, I'm afraid that His Majesty will have a grudge against you, and I'm afraid that he will make some very excessive demands. Su Qingqiu was carrying a big bag. Her small steps followed behind Meng Qingzhou, and her small mouth went on and on. Su Qingqiu complained in her heart. Her Majesty had to go on an imperial expedition to personally lead an army to crush the Sejong alliance, but she couldn't separate herself, much less leave a Meizhou village, without a good excuse. Imagine a village girl suddenly leaving home without any reason. What man wouldn't think too much? Besides, the trip could be as short as half a month or as long as half a year. When you come back in half a year, I am afraid that Meng Qingzhou will directly slap a letter of repudiation on the table. In any case, Dongfang Lioli can't afford such consequences, so this is the next best thing. Let Meng Qingzhou into the capital to see the driver, just when the imperial army, but also can take the husband together, while touring the mountains as a trekking trip to make up for the lack of newlyweds. For the sake of Lioli, no matter what excessive demands His Majesty makes, I will proceed, Meng Qingzhou said resolutely. Su Qingqiu thought for a moment and said, if His Majesty wants you, be the head of the female emperor's face? Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou's hurried pace lurched, his forehead pulled down 3 black lines. and his finger poked Su Qingqiu's small head, saying, "What have you been thinking about all day? His Majesty and the Emperor are in love. It's something everyone knows. Besides, I have a family. What kind of person is His Majesty? How could he covet a married man? You're thinking of His Majesty as too dirty. Even if the plot completely falls apart now, at least the persona won't. The Empress is still gorgeous and unparalleled, and without exaggeration, she is still the one in the book. The flower on the other side of the shore that makes the two worlds of the heavenly state and the desolate domain obsessed and crazy. Even if Meng Qingzhou's identity as a temporal sword saint was made public, the Empress would certainly not look at him, and would at most appreciate his strength and talent. This, Meng Qingzhou absolutely believed. Liuli's illness, it seems to be really very serious. Meng Qingzhou stopped in her tracks and looked back several times. Didn't even wait for Dongfang Liuli. Before leaving, Dongfang Liuli fell unconscious and was taken care of by Wu Dai. Of course, the afternoon butterfly had a previous record, so Meng Qingzhou specially set up a few sword intent in Qinghua Xiaozhu, so that even if a Chaohui powerhouse came to attack, it could be put to death. After waiting for half a day, Dongfang Liuli still didn't come out to see her off, indicating that she was still unconscious. Let's go and return quickly, Meng Qingzhou said. Su Qingqiu secretly skimmed her mouth. Master, once you go, you won't be able to come back for a short time. There's no such thing as a quick trip. Moreover, you seem to believe too much in His Majesty as a person, and I don't know where His Lordship gets his confidence, knowing that when you go to the imperial capital, His Majesty is not only preparing for the crusade, but also for easing your relationship with the Empress, so I'm afraid that you will not give up until you have been eaten up. Master, you're on your own. Su Qingqiu couldn't bear it in her heart and added, in that case, it seems that His Lordship is really pitiful. The white rabbit that is about to be sent into the mouth of His Majesty the big bad wolf. But he doesn't even know it yet. How can he not be pitiful? Damn, it's so sour. Goddess, grab my sleeve and take you to navigate the way of time and space, Meng Qingzhou said. Just then, a golden curtain of light descended into the air. Dozens of tadpole-like characters were revealed, and a court lady stepped on an immortal sword, holding an imperial decree in her hand and reciting it aloud. His Majesty has decreed that Meng Qin, the former minister of the Shangshu, be proclaimed to enter the palace at His Majesty's command. Your Majesty. Meng Qingzhou looked up in bewilderment. Ha? His Majesty's royal decree. Dare I ask which Your Majesty? Meng Qingzhou asked. Great Jean Empress. Stomping Sword Immortal's courtesan's voice was arrogant and cold, but her eyes were shining brightly as she looked straight at Meng Qingzhou. Wow. Is this the Emperor's style? It's really jade-like and handsome. No wonder even His Majesty folded his arms. In my place, I probably wouldn't be able to hold it. Meng Qingzhou was astonished beyond measure and said, Your Majesty has declared me to the palace for what purpose? The courtesan's voice was clear and crisp, like a clear spring, and very condescending as she said, I don't know. His Majesty just asked me to bring you into the palace. I brought a teleportation disc with me. I can reach the imperial capital in a matter of moments. Mr. Meng, follow me. Meng Qingzhou rubbed her chin and fell into deep thought. At this time when the Jin dynasty is in a time of internal and external trouble, the great wars are frequent. This critical juncture, the Empress suddenly sent someone to summon him to the palace. What is the intention? With the ass can guess. Nothing more than a shortage of manpower, and remembering him as a big, thick, good tool, really overbearing, calling and waving. Do you really think that I, Meng Qingzhou, don't have a temper? Meng Qingzhou was a little indignant. Su Qingqiu hurriedly reminded in a quiet voice, Master, don't forget that we are asking for something on this trip. Keep a low profile. TSK. Meng Qingzhou helplessly stroked her forehead. In his heart, he secretly resolved that after this matter was over, he must use his free time to fill up all his other skills. What medicine refining, artifact refining, feng shui, bagua, 5 elements, tomb rating, face reading, all of them are learned and refined. No need. My way of time and space is faster than a teleportation array disk. Meng Qingzhou waved her hand and repelled with great impatience. He still wanted to show off his skills in front of the maid. What was the point of taking a teleportation array? Su Qingqiu was in a hurry. Her big eyes gurgled and turned, and she said in a hurry, Master, I'm more curious about the teleportation array disk and want to experience the effects of the teleportation array. Meng Qingzhou's face collapsed and said unhappily, What? You dislike your master's way of space and time? Unusual people begging me to take him to experience some of the opportunity. You dislike on. Su Qingqiu beat her mouth, pulling Meng Qingzhou's hands, twisting her pretty waist, and softly pouting. Please master, I want to ride the teleportation array, please. Defeated. Meng Qingzhou was helpless and too lazy to force herself. Our space-time way is noble. How can I beg you to sit? which is not for nothing to pull down the grade. Become cheap. Love to do it. Go away. The courtesan lowered her immortal sword and came close to Meng Qingzhou, frantically sucking in the air's clear scent that belonged solely to the emperor. What are you doing? Why are you like a dog? Meng Qingzhou was puzzled. If she wasn't blind, she would have rolled her eyes at this time. Cough. It's fine. It's fine. A sniffle attack. The courtesan waved her hand, took out a teleportation array disc, made a few hand seals, and opened the teleportation array. Immediately, a silver-white light enveloped the three. In the meantime, the villagers of Incheo village have gathered at the entrance of the village, unwilling to shed tears and wave. Oriental family son-in-law, you must come back. If you don't come back, I won't have any fun to watch. No, I won't have anyone to talk to. Light boat, don't forget fellow villagers. Remember to bring some gifts when you return to the village. Serve Her Majesty well. Don't be homesick. Her Majesty is white and beautiful with long legs. If you serve her well, our village will be in good hands. That's right. Whether or not your fellow villagers can prosper depends on you. Be sure to serve His Majesty comfortably. The imperial capital of the great Jin dynasty, as the capital city of Jin, the common respect of the 9 states, and the place where the dragon vein of the national fortune is converged. The construction style is also different. The entire city in a ring shape, around the arching central palace. The surrounding buildings are divided in the form of Taiji Bagua diagram. In front of the palace moat, there is a huge square covering hundreds of acres. The originally empty central square, when it was built, was intended to be used as a place for pointing out soldiers and generals and coordinating dispatching, and it was also much more convenient to hold a pledge meeting here occasionally. However, who would have thought that since the founding of the Great Jin dynasty, large and small battles have been constantly. In addition to the Forbidden Guards and the Imperial Forest Army guarding the imperial capital and the palace, the rest of the troops pressed the opportunity to return to the capital, either in the war or on the way to the war, and simply cannot use the so-called central square. Nowadays, in the central square stood up 2 statues, respectively a man and a woman. The woman is clearly the female emperor of the Great Jin dynasty. Magnificent. The emperor is in the dust. The majesty is unrivaled. The male is a green-shirt Confucian scholar-like, looks quiet, long body, rather relegated to the immortal posture, but did not carve the face. Hundreds of craftsmen were busy, surrounded by a forest of imperial guards, and this project was even supervised by the minister of the Ministry of Revenue himself. Immortal grade primordial meteorite mother, immortal grade satin bone heavenly gold, and immortal grade 9 specters cold iron, enough to transport dozens of tons. These 3 types of mineral veins in the treasury, almost all of them were used to build these 2 statues. The chief imperial inspector of the Metropolitan Police, looking over the account books, painfully slapped his thigh straight. The more this ledger is looked at, the more shocking it is, and the white-haired chief royal historian, covering his heart and feeling unable to breathe, cries out in pain. Of the 7 powers compensation, all 3 of these immortal veins were used to build 2 useless statues, and at the current time of the national war, how can they be so wasteful? I'm going to the OP. The Minister of Ministries clasped his hands on his chest, looked askance at the former, and said blandly, sending a report. To whom? His Majesty? This is His Majesty's decree to build the statues of the Empress and the Emperor. If you want to participate, you can only participate in His Majesty. The chief imperial historian sniffed, stroked his beard and thought carefully, and said, Your Majesty? If it is His Majesty, then there must be His Majesty's considerations. As a subject there is no need to add to His Majesty's problems. Ha! The Minister of Minstrels laughed expressionlessly. Ever since the Empress pillowed the sea of blood and discussed the mountains and rivers, the reverence of the group of ministers for the Empress had almost climbed to a pinnacle. Even the chief royal historian, who was known as the admonishing devil, had to consider whether his old life could withstand the torture once he heard the word Your Majesty. Buzz! Right at this moment, a teleportation array on the east side of the central square lit up with light, and a group of 3 people revealed themselves. The imperial capital has arrived. My mission is complete. Farewell. The courtesan casually uttered a word and left with a dashing twist of her head. With odd eyes, the Minister of Labor looked at the courtesan, pretending to be dashing while looking back at her with reluctance, and murmured, What kind of posture is this? Doesn't your neck get sore? Meng Qingzhou clasped his fists and said, Many thanks. Hearing the familiar voice, the Minister of the Ministry of Justice brightened up, took 3 steps to approach the past, and hurriedly said, Meng Qin, why did you return to the imperial capital? Didn't you say that you and your wife had returned to the countryside? Even though he was a part of the village of Imazu, the Minister of Mandarin was away from the village for the past 2 days, busy with the construction of the statue, and he was completely unaware of what had just happened. His Majesty summoned. Meng Qingzhou smiled. sparing her words and said. Suddenly, the piercing sound of gold and iron striking came from the side of his ear, and just by listening a bit, he could feel the hot flavor. By the way, I haven't asked for your name yet. Meng Qingzhou cupped his fists and asked. Since he was able to recognize Meng Qin at a glance, and was able to go up to him without being overbearing, he was most likely a minister of the court. I don't dare to be. Exempt. Your surname Fan, single name Assam, holds the position of Minister of Reception. The Minister of the Ministry of Officials arched his hand and returned the salute. Meng Qingzhou nodded unconcernedly, reached out after the source of the sound, and asked, Dare I ask Lord Fan, what is this doing? The Mandarin looked back at the statue and laughed. His Majesty has decreed that the construction of the statue of the Emperor and His Majesty will not be cheap. 3 types of immortal quality or veins, enough to bring in dozens of tons. These resources can even create 10 immortal quality spirit treasures. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou was surprised beyond measure. Her Majesty, the former saintly and domineering empress who could almost give up everything for the sake of the road to unification, actually had such a ridiculous day. To spend so much resources just to create 2 statues is a huge departure. I've heard that Great Gene is in trouble both internally and externally. Is it appropriate for His Majesty to spend money like this? Meng Qingzhou was alarmed. With a helpless smile, the official minister gathered his sleeves and looked up at the statue that was 100 meters high and said, It can't be helped. Who told the Emperor to be in love with His Majesty? It is precisely because of the current national war that Her Majesty does not have absolute confidence in winning the war. So she indulged for a time and created a statue of her and the Emperor in the imperial capital. And even if the national war is lost, the proof that she and the Emperor were once in love with each other will remain permanently. Even if one day the imperial capital of the Great Jin dynasty falls into the hands of others, such a sturdy statue will be difficult to destroy. Your Majesty, just want to leave a little trace of the Emperor with her. Meng Qingzhou couldn't help but be moved and couldn't help but sigh. So that's how it is. Your Majesty and Emperor are truly a divine couple. I didn't realize that the Empress who married a wife had such a side of pure love. The Minister of the Ministry of the Interior looked at him with a strange gaze and silently looked at Su Qingqiu who was following Meng Qingzhou, and the two of them exchanged glances and looked at each other. Anyone can say that, but you. It's always a bit strange. Meng Qingzhou could no longer hold back her curiosity and asked, Dare I ask what is the name of the Emperor of the current dynasty, and who exactly is he that he can you capture the heart of an empress? There was such a strange man in the world that he was practically able to arm wrestle with him. The Minister of Ministries violently coughed, an old face coughed red, and hastily waved his hand. That, Sword Saint-sama. I'm really physically ill, so I'll excuse myself and leave first. After saying that, the Minister of the Ministry of Justice leaped up with a strong posture and ran away at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Get out of here. We can't stay here for long. Weirdo. Meng Qingzhou bristled, twisted her head to face Su Qingqiu, and was about to open her mouth. Su Qingqiu's pretty expression changed slightly, and she looked around anxiously in an attempt to change the topic. Bad. The Secretary of the Ministry of Justice can escape. We cannot run. This was asked. How to answer? Master. This statue isn't right. Su Qingqiu suddenly pointed at the statue and yelled. How strange. Meng Qingzhou was puzzled and managed to have her attention brought away. According to reason, the Empress is the king of a country. It should be the Empress standing in front. The Emperor is subordinate. This statue is the opposite. The Empress is the Emperor's arm around her shoulder, the former leaning against the latter's shoulder. A birdie attitude. It's not appropriate. Right. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou was astonished. Good guy. This strange man, not only captured the heart of the Empress, but even hidden is the head of the family empire. Too fierce. Meng Qingzhou, admit that your kid is even fiercer than me, and can be called a dragon essence. Meng Qingzhou gave a thumbs up.